In the evening, the man returned home from get off work after dark and went to bed as usual. But when he woke up, the whole world had changed. He traveled to a world that was very similar to Earth. He discovered that monsters would appear from time to time in this world and attack humans indiscriminately. The origin of these monsters was unknown. Humans have given them a unified name: alien beasts. The strength of alien beasts varies greatly. The weak ones are like wild beasts and can be killed with just a few bullets. The strong ones can withstand missile attacks and remain alive. Sufeng was also terrified at first. Seeing those guys in the video who could turn people into a bloody mist with just a swing of their fists, he was so scared that his legs went weak. After traveling to this world and working as a courier for 2.5 years, Sufeng became a skilled courier. When Sufeng returned home that day, he almost fell asleep immediately and didn't even bother to wash his hands. He didn't know how long he slept until he was awakened by a rapid knock on the door. He was furious and rushed to the door in a rage and opened it wide. There was a child outside the door. His head was a giant frog's. He looked up and grinned at him. Sufeng was so frightened that he slammed the door shut and ran back to the bedroom. He was trembling all over and kept muttering, "You can't see me, you can't see me. Dad, open the door." A childish voice came from outside the door. Sufeng almost fainted from fright. Why could the froghead talk? When had he ever given birth to a frog? He walked to the door and whispered through the door, "How do you know I'm your father?" As expected, the froghead outside the door stopped knocking. "The smell. I knew you were my dad the moment I smelled it. We smell exactly the same." Sufeng was stunned, and the scene of delivering the express suddenly emerged in his mind, with a large number of snow-white frog eggs by the river. If he had not seen the strange beast with his own eyes, if he had not confirmed that there really were awakened people in this world, he would have thought he was crazy. Sufeng finally made up his mind. "Okay, then I'll open the door. But you can't attack me." The moment the door opened, Froghead rushed in and knocked Sufeng to the ground. It's over, I'm going to die." Chapter 3. Sufeng closed his eyes, and a slightly childish yet familiar voice rang out. "Dad, why are you lying on the ground?" Sufeng opened his eyes suddenly, and before he could recover, he was so scared that he almost screamed. A huge frog head was facing him, and that face with ugly big eyes was enough to give people nightmares for 10 days. Sufeng took a step back and asked nervously, "Why did you bump into me?" The frog head blinked his eyes and said, "I'm hungry. I just saw a group of mosquitoes behind you, and I was afraid they would fly away." Sufeng was stunned. A swarm of mosquitoes? It was spring. Where did mosquitoes come from? And in a swarm? At this moment, an alert sounded. "Citizens, please be advised. A strange beast has been spotted in Zhongzhou City, numbering in the order of a swarm of mosquitoes. These beasts have the ability to attack in groups. Once surrounded, their blood will be instantly drained. Please close doors and windows and avoid going out." Sufeng gasped as he read the news. Those mosquitoes were actually monsters. In other words, if the froghead hadn't just rushed over and dealt with the group of mosquitoes, he would have been killed by now. So Sufeng slept with the window open every night. But today a strange mosquito that could suck dead blood came. As soon as he closed the bedroom window, he heard a buzzing sound. He rushed to the living room, and a dense swarm of mosquitoes had already flown into the house and was rapidly approaching him. Sufeng cursed in his heart. "You want to torture me to death tonight." He was extremely desperate. At this critical moment, a green tentacle-like object suddenly shot out from beside him, and the group of mosquitoes were instantly swallowed by the frog head. The tentacles also disappeared. Sufeng turned around in shock and looked at the frog head standing next to him with a satisfied look on his face. He asked half doubtfully, "Did you eat all those mosquitoes?" The frog head nodded. His eyes almost narrowed into slits. After a few seconds, it said slowly, "Dad, your mosquitoes are really delicious." Sufeng looked at this strange but non-aggressive face speechlessly, and suddenly something came to his mind. "Eat more if you like it," he reminded her, and turned around to lock all the remaining windows. If there are too many mosquitoes and Froghead can't eat them all, then he will be in trouble. After making sure all the doors and windows were closed, he sat back in the bedroom, picked up his phone, and checked for follow-up messages. Zhongzhou City Emergency Notice. This exotic beast is rated city level. All citizens are requested to close doors and windows, prepare mosquito repellents, and avoid going out as much as possible. If you find mosquitoes or other animals, please kill them immediately. Sufeng looked at the words city level, and his heart tightened again. 10 years had passed since the alien beast first descended. Although the origin and purpose of the exotic beasts remain a mystery, humans' understanding of them has gradually deepened. In order to allow ordinary people to intuitively feel the threat level of alien beasts, humans have established a rating system. Village, town, county, city, country, continent, and star level. The higher the level, the greater the destructive power. If it is just at the village level, there is no need to worry too much even if an attack occurs nearby, as ordinary weapons can deal with it. But this time it is city level, which means that the lives of residents in the entire Zhongzhou city are in danger. In fact, humans have only encountered one national-level monster to date, and that monster destroyed a small country within 2 hours of its appearance. In the end, nuclear weapons were used to destroy it, but the cost was that the entire country was wiped off the map and the survivors were displaced. Before Su Feng could recover from his shock, new information popped up. Attention all awakened people in Zhongzhou City. The mother beast is suspected to have appeared on XX Road in XX District. Please provide support immediately. A photo is also attached. Although the image quality is blurry, the outline is still clear. It is a giant mosquito as big as a bus. In its huge abdomen, dense swarms of small mosquitoes were flying out from the tail. Su Feng's heart sank. Clearly, the giant mosquito was the mother, and those who had attacked him were its offspring. No wonder it was rated city level this time. If left unchecked, this mother egg will continue to lay eggs, and the entire city will be drained sooner or later. It is only a matter of time before it is upgraded to national level. Tonight, the whole city was about to endure a bloody battle, and he had survived the first wave of attacks with the help of a weird and greedy frog head. He looked down at the burping frog head lying on the ground, and suddenly felt that he might have found a treasure. Chapter 4. Su Feng watched videos on his phone to learn about the disaster. The fighting power of individual mosquitoes was not that strong, but the truly terrifying thing is their amazing ability to suck blood. As long as the mother body exists, these things will continue to reproduce. Once they spread, the consequences will be unimaginable. As Su Feng continued to watch videos, he unexpectedly saw the strange beast he had met in the afternoon. It was a monster with 4 arms and only 1 eye. The footage showed that after he left, the monster brutally killed several more people until an awakened person arrived and destroyed it. The official assessment of it was a village-level exotic beast, the lowest level of exotic beast classification. But Su Feng remembered that he was clearly dozens of meters away from the strange beast, but he was almost unable to breathe because of the pressure he received from it. There are only 2 words to describe that feeling: powerful. So powerful that it makes people despair. But this existence that brings endless pressure is actually only the lowest level. Su Feng did not feel relieved because it was eliminated, but felt even heavier. Living in a world where you could encounter strange beasts at any time, my mind is filled with despair. Since crossing into this world, he has only seen a strange beast once in more than half a year. But today, he encountered strange beasts twice in a row and almost died on the spot. At this moment, Froghead kicked his legs lightly and jumped onto the bed, staring at him with his big round eyes. "Dad, you don't seem happy." Su Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that it could actually sense his emotions. This froghead came from the Jialu River, and he had just stopped by the river tonight. Not only that, he had also cut his finger on the wire by the river. Immediately afterwards, this strange-looking creature appeared at the doorstep, calling him Dad all the time. Considering the large number of frog eggs that appeared in the river, everything seemed to fit. He wanted to go to the river to verify his guess. Su Feng simply stood up and paced back and forth in the small rental house. When he walked to the trash can, he saw the discarded instant noodle box inside, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. He hurried to the kitchen and took out an egg from the refrigerator. After hesitating for a moment, he simply took out the other remaining egg. Holding 2 eggs in his hand, he returned to the bedroom. Just as he was about to fiddle with them, he caught a glimpse of Froghead squatting beside him. "Can you please go out for a while?" "But Dad, I'm so sleepy. I just ate too much." Su Feng thought, it's normal for a newborn baby to fall asleep after eating. He gritted his teeth and imitated others in coaxing children. He brought the Froghead to the living room, placed it on the sofa, and considerately covered it with a small blanket. Froghead lay on the sofa, folded his arms, and used them as pillows, with his big head on top. After a while, his breathing became even and he fell asleep. What a child, he falls asleep right away. Su Feng smiled bitterly and was about to go back to the bedroom to continue his experiment, but stopped again. What if the mosquitoes come again? I have no protection, not even a bottle of mosquito repellent. He hesitated and wanted to reach out to wake up Froghead, but he withdrew his hand halfway. "Are you asleep?" he asked in a low voice. Froghead opened his eyes dazedly and said in a vague voice, "Dad, what's wrong? If the mosquitoes come again, can you handle it?" "Don't worry, I can smell the fragrance of food. After saying this, the little guy could no longer hold on and fell asleep completely. Su Feng watched helplessly and finally chose to believe it. Mosquitoes can have fragrance. After locking the door, he sat down again, took out his cell phone, and continued browsing the web. He was originally worried that his experiences tonight would affect the subsequent experiments, but it turned out that he was worrying too much. Blue Star has many similarities with the world of his previous life, but also many differences. He didn't care about these things at the moment. He squeezed his fingers gently, and a few drops of blood came out of the wound and dripped onto the 2 eggs. The moment the blood dripped, he felt inexplicably excited. The essence and blood of the strong often contain enormous energy. Hundreds of years later, if someone gets this essence and blood, even just a little bit, they may instantly gain amazing power. The appearance of the frog head may be due to its own blood. Chapter 5. Su Feng stared at the 2 eggs on the table motionlessly, and only blinked when his eyes were sore that they shed tears. He gritted his teeth and persisted. For the sake of his future safety, he was not afraid of the hard work and continued to keep a close eye on the 2 eggs. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto the slightly messy bed. There was no one on the bed. Su Feng was fast asleep on the desk beside the bed. "Dad, open the door. I'm hungry." He was woken up by a knock on the door mixed with shouting. "Stop knocking. I'll be there soon." He rubbed the sleep-stained side of his face and suddenly remembered last night's experiment. Last night, he fell asleep on the table while staring at it. Fortunately, the egg didn't fall to the floor, otherwise it would have been a complete disaster. Although the egg was still there, it still looked like an egg, with no sign of hatching. It seems this method won't work. Su Feng was extremely depressed. Ever since he learned of the frog head's origins, he'd been eagerly anticipating the essence and blood within him. If he could truly use it to hatch a half-human, half-beast monster, wouldn't that mean he could form a monster army? "Dad, I'm so hungry, I want to eat." Seeing Su Feng in a daze and ignoring him, Froghead simply ran over and hugged his arm and shook it. He finally regained consciousness. He took a closer look and saw that the frog's head seemed to have grown taller. He wondered if it was an illusion. "Stop shaking it. It will fall apart if you keep shaking it. I'll go make you some food." Su Feng picked up 2 eggs from the table and planned to cook a bowl of instant noodles for Froghead, adding 2 poached eggs. The 2 eggs were stained with blood, and he could not eat them all, so he simply gave them all to the Froghead. While he was cooking, Froghead stood beside him, staring at him intently. Boil the water, add the ingredients, and stir. After cooking for a while, Su Feng cracked 2 eggs into the pot. The moment the eggs were put into the pot, a piece of trivia he had read before suddenly flashed through his mind. He suddenly realized that these eggs might not be fertilized, or the egg cells had died after being left for too long, making them unable to hatch. For the experiment to succeed, a fertilized egg might be needed. After all, the frog head was originally a fertilized frog egg. This may be good news. At least it shows that there is another possibility. Since he didn't know how much Froghead would eat, Su Feng cooked a packet first. Anyway, there wasn't much food stored at home. He put instant noodles and 2 poached eggs into the rice bowl, looked around, and found that there was not even a decent dining table in the house. Simply hand the rice bowl to Froghead. "Eat it." Froghead smelled the aroma of instant noodles and couldn't wait to reach out to grab the noodles. "It's hot." Su Feng shouted subconsciously, but Froghead didn't react at all and stuffed the instant noodles straight out of the pot into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he showed an intoxicated expression. Su Feng was stunned. Those were noodles fresh out of the pot, and he was not afraid of the heat? Before Su Feng could recover from his shock, Froghead had already devoured the instant noodles, the poached egg, and even the soup. "Dad, this is so delicious. I want more." Froghead licked the bowl clean and handed it back with an unsatisfied look on his face. "Wait, I'll make it again." Su Feng had no choice but to go back to the kitchen. This time he cooked 4 bags of instant noodles at once, 2 bags for each person. After they were cooked, he served himself a bowl and gave the rest to Froghead. He ate his bowl of noodles while pondering his next plan. Now that he knew the origin of the frog head, the secret of the essence and blood became the key that he had to figure out. He had witnessed Froghead's fighting prowess last night. If he hadn't intervened, he would have been drained dry. Froghead is still a child. When he grows up, he will probably be even more powerful. At least, much stronger than himself. What should I use for the experiment? Su Feng thought as he ate his noodles. "Dad, I want to eat more." Froghead finished his meal again. His appetite was incredible. In desperation, he gave Froghead his half-eaten bowl of instant noodles. He was really afraid that he would get angry if he got upset. After finishing his meal, Su Feng got up and went to the kitchen to put the bowl away. When he passed by the living room, his eyes accidentally swept over the pot of succulents on the balcony. Honestly, There's nothing left at home that can be used for experiments. Is it possible to just sprinkle sperm and blood everywhere, hoping it lands on the cockroach egg case? How much blood and essence would that require? Su Feng suspected that he would die of exhaustion before the experiment could yield any results. Although he had no animal eggs, he was not completely helpless. The pot of succulents on the balcony became his hope. It was a legacy from my predecessor, and it cost nothing. It said that succulent leaves can survive if you stick them in the soil. I don't know where my predecessor got a single leaf, but it actually grew alive after being stuck in the soil. Since the leaves can survive, if I apply some essence and blood, will something different grow? Su Feng decided to give it a try, and if it didn't work, he'd think of another way. He couldn't experiment with frog eggs anyway. They were too gluttonous. He really couldn't afford to raise a few more. He couldn't take them to the river every day to catch mosquitoes to eat, could he? At least they still called him Dad. Immediately, Su Feng put the bowl back in the kitchen and walked to the balcony to pick the succulent leaf. Go to the living room to eat. I have something to do. You can't come out unless I tell you. Froghead was busy eating noodles and ignored what he said. Su Feng had no choice but to carry him to the living room himself and then go back to the bedroom and lock the door. Chapter 6. Su Feng clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself. He prayed to all kinds of gods and monsters, just hoping that this experiment would be successful. After the prayer, he quietly opened the browser and selected a teacher he had never seen before, who had a good appearance and figure. 10 minutes later, it was done. He had wanted to keep staring at the fleshy leaf to observe its reaction, but he gave up in the end. After all, he had seen Froghead show up uninvited before. He had been guarding the egg all night. Therefore, whether from a metaphysical perspective or scientific analysis, perhaps the probability of success is higher if you don't stare. Su Feng simply placed the succulent leaf in the bedroom, then went to the kitchen to start washing dishes. When Froghead saw Su Feng coming out, he immediately picked up the food bowl, opened his big, Cazalan eyes, and looked at him pitifully. Hey little ancestor, there really is no more. If you keep eating like this, I'm going to go bankrupt. Unexpectedly, the Froghead actually understood Su Feng's complaint. Although he looked unwilling, he still gave up the idea of asking for food. Su Feng felt a little bit reluctant at that moment, but he still held back. Although the mother mosquito had been killed by the awakened ones later, the mosquitoes it had previously released had spread throughout the city. The entire city is still under martial law, and the awakened people and firefighters are working hard to eliminate the mosquitoes. There was very little instant noodles left at home. He didn't dare to risk going out to buy food. At this critical moment, he had to eat sparingly. After washing the pots and pans, he walked into the living room and plopped down on the worn-out sofa. Froghead obediently sat down beside him. When Su Feng first saw this guy, he almost peed himself. But now that he's seen so many of them, he's just like that. Especially after Froghead saved him last night. He even thought this guy was handsome. What's your name? He asked. Froghead shook his head. I don't have a name. That's right. He ran over here the moment he was born. How could anyone give him a name? Su Feng laughed at himself, feeling quite confused. Then let me give you a name. My last name is Su. Since you call me Dad, you should take my last name. The name, Su Qinghua, was too difficult to pronounce, and Su Hema was even worse. How about Su Qing or Su Hua? You choose one. The Froghead thought for a moment and said, I choose Su Qing. Su Feng was immediately delighted. Although this guy had frog genes, his IQ seemed to have been perfectly inherited from his own. Okay, then your name will be Su Qing from now on. Su Qing seemed very happy to have a name. Su Feng was ecstatic. He felt like he had found a treasure. Su Qing, come hold me and see if you can lift me up. Oh sure. Su Qing was very obedient. He walked over, put his arms around Su Feng's legs, and easily picked him up. Not only that, she even jumped with him in her arms. Su Feng saw the ceiling so close before him, and a wave of fear washed over him. He was almost in close contact with it. Fortunately, Su Qing managed to control himself this time. All right, put me down. Su Qing obediently let go. Su Feng became more and more satisfied as he looked at her and asked, Do you have any other relatives? Su Qing shook his head. No, my father is my only relative. Although it was unclear why he didn't mention his mother, he didn't seem to have any intention of looking for her. Su Feng tried patting his head, and it felt surprisingly good, not as sticky as he'd imagined. Just follow Daddy from now on. Whenever I have something to eat, you'll have something to drink. Dad, I want to eat too. Okay, you really know how to be grateful. Let's eat together from now on. At this moment, Su Feng truly accepted Su Qing. Although he had some ulterior motives, such as hoping Su Qing would protect him, overall, he really liked his son. After all, he was usually quite lonely. Just as the relationship between the man and the frog was heating up and they were about to embrace each other, Su Qing's expression suddenly changed, and he looked towards the bedroom warily. Su Feng also heard it. There was indeed movement over there. Could it be? He walked to the bedroom door, pressed his ear against it, and listened quietly. Sure enough, there was a sound. He winked at Su Qing, who immediately took his position, ready to charge. The father and son were in perfect sync at this moment. Su Feng flung the door open. A tiny creature suddenly pounced towards him. Before the word dad was finished, the little guy was wrapped up by Su Qing's long tongue and swallowed back into his mouth. Don't eat it, Su Feng yelled. He hadn't expected Su Qing to react so quickly. He had clearly heard the little one yell dad. Thinking of his previous experiment, he suddenly understood the experiment was successful. But the little guy who had just succeeded was eaten by Su Qing. In other words, Su Qing ate his brother or sister with his own mouth. Without time to think about it, Su Feng immediately stepped forward and pried Su Qing's mouth open. Spit it out. That's your brother. When Su Qing heard it was his younger brother, he quickly spit the little guy out of his mouth. Fortunately, he hadn't swallowed it yet. A tiny thing about 10 centimeters long slipped out of his mouth. Su Feng ignored Su Qing's saliva and quickly caught the little thing. He held the tiny thing in his palm and raised it to his eyes. Yes, it worked. It really worked. A humanoid creature, about 10 centimeters long, lay in his palm, struggling to sit up. This little creature was green all over, the same color as the fleshy leaf, with all 4 limbs intact and a circle of light petals around its neck. The little guy finally sat up and looked at Su Feng in shock. Dad, what was that just now? I was scared to death. The voice was clear and pleasant, and it was actually a girl's. That was your brother Su Qing, just now. He was joking with you. Su Feng couldn't say it out loud. Your brother almost ate you just now. Chapter 7. The little girl looked at Su Qing's big head and suddenly called out, brother, softly, with surprise in her eyes, as if she felt a familiar breath and resonance of blood. Su Qing scratched his head, his expression slightly embarrassed, but he also vaguely realized that the little guy in front of him did have some kind of natural connection with him. Although this feeling was slightly weaker than the one between him and Su Feng, the pull of blood was still real and true. Last night, he relied on this vague blood connection to find Su Feng. Now that it was confirmed again, he couldn't help but feel surprised. The little girl was still stained with Su Qing's saliva. Seeing this, Su Feng quickly took a tissue and carefully wiped her clean, his expression extremely serious. After all, this was his daughter, the most important asset for the future, so he naturally had to take good care of her. Are you hungry? Su Feng asked, and went to prepare instant noodles. The little one shook her head and said in a baby voice that she was just a little thirsty. Hearing her say this, Su Feng quickly poured her some water. She only took a small sip and was satisfied. She had a small stomach and a small appetite. Su Feng actually felt a little relieved. The family already had a capable eater. Adding another would really bankrupt them. He thought about it and decided to name the little one Su Ruru, which was both cute and somewhat fitting of her characteristics. Originally, she wanted to call her Su Fengru, but then she thought it was too vulgar for a girl and sounded chubby, so she gave up. Su Ruru, who was standing on the table, danced excitedly after hearing the new name, her movements clumsy and somewhat childish. Su Feng smiled and spread his palm on the table. The little one obediently jumped into his palm, her small body soft in his palm. He asked her if she had any special abilities. Su Ruru tilted her head and thought about it. Suddenly, her body flashed and turned into a ball of green light. Su Feng was startled. He looked closely and realized that it wasn't light, but a thin, light green film that completely enveloped him. He touched his face and found that it felt different, like there was a soft, protective film between them. It was a bit strange. Walking to the mirror, he saw himself in the mirror, glowing green from head to toe. Even his nostrils were tightly covered by the membrane, but it didn't affect his breathing. Su Feng was confused for a moment, wondering what this membrane was for. It couldn't be purely decorative, right? Seeing him turn green, Su Qing excitedly rushed over, wanting to hug him, but was actually bounced off by the membrane and fell flat on his face. The little guy sat on the ground, stunned, and asked with a look of grievance, Daddy, why did you hit me? Su Feng was instantly furious. This kid was clearly not very bright. His large eyes were like decorations, and his reaction was completely out of sync with reality. However, it was precisely because of this that Su Feng finally understood. This wasn't a decoration, but a very practical defensive skill. He tried to strike his leg with his fist, but the force rebounded, leaving his leg unharmed and his fist trembling. Undoubtedly, this film had the ability to rebound physical attacks, bouncing back the enemy's force exactly as it was. Su Feng was ecstatic, though he wasn't sure if this defense could handle elemental attacks like fireballs and lightning. The abilities of the awakened varied widely. Some strengthened their bodies, some mastered elemental power, and some were completely useless. For example, it said that one unlucky soul awakened the tongue analysis skill, which lets you know the ingredients with just one lick, but it's completely useless in battle. You can't just rush up to a monster and lick it. That wouldn't be an awakened person. It'd be a sacrifice, and you'd probably be beaten to a pulp in a second. After understanding Su Ruru's abilities, Su Feng was extremely excited. He finally had a protective umbrella and was no longer an ordinary person at the mercy of others. He had once imagined a crazy plan. If the essence of blood could make the little frog and the succulent mutate, then if he drank it, would he also become stronger? But when it came time to do it, Su Feng still couldn't do it. The scene was too embarrassing, and drinking it would be too shameful. He even despised himself. He sighed, thinking that if anyone really drank his blood, even just a mouthful, he would be willing to call them a war god warrior. To test her limits, he tapped her leg harder and asked, Ro, does it hurt? She replied in a baby voice that it didn't hurt. Although she said it didn't hurt, Su Feng didn't plan to test her again. She was just born, so her defense must have a limit, so he couldn't push her too hard. If the attack strength exceeded the limit, not only would she be injured, but the membrane could also be shattered. Therefore, Su Feng decided to maintain a respectful attitude, preferring to remain unaware of the upper limit rather than actively risk it. He remembered a saying, those who can swim are the most likely to drown because they are careless with water. A landlubber like him is actually safer, afraid to even approach water. How could he easily get into trouble? Su Feng looked at Su Ruru lying on the table, then glanced at Su Qing lazily lying on the bed. He suddenly felt a sense of security he had never felt before. For over 6 months, he had been so cautious that he finally had some self-protection skills and was no longer living like a fugitive. He was only in his early 20s, full of energy. Providing a drop of blood essence every day was theoretically perfectly possible. If a single drop of blood could produce an offspring, then in a year, Su Feng would have 365 powerful offspring. Even if these little creatures weren't particularly powerful individually, collectively, they were a formidable force to be reckoned with. Even if 365 wasn't enough, he could just keep giving birth. One day, Su Feng would have built a truly superpowered army. He was just daydreaming about the future when Su Qing's voice came to his ears. Dad, I'm hungry. The voice was childish and confident. Su Feng was stunned. Didn't you just eat? It's only been an hour and you're hungry again. Su Qing looked at him with those round eyes, his face innocent. Dad, I'm really hungry. Su Feng was helpless. This little guy, despite his size, had an appetite comparable to that of an adult wild boar. He was already hungry again after finishing his meal, a true glutton. He sighed, turned to look at Su Ruru, and asked, Are you hungry? Chapter 8. Su Feng knew he couldn't ignore the two children. After all, he had hatched them with his own hands and would depend on them for survival in the future. Since he had to cook, he couldn't just focus on one of them. He also had to take care of the little girl named Su Ruru. But the little one who had just said she wasn't hungry suddenly started to growl in the stomach. The sound was clearly coming from her. She lowered her head and whispered, a little embarrassed. She opened her mouth to explain, but was gently interrupted by Su Feng. Su Feng gently rubbed her head and said in a soft tone, It's okay, Dad will cook for you now. This little girl is really thoughtful. Her stomach is obviously growling, but she still insists that she is not hungry. Unlike that frog head, who only knew how to eat all day long and never considered whether his father could still afford to support him. Su Feng simply went to the kitchen and cooked all the last few packets of instant noodles in the house, clearing the pot to the bottom. Considering that Su Ruru has a plant-based constitution and might be more susceptible to dehydration than humans, he specially brought her a carton of milk to replenish her body. Of course, Su Qing was not to be outdone, claiming that she had frog genes and needed more water, looking very confident. Su Feng directly retorted, No, Ruru is a sweet little cotton-padded jacket, and she also has defensive skills. You can't compare to her at all. Don't look at Su Ruru's small size. She is amazing at eating. She can finish a pack of instant noodles and a carton of milk, and even the soup. Su Qing, on the other hand, immediately finished 2 packets of instant noodles, guzzling the soup from the bottom of the pot like a reincarnation. Seeing the two children wolfing down their food, Su Feng's sense of comfort was suddenly shattered by reality. With that much food, it would be hard to feed 2 people, let alone create a child army, which was pure daydreaming. He suddenly realized, even if he could really have a bunch of children, they would probably all starve to death before they grew up. It wouldn't be surprising if the starving kids turned against him and ate him as their old father. Fantasy aside, he patted his face and reminded himself to stop dreaming. because reality was the real problem. There wasn't a single grain of rice left in the house, and chewing on air wouldn't satisfy his hunger. It wasn't even noon yet, and if he didn't find a way to eat, even he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. But thinking of the swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes outside, he felt a little scared. He might be sucked into a mummy if he went out. For a moment, he was really at a loss and simply went back to bed, planning to take a nap to calm down. You two go and play, don't run around. Daddy will take a nap and talk to you when he wakes up. After giving the instructions, he went straight back to his bedroom and fell asleep. He didn't sleep well at all last night because of the restlessness he had suffered. As soon as his head hit the pillow, a dream came. In the dream, he led a huge army to protect the Blue Star, brave and invincible. Any strange beasts that approached the Blue Star were easily destroyed by his army of children, without any suspense. He himself had become a hero worshipped by millions of people on Blue Star, enjoying a life of ultimate glory. Surrounded by a dozen women of varying beauty, he was about to die for his country when he was woken up. Dad, wake up. I'm so hungry. Su Feng knew without even looking that it was the greedy frog-head Su Qing. He rolled over, still smacking the beauty of his dreams, a look of frustration on his face. Just as he was about to curse, his stomach rumbled, and he felt so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. He turned over and sat up, glaring at Su Qing, who was kneeling beside the bed, his eyes full of fatigue and helplessness. Pulling out his phone, he saw it was already past 5 in the afternoon. He'd only eaten one packet of instant noodles all day. No wonder he was starving. The fact that Su Qing had managed to hold out until now before waking him up was a miraculous act of self-control, considering his digestive abilities. Little Ruru, I'm sorry, I can't stop my brother. Su Feng turned his head and saw Su Ruru standing on the pillow, head lowered, her face full of self-blame. His heart softened and he took her in his palm. Don't blame yourself. You've done very well. This child is quiet and sensible. Since hatching, she has acted like a little adult and is very considerate. Unlike the frog, who goes crazy when hungry and has no patience at all, which only causes trouble for him. Dad, I'm really hungry. Su Qing yelled, rocking his arm back and forth like a frog desperate for food. Come on, stop rocking. My bones are falling apart. I'll go find something to eat, okay? Su Feng sighed, got up, and walked to the window to look out. Normally, the streets were bustling with activity at this time of year, with the honking of electric bikes and the shouting of vendors. But now, the whole street was dead silent, not a single soul in sight. Where could he find something to eat? He hesitated for a long time and couldn't come up with a solution. But he couldn't starve to death here. He had to fight and not just sit there and wait for death. Row, how long can your defensive skills last? In the past, he would never risk his life going out. He would rather starve than die. But now it's different. He's no longer alone and has to take care of 2 children. Su Qing can eat mosquitoes, making him a natural killer. Su Ruru can't fight, but she can create a protective shield. As long as she moves quickly, avoids the mosquitoes, and quickly goes to the supermarket or vegetable market, she might be able to come back alive. Su Ruru thought for a moment. If I'm full, I can last a long time, but now I'm so hungry, I can only last a dozen minutes at most. 10 minutes or so, if he was careful, was enough time to run to the supermarket at the entrance of the community and back. Without hesitation, Su Feng immediately began to prepare. He first sprayed the entire house with 6 kinds of poison, then put on a thick winter coat, tying up his trouser legs in cuffs with ropes. Then he put on a hat and a 3-layer mask, wrapping himself up completely, except for the mosquito-repellent helmet. Su Qing, you go ahead and kill any mosquitoes you see. Ruru, you lie on my shoulder and act as a shield. Seeing his seriousness, the 2 little guys nodded nervously, their eyes filled with determination. Su Qing, in particular, looked ready to charge into battle, ready to risk his life. After all, he had been told that if they couldn't find food on this trip, they would all starve to death. Chapter 9. For Su Qing, dignity and other things had to be put aside. The most important thing was to fill his stomach. He would never allow himself to starve to death in this apocalyptic world. Before leaving, Su Feng found an old baseball cap, adjusted the brim to its maximum, and barely fitted on Su Qing's huge frog-like head. The city was full of surveillance cameras. If anyone saw a head like that, Su Qing would most likely be treated as a monster and immediately disposed of. And Su Feng, he would also be labeled an accomplice of a strange organization. The outcome was predictable, a quick drink of tea and detention. Su Qing was still small, just over a meter tall, and the hat could still hide his features, but Su Feng knew that one day it would be too. He quietly opened the door and looked out into the hallway. It was unusually quiet. Not even the wind could be heard. Between the elevator and the stairs, he decisively chose the elevator. After all, the stairwell was damp and dark, a breeding ground for mosquitoes. In contrast, the elevator was sealed and small, so the number of mosquitoes was limited, and even if there were any, it would be easier to deal with them. Su Feng pressed the elevator button and quickly hid behind Su Qing, whispering, "When you see a mosquito, just start eating it." In fact, he didn't need to say it. Su Qing had been staring at the elevator door and had already started swallowing his saliva. Although mosquitoes were not as delicious as instant noodles, they were still delicious. The elevator door slowly opened, and inside, there was silence, no sound at all. Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking everything was safe. The door was halfway open, and Su Feng was still wondering if he was too nervous, but the next second, a large group of mosquitoes suddenly flew out of the elevator in his face. Without warning, a swarm of mosquitoes rushed over like a dark cloud. Su Feng was so startled that he almost retreated, but it was too late. In the critical moment, Su Qing's eyes lit up, his mouth suddenly opened, and a thick tongue shot out at a rapid speed. The tongue was not only long and wide, but also forked at the front. Crucially, it was covered in a sticky secretion that stuck to people like glue. With a sudden twirl in the air, the mosquito that had flown out of the elevator was completely caught and sucked into the mouth almost instantly, disappearing completely. Su Feng was filled with admiration when he saw this scene. He thought to himself, Froghead is worthy of being called a mosquito killer. He waited for a while, making sure no new mosquitoes flew out, before slowly pushing Su Qing towards the elevator door. He cautiously stuck his head out and peered into the elevator. The space wasn't large, so he could see everything clearly at a glance. Unexpectedly, the next second, his pupils shrank sharply, and he couldn't help but blurt out a quintessential Chinese saying, "Holy crap!" There was a body lying in the corner of the elevator. It was a woman wearing a white suspender and a black miniskirt, her skin pale and bloodless. Su Feng had seen similar scenes while watching videos. People whose blood had been sucked dry by mosquitoes usually had pale skin and no life, which was creepy to look at. Although Su Feng had been accustomed to seeing all kinds of gory images on his phone for half a year, this was the first time he had seen a corpse up close. His stomach churned, and if he hadn't eaten breakfast, he would have vomited immediately, even spewing bile. Su Feng stood there, hesitating. Should he continue to take the elevator? Even though the body wasn't moving, being in the same room with a dead person was psychologically unpleasant. However, this elevator, which they had just cleaned, was relatively safe. If they switched to another one, it would be swarming with mosquitoes, which would be disastrous. Not to mention the stairs. Climbing down a dozen flights would be more than just torture. It would be like risking one's life. Each floor felt like a replica of hell. After thinking it over, Su Feng decided to bite the bullet and take the elevator. After all, a dead person couldn't suddenly attack and bite people. Although he was timid, he pretended to be calm. "Su Qing, you go in first." Su Qing didn't care about the corpse at all. He walked in without blinking. After all, he was more concerned about having a full stomach. Su Feng followed closely behind. After entering the elevator, he subconsciously glanced down. The corpse, though pale, wasn't particularly scary. Its eyes were wide open, and its mouth slightly open, but there was no blood or injuries. It looked much calmer than he had imagined. What shocked Su Feng even more was that he actually knew this young lady, his downstairs neighbor, a gorgeous female resident who worked in a nightclub. When he first moved in, she greeted him warmly and took the initiative to invite him to the nightclub, but after learning that he was a poor guy, she ignored him again. I had the impression that this woman was a hot-dressed, striking-looking woman, the kind who would attract attention wherever she went. It stands to reason that such a person should be quite cautious, but I didn't expect her to die in an elevator. How ironic and sad. He guessed that she had probably been chased into the elevator by a swarm of mosquitoes while returning from her night shift, where she had been killed. In this confined space, she had nowhere to hide and could only watch herself become food. Su Feng stared at the corpse, and his mind began to wander. A ridiculous idea popped up in his mind. Why not try to give birth to a child with the corpse? He thought, since his own blood essence can make plants and animals mutate into children, can he also make a corpse pregnant? Frogs and succulents can both produce children with special abilities, so wouldn't combining them with humans make the children even more powerful? This corpse, in particular, is human and has been laden with death buffs. This combination might just give rise to something truly extraordinary. He swallowed, various thoughts flashing through his mind, but he ultimately backed off. He simply couldn't bring himself to do it. It wasn't that he didn't want to try, but the thought of a cold corpse made his entire body go cold, as if it had been doused with cold water. Alas, one should not be too beastly. One should set an example for the children and not do such perverted things. Just as the outrageous idea came to his mind, the elevator arrived at the first floor. Su Feng subconsciously hid behind Su Qing. While adjusting his breathing, he solemnly instructed, Su Qing, Ru, if I die in a moment, you too must live well. Su Ruru, standing on Su Feng's shoulder, said in a serious tone, Don't worry, Dad. Ruru will protect you. Su Feng's heart warmed when he heard this. His daughter was indeed thoughtful, unlike his gluttonous son, who only cared about eating and had a negative emotional intelligence. The elevator door opened, and silence reigned outside. The expected swarm of mosquitoes didn't swarm in, and the atmosphere felt rather eerie. Su Feng thought so too. The mosquito plague had only lasted a few hours throughout Zhongzhou City, and the awakened had nearly wiped it out. Even if female mosquitoes could lay eggs quickly, it was impossible for them to cover the entire city in a few hours. The presence of mosquitoes in the elevator was purely coincidental. After all, mosquitoes can't press the elevator button on their own, nor can they wait in line for people. Once they enter the elevator, they can only wait there for the next unlucky person. If Su Qing hadn't been quick-witted, Su Feng would have turned into mummy number 1. Now all he can say is that he's lucky and his child is reliable. Chapter 10. Let's go, Su Qing, stay alert. Su Feng glanced around and decided to speed up while there were no mosquitoes on the street. They had to find something to eat and come back quickly. It would be best not to delay too long before the mosquitoes discovered them. The neighborhood was eerily quiet. The entire corridor was completely deserted, as if it had become a deserted city. Actually, the buildings were full of people, but everyone was hiding inside, doors and windows tightly shut, daring not to make a sound. Su Feng and his 2 companions' whereabouts naturally attracted the attention of many residents. Honey, look. Someone's out there. A woman's surprised voice came from the window. Really? Going out at this time? Isn't that courting death? The man leaned over to take a look. Holy crap. Someone's really out there. This is amazing. Honey, we're almost out of fruit. Why don't you go out and buy some? His wife suggested seriously, but the man's reaction was unexpectedly fierce. Do you have someone else out there? Are you trying to get rid of me? The woman was confused. What nonsense are you talking about? You're not having someone out there, and you're asking me to go out? Are you trying to get me dead so you can get married again? A disagreement between husband and wife led to a quarrel. What started as a simple suggestion escalated into a family war in an instant. The small quarrel quickly turned into a full-scale fight, and the upstairs was suddenly in chaos. Su Feng was speechless. He hadn't expected his trip to the house to spark a marital war. He couldn't help but complain. Aren't games fun? Aren't novels interesting? Isn't spending money good? Why must we get married and have a fight? Is there something wrong with the mindset of wanting to get married? Why not spend the betrothal gift on a lavish occasion? Wouldn't flying around the country be much happier than marriage? Even as he was complaining in his heart, Su Feng remained alert and followed Su Qing towards the gate of the residential complex. As he was concentrating on observing his surroundings, a voice suddenly exploded in his ears. Brother, look over here. Su Feng almost jumped to death on the spot. His heart almost stopped with fright. Dude, look up. 3rd floor here. He looked up and saw a head sticking out of the 3rd floor window, waving at him vigorously. Su Feng instantly became furious, thinking to himself, it's okay if you want to die yourself, but don't drag me down with you. Seeing that he had noticed, the man reached out from the window, waving 2 red bills. Hey, could you please buy me a few boxes of condoms? My girlfriend is ovulating, please. He threw the money down and quickly closed the window. Su Feng was so angry he swore and wanted to fly up and hit someone. You've screwed me for that little pleasure. What a heartless person. He thought bitterly. If I didn't have your keys, I'd rush over and give you a taste of blood baptism. But looking at the 200 yuan bills on the ground, he succumbed to reality. 200 yuan could buy a bunch of instant noodles. Su Feng lowered his head to pick up the money, sighed helplessly, and said self-deprecatingly, What do you mean by not bending over for a few pieces of silver? I can't do it. Not to mention bending over. He was so hungry that he even gnawed on the bark of the tree on the ground. He stared at the 2 red tickets in his hand, then looked at the closed windows on the 3rd floor, and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. He really didn't understand how serious that matter was that they had to choose this time to commit the crime. Couldn't they wait until it was safer? Forget it. I have to go to the supermarket anyway, so I might as well do a good deed while I'm there. He put the money in his pocket and continued walking forward with Su Qing. It must be said that although this froghead was usually greedy and talkative, he was still reliable at the critical moment. Su Qing always followed Su Feng's footsteps closely, his eyes fixed on the surroundings, without slacking off. Soon, the father and son arrived at the gate of the community. The small security booth they used to see every day was now deserted. That's right, there's really no need to work so hard for such a small salary. If you lose your life, you won't be able to spend the money. There's a supermarket right outside the gate of the community, the first one on the left. Su Feng frowned and thought for a moment. Ro, go see if the store on the left is open. He's an orphan, and with a lot of experience, he's naturally more cautious. If you run into a swarm of mosquitoes outside, it's not easy to get back. The gate to the community is a sensor door, so you have to swipe your card or use facial recognition again after you exit. The key is, there's a delay when the door opens. These few seconds of lag could be fatal. Okay, Daddy, Su Ruru replied obediently, jumping off Su Feng's shoulders with a light, almost silent movement. She landed without even bending her knees, a physical quality that Su Feng envied. He was 1.80 meters tall, with his shoulders about 1.6 meters off the ground. Su Ruru was only a dozen centimeters tall, which was equivalent to jumping from a 10-story building. A normal person would have been smashed to pieces, but she was completely unharmed, unable to even hear the sound of her landing. At that moment, Su Feng almost wanted to taste his own essence and blood. Just how powerful was this thing? Dad, I'm going. Su Ruru greeted him and quickly ran through the crack in the community gate towards the supermarket. Although she was small, her speed was not slow at all, and her short legs almost left an afterimage. Less than half a minute later, she returned, her face calm, her breathing steady, and no sign of fatigue. Su Feng bent down and put her back on his shoulders. How is it? Dad, the door is open, but there is a buzzing sound inside. There might be a bad guy. Hearing her say this, Su Feng's heart instantly became alarmed. Sure enough, as he expected, there were mosquitoes lying in wait. He often came to this supermarket. Although it was not open 24 hours a day, it was normal for it to close at 2 or 3 in the morning. Chapter 11. The strange mosquito appeared at about 1 o'clock in the morning. Thinking that if Su Qing had not been by his side last night, Su Feng would have collapsed at home and turned into a corpse that had been sucked dry. Now, with the door open and a buzzing sound still lingering in the air, it was likely that the boss was in grave danger. Su Feng immediately instructed Su Qing, go to the store and eat all the mosquitoes. Come back and let me know when you're done. Remember to move quickly. Su Qing had no hesitation about this task. Killing mosquitoes was a natural duty for frogs. As for whether he would be sucked into a dried frog corpse, Su Feng didn't care. At this critical moment, it was better for a friend to die than for me. Although this fellow Taoist always liked to call him Dad, he had to be sent out as a tool as bait. After Su Feng taught Su Qing how to open the gate of the community, he quickly hid in the security booth and waited for the follow-up results. If Su Qing really died, he could still survive in the security booth, and maybe even get a peace contract if he lost some more blood. He even began to speculate that perhaps the mosquito, after sucking his blood, had suddenly awakened its emotions and worshipped him as its ancestor. If that were the case, he planned to name it Mosquito Taoist, and perhaps one day he would lead the mosquito tribe and become king. The more Su Feng thought about it, the more he strayed from the topic. His mind was full of strange plots. At this time, Su Qing had already strode away towards the supermarket. He hid in the security booth, keeping a close eye on Su Qing's figure while replanning what to do next. The first thing he considered was, of course, how to use his blood. His blood was extraordinary, capable of causing almost any living thing to undergo a miraculous mutation. But the problem is, despite being mutated, these children are still living beings, and living beings need to eat, and their appetites are ridiculous. Considering Su Ruru, who is so tiny, less than 10 centimeters tall, can actually eat an entire packet of instant noodles in one sitting, it's outrageous. Not to mention Su Qing, who was a complete glutton, finishing 4 or 5 packets of instant noodles in one meal, and more than 10 packets a day. Looking at his 2 children, Su Feng began to worry. He felt guilty about raising them on instant noodles alone. Thinking about my income, I only make 6,000 to 7,000 yuan a month as a courier, and on a good day, I can make 8,000 yuan. After deducting about 1,000 yuan for rent and utilities, I only have 5,000 to 7,000 yuan left, which is quite comfortable for me to live on my own. But things are different now. There are 2 more foodies in the family, and this salary can't support his lofty ideals at all. He was unwilling to give up, knowing that his blood was a treasure. If he could create a biological army, wouldn't it be a miracle? Unfortunately, the reality was very bleak. He was not a rich second generation and had no capital. Even with a golden finger, he could only struggle to survive at the bottom. Su Feng cursed. Damn it! If I had traveled through time and space to become a rich second generation, I would have taken off by now. This feeling of holding a trump card but having no place to display, it was truly frustrating, depressing and heartbreaking. After much thought, he concluded, blood shouldn't be used indiscriminately. Raising more children wouldn't be affordable, and it might even cause more trouble. Even blood must be distributed in controlled areas. If it's flushed down the toilet and triggers a bacterial and fungal uprising, it'll be troublesome. He thought for a moment and said, from now on, I'm determined to be an abstinent man, controlling my desires and blood flow. With the current configuration, we already have water creatures, so frogs should be considered water creatures, although Su Feng himself is not quite sure. He plans to find time to take Su Qing to the river to see if he can swim, and then decide on the classification direction. The defensive system is also considered. Although Su Ruru is small, the green protective film is really effective, but the strength is unknown. Su Qing is amazingly lethal against mosquitoes, but it is hard to say how effective it will be against other exotic beasts. But since they were newly hatched, he couldn't expect too much. Su Feng believed they would become even stronger in the future. He estimated that if he limited the number of children to 4, he could still barely afford it with his current income. As for making more money, while the idea is there, the reality is too harsh. For the average person, making money is harder than climbing to the sky. For someone like Su Feng, being able to hold down a job is a blessing. Thinking of getting rich through legitimate means is simply wishful thinking. He gave a wry smile. If he wanted to turn things around, he might have to study criminal law to see if there were any alternative ways to make money. Another possibility was to become a hunter, not the kind found in the forest, but the kind of exotic animal hunter unique to Blue Star. Since the outbreak of the alien beast disaster, the Blue Star government quickly established a special organization, the Alien Beast Association. This association is responsible for suppressing the alien beasts on the one hand, and managing the increasing number of awakened ones on the other. Although the number of awakened people is small, their strength is far greater than that of ordinary people. If they are not restrained, they can easily cause social unrest. When the awakened first emerged, society was in chaos, with all sorts of evil happening constantly. It was a paradise for criminals. During that period, the awakened relied on their abilities to burn, kill, and loot, completely disregarding the law, and the people suffered terribly. Because of this, the Exotic Beast Association was established and began to fully recruit and supervise the awakened forces. Registering as a member of the association offered high salaries, no work required, and the sole responsibility was to suppress the exotic beasts. Of course, the association also supervises awakened ones who cross the line and commit evil, playing a key role in maintaining order. However, Blue Planet is too large, and the outbreaks of exotic beasts are erratic. The association has limited manpower, and its coverage is always insufficient. Thus, the profession of exotic beast hunter came into being. They are peripheral members of the association, but have no fixed salary. Once a strange beast is discovered, everyone will receive a message, and whoever kills it first can go to the association to claim the bounty. Among the hunters, there are those who failed to awaken, some ordinary people who have cultivated and become talents, and some strong people who do not want to be controlled by the association. These individuals worked independently and were free and undisciplined, but they were often more active than the official members in handling unusual beast incidents. Su Feng pondered for a long time and felt that if he really wanted to make money, perhaps he could only continue on this path of hunting. Chapter 12. For those with physical mutations, the Exotic Beast Association will not force them to join, as long as they do not do evil. However, if you want to make money, the most direct and effective way is to register as an exotic beast hunter. Even if it was just the lowest level village-level exotic beast, successfully hunting it could earn tens of thousands of yuan in bounty. This kind of income was equivalent to Su Feng's previous salary of several months of work, which was simply a huge profit. But the risks of this profession are no joke. Every year, a large number of people lose their lives to exotic beasts. So why does the Exotic Beast Association still encourage ordinary people to become hunters? The reason is very practical. These people were essentially cannon fodder for the Awakeners, using their lives to buy time, giving others a better chance to escape. As for those truly capable hunters, the association naturally encouraged them to kill more exotic beasts to relieve the pressure. Although Su Feng was tempted, he wasn't really planning on doing this job at the moment. The risk was too high. Su Ruru was fine. She was so small she could just stuff it into her pocket without being easily exposed. But Su Qing, with that huge frog-like head, could get into trouble if she really went out to hunt exotic beasts. If it really attracted attention, then the people he would be facing would not be the alien beasts, but the entire human race on Blue Planet. After all, he had never heard of any awakened being transformed into a frog. Just as he was pondering these things, Suru's cheerful voice suddenly rang in his ears. Dad, brother is back. Su Feng then realized that Su Qing had returned without him knowing when. Judging from his satisfied expression, he must have eaten a bunch of mosquitoes again, with saliva hanging from the corners of his mouth. To be honest, Su Feng really wanted to ask what was so delicious about this mosquito. After they reunited, Su Qing confidently said, Dad, I ate all the mosquitoes and left none for you. Su Feng rolled his eyes at him, thinking, you ate them all, but you have to show off, right? I'm not saying I have to eat that stuff, but your attitude is clearly unfilial. This kid needs to be educated well in the future. If he doesn't raise him well, it's his father's fault. No matter what, he needs to learn some social skills. Su Feng told Su Qing to wait at the supermarket entrance while he took Su Ruru into the supermarket. As soon as he walked in, he saw the owner, Brother Xiong, slumped behind the shelf, having been smoked to a pulp. Brother Xiong, rest in peace. I tried my best. Su Feng sighed, took out 3 cigarettes, lit them, and poured some Nyo air. Brother Xiong was a good man, and I always chatted with him. I didn't expect him to die here. After a simple memorial, Su Feng took a large shopping bag from behind the cash register and began to buy things in a hurry. I really don't have time to be sentimental. I have to get back to work. Filling my stomach is the most important thing right now. A few minutes later, he left the supermarket carrying 2 large bags full of supplies. His face looked a little tired, but his eyes were determined. Of course, he didn't forget to grab 2 boxes of condoms from the shelf before leaving. After all, he'd taken money. He placed the $200 bills on the counter and even added $50 from his own pocket. One should always have a conscience. Even if the world changes, one shouldn't forget one's roots. He even went out of his way to demonstrate the payment process in front of the surveillance camera, proving himself to be a law-abiding citizen. Although the situation on Blue Star was turbulent, social order had not completely collapsed. Instead, it was more standardized than before. After paying, he handed one of the bags to Su Qing, picked up the other, and quickly left the supermarket. As soon as he walked out the door, the man upstairs immediately opened the window and called out, Hey, where are my condoms? Su Feng pulled a box out of his pocket and threw it over with a smooth and elegant gesture. Fuck, why are there 3 of them? I gave you 200 yuan. The rest is my travel expenses. Su Feng didn't even turn his head, threw down a sentence, and walked quickly towards home. You're too dark. Tauga muttered unwillingly, and then silently closed the window. 3 is better than nothing. At the critical moment, life-saving things cannot be left without. Upon returning home, Su Feng immediately locked the door. Only then did he finally feel at ease. This journey had been incredibly dangerous. I truly admire the mental fortitude of those who commit such crimes. After a few minutes of rest, Su Feng's stomach growled, but he didn't hesitate and quickly prepared to eat. Ro, did you eat enough this morning? Su Ro was sitting on his chest at this time. Hearing the question, she nodded quickly. Dad, I'm full. She twisted her fingers while speaking, and her little expression showed that she was kidding. Su Feng knew at once that she was lying, but he didn't expose her. It was heartbreaking to see a child so sensible. Su Qing, are you hungry? Su Qing on the sofa responded drowsily. Dad, I'm not hungry. I'm sleepy. After that, he fell into sleep mode directly, snoring, without any defense. Su Feng looked at his giant frog head in surprise. How could this mosquito be so hungry? He ate a belly full of mosquitoes last night, and he was able to hold on until now without even needing to eat instant noodles. But he'd only lasted 2 hours after eating 3 packets of instant noodles that morning. That was a huge difference. He couldn't help but wonder if the energy structure of the alien beasts themselves was different. Officials clearly stated that alien beast meat couldn't be eaten, yet Su Qing ate so many mosquitoes and still felt alive and kicking. It seems that the rules of abstinence for exotic animals do not apply to non-humans like Su Qing. Su Feng shook his head and sighed. His child is not a human, but he lives a very comfortable life. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. It's giving me a headache. He stood up and went straight to the kitchen to prepare something for himself and Ruru. Su Qing was full, but he and Ruru were still starving. I simply cooked 4 packets of instant noodles and 2 sausages, and that was a full meal. The supermarket didn't sell eggs, so poached eggs were out of the question. Ro, it's time to eat, Su Feng said with a smile, bringing a large bowl of rice to the table. The bowl was bigger than Ro, practically burying her. Thank you, Dad. Su Ruru didn't eat first, but jumped onto his shoulder and gave him a gentle kiss. Su Feng was immediately touched by this thoughtful gesture, and his heart was filled with joy. It turned out that his daughter was really thoughtful. Unlike a certain frog, who ate and slept alternately, causing him no worries at all. He glanced at Su Qing, who was soundly asleep on the sofa, curled his lips and continued eating. Su Feng ate this meal with great relish. After all, he hadn't had a hot meal all day and was truly starving. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Ruru actually offered to wash the dishes, which made Su Feng laugh. She stood by the pool, only slightly taller than the bowl. The scene was hilarious. Su Feng picked her up and said, "Leave the dishes to Dad. If you fall in, I'll have to fish you out." Chapter 13. Su Feng's teasing made Su Ruru blush. The little girl shyly crawled into bed, not daring to rush to wash the dishes. He shook his head and laughed, picked up the rice bowl, and turned to go to the kitchen to clean up the remaining dishes. When he returned from the kitchen, it was completely dark outside, and the whole house was shrouded in silence. He checked the doors and windows again to make sure there were no gaps to prevent mosquitoes from sneaking in late at night. Su Qing slept like a dead pig. If a mosquito really flew in, he probably wouldn't even notice. Lying in bed, Su Feng took out his phone and checked the messages, wanting to see if there was any progress today. A reminder push read, "The awakened ones are cleaning up mosquitoes in the city. Citizens are requested to close windows and doors and stay at home." This message was sent at noon, indicating that the authorities have begun to respond to the mosquito plague in an organized manner. Another update was posted at 4 p.m. "The cleanup is progressing smoothly. Please hold on a little longer." But since then, the news has completely stopped, and no new notices have been released. Su Feng switched back to the short video interface, still seeing all sorts of horrific scenes, with mummified corpses strewn across the streets. Some citizens also filmed the awakened ones and the law enforcement team working together to eliminate the mosquito swarm through the windows, and the scene was quite exciting. Judging from their individual abilities, this wave of beasts wasn't particularly strong. Even the largest female mosquitoes were easily dispatched. The real problem was that there were too many and too scattered mosquitoes, making it impossible to clear them out in time. Even the strongest awakened had blind spots. But these things were not his concern. If the sky fell, there would be someone taller to hold it up. He only needed to take care of himself and the children. Closing his phone, Su Feng lay down, changed to a more comfortable position, and continued to think about the plan he had not finished thinking about in the afternoon. In the security booth, he had already drafted a plan to have 2 more children, one that could fly, the other that could walk. For the flying one, he wanted a bird of prey like an eagle or a falcon, and for the ground one, of course, a king like a tiger. Dragons were unrealistic. They didn't exist. Even if they did, they were only comparable to provincial-level exotic beasts. Su Feng remembered a dragon-like beast that appeared a few years ago. Its destructive power was so extreme that it destroyed half of the city. In the end, it took the personal intervention of the Exotic Beast Association's president, rumored to be a level 5 awakener, to slay it. The dragon-like beast was likely at least provincial level, making it suicidal for ordinary people to even approach, let alone fight it. It said that provincial-level beasts have also appeared abroad, even directly destroying a small country and shocking the world. So dragon-like creatures were ruled out. Even if Su Feng wanted to, he'd have to be alive to get close. Hawks and falcons would work, but that begs the question, where to find bird eggs? You could see a few flying around in the sky, but getting one was nearly impossible. Reality forced Su Feng to reevaluate his goals, and poultry like chickens, ducks, and geese became a realistic option. As for wild animals, it's highly unlikely you'll even see a tiger, let alone get close. Whether a zoo can even encounter a tigress in heat is uncertain. Even if you do, how do you manage it? Even if you can successfully manipulate it, will the tiger be ovulating that day? The success rate is practically 0. Su Feng thought that getting a pregnant female might be more reliable, at least with a higher chance of success. However, pregnant tigers were rare, so after racking his brains, he could only think of a dog. While dogs weren't particularly effective, they were loyal, easy to control, and, crucially, readily available. A dog in the hand is worth 1,000 birds in the bush. Su Feng made a decisive move and decided to keep a close eye on this type of target clue. However, he also began to ponder the growth mechanisms of the children. Something seemed amiss. Su Qing was less than a meter tall when he hatched, but now he was estimated to be over a meter tall, a staggering change. Su Ruru was born later, but she ate just as much instant noodles as Su Qing, yet her height remained the same. This difference made Su Feng acutely aware of the key point, mosquitoes. The only difference between Su Qing and Su Ruru was that Su Qing ate a large number of mosquitoes, while Su Ruru didn't touch them at all. If mosquitoes were alien beasts, then Su Qing had absorbed a large amount of alien beast energy, thus evolving. This conjecture excited Su Feng. It seemed that his children could not only eat alien beasts, but also evolve through their flesh. Of course, This is just an inference and needs further experimental confirmation, so it's too early to draw conclusions. So he tentatively asked Subaru, who was lying on his chest, "Do you want to try eating mosquitoes?" When the little girl heard this, her face wrinkled up and she kicked her legs in protest. "Dad, mosquitoes are disgusting. Ruru doesn't want to eat that. Instant noodles are so delicious." Indeed, instant noodles are delicious, but they are not nutritious and eating them long-term is not a good idea. Su Feng also understands that raising a child is not just about making do with a couple of bites. It requires a nutritional balance. But the problem was, he couldn't catch any mosquitoes. He couldn't ask Su Qing to use her tongue to pick them up and feed them to him, could he? The scene was too beautiful, and he couldn't imagine it. The little girl would probably just spit them out. His thoughts flew around, and Su Feng felt sleepy. He fell asleep in a daze. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning, with sunlight streaming into the room through the curtains. As he walked out of the bedroom, he saw Su Qing sitting on a small stool on the balcony, with Su Ruru leaning on his shoulder. The scene moved Su Feng, and he suddenly realized he was no longer alone. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, always alone, but now he had 2 children by his side. While these 2 weren't normal humans, Su Feng himself had long since departed from common sense. The world was going crazy, so let's just go with it. The 3 of them were pretty compatible anyway. "Are you too hungry? Daddy's going to make you breakfast." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qing leaped from the balcony and appeared in front of Su Feng a second later. Su Feng estimated the distance from the balcony to the bedroom door to be at least 3 or 4 meters. This kid was like a spring. He really wondered if he should try drinking some essence and blood. Maybe he could actually awaken his genes. "Dad, you're finally awake. I've been starving for ages, but Sister Ru wouldn't let me wake you." Su Feng's heart softened after hearing this. His daughter was indeed the most caring and knew how to care for her father. Ro is so good. Daddy will go cook right away." When Su Qing heard that she wasn't nominated, she immediately hugged Su Feng's thighs and shouted with grievance on her face, "Dad, I want to eat too." Su Feng looked down and found that the boy seemed to have grown taller and stronger. This was a bit outrageous. He was getting more and more curious about what this child would look like. In Chapter 14, Su Feng was about to experiment with Su Qing's new skills, but he found he had no experimental target, so he had to put cooking on the agenda. He walked towards the kitchen, cursing and complaining that the frog only cared about eating. Although he said he was disgusted, he was actually quite happy. Su Qing didn't care what he said. Eating was the most important thing. He had already decided that Su Feng was his father, and he would be his for life. Breakfast was still instant noodles, but this time it was paired with spicy noodles, ham, and 2 slices of bread, a luxurious combination given the circumstances. Su Qing and Su Ru ate with gusto, their lips glistening with oil, their eyes filled with satisfaction and happiness. These 2 kids were easy to talk to, except for their incredible appetites. Su Feng felt a dull ache in his wallet as he watched them eat. After dinner, Su Feng turned on his phone again and began checking the latest official updates to see how the city was reopening. The news reported that the beasts in the East District had been completely cleared, and citizens could go out, but they were still advised to avoid damp, dark areas. After seeing this message, Su Feng felt his teeth ache. It turned out that the places where rich people live are always given priority. The area he lived in was a decidedly poor neighborhood, so if it came time for the cleanup, he'd probably be one of the last in line. Bored, Su Feng simply started browsing online for information on exotic beasts, figuring that learning more might be helpful. The number of registered exotic beasts on Blue Star is frighteningly large, with all sorts of bizarre shapes, some even resembling monsters from fairy tales. But they all share one thing in common. They're not particularly intelligent, their sole purpose here being to wreak havoc and kill anyone who stands in their way. Weaker beasts prey exclusively on humans. It's said that one dragon-like beast can speak, though its language is incomprehensible to humans, resembling some ancient secret language. The Exotic Beast Association attempted to communicate with it, but ultimately failed. To this day, no one understands the origins and true purpose of these monsters. However, this is not Su Feng's business. As a low-class human like him, he understands the principle of when you are poor, you should take care of yourself and thus live a long life. Understanding exotic beasts is primarily for self-protection. Who knows when one might appear on your doorstep? You have to be mentally prepared. Official data also reminds us that the frequency of exotic beast appearances is rapidly increasing, even beyond control. Su Feng speculated that these monsters likely came from another world. Otherwise, their sudden intrusion and sheer variety couldn't be explained. Perhaps the 2 worlds originally didn't intersect, and then a rift suddenly opened, allowing the exotic beasts to overflow like a leak. The resurgence of spiritual energy and the rise of awakened beings on Blue Star were probably side effects of that crack. He even felt that ordinary people had become stronger, and the frequency of illnesses and fevers had decreased significantly, which was a rather strange phenomenon. But the problem is, if the alien beasts continue to invade, they will one day occupy the entire planet, and humans will face absolute extinction. Thinking of this, Su Feng felt anxious, but he could only comfort himself by taking things one step at a time. Otherwise, he would really be anxious and crazy. He put away his distracting thoughts, opened the map, and prepared to study the next stage of the goal: bird eggs or pregnant dogs. The area he lives in is remote, and there are many stray dogs. Once spring comes, the chances of finding a pregnant female dog are quite high. As for birds, he'd be inclined to get a fighting cock or a goose, given the memories of being chased and bitten as a child. Ultimately, the choice would depend on fate. Who knows, they might bump into each other on the street someday, and then they'd just go for it. Time slipped away as Su Feng scrolled through his phone and fantasized about it. By the time Su Feng realized what was happening, Su Qing's mouth had started to growl again. "Dad, I'm hungry." The familiar tone, the familiar eyes, the familiar way of acting coquettishly hadn't changed at all. Su Feng glanced at the time. It was 11 o'clock, time for lunch. He sighed and began to prepare lunch. "Wait, I'll cook for you." Su Qing immediately followed. "Dad, I'll join you." This child really doesn't consider himself an outsider. Su Ruru was too small to cook, which made her feel a little depressed. She always felt that eating for free was too pathetic. The only thing she could do was to accompany Su Feng as much as possible, so that he would not be lonely and at least have someone to rely on emotionally. Su Feng was cooking instant noodles, with a serious little girl standing on his shoulder, teaching him step by step as he did so. "Remember, add the water first, and wait until it boils before adding the noodles," he said, his tone as serious as a master of instant noodles. Su Ruru looked at him with sparkling eyes and said in a baby voice, "Dad, when I grow up, I will help you cook." Su Feng's heart warmed. Although raising a child is hard, such moments are so healing and make people feel inexplicably satisfied. He glanced at the sofa, where Su Qing was hunched over, clutching his phone and watching short videos without even looking up. This guy was simply craving food. Seeing the video, Su Feng couldn't help but complain. "This isn't a son, this is a glutton." After lunch, Su Feng was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes, so he had to lie down again and take a nap. Anyway, his phone was occupied. In his sleep, he dreamed that he was riding on a stray dog, yelling at it to give birth to awesome kids. Then he was woken up by Su Ruru, who said nervously, "Dad, there's someone knocking on the door downstairs." Su Feng sat up with a start, sweat on his forehead. He didn't have time to care about the absurdity in his dream, and asked quickly, "Who is it? Did you see clearly?" From the sound, "It's the law enforcement team." Hearing these 4 words, Su Feng's face suddenly darkened and his alertness instantly increased. The law enforcement team came to the door, most likely because Su Qing had revealed her true identity. After all, it was hard not to notice that giant frog head. Su Ruru was fine, however. She had been hiding in her pockets, and almost no one had ever seen her true appearance. Su Feng knew he couldn't hesitate. He rushed into the bedroom, picked up Su Qing, and quickly gave orders in a low voice. "You two, get under the bed quickly. No matter what you hear, don't make a sound. If something happens to me, we have instant noodles at home. They'll last me a few days." He couldn't take them away. The situation was unknown, so he could only hide the children, at least for a little while. If it was really because of Su Qing's exposure, he would definitely be the one to be arrested. Su Feng would rather take it all on his own. The law enforcement team is not a strange beast, it is the real official force. If you anger them, you can't live freely on Blue Star. Thinking of this, he just hoped that nothing really happened this time. It would be best if it was just a misunderstanding and did not affect the 2 children. Chapter 15. Can someone like me rob? Before opening the door, Su Feng took a deep breath to adjust his state and tried his best to calm himself down. "Sorry, I was on lunch break." Su Feng opened the door and explained to the 2 law enforcers at the door with a smile on his face. "You are Su Feng, right?" "Yes, sir, it is me." "Do you know why we are looking for you?" Su Feng has watched many film and television works, and this seems to be the common opening line used by law enforcement officers. Su Feng shook his head in confusion. "I don't know. Aren't there mosquito monsters outside?" Knowing there were mosquito monsters outside, did you still dare to run out yesterday? No way. Could it be that Su Qing was really discovered? But that doesn't make sense. If Su Qing was discovered, the people who came to his house would not be 2 ordinary law enforcers. There would at least be an awakened person following him. Su Feng didn't have time to think about it, and tried his best to force a harmless smile. I was just starving, so I mustered up the courage to go look for something to eat. That's right. Come on, let's go to the law enforcement office. At this moment, Su Feng actually felt relieved. The law enforcement officer only told him to go to the law enforcement office and did not intend to search his home, nor did he mention Su Qing. That means Su Qing has not been exposed. As long as Su Qing is not exposed, he will not be in any danger. After all, Su Feng is a good citizen who abides by the law. Sir, wait a moment. I'll get a key. Su Feng didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements. He took the key and followed the law enforcer in his flip-flops. Su Ruru breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the door closing under the bed. Ro, why don't you let me out? Those two can't beat me. What should we do now? Dad has been captured. Who will cook for us? Su Qing was almost crying. When she thought about Su Feng not being around and herself going hungry, Su Qing wanted to cry. Dad said that no matter what happens, you can't talk or go out. Brother, you have to listen. If Dad doesn't come back, I can cook for you. I can make instant noodles. When Su Qing heard Su Ruru say that she could cook instant noodles, his worry turned into joy. Really? Ruru is awesome. Su Ruru walked out from under the bed, dusted herself off, and looked at Su Qing helplessly. My brother really seems to be brainless. Even though our father has been captured, he is still thinking about eating. Dad, what should we do with Ruru? Su Ruru lay on the balcony window, watching Su Feng getting into the law enforcement vehicle downstairs, and felt very worried. Sir, have all the mosquitoes and monsters been cleared out? Yes, otherwise we wouldn't dare to come out. Sir, can you please tell me what I have done wrong? You've been accused of robbery. Robbery? Like me? Su Feng was stunned. Who was this person? Was he crazy? Why was he accusing him of robbery for no reason? Could it be Brother Tao from yesterday? I just tricked him a little bit. But this is not enough to be considered robbery. You can't judge a person by appearances. You'll find out if there was any robbery when you get to the law enforcement office. Su Feng had no choice. He had already boarded the pirate ship, and it would be difficult to get off. When he arrived at the law enforcement office, Su Feng was directly locked up in a small dark room. Then no one paid any attention to him. 7 or 8 hours later, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening before someone opened the door and walked into the small dark room. Name: Su Feng. Age: 23. Profession: courier. Why rob? Because... No, sir, I didn't rob. Su Feng really felt that he was more wrong than doughy. Where were you yesterday evening? There were many people crying out for justice in the law enforcement office, but the law enforcement officer in charge of the questioning was not moved at all and continued with his work. Yesterday evening, I was so hungry at home that I couldn't stand it anymore. So I risked my life to go to the supermarket at the entrance of the community to buy some food. So you admit it? What do I admit? Admit that you went to the supermarket at the entrance of the community. I went to the supermarket at the entrance of the community. Is it illegal to buy things there? It's not illegal to buy things, but it's illegal to buy things and not pay for them. As he said this, the law enforcer's entire body glowed. But I paid for it. Impossible, the boss lady said you didn't pay. Su Feng understood. He understood everything. The reason why the supermarket owner is called Brother Xiong is not because his surname is Xiong, nor because his name contains the word Xiong. It's not because he is strong and looks like a bear. Just because of one sentence. Look at you. You look like a bear. This sentence is the catchphrase of Brother Xiong's wife. Whenever she sees Brother Xiong, she starts talking about him every 3 sentences. Look at you, you bear. After a long time, everyone started calling the boss Brother Xiong. Yes, Brother Xiong is afraid of his wife, very afraid. Brother Xiong's wife can be said to have embodied all the bad qualities of women in the world. As fat as a pig, bad-tempered, unreasonable, greedy for money, greedy for small profits, etc. Anyway, everyone said privately that by marrying his wife, Brother Xiong was getting rid of a threat to the people. When Su Feng went to the supermarket, he only saw the body of the boss, Brother Xiong, but not that of the boss's wife. In other words, when the strange beast arrived, the proprietress was at home and did not die. Then after the strange beast was cleaned up, she went to the supermarket. Whether it is inventory or monitoring. Anyway, she discovered that she had been to the supermarket. But I clearly paid for it, leaving 200 yuan in cash on the table. In order to prevent the banknotes from being blown away by the wind, Su Feng also used the calculator on the table to press them down. He paid the other 50 yuan with his mobile phone. The successful payment page was also shown to the camera. The total was 250, and he paid not a penny less. After listening to Su Feng's narration, the law enforcer asked back, "Then let me ask you, why did the boss lady accuse you of robbery?" Su Feng showed a black question mark face. Who is the law enforcer between us? Isn't this a question you should figure out? I really didn't rob anyone. I have payment records on my phone. The law enforcement officers did not confiscate Su Feng's mobile phone. Su Feng opened his phone and showed the payment records to the law enforcement officers. $50. But the lady boss said you took something worth $250. I paid the other $200 in cash. What evidence do you have to prove that you actually paid $200 in cash? You can see it on surveillance. The boss lady said the surveillance camera is broken. If the surveillance camera is broken, how did she know I went to the supermarket and took something worth 250 yuan? Yeah, how did she know that? The law enforcer fell into thought. Su Feng was close to collapse at this time. What the hell is this world? Although law enforcement has been more stringent than before since the arrival of the alien beasts on Blue Star, the fear is that people with ulterior motives will take advantage of the situation and disrupt social order. But just because law enforcement is strong doesn't mean we can do whatever we want, right? After a few minutes, the law enforcer finally figured it out. The supermarket owner is lying. Hearing this, Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 16, It's all a misunderstanding. It's really difficult. It's not easy to figure out such a complicated problem. Sir, that lady boss must be trying to extort money from me. I clearly paid, but she accused me of robbery. Furthermore, she actually deceived law enforcement officers for $250. Is her behavior a crime? Yes, of course not. The law enforcer was also very angry. As smart as he was actually deceived by a supermarket owner. This was intolerable. The law enforcer walked out of the small dark room without saying a word. About 10 minutes later, another middle-aged law enforcer walked into the small dark room. Su Feng, right? We figured it out. The lady boss is lying about everything. You can go back now. I'm really sorry for making you feel wronged. The person we just interrogated was a temporary worker we hired today. In view of his work ability, we have dismissed him. In addition, the law enforcement office will compensate you with 200 yuan. It's not a lot. I hope you don't mind. Su Feng felt aggrieved, but he couldn't say anything. This middle-aged law enforcer had a good attitude and spoke the truth. Since the arrival of the strange beasts, law enforcement has become a high-risk profession, and law enforcement officers often die in the line of duty. It is not easy to train a good law enforcer, so local law enforcement offices can only recruit a large number of temporary workers. Since they are temporary workers, their work abilities naturally vary. The one Su Feng encountered today was one of the particularly low ones. Fortunately, the result was good and they even gave him compensation, so Su Feng was quite satisfied. He just wanted to go home quickly. He didn't want to stay in this small dark room any longer. Following the law enforcer out of the small dark room, Su Feng was eager to go home. After all this trouble, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. He was very relieved about Su Ruru, but he was afraid that Su Qing would go out and run around. If someone really discovered him, Su Qing would not have a good ending. Captain Wang, what does this person do? Oh, a suspect, but he's cleared now. Su Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young female law enforcer with a delicate face and a curvy figure standing in front of him. Have you really cleared your suspicion? How about I re-examine you? No way again. Su Feng had a very bad feeling. Captain Wang was in a difficult situation. Just as he was about to refuse, he was pulled away by the female law enforcer. Xiao Su, please wait for me for a moment. I'll ask the finance department to send you the 200 yuan compensation. Su Feng had originally thought about giving up the 200 yuan and going home quickly, but now he can't go back for the time being. The female law enforcer pulled Captain Wang to a deserted place. Captain Wang, you know my ability is hypnosis. I've been on duty all day without any missions, so just let me interrogate him once. I'm telling you, this person has a secret, and my sixth sense is very sharp. Captain Wang was in a difficult situation. Everyone has secrets, but Lu Su was so confident in what she said that he couldn't refuse. After all, times have changed. What if he is a spy from the Beast Soul organization? The female law enforcer's name is Lu Su, and she just reported in today. This Lu Su is not simple. She is an awakened one. However, what was awakened was not a combat ability, but hypnosis. Her father, Lu Shu, the most powerful awakener in Zhongzhou City, did not want his daughter to join the Monster Association and face the monsters directly, so he let her be a law enforcer. Today is her first day to report. Captain Wang welcomed her arrival. With such an awakened person who can hypnotize, no matter how stubborn the criminals are, they will have to speak up in the future. But Lu Su's request made him very embarrassed. Su Feng has already confirmed that he was wrongly accused. As for the secret that Lu Su mentioned, he is not sure whether it is harmful to humans. After all, young people have done something secretly. Xiao Su was indeed wrongly accused. How about I find another suspect for you to interrogate? Willow Catkins pouted her little red mouth. Okay, but Captain Wang, look, there are no other suspects in our office. He really has a secret, I'm sure of it. Captain Wang looked around and found that apart from himself and Lu Su, there were only 2 people on duty in the station. Mosquitoes and strange beasts are rampant these days, and no one dares to go out. Who would commit a crime? Criminals are also human beings. They may not be afraid of law enforcers, but they are also afraid of strange beasts. So Su Feng is the only suspect brought back to the station in the past few days. Director Wang was just hesitating when the intercom rang. A mosquito-like monster has been spotted on XX Street. All departments are urgently providing assistance. Xiao Lu, I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving first. Tomorrow, I'll definitely find you a suspect to interrogate. Give these 200 yuan to Xiao Su for me, and then help me send him home. It's normal for young people to have secrets. Captain Wang gave a few quick instructions, stuffed 200 yuan into Lu Su's pocket, and left. The mosquito monsters have basically been eliminated. But in some hidden corners, there will still be some fish that slip through the net. A strange beast appeared in the neighboring city, and most of the awakened people rushed to support it. Their law enforcement officers and fire department were responsible for cleaning up the ones that had escaped. Xiao Su, let the female law enforcer take you back later. Before leaving, Captain Wang did not forget to give Su Feng some instructions. Su Feng looked at the willow catkins not far away. It just so happened that Lu Su was looking at him at this moment. The moment the two looked at each other, Su Feng's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. The catkins are indeed beautiful, but this is not enough to make Su Feng's heart beat faster. His heart beat faster because he had a premonition that something bad was going to happen next. It's not really an ability, it's just a keen perception. The look Lu Su gave him revealed a hint of ill intent. As for Lu Su, seeing Su Feng's evasive eyes, she became more certain of her guess that Su Feng had a big secret, the kind that could not be told to anyone. Before Su Feng had time to think, Lu Su had already walked in front of him. Your name is Su Feng, right? Come with me. Lu Su didn't say anything and pulled Su Feng's arm and walked towards the law enforcement office. Sir, we're going in the wrong direction. The gate is over there. You're not in the wrong place. Don't worry, it will be fine in a moment. Lu Catkins look weak, but unexpectedly they are quite strong. Su Feng struggled a few times, but couldn't break free. He didn't dare to use too much force. This is a law enforcement station, and Lu Su is the law enforcer. Su Feng, who didn't dare to struggle, was taken into a small dark room by Lu Su. It's not the same one as before, but the layout of the room is similar. Name: Su Feng. The set meal just now was served again. What have you done? I didn't do anything wrong. Is there really nothing shameful to do? That's not the case. My blood contains enormous energy, and living things will mutate after absorbing it. I have 2 mutant creatures at home right now. One is a frog, and the other is a succulent. Yes, without realizing it, Su Feng had been hypnotized. The deepest secret in his heart was spoken out without reservation. Lu Su knew every word Su Feng said, but when they were put together, she really didn't understand. She suspected that she was a fake awakener. What kind of bullshit hypnosis was this? Could it be that I have awakened a novel inspiration device? Whoever I use it on will burst out with incredible inspiration. Now get me some blood. Lu Su was ready to try again to see what this crappy hypnosis of hers was all about. Okay. Su Feng cut his finger on the spot and squeezed out some blood. Lu Su was so shocked by the scene that she was speechless. I am a beautiful girl and a law enforcer, and you actually do such a thing in front of me? Don't you know how to write the word death? Oh, you're hypnotized. I told you to do this. That's okay. But my hypnosis is useless, isn't it? Why are you still so obedient? Is everything you said true? But this is too ridiculous. Who would believe it if I told them? Anyone who believes it is an idiot. Chapter 17: Accidentally Having a Baby. Anyway, there was no outsider in the room, and she had turned off the camera. When Su Feng wakes up, he will forget everything that happened now. Willow Catkins simply sat down and admired it quietly. She has never seen it before. As she watched, Lu Su felt that something was wrong. Sir, where should I put the blood? Lu Su was daydreaming when she was suddenly awakened by Su Feng. Oh, bear with it for a moment. I'll go find a bottle. 2 minutes later, Su Feng put the blood essence containing mysterious energy into the bottle. Because the bottle mouth is a bit small, some of it got on the bottle mouth and the bottle body. Su Feng, who was in a hypnotic state, naturally had no idea what was happening. As for Willow Catkins, I didn't see any either. Taking the bottle handed over by Su Feng, Lu Su looked at the slightly white blood in the bottle and couldn't help but start to doubt. This thing contains mysterious energy. Lu Su was just about to study it further when she suddenly felt the urge to urinate. Putting the bottle on the table temporarily, Lu Su hurried to the toilet. A few minutes later, Lu Su came back from the bathroom refreshed. Lu Su was just about to collect the blood and send Su Feng away. Suddenly, I felt discomfort in my lower abdomen. Lu Su didn't care too much. The human body is very amazing, and different feelings appear at all times. Most of them are painless and don't require much concern. But Lu Su couldn't help but care now. The swelling feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Su subconsciously touched her belly. Then she slumped down in her chair, her face filled with horror. Her belly was bigger than when she went to the bathroom just now. The big one is not just a little bit. Her usually flat belly was now slightly bulging. Even as she was horrified, her belly continued to grow. Lu Su took out her cell phone in panic and prepared to call her father. No, Dad went to support other cities. He might be fighting right now. I can't let him be distracted. Although Lu Shu is the most powerful awakener in Zhongzhou City, every battle with strange beasts is full of dangers. If he is not careful, he will die. Lu Su dare not disturb him. Or go to the hospital. Lu Su just pressed the first number when her hand stopped again. She thought of an incredible possibility. She is pregnant. In the time she hesitated, her belly grew a little bigger. At this moment, her belly was really no different from that of a pregnant woman. And she was a pregnant woman who was 6 or 7 months pregnant. Lu Su looked at Su Feng, who was sitting upright, and then at the bottle of blood on the table. At this moment, she was extremely panicked. She is only in her early 20s and has never even been in a relationship. Lu Su had completely lost the ability to think at this time. However, her belly did not stop growing and continued to grow a little bigger. Immediately afterwards, Lu Su felt waves of pain. This kind of pain was something she had never experienced before. It also made her wake up from the chaos. I'm not going to give birth, am I? Lu Su looked at her belly in horror and finally shed tears of regret. If she could do it again, she would never stop Su Feng, let alone secretly bring him to the interrogation room. Unfortunately, it's too late now. The waves of pain constantly reminded Lu Su that she was about to give birth. Lu Su didn't care about the regret or the fact that Su Feng was right in front of her. She was ready to give birth to the child. Fortunately, the energy contained in Su Feng's blood seemed to have improved Lu Su's physical fitness. In just 5 minutes, a child appeared in the small dark room. Mom, you've worked hard. A naked, wet child, with his umbilical cord uncut, toddled to Lu Su and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Then he pressed his delicate face against her cheek. At this moment, Lu Su realized what it meant to be connected by blood. It was a feeling that came from the heart. The little life before me was my own child. 10 minutes later, Lu Su cleaned up the mess on the ground, wiped her son's body, and cut the umbilical cord. After cleaning up everything, Lu Su picked up the bottle of Su Feng's blood on the table, poured it into the sewer, then cleaned the bottle and threw it into the trash can. After looking at Su Feng with a complicated expression, Lu Su stuffed 200 yuan into his pocket. We've never met. After sending Su Feng to the door of the law enforcement office, Lu Su turned around and left. Su Feng stood blankly at the door of the law enforcement office. The cool night breeze made him shiver and wake up instantly. Why am I daydreaming? Su Qing and Ruru are still waiting for me at home. Su Feng wrapped his clothes tightly, identified the direction, and walked quickly towards home. Inside the law enforcement office, Lu Su looked at Su Feng's receding figure, sighed softly, and went back to the interrogation room. A few minutes later, Lu Su walked out of the law enforcement office with her coat in one hand and walked quickly towards the parking lot. Although Su Feng went out earlier than Lu Su, he didn't have a car, so it was Lu Su who returned home first. The moment the door was closed, Lu Su finally felt relieved. Looking at the baby in her arms, Lu Su started to have a headache again. I was just a young girl, but because of a moment of carelessness, I gave birth to a child. Fortunately, she lives alone. If Lu Su knew about this, it would be a big deal. As a daughter slave, and a powerful daughter slave at that, Su Feng is very likely to lose his life. Lu Su doesn't have any feelings for Su Feng, but she is not a cruel person. Ultimately, it's her own fault. If she had not insisted on stopping Su Feng, secretly brought Su Feng to the interrogation room, and hypnotized Su Feng, nothing that happened afterwards would have happened. On the way back, Lu Su also thought about telling her father the secret of Su Feng's blood. If he really said it, Su Feng would have only one outcome, which was to become a tool for drawing blood. You know, ever since the arrival of the alien beasts, the humans on Blue Star have been full of desire for powerful strength. If people knew that Su Feng's blood contained endless energy, Su Feng's end would definitely be miserable. Willow Catkins may be a little willful, but she is not a bad person. The two of them had no grudges in the past or present, and she would not do anything to harm someone's life. What's more, Su Feng is the father of the child. Thinking of the child, Lu Su looked at the baby sitting on the ground, looking at her with big eyes. Mom, don't you want me anymore? The baby suddenly spoke, which scared Lu Su. Even though she had known at the law enforcement office that her child would be able to walk and talk as soon as he was born, Lu Su still couldn't accept it calmly. The most important thing is that the baby actually revealed her inner thoughts in one sentence. She was really thinking about whether to secretly send the baby to an orphanage. Chapter 18, Let's Call You Liu Xiaohui. Seeing that Lu Su didn't say anything, the baby continued to speak in a baby voice. Mom, don't worry, you can send me to Dad. I don't want to be an orphan. If that doesn't work, send him to an orphanage. I won't blame you. When Lu Su heard the word orphan, her heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly, and it hurt so much. She hugged the baby and explained in a panic. You are not an orphan. You are my mother's child. I will not send you to an orphanage. Really? Lu Su nodded firmly. Really? From now on, you will follow Mom and we will live together. At this moment, Lu Su truly accepted this unexpected child. Although she accepted it, Lu Su still had a lot of questions. Baby, how did you know that Mom wanted to send you to an orphanage just now? The baby tilted his head and thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know either. I knew it when my mother looked at me. There was a storm in Lu Su's heart. She had previously learned from Su Feng that Su Feng's blood contained mysterious energy. But she never expected that the energy in Su Feng's blood and essence would be so powerful. Not only can you get pregnant and have a baby in a short period of time, the baby born is so amazing. If my hypnosis skills are pretty good, then the child you give birth to is magical. Just by looking at each other, you can instantly see through other people's minds. Baby, do you have any other abilities? The baby shook his head and said, I don't know, maybe I will when I grow up. Upon hearing this, Lu Su couldn't help but slap his forehead. I was so stupid. How could a newborn baby know everything? Baby, let me give you a name. Will you be called Liu Xiaohui from now on? Mom, does this name have any special meaning? For the first time, Lu Su discovered that her baby's ability was also a double-edged sword. The feeling of having your head chopped off is really unpleasant. Liu Xiaohui is a gentleman. Mom hopes you can be a gentleman in the future. Don't be like your father. Lu Su wanted to say something obscene, but swallowed the words back when they reached her lips. It's not nice to say that in front of a child. Mom, I don't think Dad is obscene. Well, my thoughts have been guessed again. Mom, I'm so hungry. After Liu Xiaohui finished speaking for Su Feng, he suddenly felt very hungry. When Lu Su heard Liu Xiaohui say that he was hungry, he subconsciously glanced at his food bowl. Then she discovered to her embarrassment that she seemed to have no milk. It's late at night, and there's no place to find a wet nurse. By the way, there is milk at home. Do you want milk, baby? After asking this question, Lu Su suddenly remembered that Liu Xiaohui was only a few hours old. So how could he know what milk was? She simply ran to the kitchen, brought out a box of milk, inserted a straw into it, and handed it to Liu Xiaohui. Liu Xiaohui took the milk, put the straw into his mouth impatiently, and sucked the milk greedily. The bottle of milk was soon empty. Liu Xiaohui burped and handed the empty box to Lu Su. Mom, I'm not full. Lu Su went to get him another box of milk. Mom, I'm still hungry. After drinking 3 boxes of milk in a row, Liu Xiaohui still felt hungry. Lu Su had no choice but to take out all the snacks in the house and pile them in front of him. Baby, look what you want to eat. Liu Xiaohui didn't hesitate to pick up a piece of bread, tear off the wrapping, and start eating. Liu Xiaohui stopped only after he finished eating half of the snacks that Liu Shu had stored. Mom, I'm full. After hearing this, Lu Su finally felt relieved. If Liu Xiaohui eats any more, she will call an ambulance. I have never seen a newborn baby eat so much. It's getting late. Baby, you should go to bed after you've eaten. Mommy will clean up. Okay. Liu Xiaohui was very obedient. He ran to the bed, exerted force with his short legs, and jumped onto the bed with a light leap. I pulled the quilt over myself and went to sleep. When Lu Su saw this scene, the trash can in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. She now had only one thought in her mind. What kind of monster was her son? At this moment, she really wanted to send Su Feng for biopsy to see what the composition of his blood essence was. Newborn babies can walk, talk, read minds, and jump high. What will happen if this grows up? Lu Su was even more worried now. She was worried about how to accommodate Liu Xiaohui. She had to go to work during the day, so she was definitely worried about leaving Liu Xiaohui alone at home. No matter how awesome he is still a baby who is less than a day old. But if I carry it with me, how do I explain his origins? The origin is not the most difficult thing to explain. The most difficult thing to explain is its magic. If this were discovered, it would be sent for sectioning and research in minutes. Forget it, let's wake up first. Lu Su was tired, very tired. She didn't want to think too much now and just wanted to sleep. Who would have thought that I would give birth to a child on my first day at work? The key is that she is still a virgin. Although the membrane is gone, the identity is not lost. For some reason, Lu Su thought of the story of the Virgin Mary. If I am the Virgin Mary, then Su Feng is God? Oh my God. Lu Su, who was lying beside Lu Xiaohui, closed his eyes and fell into a dream while thinking about something. On the other side, when Su Feng walked all the way to the gate of the community, it was already past 1 in the morning. As soon as I walked to the entrance of the community, I saw that Brother Xiong's supermarket was still open. Without saying a word, Su Feng ran into the supermarket and started cursing at Mrs. Xiong, who was sitting behind the counter. Fuck you, you fat woman. How dare you frame me? Fuck you. Su Feng said all the swear words he could think of. Then, he walked away in Mrs. Xiong's astonished eyes. Mrs. Xiong really didn't expect that someone would dare to scold her. You know, she is a well-known shrew in this neighborhood. Unfortunately, she reacted too slowly, and when she wanted to return it, Su Feng had already run away. Su Feng was so angry that he forgot to run into the community. When he reacted, he found that he had actually run to the gate on the other side of the community. The barbecue stall at the entrance of the community is still open for business. As soon as the strange beasts were cleared away, they couldn't wait to open for business. Life is so hard. Having time, but no money is more terrifying than facing a strange beast. Smelling the aroma of the barbecued skewers, Su Feng's stomach began to growl. It's so hot out that I really can't go out at night. No matter how much money I have, it's not enough to eat. In the end, Su Feng couldn't resist the temptation and walked towards the barbecue stall. I ordered some meat skewers and a few servings of fried noodles. It's not that the meat skewers are not delicious, but the fried noodles are more cost-effective. With Su Qing's appetite, how many skewers of meat are enough for him to eat? A string of noodles costs 3 yuan, and Su Qing can probably finish 300 yuan worth of noodles by himself. Su Feng's poor family could not afford Su Qing's extravagant eating and drinking. The all-you-can-eat fried noodles is good. Carrying the packaged meat skewers and fried noodles, Su Feng walked into the community with a cheerful pace. In the past, he could feed the whole family by himself, but after a long time, Su Feng became emotionless. Even when he saw the long legs and black stockings, he felt no emotion at all. There is no hope in life. Things are different now. He is also the father of 2 children. Su Feng, who has lived 2 lives, experienced for the first time what family love is. You know what? This feeling is really good. At this time, there was no one in the community and the lights in most houses had been turned off. The strange beast has been eliminated, and tomorrow I will resume my life as a corporate slave. Chapter 19. I really don't want to attend this crappy class. Just as we were about to reach home, a dark figure suddenly jumped out from the green belt beside the residential road. I'll fuck your mother. Su Feng was so scared that he almost threw the bag in his hand. Dad, you're finally back. Su Qing jumped out of the green belt, hugged Su Feng, and burst into tears. Su Ruru also jumped from Su Qing's shoulder to Su Feng's shoulder, hugging his neck tightly. What kind of idiot is not sleeping at night and crying? With the development of science and technology, human material life has made great progress. But there are also many more problems. For example, this guy who curses others either suffers from insomnia or is a light sleeper. Su Qing had just cried twice when this man opened the window and started cursing. His reaction was very quick. Look at you, you got scolded. You're already a grown-up. Why are you crying? You're not a child anymore. You're only 2 or 3 days old. After this incident, Su Qing felt too embarrassed to cry anymore. Wiping the tears from her face, Su Qing's nose twitched as she looked at Su Feng in surprise. Dad, did you bring back some delicious food? Sometimes Su Feng really wanted to cut open Su Qing's belly to see how big his stomach was, as he only knew how to eat all day long. This is not the place to talk. Let's go home first. As soon as the family of 3 entered the house, Su Qing couldn't wait to take the bag from Su Feng's hand. Dad, what is this delicious food? Why does it smell so good? It smells even better than instant noodles. Nonsense. How can instant noodles be compared with skewers? Brother, why do you only care about eating? Dad has been out for so long. Maybe he's in danger, and you don't even care about him. Su Ruru stood on Su Feng's shoulder, looking at Su Qing, who was drooling angrily. Oh, Dad, it's okay. I'm almost starving. Su Ruru was choked and speechless. That was true, but she still had to show the proper concern. Roro, it's okay. Daddy brought you some delicious food. Although they had not known each other for a long time, Su Feng could see that Su Qing was a simple-minded person with strong limbs and a big appetite. She doesn't have a bad heart. She cried sincerely downstairs just now. After all, no one is perfect. As long as they can truly do good for themselves, Su Feng will be satisfied. Allow for flaws first, don't worry too much about them. Su Feng put the food he brought back on the table. The 3 of them, 1 adult and 2 children, were starving. Looking at the tempting grilled skewers and fried noodles in front of me, I couldn't hold back any longer and started to eat them voraciously. Su Qing, slow down. Su Qing was seen holding a dozen or so skewers in each hand, opening his mouth wide and stuffing the skewers in his left hand into his mouth first. When you pull it out again, only the stick is left. After chewing a few times, a dozen or so skewers were eaten. Then repeat the above process and do the same with the skewers in your right hand. In just half a minute, more than 20 skewers were finished. This is just over 60 yuan. Su Feng only bought skewers worth more than 100 yuan in total. Su Qing, come and eat this. This one is much more delicious than that one, and it's especially good for satisfying hunger. Seeing that Su Qing was about to take the skewers on the table again, Su Qing quickly stopped him and put a bowl of fried noodles in front of him. I haven't even finished the whole skewer yet. Su Ruru eats even less. According to Su Qing's way of eating, he and Su Ruru can only eat one skewer each out of the more than 100 yuan worth. Su Qing didn't suspect anything and started eating a bowl of fried noodles. Dad, what is this? It's really delicious. While eating, Su Qing still found time to praise him. The advantages of having a big mouth are fully demonstrated. After the meal, the three of them were finally full. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Su Feng had to go to work early tomorrow morning, so he had to go to bed. However, before going to bed, Su Feng still needed to say a few words to Su Qing and Su Ruru. Su Qing, Ruru, Dad has to go to work tomorrow. You two should stay home tomorrow and don't go anywhere. Dad will come back at noon to bring you lunch. When Su Ruru heard that Su Feng was leaving again tomorrow, she jumped onto his shoulders and hugged his neck and acted coquettishly. Dad, can you please not leave? Ruru is scared when you're not at home. Su Qing also ran over and hugged Su Feng's arm. Yes, Dad, you can't leave. If you leave, no one will cook for me, and I want to check my phone. Su Qing already knew what a mobile phone was, and that it could be used to watch short videos. After watching a few short videos with Su Feng, Su Qing, the froghead, actually showed signs of becoming addicted. Su Qing took Su Ruru in his hand and gently stroked her little head with the tip of his index finger. Dad doesn't want to go out either, but if he doesn't go out, he won't have any money, and without money we won't have anything to eat. When Su Qing heard that there was no food to eat, he shuddered. Dad, you should go quickly. You can't go hungry. I will take good care of my sister at home. Su Feng looked at Su Qing speechlessly, suspecting that this guy might sell himself out for a bite to eat one day. It's my own child, what can I do? I can't just abandon him. It's just a bit of greed, and it will pass if you bear with it. After giving instructions to the two little ones, Su Feng could no longer bear it and fell into a deep sleep. After just 4 or 5 hours of sleep, Su Feng had to get up. He doesn't want to attend this cramped class for even a single day. But what if I don't go to work? I can't just starve. Dad, are you leaving? The noise of Su Feng getting up woke up Su Ruru, even though he tried his best not to make any noise. Yeah, Dad has to go to work. Ruru, you must keep an eye on your brother and don't let him go out. It's very dangerous if he gets caught. Although Su Ruru was born only 2 days ago, she seems to be very sensible. The reason I went out last night was because it was getting late and there were almost no people on the road. Plus, he was worried about Su Feng, so he ran out at the risk of his life. Su Ruru frowned and nodded seriously in agreement. Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely take good care of my brother. Su Feng smiled with relief, washed up, and went to work. Before leaving, he did not forget to open a few bags of instant noodles and put them on the table. Ro, Dad is gone. If you're hungry, eat some instant noodles and milk first. Okay, Dad. Goodbye, Ruru. Goodbye, Dad. No matter how reluctant you are, you still have to go out. Because of the strange beast that appeared in Zhongzhou City 2 days ago, every household stayed indoors and no supplies could be brought in. This led to a backlog of express deliveries, and Su Feng had a very heavy workload today. Su Feng was busy until after 12 o'clock before he found time to go home and deliver a meal. He didn't even have time to eat before he threw himself into work. Fortunately, the two little ones were sensible and did not cause him any trouble. Chapter 20 Hairy Eggs, Tempered Eggs. Su Feng was busy until after 10 o'clock in the evening before he dragged his tired body home from get off work. When passing by the barbecue stall, Su Feng bought several servings of fried noodles and fried rice. I can't afford kebabs anymore. A skewer costs 3 yuan, and Su Qing has a big appetite. If he eats skewers every day, he will go bankrupt sooner or later. This family, which was not wealthy to begin with, could no longer withstand the hardship. When we got home, the two little ones were lying weakly on the sofa, staring at each other. Dad, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, I would have starved to death. The moment Su Qing heard the noise outside the door, he jumped to the door. Su Ruru was also fast and followed closely behind. Su Feng was exhausted after a day of work, but when he got home and saw the two little ones opening the door to greet him, his tiredness instantly subsided a bit. This is home. It used to be just a house. Su Feng had shared a house with others before, and even lived in a staff dormitory. But that only made him uncomfortable. He couldn't feel any warmth at all. Dad bought you some food. Come and eat. Su Feng held a plate of fried rice and ate while watching the two little ones wolfing it down. We can't keep going like this. He clearly has a golden finger that defies all gods, but he still works tirelessly delivering express packages every day. If other seniors who have traveled through time knew about this, they would probably laugh their heads off. But what will I eat if I don't deliver packages? I haven't saved much money after traveling through time for half a year. If I live off my savings, I can only last a year at most. Su Feng lay on the bed, thinking about what to do in the future. Even if you travel through time and have the help of essence and blood, you cannot do anything to defy the sky, the earth, and the air. You still have to be cautious and take it step by step. In my current state, I am powerless to resist even two random law enforcers, let alone the awakened ones. Su Qing's height has not increased significantly in the past 2 days. Su Feng thus guessed that Su Qing's previous height increase must have been due to eating the strange beast mosquito. But now he was going there to get some strange mosquitoes for Su Qing to eat, and they had already been destroyed. Do you really want to be a strange beast hunter? Su Feng wanted to go, but Su Qing and Su Ruru were still young, and he had no means to protect himself. It's difficult, too difficult. As he was thinking, Su Feng fell asleep. In his dream, he became the omnipotent Su Feng who could call the wind and rain. The next morning, Su Feng got up and went to work as usual. During work, Su Feng did not forget to take the time to ask his colleagues where there were any farms nearby. Su Feng's colleagues are naturally all couriers. I work hard every month, but the salary is not high. So most of them live relatively cheaply. People like Su Feng who live in a residential complex are considered lucky. As far as Su Feng knows, several of his colleagues still live in villages in the suburbs. He mainly inquired about these colleagues. There really are farms. There's a chicken farm in the village where I live. Why, do you want to buy eggs? I guess not. They only raise chickens to sell for meat. So you don't have any eggs for sale? I heard fertilized eggs are more nutritious. I was thinking of buying a few to try. This is why Su Feng asked about the farm. It is not Su Feng's style to have the mysterious essence and blood, but not use it. It is impossible for him to keep working hard as a couriers and support Su Qing and Su Ruru. Su Qing and Su Ruru are still young and can stay at home. When they grow up a little, they may not be willing to stay at home all the time. After all, they have human genes, but they are not pure animals with no thoughts. They only know how to eat and reproduce every day. My colleague is a middle-aged man in his 40s and has a lot of experience in this area. After listening to Su Feng's request, he said without thinking, "That's easy. You can eat the hairy eggs." Hairy eggs, also known as hairy eggs and lucky eggs. During the incubation process, fertilized eggs may stop developing due to substandard temperature and humidity, or may be infected by bacteria or parasites, resulting in stillbirth. Then they are processed and become hairy eggs. To give a simple example, it is like a person is 6 or 7 months pregnant, but the fetus dies in the womb. Then they take out the dead fetus and eat it. People who love to eat it say it is very delicious and nutritious. People who don't like to eat will want to vomit when they see it. There are many people in Zhongzhou City who like to eat hairy eggs. Su Feng didn't like to eat it anyway, so he couldn't eat it. The egg is fertilized, but the embryo inside is dead, and it is likely that it will not hatch. Is there any living one? The colleagues were amused by Su Feng. I can tell you've never eaten hairy eggs before. There are 2 types of hairy eggs and tempered eggs. Tempered eggs are also called live eggs. Why are they called live eggs? You can taste them yourself. Su Feng is not stupid. On the contrary, he is very smart. I immediately understood what my colleague meant. Tempered eggs are live eggs, which means that the embryo inside is alive before being cooked. Isn't this what he needs? Eggs that can hatch? Next, Su Feng stopped asking questions and started working seriously. In the evening, when Su Feng was delivering the express, he did not forget to keep an eye on the people selling hairy eggs. In Zhongzhou City, many people buy raw eggs and tempered eggs. Most of them ride electric bikes with an insulated bucket fixed on the back of the bike, selling goods as he walked. Hairy eggs, tempered eggs. Su Feng had just finished delivering a package to a residential complex when he met a man selling raw eggs at the gate of the complex. 2 tempered eggs, fellow. If you want to find someone to ask for information, especially a street vendor, the best way is to spend money first. Holding the 2 tempered eggs in his hands, Su Feng asked casually, "My friend, do you cook all these tempered eggs yourself?" "Yes, I cook them all myself and sell them on the same day they are cooked. They are absolutely fresh. Then let me ask you something, fellow villager. If this tempered egg isn't cooked thoroughly, can it hatch into a chick? I haven't tried it. Theoretically, it should be possible, but it requires very good incubation conditions. Chicken farms have dedicated areas for incubation. If you just get a few at home, it's unlikely they'll hatch. So it's not impossible, it's just that the requirements are higher. This is not a problem at all for Su Feng. Succulents can be hatched, so what's the big deal about eggs? My friend, I want to buy some raw tempered eggs. The fresher the better. My child saw some hatching chicks somewhere and is pestering me to hatch them. Could you please help me? The fellow villager who was selling hairy eggs looked at him in surprise. You look quite young. Do you have children? Hey, people from the countryside get married early. That's true. I'm from the countryside too, and I got married when I was 18. Seeing that his fellow villager was about to continue talking, Su Feng quickly interrupted him. My friend, I can't delay your business. Why don't you give me your phone number? When you have fresh tempered eggs with a high hatching probability, give me a call, and I'll go there. Don't worry, I won't let you lose money. Chapter 21 Hatching Eggs. Well, it's not a big deal. Why bother talking about making a loss? Just wait until I get some stock and pick out a few. The fellow villager is a person with strong empathy. Seeing Su Feng join the glorious army of couriers at such a young age, he couldn't help feeling emotional. It's really not easy for us to come from the countryside. Based on the principle of helping whenever possible, the fellow villagers are happy to help. What's more, Su Feng was also doing it for the child. He also has 2 children, and he worries about them a lot. Thank you, big brother. Su Feng left his phone number and left. We are all poor people who need to work hard to make a living. How can we have time to chat all the time? It was not until the 3rd day that Su Feng received a call from Brother Mao Dan. Brother, I'm going to buy some goods today. Why don't you come with me? It's not far. Brother Mao Dan was very thoughtful. The more he tossed it around, the smaller the chance of hatching. Okay, thank you, big brother. What are you thanking me for? Just write down the address, and we'll meet there later. 2 hours later, Su Feng rushed home quickly with a few tempered eggs in his arms. He paid $10 a pack to get these tempered eggs. Su Feng didn't know why. Even if he traveled to the parallel world of Blue Star, Shirtsu still existed. Not only is it available, but the price is the same, $13. If Su Feng wasn't used to calling it the 10th channel, he would think it would be more appropriate to call it the 13th channel. Su Qing and Su Ruru were extremely happy to see Su Feng come back. Especially Su Qing, who thought Su Feng came back to deliver food. As a result, when Su Feng returned home, he didn't even look at him. He left a word and went into the house, locking the door. You two stay in the living room, and I'll cook for you when I'm done. Su Feng was afraid that if he delayed too long, the embryo in the tempered egg would die. Then he would have worked in vain. So he has to hatch it as soon as possible. It is best to avoid letting children see this journey as much as possible. After all, the impact is not good. Moreover, some auxiliary means are needed to extract essence and blood. These auxiliary methods are too cruel and are not suitable for children. Fortunately, the teachers on Blue Star were all strangers. Otherwise, Su Feng would have no interest in collecting essence and blood. 10 minutes later, Su Feng carefully smeared the essence and blood on one of the tempered eggs. As for the rest, he put it in the refrigerator as soon as he got home. Su Feng never thought of experimenting on all the tempered eggs at once. He has been thinking about this matter recently when he has nothing to do, and the frog eggs by the river are densely packed into a patch. The amount of his own essence and blood was not small, but it only hatched a frog head, Su Qing. Does this mean that the energy contained in the essence and blood can only hatch one special life form at a time? So he planned to experiment with only one tempered egg at a time. Once it was successful, he would cook the other tempered eggs and give them to Su Qing to eat. He really can't afford to raise so many children. During this experiment, Su Feng discovered a problem. The amount of essence and blood this time is a little small. It should have been full long ago. But according to his observation, the amount was not as much as before. Could it be that essence and blood are also limited and can't be used endlessly? But doesn't this thing recover on its own? Su Feng couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He carefully placed the tempered egg smeared with essence and blood to prevent Su Qing, the foodie, from seeing it and eating it directly. As soon as Su Feng walked out of the room, he was immediately pestered by Su Qing. Dad, I'm so hungry. I haven't had enough to eat in the past few days. What the hell? You eat so much every meal, and now you tell me you're not full. I really haven't eaten enough. Ruru didn't let me tell you, saying that Daddy is working hard outside and I can't cause him any trouble. But I'm really hungry. Su Feng looked speechlessly at Su Qing, who looked aggrieved, and turned to ask Su Ruru, who was sitting on his shoulder. Raleigh, are you also hungry? No, Ruru is very full. After Su Ruru finished speaking, she patted her belly. Ro, you're a good child. You can't lie to your daddy. Su Ruru is indeed a good boy and doesn't even lie. Su Feng could tell at a glance that he was not telling the truth. Seeing that her lie was exposed, Su Ruru could only speak in a stammering voice. Dad, it's Ruru's fault. Ruru lied. Ruru really isn't full. It's not that I can't eat enough. I feel full right after I start eating, but I get hungry too quickly and can't wait for my dad to come home and bring me food. Su Feng understood. It meant that the two little ones digested too quickly. No, Su Feng suddenly remembered that when Su Qing secretly went to the supermarket before, he ate 2 groups of mosquitoes, and then he didn't feel hungry all night. This would have been impossible in the past. Su Feng had guessed before that mosquitoes seemed to be hungrier. But it has to be a strange mosquito. Ordinary mosquitoes will occasionally appear at home, and Su Qing will eat them as soon as possible. But he never said that ordinary mosquitoes were delicious. If Su Feng remembered correctly, Su Qing had said more than once that the mosquito beast was delicious. Therefore, the exotic mosquito, or the exotic beast, must have something special about it. Thinking of this, Su Feng took out his mobile phone and began to look up entries about strange beasts. Strange beasts, of unknown origin and in various shapes. Powerful alien beasts have inner elixirs in their bodies that can be used by awakened people for cultivation. Ordinary people can strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives by wearing the inner elixirs of alien beasts for a long time. The meat of exotic animals is highly poisonous and cannot be eaten. If an ordinary person accidentally eats the meat of an exotic beast, he will bleed to death within a minute. The awakened ones can hold on for a while longer, but they are still incurable. Su Feng was indeed not mistaken. The meat of exotic beasts cannot be eaten. But after Su Qing ate it, not only was he fine, he even said it was delicious and very satisfying. Dad will go cook for you first. As for the hungry stomach, I will figure out a way. Su Feng already had a preliminary plan in mind, but how to implement it specifically still required further consideration. It's not a good idea to always eat instant noodles, so Su Feng stocked up some rice and noodles at home. I steamed a big pot of rice and fried 2 large pots of vegetables. The family of 3 enjoyed the meal very much. Unfortunately, this happiness didn't last long. It didn't take long before the food in Su Qing and Su Ruru's stomachs was completely digested. After eating and drinking, Su Feng collapsed on the sofa and continued to search for information on his mobile phone. Before, he only knew that the meat of exotic beasts was poisonous, but Su Feng had never cared about what happened to the meat after the awakened people of the Exotic Beast Association eliminated the exotic beasts. Since Su Qing can eat the exotic mosquitoes, he should also be able to eat the meat of other exotic animals. Su Feng planned to get some exotic animal meat for Su Qing to try. As for Su Ruru, he had to be cautious. After all, Su Ruru was so sensible, and Su Feng was reluctant to let her try the poison. Su Feng had something to do today, so he simply took a day off. I don't know who came up with this idea, but instead of deducting 1 day's salary for taking 1 day off, they deduct 1 day's salary more than the previous one. It's so fucking dark. Chapter 22 Chicken Man Su Koen. It has to be said that the development of information is beneficial. Su Feng quickly found out the whereabouts of the strange beast's corpse. Whoever kills a powerful beast that possesses an inner elixir will be qualified to obtain the inner elixir. As for the corpses, they will be sent to various branches of the Exotic Beast Association for research. The corpses of strange beasts without inner elixirs have low recycling value and are handled by scavengers in their respective jurisdictions. Being a street sweeper is also a dangerous job, because there are always completely unfamiliar beasts, and humans have no idea about the habits of those unfamiliar beasts. Even when some strange beasts are dead, their body fluids are highly corrosive. If you get a drop of it on them without paying attention, you will be dissolved instantly. Some strange beasts can even explode after death. What's worse, some larger monsters even have parasites in their bodies, and these parasites are not something ordinary people can deal with. Therefore, the profession of scavenger is very dangerous. Although the salary is not low, most people are not willing to do it. The awakened ones have the ability to protect themselves, but they will not do this kind of work. Although ordinary people earn high salaries, it is too dangerous and they will not do it unless they have no other choice. This is a job tailor-made for me. Of course, the premise is that Su Qing and Su Ruru can really eat exotic beast meat and still be full. Su Feng decided to try to get a piece of exotic beast meat first. If he could, he would apply for the job of scavenger. As he was thinking, Su Feng fell asleep. Bump. Dad, wake up, there's a fight going on. Su Feng was sleeping soundly when he was woken up by Su Ruru. Ro, what's wrong? Dad, my brother is fighting with a monster. Just as Su Ruru finished speaking, a sharp voice rang out. You are the monster. Hearing the strange voice, Su Feng woke up instantly, thinking that a strange beast had entered his house. He rolled over and hid behind the sofa. Su Qingjin was seen standing in the middle of the living room, sticking out his tongue repeatedly, so fast that Su Feng could only see a little afterimage. Confronting him was a figure moving swiftly in the living room. The speed was surprisingly fast, and it caught up with the speed of Su Qing sticking out his tongue, so the two of them were in a stalemate. Su Feng was a little confused for a moment. When did such a powerful person come to his home? Fortunately, there are Su Qing and Su Ruru, otherwise I wouldn't know how I died. Dad, this monster suddenly appeared in our house. Don't be afraid. I can kill her quickly. Su Feng was amazed when he heard this. Su Qing was sticking out his tongue wildly and was actually able to speak at the same time. Dad, this monster is so bad. He attacked me right after I was born. Although the sharp voice was unfamiliar, it called Dad as soon as it opened. Su Feng suddenly understood. There is a tempered egg in the bedroom that has been tempered. So this crazy, dodging, and moving creature who calls himself Dad should be the child hatched from the tempered egg. Stop it, stop it, don't hit me anymore, don't hit me anymore. Stop it, don't hit me anymore. Su Qing. Fortunately, the two were quite obedient. When they heard Su Feng shout, they stopped at the same time. Only then did Su Feng see clearly that a little girl about half a meter tall, with hands and feet, covered with sparse feathers and a chicken head, was squatting on the cabinet. It should be a little girl, the voice sounds quite similar. The most amazing thing is that the little girl has a pair of small wings on her back. The little girl spread her wings, exerted force with her legs, and instantly came in front of Su Feng. Dad, Dad, he bullied me. This bad guy, you should beat him to death. Look at how ugly he is. You can tell at first glance that he is a bad guy. After the little girl came to Su Feng, her mouth started chattering like a machine gun, without stopping for a moment. Su Qing, who was called a monster, wanted to refute, but for a moment he couldn't get a word in. Stop! Su Feng's head was buzzing from the noise, and he could only shout to stop her. Finally it stopped. However, it only paused for less than a second. Dad, you are so mean. How can you be so mean to me? I am your daughter. Su Feng regretted it very much. If he had known earlier, he would not have looked for eggs to hatch. I didn't expect chickens to be so noisy. Be good. Don't say anything first. Let Daddy do the talking. Fortunately, the little girl was not completely unwilling to listen to others. When Su Feng discussed things with her gently, she was still able to listen. Dad, you say? Su Feng pointed at Su Qing and said to her, this is your brother. His name is Su Qing. He attacked you because he didn't know you. Please don't blame him, okay? Upon hearing this, the chicken girl tilted her head and looked at Su Qing for a few seconds, then nodded at Su Feng. Okay, I'll listen to Dad. Su Feng was very pleased. Although his children were a little strange, fortunately they all respected and loved him. Su Qing, this is also your sister. Her name is Su Kuan. We are all family. You must love each other from now on and not fight. Got it. You can't call him Su Ji. The name Su Kuan is very suitable. If his name is Su Tsai-Kuan, he will be exposed. It's just that the name Su Kuan doesn't seem to be suitable for girls. Su Qing nodded obediently. I know, Dad. I don't want to fight either. Fighting makes you hungry quickly. Dad, I'm hungry again. Su Feng was speechless. This Su Qing could always relate everything to eating. He was really a talented person. Okay, I'll go cook. It's just right to celebrate the addition of a new member to our big family. Before going to cook, Su Qing still had something to do. He held Su Kuan in his arms and observed him carefully. The feathers on Su Kuan's body are unevenly distributed and feel soft to the touch. If Su Feng guessed correctly, when Su Kuan grew up, his whole body would be covered with feathers. Maybe these feathers would be as hard as iron and could serve as a defense. This is what Su Feng saw in a novel. Generally, flying beasts in fantasy novels have this characteristic. I have seen Su Kuan's speed in moving around in a small area before, but I don't know if his straight-line speed is also that fast. There is no need to talk about the wings. As everyone knows, chicken wings are not used for flying. I hope that the mutated Su Kuan can learn to fly when he grows up. At that time, I will sit cross-legged on Su Kuan's back and let her carry me to fly freely in the sky. It feels so good just thinking about it. Looking at Su Kuan's hands and feet, his palms and heels are very similar to those of humans. The biggest difference is that Su Kuan's fingers are pointed and long, like awls, and his nails are shiny black. If you poke it, it will easily become a hole. Su Kuan's feet are no different from those of an ordinary chicken. He also has 4 toes and his nails are just as sharp. Ordinary chickens basically attack with their claws and pointed beaks. Therefore, Su Kuan's feet are also lethal, and coupled with his 10 fingers that are as sharp as cones, his attack power must be strong. There is nothing much to say about the chicken head. Su Feng was very puzzled as to why his genes were reflected in his body shape, and why Su Qing and Su Kuan's heads were too prominent. Chapter 23 Scavenger. Only the chubby face looks like a human's. Probably because Su Ruru was bred from a succulent plant and didn't have a head or face, he inherited Su Feng's. If you look closely, Su Ruru's face does have many similarities with Su Feng, but it's softer. Forget it. It's just a chicken head. At least its mouth can be a weapon. Su Feng also came to terms with it. It was impossible to have the best of both worlds. As long as it gave him a little more sense of security, he didn't really care about anything else. Except for the initial period when he was woken up and saw Su Qing's frog head. He was scared for a moment, but now he has completely adapted to it. With one more person in the family, one pot of rice was not enough, so Su Feng could only cook some noodles, and the 4 of them were barely full. After dinner, Su Feng had nothing to do, so he started to teach the 3 little ones some knowledge about Blue Star. The main purpose was to remind the 3 people that they looked different from ordinary humans and could easily be mistaken for alien beasts. So they were reminded again and again not to be seen by outsiders. After just 2 hours of speaking, Su Qing started complaining that he was hungry. Then there's Su Kuan, who loves to talk, and when he's hungry he can't stop talking. Su Feng had no choice but to go cook again. I was originally planning to have another child and then become a scavenger, but now it seems that I can't wait any longer. Money is not a big deal. He still has some. As long as he doesn't eat too much meat and fish every day, he will have no problem lasting for half a year. The key is time. Su Feng can't just sit at home and cook all the time. After finishing the meal again, Su Feng gave some instructions to the 3 little ones. You 3 stay home and don't open the door for anyone who knocks, and don't go out. I'm going to run something. Don't worry, Dad. I will take good care of my brother and sister. Su Ruru patted her chest and promised. Among these 3 little ones, Su Ruru is the most sensible and the most reassuring. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that it is a succulent plant and prefers quietness to movement. Su Qing is okay, he just loves to eat. The new Su Kuan is not so good. Not only does he chatter nonstop, he also can't sit still. It's not a big house, but she has walked around it dozens of times. Not only walking around, but also touching and scratching here and there. Su Feng guessed that the 3 people's very different personalities were more or less influenced by their original body. This made Su Feng want to give birth to a dog head even more. Dogs are humans' most loyal companions. Moreover, most dogs are usually quite quiet and can guard the house and even help people herd sheep. Too bad, he didn't have time to look for the pregnant stray dog. Su Feng went out and headed straight for the Zhongzhou branch of the Exotic Beast Association. If you want to apply for a scavenger job, you must go to the branch of the Exotic Beast Association. This is why Su Feng did not bring Su Ruru with him. What if there is an expert here and he discovers Su Ruru's existence? When he arrived at the branch of the Exotic Beast Association, Su Feng went straight to the front desk to explain his purpose. Under the surprised gaze of the receptionist, Su Feng filled out the form. You have to think carefully. Being a street sweeper is a very dangerous job. Su Feng had already thought about it and answered without any hesitation. I've thought about it, please. Okay then, I'll submit the form for you. If you pass, I'll call you. Looking at Su Feng's receding back, the receptionist sighed helplessly. Another guy who only cares about money and not his life. He's kind of handsome, what a pity. In fact, she has been working in the Exotic Beast Association for 2 years, and this is the first time she has seen someone apply to become a scavenger. I heard from other colleagues that scavenger was a very popular profession in the past. Many people come to sign up every day. After all, you are only responsible for cleaning up the corpses of strange beasts, and the monthly salary starts at 50,000. In Zhongzhou City, where the average salary per person is less than 5,000, this is really a job that can drive people crazy. Unfortunately, the work of a scavenger is too dangerous, and gradually, no one wants to be a scavenger anymore. After all, if you have the life to make money, you have to have the life to spend it. Otherwise, what is the point of making money? It was already evening when Su Feng returned home. As soon as Su Feng entered the house with the vegetables he bought on the road, he started cooking very consciously. He originally thought that it would take a few days for the application to be approved. Unexpectedly, before the meal was ready, he received a call from the branch of the Exotic Beast Association, informing him that his application had been approved. All you need to do is find time to report to the scavenger base. It's getting late now, so we definitely can't go. Su Feng plans to go to the base camp early tomorrow morning. After dinner, Su Feng began to teach the 3 little ones all kinds of random knowledge. The most taught thing was naturally the knowledge about exotic beasts. After all, there would be many opportunities to deal with exotic beasts in the future. He got up twice in the middle of the night to cook, which made Su Feng unable to sleep well. The next day, before the alarm clock rang, Su Feng was woken up again. This time it's not Su Qing, it's Su Kuan. Dad, I'm hungry. Well, there is one more ancestor who is trying to kill me. If he couldn't get the meat of exotic animals regularly, Su Feng felt like he was going crazy. After breakfast, Su Feng gave a few more instructions and went out again. He originally wanted to get a piece of exotic beast meat to try out the effect. After searching for a long time on the internet, I found that it is really difficult to get the meat of exotic animals. It is said that when strange beasts appear, the awakened ones will rush over, and the scavengers will also rush over, but the scavengers will stay far away. Once the awakened person kills the strange beast, the scavenger will come in immediately and dispose of the beast's corpse. The main reason was that people didn't understand exotic beasts in the past. Some people thought that the meat of exotic beasts must contain energy, so they would take them home to eat. Then, naturally, one will die after eating it. In order to prevent more people from dying here, the Exotic Beast Association stipulates that the corpses of exotic beasts must be cleaned up as soon as possible. Su Feng rode an electric tricycle towards the outside of the city. Fortunately, he lived on the edge of the city, and it only took him half an hour to reach the legendary scavenger base. This place is very close to Zhuo River, and the nearest village is 2 kilometers away. There are large tracts of wasteland and flood control forests nearby. There was only a row of lonely houses standing on the wasteland, and next to the houses there was a large chimney, from which wisps of green smoke were rising. This is the scavenger base camp? It's too desolate. Su Feng parked the electric tricycle at the gate and bravely patted the big iron gate. Is anyone there? Woof, woof, woof. The answer to Su Feng was the barking of a dog. Hello, is anyone there? I'm here to report in. Su Feng raised his voice. The only response he got was still the barking of a dog. Su Feng was not afraid either. After all, there was a big iron gate between them, so he was not afraid of being bitten by the dog. He was not afraid even if he met them face to face. As an orphan since childhood, Su Feng had competed with wild dogs for food. About a minute or two later, an old voice sounded. Wankai, stop barking. The dog stopped barking when it heard the old man's voice. Chapter 24, All Dead. After a loud noise, the big iron gate was opened from the inside. A tall old man with white hair walked out. If I heard correctly, you said you were here to report. The old man's face was full of surprise. Su Feng nodded, and at the same time raised his mobile phone in front of the old man, showing him the content of the text message on the phone. Yes, I'm here to report. There are indeed people who are not afraid of death. The old man seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to Su Feng. Come in. After the old man finished speaking, he walked towards the yard with his hands behind his back. Su Feng followed behind him and entered the yard. When he walked into the yard, Su Feng discovered that the yard was actually very large. There were several cars parked in the middle of the yard. There are vans, pickup trucks, and even large trucks. Except for the parking area, the rest of the place is planted with fruits and vegetables. Su Feng followed the old man to a pavilion where there were tables, chairs, and benches, and a pot of tea on the table. The old man sat down on the chair and pointed to the chair opposite the table. Sit down. When Su Feng sat down, the old man poured him a cup of tea. You're so young. Why are you so depressed? Su Feng was very puzzled. How dangerous was it to be a scavenger? Why did everyone who knew he was going to be a scavenger look like they were going to die? Uncle, I'm not depressed. I just want to make some money. Okay, another one who wants money over life. The old man took a sip of tea and pointed at the yard and said to Su Feng, Do you know how many people are here at most? Su Feng shook his head. How would he know this? He had only been here for half a year. At its peak, it was completely overcrowded. There weren't enough rooms, and many people had to live in tents. What now? Now, I'm the only one left. What about the others? Have they all resigned? Resign? The old man sneered. If dying counts as resigning, then let them be considered resigning. Dead, dead. The tea was too hot, and Su Feng burned his tongue. All dead. The old man nodded. All dead. It turns out that recruitment advertisements cannot be trusted completely. What the hell is this dangerous? This is a 100% sure death. It cannot be said that there is no life. There is still a living person in front of me. Su Feng asked curiously. Master, they are all dead, so what about you? Why am I not dead? Su Feng nodded. He really wanted to ask this, but he was just too embarrassed to speak up. The old man touched the big yellow dog Wankai lying beside him. I don't know either, but someone did tell me that I have some kind of antitoxin. Next, the old man gave Su Feng a brief account of the origin of the scavenger and how dangerous the scavenger's job was. The scavengers did not have a separate part at the beginning. The strange beasts that first appeared on Blue Star were killed by the awakened ones, and their bodies were taken away by the relevant departments. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Later, the Exotic Beast Association was established, and the task of studying exotic beasts was handed over to the Exotic Beast Association. After several years of research, the Exotic Beast Association discovered that the corpses of exotic beasts do contain special energy. However, this energy cannot be used by humans, because the body of the strange beast contains Su Feng's mysterious ingredients, and humans have not yet analyzed what these mysterious ingredients are. All we know is that these mysterious ingredients are beneficial and harmless to exotic animals, but are highly toxic to humans. On the contrary, some powerful exotic beasts usually have an inner elixir in their bodies, and most of their power comes from the inner elixir. This can be swallowed directly, and you can instantly obtain a large amount of pure energy, but if you are not strong enough, there is a risk of explosion. When worn close to the body, it can also absorb and transform the energy in the inner elixir at all times. Although the speed is a bit slow, it is safe and stable. Since then, the Exotic Beast Association has attached greater importance to inner elixir. The corpses of strange beasts are becoming less and less valued. Only the corpses of powerful alien beasts will be brought to the Alien Beast Association headquarters for research. The corpses of less powerful monsters were directly destroyed. Then the scavenger came into being. The scavenger's job is simple: collect the corpses of strange animals and take them to a remote place to burn them. In fact, it is similar to the crematorium in human funeral homes. Because the number of awakened people is limited and they also have to deal with strange beasts, the work of scavengers is left to ordinary humans. At the beginning, the salary of a scavenger was not very high. However, as more and more scavengers died on the job, the Exotic Beast Association was forced to increase their wages and pensions. It was indeed useful at the beginning. After all, people die for money and birds die for food. Who knew that the death rate of scavengers would become higher and higher, and gradually, no one dared to be a scavenger anymore. That's not the case. There are two brave ones right now. Boy, do you really not know how dangerous the scavengers are? Or do you prefer money to life? Su Feng could tell that the old man meant well and hoped to dissuade him from becoming a scavenger. I know the scavenger is dangerous, but I still want to try it. Uncle, you are fine too. The old man drank his tea slowly and asked Su Feng, "Do you know how old I am?" After hearing this, Su Feng carefully observed the old man opposite him. His hair was gray and his face was wrinkled. If he remembered correctly, his waist was a little bent when he walked just now. I think you are almost 60. In fact, Su Feng was thinking about around 70 years old, but as a person, one must always be a bit tactful, so how could he tell the truth? The old man sneered. I'm 45. Puff. Su Feng spat out a mouthful of tea. Can't you tell? The 45-year-old man sighed and said, I wasn't like this when I first started working as a street sweeper. Back then, I was 185 centimeters tall, weighed 85 kilograms, and was all muscle. I've been a street sweeper for 5 years, and look at me now. Do you still want to do this job? Su Feng did not answer the old man's question, but asked another question instead. If it's so dangerous, why do you still want to be a scavenger, brother? Since he is only 45, it is inappropriate to call him uncle. The eldest brother changed his sitting position, looked into the distance, and seemed to be lost in memories. You think I want to do this damn job? I can't help it. As the conversation deepened, Su Feng also learned the eldest brother's name and his story. My eldest brother's name is Li Xiefeng, and he used to be a soldier. According to him, he even became a platoon leader. Before the strange beast appeared, life was quite comfortable. After all, there hasn't been a war for many years. When the strange beasts first appeared, the awakened ones were still scattered, and many of them were even harmful to society. At that time, it was all up to the soldiers to deal with the strange beasts and the reckless awakened ones. After several battles, Li Xiefeng was the only one left out of his platoon of soldiers. Chapter 25. Do you want a monthly salary of 80,000? In order to better take care of the families of the fallen soldiers, Li Xiefeng chose to retire. All the subsidies received when retiring were given to the families of the fallen comrades. He himself worked day and night. But there are 30 or 40 comrades in a platoon, and which comrade doesn't have relatives? That little salary is just a drop in the bucket. In order to make money quickly, Li Xiefeng became a scavenger. There are pensions for the families of fallen soldiers, right? Indeed. Then Su Feng didn't understand. Since there was a pension, there was no need for Li Xiefeng to work so hard. Li Xiefeng explained, probably guessing what Su Feng was thinking. In fact, I just couldn't get over it myself. Seeing my comrades die one by one in front of me, that feeling is something most people can't understand. If I hadn't been working so hard to earn money to help the families of my fallen comrades, I would have probably committed suicide. Well, Su Feng didn't understand, but he expressed respect. Su Feng didn't understand things like post-war traumatic syndrome, but he had heard of it. Brotherly, what about your family? Dead, long ago, killed by strange beasts. There was no emotion in Li Xiefeng's voice, as if he was talking about someone else's family. That's why I keep doing this job, just to avenge my family. Li Xiefeng asked Su Feng in return. What about you? Why do you do this job? I just want to do it. Anyway, I have been an orphan since I was a child, so I can do anything. Su Feng didn't explain too much, but one should still be careful in life. Oh, orphan, you don't want to live anymore. Li Xiefeng's words were quite harsh. However, Su Feng chose to forgive him. He was also a poor man, so I won't bother with him. Li Xiefeng stood up and patted his butt and said, Since you want to do it, then do it. Our Scavenger Central Province branch allocates 300,000 yuan every month. You take 80,000 yuan, and the rest belongs to me. There are quite a few rooms here. You can choose one to stay in. You can also stay in the next yard, which has its own door and a separate house. Only then did Su Feng discover that there was actually a smaller yard on the other side of the wall. I'd better live over there and not bother you, brotherly. Li Xiefeng threw a key to Su Feng, stood up, and walked into the house. I'll call you when there's a mission. Feel free to drive any car in the yard you like. The keys are already in it. Brotherly, I have one last question. Ask quickly. Isn't it said that the salary of a street sweeper is 50,000? Li Xiefeng continued to walk slowly into the house and said without turning his head, Look at this damn place. Is anyone willing to come? Su Feng probably understood that it meant that Li Xiefeng had been doing the work of many people in the past 2 years, so it was normal to pay him a higher salary. If you look at it that way, it's not enough. After all, 300,000 is only equivalent to the salary of 6 people. Su Feng didn't think it was unfair to get 80,000 out of the 300,000. It's not that I was moved by Li Xiefeng. As an orphan, he is no longer easily moved. It was purely because Li Xiefeng was his senior, and he would have to rely on Li Xiefeng in many ways in the future. I originally thought I would earn 50,000 yuan a month, but now I have an extra 80,000 yuan. Why should I be dissatisfied? Besides, Li Xiefeng won't live long, and the 300,000 yuan will be his by then. The premise is that he can live longer than Li Xiefeng. Su Feng made up his mind that he had to work as a scavenger, and if he couldn't do it, he would just give up and run away. The Exotic Beast Association can't just hunt me down just because I quit. Since he had made the decision, Su Feng didn't think about it anymore and went to the next yard with the key. Previously, Su Feng could not see what was happening inside because of the courtyard wall. Only after opening the far door could he get a glimpse of the whole picture. This yard is much smaller than Li Xiefeng's yard, at most half the size of that yard. The reason why Su Feng didn't discover this yard was because the gate opened in another direction. There is a cement road at the entrance of Li Xiefeng's yard, but there is only a dirt road at the entrance of this yard. There is an iron gate between the two courtyards, but the lock on it looks rusty, so it probably hasn't been opened for a long time. There was only Li Xiefeng in the scavenger base. The big yard was more than enough for him to live in, so the small yard gradually became deserted. Su Feng entered the yard and saw that the weeds were almost as tall as a man. Fortunately, the house is not too old, probably less than 10 years old. Otherwise, if no one had taken care of it for so long, the house might have collapsed. Su Feng stood at the gate of the yard, looking at the weeds and trees all over the yard, and felt troubled. I should have chosen a room in the yard next door. There are so many weeds. How long will it take to clean them up? Su Feng said this, but he didn't mean it in his heart. If he had a choice, he wouldn't choose this yard. There is only a wall between them and Li Xiefeng, so it is difficult for Su Qing and others to hide their tracks. Su Feng couldn't care less at the moment. Seeing that Li Xiefeng was about to die, he thought that as long as he spoke in a low voice, he might not be discovered. If we are really discovered, it will be a big deal. At worst, we can just kill them to silence them. This is the last option. Su Feng will not do this unless it is absolutely necessary. Forget it. Let's go call Su Qing and the others over to help clear the weeds. One doesn't know how long one will finish working. Now that he has become a scavenger, he may be sent on a mission at any time. Su Feng needs to familiarize himself with the scavenger's job as soon as possible. He has no time to just clean. Su Feng was hesitating when to ask Su Qing and others to come to work when he heard the roar of an engine coming from the yard next door. Su Feng ran to the dirt road at the gate of the yard and just saw a van driving out from the side. Su Feng quickly greeted the van. Li Xiefeng saw Su Feng waving and stopped the car on the side of the road. Su Feng trotted over and saw that Li Xiefeng had rolled down the car window and was puffing away on a cigarette. If you have anything to say, tell me now. I have to go to work. Sure enough, work comes as it comes. Nothing much, just asking if I can move in any time. I've already given you the keys. Just let me know when you're ready to go to work. Anything else? Don't bother looking for me if you don't have anything else." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and the van sped away. Cough, cough, cough. This shabby place was covered in dirt, and the dust raised by the van made Su Feng cough repeatedly. Su Feng felt that the old man Li Xiefeng had a strange temper. No, not the old man. After all, he is only 45. It's good that they left. I can take this opportunity to pick up Su Qing and the others and clean up. Su Feng didn't stay any longer. He locked the door, got on his beloved electric tricycle, and sped towards the city. Su Feng's electric tricycle was a second-hand one he bought himself. It was the kind with a canopy used for delivering express packages, which was just enough for Su Qing and the other three to fit into. Chapter 26 Moving. Su Feng returned home and started arranging tasks as soon as he opened the door. "You three, Ruru, get in my pocket. Su Qing, put on the clothes I found for you, and put on your hat." As for Su Kuan, he is more than half a meter tall, so he can just find some clothes to put on and hold him in his arms. The three little ones had unconditional trust in Su Feng. It took less than 2 minutes for Su Feng to arrange the task, and the three little ones were ready. "Dad, are we going out?" Su Kuan was very excited when being held in Su Feng's arms. She had never left home since she was born. "Let's move to a bigger place. Remember, once you go out, don't talk anymore. If someone finds you, you might get killed and made into soup." Upon hearing this, Su Kuan quickly pinched his pointed mouth with his 2 small hands. Su Qing and Su Ruru had both been out before, so they were relatively calm at this time. Su Feng looked through the peephole and saw that the corridor was very quiet. He opened the door gently and walked out first. Su Qing followed behind him, also tiptoeing. Su Feng didn't take the elevator this time because it would be too easy for people to see him. Generally, few people use the stairs in elevator buildings, and mosquitoes and monsters have been cleared away, so there will be no danger. After a safe journey downstairs, Su Qing and Su Kuan successfully entered the back compartment of the electric tricycle. As for Su Ruru, just keep it in your pocket. Su Feng turned the power switch, and the electric tricycle drove out of the city. When he arrived at the scavenger base, Su Feng first went to take a look at the gate. There was a lock on the door. It seemed that Li Xiefeng had not returned yet. I just took advantage of the fact that he was not at home to get the work done. After parking the electric tricycle at the side door, Su Feng opened the gate to the yard. Su Qing and Su Kuan immediately got off the tricycle and went into the yard. The two entered the yard with joy, and then were stunned. "Dad, is this our new home?" "Yeah, isn't it big?" Su Qing exerted force with his legs and jumped more than 2 meters high, finally seeing the whole picture of the yard. "It's really big, but there's a bit too much grass." Su Kuan followed suit and jumped up to take a look. Unlike Su Qing, when she landed, the 2 little chicken wings on her back flapped slightly, and she landed smoothly, silently, and without even a speck of dust. It's really cool to have wings. Su Feng was very envious, but when he thought about himself carrying a pair of chicken wings, he felt that the current situation was pretty good. "Dad, I don't like it here. There's too much grass, and it's so dirty. How can I live here? I think we should move." Su Kuan chattered a lot more. "There is only one core idea, which is to look down on this place." "Shut up." Su Feng also knew that Su Kuan didn't do it on purpose. She just couldn't control herself, but having someone nagging in her ear all the time would really drive her crazy. Seeing Su Feng was angry, Su Kuan quickly pinched his cocked beak. "You three, be responsible for cleaning this place up. I'll go back and pack my things. There is a weird old man next door. He is not at home now. When he comes back, you all have to be quiet and not talk." "Got it." The 3 little ones nodded obediently. Su Feng left the 3 kids in the yard, locked the door, and left. Now that they have come to this world, the 3 little ones cannot live under his protection forever and must learn to be independent. Cleaning is the first step for the 3 of them to become independent. Su Feng is definitely not lazy and doesn't want to do the work himself. He has a lot of things to do. I have to move, cancel the lease, quit my job, and finally sell the electric tricycle. Li Xiefeng said that the cars in the yard next door can be driven freely, so why would he drive an electric tricycle in the future? Before giving up the lease and resigning, Su Feng decided to move first. Fortunately, there weren't many things at home, so I could move them all in just 2 trips. After huffing and puffing to fill up the electric tricycle, Su Feng suddenly thought, since the cars were free to drive, why didn't he pick one to drive before? If you have a car, you can move everything in 1 trip. People become stupid after being used to living in poverty. Of course, Su Feng can drive. It doesn't cost much to get a driver's license, and having a driver's license can also provide more job opportunities. I pulled a tricycle of luggage to the courtyard, but Li Xiefeng had not returned yet. Su Feng came to the gate of his yard and heard the noise of chaos from a distance. Su-kun, please stop talking. I'm so hungry I have no strength left. Can you please be quiet for a while and let me get some sleep? No, the room hasn't been cleaned yet. There's dust everywhere. You're so lazy. Get up and work. Su-fong shook his head and sighed helplessly. The three little ones were just born not long ago, and they all had the mentality of children. If this continues, Li Xiefeng will not be able to hide it. Forget it. Things will work out when the time comes. Su-fong opened the gate and looked at the scene in the yard. He was completely stunned. He took a few steps back to the gate of the yard and looked around. I'm not going the wrong way. It's no wonder that Su-fong was surprised. When he left, the yard was still overgrown with weeds. The weeds were so tall that an adult couldn't see anything if he went in. It took only 2 hours to go back and forth, and there was no grass left in the yard. It's not that there is no grass. There is some dead grass piled in the corner of the yard. The three little ones were very happy to see Su-fong and jumped to his side. Dad, you're finally back. The yard has been cleaned. I'm so hungry. When are we going to eat? Su-ching held Su-fong in his arms and began to boast about his achievements, and then asked about dinner. Su-kun stood on one leg, on Su-ching's big head, and said with disdain, Why are you working? Sister Ruru cleaned the yard, but I asked you to clean the house, but you were lazy and didn't go. Dad, don't feed Su-ching. He's too lazy and doesn't do any work at all. Su-fong stretched out a hand, asked Su-ruru to stand on it, and asked curiously, Ro, did you do all this? Su-ruru nodded embarrassedly. How did you do that? Before Su-ruru could open her mouth, Su-kun started talking. Dad, Sister Ruru is amazing. Once she gets into the grass starts to wither, and only some dry grass is left. Su-fong felt a surge of emotion in his heart as he listened to Su-kun's explanation. I didn't expect Su-ruru to have such a hidden skill. Ro, how did you do that? Su-ruru shook her head and said, Dad, I don't know either. I don't want to do this either. It makes me sad to see them wither. Su-fong probably understood a little bit. The essence of Ruru is succulent, which is also a kind of plant, so it is normal that her innate magical power is related to plants. Su-fong didn't know what Su-ruru, Su-ching, and the others' abilities were, so he simply called them their innate magical powers. For example, Su-fong can attack with his tongue. In addition to protecting herself, Su-ruru can probably also absorb the essence of plants. Chapter 27. Innate Supernatural Powers. As for Su-ruru's feeling uncomfortable, Su-fong could also understand. Su-ruru is kind by nature. Those weeds and trees are actually half her kind. It is normal for Su-ruru to feel uncomfortable because she caused the death of her kind. Don't be sad, Ruru, they're growing in the wrong place. Even if you don't clean them up, someone else will. Everything in this world needs living space. We can't just let plants and trees survive without allowing other people to survive. Look at the trees, flowers, and plants growing outside. They are all alive and well. That's right. Don't be sad, Sister Ruru. It's just some weeds. There are still a lot more out there. Su-kun's mouth is always busy. No matter what happens, she will say a few words. After Su-feng's comfort, Su-ruru felt much better. Dad is right. Everyone has a home. These weeds have taken over our home, so we have no choice but to clear them away. What Su-feng was actually more curious about was what exactly Su-ruru's ability was used for. If plants really have any essence, then Su-ruru should have grown bigger after absorbing the essence of plants. However, the reality is that Su-ruru is still very small. Okay, don't be sad. Let's go clean the house. Although there are a lot of weeds in the yard, it is actually not difficult to clean them up. On the contrary, the house is difficult to clean and there is dust everywhere. Su-feng put on a mask and started working. As for Su-ching and Su-kun, one has a chicken mouth and the other has a frog mouth, and they don't have suitable masks. Let's move all the furniture out of the house first, and then clean up the dust. Su-ching and Su-kun were born with supernatural powers, and even Su-ruru was as strong as Su-feng. The four of them worked together and quickly carried all the furniture in several rooms to the yard. Su-feng took out a few rags and handed them to Su-ching and the others. You guys are responsible for cleaning the furniture, and I'll sweep and mop the floor. It is said that animals have a very sensitive sense of smell. Su-ching and his friends did not have masks, and they inhaled so much dust that they did not know if they would get pneumoconiosis. Su-feng put on 2 more masks and a hat and ran into the house to clean. Half an hour later, Su-feng finally swept the house, and the next step was mopping the floor. He ran to the yard to rest for a while, and saw Su-ching constantly spraying water from his mouth, and the furniture in the yard was instantly washed clean. Su-feng didn't have time to admire Su-ching's ability to spit water. Just as he was about to speak out to stop him, he saw the small wings behind Su-kun suddenly flap, and 2 visible tornadoes blew out, and the water on the furniture was instantly blown dry. Children really can't stay at home all day. As soon as I let them out, they unlocked such amazing skills. Su Qing can spray water, Su Kuan can blow air, and Su Ruru can absorb plant essences. When Su Feng asked them about these skills before, they never told him about them, so they probably didn't even know they had them. When you need it, it will come naturally. It's just like when a child is learning to walk. If you ask him if he can walk, how would he know what walking is? But when his physical condition allowed, he would walk naturally after a little teaching. It's good to have more skills, but the power is too weak. Otherwise, it can be regarded as a means of saving life. Su Feng didn't feel it was a pity. It was normal that the three little ones had little power since they were just born. When they grow up, what they spray out will be water swords, and what they fan out will be tornadoes. Everything is based on the premise that the three little ones can grow up smoothly. This is also the reason why Su Feng took the risk to become a scavenger. The three little ones are so hungry right after they were born. If we don't think of other ways, no matter how much money we have, it will not be enough for them to eat. Su Feng guessed that it was probably because the energy contained in ordinary food was too small. Although the three little ones can eat their fill, the energy in the food is too little and is gone after a little digestion. Any living thing needs energy to grow. The only outcome of insufficient energy is death. If this problem cannot be solved, Su Feng can only watch the three little ones die. Whether from the perspective of family affection or future safety, Su Feng would never let the three little ones starve to death. With the cooperation of Su Qing and Su Kuan's innate magical powers, Su Qing quickly cleaned the entire yard from inside to outside. Just as he was about to go back to continue moving, he heard the roar of a car outside the yard. It should be Li Xiefeng who has returned. He just happened to go and see what the corpse of the strange beast looks like. Su Feng reminded the three little ones not to make any noise and not to run around. Then he opened the gate and walked out. When I arrived at the gate of Li Xiefeng's yard, I didn't see Li Xiefeng, and the gate was still locked. Su Feng looked around and finally found the secret behind the yard. Before, he was only concerned with reporting in and did not observe the building carefully. Only then did I discover that there was a small path on the other side of the yard, with various trees planted on both sides of the road. Walking along the path, Su Feng saw another gate. The door was open and Su Feng stood at the door looking inside. The van that Li Xiefeng drove when he left was parked in the yard at this time. The trunk of the van was open, and Li Xiefeng, wearing protective clothing, was moving things out of the van. Seeing Su Feng standing at the door, Li Xiefeng shouted to him, "Go to my room and get a protective suit to put on. Then come and help me carry the things. The key is on the key ring I gave you before." Su Feng obediently ran to the front yard, took out the key, and saw that it was really there. When I opened the gate, I saw the yellow dog lying in the pavilion. He looked up at Su Feng and then lay down again. Su Feng didn't expect that this yellow dog was so smart. It remembered him after just meeting him once. "Wang Kai, where's the protective suit in the room?" "There are at least a dozen rooms in the courtyard where Li Xiefeng lives. It will take forever to search each room one by one." He forgot to ask Li Xiefeng just now, so I tried to ask the big yellow dog Wang Kai. Wang Kai stood up, stretched, and walked towards one of the rooms. "Fuck, are you that smart?" Su Feng followed Wang Kai into one of the rooms and saw several sets of protective suits in the room. Su Feng gently stroked Wang-sized dog head. "Thank you, Wang Kai." Wang Kai nodded slightly, walked back to the pavilion, and continued lying down. Su Feng put on protective clothing and went to the backyard. "Come and lend a hand." Su Feng walked to the trunk of the van and looked inside curiously. "Fuck, what the hell?" After just one look, Su Feng was so scared that he took several steps back. There was a bloody corpse lying in the van at this time. "How can you be a street sweeper if you are so timid?" Li Xiefeng sneered, grabbed one of the corpse's legs with both hands, and said to Su Feng, "You pull the other leg, and we'll work together to pull it out." Chapter 28, The Scavenger's Job. Oh. Su Feng took a deep breath, then bravely walked up and held the bloody, hairy leg with both hands. 3, 2, 1. The two of them worked together to drag the body out. The body fell to the ground with a thud, and only then did Su Feng see the whole appearance of the body. It can be barely seen that this should be a canine beast. The body length is about 1.5 meters. Brotherly, why are its claws and teeth gone? That was the spoils of the awakened, and it has been taken away. Su Feng had a lot of doubts in his mind, but this was not the time to ask questions. Li Xiefeng started working again, so Su Feng hurried over to help. The two of them worked together to carry the strange beast's corpse into a large room. It would be more appropriate to call it a factory rather than a room. "Is this a crematorium?" Su Feng pointed at the huge machines in the factory and asked Li Xiefeng. "Yes, it is a crematorium, a state-of-the-art one. We'll see later, but come and help me with the work first." Here I come. Li Xiefeng handed Su Feng a sharp, white boning knife and pointed at the corpse of the strange beast on the ground. Cut the meat off this beast. Why do you want to cut off the meat? Are you going to keep it for eating? Li Xiefeng shook his head and said, the meat of these animals is smelly. When you remove the meat, you have to leave the bones. The Exotic Beast Association will recycle them. What's the use of the bones of strange beasts? Who knows? Get to work, and after you've cut the meat off, throw it into that crematorium over there. Li Xiefeng taught Su Feng how to use the crematorium and prepared to leave. Brotherly, where are you going? Li Xiefeng said without turning his head. I'm going to smoke a cigarette. Since you want to be a scavenger, you naturally have to learn these things. When I die one day, these jobs will be yours. Oh well. Su Feng looked unhappy, but in fact he was already beaming with joy in his heart. I was just worrying about not having the chance to get the meat of exotic beasts, and now the opportunity has come. Su Feng didn't rush to work, but first studied the boning knife in his hand. If he guessed correctly, the boning knife was not made of steel, but of bone. After studying it for a long time, Su Feng still couldn't figure out what was special about the boning knife in his hand. Forget it, let's get to work first. Su Feng held the boning knife and gestured at the corpse of the strange beast for a long time, but he didn't know where to start. There is no way. Su Feng has tried many jobs, but he has never been a butcher. Forget it, it's going to be burned anyway, so just do whatever you want. The following scene is not suitable for children. Since Su Feng had never been a butcher, he could only swing his weapons and chop freely. There was blood everywhere. I don't know if the blood of strange beasts is useful. If you don't know, then let's give it a try. Su Feng found a small bottle in the corner of the factory and filled it with some blood from an exotic beast. Then he put the beast's heart into a plastic bag and stuffed it into the protective suit. After 2 or 3 hours of hard work, Su Feng finally cleaned the meat from the strange beast. Although it is said to be cleaned, there is still some meat remaining on the bones. This is not a big deal. There is a flamethrower next to me. I can use it to burn the bones, and the remaining meat will naturally be clean. Throw all the cut meat of the strange beast into the crematorium and turn on the switch. Su Feng took a breath and then plunged into his busy work again. After burning the bones of the strange beast from top to bottom and from inside to outside, Su Feng was bored and put the bones of the strange beast together again. There was only a skeleton left in the factory. Su Feng grunted and threw the plastic sheet on the ground and the protective suit on his body into the crematorium. While Li Xiefeng was away, he secretly took the small bottle of blood and heart home. After returning home, Su Feng hid his things and prepared to go find Li Xiefeng. Li Xiefeng was still sitting on the lounge chair under the pavilion, drinking tea and petting the dog. Brotherly, I've finished all my work. If there's nothing else, I'll go move first. Go ahead, pick a car and drive away. It will be easier to move. It will take you forever to move with a broken tricycle like yours. Su Feng wanted to say that his tricycle was not broken at all, but after looking at the 7 or 8 cars in the yard, he wisely chose to keep quiet. After hesitating for a long time, Su Feng chose a modified pickup truck. Pickup trucks are sturdy, durable, powerful, and easy to haul things. The most important thing is that after installing the high cover, the 3 little ones can hide inside and cannot be seen by outsiders. It's different with a car. Su Feng moved all the things in one trip. Even the broken sofa was brought back. That broken sofa doesn't belong to the landlord. He picked it up from someone else's apartment downstairs. After loading all his things into the car, Su Feng went directly to his previous unit to resign. My predecessor and Su Feng worked at the express station for a total of 2.5 years and had a good relationship with the employees here. When we learned that he was going to resign, everyone was quite reluctant to see him go. After politely declining everyone's invitation to drink together in the evening, Su Feng drove off. He is so busy now that he really has no time to drink. Su Feng had just arrived home and hadn't even had time to unload the things when Su Ruru came running over. Dad, please go and have a look. I don't know what happened to my brother and sister. Something happened. Su Feng followed Su Ruru into the house and saw Su Qing and Su Kuan lying on the ground and snoring. The bottle he used to store the blood of the strange beast was thrown on the ground and was empty. What's going on? Su Ruru explained. After you left, Dad, my sister found this bottle, and the contents seemed delicious. Ruru remembered what her father told her not to eat anything random, so she resisted the urge to drink. But Ruru couldn't stop her brother and sister, so they drank the contents of the bottle and ended up like this. It is said that the flesh and blood of strange beasts are highly poisonous. I hope Su Qing and Su Kuan will not be poisoned. Su Feng walked over and checked. Fortunately, I'm still breathing. The 2 men looked quite peaceful and didn't look like they were poisoned. I don't know how Su Feng saw peace in the frog head and the chicken head. It's okay, Ruru, they just fell asleep. Although Su Feng didn't know much about strange beasts, he had read a lot of online articles. Su Ruru said that the blood of the exotic beasts had a strong attraction to Sanxiao. Even Su Ruru couldn't help but want to drink a sip. This means that the blood of the strange beast should be beneficial and harmless to the three little ones. As for why Su Qing and Su Kuan were lying on the ground, it was probably because they had overdone it. After all, the eldest, Su Qing, was less than a week old and was still a baby. When Su Ruru heard Su Feng say that they were both fine, she finally let go of her worries. She is a very responsible person. If something happens to her brothers and sisters because she did not take good care of them, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. By the time Su Feng finished moving all the things, it was already dark. Ro, do you think this is edible? Su Feng took out the heart of the strange beast and placed it in front of Su Ruru. Su Ruru looked at the heart of the strange beast, her eyes shining, and saliva unconsciously flowed from the corners of her mouth. Dad, Ruru wants to eat. Chapter 29, Overeating. Su Feng guessed correctly. The meat of exotic beasts was indeed very attractive to the three little ones. Su Feng also didn't know whether the energy of the exotic beast meat would be lost after being fried. He planned to cut a little bit and let Su Ruru try it raw to see if she could get used to it. As a result, he changed 3 knives in a row, but he couldn't even cut through the skin of the monster's heart. It seems that the bone knife is indeed special. Su Feng felt troubled as he looked at the strange beast in front of him. I can't even cut it, how can I eat it? Su Ruru seemed to see Su Feng's embarrassment and spoke cautiously. Dad, how about I take a bite and try it? Although she was sensible, the attraction of the strange beast's heart to her was too strong. Anyway, Su Feng had already told her to eat it, and she didn't want to endure it anymore. Then you try it. Su Feng had no other good idea, so he simply gave the heart of the strange beast to Su Ruru. After getting Su Feng's consent, Su Ruru ran to the heart of the strange beast, which was bigger than her, held it in her arms, and started to chew on it. Su Feng saw it clearly. Although Su Ruru's mouth was small, she could still take a little bit of meat with every bite. This little girl's teeth are sharper than a knife. I really don't know what kind of monsters I gave birth to. As usual, Su Feng had the urge to drink his own blood. This thought often comes up, and one day I might not be able to suppress it anymore. The heart of the strange beast was very big, and Su Ruru could only eat a small part of it and could not eat anymore. Dad, I can't eat anymore. After Su Ruru finished speaking, she actually burped. Roller, how do you feel now? Su Feng was really afraid that Su Ruru would have problems after eating the heart of this strange beast. Because she ate too much, Su Ruru burped and felt a little embarrassed. Hearing Su Feng's words, Su Ruru said shyly, Dad, I don't feel anything. I just ate too much without paying attention. Then are you feeling unwell? Su Ruru shook her head, indicating that she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. What about the taste? How does it taste? Su Ruru said embarrassedly. Dad, I ate too fast just now and didn't pay attention to the taste. Well, if you didn't pay attention to the taste, then it probably wasn't very delicious. It is also possible that the taste is quite good, but Su Ruru didn't have time to savor it. Dad, I'm a little sleepy. I want to go to bed. Not long after Su Ruru finished eating the heart of the strange beast, she began to feel sleepy. Su Feng decided to observe further. If there was anything abnormal, he would never give them the exotic animal meat again. Since you are sleepy, go to bed. Su Ruru found a comfortable place in the room and fell asleep soon after lying down. So, the three of them need to sleep because the energy contained in the alien beasts is too powerful? Su Feng still has no idea about the feelings and feedback of Su Qing and the other two after eating the exotic beast meat. He needed to wait for the three little ones to wake up and tell him from their own experience what the effects or side effects of eating the meat of the strange beast were. Now that the three little ones were asleep, Su Feng had nothing to do, so he simply started cleaning the room. After all, there were quite a lot of places that needed to be cleaned since they had just moved in. He had just cleaned up for less than half an hour when Li Xiefeng from the next yard suddenly called him. Su Feng, I have a mission before I leave. Su Feng came to the yard and asked Li Xiefeng across the wall. What's your mission, Brother Li? Nonsense, we are scavengers. What kind of mission can we have? Hurry up, don't waste time. Oh, here it comes. Su Feng didn't dare to delay, picked up the key and left the yard, and did not forget to lock the yard when he left. Su Feng came to the yard where Li Xiefeng lived next door, and Li Xiefeng had already started the car. This time, Li Xiefeng did not drive the broken van, but a heavy truck. Seeing Su Feng coming, Li Xiefeng greeted him. Hurry up and get in the car. Su Feng opened the passenger door and climbed in. Brother Li, what's your mission this time? Why are you driving such a big car? It says the beasts this time are larger, so we need a larger vehicle. Upstairs. Why wasn't I notified? Li Xiefeng slapped his forehead. I forgot to add you to the group. We scavengers have a special group. Whenever a strange beast appears, the specific location and size of the beast will be notified to us immediately. Then we just need to choose the corresponding car based on the size of the pre-sale. Has the strange beast been eliminated? No. Isn't it dangerous for us to go there now? We'll just watch from afar once we get there. Once the beast is destroyed, we'll immediately go and dispose of its corpse. As the two were talking, Li Xiefeng drove the heavy truck and sped along the road. After less than half an hour, we finally arrived at our destination. From a distance, Su Feng heard all kinds of noisy sounds ahead. There were the roars of strange beasts and the sounds of houses collapsing. Okay, let's just wait here and wait for notification from above. Li Xiefeng turned the heavy truck around as he spoke. Take note, kid. We scavengers must be discerning. If the awakened don't kill the beast immediately, we have to run away. Only then did Su Feng understand why Li Xiefeng turned the heavy truck around. If we wait until the monster attacks before turning the car around, it will probably be too late. The two sat in the car and waited. No one spoke. A few minutes later, Li Xiefeng took out a cigarette and threw it to Su Feng. Then he sighed. These beasts are appearing more and more frequently. I used to go on a mission only once every 2 or 3 days, but now sometimes I have to go on 2 missions a day. If I die someday, you might not be able to handle it all by yourself. Su Feng took the cigarette but didn't light it. Instead, he put it between his ears. Brotherly, please stop scaring me. I've only been here for 1 day, and you've already told me I'm dead so many times. Li Xiefeng took a deep puff of cigarette and then exhaled a large cloud of smoke. I'm not trying to scare you. I know my own body. I don't think I'll be able to survive for a year at most, or at least half a year. Su Feng could tell that Li Xiefeng was not joking. Brotherly, what are the dangers of being a scavenger? Can you tell me in detail? Li Xiefeng took another puff of his cigarette. I really don't know why you insist on doing this. I guess you've already learned some of this before you started working here. Those are just the obvious ones, but there are actually many potential dangers. The corpses of strange beasts will not only explode, but also contain parasites. Frequent contact with the corpses of strange beasts can also cause poisoning. This is an unknown toxin. The Exotic Beast Association has studied it for several years, but has not yet developed a treatment. There have been many scavengers before you, and most of them died of poisoning. Didn't I tell you before? I'm quite resistant to toxins. This doesn't mean I'm completely immune to toxins, but it means I can hold out longer than others. That's all. The scavengers in the past would die from poisoning after working for a few months, or at most half a year. I have a strong resistance to toxins, so I persisted for 5 years. But look at me now. I am only 45 years old, but my body looks like I am in my 70s or 80s. I have a feeling that it won't be long before I too die from the poison. Chapter 30, First Intimate Contact. At this moment, Su Feng was really hesitant. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong for him to be a scavenger. But apart from doing this, he really had no other way to get access to the corpse of the strange beast. It's not impossible. Another way is to become an exotic beast hunter. But if the 3 little ones were to become exotic beast hunters with their current strength, it would be no different from seeking death. So even if he wants to be a hunter of exotic beasts, he has to wait until the 3 little ones become strong. Before that, he must be a scavenger. The two waited in the car for more than an hour, and the sounds in the distance finally became quieter and quieter. Only after a wailing sound that resounded through the sky did the distant battlefield return to silence. Is Brotherly done? Should we go over now? Why are you panicking, kid? Remember, you must be steady when you're a street sweeper, otherwise a small accident could cost you your life. Let's continue to wait for notification. How can you be sure that it was the awakened who won, and not the alien beast? It turns out that he still lacks experience. In Su Feng's inherent impression, all strange beasts that appear on the blue star will eventually be destroyed by the awakened ones. The strange beast was indeed destroyed, but Su Feng was not clear about the process. Just as Li Xiefeng said, although it seemed that the battlefield had returned to calm, it was also possible that the awakened ones were destroyed by the strange beasts. 5 minutes later, Li Xiefeng's cell phone rang. Li Xiefeng picked up the phone, took a look at it, and then said to Su Feng, "We've received the message, we can take action now." As Li Xiefeng spoke, he turned the heavy truck around and drove towards the battlefield. Although this place is quite far from the center of the battlefield, law enforcement officers have already imposed martial law. Some people who did not have time to evacuate before are now evacuating in an orderly manner under the guidance of law enforcement officers. It doesn't mean that once the battle is over and the monsters are eliminated, the people nearby don't have to evacuate. The corpses of strange beasts are also poisonous, So even if the strange beasts are destroyed, ordinary people cannot get close to their corpses. Even if the corpse of the strange beast is transported away, people can only move around in the area again after it is thoroughly disinfected. It was unknown whether they recognized the car, the license plate, or perhaps some special pass, but the heavy truck driven by Su Feng and his men had a smooth journey into the heart of the battlefield. As the heavy truck got closer and closer to the center of the battlefield, Su Feng first witnessed the destructive power of the alien beast. He had previously encountered a humanoid monster that was over 2 meters tall. I also encountered groups of mosquito monsters, but their size was no different from that of ordinary mosquitoes. This time, the corpse of the strange beast needs to be loaded into a heavy truck, which shows that its size is not comparable to the strange beasts he has encountered before. A large-sized monster is not necessarily more powerful than a small-sized monster, but the destructive power will definitely be greater. As Su Feng went deep into the center of the battlefield, he could see from time to time that some shops on both sides of the road had been destroyed beyond recognition. There were many fallen electric poles and traffic lights on the road, so it is not an exaggeration to call it a battlefield. Fortunately, the wheels of the heavy truck are relatively large, so I just ran over it. 10 minutes later, Su Feng finally saw the true appearance of the strange beast. This was also a humanoid beast, now lying on the ground without making any sound. Su Feng saw that the head of this strange beast had been chopped off. After searching around for a while, Su Feng saw a ferocious head about 20 to 30 meters away from the corpse of the strange beast. Because it was too far away, Su Feng couldn't see the details of the face, but he could see that this strange beast had only one eye, which was located in the middle of its forehead. 2 long fangs protruded from the huge mouth. Because it was lying on the ground, Su Feng couldn't estimate the height of this humanoid monster. However, according to Su Feng's visual observation, the shoulder width of this humanoid beast was more than 3 meters. For normal humans, the ratio of shoulder width to height is about 3 to 1 or 4 to 1. Based on this calculation, the height of this strange beast is at least 10 meters, or even more. Hurry up and put on your protective suit. We have to get to work. Su Feng did as he was told, put on protective clothing, and got out of the car with Li Xiefeng. Next to the corpse of the strange beast, several people were gathered together talking. One of the middle-aged men was holding a sword that was nearly 2 meters long. Li Xiefeng went over, took out his ID, and tested it. Then he chatted with those people for a few words. Su Feng did not go over. He did not want to meet the awakened one at all. He just wanted to be a scavenger quietly and get more exotic beast meat for the 3 little ones. The awakening of the awakened ones varies greatly. It is possible that some of them can read minds or have a particularly sensitive nose and can smell the scent of the 3 little ones on Su Feng. Su Feng couldn't guarantee that the smell of the 3 little ones was the same as that of ordinary humans. If there was any difference and someone discovered it, they would be doomed. Li Xiefeng didn't chat with those people for long, then came back and asked Su Feng to work. Su Feng followed Li Xiefeng and circled around the corpse of the strange beast. It was exactly as I had guessed. If the head was included, the height of this strange beast would be close to 10 meters. No wonder Li Xiefeng drove a heavy truck here. The heavy truck driven by Li Xiefeng was only about 10 meters long. Su Feng found it hard to imagine how to transport an even larger beast back. Su Feng and Li Xiefeng took a long time to tie up the body of the strange beast with iron chains, and then used a crane to move it into the bed of a heavy truck. The same method was used to make the strange beast's head. After all the corpses of the strange beasts were loaded onto the heavy truck, Li Xiefeng spoke a few words to those people, then drove away with Su Feng and the corpses of the strange beasts. Brotherly, don't we need to clean up the battlefield? Since he is a scavenger, it stands to reason that the battlefield should also need a scavenger to clean up. Originally we were supposed to clean up, but you see, there are only 2 of us now. Before you came, I was the only scavenger, and I was too busy to handle it. So cleaning up the battlefield is not our responsibility. What Li Xiefeng said made a lot of sense, and Su Feng was really powerless to refute it. The strange beast's head was chopped off by a sword, and blood spurted everywhere. If they wanted to wash the floor, Su Feng and Li Xiefeng probably wouldn't be able to finish it in a whole day. Not to mention some of the infrastructure destroyed by the battle. Su Feng had no idea how to restore it. So the scavenger is actually responsible for transporting the corpses of strange beasts to the crematorium and then burning them. Didn't Brotherly say that we don't need to deal with the strange beasts with inner elixirs? I see this strange beast is so big, it should have an inner elixir. Li Xiefeng shrugged and said, I can't answer this question. Usually when I come here, I ask the awakened. If they let me take it away, I'll take it away. If they say they don't need to take it away, I'll just go back with an empty truck. Remember, we are just scavengers. Don't look at what you shouldn't look at, and don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Chapter 31. It's hard to persuade the damned ghost with kind words. Su Feng didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence, but he also knew that in the workplace, the key was to ask less and do more. The two men pulled the corpse of the strange beast and quickly returned to the scavenger base camp. Li Xiefeng drove the car directly to the yard at the back where the bodies were handled. This thing is huge, and today's task is very heavy. Let me smoke a cigarette first, and then we can get started. Su Feng said with a smile upon hearing this. Brotherly, you are a senior. I will do this kind of work. You can take a rest. Li Xiefeng looked at Su Feng in surprise. You're quite hardworking, okay? Then you can do it. After saying this, Li Xiefeng left without looking back. Since there are people willing to work, he is happy to be free. If he does less work like dealing with the corpses of strange beasts, maybe he can live a few more days. Who would want to die if they could live? Anyway, he had already persuaded Su Feng, but Su Feng insisted on being a scavenger, and there was nothing he could do. As the saying goes, it's hard to persuade a ghost with good words, because he deserves to die. Su Feng is not an idiot. He doesn't have to do the work himself. The main reason is that it will be more convenient for him to hide the exotic beast meat if Li Xiefeng is not around. The three little ones have relatively small appetites now, so a few pieces of exotic beast meat are enough for them. But when they grow up a little bit, their appetite will definitely increase. By then, it will not be so easy to bring back the exotic beast meat under Li Xiefeng's nose without anyone noticing. So from now on, Su Feng has to get used to dealing with the corpses of strange beasts on his own. After a long time, Li Xiefeng would assume that this job belonged to Su Feng, and basically he would not come to the backyard anymore. By that time, it will be up to Su Feng to decide how much exotic beast meat he wants to bring back. After Li Xiefeng left, Su Feng drove the heavy truck directly to the factory gate, and then used a crane to lift the corpse of the strange beast from the car onto the plastic sheet that had been laid out long ago. The next task was simple, no matter if it was with an electric saw or a bone knife. All he had to do was cut off the beast's flesh bit by bit and then throw it into the crematorium. After 2 or 3 hours, Su Feng was busy and sweating profusely, and finally threw all the meat of the strange beast into the crematorium. The heart of the strange beast was hidden by Su Feng. Because of its huge size, the heart of the strange beast is also very large. If we freeze this in the refrigerator, it will probably be enough for the three little ones to eat for several days. After finishing the work, Su Feng secretly took the heart of the strange beast back to the small courtyard where he lived and put the heart in the refrigerator. Then he ran to report the work progress to Li Xiefeng. Thank you for your hard work. Here's 20,000 yuan. Your salary won't be paid until next month. Use this money for living expenses first. When Li Xiefeng heard Su Feng say that the work was done, he did not run to check, but directly gave Su Feng 20,000 yuan. It is a bit dangerous, but this job makes money really quickly. After just 1 day on the job, Su Feng earned more than his previous 2-month salary. It was already evening. Su Feng said goodbye to Li Xiefeng and went home to cook. When I got home, the three little ones were already awake, and they saw that I was not hungry, which was rare. Su Feng was thinking about buying another set of kitchen utensils to cook specifically for the three little ones. Although the three little ones were not very resistant to eating raw lean meat, since they were their own children, it would be better not to let them live a life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. After all, Su Feng is a human being, and he doesn't want his children to be monsters, even if they look a little strange. Su Qing didn't say he was hungry, and Su Feng was still a little uncomfortable with it, so he smiled and teased. Su Qing, are you hungry? Daddy brought you some delicious food. When Su Qing heard Su Feng say there was something delicious, his eyes immediately lit up. Dad, even though I'm not particularly hungry, I think I could use some more delicious food. Well, this is the Su Qing that Su Feng has in mind. Su Feng took out the heart that Su Ruru had not finished eating from the refrigerator and handed it to Su Qing. Then Su Feng discovered a very serious problem. He actually put the heart of the strange beast in the same refrigerator as his usual food. And he was not wearing gloves when he took the alien beast's heart just now. It's too much trouble. Su Feng doesn't want to age prematurely like Li Xiefeng. Moreover, Li Xiefeng himself said that he has a certain resistance to toxicity, but I may not have the same resistance as Li Xiefeng. If you don't pay attention, you might quit this job within a few months. Looks like we need to replan. The food in the refrigerator was contaminated, and Su Feng was in no mood to eat. He simply ate 2 packets of instant noodles, drank 2 cartons of milk, and went back to his room to lie down. First of all, exotic beast meat must be stored separately from other things. Also, try not to be present when the 3 little ones eat exotic beast meat. Since the exotic beast meat is so attractive to the 3 little ones, they will definitely not be poisoned. As a mortal being, you should be more careful. Su Feng decided to go shopping tomorrow and then clear out a room to store the exotic beast meat. Su Feng was not particularly afraid. If it really didn't work, the worst that could happen was that he could get some essence and blood and drink it. In the face of life and death, nothing else matters. The next morning, Su Feng locked the gate, said hello to Li Xiefeng, and drove his pickup truck to the city to purchase. Before leaving, he naturally told the three little ones again and again not to make any loud noises at home so as not to attract Li Xiefeng's attention. Su Feng came to the city and bought all the daily necessities. I didn't notice it before, and the exotic beast meat was placed in the house. If nothing unexpected happens, the whole house will be contaminated. Su Feng decided to move to a new room and buy new daily necessities. Nowadays, as long as you have money, you can even make the devil work for you, not to mention buying things. Su Feng returned home and placed all the newly bought daily necessities in another room in the corner of the yard. In order to prevent the exotic animal meat from spoiling, Su Feng also bought a large freezer. After everything was arranged, Su Feng called Sanshang to start the first family meeting. "Sensai, your dad, am too weak. The four of us will have to live separately from now on. The three of you can live in a room with a freezer, so you can eat meat whenever you want. And your dad is going to live in that room." Su Feng pointed to another room in the corner of the yard and said. Su Kuan was the first to raise an objection. "No, Dad, I was just born. Are you going to abandon me? I don't want this to happen. I don't want to be an orphan without a father or a mother." Su Kuan wanted to say something else, but Su Feng grabbed her cocked beak. "Please stop talking and listen to what I have to say. There is a reason why Dad wants to live apart from you." Chapter 32: Three Little Ones Ability Test. Next, Su Feng carefully explained to the three children why he wanted to live separately from them. "So Dad, what you're saying is that living separately is also for the good of the three of us." Su Ruru was very touched. He didn't expect that Su Feng had paid so much for the three of them. Su Kuan had already burst into tears. If Su Feng hadn't been pinching his cheeks, he would have lost control and would have expressed his emotions. As for Su Qing, he thought it was good to separate. According to Su Feng, if they were not separated, he might not have any exotic beast meat to eat in the future. Although instant noodles, grilled skewers, fried noodles, etc. are more delicious than exotic beast meat, they are not enough to satisfy his hunger. If he has a choice, Su Qing still hopes to eat his fill. As for the taste, it is not that important. In this way, the first family meeting of the Su family ended successfully. According to Su Feng's suggestion, the four decided to live separately. Su Feng lived in the room in the corner of the yard, while Su Ruru and the other two lived in the room next to the one with the refrigerator. The room where the exotic beast meat was stored became the three little ones' exclusive kitchen. In the future, when Su Feng deals with the corpses of strange beasts, he will secretly hand over some of the strange beast meat wrappers tightly to Su Qing. Su Qing was responsible for putting the exotic beast meat in the refrigerator, and the three little ones would take food from the refrigerator when they were hungry. It just so happened that the kitchen was originally a bedroom, with a separate bathroom. The three little ones must take a bath immediately after eating, otherwise they cannot come into contact with Su Feng. This was proposed by Su Ruru. Ever since she knew that the exotic beast meat was harmful to Su Feng, Su Ruru had been thinking about how to eliminate these dangers. "So you still have to have a daughter, because a daughter is her father's little cotton-padded jacket." As for Su Kuan's daughter, she strongly opposed it. Because he has chicken genes, Su Kuan is very disgusted with water. As we all know, although both are poultry, chickens and ducks are two completely different creatures. Duck feathers are waterproof, but chicken feathers are different. The term drowned chicken perfectly describes what a chicken looks like after it touches water. Unfortunately, as the youngest in the family, Su Kuan had little influence and her protest was completely useless. Just as Li Xiefeng said, strange beasts don't appear in Zhongzhou City every day, so the scavenger's job is relatively easy. For the next 2 or 3 days, Su Feng had nothing to do. Fortunately, the heart of the strange beast was big enough, otherwise the three little ones would have been out of food again. After eating the exotic beast meat for 3 consecutive days, Su Feng was surprised to find that Su Qing and Su Kuan had actually grown taller. Although Su Ruru did not grow taller, the color of her body became greener. That night, taking advantage of the dark moon and strong wind, Su Feng brought the 3 little ones to the Zhuo River in the dead of night. Su Feng didn't want to kill or burn anything. He wanted to test their abilities for 3 hours to see if there were any changes in their strength and speed while their bodies were changing. Test 1: Speed. See that rock in the distance? The 3 of you must run as fast as you can to get there and then back. 321 set off. Following Su Feng's command, the 3 little ones started running as fast as they could, heading towards the distant stone. Su Feng had measured the distance in advance. The distance from his current position to the stone in the distance was exactly 100 meters. From the moment Su Feng gave the order to the moment Su Qing returned, it took only 5 seconds to cover the 200-meter distance. Even the smallest one, Su Ruru, ran back in about 10 seconds. At this speed, even if Bolt took stimulants, he couldn't outgas the exhaust of these 3 people. While recording the time, Su Feng also made other discoveries. Su Qing's stride is very long when he runs, while Su Kuin's stride frequency is very high. As for Su Ruru, she was too small and Su Feng couldn't see her anymore once she ran away. So although the 3 little ones have Su Feng's genes, they also retain some animal characteristics. Next, test your strength. The strength test is also very simple, just throwing stones. There are many large stones used for flood prevention along the Zhuo River, some weighing 10 or 8 kilograms, and some weighing over 100 kilograms. Su Qing and Su Kuin were still able to walk briskly, even while carrying hundreds of kilograms of stones. Because Su Ruru is relatively small, she can carry stones weighing hundreds of pounds, but she can't do it with great speed. The last item is the test of destructive power. Su Qing struck with all his strength, hitting a stone weighing 100 pounds. The stone was thrown more than 10 meters away. Although it didn't break, Su Feng was already very satisfied. Su Qing, try using your tongue again. If Su Qing's tongue was only sticky, it would be useless. If you encounter a small monster, you can use your tongue to stick to it and swallow it. But what about a big one? Su Qing was very obedient. He ran to the stone and stuck out his tongue at it. As Su Feng looked on in surprise, Su Qing's tongue pierced through the stone, leaving a hole the size of a bowl. Awesome, Su Qing. Su Feng was very excited. He had guessed correctly. Most of Su Qing's attack power came from his tongue. Su Qing was also very excited at the recognition. He didn't know how to express his excitement, so he just stuck out his tongue repeatedly at the stone. A good big stone was instantly riddled with holes. This is the Lightning 5 whip. Su Feng was astonished. He was sure that Su Qing's tongue sticking out speed had increased again. He could hardly even see the afterimage. Next is Su Kuin. You must perform well, and don't let your father down. Su Feng stroked the comb on Su Kuin's head to show encouragement. Don't worry, Dad. Just leave everything to me, Su Kuin. How could I be worse than Su Qing? Su Qing only knows how to eat all day long. Su Feng skillfully pinched Su Kuin's cockbeak. Be good, talk less, and do more. No wonder people in southern Fujian like to call talkative people nosy women. Of course, in Cantonese-speaking areas, it's called gossip. So when the two sides are combined, it becomes chicken. Su Feng suspected that the Fujianese and Guangdong people had made an agreement. But aren't Fujianese and Cantonese people natural enemies? I don't understand Su Feng, and I'm too lazy to think about it. Anyway, the point is, with chicken genes, Su Kuin is very talkative. And the key is that his voice is quite loud. I just don't know if Su Kuin also likes singing, dancing, rap, and playing basketball. Su Kuin found a larger rock. Confidently, he walked over and began punching, kicking, and pecking at the rock. Su Feng was stunned watching from the side. This guy Su Kuin really can't be judged by appearance. Su Qing is just a tongue, a little more useful. Su Kuin is even more awesome than him. He can peck a hole in a stone with just his chicken beak. Su Kuin had sharp claws on her hands and toes. Stones looked like paper in front of her, and she could make a hole with just one claw. At this moment, Su Feng just wanted to look up to the heavens and roar. With Su Qing and Su Kuin, the two of them, around, who could threaten his life? By the way, we can't forget Su Ruru. Su Ruru is his strongest defense. Chapter 33: The Strongest Person in Zhongzhou City. The next test for Su Ruru will not be to test her combat ability, but her defense ability. It is obvious that Su Ruru is not suitable for fighting. Ro, protect Dad, and let Su Qing and Su Kuin attack. Su Kuin and Su Qing, don't use your full strength at the beginning. I'm afraid you might hurt Ro. Okay, Dad. The 3 little ones nodded in agreement at the same time. Next, Su Ruru transformed, and a green film covered Su Feng's entire body. Su Qing and Su Kuin tried their best, but failed to cause any harm to Su Feng. Not only did it not cause any harm to Su Feng, the rebound damage from the green film also made both of them very embarrassed. No more playing, no more playing. This isn't beating anyone up, this is clearly self-torture. Dad, if you still want to play, ask Su Qing to play with you. I'm not going to play anyway. After hitting Su Qing a few times and realizing that he was the one getting hurt, Su Kuin decided not to play anymore. She is still a little smarter than Su Qing. Although the chicken's head is not big, it is not stupid. There is a word that can describe the IQ of a chicken, and that is cunning. Although chicken thief is a derogatory word, It also means being cunning and calculating. Okay, then I won't play anymore. Su Feng also didn't want two people to get injured because of a test. After returning home, Su Feng lay on the bed, so excited that he couldn't fall asleep. Su Feng even wants to quit his job and become a beast hunter. Just be careful, avoid those powerful monsters, and look for those that are not so strong. But he quickly killed the idea. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. He couldn't estimate the strength of the strange beast. If they accidentally encounter a powerful monster, Su Qing and the other three will not be able to withstand it. Anyway, I already have the ability to protect myself, so now I just need to stay alive and develop slowly. Even Su Feng, who has been poor for 2 lifetimes, is reluctant to give up this job with a monthly salary of 80,000 yuan. If I become an exotic beast hunter, my job will be precarious and I may not earn as much as my current job. Let's stabilize our development for a while. It's not suitable to gank yet. Su Feng finally decided not to leave the jungle until his equipment was complete, unless an enemy invaded his jungle. The next morning, Su Feng was woken up by a phone call before he even woke up. Su Feng, hurry up, there's a mission. Li Xiefeng hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Su Feng hurriedly put on his clothes, said something to the 3 little ones, took 2 bags of instant noodles, and went out. Brotherly, what's going on this time? Li Xiefeng said with a serious expression. The situation this time isn't optimistic. A strange beast has appeared in a county below us, and the disaster level might be quite high. It said that it destroyed 1/3 of the county in just 1 hour. Is it so powerful? Then this strange beast must have an inner elixir. What are we going to do? Whether or not a strange beast has inner elixir is not something we decide, so whenever a strange beast appears, we must follow. And sometimes, if the beasts are too large or the battle is too intense, there will always be some scraps of meat scattered everywhere. When the time comes, we still need to collect these scraps and burn them together. The county town where the strange beast appeared is not far from Zhongzhou City, only about half an hour's drive away. Before the heavy truck approached the county town, Su Feng saw thick smoke coming out of several places in the county town. When he got closer, Su Feng heard all kinds of noisy roars. The roars came from helicopters in the sky. Basically, when powerful and destructive monsters appear, combat troops will also appear at the same time. Thermal weapons still have a certain degree of lethality against most exotic beasts. Okay, let's just wait here for notification. Li Xiefeng found an open place, parked the heavy truck on the side of the road, then took out a cigarette and threw it to Su Feng. Su Feng didn't have a smoking habit before, but he didn't refuse Li Xiefeng's kindness. The two waited for 2 hours, but still did not receive any notice to clean the floor. Instead, we waited for the awakened ones to come and support us. A figure as fast as lightning passed over Su Feng and the others' heads, flying towards the nearby county town. Looking at the figure that flashed across the sky, Su Feng showed an envious look. Why are you envious? As the saying goes, old people are cunning and horses are slippery. Li Xiefeng has lived for more than 40 years and worked as a scavenger for 5 years. He has seen a lot of situations. He immediately understood Su Feng's intentions. I'm envious, I really am. How could I not be envious? On this blue planet, where exotic beasts roam, strength is everything. There's no point in being envious. Let's just work hard. Li Xiefeng's words were still not very pleasant to the ear. It was probably because he had been a scavenger for so long that he could no longer communicate with others. Taoist Su Feng would not be angry about this. Li Xiefeng was telling the truth, and there was no point in being envious. The awakened are given by God. If you are born with it, you have it. If you are not born with it, you do not have it. There is no point in envying it. It was just like those fantasy novels Su Feng had read before. If you had spiritual roots, you had spiritual roots. If you didn't have spiritual roots, you didn't have spiritual roots. If one can still practice without spiritual roots, then it is the destiny of the protagonist. Su Feng didn't think that this was his destiny. After all, how could a protagonist have such a despicable golden finger? Su Feng's golden finger makes him look a bit like a villain. Use the essence and blood to create unlimited life, and then cultivate them in every possible way. And finally, you will have a powerful army of your own. As for the protagonists, they are often people with strong personal abilities. Su Feng could not do either of these two things. He neither had strong personal strength nor could he use every possible means to cultivate his offspring. Su Feng's descendants are not normal people. If he wants to cultivate them vigorously, they will be easily exposed. Once Su Qing and the others are exposed, they will definitely be treated as monsters and become public enemies. Su Feng didn't want Su Qing and the others to get hurt, nor did he want them to become enemies with humans, so he could only develop in a lowly way. When you are strong enough, you can help humans eliminate more strange beasts. Even if you don't get recognition from humans, at least you won't be targeted by humans. Brotherly, isn't it possible to increase strength through training, even surpassing the awakened? Li Xiefeng sneered when he heard this. It's certainly possible, but how many people have succeeded? As far as I know, there's only one person who truly reached A level through physical training. Did you see the guy who just flew over our heads? He is the strongest man in Zhongzhou, but his strength is only B level. It is said that he was one of the first group of awakeners and had the strength of D level when he first awakened. Over the past 10 years, he has experienced countless battles, killed countless strange beasts, and obtained the inner alchemy of strange beasts to assist in his cultivation. Under such circumstances, his level only rose by 2 levels in 10 years. This shows how powerful the person who reached A level purely through self-cultivation is. Chapter 34 Superman Qiyu. Su Feng had heard some stories about that person. It is said that the man's name is Qiyu. 10 years ago, Qiyu was just a college student who had just graduated and was having difficulty finding a job. That day, a catastrophic event occurred in the heavens. Some people saw a huge crack in the sky. Then, strange beasts appeared all over the blue star. A strange beast happened to appear near Qiyu. Qiyu, who had just failed an interview and was walking home, watched helplessly as the strange beast tore several passers-by to pieces with ease. Out of fear, Qiyu chose to escape. Although he successfully escaped from danger, the deep feeling of powerlessness when facing the strange beast was imprinted in Qiyu's heart. From that day on, Qiyu embarked on the path of cultivation. Qiyu is not an awakened person, but relying on his firm will, he has transformed from an ordinary person into a powerful person with A-level strength in just 3 years. From then on, Qiyu became the idol in the hearts of all non-awakened people. Everyone wants to be as powerful as Qiyu through their own hard work and practice. However, another 7 years passed, and there was never another Qiyu appearing on Blue Star. In fact, persistent physical training is not completely useless. Although there has never been another non-awakened person like Qiyu who possesses A-level strength. However, there are indeed many E-level and D-level non-awakened people. So Su Feng guessed that even if Qiyu was not an awakened one, he must have something special about him. Maybe Qiyu is a time traveler like himself. Qiyu's golden finger becomes stronger through training, while his own golden finger is the mysterious essence and blood. One is a golden finger that enhances one's own strength, while the other is a golden finger that is more of a development-oriented system. Of course, Su Feng was just guessing that Qiyu was a time traveler. Maybe he was the son of destiny of Blue Star. Just as Su Feng was daydreaming, the roar of a helicopter suddenly sounded in the sky. Li Xiefeng took out a cigarette, lit it for himself, looked up at the sky, and said to Su Feng beside him, "It seems our task today is relatively easy." "What's the meaning?" Li Xiefeng pointed at the helicopter in the sky and said to Su Feng, "Did you see that? These helicopters were sent by the Anti-Monster Association. If nothing unexpected happens, they will directly take away the corpses of the monsters." "Brotherly, do you mean this strange beast has an inner elixir?" Li Xiefeng nodded and exhaled a large cloud of smoke into the sky. "After they leave, we can start washing the floor. Of course, we may not be needed. It depends on the intensity of the battle." Su Feng was really curious to see what the strange beast with inner elixir looked like. Moreover, according to his guess, the energy contained in the flesh of monsters of different strengths should also be different. If we could get some meat from powerful exotic beasts, maybe the 3 little ones would grow up faster. The Exotic Beast Association acted quickly. In less than 10 minutes, a helicopter dragging a huge bag slowly took off into the air and flew away into the distance. Based on the size of the bag, Su Feng guessed that the strange beast was at least 20 meters long. Just when the plane in the sky disappeared, Su Feng received a text message alert on his mobile phone. The strange beast that appeared in Yingyang County this time is at the county level. The people of Yingyang County are really unlucky. In such a small county town, a strange beast with county-level strength happened to appear. Su Feng opened the short video platform again and took a look. Sure enough, information about the strange beast has appeared on major short video platforms. Through his mobile phone, Su Feng could clearly see that a strange beast that was 4 meters tall and nearly 20 meters long was wreaking havoc in the county town. This strange beast is pitch black and covered with hard scales. A huge, ferocious head with a single horn. The strange beast leaped into the middle of the fleeing crowd on the street, lowered its head slightly, and swallowed an old man who was running slower in one gulp. Blood kept dripping from the corners of the monster's mouth. After eating one person, the strange beast was not satisfied and continued to bite pedestrians on the street. At this moment, a figure appeared in the distance and ran rapidly towards the strange beast. When the figure was less than 10 meters away from the strange beast, he suddenly jumped up and stabbed the strange beast with a spear more than 2 meters long and flashing with cold light in his hand. When the tip of the spear pierced the scales of the strange beast, sparks actually flew. Next, the figure held a spear and stabbed the strange beast repeatedly. However, every time the tip of the gun touched the scales of the monster, it would be bounced away and could not hurt the monster at all. Perhaps a little annoyed by the man's harassment, the strange beast stopped chasing the people fleeing the street and pounced towards the awakened one holding the spear with lightning speed. The awakened one barely avoided the attack of the strange beast. The beast missed its attack and swiped its long tail towards the awakened one. The awakened one was not yet able to stand firmly and was dragged down by the beast's tail, falling to the ground. While the awakened person was lying on the ground, the strange beast opened its huge mouth and swallowed him into its stomach. Su Feng was stunned. The awakened one, who seemed to be very powerful, could not even last a single round in the hands of the strange beast. Su Feng secretly felt lucky that he did not rush into becoming a beast hunter, as that would have been too dangerous. Even Su Qing and Su Kuan's tiny arms and legs were not enough to fill the teeth of the strange beast in front of them. As expected, slow development is the way to go. Don't look at it, kid. There's nothing for us to do here. We can go back now. You drive. I'm tired. After Li Xiefeng finished speaking, he switched seats with Su Feng, leaned comfortably on the passenger seat, and lit another cigarette. Brotherly, please smoke less. Su Feng gave some advice with good intentions. Li Xiefeng waved his hand indifferently. I've been a street sweeper for 5 years, and I'm already terminally ill, and there's no hope for me. Since Li Xiefeng said so, Su Feng stopped trying to persuade him. He thought that he was going to die soon anyway, so he should just enjoy himself. Su Feng drove the car and quickly returned to the scavenger base. Although the car went back and forth empty, Su Feng gained a better understanding of the strange beasts, so the trip was worthwhile. I just don't know if the hearts I secretly hid before are enough for the 3 little ones to eat. Sometimes good things don't work and bad things do. As soon as Su Feng returned to his small yard, Su Qing ran over. Dad, we've eaten all the meat. What should we do? Su Feng spread his hands. I have no choice. I'll just stop eating meat for now. What else can I do? Su Feng found that Su Qing had grown taller, probably about 1.5 meters, and his body was more muscular, especially his legs, which were thick and strong. When Su Qing heard Su Feng say that there was no way, disappointment flashed in his eyes. Well, if there's no answer, then there's no answer. Ruru said Dad has tried his best, so we can't make things difficult for him. Su Feng looked at Su Qing in astonishment. When did this kid become so sensible? Chapter 35. I'm about to lose my job just after starting work. The next morning, Su Feng was having dinner when he received another call from Li Xiefeng. Brotherly, do you have another mission? Su Feng was very excited. Isn't this like a pillow being given to you when you feel sleepy? It just so happened that the 3 little ones were out of food yesterday, and they have a mission again today. It's really great. There's nothing else to do except for the mission. Come to the yard first, and we'll talk. Su Feng ran to the yard where Li Xiefeng was with an excited look on his face. What's the matter, brotherly? We've received an order from above. The scavenger department will be disbanded at the end of this month. Su Feng looked at Li Xiefeng in disbelief. I haven't even been here a week, and today is already the 14th. In other words, at most, I can only work in this job for another half a month. This incident was quite a blow to Su Feng. He had just made a plan to stay put and develop himself, but the entire department was about to be dismissed. Although there are only Li Xiefeng and him in this department. Not only in Zhengzhou City, but all the scavengers under the entire Exotic Beast Association will be dismissed. Why? Su Feng couldn't understand it. He had finally found such a perfect job. The salary was high, the work was light, and he could get enough exotic animal meat for the 3 little ones. What it means is that being a street sweeper is too dangerous for ordinary people. People like me who have been street sweepers for 5 years are already outliers. Most ordinary people's health will collapse within a year. From now on, the Exotic Beast Association will handle all the corpses of exotic beasts in a unified manner. Doesn't that still need to be dealt with? Su Feng still didn't understand. Since the corpses of the strange beasts still needed to be dealt with, why did the scavengers withdraw? Li Xiefeng patiently explained to Su Feng. The Exotic Beast Association means that from now on, the bodies of exotic beasts will be handled uniformly by their internal scientific researchers. I guess the Exotic Beast Association has made some remarkable discovery, so they need a large number of exotic beast corpses. Of course, this is just my guess, and the specific situation is not clearly stated above. Su Feng fell into the chair like a deflated ball. He just felt that the road ahead was confusing. If the scavengers were abolished, what would he do? He had no money, no people, and he was accompanied by 3 monsters. Su Feng even suspected that he was possessed by an unlucky star. I was living a good life, but suddenly I traveled through time. So what? I traveled through time, but I'm still a waste after traveling through time. He finally got a strange cheat code and figured out how to use it, but then God started giving him problems again. God must be dissatisfied with my easy life. Li Xiefeng was confused when he saw Su Feng's expression, but he soon understood. Although the job of a scavenger is dangerous, Su Feng has not experienced it yet. But he has actually experienced high salaries. It's understandable that young people value money over life. Considering that Su Feng was an orphan since childhood, he was probably afraid of being poor. Su Feng, don't be sad. Even if the higher-ups want to revoke our company, they will still give us some compensation. What kind of compensation would he get? Would the Exotic Beast Association still be willing to give him exotic beast meat? Su Feng's desire for exotic beast meat now exceeds his desire for money. This world is too dangerous. If you don't have the ability to protect yourself, you may not even be able to see the sun the next day. Although he was reluctant to accept it, Su Feng had to face this reality. He had to consider his options. Fortunately, there is still a buffer period of half a month. Su Feng plans to use this half month to frantically collect exotic beast meat. At this moment, the big yellow dog raised by Li Xiefeng suddenly walked in from outside the door, followed by a slightly smaller dog. Wang Kai, you actually found a wife. Li Xiefeng has extensive experience in dog breeding and could tell at a glance that the dog following Wang Kai was a female dog, and she was pregnant. Li Xiefeng immediately realized that he would have to move soon. Wang Kai, you are giving me a hard time. I don't know where I will live in half a month. How am I going to accommodate your whole family? Where does the whole family come from? Su Feng didn't understand what Li Xiefeng meant. Li Xiefeng pointed at the dog behind Wang Kai and said, that bitch is pregnant. It's probably one size. Pregnant? Su Feng was very sensitive to the word pregnancy. He has a fertile physique, a physique that can easily make others pregnant. At this moment, Su Feng felt that God was not too unkind to him. He had been thinking about where to find a pregnant dog, and now one was delivered to him. Su Feng, please sit down. The dog Wang Kai brought here is obviously a stray dog. I'll go wash it and then feed it some food. Upon hearing this, Su Feng stood up and spoke first. Brotherly, if you're not feeling well, just take a rest. I'll take care of this little thing. Since Su Feng was willing to help with the work, Li Xiefeng was naturally happy to have some free time. Su Feng walked over and first touched Wang Kai's dog head. Wang Kai, I'm going to give your wife a bath and then feed her something. Please tell her not to bite me. Ever since the strange beasts appeared on Blue Star, the animals on Blue Star have become smarter. After Su Feng finished speaking, Wang Kai barked a few times at the female dog behind him. The bitch obediently came to Su Feng, wagging her tail, circled around his trouser legs a few times and sniffed them, then squatted on the ground and looked up at him. What an obedient dog. Su Feng couldn't help but rub its head. After asking where the things were, Su Feng began to bathe and feed the female dog. After a series of operations, the bitch became closer to Su Feng. Su Feng was secretly proud in his heart that his desired goal had been achieved. Su Feng's idea was very simple. He would first establish a good relationship with the dog, and then secretly get his essence and blood into its body. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Feng will soon have a puppy son. After that, Su Feng did nothing but play with the female dog and Wang Kai, until Li Xiefeng called him to go on a mission. When Su Feng left, he did not forget to say goodbye to Wang Kai and the little bitch. The main thing is to tell the little bitch that now he will use all means to get along well with her. This time the strange beast was just a village-level beast, and it was destroyed by the awakened one shortly after it appeared. As usual, Su Feng asked Li Xiefeng to rest, while he went to deal with the corpse of the strange beast. Li Xiefeng was very satisfied with Su Feng's behavior of respecting the elderly and loving the young. If it weren't for the requirement from above that the scavengers had to be disbanded, he really wanted to continue to get along with Su Feng. This time, Su Feng did not test it anymore. Instead, he tried to keep as much meat as possible from the strange beast and quietly brought it back to his yard. Su Qing was very excited when he saw Su Feng coming back with a big bag. Just as he was about to shout, Su Feng slapped him on the forehead. Keep your voice down. If someone hears you, you won't have any meat to eat. Upon hearing this, Su Qing quickly covered his mouth tightly with one hand. Then he used his other hand to pinch Su Kuen's cockbeak beside him. Chapter 36, Son of a Bitch. Anyone who prevents him from eating meat is his enemy. Su Kuen, whose mouth was pinched, did not resist too violently. After all, she wants to eat meat too. After handing a large bag of exotic animal meat to Su Qing and telling him to put it in the freezer, Su Feng hurried back to work. In the next week, Su Feng went on missions when there were missions, and stayed in Li Xiefeng's yard playing with the two dogs when there were no missions. The opportunity he had been waiting for finally came this day. Su Feng, it's a rare day that I don't have any missions today. I'm going to the city to buy some daily necessities. Do you want to come with me? Su Feng waved his hands repeatedly. Brotherly, I won't go. I'll stay and look after the house. Li Xiefeng said with a chuckle. Looking after the house is Wang Cai's job. Aren't you stealing his job? Then brotherly, why don't you take Wang Cai with you to the city? It's not easy for Wang Cai to look after your house every day. Take him out for a walk. Li Xiefeng thought Su Feng's proposal was quite good. Okay, then let Wang Cai come with me. Let's go, Wang Cai. Li Xiefeng called out, and Wang Cai followed closely beside him and got into the car together. Su Feng looked at the puppy basking in the sun in the yard and smiled obscenely. Su Feng returned to his room and began to make preparations skillfully. 10 minutes later, Su Feng walked out of the room with a small bottle and went straight to Li Xiefeng's yard. The puppy was still lying there basking in the sun. Su Feng took the bottle and walked to the puppy, squatted down, and gently stroked its head. The puppy realized that Su Feng had no ill intentions, so it simply closed its eyes and enjoyed the human's touch. Taking this opportunity, Su Feng quietly opened the bottle and dripped the blood inside onto the puppy. Everything is done so secretly. A few minutes later, the little bitch, feeling something strange, suddenly stood up and walked back and forth anxiously. The belly, which was originally not big, gradually became a little bigger. More than 10 minutes later, the female dog gave birth successfully, giving birth to a puppy that was as black as ink. That's not right. Su Feng looked at the little black dog lying on the ground, his mind full of doubts. According to previous experience, the puppy should give birth to a dog with a human body and a dog head. Why is this little black dog no different from an ordinary dog? While Su Feng was puzzled, the newborn black puppy had already stood up. He stared with his eyes as bright as gems, first looked at the powerless puppy, then looked at Su Feng beside him, and opened his mouth to speak. Dad, Mom seems very tired. Can you find her some water to drink and some food to eat? Before Su Feng could react, the weak little dog lying on the ground stood up first. He looked at the little black dog in horror, not understanding why his dog's son could speak human language. Only then did Su Feng realize that nothing unexpected had happened. This little black dog was indeed his son, but perhaps for some reason, he looked no different from an ordinary dog. The puppy looked at the little black dog in surprise and doubt as it slowly retreated. The little black dog took the initiative to move forward and intimately nudged the little bitch's big head with his little head. After all, the puppy is the mother of the little black dog, and the little black dog's intimate behavior stimulated the maternal love in the little female dog. The little bitch also gave the little black dog an affectionate response. Su Feng poured a bowl of water for the little bitch, then gave her some dog food and broke off a sausage. When Su Feng put the dog food in front of the little bitch, he always felt that there was something wrong with the way the little bitch looked at him. After the little bitch had eaten and drunk enough, Su Feng held the little black dog and began to discuss with him. Xiaohei, have you noticed anything different about yourself? The little black dog nodded obediently. Dad, I know. I can speak, but Mom can't. It turns out that dogs are smarter than frogs and chickens. Xiaohei, you also know your specialness. If other humans find out, you and your mother will be in danger. Dad, what should I do? After all, the little black dog was just born. Even if he was smart, how smart could he be? It's impossible for him to be born knowing everything. Su Feng was like a fox stealing a chicken, patiently and gently persuading others. For the safety of you and your mother, Dad will take you to live in the yard next door. Your brothers and sisters are there. Okay, I'll listen to Dad. But what about Mom? If your mother still lives here, she can go to the next yard to see you if she misses you. It's very close, just across a wall. As long as she doesn't get seen by others, it'll be fine. Oh, and please translate it for your mother. The little black dog nodded obediently, turned around, and barked at the little female dog a few times. The little bitch also barked a few times. Su Feng was amazed. It turned out that dogs could indeed communicate with each other through language. Mom and Dad said there's no need for translation. It understands. Su Feng was stunned. Are dogs nowadays so awesome? They can even understand such complex human language? Although the intelligence of animals seems to have really increased since the arrival of strange beasts on Blue Star, Su Feng has never heard of any dogs that can understand such a complex language. Su Feng said to the little bitch with gritted teeth, Well, for the safety of the child, I have to put you in this situation for now. Su Feng felt so uncomfortable. He really felt like a husband discussing something with his wife. The little bitch glanced at the little black dog and nodded firmly. Women are weak by nature, but they become strong when they become mothers. Since you agree, I'll put Xiaohei in the yard next door. When you want to see him, Just go over and take a look at him secretly. Don't let anyone see you. After saying this, Su Feng no longer hesitated and walked towards his yard with Xiao Hei in his arms. The little bitch lay on the ground, looking at his departing back reluctantly. The three little ones were very happy to see Su Feng back. Su Feng had been staying in Li Xiefeng's yard these days and had no time to spend with the three little ones. They missed him very much. Dad, you're finally back. Who's that in your arms? Stupid, what Dad is holding in his arms is a dog. Haven't you ever seen a dog on TV? Your frog-headed face is so silly and cute that even a dog can't recognize it. I don't know why, but Su Kuan just loves to argue with Su Qing. Su Qing is not good at talking, and she always loses the argument, so she can only suffer in silence. Xiao Hei in Su Feng's arms was about to speak, but Su Feng touched his head and explained for him. This is your younger brother. His name is Su Hei. From now on, you are a loving family. You are not allowed to bully Su Hei. Yes, I'm talking about you, Su Kuan. Su Feng named the name so casually. Su Kuan likes to argue with people, and she became unhappy when she heard what Su Feng said. Chapter 37 Wang Kai was cheated. Dad, please don't wrongly accuse me. I, Su Kuan, never bully others. Su Qing was unhappy when he heard this. You're a liar. You bully me every day. How did I bully you? Tell me. Su Qing scratched his head, unable to recall for a moment. So he changed the subject and asked Su Feng curiously. Dad, you are obviously a human. How could you give birth to a puppy? Su Feng didn't know how to explain. Su Kuan slapped Su Qing on the forehead. You're really stupid. If Daddy could give birth to a froghead like you, why couldn't he give birth to a puppy? Su Qing touched his forehead foolishly. Su Kuan, what you said makes a lot of sense. I didn't expect Ji Yi to be so smart. Who are you calling a chicken? You are the chicken. Your whole family is chickens. I'm going to scratch you to death. Su Kuan said as he went up to Su Qing and started tickling him. Fortunately, Su Qing has thick skin and flesh. Otherwise, with Su Kuan's sharp claws, anyone else would have been scratched to death long ago. You are a chicken. I'm not wrong. I've seen it on TV. The chickens on TV look a lot like you. Su Qing is the same guy. He clearly can't beat Su Kuan, but he still insists on talking dirty. At this moment, Su Feng heard the roar of an engine outside. Stop messing around. There are people outside. If they find you and take you away, I won't be able to save you. Although Su Kuan likes to play around, he is not vague at all when it comes to big things and stops decisively. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You must be quiet at home. Do you hear me? Upon hearing this, the four little ones nodded obediently. After Su Qing left, Su Ruru skipped over to Su Hei and spoke softly. Are you hungry, brother? Can I take you out to eat? Okay, thank you, sister. Su Ruru led Su Hei towards the room where the exotic beast meat was kept, while introducing him to some of the rules of living here. When Su Feng returned to Li Xiefeng's yard, Li Xiefeng had already parked the car in the yard and was moving things out of the car. Su Feng was very observant and ran over to help move things. Wang Kai ran to the little bitch and showed his courtesy. It's a pity that the little bitch ignored him for some reason. This made Wang Kai very anxious. He jumped and danced around the little bitch, barking from time to time. The little bitch was probably annoyed by his pestering, so she barked at it a few times. The general meaning is, don't come to me in the future. I am already Su Feng's dog, and I have even given birth to a child for him. Wang Kai is not as smart as the little bitch, and he doesn't quite understand what this means. The only thing it could understand was that Su Feng had stolen his wife. How could Wang Kai, who had been cheated on, swallow this insult? He ran to Su Feng, who was moving things, and barked at him. Seeing that Wang Kai wanted to bite Su Feng, Li Xiefeng quickly scolded him. Wang Kai, what are you doing? Go away. Wang Kai was already being cheated on, and now he was being scolded by his owner. He felt so wronged. But as a loyal dog, he had to obey his master's orders. The sad Wang Kai could only run to his doghouse alone and lick his wounds silently. But external injuries are easy to heal. But how do we heal the wounds in our hearts? I hope it brings wealth, is loyal throughout its life, and has never done anything bad. I finally found a wife outside, but after just a few days, she was snatched away by someone else. Even the child is no longer my own. For a moment, Wang Kai was overwhelmed with grief and couldn't help shedding tears. Su Feng shook his head and sighed, then continued to move things. It was indeed a dishonest thing for him to do, as he had cheated Wang Kai, but he also had his own reasons. If you want to blame someone, blame the world. After Wang Kai left, the little bitch ran to Su Feng and barked at him gently a few times. It seemed to mean, don't be afraid, husband. I will protect you. Su Feng just felt very annoyed. It seems that I should try to lay eggs in the future. This birth is so embarrassing. Li Xiefeng was also very curious. Su Feng, isn't Wang Kai on good terms with you? Why did he suddenly want to bite you today? Su Feng knew the reason, but he couldn't say it. You can't just say that Wang Kai is not to blame for this, and that you were the one who cheated on Wang Kai first, and Wang Kai was so angry that he came to argue with you. Moreover, Su Feng saw clearly that although Wang Kai was fierce, he did not really want to bite him. In other words, Wang Kai came here to curse people, not to really attack them. After helping Li Xiefeng move all the things into the house, Su Feng took out 2 sausages and went to Wang Kai's doghouse. Wang Kai, I didn't mean it. Please forgive me. As he spoke, Su Feng placed the sausage in front of Wang Kai. Wang Kai looked at the sausage, then at Su Feng, turned his head to the side, and continued to sulk. Seeing this, the little bitch who was watching the fun on the side picked up the sausage and put it in front of Su Feng. What do you mean? You want to eat? Then eat it. Su Feng thought the little bitch wanted to eat sausage. Since Wang Kai didn't want to eat it, he gave it to the little bitch. It was dirty anyway. The little bitch shook her head and used her front paws to push the sausage towards Su Feng. Su Feng was a little confused. If you want to eat it, eat it. If you don't want to eat it, don't pick at it. The little bitch was very anxious when she saw that Su Feng still didn't understand. It first pointed at the sausage, and then pointed at the yard next door. Su Feng suddenly understood. You mean if Wang Kai doesn't want to eat it, then give it to Xiaohei? The little bitch wagged her tail and nodded, very happy that Su Feng understood what she meant. No need. Xiaohei has food. You should eat the sausage. The little bitch remained unmoved and looked at Su Feng with a firm gaze. Su Feng had no choice but to whisper to the little bitch. Don't worry, Xiaohei is also my child. How could I possibly treat him badly? Xiaohei has better food. The little bitch tilted her head and thought for a while, as if trying to judge whether what Su Feng said was true. After a few seconds, the little bitch decided to believe Su Feng. After all, Su Feng was the child's father. So the little bitch ate the sausage in just a few bites. When the man and the dog were talking, they were standing next to the doghouse and were not carrying Wang Kai on their backs at all. Wang Kai in the doghouse pricked up his ears to listen to the interaction between the man and the dog. The more I listened, the more uncomfortable I felt. Unable to help it any longer, it barked a few times at the man and the dog. Get away, you bastards. Stay away from me. Haven't you hurt me enough? Do you have to let me die to be happy? Su Feng felt that Wang Kai was on the verge of collapse, so he should not provoke him anymore. So he said something to Li Xiefeng and went back to his yard. As soon as Su Feng opened the gate, he saw Su Kuan standing at the door of the room, looking out furtively. Seeing Su Feng, Su Kuan quickly ran into the house. Not long after, Su Ruru ran out of the house. Chapter 38 Finally unemployed. Su Ruru said to Su Feng from a distance. Dad, don't come in yet. Little black brother just finished his meal and hasn't had time to take a shower yet. Su Ruru always kept in mind Su Feng's advice that the meat they ate was harmful to Su Feng and that frequent contact with it could lead to death. Okay, then Dad will be out for a while. Although he is already a father of 4 children, Su Feng still loves Su Ruru the most. It's not because she is the smallest, nor because she is a girl. The main reason is that Su Ruru is well-behaved, sensible, and considerate. Su Feng took a walk outside and smoked a cigarette before going back. He didn't smoke before because he was poor and couldn't afford to smoke. He has been worried lately, and Li Xiefeng, an old smoker, is very polite and always gives him cigarettes. As a result, Su Feng is almost addicted to smoking. When I got home, Xiaohei had already taken a bath. When Su Feng saw that Su Qing and Su Kuan were also wet, he knew that these two must have had a meal as well. Then, at Su Ruru's request, he also took a shower. Su Qing is okay. He has frog genes and likes playing in the water. Su Kuan is not like that. He always looks like this after taking a shower, as if someone owes him money. If Su Kuan hadn't taken into consideration that Li Xiefeng was in the next yard, he would have started nagging a long time ago. Su Hei saw Su Feng and ran towards him happily. The puppy, who was less than a day old, ran not only very steadily, but also at a fairly fast speed. Su Feng squatted down, held Su Hei in his arms, and rubbed his dog head. Su Hei closed his eyes comfortably and let Su Feng caress him. After touching him for a few minutes, Su Feng put Su Hei down and let him go play with his brothers and sisters. Su Qing and Su Kuan's body shapes have changed again in the past few days. Su Qing is already 1.6 meters tall, and Su Kuan is almost 1.5 meters tall. Su Qing's skin was getting greener and greener, almost the same color as his head. Su Kuan's chicken beak is longer and his claws are sharper. The most amazing thing is that when she was born, her feathers were sparse. After being raised for a period of time, her whole body is now covered with feathers, but the feathers are still a little soft. Su Feng estimated that after a while, Su Kuan's feathers would become harder and his defense would be greatly enhanced. What Su Feng is most looking forward to is actually Su Kuan's wings. When Su Kuan was just born, the wings on his back were very small, and when they were spread out they were less than half a meter. As his body grew, Su Kuan's wings also grew. Now the width of the opening is more than 1 meter. Su Kuan today is very similar to Lei Jinzi in ancient Chinese legends. Su Feng hopes that Su Kuan's wings can grow bigger, preferably so that he can fly. Time flies, and it's the end of the month in a blink of an eye. After Su Feng's unremitting efforts over this period of time, a refrigerator and a freezer are now filled with exotic beast meat. According to Su Feng's estimation these days, the meat of these exotic beasts will be enough for the 4 little ones to eat for several months. As for a few months later, if nothing unexpected happens, Su Feng should have become an exotic beast hunter. That evening, Su Feng had just finished dealing with the corpse of a strange beast and was about to go back to rest when he was stopped by Li Xiefeng. Su Feng, starting tomorrow, we won't have to work. The higher-ups will give us a week to move, and after a week, this place will be demolished. I'm going to buy some food and wine, and you can come over later so we can have a drink. Su Feng did not refuse. After nearly a month of getting along, Su Feng found that Li Xiefeng was really a good person. The Exotic Beast Association allocates 300,000 yuan every month. If they need to purchase large equipment, such as cars, the Exotic Beast Association will allocate funds as soon as Li Xiefeng says a word. With funding from the state and consortiums, the Exotic Beast Association is not short of money. As long as Li Xiefeng wanted, he could earn hundreds of thousands of dollars every month. After all, he was the only one in the entire scavenger base in the past few years. As long as it did not delay work, the Exotic Beast Association had never checked the accounts. After a few years, Li Xiefeng will have a net worth of tens of millions. After all, he doesn't spend much money. However, Li Xiefeng gave all the money to the families of his comrades. There are about 20 comrades in total, and each family has hundreds of thousands of yuan. Li Xiefeng was originally planning to transfer this month's salary, but was persuaded by Su Feng. Li Xiefeng is about to lose his job. He looks like an old man in his 70s or 80s. Where can he find a job? If you don't save some money for yourself, your retirement will be a problem. Li Xiefeng's answer was heartbreaking. I don't need retirement anymore. I guess I won't be able to do it in a year at most. Then just keep the money for now, and when you're about to die, transfer it all to the families of your comrades. After all, you've already provided a lot of financial support over the years, and the families of your comrades won't starve to death if they don't receive any money for a year. And if you keep supporting them, it's not a good idea either, as it can easily make people dependent on you. What Su Feng wanted to say was that a little bit of kindness is followed by a big bit of grudge. But Li Xiefeng is all alone now, and taking care of his comrades' families is probably his last wish in this world. If he loses this thought, Li Xiefeng probably won't survive a year. Once people lose their motivation in life, they age quickly. Li Xiefeng was persuaded by Su Feng. So he kept this month's money, intending to use it for his own retirement, and would give the remaining money to the families of his comrades. Li Xiefeng is not only good to the families of his comrades, but he is also very good to Su Feng. Although what he said was a bit hurtful, there is really nothing to say about it in other aspects. At work, I taught him various things very carefully. Su Feng was told a lot of information about the Exotic Beast Association and the exotic beasts that ordinary people could not access. He is very caring in life. Every time he goes out to purchase supplies, he will bring some for Su Feng. Logically speaking, Su Feng only worked for about 20 days, and the salary he received from the Exotic Beast Association was 50,000 yuan a month. As a result, Su Feng had been working for less than a month when Li Xiefeng had already transferred 100,000 yuan to him every now and then. If it weren't for the fact that his secret couldn't be discovered, Su Feng would have wanted to take care of Li Xiefeng until the end of his life. As soon as it got dark, Li Xiefeng called him through the wall to go drink. When Su Feng arrived at the yard where Li Xiefeng lived, Li Xiefeng had already prepared the wine and food. Su Feng, you've been here for almost a month, and we haven't had a good drink together yet. We're almost leaving, so we won't leave until we're drunk. Next, of course, they clinked glasses and ate meat and drank wine. Li Xiefeng comes from the military and doesn't like drinking beer. He only likes drinking white wine. Su Feng's alcohol tolerance is average, so he chose to drink beer. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Li Xiefeng was already a little drunk. Once people drink, they start talking and can't be stopped. Su Feng, I've been here for 5 years. I thought I was going to die here. I didn't expect to be kicked out. Where can I go? I don't have a home anymore. After Li Xiefeng finished speaking, he picked up the Tuliang wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Chapter 39. The Love Between a Man and a Dog. What Li Xiefeng said really resonated with Su Feng. Brotherly, it's okay. Look at me. I've been homeless since I was a child. I almost starved to death or froze to death many times, but now I'm still alive and well. As long as we're alive, there's hope. As long as you are alive, there is hope. This is Su Feng's life creed and the reason why he was able to survive. It is because Su Feng uses this sentence to encourage himself every day that he is able to get through every difficult moment in the past. In the middle of winter, he slept under a bridge covered with a few tattered clothes, competed with wild dogs for food, and was beaten by other homeless people. If it weren't for that sentence, Su Feng would have died long ago. Of course, we also have to thank the good national policies. With the funding from relevant departments, Su Feng was able to live a good life for a few years. At least I no longer suffered from hunger and cold, and I was able to go to school for a few years. Li Xiefeng then remembered that Su Feng was an orphan, even more lonely than himself. At least I lived a happy life for the past 30 years. I guess Su Feng has grown up without knowing what home is. I'm being hypocritical, saying all this in front of you. I'll drink a glass of wine as punishment. Su Feng, please don't mind. I don't mind. To be honest, I've been treated kindly by a few people my whole life, including you. When this place is demolished, we can move to the suburbs together, rent 2 yards, and be neighbors. Su Feng came to terms with it. Li Xiefeng knew him, and had been very kind to him. The key was that he didn't have much time left to live. Even if he knew my secret, the chances of him reporting it were low. After this place is demolished, Su Feng will have to find a place to settle down. Being neighbors with Li Xiefeng is better than being neighbors with other strangers. When Li Xiefeng heard Su Feng's proposal, his eyes suddenly lit up. Su Feng, your suggestion is good. Let's do it. He was already struggling with where to go now that he had no home. Now that Su Feng had offered to be his neighbor, Li Xiefeng was very happy. When people are happy, they naturally want to drink a few more glasses. Su Feng, don't worry. I've worked here for 5 years, so I have some connections. They can demolish this place, but they have to give us an explanation. I work hard for them. They can't just abandon me. I will go to them tomorrow and ask for compensation. If I give less, it won't work. Li Xiefeng had never thought about compensation. After all, he was alone and was about to die. What was the point of compensation? Things are different now. Su Feng is an orphan. He finally got a job, but he became unemployed less than a month later. How will he live in the future? And he felt he had at least another year to live. He used to think it didn't matter when he died, but now, he doesn't want to die anymore. He wants to be neighbors with Su Feng. This poor child had no one to rely on for the first 20 years of his life. Li Xiefeng thought that if he lived a few more days, he could spend more time with Su Feng. So he went to ask the Exotic Beast Association for money. He was right. I gave them my life, so I should give them some money. If he could get the money, Su Feng would naturally not refuse. After all, he and Li Xiefeng would have to live in the future. Both of them currently only have 1 month's salary. Brotherly, if the Exotic Beast Association really won't give it to you, you don't have to force it. As long as we're alive, there's hope. Don't worry, I know my limits. After that, the two chatted and drank together. When Li Xiefeng got drunk, Su Feng helped him to the bed, cleaned up briefly, and went back to his yard. The next morning, as soon as Su Feng got up, he heard the sound of a car engine in the yard next door. When he went out, he saw that Li Xiefeng had indeed driven away. Since he no longer needed to work, Su Feng, who had nothing to do, simply tidied up his things at home and played with the 4 little ones. As we all know, dogs have very sensitive ears. The little bitch in the next yard heard Su Hei's voice and ran over to knock on the door. As the child's mother, Su Feng couldn't refuse the little bitch. Seeing the little bitch, Su Hei shouted and ran over happily. Mother! Su Qingdao's head was full of question marks. This is my brother's mother. Is she also our mother? But my brother looks like mother. Why don't I look like mother at all? Su Kuan slapped him on the forehead. What are you talking about? That's a dog, and you're a frog. How can a dog give birth to a frog? Su Qing didn't care about being beaten. He had thick skin, and it didn't hurt at all. Then who was my mother? Was I adopted? But I am sure that my father is my father. The reason why Su Qing came to him in the first place was that he somehow felt that he and Su Feng were connected by blood, and Su Feng was his father. As for his mother, he didn't feel it. Nonsense, of course your mother is a frog, my mother is a chicken, and I don't know who Sister Ruru's mother is. From this we can conclude that our father is a scumbag, and he has many women. But that's not right. It said on TV that people marry people, not dogs. Look at Xiao Hei's mother, then look at his father. Are they a good match? Su Kuan talked a lot, but what she said made a lot of sense, and even Su Ruru subconsciously shook her head. It's not appropriate, not at all. Dad is so handsome. He should be with a beautiful woman. So what exactly did Daddy like about Hei's mom? That's what Dad likes about your mom. Your mom is just a frog. Su Feng knew that this problem would arise sooner or later. After all, Every child should have asked similar questions when they were young. Mom and Dad, where did I come from? Mom and Dad's answers also varied. Some people just say it popped out of their stomachs, without giving any explanation as to how it popped out. This leads many children to believe that they came out of their mother's belly button. Some are more disgusting and just tell the child that he was burst out of his mother's buttocks. He was going to poop, but accidentally gave birth to a baby. Although this answer is disgusting, it is close to the answer. After all, the two portals are indeed quite close to each other. Although the functions are different, there are always some cool people who can develop two doors with the same uses. Su Feng still doesn't understand what those who say he was born from a small hole are thinking. There should be a hole, at least. There is only body odor in the crevices, so where's the hole? Although these parents' answers were a little outrageous, they were not as good as Su Feng's. After all, their parents are human beings. How would Su Feng explain it? Did he mean that his wife had frogs, chickens, meat, and dogs? What if the children ask too many questions? Chapter 40, Living in a Villa. Or what if he has to share a bed with Su Hei's dog mother? After all, the parents on TV always sleep in the same bed. But he is not the third brother, and he really doesn't have the hobby of cross-species stuff. Su Feng didn't know how to explain, so he simply chose to keep silent. After playing for a whole morning, the four little ones were hungry and spontaneously prepared to eat. Su Hei also enthusiastically invited his dog mother to go with him. Fortunately, Su Feng was right next to them and sternly stopped this behavior. Although he didn't know whether animals could eat exotic beast meat, Su Feng didn't dare to take the risk. What if the little bitch died? Su Hei must have been very sad to watch his mother die tragically in front of him at such a young age. Just go eat it yourself. I'll take it to eat next door. Just at this moment, the roar of an engine was heard outside. If nothing unexpected happened, it was Li Xiefeng who came back. Seeing Su Feng and the little bitch behind him, Wang Kai, who got off the car first, looked at the man and the dog with resentment and ran back to his own doghouse. Su Feng felt a little uncomfortable when Wang Kai looked at him. He was really afraid that Wang Kai would secretly bite him one day. Su Feng, this little bitch is quite close to you. But for some reason, she hasn't played with Wang Kai lately, making Wang Kai depressed every day. Su Feng scratched his head awkwardly and abruptly changed the subject. Brotherly, what did the Exotic Beast Association say? Li Xiefeng really no longer paid attention to the dog's affairs and said happily, "It's done. The Exotic Beast Association is very generous. They promised me a severance pay of 1 million. Having said that, Li Xiefeng looked at Su Feng awkwardly and said sheepishly, "Because you came late, they only agreed to compensate you with 1 month's salary, but after my insistence, they increased it to 2 months. According to the regulations of the Exotic Beast Association, 50,000 yuan a month means 100,000 yuan for 2 months. Adding the 100,000 yuan that Li Xiefeng gave him, he earned 200,000 yuan after working for 20 days. With a daily salary of 10,000 yuan, Su Feng was already very satisfied. Brotherly, this has exceeded my expectations." Li Xiefeng continued. "This is severance pay, and there's other compensation. We can each take one of the cars in the yard. Heavy trucks are not allowed. This is an unexpected surprise. Take the pickup truck that Su Feng drives, for example. Even if it's secondhand, it could probably be sold for 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. However, Su Feng was a little conflicted. The pickup truck was indeed good, but Su Qing and Su Kuan were getting bigger and bigger, and the pickup truck was about to be unable to accommodate them all. It would be nice to have an RV. Unfortunately, the scavenger's job is to deal with the corpses of exotic animals, not to travel around, so it is impossible to have an RV. Su Feng's eyes turned, and he had an idea. Since you don't have an RV, just choose a refrigerated truck. Anyway, as long as it is big enough and has good privacy, it's fine. There just happened to be this kind of car in the yard. Then I'll just pick whichever container truck is convenient for moving." Li Xiefeng thought that the young man Su Feng would choose a pickup truck or an off-road vehicle, but he didn't expect that he chose a practical one. As expected of an orphan, he deeply understands that practicality is the best. Li Xiefeng now likes Su Feng more and more. Subconsciously, he felt that Su Feng said last night that he wanted to continue being his neighbor because he felt sorry for him, because he was alone and helpless and didn't have much time left to live. So he wanted to take care of him and see him to the end of his life. This touched Li Xiefeng, who had been living alone for a long time. He hadn't felt cared for by others for a long time. So Li Xiefeng now regards Su Feng as his son. "Su Feng, we don't have to look for a house ourselves. The Exotic Beast Association will help us find one." Has the Exotic Beast Association considered this so carefully? Su Feng really didn't expect that the Exotic Beast Association would attach so much importance to a department with only 2 people, giving them severance pay and helping them find houses. Li Xiefeng sneered when he heard this. They don't mean well. Didn't I tell you before that the alien beasts contain unknown toxins? I've been handling the corpses of alien beasts for 5 years, and the poison has already entered my body. There's no cure. They agreed to help us find a house because they were afraid I might infect others with the toxin. Just wait and see. The house the Exotic Beast Association finds for us will definitely be in a very remote place. Su Feng had no objection to this. It was better to be in a remote place. It would be easier to hide his children there. Su Feng suddenly thought of another question. Brotherly, will the Exotic Beast Association send someone to monitor us? Li Xiefeng shook his head and said, No, I'm not worth their wasting of manpower and resources. Find me a house. As long as I live there safely, the Exotic Beast Association will be at ease. Before I die, I'll call them and tell them, and then someone will come to collect my body. Then Su Feng felt relieved. If the Exotic Beast Association wanted to send someone to monitor Li Xiefeng, he would not be able to live with Li Xiefeng. 2 days later, Li Xiefeng received a notice from the Exotic Beast Association that a house had been found. Li Xiefeng drove Su Feng to see the house. This is a deserted villa community. The houses were almost completed, even the roads in the community were paved and the landscaping was done, but for some reason it was abandoned. Nowadays, the community is overgrown with weeds and rarely visited by people. It takes about half an hour to drive from the villa community to the city center, and there is no one living within a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers. After the Exotic Beast Association agreed to find a house for Li Xiefeng, they quickly found this place and then hired someone to do some simple renovations on 2 of the villas. The weeds and debris on the main roads of the community were also cleared. Looking at the dilapidated and desolate scene in the community, Li Xiefeng couldn't help but laugh at himself. I never thought that I, Li Xiefeng, would be able to live in a villa one day. Su Feng agreed with what Li Xiefeng said. Each villa here covers a large area and has a grand architectural style. If they are not abandoned and are taken care of properly, it would be no problem to sell each villa for hundreds of millions. Li Xiefeng and Su Feng definitely can't afford it. Su Feng thought it was a good place. It's not because I can live in a villa, but mainly because the environment here is very complicated. Except for the 2 villas and the surrounding areas, the rest of the place is wasteland, and it is difficult to be discovered if people hide in there. If someone discovers the existence of the 4 little ones, they will scatter and escape in an instant, and it will be difficult to catch them. As for himself, he couldn't run fast or jump high, so he was easily caught. So it's better not to expose it if you can. The 2 of them took a quick look and went back. The villa was still under renovation, and it would take a few days to move in. Time passed quickly, and early in the morning, Li Xiefeng told Su Feng that the house had been renovated and they could move in. Su Feng had already prepared for this. After all, he had already received the severance pay yesterday. Long before receiving the severance pay, Su Feng had almost packed up his things. Now all we have to do is move our things to the villa. Chapter 41. Su Ru doesn't want to eat raw meat and drink blood anymore. Li Xiefeng also picked a car, but he chose a pickup truck. While Li Xiefeng was packing, Su Feng, with the help of Su Qing and Su Kuan, moved all the things into the car. Brotherly, do you need help here? Have you finished moving your own things? Li Xiefeng didn't expect Su Feng to act so quickly. 2 hours later, all the things Li Xiefeng wanted to move were loaded into his pickup truck. Li Xiefeng, a lonely man, actually doesn't have many personal belongings. After moving the things, the 2 stood in the middle of the yard, and Li Xiefeng took out a cigarette and handed it to Su Feng. Through the swirling smoke, Li Xiefeng squinted his eyes and looked at the yard where he had lived for 5 years. I really thought I was going to live here until I died. Su Feng patted Li Xiefeng on the shoulder without saying anything. Wang Kai probably sensed that his owner was in a bad mood, so he ran to Li Xiefeng's feet and rubbed his calf with his head. Then he didn't forget to look up and glare at Su Feng beside him. Wang Kai will never forget the hatred of having his wife taken away. After finishing a cigarette, Li Xiefeng threw the cigarette but on the ground and crushed it with his toes. Let's go. After saying that, Li Xiefeng got into the car without hesitation, started the engine, and slowly drove out of the yard. Su Feng's car was already parked on the road outside the yard. As for the 4 little ones, they were hiding safely in the carriage at this time. Li Xiefeng opened the passenger door and let Wang Kai get in. Wang Kai barked twice at the little bitch. As a result, the little bitch was unmoved. Wang Kai had no choice but to climb onto the passenger seat of the pickup truck by himself. Su Feng, I won't wait for you. Let's meet at our destination. After Li Xiefeng finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away without waiting for Su Feng's answer. It looks like he is fleeing in panic. Su Feng knew that he was not eager to live in the villa, but he was reluctant to leave it. Su Feng found it difficult to understand Li Xiefeng's feelings towards this place. Perhaps it was a mixture of love and hate. Su Feng shook his head and stopped thinking about anything else. He put the little bitch in the car and let her go find Su Hei. It's not that Su Feng doesn't want the little bitch to sit in the passenger seat. The key is that since the little bitch gave birth to Su Hei, she seemed to have become smarter and more humane. Su Feng always felt that the look in its eyes when it looked at him was filled with love. Su Feng was really not worthy of the little bitch's love, so he usually tried to avoid it whenever possible. Because they are single-family villas, each villa covers a large area, so the privacy is very good. Although the villas where Li Xiefeng and Su Feng live are next to each other, they cannot see what is happening in each other's yards at all, so the privacy is very good. Su Feng drove the car directly to the garage, and then instructed Su Qing and Su Kuan to help move things. Su Ruru was also helping to direct the group, fearing that the two would bump into the items. Su He also wanted to help, but he had no hands, so he could only run around in circles in a panic. The first thing to do after moving is to plug in the refrigerator and freezer, which are filled with exotic beast meat. If the exotic beast meat deteriorates because it is not plugged in, the four little ones will be out of food. After everything was moved, Su Feng gave some instructions and went to help Li Xiefeng move. After moving the things, Li Xiefeng gave some instructions and drove out. Su Feng, I'll go buy some food and drinks so we can celebrate the housewarming. Li Xiefeng now likes to eat with Su Feng. In the past, he always thought that he had become accustomed to loneliness and enjoyed it. But since Su Feng arrived, Li Xiefeng slowly discovered that people can get used to loneliness and enjoy loneliness, but humans are social animals after all, so there is no need to make themselves lonely. Life can be quite interesting if you have a friend with whom you can talk, eat meat and drink wine, and brag together. Su Feng did not refuse, nor did he politely tell Li Xiefeng that he was going to buy wine and meat. First of all, Li Xiefeng is indeed richer than him, so there is no need for him to act like a big shot. Secondly, Li Xiefeng obviously enjoyed the process. While Li Xiefeng was shopping, Su Feng went home and gave a brief explanation. From now on, the third floor will be where I live. You are not allowed to go up there unless necessary. The room on the second floor will be divided among the four of you. As for the food, put it in the basement. You will eat in the basement from now on. There happens to be a bathroom in the basement, so remember to wash up after eating. If possible, Su Feng doesn't want to die early. Therefore, if you can avoid touching the corpses of strange animals, it is best not to do so. In fact, it is not that exaggerated. Although the toxins in the bodies of strange beasts are incurable, they are not particularly contagious. The scavenger was poisoned because he had been with the corpses of strange beasts for a long time and even had to cut and process the corpses. In addition, living next to a crematorium and inhaling the smoke from the crematorium for a long time will cause chronic poisoning. Li Xiefeng said that the scavengers at the beginning did not know that the corpses of the alien beasts were so toxic, and they did not follow the rules when working. Many times, they not only did not wear protective clothing, but they did not even wear gloves, and just started working directly. The result was that within just 1 or 2 years, no one dared to do this job. Su Feng always took various protective measures when he was working, and he only worked for about 20 days at most, so the impact was not big. However, considering that the four little ones will have to feed on exotic beast meat for a long time in the future, Su Feng thinks it is better to be careful. After arranging everything, Su Feng was just about to leave when Su Ruru called him. Dad, I have something to tell you. Su Feng looked at Su Ruru curiously. Ro, what's up? Dad, can you please buy some pots and pans? Why, you want to learn how to cook? Su Feng looked at Su Ruru's height of more than 10 centimeters and couldn't figure out how she would cook. Su Ruru guessed what Su Feng was thinking. Her face flushed instantly, and she waved her hands repeatedly. No, I won't do it. I'll let Sister Kunkin do it. Ro, why did you want me to cook? Su Ruru explained. Dad, we can't eat that beast meat raw every time. It's like a wild beast. We are human beings. After Su Ruru finished speaking, she glanced at Su Hei, who was wagging his tail. I think he is a human being. After all, he can speak human language. And their biological father is a genuine person. I see. I understand. Su Feng took out his cell phone and called Li Xiefeng. Brotherly, are you back? No, what's wrong? Nothing. I just thought that since you happen to be going to the city, could you buy me a set of pots and pans, and preferably a pressure cooker? Sure, no problem. Li Xiefeng agreed readily. The reason why Su Feng specifically emphasized the pressure cooker was mainly because he took into consideration that he would have to find the corpses of the alien beasts himself in the future, and the bones could not be wasted. Bone soup is so nutritious. Ro, the kitchen utensils will be here later, but are you sure Su Kuan can cook? Su Feng expressed his doubts about this. Su Kuan was becoming more and more irritable day by day, and he didn't seem like someone who could cook. Chapter 42 on the importance of leeks. Su Ruru patted her chest and promised. Don't worry, Dad. We can learn by watching the video. Well, Su Feng was still not optimistic, but he respected their choice. I have some pork and chicken in the refrigerator. I'll give them to you later. Let Su Kuan practice with them first. Fortunately, Su Kuan was not here at the moment. Otherwise, she would definitely complain that Su Feng looked down on her. Anyway, Su Feng has some savings now, so it doesn't matter if he lets Su Ruru and Su Kuan do some of the work. But before leaving, he emphasized one more sentence. This is all the exotic beast meat we have for now, don't waste it. Seeing Su Feng's serious expression, Su Ruru also tightened her face and spoke seriously. Don't worry, Dad. Ruru won't let you down. What a good kid. I don't know where he learned this line. It turns out that children should watch less TV dramas. Because he had to help Su Feng buy kitchenware, Li Xiefeng didn't come back until more than 2 hours later. Because he had 1 million in severance pay, Li Xiefeng was very generous. Not only did I buy all the pots and pans, but I also bought a lot of food and drinks. I said, it's not good if you don't spend money. In the past, he always thought about saving money to support the families of his comrades. Now, seeing that he would not live long, and after Su Feng's advice, he finally came to his senses. He has done enough, and he should live the rest of his life for himself. For the next few days, neither Su Feng nor Li Xiefeng mentioned looking for a job. Every day, they spent their time cleaning the house and eating and drinking. Li Xiefeng will definitely not look for a job again. As for Su Feng, he was still thinking about becoming an exotic beast hunter. Sisters Su Ruru and Su Kuan hid in the basement to study cooking. After several days of painstaking study, Su Kuan finally learned how to cook 2 dishes. One method is to use a pressure cooker to make braised meat. Cut the meat into pieces, blanch it in water, and then put it into the pressure cooker. Add ginger, scallion segments, and the seasoning packet. Then pour in cooking wine, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and water, and then stew it. The other dish is bone soup. The steps are similar to the previous braised meat. Except for the slightly different seasonings, there is no other difference. By the way, some white radish is added to the bone soup, and finally sprinkled with chopped green onions and coriander. Su Feng ate it once. What can I say? As long as you are not an idiot, the taste of this thing will not be bad. Of course, if you want it to taste good, it will test your skills. But everyone was very satisfied with it. As for Su Kuan's chicken feet, it's already very good that she can make braised meat. We can't ask too much of her. After Su Kuan practiced with pork and felt that there was no problem, he quickly made a large pot of braised meat with the meat of exotic animals. It is said that the 4 little ones were having a great time eating, but Su Feng didn't know the details. He always stayed away when the 4 little ones were eating. At that time, Su Feng asked Su Qing to do a post-meal experience questionnaire survey. Su Qing, what's the difference between cooked exotic beast meat and raw? Su Qing said without hesitation, it tastes even better. Su Feng was so upset. I didn't know that it tastes better when cooked. What I'm asking is, what's the effect? After cooking, does the energy in the beast meat disappear? Su Qing didn't quite understand what Su Feng meant by energy, so he shook his head. I don't know, but I feel like other than it tastes better, there's no other difference. Well, I guess I can't get anything out of this, so let's just leave it at that for now. After a day of observation, Su Feng concluded that the energy contained in the exotic beast meat should not have been lost too much after being cooked. If a large amount of energy was lost, Su Qing would soon become hungry, but this did not happen now. In other words, the meat of exotic animals can also be cooked and eaten. In that case, let the 4 little ones do it on their own. Because there is still stock of exotic beast meat, Su Feng is not planning to take the risk of going out to look for exotic beast meat recently. He wants to provide a world for the 4 little ones to develop, and by the way, let them know more about this world. The means to understand the world is the mobile phone. For this purpose, Su Feng bought several mobile phones, and there is Wi-Fi in the villa. Now, apart from eating and sleeping, the 4 little ones just look at their phones. Su Feng also found that as long as the 4 little ones were well fed, they only needed to sleep for 2 or 3 hours a day. So for the next period of time, Su Feng took a rare long vacation. After dinner every day, he would go find Li Xiefeng, and the 2 of them would go fishing with fishing rods. There is an artificial river in the community. Because no one takes care of it, there are a lot of fish in it. While fishing, Su Feng also learned a lot about the Exotic Beast Association from Li Xiefeng. For example, the Beast Soul Organization actually split from the Exotic Beast Association. The Beast Soul Organization has now been defined as a terrorist organization. Their ideas are quite extreme. Since God has given them powerful strength, it means that the world no longer needs weak humans. Then why do these awakened ones bother to protect weak humans? If we use this time to explore and study the origins of exotic beasts and strengthen ourselves, this will be the future of mankind. Well, Su Feng just thought this idea was really ridiculous. If his guess was correct, the awakened members of the Beast Soul organization must have been lower-class people before awakening, or at most middle class. A true capitalist will never think that leaks are unimportant. This is why, although both are powerful awakeners, the Beast Soul organization is now a rat in the gutter, hated by everyone, while the Alien Beast Association is the hero of mankind. As long as they control the ordinary people, it is equivalent to controlling a large leek garden. They keep harvesting leeks and strengthening their own exotic beast association. It is definitely not comparable to the Beast Soul organization that disregards the lives of ordinary people. Because of his tragic experiences since childhood, Su Feng lives more clearly than ordinary people. In his opinion, the Exotic Beast Association is not that great. Everyone has selfish desires, and the Exotic Beast Association is no exception. As for the Beast Soul organization, it is essentially no different from the Exotic Beast Association. The difference is that the people in the Beast Soul organization are not very smart. The Exotic Beast Association seems to be so busy exterminating exotic beasts every day that it seems to have neglected its own cultivation. So why is the Exotic Beast Association still more powerful than the Beast Soul organization? This issue is not Su Feng's responsibility. It is a question that the Beast Soul organization should think about. As for Li Xiefeng, his impression of the Exotic Beast Association was actually very ordinary, and he even had a hint of disgust. The reason is very simple. When Li Xiefeng's wife and children were attacked by strange beasts, the awakened people in the city were busy rescuing the officials and rich people. According to him, there was not just one strange beast that appeared in the city, but a group of them. The individual strength of this group of strange beasts is not strong, but there are many of them, dozens of them. The strange beasts scattered and ate people everywhere in the city. Li Xiefeng's wife was eaten by the strange beasts. In his words, if the awakened ones had not all gathered in the rich area, but had dispersed to eliminate the monsters, his wife and children might not have died. Chapter 43. Do you hate me? Then why do you still work for the Exotic Beast Association? When Su Feng asked this question, Li Xiefeng looked at him as if he was a fool. Everyone knows that capital is bloody, but don't ordinary people still work for capitalists? Well, Su Feng also found out that he did ask a stupid question. Before the arrival of the strange beasts, ordinary people needed to survive, so they had to accept the jobs provided by capitalists. Accept the legal and moral constraints of the country, otherwise you will not be able to move forward in this world. Did this situation change after the arrival of the strange beast? Yes, but it also seemed not to. Once ordinary people wake up, they can easily live the life of a rich person. But this kind of life is conditional. They must work for the Exotic Beast Association. If you refuse, sorry, you still have to go to work. Even if he was a speed awakener, able to run faster than a car, how much money could he make delivering food for a day? A few thousand? Tens of thousands? If you are really easy to be content, it is not impossible. Relying on the strength of an awakened person, you may be able to live a well-off life. But now that they have all become awakened, how many people are still willing to work hard? If I don't join the Exotic Beast Association and don't work, how will I eat? Should I rob people? This is also a way, but you have to make sure that you are the most powerful awakener, otherwise the Monster Association is not here to do anything. If you dare to break the law, they will kill you. Although they seem to have awakened and become stronger, they still have to live within this social system and abide by the rules of the game. Only those who are extremely powerful are qualified to make the rules of the game. So in Su Feng's view, the awakened ones are actually more advanced cattle and horses. The Beast Soul organization doesn't want to be slaves, so they can only be rats in the sewer. As for how strong one needs to be in order to not be controlled by others, Su Feng is not sure yet. But he believed that as long as he was given time to develop, this day would come sooner or later. As long as he has a stable source of exotic beast meat, he can hatch super soldiers infinitely. When the time comes, an army of frogs, an army of dogs, an army of roosters, and hens will come. The world is so big that they can go anywhere. It's just that he is a little too fragile, which makes Su Feng very distressed. He has been working out hard recently, but the results have been mediocre. According to gossip, ordinary physical exercise will only make people strong and healthy. If you want your strength to be comparable to that of an awakened person, you must constantly push your body to its limits. To put it simply, I practice until I'm almost dead every time. It seems very simple, just keep practicing. It's actually very difficult, very difficult. Take running for example. All you need are legs. Su Feng tried running every day for a week until his legs were cramping, but it still didn't work. He posted his experience online and was unsurprisingly ridiculed. You're about to cramp and you expect it to work? I already have cramps and it doesn't work. So you're just daydreaming. From then on, Su Feng gave up the idea of becoming a Superman by training on his own. But you still have to exercise. If you run faster, you will have a better chance of survival. Leisurely time is always short. A month later, Su Feng was numb when he saw the little exotic beast meat left in the freezer. According to his plan, the meat of these exotic beasts should be enough to eat for 3 months. However, he overlooked one problem, which was that the appetite of the 4 little ones was increasing, and he never came to the basement in this month. It wasn't until today that Sururu ran over with a serious face to tell him that there was not much meat left in the refrigerator. He hurried over to check. According to Sururu's estimation, the remaining meat can be eaten for a week at most. This is the case when you control your intake. If you don't, it will be finished in 3 days. Su Feng was overwhelmed. He had been enjoying life for the past month and had no time to think about his next plan of action. The only consolation is that the exotic beast meat I ate this month was not in vain. Su Qing is now taller than Su Feng, at 1.85 meters. Su Kuan is shorter, but he is also over 1.7 meters tall. The most important thing is that the wings are big enough to allow for short flights, although the maximum altitude is only 2 or 3 meters. In Su Feng's opinion, it should not be called flying, but Valkyrie dive. Sururu actually grew 2 centimeters taller. The one who has changed the most is Su Hei. His mother is obviously a local dog, but the boy is only 1 month old and his size is almost as big as a Tibetan Mastiff. The canine teeth in that mouth have an amazing bite force. Su Feng found a steel bar from an abandoned construction site and asked him to bite it, and he broke it with just 1 bite. Now that the exotic beast meat has been eaten, the strength of the 4 little ones has improved again. Su Feng is ready to start the next plan. The next plan is simple: find some weaker monsters. If you can find it before the awakener, kill it quickly and run away with the body. If there is already an awakened person, then hide and prepare to stalk the cicada while the oriole is behind. It's not about going to war with the awakened ones, but about snatching the corpses of the strange beasts. Su Feng originally wanted to give Su Qing and Su Kuan a hairstyle to cover up their body shapes. After studying for a long time, I gave up decisively. Their animal characteristics happen to be their most powerful weapons. If they are discarded, they will lose most of their combat effectiveness. In the end, Su Feng decided to just leave it at that and let it be whatever it is. You can do whatever you want, but you can't be too blatant. He planned to act at night. Before that, a pre-war mobilization meeting must be held. The 4 little ones have lived a very comfortable life in the past month. If they start fighting rashly, it will be difficult for them to exert their full combat power. They must be made nervous. In the basement of the villa, the 4 little ones sat upright, and Su Feng stood in front of them with a serious face. On the wall behind Su Feng, there is a city map. Everyone, we are facing a serious problem now. We are running out of exotic beast meat. There are some things I haven't said before, but I have to say them today. I believe you have also discovered your own specialness. You, Su Qing, have a frog head and webbed hands and feet. You should know without me telling you that you have frog genes. You, Su Kuan, you have chicken genes. Ruru, you are so succulent. There is no need to say anything about Su Hei. Apart from being able to speak human language, he is definitely just a big dog. I created you. I am your father, but your mother is not human. Therefore, you are neither accepted by humans nor animals, and you are considered an alien. Do you hate me? Except for Su Qing, the other 3 little ones are all very smart. Even Su Qing is not stupid. He is just honest and too lazy to think so much. When it comes to intelligence, Su Hei is the smartest, and Su Kuan has the most thoughts. They all understood what Su Feng meant. In fact, they have long known that they are different. Chapter 44: Bloodline Suppression from Su Feng. After all, humans don't look like this, and neither do animals. To be honest, there are some humanoid monsters that are very similar to them. Although they knew they were different, they were all very sure that Su Feng was their father. That feeling of blood connection cannot be faked. So when the 4 little ones heard Su Feng's question, they answered it very straightforwardly. No hate. Dad, how could we hate you? That's right, you are our father. Without you, there would be no us. Su Feng was very relieved. He was really afraid that the 4 little ones would hate him. After all, you are neither human nor animal, so you will have to hide everywhere when you go out. Just like Su Feng, he used to hate his parents. If they didn't want him, why did they give birth to him? Is it just to make yourself suffer in this world? But later he realized that a good death is worse than a miserable life. If his parents had not given birth to him, how would he have had the opportunity to appreciate the scenery of this world? So now he no longer hates the man and woman who brought him into this world. But of course he doesn't love them either. Since you don't hate me, then we are a family. As your father, I have to be responsible for you. After all, I gave you life. You should have discovered that only the meat of exotic beasts can fill you up, and no matter how much ordinary food you eat, it is not enough for you to digest. But now the exotic beast meat is almost gone, which means that if you don't get some exotic beast meat, you will run out of food and will starve to death. Dad, stop talking so much nonsense and just tell me what to do. If I, Su Kuan, frown, I'm not a man. Su Qing looked at her and smiled foolishly. You are not a man. You are a woman. Otherwise you would be a brother instead of a sister. It's none of your business. It's none of your business. It's none of your business. Su Kuan yelled and flapped his wings against Su Qing's forehead. Su Kuan was very angry. She finally had the chance to show off by using the lines from the movie, but ended up forgetting her gender. Unexpectedly, Su Qing, the fool, discovered it immediately and ruthlessly exposed her. Su Feng looked at the two of them helplessly. If this continued, would they still need to hold a meeting or take action? You two be quiet. Maybe Su Feng's voice was not loud enough, or maybe Su Kuan was really angry, so she didn't stop. Su Feng pointed at Su He and said, Xiao He, go separate them. Okay, Dad. Su He received the order, ran over, bit one of Su Kuan's arms, and dragged him back with all his strength. Su Kuan struggled a few times, but couldn't break free. So she pointed at Su Qing and cursed again. You froghead, you're lucky today that someone intervened. Be more careful next time. Su Feng couldn't bear it any longer, so he walked over and slapped Su Kuan on the head several times. Although he also knew that with his strength, these slaps would not even be enough to tickle Su Kuan. It doesn't hurt, but it's still insulting. Su Kuan held his head and looked at Su Feng aggrievedly. Dad, why did you hit me? Why did I hit you? Don't you know? Su Qing is your brother, and you hit him at every turn, and you won't give in. Even my words are useless, right? It's okay if you just fight and quarrel at other times, but we're in a meeting now. What I'm about to say involves you, including my life. Not only are you not listening carefully, you're also making a fuss here. Do you still see me as your father? If you don't want to recognize me as your father, leave now. Su Fengshe was really angry. It had been almost 2 months since he first met Su Qing, and he had never said a harsh word to these kids. But playing is playing, making noise is making noise, but it is wrong to do it regardless of the occasion. Seeing that Su Feng was angry, Su Kuan lowered his head and dared not speak. Although she could kill Su Feng with one scratch, a father is a father, and he must be given the respect he deserves. All her strength comes from Su Feng, so she respects Su Feng deep down and dares not disobey him. This is bloodline suppression. Do you still recognize me as your father? Su Feng looked at Su Kuan, who lowered his head in grievance, and did not feel soft-hearted. If you don't set rules now, you won't be able to set them later. Dad, how could I not recognize you? Su Kuan quickly expressed his loyalty. She didn't want to be kicked out, as she would be homeless if she was kicked out. As long as she dared to step out of this house alone, she would be sliced and studied. Su Feng's attitude softened, and he gently stroked Su Kuan's cockhead. Dad doesn't have to scold you, but as a person, you must prioritize, otherwise it's easy to kill yourself and your family. You don't want to kill me and your brothers and sisters because of you, do you? Upon hearing this, Su Kuan shook his head faster than a rattle. I don't want to, not at all. Okay, then sit down and listen carefully. Su Kuan sat down obediently. Su Feng then said to the other 3 little ones, you should also take this as a warning. From now on, play when you should play, and be serious when you should be serious. Remember? The 3 little ones shouted in unison. I remember. Fortunately, it was in the basement, otherwise Li Xiefeng would have come over to see what was going on. Su Feng was very satisfied with the obedience of the 4 little ones. In terms of fighting ability, he can't even beat Su Ruru. If they really rebel one day, he will be trampled to death in minutes. Next, let me tell you about the action plan. The plan was simple. Su Feng planned to stay active at night and drive the 4 little ones around. If they happened to encounter some strange beasts, that would be the best. If you can't find any, always pay attention to the official notifications on your phone and rush over as soon as possible if you see any strange beasts. As for the action plan after encountering the strange beast, for words, adapt to circumstances. After all, he had never faced a strange beast directly, and he didn't even know how strong the ultimate combat power of the 4 little ones was. It stands to reason that we shouldn't act so rashly, but this is the reality. Sometimes we have to fight when we have to get chestnuts from the fire. If you really wait until everything is ready before taking action, the opportunity will be lost. After the mobilization meeting, Su Feng took the 4 little ones and immediately started to act. Afraid that the sound of the car engine would attract Li Xiefeng's attention, Su Feng directly asked Su Qing to push the truck out of the villa. It was not until they were several hundred meters away from the villa that Su Feng started the car. He waved to Su Qing, who was pushing the car from behind, asked him to get in, then stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the city. The car soon arrived at the urban-rural fringe, where the population structure is complex and the environment is even more complex. Su Feng found a dimly lit alley. Although it is an urban-rural fringe area, cars are not expensive these days, and there are several cars parked in the alley. Ro, see that car? Go and take off the license plate. Su-Ru, who is less than 20 centimeters tall, carried a screwdriver that was taller than her, and, using the cover of shadows, quickly ran towards the car parked in the alley. Chapter 45 King of the Unlicensed Knights. The purpose of this trip is very simple, to get a license plate. Those who are out there in the world give themselves their own identities. Although the crime rate of ordinary people has been greatly reduced due to the emergence of the awakened ones and many cameras have become decorations, it is always better to be careful. A few minutes later, Su-Ru ran back with a screwdriver in one hand and the license plate in the other. Meat is awesome. While Su Feng took the screwdriver and license plate, he did not forget to encourage Su-Ru, showing his emotional value to the maximum. Su-Ruru's green little face, which had just done something bad for the first time, had turned red with excitement and agitation. She was still a little nervous at first, but when she heard Su Feng's praise, all her nervousness was thrown aside. As long as she can do something for her father, she will not hesitate even if it means going through fire and water. Su Feng found a deserted place, quickly changed the license plate, and continued driving towards the city. After walking around the city for more than 2 hours, Su Feng was ready to find a place to park. The price of oil was not cheap to begin with, and after the strange beast appeared, the price of oil became even higher. Su Feng didn't want to waste it anymore. Although he was driving a tram, some of Blue Star's technologies are more advanced than the world Su Feng originally lived in. Take cars for example. Blue Star's electric cars have stronger power and longer range. It was already past midnight, and Su Feng planned to wait until 1 o'clock. If he still didn't encounter any strange beasts, he would find a place to sleep. Before that, he planned to find a convenience store to buy a pack of cigarettes. It's really not possible to stay up late without something refreshing. Su Fengjiang was driving looking for a convenience store when he suddenly saw several figures appearing at the corner of the street ahead. Those people were shouting as they ran. Su Feng instantly became alert. Needless to say, in this situation, a strange beast must have appeared. It can't be that these guys want to play with someone else's wife together, got discovered, and were chased and hacked. Su Feng slowed down the car and drove slowly forward. When he got closer to those people, Su Feng finally saw them clearly. There were 5 people in total, all fat and big-eared middle-aged men, and each of them was covered in blood. They all ran very fast with big bellies, as if there was a ghost behind them. Su Feng turned the car around and stopped at the bend of the street. Su Feng swallowed, touched Su-Ru who was standing on his shoulder, opened the car door, and got out. Su Feng patted the carriage lightly, and the other 3 little ones who were waiting in the carriage on standby opened the door and got off the car. Su Feng made a gesture to them to keep quiet, then tiptoed to the corner of the street and stuck his head out to look in the direction where the people had just run towards him. There is a barbecue stall about 20 or 30 meters ahead, and the area in front of the stall is a mess. A strange beast that was a few times larger than Su He was gnawing on a corpse in front of the stall. Seeing the strange beast, Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen this strange beast before, a strange wolf. It looked very similar to the wolves on Blue Star, but was slightly larger. This kind of strange beast often appears on Blue Star, so the Strange Beast Association simply named them strange wolves. Su Feng knew about all the strange beasts that appeared on Blue Planet and had pictures. The alien wolf is just a village-level alien beast, and its combat power is about the same as that of the tiger on Blue Star. It may be a little stronger than the tiger, but its strength is limited. At another intersection in the opposite direction of Su Feng, a young man in his early 20s, wearing a full set of cycling gear, was watching like Su Feng. Unlike Su Feng, this young man was holding a mobile phone in his hand and filming the alien wolf that was gnawing on the corpse. I'm the exotic beast hunter Wang Wujing. Now there's an exotic wolf in front of me. I'm going to destroy it. Wish me good luck. Wang Wujing uploaded the video and put his phone away. Just as he was about to charge at the alien wolf, he saw 2 black shadows suddenly jump out from the distance. In a breath, a black shadow appeared beside the alien wolf. In the blink of an eye, Wang Wujing saw the strange wolf being dragged away by 2 black shadows. Wang Wujing suspected that he had seen it wrong, and he rubbed his eyes hard. You're right, the alien wolf has disappeared, leaving only a half-eaten human corpse on the ground. What's going on? Could it be that an awakened person from the Exotic Beast Association has taken action? Wang Wujing approached the corpse on the ground cautiously. Looking at the corpse that had been eaten beyond recognition, Wang Wujing sighed and continued to walk towards the direction where the black shadow appeared. When he arrived at the corner of the street where Su Feng was hiding, Su Feng was nowhere to be seen. He had already driven away. The figures Wang Wujing just saw were Su Qing and Su He. Su Qing is very strong and has long-range attack capabilities, while Su He is fast. This combination of tall and fast worked very well for the first time. While running, Su Qing stuck out his long tongue at the strange wolf with lightning speed. The tongue was like a sharp sword, piercing through the wolf's head in an instant. Su He quickly ran to the alien wolf, bit its neck, and dragged it away before it was completely dead. The two of them worked in perfect harmony, and the whole process took only 3 seconds. The body of the alien wolf was dragged into the cargo box, and Su Feng started the car and left without any delay. This action plan was thought up by Su Feng on the spur of the moment. The reason why it was implemented so smoothly was that the body of the alien wolf was too weak. Wang Wujing looked around, but found neither the awakened nor the body of the strange wolf. He didn't even find any signs of a battle. Who is this awakened one? He's incredibly powerful. But why did he drag the alien wolf's corpse away? Even an awakened one this powerful wouldn't want to look down on the alien wolf's corpse, right? The alien wolf is the weakest alien beast. Many awakened people on Blue Star can kill it with just a wave of their hands, but there is no need to drag away the corpse. Since the strange beasts and the awakened ones were gone, Wang Wujing rode his bicycle and left. He still has other places to patrol. Wang Wujing is a recent college graduate. After graduation, he followed in his father's footsteps and opened a fruit shop. I exercise while watching the store during the day and go out on patrol at night. Why did he come out on patrol? The reason was simple. He had a dream of being a hero. A few years ago, Wang Wujing watched his classmates die tragically in the mouths of strange beasts, including a female classmate he had always had a crush on. He will never forget the look his female classmate gave him before she died. From then on, every time he woke up in the middle of the night, he would always think of that look and then think of his own incompetence. If I had strong power, those classmates wouldn't have to die. Unfortunately, he is not an awakened one. If he wants to have powerful strength, he can only practice on his own. After graduating from university, he did not look for a job but inherited the family business, a fruit stall. While his parents sold fruit, he devoted himself to exercise. After a few years, he really mastered it. It's already impressive for others to ride at 40 or 50 speeds per hour, but he can ride at 80, and sparks are coming out of the flywheel. His strength is also much greater than that of ordinary people, and his maximum bench press is 1,000 kilograms. Killing a cow with one punch is no problem. Chapter 46 Return with a full load. Having achieved some success, Wang Wujing went to the Exotic Beast Association to register as an exotic beast hunter. Wang Wujing is very self-aware. Even though he is much stronger than ordinary people, he knows very well that when facing most strange beasts, he can only run away. He became a beast hunter not to hunt beasts, but to save people. Whenever he had time, he would ride his bike around, just to get to the scene as soon as the strange beast appeared, and then find a way to save more people. He arrived a little late today, and the alien wolf had already killed a human. Just when he was about to take action, the alien wolf was taken away by a mysterious man. At this moment, his cell phone rang, and someone from the Exotic Beast Association asked him if he needed support. Wang Wujing came to his senses and took a video and sent it back to the staff of the Exotic Beast Association. The beast has been destroyed, but unfortunately an innocent citizen died in its mouth. Wang Wujing didn't know how to collect corpses, so all he could do was find a tablecloth and cover the dead body. Wang Wujing, cheer up, there are still many people who need you to save them. Wang Wujing found his bicycle, stepped on it, and continued patrolling. Less than 5 minutes after Wang Wujing left, law enforcement officers arrived. The law enforcers searched everywhere, but found no trace of the strange beast. After reporting the matter truthfully to the Strange Beast Association, they began to clean up the body. Law enforcers are already very skilled in this job. It can be said that an excellent law enforcer has some skills in collecting corpses. Wang Wujing was riding his bike through the streets and alleys when his cell phone rang again. He picked up his phone and saw that 50,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. This is why everyone wants to be an awakener. The lowest level village-level monster costs 50,000 yuan, which is equivalent to several months' salary of a social animal. If it is a more advanced monster, killing one will allow you to lie down and rest for several years. This is the first time Wang Wujing has received money since he registered as an exotic beast hunter. But I didn't kill the beast. Wang Wujing wanted to return the money, but he didn't know where to return it. He tried to reply with a text message to tell the other party that he did not kill the monster. The reply from the other party is obviously an automatic reply. Wang Wujing had no choice but to accept the 50,000 yuan. He was not a pedantic person. My bicycle is about to be reimbursed, so I'll use the money to upgrade my equipment so I can save lives better in the future. On the other side, Su Feng was driving excitedly on his way home, unaware that his 50,000 yuan had been given to Wang Wujing. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care much. His purpose for coming out today had been achieved. At this stage, money was not what he valued. As long as the four little ones are strong enough, will they still be worried about having no money in the future? What's more, he worked as a scavenger for a month and earned nearly 200,000 yuan. The four little ones now only eat the meat of exotic beasts. If they spend 200,000 yuan on themselves, even if they are a little extravagant, they still cannot spend it all in a year. Thinking of the money, Su Feng thought of the Exotic Beast Association. He is so damn rich. For a department as marginal as the scavengers, the severance pay was 1.1 million, not counting the 2 cars he and Li Xiefeng drove away. If I get the chance in the future, I will definitely give the Exotic Beast Association a good deal of money. As for how to knock, that's another story. As the car just reached the gate of the abandoned villa community, Su Feng turned off the engine. Then, according to the old rules, he asked Su Qing and Su Kuan to lift the car into the yard, giving them a chance to exercise. Su Qing, carry the beast's corpse to the basement. Su Kuan, you have been learning how to skin animals recently, so I will leave this beast to you. Ru, you have to watch over them. Don't let them be lazy, and don't let them fight. The processed exotic animal meat is placed in the freezer. After you're done, let Su Kuan cook, and you guys can have a good meal. Xiaohei, go look around and see if there are any suspicious people or unusual things happening. Ruru will call you when the meal is ready. After explaining the salary, Su Feng went upstairs alone. After working for half the night, he was tired and wanted to make a midnight snack to reward himself. After Su Feng left, the 4 little ones started to take action. Su Qing carried the body of the alien wolf in one hand and walked towards the basement. Su Kuan followed closely behind him, his claws gleaming coldly. Leaving the skinning job to her was a sure thing. No tools were needed. Su Ruru put the cell phone into the small backpack on Su Hei's back, then patted his head and said, "Little black brother, thank you for your hard work." Su Hei rubbed Su Ruru affectionately. "Sister Ruru, I'm not tired at all." After saying this, he exerted a little effort like a cat, jumped over the fence of the villa, and disappeared into the darkness. After Su Hei left, Su Ruru skipped towards the basement. "My brother and sister are both troublesome. They even made Dad angry today. I have to keep an eye on them." The next morning, Su Feng slept until after 10 o'clock before getting up. After a quick wash, I strolled to the river. Needless to say, Li Xiefeng was already fishing there. After a month of retirement, he has fallen in love with fishing and goes fishing every day regardless of rain or shine. He is showing signs of becoming a veteran angler. Seeing Su Feng coming, Li Xiefeng smiled and threw him a cigarette. "You kid, what time is it that you just got up?" Su Feng didn't explain and put the cigarette between his ears. "Brotherly, please smoke less. Your health is not good to begin with." When Li Xiefeng heard that Su Feng didn't let him smoke, he instantly got furious. "You know nothing, kid. I'm fighting poison with poison. I won't be alive much longer anyway, so maybe the nicotine can suppress the toxins in my body. I was able to work as a scavenger for 5 years. Maybe it's because of my smoking." Su Feng was speechless. He didn't believe that all the scavengers who died in the past didn't smoke. However, Li Xiefeng was right when he said that he would not live long anyway, so he could do whatever he wanted. Could a dying person tell you this? Let me have a cigarette. You can still reject him righteously and then say something. Stop smoking. Smoking is harmful to your health. Smoking a cigarette means you lose a minute of your life. He is about to die. How can he still be healthy? Does he still care about that minute? How was your harvest today? Fishermen like people asking them about their catch, provided they don't come back empty-handed. The artificial river in the villa has not been taken care of all year round. There are so many fish in it that it is difficult to catch all of them. We had a good catch today. We caught several crucian carp. I can make some soup for lunch. Su Feng picked up the fishing rod and took a look. There were indeed 4 or 5 crucian carps, each as big as a palm. Su Feng picked up the basin beside him and poured the crucian carp into it. "Brotherly, please continue. I'll go make the soup first." Su Feng hadn't eaten since he got up, and he was extremely hungry now. "Go ahead, let's fry some peanuts and have a drink at noon." Li Xiefeng's life after retirement is very comfortable. He smokes, drinks, fishes, walks his dog, and chats with Su Feng. Being in your 40s is the life most men dream of, but unfortunately it comes at the cost of a shortened lifespan. Chapter 47, Another Mission. On the way back, Su Feng was thinking about whether to buy some QX supplies for Li Xiefeng. After all, He is only in his 40s, so he should not be free from desires. It is not a good idea to be so Buddhist every day. As for Su Feng himself, ever since he knew that his blood was extraordinary, he has been very careful and determined not to let himself get hurt. Such a precious thing cannot be wasted. He was also afraid that he would not be able to resist the temptation of powerful energy and produce and sell it himself. When Li Xiefeng came back, Su Feng had already prepared dinner. After eating and drinking, Su Feng went home to catch up on his sleep. Li Xiefeng didn't say much when he saw this. Everyone has their own secrets, and we must learn to respect the privacy of others. After waking up, Su Feng remembered to go online to see if he had been exposed. The result is that complete disregard occurs. Perhaps the alien wolf was too weak and only killed one person, so there was really no need to report it. Su Feng was sometimes puzzled. Strange beasts appeared from time to time, so why did some people still like to go out for midnight snacks? There is an inexplicable stubbornness. But these are not what Su Feng should care about. Since last night's operation was successful, it means that there are no major problems with his plan at the moment. The fur of a wolf weighs nearly 1,000 pounds. Even if the fur is removed, it will be enough for the 4 little ones to eat for a while. Although there is no shortage of food for the time being, action still needs to be taken. This is just like making money. Just because you don't lack money now doesn't mean you won't lack money in the future. Before achieving financial freedom, who dares to say that they can really lie low for the rest of their lives? So after dinner, Su Feng took the 4 little ones out again. Li Xiefeng goes to bed early at night and would not go to see Su Feng unless necessary. As a result, Su Feng wandered around until late at night and didn't find even a single hair of the strange beast. For 3 consecutive days, nothing happened in Zhongzhou City. On the 3rd night, Su Feng even drove to a nearby county town, but still found nothing. Su Feng's heart is quite conflicted. On the one hand, he hoped that strange beasts would never appear so that ordinary people on Blue Star could live a peaceful life. On the other hand, he also hoped that more exotic beasts would appear so that his children could grow up as quickly as possible. On the 4th night, Su Feng felt a little lazy. He hadn't gained anything in 3 days and didn't want to go out. It turns out that fate is so magical that when you try desperately to grab something, you can't grab anything. When you give up, the opportunity comes. Su Feng was lying on the bed and browsing his phone when he suddenly received a message. The news alerted that a strange beast had appeared in Zhongzhou City, and citizens were reminded to take precautions and avoid it. Su Feng looked at the address and found that it was only a 20-minute drive away. Although the distance is not far, the Exotic Beast Association has issued a warning, which means that the awakened people nearby are already on their way. If I go there now, I can probably only hide aside and watch the fun. Su Feng hesitated for only a second before deciding to join in the fun. Whether or not I can get the meat of the exotic beast is secondary. The main thing is to learn some experience. There are actually not many videos leaked of the awakened ones fighting against strange beasts. After all, not everyone is brave enough to take out their mobile phone to take pictures while running for their lives. As for the images captured by the cameras, the Exotic Beast Association generally does not release them to the public. What if someone sees the destructive power of the monster, feels that life is hopeless, and chooses to give up? If everyone gives up, will society still function? Su Feng wanted to go and see it for himself, and if possible, let the 4 little ones see it too. No matter how talented you are, if you have never seen blood, you cannot be called a qualified soldier. As for the alien wolf from a few days ago, that guy was too weak. The 4 little ones were studying in the basement. At Su Feng's command, they got on the car in less than a minute. Of course, only Su Ruru and Su He got in the car, and Su Qing and Su Kuan were still responsible for lifting the car. After the car left the villa, Su Qing and Su Kuan got in. Su Feng stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove towards the direction where the strange beast appeared. More than 10 minutes later, Su Feng parked the car in a remote place. Although it was only 8 o'clock in the evening, the surrounding area was already quiet. The citizens were not fools. If a strange beast appeared, they would of course hide as soon as possible. Su Feng didn't dare to go any further, as he could vaguely hear the sounds of fighting here. Ro Ro and Xiao He, you two come with me to check it out. Su Qing and Su Kuan, you two stay in the car and be ready to provide support at any time. After Su Feng finished explaining, he got out of the car with Su Ruru and Su He. Su Ruru is small in size, so no one can see her even if she is hidden on her body. Moreover, she is Su Feng's strongest shield and must be kept with him at all times. According to Su He, as long as this guy doesn't open his mouth to speak, he is just a large dog and no one will pay attention to him. Su Feng hid Su Ruru in his pocket and took Su He towards the location of the strange beast. After walking for 2 minutes, the road ahead suddenly opened up. It wasn't that the strange beast appeared in an open area, but rather that the building in front had collapsed. It seems that this strange beast is very powerful. Ruru, you must be ready to protect me at any time. Xiaohei, you should also be on high alert. Su Feng came here to broaden his horizons, not to seek death. If there is even the slightest danger, he will run away immediately. Leaning against the ruins left by the collapsed buildings, Su Feng quietly approached the battlefield. Less than 100 meters in front of him, there was a strange beast that was more than 10 meters tall, waving a big stick in its hand. Su Feng saw clearly that the big stick was actually a bone from some unknown creature. Looking at the strange beast again, its entire body was dark, very much like the gorilla from Blue Star. But Blue Star, the gorilla that is more than 10 meters tall, doesn't have that. There were 5 or 6 awakened people standing around the strange beast. These awakened ones were just out of the attack range of the monsters. Su Feng squatted in the shadows, not daring to get any closer. We can't let it continue to cause damage. Let's work together to kill this beast. A man stood on the roof of a 4 or 5-story building and shouted to the other awakened people nearby. Without waiting for the other awakened ones to respond, the strange beast that heard the sound jumped towards the man's location, raised the big bone stick in its hand, and smashed it at the man's head. The man reacted quickly, exerting force with his legs and jumping directly to the roof of another building next to him. He ran away, but the building couldn't. The huge bone club in the beast's hand smashed down, directly collapsing 1/3 of the building. Su Feng was secretly shocked. This thing has really strong destructive power. It's made of reinforced concrete. Su Feng couldn't believe what would happen to him if this stick hit him on the head. Even with Su Ruru's protection, he wasn't sure if he could survive. Get started. Another awakened one shouted and ran towards the strange beast. Although the awakening directions of the awakened ones are varied, they are generally aimed at strengthening physical aspects such as strength and speed. Chapter 48 Fierce Battle. Those who have awakened their special powers are the backbone of the Special Beast Association. There are not many such awakened people. At least none of the 5 or 6 awakened people present have special abilities. Although they don't have special powers, the few awakened ones are definitely not weak. Take the man who spoke at the beginning, for example. The distance between the 2 buildings was more than 10 meters, but he jumped over with ease. Moreover, the monster was very fast, but it didn't hit him, which shows that his reaction speed was also very fast. Xiaohei, do you see that? There are always people who are better than you. Xiaohei's eyes flickered. Dad, I actually think I'm faster than them all. Su Hei is not like Su Kuan. What he says is still credible. While Su Feng and Su Hei were talking, several awakened ones had already launched an attack. The awakened one who shouted to take action ran behind the strange beast, jumped high, and punched the strange beast on the back. Su Feng clearly saw that the fist of the dangerous man had a metallic luster. What makes humans better than monsters is that humans can use technology. The man was obviously wearing a pair of metal gloves. The strange beast was hit on the back and in pain. It swung the big bone stick in its hand behind it. Unfortunately, after the attack, the man quickly retreated. Although that punch did not cause any substantial damage to the monster, it aroused its anger. The strange beast roared and ran towards the awakened person closest to it. Being big doesn't mean it's without advantages. It may be a little slower in turning, but it's very fast in a straight line. After all, you are tall and have long legs. The person closest to the strange beast was a middle-aged man with a mustache. He was holding a long sword in his hand, and he was originally planning to attack the strange beast from behind. Nike was slow and was overtaken by the boxing glove man. The man in boxing gloves used the reaction force of the punch to dodge the attack of the monster and at the same time increase the distance between himself and the monster. He ran away, but the man with the long sword and beard was in trouble. He was not the one who provoked the anger, but he had to bear it. Due to the effect of inertia, the bearded man with the long sword had no way of turning around and running back. Seeing that the monster's big bone club was about to hit his head, the bearded man with the long sword could only dodge the fatal blow by sticking to the ground. The other awakened ones did not stand there and watch the joke. When the strange beast attacked the bearded man with the long sword, they also attacked the strange beast at the same time. Just as the bearded man with the long sword dodged the fatal blow from the monster, the attacks of the others also fell on the monster. 4 or 5 attacks hit its back, and even though the monster was powerful, its skin was torn and flesh was exposed. Seeing this, the bearded man with the long sword was delighted, thinking that he had survived the crisis. Unfortunately, he was happy too early. The strange beast was knocked forward by the attack from behind. As it fell to the ground, one of its arms stretched out and grabbed the bearded man with the long sword who had not yet had time to stand up. Then he squeezed it hard and flattened it. Brute. The other awakened ones became angry when they saw their companions die tragically. Attack the strange beast. The strange beast reacted quickly as well, rolling over the moment it fell to the ground to avoid lying on the ground with its back exposed to the enemy. When the awakened one's attack came, the strange beast had already turned around and was lying on the ground, holding a large bone club and waving it at the attacking awakened ones. The two awakeners who were rushing forward were swept by the large bone club and immediately flew away like a kite with a broken string, crashing directly to the ground and becoming motionless. It was unknown whether they had fainted or were dead. Su Feng quickly took note of it in his mind. When attacking, you must be fast. If you are not sure that you have a decisive speed advantage, then do not attack from the front. Actually, we can't blame those awakened ones. When they launched the attack, the beast still had its back to them and was about to fall to the ground. Who could have thought that the strange beast would turn around so quickly? In less than a minute, half of the 6 awakened ones were lost. It seems that being an awakener isn't that easy. Xiaohei, remember this. You must be smart when fighting. If you can't win, run away. Just don't forget to take your dad with you when you run. Sui nodded and whispered, "Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely protect you." Su Feng was very relieved. If it wasn't for protecting himself, why would he have 4 children who were not allowed to see the light of day? Although 3 awakeners were lost, the battle is not over yet. The remaining 3 awakened people looked at each other, and no one dared to act rashly. If they don't move, the strange beasts will not stand still. The strange beast looked around with its big head and set its sights on the awakened one in front of its right. The awakened one held a large ring knife in his hand. Seeing the strange beast looking at him, his eyes became solemn. "I'm not fast enough. Please help me attract the attention of the strange beast." The awakened one shouted loudly after saying this, and the muscles all over his body slowly swelled. The strange beast didn't waste any more time and rushed towards him. The other 2 awakened ones shouted at the same time and rushed towards the strange beast. Both of them were very fast. When the strange beast was about to rush to the awakened person holding the large ring knife, the 2 of them attacked the strange beast from the left and right. The awakened man wearing boxing gloves punched the monster's arm holding the big bone club hard. The monster's raised arm was knocked off balance. The stick that was originally intended to hit the awakened person holding the large ring knife hit the open space next to him. Now, the awakened one holding the large ring knife suddenly jumped up and slashed the monster's arm with the knife that had been accumulating power for a long time. The charged attack was indeed powerful, and the monster's arm was cut off at the root. Roar! Suffering such great damage, the strange beast roared to the sky, and its body grew a little bigger, as if it had entered a rampage mode. The awakened one holding the large ring knife launched a powerful attack and then fell to the ground. The man with boxing gloves took the opportunity when the awakened one roared to the sky to rush to his side, picked up the awakened one with the big ring knife, and prepared to send him to a safe place. Here. Suddenly someone shouted in the distance, attracting everyone's attention. Su Feng looked in the direction of the sound and found that he was not the only one observing at the edge of the battlefield. On the other side of the battlefield, a man in a helmet was also watching the battle. The shout just now came from him. "I'm a beast hunter, leave him to me." The strange beast could attack at any time. The man in boxing gloves had no time to think. He exerted force with his arms and threw the awakened one with the big ring knife over. The person wearing the helmet is naturally Wang Wujing. He took a few steps forward to catch the big ring blade awakener, then quickly retreated, taking him away from the battlefield. The man with boxing gloves had just thrown out the awakener with the big ring knife when the strange beast also completed its evolution. By this time, its body had expanded to over 20 meters. Its arms and legs had grown significantly thicker, and its eyes had turned blood red. Although it lost an arm and the big bone stick, the oppressive feeling it gave people was even stronger. Chapter 49. The mantis catches the cicada, waiting for the oriole behind. Suhei said solemnly, "Dad, I think we should go. That weird guy is very strong now. Those 2 people are definitely no match for him." Su Feng looked at Suhei in surprise. "When did you become so powerful that you can see through other people's strength?" Suhei stuck out his tongue and spoke in a low voice. "It's just a feeling. That strange guy gave me a sense of danger, but not a strong one. As for those 6 people, I'm confident I can escape from them unscathed. If necessary, I can even kill a few of them. But now that strange guy gives me a very dangerous feeling." Su Feng didn't expect that Suhei actually had a sense of danger. Since Suhei said it was dangerous, Su Feng would not be so stubborn as to insist on peeking here. "Then let's go." Just as Su Feng was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly saw the strange beast's arm on the ground not far away. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. An idea popped up in Su Feng's mind. Is there any way to get rid of that arm? At least it can last for 2 days. Only when you run a household do you know how expensive food and fuel are. Now that he is the head of the household, Su Feng realizes how difficult life is. Every day when he opens his eyes, he has to worry about his family's food, drink, defecation, and urination. Wait a moment. The brave will die of overeating, while the timid will die of starvation. Su Feng plans to stay and wait for the opportunity. The main reason was that he discovered that the man with boxing gloves and another awakened person also wanted to escape. At this time, Su Feng was hiding behind the strange beast, and the man in boxing gloves and the other two were facing the strange beast. If they wanted to run, they would definitely run in the opposite direction of Su Feng. When the strange beast chases after him, he can take the opportunity to take away the arm. While Su Feng was thinking, the man in boxing gloves had indeed run away. The strange beast had just entered a rampage state, so how could it let them escape? It roared and chased after them. Xiaohei, now is the time. Run over there as fast as you can and grab that arm. I'll wait for you in the car. As soon as Su Feng finished speaking, Su Hei rushed out. He was so fast that Su Feng could only see a shadow. Su Feng no longer hesitated and turned around and ran. The moment he turned around, he saw with his side light that the man in boxing gloves seemed to have punched his companion. Then there was a loud shout. You fucking. As soon as the 3 words came out, the voice stopped abruptly. Needless to say, the owner of the voice had been killed. Su Feng resisted the urge to look back and ran towards the parking lot without looking back. The man in boxing gloves used his companions to slow down the pace of the monster, but Su Feng didn't know how long this method could help him delay. So he must now get away from the battlefield as soon as possible, the farther the better. When Su Feng returned to the car, Su Hei had already returned. The arm had even been installed in the carriage. Seeing Su Feng coming back, Su Hei jumped into the car and closed the door. Su Feng opened the cab, took off, and drove towards the suburbs. On the other side of the battlefield, Wang Wujing looked at the big ring knife awakener who was leaning against the wall and fell into a coma, and then looked at the back of the strange beast. He gritted his teeth, carried the big ring knife awakener on his shoulders, and rode away on his bicycle. While running away, he was still thinking about what the black shadow he had just seen was. It looked like one of the 2 figures he saw a few nights ago. It looks a lot like a dog, but how could a dog be that fast? And it was so strong. The monster's arm was much bigger than that of the black shadow. Wang Wujing brought the big ring knife awakener directly to the Zhongzhou City branch of the Exotic Beast Association. Hello, this is an awakened one. He was injured in the battle with the strange beast just now. I don't know where to send him. The staff of the Monster Association branch saw the unconscious awakener, then looked at the large ring knife tightly held in his hand, and exclaimed in surprise. Knife man. Wang Wujing scratched his head. Are these awakened ones so casual in naming? Well, actually his nickname is pretty random, like the unlicensed rider, since you don't need a license to ride a bicycle. You look familiar to me. Are you an unlicensed knight? Wang Wujing nodded embarrassedly after being recognized. Yes, I am the unlicensed knight of the Exotic Beast Hunter. Unlicensed knight, thank you for escorting our association's awakened swordsman back. The points and bonus will be deposited into your account later. Okay, thanks. Wang Wujing felt that his luck these days was really good. I didn't do anything a few days ago. I just shot a video and earned points and bonuses. I did work today, but it wasn't any dangerous work. If I continue like this, I will be able to advance soon. The reason why Wang Wujing registered as an exotic beast hunter was not to show off. The main reason is that exotic beast hunters have certain permissions, which allows them to obtain accurate information about exotic beasts faster than others. You can also earn points by completing tasks, and the points can be exchanged for various goodies in the Exotic Beast Association, including but not limited to weapons, equipment, and cash. Wang Wujing didn't care about money. He wanted to accumulate points and then go to the Exotic Beast Association to exchange them for a better bicycle. Since the establishment of the Exotic Beast Association, it has received support from all countries and forces on the Blue Star and possesses the most advanced technology in the world. The boxing gloves of the Boxing Man and the large ring knife of the Knife Man are both produced by the Exotic Beast Association. If it was an ordinary large ring knife, even if it was made of 10,000 layers of Damascus, it would not be so sharp that it could cut off the arm of the monster with one stroke. Su Feng drove the car and fled the battlefield as fast as he could, running in the opposite direction of the strange beast. The strange beast is not dead yet. What if it kills the man with boxing gloves and can't let go of its arm, and comes to cause trouble for me? While running away, Su Feng did not forget to remind Su Ruru. Ro, Always keep an eye on the movements of the alien beast in your hand. If you see any news that the alien beast has been eliminated, let me know. Su Feng decided that he would head west until the strange beasts were destroyed, and whoever looked back would be a grandson. Su Ruru agreed and started to get information from various channels while holding her mobile phone. A few minutes later, Dad, the Alien Beast Association said that all the awakened people sent to kill the alien beasts were wiped out except for the Sword Man. The alien beasts are now heading towards the West City District. When Su Feng heard this, he instantly got goosebumps all over his body. He stepped harder and increased the speed of the car a little more. He is in Xiqing District now. Stupid beast, it's just an arm, and you still want it even after it's broken. Su Feng cursed as he drove towards the highway intersection. There is too much traffic in the city and too many red lights, which is really not conducive to escape. 20 minutes later, on the Beijing-Hong Kong-Macau Expressway, Su Feng was driving towards Beijing. He just didn't believe that the strange beast could chase all the way to the capital. If it could really catch up to the capital, it would be chopped into pieces in minutes. Dad, we don't have to run. The Exotic Beast Association has just released a notice that Lu Shu, the president of the Zhengzhou City Exotic Beast Association branch, has taken action to eliminate the exotic beast. Chapter 50 Active Su Kuan. Su Feng took the time to look at his phone. Isn't this the man who could fly that day? That day, he and Li Xiefeng went to Yingyang County for a mission. A man flew over their heads. Su Feng took a look from a distance and saw that he looked very similar to the man in the video. As expected of him being the president of the branch of the Exotic Beast Association, his strength is truly undeniable. Su Feng took a look at the comments. It was said that the strange beast was killed by the president with just one sword. It turns out that it still needs to grow. When Sui saw the strange beast entering a violent state, he was so scared that he almost ran away with his tail between his legs. The gap is really big. Even so, this willow is only the most powerful awakener in Zhengzhou City. Across the country, there are probably no less than 20 people who are more powerful than Lu Shu. What about the entire Blue Star? There must be at least 100 people. It's dangerous, too dangerous. We still have to survive. Even if we can't be invincible in a single fight, at least the 4 of us together should be able to escape unscathed from any awakened person or strange beast. Of course, the goal is to escape safely. If he can't even protect himself, Su Feng would rather hide in the deep mountains and forests and never come out. Outside the abandoned villa area in the suburbs, Su Feng parked the car and asked Su Qing to carry the alien beast's arm and enter from the path behind the villa, while he drove the car out of the front door in a swagger. Sure enough, I met Li Xiefeng, who was fishing on the road. Su Feng, where have you been? I couldn't find you fishing. Oh, nothing, just went out for a walk. I'm not like you. I'm still young and can't stand staying at home all day. What's wrong with me? I'm only 45. Men are in their prime at 41, and I'm in full bloom at 45. When Li Xiefeng first met Su Feng, he kept saying that he was dying. He has been enjoying a leisurely life recently and doesn't want to die anymore. Nonsense, who wants to die when they can live? Li Xiefeng didn't want to die, so he stopped talking and didn't let Su Feng talk. It is said that talking too much is unlucky. Su Feng said that he was famous for his double standards. He always mentioned himself in the past, but now he is the one who is not allowed to be mentioned. Li Xiefeng shut up Su Feng with just one sentence. My compensation is 1 million, and you only have 100,000. If you don't please me, you'll see what you'll do when you run out of money. This sentence made Su Feng lose his temper. He was Li Xiefeng's neighbor. On the one hand, he felt sorry for him and thought he was a very nice person. On the other hand, he also wanted to take advantage of Li Xiefeng. The survival of an orphan. Brotherly, you will surely live a long life. That's more like it. I caught a big carp today, and we'll make some sweet and sour carp later. Okay. If it weren't for the strange beasts, Su Feng really wanted to live here with Li Xiefeng forever. This life is really comfortable. Of course, it would be best to find another girl to go with you. Now, there is probably no chance. The girl ovulates once a month. Su Feng's shooting skills are as good as a god, and he hits the target 100%. If she gives birth to a child in a month, he can't afford to raise it. Putting aside all the thoughts of seclusion in his mind, Su Feng took the big carp and went to cook. It is impossible to live in seclusion, not in this lifetime. It has been 10 years since the strange beasts appeared, and no one on Blue Star still knows where these strange beasts came from or how they came. Moreover, more and more strange beasts appear on Blue Star, and their strength is getting stronger and stronger. Su Feng even suspected that Blue Star might be occupied by strange beasts one day. If he didn't want to die at that time, he must be able to protect himself. So it's okay to survive and develop, but it's not okay to hide and play badly. Once all four little ones have grown up and can obtain a stable supply of exotic beast meat, Su Feng will prepare to start the next round of hatching work. At that time, he planned to let the four little ones deal with some ferocious beasts. For example, tigers, lions, eagles, falcons, crocodiles, and so on. These animals are quite powerful in themselves. If they really hatch babies, they will definitely be more powerful than Su Qing, the froghead. The stronger you are, the bigger your appetite is, so you still need to develop steadily at this stage. When Su Feng returned home, the four little ones were lying on the sofa in the living room on the first floor watching TV. The four little ones spend most of their time in the basement and occasionally come to the first floor. Su Feng was afraid that their minds would become dark if they were always stuck in the basement. Seeing Su Feng coming in, Su Kuan pushed hard with his feet and came in front of Su Feng in an instant. "Dad, what time do we start?" Su Kuan was very unhappy. She was of no use at all except for lifting the car. This made her very unhappy. "Let's talk about it later." Since there is a guarantee for today, Su Feng is not in a hurry to go out on patrol. The main reason is that the patrol efficiency is actually quite low. The strange beasts don't only appear at night, nor do they appear every day. He would be tired running around every day. Su Feng originally wanted to take a break, but Su Kuan wouldn't allow it and kept chattering in his ear. "What on earth do you want to do?" "I want to show my worth. I want to tell my dad that I, Su Kuan, am more than just a car lifter." What can Su Feng say? It's a good thing for children to be motivated. But even if they encountered a strange beast, Su Feng didn't dare let Su Kuan take action. Her personality was a bit eccentric, and who knew what kind of trouble she would cause. "Forget it, let's just go out. Let Su Kuan take action when there is a chance." In fact, her fighting ability is not weak either. Just look at those claws flashing with cold light, and you will know. Su Ruru said that Su Kuan handled the body of the alien wolf with his claws throughout the whole process. Even the bones were included. As usual, he drove the car out of the community and drove on the deserted road yawning. This place is too remote, and few people come here during the day, let alone at night. Bored Su Feng was just about to listen to a song when a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Su Feng was very sure that the figure in front of him really appeared out of thin air, and there was no one there the previous second. Su Feng stepped on the brakes and finally stopped the car less than 10 meters away from the black shadow. The next second, he screamed in horror. "There's an enemy." As soon as he shouted, Su Ruru, who had been sitting on his shoulder, instantly transformed, and a green film wrapped around his entire body. In the back of the car, the three bored kids opened the door and got out as quickly as possible. The reason why Su Feng was so panicked was because he saw clearly that the black shadow in front of the vehicle was not a car, nor a person. He was very sure that it was a strange beast. Under the illumination of the high beam, the dark shadow revealed its full appearance. A strange beast about 3 or 4 meters tall was standing not far in front of the car. The strange beast was standing, with very thick legs and arms that looked like crab claws. As for the head, it is smooth and sleek, like a turtle. Su Feng didn't have time to look closely, so he put the car in reverse gear and started reversing frantically. At the same time, the strange beast also discovered him, and while he was reversing, the strange beast pounced on him. The three little ones reacted quickly and pounced on the strange beast after getting off the car. When Su Feng backed the car a few meters away, the three little ones had already collided with the strange beast. Chapter 51: Su Kuan's highlight moment. While reversing, Su Feng kept an eye on the battlefield ahead. Su Hei ran the fastest on all 4 legs, pouncing on the strange beast like a vicious dog pouncing on its prey. While its body was still in the air, its front paws had already stretched out, trying to hit the monster's head. However, his fierce attack missed, and the monster's head suddenly disappeared. Su Kuan's attack followed closely, and he gave the strange beast a flying kick. The strange beast reacted quickly, raising its 2 pincers to block Su Kuan's attack. Su Kuan and Su Hei's first attacks were ineffective, but Su Qing, who ran the slowest, seized the opportunity. While the strange beast was dealing with the attacks of Su Kuan and Su Hei, Su Qing stuck out his long tongue at the strange beast. The tongue was like a spear, piercing the belly of the strange beast. Unfortunately, it only went in a little bit. Su Qing was not greedy for credit. The advantage of his tongue attack was its speed. After an attack, no matter what the effect is, it will be retracted instantly and prepared for the next attack. At the same time, Su Hei and Su Kuan were not idle either. Su Hei couldn't hit the monster's head, so he simply hit its big pincers. Su Feng heard the sound of metal colliding and saw sparks flying in the car. Su Kuan's claws scratched the monster's large claws, but still failed to break through the defense. Su Qing's long tongue was just about to attack again. The arms, legs, and head of the strange beast had disappeared. It didn't disappear. Su Feng then saw clearly that this strange beast that suddenly appeared was like a turtle and could retract its limbs and head into its shell. The strange beast instantly shrank into a turtle shell. The three little ones looked at the strange beast in front of them that suddenly turned into a turtle shell and launched an attack again. However, the attacks of the three of them could only leave some white marks on the turtle shell, and there was no way to break the defense. This beast seems to be very good at defense, but its attack power is not good. Seeing that the three little ones had been attacking for half a minute, but still couldn't break through the defense, Su Feng simply got out of the car. If this continues, once the three little ones run out of strength, they will be killed one by the strange beasts. You three, attack the hole in its shell. The limbs and head have retracted, but the hole is still there, so why do you have to keep pushing against the shell? When the three little ones heard Su Feng shout, they realized that they had made a stupid mistake and quickly changed their target of attack. Brother Qing, I'll hold it down, and you attack its head with your tongue. Su Hei is the smartest of the three little ones. After Su Feng gave him a little reminder, he came up with a solution. Su Qing's tongue can stretch very long and has strong penetrating power, making it perfect for drilling holes. So he simply jumped onto the turtle shell and pressed it down. Su Qing aimed at the hole left by the monster's head and stuck out his tongue. I did, but it seems to have only broken the skin. Su Qing didn't expect that the head of this strange beast was so hard. His tongue used to be indestructible, but now it could only break the skin of the strange beast. Let me. Su Kuan gathered his 5 fingers together, and his 5 sharp claws flashed with cold light as he thrust them in with all his strength. Su Feng clearly heard the strange beast groan. After all, Su Qing's tongue is made of flesh, and it can't be as hard as Su Kuan's claws. Sister Kuan, leave and give it a few more hits. Hey, I'm going to kill it. Su Kuan reached into the hole with his sharp claws, poking and digging. The strange beast couldn't bear the pain and stretched out its 2 large pincers to clamp Su Kuan. Su Kuan was no pushover either, and he jumped away the moment the monster's pincers extended. Su Hei pounced over immediately and held one of the monster's big pincers tightly with his 2 front paws. Brother Qing, wrap your tongue around the other big pincer and don't let it retract. Although Su Qing is not smart, he has strong execution ability. He quickly wrapped his tongue around the monster's large claws. Sister Qing, kill it. Okay, let me do it. Without the threat of the monster's big claws, Su Kuan didn't run away. He pounced on the monster and started digging at its head. The strange beast felt pain and began to struggle desperately. Fortunately for Su Hei, he used all his strength to hold on to the big claws and prevent it from breaking free. Su Qing was in a miserable state. Although he managed to control the other big pincer, he felt that his tongue was about to be torn off. Su Qing, are you stupid? What are your arms for? Hug them together. Su Feng, who was watching the fight, wanted to pry open Su Qing's head to see if it was full of water. It has arms and legs, so can't you hold its arms while entwining your tongue with hers? After hearing what Su Feng said, Su Qing ran over and held the monster's big claws tightly with both arms. He immediately felt that his tongue was not so painful anymore. After a few minutes, the beast's struggles became weaker and weaker. Until Su Kuan took out something white, the strange beast stopped moving completely. Su Kuan didn't mind the dirt and stuffed all the brains in his hand into his mouth. After finishing, he licked his paws, looking as if he was still not satisfied. The kids are pretty good, but their taste is a bit heavy. Hurry up and get this turtle shell into the car. Although this place is very remote, we have been fighting for so long. What if we are discovered? It is better to be careful. Su Qing and Su Kuan tried to stuff the turtle shell into the carriage for a long time, but they found that the turtle shell was just as wide as the carriage and could not be stuffed in. Forget it. Both of you, just stop stuffing it and run back with it on your back. Be careful not to get discovered. Su Feng couldn't bear to throw the corpse of the strange beast here. Not to mention the exotic beast meat. Even the turtle shell made him covetous. The 3 little ones attacked for a long time, but couldn't break the defense. If this turtle shell could be made into armor or a shield, it would definitely be awesome. Unfortunately, this is Blue Star, not the world of immortal heroes. Su Feng also doesn't know how to refine weapons. After hiding the turtle shell in the basement, Su Feng collapsed on the sofa. Today was so thrilling, we almost ran into a strange beast. If the monster reacted quickly enough today, it would actually have time to attack Su Feng's car. The strange beast was probably confused by its sudden appearance in an unfamiliar place, which gave Su Feng time to react. Dad, am I awesome? After Su Kuan put the turtle shell away, he ran over to take credit. Before Su Feng could say anything, Su Ruru spoke first. You can't come near Daddy. Go take a shower. Su Kuan looked down at the blood on his arm. then at the bits of brain matter remaining on his claws, and reluctantly went to take a shower. Su Feng touched Sururu's little head with satisfaction. Ro is so sensible. How would Dad live without you? Sururu jumped into Su Feng's arms and lay on him. Dad, don't talk nonsense. You will definitely survive. Su Feng was very pleased. I always feel that there is something wrong with this statement, but I can't find out where the problem lies. Su Feng just lay on the sofa. Sururu lay on top of him, and the father and daughter enjoyed a rare warm moment. Chapter 52, Horror Live Broadcast Room. Before he knew it, Su Feng fell asleep on the sofa. Dad, wake up quickly, a strange beast has appeared. Su Feng was sleeping soundly when he was woken up by someone. Wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, Su Feng stared at Su Kuan in front of him with dazed eyes. What's wrong? A strange beast has appeared, Dad. It's very powerful. Very powerful? How powerful can it be? The phone says a lot of people have died. Let's get going quickly. After hearing Su Kuan say that many people had died, Su Feng finally came to his senses. Let me see your phone. Su Feng took the phone, and it was still live streaming. The footage was shaky, indicating the person broadcasting the video was in motion. It showed a panicked crowd, with a faint cloud of dust visible in the distance. My family, I'm risking my life to broadcast this. Please pay attention. Want to see exotic beasts? No problem, I'll arrange it. After the host finished speaking, he began to move against the crowd. Family, did you see that? Everyone was running for their lives, but the anchor was the only one bravely moving forward. Isn't that worth a wave of 666? No matter what time it is, there will always be people who value money over their lives. But it's also good. How can we watch the live broadcast without these people? As the anchor continued to approach the battlefield, a large pool of blood appeared on the ground. The host pointed the camera at the bloodstains on the ground, and Su Feng could see clearly that it was not blood at all. It was clearly a person. A person who was trampled. Look at the long hair. It's a woman. Family members, do you see how dangerous this scene is? This person ran a little too slowly and was trampled into a pulp by the strange beast. Look, there are several more people like this ahead. The anchor pointed the camera into the distance, and sure enough, there were puddles of blood scattered on the ground. The number of barges also reached its peak at this time. Most of them were saying things like, "It's disgusting." At this moment, a faint cry for help suddenly came from the live broadcast room. I thought I heard someone shouting for help. Yes, I heard it too. Host, please look for it quickly. Someone did cry for help. The male anchor said this, turning the live screen to the ruins not far away. There used to be a shopping mall there, but now a corner of it has collapsed. The cry for help came from there. Look, there's a person over there whose lower body is crushed by the collapsed building. As the male anchor approached the ruins, everyone in the live broadcast room could see clearly. It was a man whose right calf was pinned by a collapsed wall. Hurry up and save him, host. Yes, hurry up and save him. I think only his calf is crushed. He should still be able to be saved. The male anchor walked around the man whose calf was pressed down with his mobile phone, and then tried to push the bricks that were pressing down on the man. As the bricks and stones shook, the man let out a heart-wrenching scream. Help, save me. The male anchor gave a close-up of the man's calf that was pinned down. As you can see, the piece of concrete crushing his leg is quite large. It will take a lot of effort for me to save him. If you all agree that I should save him, please follow me. If you follow me for more than 50,000 times, I will save him. The people in the live broadcast room were stunned for a moment. Do you have to bargain to save someone? Fuck, the anchor is an idiot. Hurry up and save people. It's grumpy. Everyone, it seems like this anchor is serious. Please pay attention to him. Saving lives is the most important thing. This is someone who is determined to save people. Stupid guy, I won't even follow him. I want to see if he can save people if his followers are less than 50,000. Exactly. I never fall for moral blackmail. It's up to you to save me or not. Anyway, I'm not the one being suppressed. This isn't different. 1 minute. The streamer left after less than 50,000 followers. There's a battle going on between the Awakeners and the alien beasts ahead. It's said that Lu Shu, the strongest Awakener in Zhongzhou City, is on his way. I think most people in the live stream room haven't seen Lord Lu fight up close. No matter how people in the live broadcast room scolded him, the male anchor insisted on getting enough attention before saving people. Su Feng also thought that this person was stupid, but in order to save others, he had to suppress his disgust and click the follow button. Okay, 1 minute is up. Let's see how much attention we get. 48,000. Sorry, it's less than 50,000. I'm leaving. After the male anchor finished speaking, he turned around and left. Please don't go. I beg you. Save me. I have money. I can give you money. I'm sorry, but as a broadcaster, I have to keep my word. If I say I won't save someone, then I won't. When the male anchor heard these words, the live broadcast room immediately exploded. Fuck, this guy is crazy. You live stream just for the attention and money. They're giving you money and you're not going to help. That's right. It's just a difference of 2,000 followers. What's the big deal if I save him? Su Feng couldn't figure it out. If they didn't save him even if he was paid, he had to save him for publicity, right? But wasn't the purpose of gaining publicity still for money? Su Feng simply closed the live broadcast room to see if anyone else was broadcasting live. After searching around, I found that he was the only one who was broadcasting live without caring about his life. Family, when you turn the corner, you'll see the strange beasts. Listen, the battle sounds are so intense. The male anchor didn't care at all how the comments in the live broadcast room cursed him. Just as he said, when I turned the corner, I really saw the strange beast. Not only are there strange beasts, but there are also several helicopters in the sky. The moment they saw the strange beast, everyone in the live broadcast room took a deep breath unconsciously. The strange beast was extremely huge. This was actually expected. After all, if a person can be crushed into a pulp with one kick, the feet of the monster should be bigger than a person. But when the full appearance of the strange beast really appeared before my eyes, the oppressive feeling was so suffocating that even through the screen, it made me feel breathless. With a tall building next to it as a reference, Su Feng roughly estimated that the strange beast was at least as tall as a 20-story building. Su Feng felt more and more that the strange beast in front of him looked familiar, very much like the Godzilla he had seen during his travels through time. The difference is that this strange beast has 2 heads and a pair of fleshy wings on its back. But compared with its huge body, the wings are very small, just like Su Kuan when he was a child. I guess the wings are just decorations, and it can't fly at all. Family, whether you are awesome or not. I just want to ask you whether you are awesome or not. The male anchor took out his mobile phone and filmed the surroundings. See? Apart from the awakened and the military, there aren't any ordinary people around. Apparently, the male anchor didn't count himself. The male anchor was asking for a small gift when suddenly a burst of gunfire rang out. It was the machine gun on the helicopter that opened fire. A series of bullets hit the strange beast. However, the strange beast did not react at all. The helicopter in the sky circled in front of the strange beast, as if trying to attack his eyes. There is nothing wrong with this decision. The eyes are the weak point of most creatures, and once injured, their combat effectiveness will be greatly affected. Chapter 53, Ice and Fire. The helicopter successfully circled in front of the strange beast, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters. The soldier in charge of operating the machine gun was very excited. The eyes of the monster were so big, and there would always be a few that could hit it in a volley of bullets. Unfortunately, he was too happy too soon. The next second after he pulled the trigger, the monster's head suddenly lifted up and its mouth opened wide. A line of fire spurted out, and the helicopter caught fire instantly. The machine gunner didn't even have time to scream before he was burned into a piece of charcoal. Everyone present was stunned. The fact that the strange beast could breathe fire was actually not that hard to accept. In fact, this kind of strange beast has appeared before. But being able to spray hundreds of meters is really awesome. The pilots of the other helicopters reacted quickly enough and turned around and ran away. Unfortunately, helicopters are not fighter jets after all, and their speed is not that fast. The strange beast raised its other big head, and a visible stream of cold air spurted out, and the helicopter running at the back was directly frozen into a lump. Then, like a bird with broken wings, it fell straight to the ground and shattered into pieces. The previously crowded barrage of comments in the live broadcast room disappeared at this moment. The male anchor had already hidden himself after the helicopter crashed to pieces. He was trying to gain traffic, not to die. The screen in the live broadcast room was all black at this time. More than 10 seconds later, a barrage of comments passed by. This is too good to be true. It's like watching a movie. That's right. If the monster spit fire at a crowd of people, a large number of them would die. Master Beast is awesome. The audience in the live broadcast room always consists of all kinds of people. Finally, it is not surprising that people say that Lord Beast is awesome. Since ancient times, humans have liked to regard powerful creatures as their beliefs and totems. Exotic beasts are much more powerful than the native creatures of Blue Planet, so it is not surprising that some people believe in them. Where the hell are you filming, host? We want to see the battle scene. After this barrage of comments reminded everyone, they remembered that they wanted to watch the battle and the exotic beasts, not a black screen. So everyone started posting comments, clamoring to unfollow if there was nothing to watch. There were even some rich guys who started giving gifts directly and threatened to give more gifts if there were any exciting ones. The male anchor probably also saw the barrage and gifts. He turned the camera on himself and whispered excitedly, Family, it was the anchor's fault just now. There's a huge difference between watching it up close and watching it through a phone. The anchor was almost scared to death. But don't worry, my family. The host will show you something exciting now. The live broadcast room screen returns to the exotic beast. After the monster destroyed 2 helicopters in a row, the remaining helicopters dared not approach and could only follow from a distance, firing a burst of bullets from time to time. The caliber of the machine gun is too small, and it doesn't hurt the monsters when it hits them. But don't worry, there is still the army. Considering that tanks are too slow to move in cities and are not practical at all, the military deployed rocket forces. The so-called rocket force is a group of people driving pickup trucks with rocket launchers in the truck beds. Then they dispersed and, when the opportunity arose, poured the rockets in the truck bed onto the monster. This tactic is suitable for dealing with larger monsters. The target is large, so there is no need to worry about missing the target. If discovered by a strange beast, the driver can start the car and create distance immediately. With the cover of city buildings, it is difficult to be attacked by strange beasts. When rockets came out from all directions, the monster had no idea which one to attack. Relying on this tactic, the troops can often achieve good results when dealing with strange beasts. But there is a prerequisite, that is, the rockets can break through the defense. If they cannot break through the defense, this tactic can only serve as a harassment. And the two-headed monster in front of him happened to have extremely strong defense. The rocket launcher couldn't penetrate its defense at all. What can we do? The bazooka can't even break its hide. This can't be a national-level monster, right? Just one can destroy an entire country. Bullshit. Our China is the 3rd largest country in Blue Star, and it has a large population. Even if it is a national-level exotic beast, it is impossible for one to destroy our country. What the above person said is right. Awakening is random. China has a large population and many awakened people. What are you afraid of? If all else fails, we still have nuclear bombs. Damn it, forget about the nuclear bomb. I'm from Zhongzhou City, only 2 kilometers away from the battlefield. If they use a nuclear bomb, won't I be killed too? Wow, are you an idiot? You're so close, why don't you run? If the army and the awakened can't stop the monster, how long do you think it will take to reach your home? Don't listen to his nonsense. The alien beast is alone and will only choose one direction to move forward. You have a 3/4 chance of survival. What he means is that there's a 1 in 4 chance you're going to die. Why isn't that guy, who's only 2 kilometers away from the battlefield, posting any more comments? Is he really dead? Brains are a good thing, but it's a pity you don't have them. He's obviously packed up and run away. So why would he have the time to post comments? Although he knew he shouldn't laugh at this time, the barrage was so interesting that Su Feng couldn't stop watching it. Stop arguing. I think I saw Master Lu Shulu, the strongest man in Zhongzhou City. What? That willow tree that can fly with a sword. Damn it, you thought this was a fairy tale novel with flying swords. That's mind control. He's a mind awakener, and he can control things with his mind. How do you know so clearly? Because my father is one of the sponsors of the Exotic Beast Association, and I've seen the internal information. Alpaca's rich 2nd generation. All rich people have a bad death. I've memorized your ID. I'll have someone check you out right away. Don't check, he has already canceled his account. Su Feng didn't have time to read the comments. His attention was now drawn to the figure standing in midair on a long sword in the upper right corner of the screen. It turns out that he flies by controlling objects with his mind. Su Feng probably understood that as long as his mental strength was strong enough, he could control the movement of objects with his mind. Lu Shu stood on the sword himself, and then used his mind to control the sword to fly, which is equivalent to flying with a sword. Su Feng was so envious that he pulled Su Kuan over. Kuan, look at other people, they can fly. Look at you, what's the point of having a pair of wings? Su Kuan was very dissatisfied. I'm still young. I'll definitely be able to fly when I grow up. I can already glide now. Yes, Su Kuan can glide. Take a run up, jump high into the air with the power of your legs, then spread your wings and glide. Well, if you still can't fly when you grow up, I'll roast your wings and eat them. Of course, Su Feng was joking. Su Kuan was hatched from eggs, which were laid by chickens, and they were domestic chickens. Domestic chickens can only fly calmly, short distances, and low altitudes. For example, it flies from the ground to a tree branch or a wall. That's all. Chapter 54. The brain is a good thing. Therefore, Su Feng did not have 100% hope that Su Kuan could fly. It doesn't matter even if Su Kuan can't fly. At worst, he can just go find some bird eggs. Su Feng shifted his gaze to the mobile phone screen again. Lu Shu, the strongest man in Zhongzhou City, moved. He jumped lightly, jumped off the flying sword, and fell to the ground. As he leaped up, the flying sword turned into a silver light that was difficult to see with the naked eye and flew towards the head of the strange beast. When Willow appeared in the air, the strange beast had already noticed him. The flying sword was so fast that the strange beast actually reacted and waved its front legs to try to knock the flying sword down. At this time, the power of controlling objects with the mind was demonstrated. The flying sword drew an arc in the air, bypassed the forelimbs of the strange beast, and continued to fly towards one of its heads. The target is also the eyes. Seeing that it couldn't be stopped, the strange beast decisively closed its eyes. The flying sword hit the eyelid of the strange beast. Good news, it went in. The bad news, it didn't penetrate. The strange beast felt pain in its eyelids, and instinctively used its front limbs to remove the flying sword stuck in its eyelids. Lu Shu, who had already landed on the ground, controlled the flying sword and suddenly stabbed it towards the other eye of the monster. The strange beast's attention was all on the eye that had just been stabbed, and it was caught off guard and didn't have time to close its other eye. The beast's eyes seemed to be bleeding. It's not like it, it's bleeding. It's a pity that the monster's eyeballs are too big, so the damage caused by the flying sword is really limited. No, have you noticed that the beast's claws are too big and the flying sword is too small, so it can't pull it out? There is a famous Chinese idiom in Blue Star called zhang fei embroidery, which is used to describe a person who appears rough and bold, but actually has a delicate side inside. The prerequisite for zhang fei to embroider is that he can hold the embroidery needle. The strange beast in front of it only had 3 claws, and the flying sword was too small. It struggled for a long time, but failed to pull the flying sword down. As the strongest man in Zhongzhou City, Lu Shu has quite rich combat experience. His original plan was to pierce the monster's eyeball with a sword, and then do the same to blind all 4 of the monster's eyes. But he didn't expect that the eyeballs of the strange beast had such amazing defensive power. His flying sword was made of special materials and was very sharp. However, when he saw that the strange beast was unable to pull out the flying sword stuck in its eyeball, Lu Shu immediately changed his battle plan. He controlled the flying sword with his mind and tried hard to drill into the eyes of the strange beast. Since the flying sword can penetrate the eyeball of the strange beast, it can continue to drill in. Lu Shu's idea was simple. If he could send the flying sword straight into the monster's brain through its eyes, and then spin it around casually, it would be a great success. If the strange beast doesn't die, he will stand upside down and eat shit. The strange beast was not a fool. Seeing that it could not pull the flying sword down with its claws, it changed its method. It wanted to use its eyelids to pinch the flying sword down. Because half of the flying sword was exposed, the strange beast couldn't close its eyelids. Every time I close my eyes, my eyelids touch the flying sword. And because the flying sword is inserted into the eyeball, every time the eyelid touches the flying sword will cut down to the eyeball of the monster. The strange beast howled in pain with both mouths. Lu Shu's face was solemn, and his mental power wrapped around the flying sword as if it were free, and he tried hard to insert it in. If the strange beast took away the flying sword, his plan would fail. Now that the strange beast is on guard, it will not be so easy to hurt it next time. Willow was determined to give it her all. The beast was in so much pain that it didn't dare close its eyes. Don't blame the beast for being weak. If you don't believe me, try sticking a needle into its eyeball and twisting it up and down to see how it feels. A comparison between the 2 sides reveals the difference. It seemed like there was a stalemate, but in fact the flying sword was penetrating deeper and deeper into the eyes of the strange beast. After a minute of hard chiseling, the flying sword finally completely entered the monster's eye. Seeing all the flying swords enter the eyes of the strange beasts, Lu Shu breathed a sigh of relief. At present, the only weakness of the alien beast is its eyes. If the alien beast takes down the flying sword, facing the alien beast's abnormal defense, Lu Shu really can't do anything about it. Now, as long as I keep manipulating the flying sword to wreak havoc in the monster's body, I can grind it to death. This is why, despite the powerful strength of the alien beasts, they are unable to completely eliminate humans. As a human being, you must know how to eat brains. If you were a human, you would definitely fight for your life and pull out the flying sword at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, the strange beasts don't have much brains, so the current situation has occurred. Even if the flying sword was inserted into the monster's eyeball, it would not cause much damage to the monster. For a strange beast as tall as a 20-story building, a flying sword is like an embroidery needle compared to its eyes. The strange beast didn't know how big a threat the flying sword posed to it, but it knew it hurt. If it were a human, what would they do if they felt pain? They might scream, cry, or even throw things. Monsters are more violent and irrational than humans. Feeling the pain in its eyeballs, the strange beast went into a rampage. The first thing to be affected was the more than 30-story building next to it. The strange beast vented its inner anger madly towards the building. Fortunately, the people in the building have been evacuated safely, otherwise there would be countless casualties. After forcibly demolishing a building, the strange beast was still not satisfied. Just at this moment, it saw several awakened people not far away who were ready to support Willow at any time. What to do if the distance is too far and I can't hit it? It doesn't matter, it can spit fire and breathe out cold air. The two heads of the strange beast were facing two directions respectively, and the ice and fire were launched. The few awakened ones who were watching the fun were also experienced in combat and were always on guard. The moment the strange beast spewed out the fire snake, they all dodged. Unfortunately, not every awakener is agile. There was an awakened person who was over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body, like a devilish muscle man, and he reacted a little slowly. The fire snake spewed out by the strange beast burned his feet. The devil muscle man's feet instantly caught fire. He screamed and tried to put out the fire on his feet. However, the burning flames were like a cancer that could not be extinguished. Not only is it impossible to extinguish, it is even spreading upwards along the calves. In just a few seconds, the devil muscle man turned into a fireball. He screamed, ran forward a few steps and fell to the ground. The sound became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. In a few seconds, the large group of people were burned to ashes. The other awakened ones gasped and began to retreat unconsciously. This flame is so powerful that anyone who gets close to it will die. Family, I have to run too. Although I am not within the sight of the strange beast, I am not far away. It is really dangerous. After the male anchor finished speaking, he began to move away from the strange beast. While moving, he was taking pictures of the strange beast behind him with his mobile phone. Willow just wanted to catch his breath, but he saw his men die in front of him. Chapter 55, Little Blackie Dies. He didn't rest either, but started to drive the flying sword into the monster's brain. The strange beast vented its anger, but the pain did not ease, and the anger in its heart naturally did not decrease either. It simply stopped looking for a target and began to spit fire in all directions at random. A little bit of spitting here and there, and fires were everywhere around the entire battlefield. How the hell do we fight this? Don't ask me. In this situation, I can only wait to die. As everyone on the barrage was exclaiming in admiration at the power of the strange beast, a flash of fire suddenly appeared in their sight. The flames instantly appeared before him, filling the entire screen. Then, the live stream went black. Although the screen of the live broadcast room is black, you can still send barrages. What's going on? This stupid anchor is off the air. I thought my phone was broken. Is there a possibility that the anchor was cremated? You mean? Yes, that's what you meant. It's possible. The last thing I saw was a ball of fire. Well, it's not a pity to die. The only pity is that no one is live streaming anymore. No one in the live broadcast room sympathized with the male anchor. After all, he was asking for death. And this guy didn't even help. On the blue planet invaded by strange beasts, who can guarantee that they will never be in danger? And who doesn't hope that someone will lend a helping hand when they are in danger? Sufeng looked again and didn't see anyone else broadcasting live. That's right, there aren't many brave men. Dad, why can't I see it? Su Kuan was watching with great interest, but suddenly he disappeared, which made her very upset. Dead. My phone's dead. The person who took the phone is dead, but the phone should have been burned to ashes along with it. That strange beast is so scary. It can actually breathe fire. Sufeng looked at Su Kuan with a half-smile. You're very powerful, aren't you? Why are you afraid? Yesterday you were clamoring to let the strange beast see how powerful you are. Su Kuan was left speechless. She is just a little irritable and impatient, but she is not a fool. But even a dead duck can still be stubborn, and neither can a chicken. I wasn't grown up yet. I'm sure I'll be able to beat it when I grow up. Sufeng looked at her with a smile. How can you be sure it's grown up? Look at the little wings on its back. It might still be a child. Su Kuan recalled it, and it was true. Everything about the strange beast was big except the pair of wings on its back, which were very small. This situation is very similar to my childhood. Su Kuan even spread out his wings to take a look. She is now over 1.7 meters tall, and her wingspan is 1.4 meters wide. If calculated according to this ratio, the strange beast is indeed still a child. Although I haven't grown up yet, my room for growth is definitely not as much as that of the strange beast. I can't beat him, I really can't beat him. All creatures on the blue planet have gigantic fear, except the honey badger. Not only humans, but animals will also be instinctively afraid when they see creatures larger than themselves. When Sufeng saw Su Kuan's expression, he knew that she was already scared and was just holding on. This won't do. What if Su Kuan never grows up? He gets scared and runs away when he sees a beast bigger than her. Then she won't be able to have fun. Kuiner, have you forgotten about that turtle? It's much bigger than you, but its fighting power is not as good as yours. How can they be the same? That turtle is only slightly bigger than me. The strange beast in the phone could crush me to death with one kick. And it has 2 heads, and it can breathe fire and cold air. It's so scary. What Su Kuin said made so much sense that Su Feng didn't know how he was brainwashing her. No, he was comforting her. At this moment, Su Feng began to doubt whether it was useless to have so many children. If he encountered a powerful monster, he would not be able to defeat it. Su Qing, tell me, if you were to encounter a monster as big as the one just now, would you protect Dad? There is no hope for Su Kuin, but fortunately, he has more than one child. Hearing this, Su Qing patted his chest and made a promise. Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely protect you. If you die, no one will take care of my meals. Well, although the starting point was not very good, at least the result was good. There is a question. If someone appears that day and can provide Su Qing with better food, will this froghead decisively abandon himself? It's okay. I still have a child with good fighting ability. Su Feng turned his hopeful gaze to Su He. Without waiting for Su Feng to ask, Su He spoke directly. Don't worry, Dad. I'm here. No one can hurt you. That's great. Not only are you willing to protect yourself, but there are no strings attached. Su Feng patted Su He's head and was very satisfied with his attitude. Xiao He, do you like a brother or a sister? Daddy will give you another one later. Dad, I like my younger brother. I can't stand it if my younger sister nags like Sister Kuiner. Su Kuin was unhappy when he heard this. Who are you talking about, little Blackie? We are good partners, but we are just thieves. How can you say that about my sister? Su Kuin's study during this period was not in vain. He can use idioms now. Although Su He was the youngest, he was the most steady. When he heard Su Kuin speak, he hid aside and drooped his ears to cover his ear holes. Su Kuin became even angrier upon seeing this. Little Blackie, you actually dared to provoke me, Su Kuin. You're dead. For a moment, the living room was in chaos. No matter how the siblings acted, Su Feng was thinking in his heart whether he should have a puppy sooner. First of all, Su He looks like a dog, just a little bigger. As long as he doesn't speak, he won't be exposed. Another thing is that dogs are loyal, and their combat effectiveness is not weak either. If you get a few more dogs and take them with you when you go out, there will be someone to protect you in case you encounter strange beasts. Su Feng looked at the little bitch lying on the ground. Su Feng waved his hand, and the little bitch followed Su Feng into the room. Stop fighting. Dad and Xiao He's mother came into the house. They're probably going to give Xiao He a little brother. When Su Qing saw Su Feng bringing the little bitch into the house, he quickly stopped Su He and Su Kuin who were fighting. Who says only humans love to eat melons? Su He and Su Kuin also love to eat melons. The 4 little ones looked at each other. Do you know how to have a baby? I don't know. I don't know either. Why don't we go learn it? The 4 little ones reached a consensus, secretly ran to the door, put their ears to the door, and prepared to eavesdrop on Su Feng making a baby. Inside the room, Su Feng had no idea that these 4 guys were eavesdropping. He called the little bitch into the house to tell her something. Well, why don't you go out and find a partner? Su Feng knew that the little bitch could totally understand what he was saying. Su Feng wanted the little bitch to go out and find a partner and then mate. When she gets pregnant, I will give her a few drops of my sperm and blood. Then I'll have another son. Chapter 56. Xiao Heizi, you are not my biological child. The little bitch understood what Su Feng meant, but she shook her head firmly. Then she rubbed Su Feng's leg affectionately, as if she only loved you in this life. No, did you misunderstand something? There is reproductive isolation between us. Su Feng was confused. He was a normal human being, and fortunately, she was also a normal human woman. He was not an Indian. The 4 little ones who were eavesdropping outside the door were stunned. Little Blackie, you are not your father's biological child. Su Kuin, you're talking nonsense. How can I not be your biological son? Su Kuin folded his arms and sneered. Dad already said that he and your mother are reproductively isolated. Don't tell me you don't know what reproductive isolation is. Su He was a little panicked. He also heard what Su Feng said, and he heard it more clearly than Su Kuin. After all, he had a pair of dog ears. Fortunately, he still has a smart brain. I can't speak at all, but I can. I must be my father's biological child. But you're still a dog. How do you look like a human? Su He suddenly thought of the video he saw on his mobile phone. You're amazing, okay? Not only do you look like a human, you can also sing, dance, rap, play basketball, and even wear overalls. Su Kuin also loves surfing. So how could she not tell that the people who hated Su were making fun of her? You little black bastard, I'm going to fight you. I'm not afraid of you. For a moment, there was chaos outside the door. The two of them were fighting so loudly that Su Feng naturally heard it. He opened the door, and Su Qing, who was leaning against the door to watch the fun, lost his balance and turned into a gourd rolling on the ground. Su Feng's face darkened as he looked at Su Qing lying on the ground, and Su Kuan and Su Hei fighting. "What are you two doing?" Hearing Su Feng's voice and looking at his dark face, Su Kuan and Su Hei quickly stopped fighting. Su Qing and Su Ruru also looked at Su Feng with trepidation. After all, I had just overheard Su Feng talking, and I still felt guilty at this moment. How could Su Feng not see that the four little ones were eavesdropping? With their hearing ability, they must have heard every word I said just now. Su Feng actually had some concerns too. After all, he just mentioned reproductive isolation. If Su Hei thinks that he is not his biological child, will he still follow him? Fortunately, although Su Hei had doubts, the bond that came from blood could not be faked. He would rather believe that he was not the biological son of the little bitch than doubt that he was not the biological son of Su Feng, even though he watched the little bitch give birth to him. Ultimately, it was a bond of blood. He and the little bitch didn't have that kind of bond. This bond is magical. It cannot be seen or touched, and cannot be explained clearly, but it exists. It reminds Su Hei all the time that Su Feng is his biological father, and he should never forget his roots, no matter whether he is a human or a dog. Not only Su Hei, the other three little ones are the same. If Su Feng told them, "You don't have a mother at all. You are all born by me, Su Feng," the four little ones would also believe it, because they could feel that Su Feng was their father, but they could not feel who was their mother. Su Feng didn't know how to explain it, so he simply chose not to explain. Don't just play around and laugh all day long. If you have nothing to do, study more. After driving away the four little ones, Su Feng returned to the room again. The little bitch was still waiting for him in the room, looking as affectionate as ever. "Well, since you don't want to, I won't force you, but I do have something I want to ask you for help with. Can you find me a pregnant puppy?" Suddenly, Su Feng thought of another possibility, so he changed his words. "Forget about a puppy. It would be better to find a pregnant kitten." Su Feng's idea was very simple. He already had a son named Su Hei, so it would be good to have a son, but his abilities would overlap with Su Hei's. In that case, why not get a cat? Although cats and dogs are both very popular pets, they have completely different characteristics. The little bitch nodded in agreement to Su Feng's request. As long as it doesn't ask her to have babies with other dogs, she will agree to any request from Su Feng. This is love. Thank you. Su Feng was very polite to the little bitch. After all, the little bitch's IQ was almost the same as that of an ordinary person. He really couldn't treat it as a dog with no brains. At the same time, Su Feng was also amazed at the magic of his own essence and blood. Being able to give birth to a great child is enough. It is the duty of essence and blood. But it is amazing that it can enlighten the mother. Su Feng suddenly had an unrealistic idea. If, find a pregnant exotic beast and let it give birth to a child for you. So is this child extremely powerful, and will this strange beast also become intelligent and submit to him? The idea is good, but it is difficult to implement. Strange beasts generally have little intelligence and only know how to destroy, so it is difficult to catch them alive. Even if he could capture it alive, how would he determine whether the beast was pregnant? You can't just throw a few drops every time you see a strange beast. There is also the issue of storing essence and blood, which can't be done on the spot. There are strange beasts running rampant, fighting to the death. I'm dealing with essence and blood here. This is too abstract. After much thought, I decided that the most important thing to do first was to get a pregnant kitten. After the little bitch agreed to Su Feng's request, she went out. Su Feng himself wasn't sure whether the little bitch could bring a cat back. After all, many cats and dogs start fighting as soon as they meet. However, this is not absolute. There are also many cats and dogs that not only do not fight, but also have a very good relationship. Cats and dogs can actually communicate. A female dog's intelligence is now comparable to that of a human. It shouldn't be difficult to lure a pregnant kitten back to her home, as long as she finds one. It would be best to have a rural cat, an aggressive kind that can catch mice. Don't choose a pet cat that is artificially bred and is particularly lazy and only knows how to act cute. The little bitch left, and Su Feng took out his cell phone to continue watching. It is unknown whether the battle between the two-headed beast and Lu Shu, the strongest man in Zhongzhou, has been decided. If Lu Shu can't defeat them, then Zhongzhou City will be in trouble. We can only wait for the Exotic Beast Association to send more powerful awakeners to support us. However, every powerful awakener needs to guard one side, and it takes time to rush over. Moreover, he couldn't defeat Lu Shu, the strongest person in Zhongzhou, so he might not be able to defeat another awakened person of the same level either. But these are no longer Su Feng's business. The strange beast was in the city center, far away from him. The population and buildings in the city center are very dense, so if the monsters want to cause damage, they will do so there, and it is impossible for them to run to the suburbs. In fact, Su Feng was also quite curious about what the purpose of the strange beast was. Was it just destruction? He would explore it when he became stronger. Now, he was more coveting the corpse of the strange beast. If he could get it, he could breed offspring without restraint. After all, how much meat would a strange beast as tall as a 20-story building have on its body? Chapter 57. At least 2.5 years less training. The corpse of one alien beast was enough for him to form a tactical team of dozens of people. By then, there will be 10 ground fighters, 10 air fighters, 10 amphibious fighters, and 10 pure aquatic fighters. Whoever dares to touch me will be killed by land, sea, and air. By the way, you can also get some long worms, centipedes, and so on. If physical attacks can't kill it, then use venom attacks. You can't have maximum resistance to venom. Su Feng really wanted to have an army of children with extremely strong combat capabilities right away, but unfortunately, he couldn't afford it. But he was not discouraged. He was still in the starting stage. As long as he raised the 4 little ones first, relying on them, even if he couldn't defeat the powerful monsters, he would have no problem dealing with the monsters that were not so powerful. Although the progress is a bit slow, it is safe enough. Before Su Feng could find out the latest news about the two-headed monster, Su Kuan came running over again. Dad, I found a bead when I was dealing with the turtle shell just now. Su Kuan did not bring the beads with him. Su Feng repeatedly warned him that the corpse of the strange beast was poisonous, and he could not bear it. Beads? What kind? Although Su Kuan didn't take the beads, she took photos. This is the power of technology. Su Feng took the phone that Su Kuan handed over and looked at the photos on it. The bead was very round and white, but its size was unclear. Su Feng suspected that this was the so-called inner elixir. Inner elixir is the common name, which is learned from novels. Some people also call this thing crystal core. No matter what it's called, it means the same thing. This thing is the essence of the alien beast, containing most of the energy in the alien beast's body. How big is this? Su Kuan thought about it and made a gesture that would definitely make Koreans go crazy if they saw it. Su Kuan's is very small, only 1 centimeter in diameter. Su Feng didn't know whether the inner elixir of all strange beasts was so small, or whether the strange beast that was a combination of turtle and crab was not strong enough and had just condensed its inner elixir. Su Feng checked the information about the inner elixir of the strange beast on his mobile phone again. There aren't many descriptions about the inner elixirs of strange beasts on mobile phones, but it's enough. The inner elixir of a strange beast contains different energies depending on the strength of the beast. Compared to the corpses of strange beasts, the energy contained in the inner elixir is more powerful, but also gentler. Whether you are an awakened person or an ordinary person, by wearing the inner elixir of a strange beast close to your body for a long time, you can rely on the energy in the inner elixir to nourish your body. Of course, the inner elixir of strange beasts can also be swallowed directly. The advantage of swallowing is that it does not waste energy and the effect is quick. The consequence is that if one's strength is not strong enough, one will easily explode and die from the pure energy in the inner elixir. If I keep this inner elixir close to me, will I no longer be a weakling? Su Feng quickly rejected this idea. Relying on the inner elixir to nourish the body, I don't know when I will be able to become truly strong. Su Feng estimated that even if he trained for a year, he might not be able to defeat Su Ruru. Although Su Ruru is less than 20 centimeters tall, she is actually very strong. She could easily lift Su Feng up with one hand. No matter how thin Su Feng is, he still weighs more than 100 pounds. How many ordinary people can lift more than 100 kilograms with one hand? So instead of using the inner elixir to nourish yourself, it is better to use it to enhance the strength of the 4 little ones. The 4 little ones are extremely talented and are worth training. Once they become strong enough, I can get as many inner elixirs as I want. Even the inner elixir of the two-headed monster is worth thinking about. By the way, when thinking of the two-headed beast, Su Feng remembered that he had not found any news about the two-headed beast yet. Su Feng quickly picked up his phone and continued searching for messages. Su Kuan looked at Su Feng eagerly, not knowing what he was thinking. I finally found it this time. As expected, the two-headed beast was destroyed by the willow tree. However, the losses were also heavy. Although Lu Shu inserted the flying sword into the monster's eyeball, the flying sword was too small, and its killing power was limited. It's like a needle piercing a person's eyeball. It hurts, but you won't die. Moreover, after the flying sword was inserted, it became more difficult for Lu Shu to control the flying sword with his mind because of the obstruction of the monster's flesh. It is because this flying sword has been with Lu Shu for many years. Otherwise, Lu Shu would not be able to control objects that he cannot see. It's controllable, but very strenuous. Lu Shu used all his strength to control the flying sword to drill into the monster's brain and recovered his mental strength when it was exhausted. Wait until your mental strength recovers, then control the flying sword again. While the willow tree is recovering, the strange beast will not stand still and wait for him to recover. The Monster Association and law enforcers have tried their best to organize the ordinary people nearby to retreat, but many people still died at the hands of monsters. As for the economic losses, they are incalculable. Several buildings that were 20 or 30 stories high were destroyed by the strange beasts, and there were countless other buildings. In the end, the strange beast was ground to death by the willow tree. Looking at the official aerial footage on my phone, I saw ruins everywhere, and even human corpses from time to time. Su Feng became more determined to become stronger. Living in troubled times, one must have strong power, otherwise one can only wait for the judgment of fate. Su Feng put down his phone and was about to take a break when Su Kuen's voice rang in his ears. Dad, are you done with your work? Can you give me the turtle shell bead? Do you know what that is? Su Feng thought Su Kuen also knew about the inner alchemy of the strange beast. Su Kuen shook his head and said, I don't know, but I can feel that it's very important to me. It can make me stronger and save me at least 2.5 years of training. Damn, 2.5 years. You Su Kuen are also a little black fan, and you really showed your chicken feet. Su Kuen, Dad, look carefully, I really have chicken feet. The 4 little ones are amazing, always have an inexplicable intuition, and the key is that they are quite accurate. Logically speaking, Su Kuen did the most work when killing the turtles and crabs, and it was she who dealt with the corpses, so it was reasonable for her to receive the inner elixir. But then Su Feng thought of the novels he had read before. The novel mentions that crystal cores and inner elixirs also seem to have attributes. Take this inner elixir for example. Its owner is a turtle with crab claws. If it has an attribute, it is undoubtedly water. If it really is water attribute, then it is obviously more suitable for Su Qing. After all, he has a frog head. Su Feng was in a dilemma. Su Kuen has an incompatible relationship with water, so after taking this inner elixir, he will most likely not be able to fully digest the energy of the inner elixir. Su Qing is more compatible with inner alchemy, but his contributions are not enough. Sometimes it's hard to be fair. After much thought, Su Feng decided to leave the decision to the parties involved. At Su Feng's command, the 4 little ones gathered and stood by. Now, Dad has encountered a difficult problem. I don't like to have the final say, so I want to hear your suggestions. Su Feng explained in detail the function of the inner elixir of the strange beast and the problems it faced. Chapter 58, A Loving Family. The 4 little ones looked at each other, feeling a little troubled. The 4 of them were not stupid and understood Su Feng's dilemma. Emotionally speaking, it should be given to Su Kuen, and logically speaking, it should be given to Su Qing. Dad, I don't want it. Give it to Sister Kuener. This is what she deserves. The other 3 little ones, including Su Feng, looked at Su Qing in surprise. This doesn't sound like something a foodie like him would say. Su Qing felt a little embarrassed by everyone's stares. He scratched his huge frog head with his webbed hands and said with a silly smile, Don't look at me. I'm speaking from the heart. Dad said we are a family, and family members should love and help each other. I can't steal Kuener's things. Su Kuen was deeply moved at that time. She is the one who likes to bully people the most. Su Qing and Su He have been bullied by her many times. She really didn't expect that the silly big brother who was often bullied by her could actually say such words. Brother, you're so nice. Woohoo. Su Kuen hugged Su Qing and burst into tears. At this moment, she finally understood what family and kinship were. Family means that no matter you are rich or poor, they will always stay with you. Family love is your strongest support and warmest harbor. Su Qing patted her back gently and comforted her with a big grin. Don't cry, Sister Kuener. Go and eat the inner elixir. We are all waiting to see you fly into the sky. Su Kuen left Su Qing's embrace and wiped away his tears. He said with a firm look in his eyes, No, I can't eat this inner pill. It would be a waste if I ate it. I should give it to my brother. Brother, don't be so quick to refuse. You're the eldest brother, and it's your responsibility to protect your younger siblings and dad. Eat the inner elixir and strengthen yourself so you can protect us. Unless you, brother, don't want to protect us and think we are a burden. Su Feng discovered that he actually didn't quite understand his children. In his opinion, Su Kuen, who was chattering all day long and was not serious, and Su Qing, who was stupid and only cared about eating, were beyond his comprehension. Su Qing wanted to say something, but Su Feng stopped him. Don't fight. You're all good kids. Dad is very pleased. I'll give this inner pill to Su Qing. Just like Kuiner said, Su Qing, you have eaten the inner elixir, so you must protect your younger brothers and sisters, and of course your father. Got it. Su Feng made the final decision, and Su Qing stopped refusing. He nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely be a good big brother. Su Feng was very pleased. With these sensible children, he had nothing to fear. The future was promising. Go eat the inner elixir and tell me how it tastes later. Su Feng was not afraid that Su Qing would explode and die, because this guy's physical strength was not comparable to that of an ordinary person. Besides, the inner elixir is quite small, and the energy it contains should not be particularly huge. It can be seen from its strength that the turtle crab monster has no other advantages except its extremely hard shell. Su Qing no longer hesitated and followed Su Kuin to the basement, picked up the inner pill, and swallowed it. Su Qing swallowed the inner elixir, ran upstairs, and said to Su Feng, Dad, I ate it and didn't feel anything. Su Feng slapped his forehead. This guy really can't stand praise. He just did something stupid after I praised him. How can I feel after eating it? Let's wait and see. Oh. Su Feng didn't want to stay with Su Qing anymore. He was afraid of being infected. You guys can play at home by yourselves. I'm going out for a while. At the beginning, the four little ones always wanted to run outside, and Su Feng always had to worry about them. Later, I don't know if it was because they matured or what, but they became more sensible, and they were able to complete the tasks assigned by Su Feng very well. It was already past lunchtime, and Su Feng was so busy in the morning that he didn't have time to eat. He planned to go to Li Xiefeng's house to get some food. Ever since Li Xiefeng came to his senses, he has been living a very comfortable life, never lacking in food and drink. Su Feng came to Li Xiefeng's house and opened the refrigerator to look for food. Li Xiefeng scolded with a smile. You are a starving ghost, didn't you have lunch? Yeah, I was so busy watching Lu Shu, the strongest man in Zhongzhou, duel with the strange beast that I didn't have time to eat. Willow, come to think of it, I've met him a few times before. There is a story behind this. Su Feng was eating the braised beef and soy sauce that he took out of the refrigerator while preparing to listen to the story. Lu Shu used to be a university teacher. Apart from being a little educated, there's nothing special about him. Later, somehow, he became an awakened person, the kind of awakened person who has the ability to pick up objects from the air. This type of awakened person is very rare, so it's no surprise that he has become the strongest person in Zhongzhou City. That's it. Yeah, what else do you want to hear? Well, Su Feng thought there was some big news. For example, the story that Li Xiefeng and Willow Tree have to tell. Or maybe the two were brothers, but became enemies because of a woman. After waiting for a long time, I finally told him the origin of the Willow Tree, a university teacher. That's not right. You mean, the awakening is related to one's own abilities? Lu Shu is a university professor, so he should be quite smart, so he awakened the ability to control objects with his mind. If a person is very fast, then what he awakens is speed. Su Feng felt as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Li Xiefeng immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him. You're dreaming. If that's the case, then wouldn't all the awakened ones be the best in their respective fields? The actual situation is that a lot of ordinary people have become awakened. Before they awakened, they were, if not completely useless, then at least mediocre. Take the list of awakened beings published by the Exotic Beast Association, for example. At least half of the top 100 were unknown before their awakening. The 9th-ranked one was a homeless person before his awakening. Su Feng actually knew that the Alien Beast Association's Awakener ranking was a list created by the Alien Beast Association that ranked the Awakeners based on their strength. The purpose of making this list is to give ordinary people confidence and let them know that humans are not powerless in the face of alien beasts, and that humans also have many powerful awakened people. The one ranked 9th among them was affectionately called Elder Nine Bags because before he awakened, he was a homeless man who survived by rummaging through trash cans. The amazing thing is that after becoming an awakened person, power and money are readily available. Elder Jiubao just doesn't like it and has to rummage through the trash can anyway. The Exotic Beast Association asked him to be stationed at a certain place, but he refused. In his words, he was used to living in a nomadic environment and couldn't stand being bound. Although he is not stationed there, he will not sit idly by if he encounters strange beasts during his wanderings. So the Monster Association just let him do what he wanted. After all, it is normal for powerful people to have some small quirks. Just like Su Feng, if he becomes powerful, he will like beautiful women, fine wine, luxury houses, and luxury cars. Is there anything wrong with that? Chapter 59, Another Child. So awakening is purely random? That's the way it looks at the moment. Just let it be random. Brotherly, I'm full, so I'll leave first. So you came here just to find food? What else? Get lost. Li Xiefeng was amused by Su Feng's shamelessness. Then I'll go back and rest for a while. I'll go fishing with you later. Li Xiefeng goes fishing every afternoon without fail, and Su Feng is too young to sit still. Besides, he has important things to do. As soon as he walked out of Li Xiefeng's villa, Su Feng saw the little bitch. The little bitch was waiting for him at the door, followed by a tabby cat. Your mobility is incredible. This place is so remote. How did you find it? The little bitch barked a few times, but Su Feng didn't understand what it was saying. The little bitch was so anxious that she wanted to write, but she couldn't, otherwise she would have written it. All right, stop talking. You've worked so hard. I'll get you some sausage when I get home. Su Feng returned home with the little bitch and the cat behind her. As promised, Su Feng gave the bitch 2 sausages. I also gave one to the kitten. The cat has been on guard since it saw Su Feng. This is the difference between cats and dogs. Dogs are closer to humans, while cats are more vigilant and prefer to be alone. But it doesn't matter, Su Feng will take action. None of his children were not close to him. Are you sure she's pregnant with kittens? Su Feng asked the little bitch uncertainly. The little bitch nodded to indicate that she was not wrong. Okay, you eat the sausage first, I'll be back soon. Don't let the kitten run away. Su Feng is going to collect the essence and blood. He was very skilled at this process, but this time it didn't work. Every time Su Feng saw his mother, his mind would wander, causing him to lose focus on his work. I like women, beautiful women. Su Feng continued working while reciting to himself. The effect is much better this time. Su Feng did not take the blood out. The children were still outside. It would be terrible if they saw it. All parents know that some things have to be done behind their children's backs. Su Feng opened the door and waved to the little bitch, asking her to bring the cat in. Just stop it from moving. The little bitch barked at the cat a few times, and the cat really stood there obediently. Su Feng took out the blood and carefully dripped it on the cat. The mission was accomplished. Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief. No, why are you looking at me like that? After Su Feng finished his work, he realized that the little bitch was looking at him with strange eyes. How can I describe that look? It was just like the look of contempt, anger, and helplessness that a wife gives when her cheating is discovered. If the bitch wasn't Su Hei's mother and wasn't smart enough to help him bring the kitten back, Su Feng would have abandoned it long ago. Sometimes it's not good for animals to be too smart. It can be scary. After a while, the cat started to cry out in panic. It felt something was wrong. The cat was a little overwhelmed. Without Su Feng saying anything, the little bitch began to comfort the cat. However, the effect is very general. Even humans will panic when faced with unknown things, let alone cats. The cat didn't know what was happening to its body, but it knew that the culprit was the human in front of it. So it instinctively wants to escape. The cat was about to jump out the window to escape when it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its stomach. Then, it was born. Su Feng's eyes almost popped out as he looked at the little guy slowly crawling out. With Su Haiziyu as an example, Su Feng thought that the cat's newborn baby would be no different from an ordinary cat, except that it could speak human language. But looking at the little life on the ground, which was much smaller than a human baby, but not much different in other aspects, Su Feng fell into deep self-doubt. Awakening is random, he can understand that. But why are my offspring so random? Su Qing has a human body and a frog head. Su Kuan's body is similar to that of humans, except that he has a pair of wings. Su Ruru is a miniature version of a human. When it comes to Su Hei, it's just like an ordinary dog. Why do cats born this way look nothing like ordinary cats and don't have cat heads? Although the cat didn't know why it, a cat, gave birth to a child that looked so human, but it still diligently licked the newborn life clean. Then he looked at Su Feng with a very human look, as if to say, "You're the child's father, so I'll leave the rest to you. After all, I'm a cat, and I have no experience raising human children." Well, it turns out that he has become wise. Su Feng suddenly had an idea. If his essence and blood in his previous life had such magical effects, why would he still be delivering takeout? Just sell blood online. Want your pet to be as smart as humans? Come and buy this. One drop will do it for you. Do you want your children to be smart and easily get into Peking University or Tsinghua University? You can't afford to suffer losses or be deceived. While thinking about all sorts of things, Su Feng took out a piece of soft clothing and prepared to wrap his child up. The ground was so cold. What if he caught a cold? When Su Feng walked over with the clothes, the little life on the ground had already stood up. "Dad, I'm so hungry." Well, Su Feng has become immune to the fact that his child can walk and talk as soon as he is born. Be good, stay here for a while. I'll ask your sister Kuan-er to get you something to eat. Su Feng wrapped the little life in clothes and placed it on the bed. Su Kuan was studying on his phone when Su Feng called him away. "Kuan-er, go make some broth." Make sure it's tender and mushy. And hurry. Upon hearing this, Su Kuan patted his chest and made a promise. Don't worry, Dad. It will be ready soon. It's in the pressure cooker. Soon, Su Kuan came over with the broth. You go and feed it. I won't go. There's a newborn baby on the bed in the room, crying out for food. Su Feng remembered what Li Xiefeng said about the strange beast's corpse being poisonous, and tried to stay away from it as much as possible. When Su Kuan brought the broth into the room, he saw a baby sitting cross-legged on the bed. Wow, Sister Ruru, come here quickly, there's a super cute little baby here. Su Ruru still doesn't know that Su Feng has given birth to another child without her knowledge. Su Kuan's shout not only startled her, but also called Su Qing and Su Hei over. The four little ones gathered in front of the bed, looking at the baby curiously. Why are you looking at me like that? The baby was being stared at by four monsters, but he wasn't afraid at all. He tilted his head and looked at the four little ones. Wow, that's really cute. Even Su Ruru, who is usually very steady, couldn't help but sigh. The baby suddenly sniffed and pointed at the bowl in Su Kuan's hand. Is there food in here? It smells so good. Only then did Su Kuan remember that he was here to feed the child. Chapter 60 Su Miao Miao. She quickly handed the bowl to the baby. You must be starving, eat quickly. The little baby was not polite either. She picked up a bowl that was bigger than her and started to gulp down the soup. Things that would make others' eyes pop out of their heads seem very common to the four little ones. It's just that we're born strong, we're all the same. A big bowl of broth was quickly finished. The baby put down the bowl and patted his belly contentedly. I'm full, I'm full. When the two girls, Su Ruru and Su Kuan, saw the baby's adorable behavior, they couldn't help themselves any longer. I can't take it anymore. It's too cute. I really want to rub it. Su Kuan said as he was about to get the baby. Su Ruru slapped her claws away. Your claws are so sharp. What if you hurt her? Su Kuan withdrew his hand awkwardly and said sheepishly. I forgot. Su Qing and Su Hei on the side rolled their eyes. You haven't been so gentle with us. Su Kuan became angry and embarrassed. If you dare to say that to me again, I'll dig your eyes out. Su Qing and Su Hei looked at Su Kuan's claws that were flashing with cold light, and wisely chose to avoid the attack temporarily. At this time, Su Feng walked in from outside. All right, you guys, go do what you need to do. Seeing Su Feng come in, the four little ones excitedly surrounded him and asked him questions. Dad, is this child also yours? Yes, Dad, is this our sister? Why is this sister so cute? Unlike Su Kuan, who is fierce and mean. Su Feng was overwhelmed by the noise from the four people. It's just a new child. I've never seen you make a fuss about it before. Stop arguing, everyone get out of here. It's giving me a headache. As soon as Su Feng opened his mouth, the four little ones had no choice but to walk out of the room obediently. Only after the four little ones left did Su Feng have time to observe his newborn baby. As soon as he walked to the bed, the baby stood up, stretched out his hands towards Su Feng, and spoke in a baby voice. Daddy, hug me. Su Feng looked in surprise at the little baby standing on the bed, who was about the same height as Su Ruru. Including this, he is already the father of 5 children. Among the 5 children, only the one in front of me knows how to act coquettishly and asks me to hold him. Aren't cats said to be very spoiled and not very friendly towards humans? What's going on here? Seeing that Su Feng was indifferent, the baby pouted and wanted to cry. Su Feng quickly took 2 steps forward and carefully held her in his hands. Although he knew that his children were all thick-skinned, Su Feng's movements were still very gentle. After all, she looked too petite. The baby rubbed Su Feng's palm with his face. Dad, you're so nice. Only then did Su Feng have the opportunity to carefully observe his 5th child. At first glance, they don't look exactly like humans, but there's not much difference either. But if you look closely, you can still see some differences. First of all, her ears are pointed, a bit like elf ears. Secondly, there are faint patterns on her face, much like cat whiskers. Finally, her nails are very sharp. Based on Su Feng's experience, they must be very lethal. Generally speaking, most people can't tell the difference unless they look carefully. Su Feng actually hoped so that he would have a child that he could take out openly. Su Hei can also be taken out, but taking him out is no different from taking a pet out. From now on, your name will be Su Miao Miao. Meow. When Su Miao Miao says meow meow, it really sounds like a kitten acting coquettishly. I have to say that Su Kuan and Su Ruru's previous praise was not without reason. I don't know why Su Miao Miao looks so cute. I guess it's because of the cat genes. After all, cats are synonymous with cuteness in the eyes of humans. Su Miao Miao was very satisfied with his name and meowed for a long time. Su Feng also discovered a problem. His children did not have a deep affection for their mother. Su Hei was also nice to the little bitch, and they communicated from time to time. Su Meow Meow has never spoken a word to her mother since she was born. The cat didn't seem to be very interested in Su Meow Meow. Ever since she gave birth, she had been just eating the sausage. That's fine. At least I don't have to worry about the child running away with the mother after birth. Su Meow Meow started to feel sleepy after playing for a while. Su Feng put her in the quilt, and she fell asleep quickly. Su Feng tiptoed out of the room. When Su Kuan and Su Ruru saw him come out, they immediately surrounded him. Dad, where's my sister? I want to play with her. It was rare for Su Ruru to meet a girl of similar size to her, and she was also a cute girl, so she wanted to play with Su Meow Meow. Su Kuan also said impatiently, Yes, where's my lovely sister? Can I go play with her? Dad, why is it that even though we have the same dad, my sister is so cute, but Su Qing is not cute at all? Su Qing, we were a loving family before. Why did you betray me so quickly? Su Feng made a hushing gesture and spoke in a low voice. Keep your voices down, my sister is asleep. By the way, her name will be Su Meow Meow from now on. Hearing Su Feng say that Su Meow Meow had fallen asleep, Su Kuan and Su Ruru quickly lowered their voices. Su Meow Meow, what a cute name. I don't know why, but ever since Su Meow Meow was born, everyone thinks she is cute and wants to get close to her. Okay, stop gathering here and go do what you need to do. You'll have plenty of time to play with your sister if you want. Su Feng is going to free up a room for the dog and cat to live in. They can be considered as heroes, and Su Feng plans to keep them forever. Anyway, they can't speak, so there's no way they can tell everyone that they gave birth to Su Feng's child. While cleaning the room, Su Feng was thinking about the subsequent action plan. Now there is one more mouth to feed at home. It is impossible to say that there is no pressure. The current plan is to stay hidden during the day and come out at night to actively search for strange beasts. During the day, I would wait for notifications on my phone and rush over as soon as I saw any strange beasts. If the monster is not strong, try to steal the chicken, like last time, get an arm, which is enough to eat for a few days. If the monster is too strong, like the two-headed monster today, then retreat immediately and run as far as possible. By the evening, Su Feng learned a piece of news. Willow Tree had consumed too much energy in the previous battle with the strange beast and needed to rest and recuperate for a while. The Exotic Beast Association will try to dispatch an awakened person with strength comparable to Lu Shu from other places to sit in Zhongzhou City. It was Li Xiefeng who told him the news. When Li Xiefeng was a scavenger, he joined the internal group of the Exotic Beast Association. After the scavenger position was cancelled, no one remembered to ask him to leave the group. The reason why the Exotic Beast Association notified its employees of this matter was to let them cheer up and work hard during this period, and not to have any random thoughts just because Lu Shu was away. Chapter 61. This is very wrong. These days, it is very important to have a powerful awakener in the city. After all, no one knows when the strange beast will appear and how powerful it will be. The awakened people in the city are not strong enough. If a strange beast that they cannot deal with appears, they can only call for support. By the time support arrives, who knows if the city will have been destroyed? This kind of thing is not uncommon. The fact that the Willow Tree consumed too much energy could not be concealed, especially the staff within the Exotic Beast Association. If the headquarters of the Exotic Beast Association does not send experts over, who knows what ordinary people will think? Once discordant voices appear in a place, it becomes difficult to manage. In particular, the Beast Soul Organization has been lurking in the dark. Once a strange beast appears that the awakened people in the city cannot deal with, the Beast Soul Organization will wait for an opportunity to take action and persuade the awakened people in the middle and lower levels to join them. But these still have nothing to do with Su Feng. He just needs to do his own thing step by step. As soon as Su Feng returned home, he heard someone talking with a crying tone in their voice. Dad, where are you? I want to find Dad. The voice sounded like Su Meow Meow. Then Su Ruru's voice was heard again. Meow Meow, don't cry. Daddy is out, and we'll be back soon. Are you hungry? I'll find you something to eat. Thank you, sister. Meow Meow is indeed hungry. But Meow Meow also misses Daddy. Meow Meow hasn't seen Daddy for a long time. In the courtyard, Su Feng was at a loss for words. He had just seen her a few hours ago. How could Su Meow Meow be like this after waking up from a nap? Although Su Ruru and the others also rely on themselves, they are not as exaggerated as Su Meow Meow. When Su Feng pushed the door open and entered the living room, he saw Su Meow Meow sitting on the sofa and Su Ruru sitting next to her, comforting her. Su Kuan, Su Qing, and Su Hei all surrounded Su Meow Meow, looking distressed. Even Su Feng couldn't bear it when he saw Su Meow Meow's tearful face. Something is wrong. It's very wrong. To be honest, does Su Feng have feelings for his children? The answer is definitely yes. But to say that the feelings are particularly deep is impossible. After all, The way the children appeared was too strange, which was very different from the way ordinary people got married, then had a pregnancy for 10 months, and gave birth in one day. This resulted in Su Feng lacking the kind of care and love that ordinary parents have for their own children. Moreover, Su Feng's purpose in having several children was to have the capital to survive in this dangerous world. It is not an exaggeration to say that Su Feng is taking advantage of these children. Su Feng did not have such deep feelings for his previous 4 children as he did for Su Miaomiao. Su Miaomiao's every move can affect his mood. Even Su Ruru and the others were affected. I always like to be around her. Su Feng was not particularly smart, but his more than 20 years as an orphan had made him develop a habit of asking why for everything, especially when interacting with people. He would wonder why this person is nice to me and why he is not nice to me. Is it good for me to have a good relationship with him? Or is this person harmful to me? You can say Su Feng is too utilitarian, but this is how an orphan survives. His inexplicable closeness to Su Miaomiao was obviously different from the previous 4 little ones, which made Su Feng instinctively feel that something was wrong. Although this question may not have any negative impact on him, he still wants to figure it out. Su Feng guessed that it was probably related to Su Miaomiao's physique. The fox demons in fairy tales are naturally charming, and maybe Su Miaomiao has a similar talent. Seeing Su Feng coming in, Su Miaomiao jumped off the sofa, hopped to Su Feng's side, pulled his trouser legs and climbed onto his shoulders, then hugged his neck and acted coquettishly. Dad, you're back. Meow Meow missed you so much. Whoever said cats don't like to act cute, or whoever said cats don't get close to people, that's all bullshit. Su Feng took Su Miaomiao down, placed her on his palm, and gently touched her head. Dad is back. Su Miaomiao squinted his eyes comfortably, and really looked like a kitten being petted. The other 4 little ones also gathered around. Su Feng was not so gentle to them. What are you guys doing? Su Kuan, have you prepared dinner? Su Qing and Su Hei, how are your studies going? As for Su Ruru, such a sensible daughter, we definitely can't say anything about her. Su Hei quietly patted Su Qing on the shoulder, and the two looked at each other and walked away silently. Su Kuan doesn't have that kind of eyesight. The meal is ready. They have all eaten, except for Meow Meow, who just woke up. Then why don't you serve food to Meow Meow? Su Kuan opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. She couldn't understand. They were both Su Feng's children and both daughters, so why was Su Feng so gentle and considerate to Su Ruru and Su Miao Miao, but so strict with her? Could it be that Su Feng is also a little black guy? Although she was very unwilling, she still ran to serve food to Su Miao Miao obediently. Meow Meow, let your sister Ruru take you to dinner. Su Feng handed Su Miao Miao to Su Ruru and asked her to take Su Miao Miao out for dinner. Su Ruru is very responsible and gladly accepted the job. Su Feng sat on the sofa and planned his route for tonight. There is no need to go to the area where the 2-headed monster appeared. There are ruins everywhere and cars cannot drive in. Su Feng looked at the map for a long time and finally determined an area that was farthest from the branch of the Exotic Beast Association. The branch of the Exotic Beast Association is in the East District, and he plans to go to the high-tech zone today. It's not for anything else, but because it's the farthest from the Alien Beast Association branch. If a strange beast appears, the awakened ones of the Alien Beast Association will provide support at the slowest speed. Then he will have the opportunity to deal with the strange beast before the awakened ones appear, and then bring the body home. After Su Miao Miao finished her meal, Su Feng waved his hand and prepared to set off. He originally wanted to keep Su Miao Miao at home. After all, she was less than a day old. But Su Miao Miao refused to agree and kept grabbing Su Feng's clothes. I look like I'm going to cry in front of you if you don't take me with you. Su Feng had no choice but to take her with him. In this way, Su Feng now has 2 little guys on his shoulders. Su Ruru sat on the right shoulder, and Su Miao Miao sat on the left shoulder. Su Miao Miao couldn't sit for long. When she was born, she was about the same height as Su Ruru. After all, her mother is a cat, and you can't expect a cat to give birth to a child bigger than itself. But Su Miao Miao is different from Su Ruru. She grows very fast. He was only half a day old, but his height had almost doubled. Su Feng estimated that she would be able to find more than 1 meter in a week at most. When the time comes, I'll buy her some clothes and take her out openly. Driving through the city, the streets were deserted. After all, strange beasts may appear at any time, and there are not many warriors who are willing to run out to eat barbecue in the middle of the night. Chapter 62. Meet the unlicensed knight again. Su Feng used to hate the night the most. Every night, he felt extremely lonely. Especially when looking at the lights of thousands of homes. The feeling of loneliness is something that most people cannot experience. Now, Su Feng is not lonely at all. After all, it would be strange if 2 kids were lonely when they were chatting through each other's heads. Su Ruru spoke into Su Feng's right ear. Sister Meow Meow, this thing we're riding in is called a car. Although it doesn't run fast, sitting in it can save you energy. Look over there. That's called a street light. It only turns on at night. Even without the light on, I can still see clearly. Su Meow Meow responded into Su Feng's left ear. Wow, Sister Ruru, you know so much. That's amazing. No wonder even the usually mature and steady Su Ruru was captivated by Su Meow Meow. With his natural affinity and good talkativeness, who wouldn't like him? Su Feng maintained a reasonable driving speed and strolled around leisurely. At this moment, he suddenly saw a figure approaching quickly in the rearview mirror. It was a bicycle, approaching him at a speed faster than his car. Su Feng looked at the instrument panel, 60. There are people who can ride a bicycle at a speed of over 60 kilometers per hour, but it is probably not easy for someone to ride a bicycle so fast at night. Su Feng silently made way and prepared to let him pass first. Being low-key is the way to go. Who knew that the man on the cyclist not only did not pass by, but instead maintained the same speed as Su Feng, and then gestured wildly. Su Feng saw clearly through the car window that the person riding the bike was indeed a person, not a strange beast. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Feng prepared to pull over and see what the man was going to do. Row, take Meow Meow and hide first. After Su Ruru and Su Meow Meow hid, Su Feng began to slow down the car and prepared to pull over. At the same time, he rolled down the window. Don't go any further. There are strange beasts ahead. Su Feng heard clearly that this person was reminding him. Okay, I'll leave now. Su Feng slowly slowed down and pretended to turn back. The person riding the bike was Wang Wujing. This was actually the third time the two had met, but because they always met when strange beasts appeared, neither of them noticed each other. After dinner today, Wang Wujing was strolling around as usual when he received a notice from the Exotic Beast Association that there were exotic beasts in the high-tech zone and that the awakened people nearby were asked to hurry over. Naturally, he rushed to the high-tech zone without saying a word, pedaling so hard that smoke was coming out of his feet. On the way, he met Su Feng. Wang Wujing is a good man, so he naturally can't just watch Su Feng go to his death, so he came to remind Su Feng. Seeing Su Feng preparing to turn around, Wang Wujing quickened his pace and headed towards the direction of the strange beast. Watching Wang Wujing's figure disappear at the end of the street, Su Feng quietly stepped on the accelerator and drove in that direction, driving and singing happily. Today is a good day. Everything you want will come true. For Su Feng now, is there anything happier than encountering a strange beast when going out? Since there were no other vehicles on the road, Su Feng took out his cell phone and took a look while driving. There is actually news. Attention, citizens. A strange beast has appeared on Section XX of the high-tech zone road. Residents nearby, please take shelter. Awaken ones who are nearby, please rush over to provide support as soon as possible. Su Feng looked at the time the message was sent and found that he had received the notification just as he entered the high-tech zone. In order to avoid unnecessary panic, when strange beasts appear, the Strange Beast Association will only send notifications to nearby residents. As for the awakened ones, as long as they are registered with the Exotic Beast Association, they will receive a notification. This is why Su Feng came out to wander around. If you stay at home, even if a strange beast appears, you won't receive a notification if the distance is too far. They were very close to the place where the strange beast appeared, so Su Feng found a deserted place to park the car. Xiaohei, come out with me. The others stay in the car. Putting Su Ruru and Su Meow Meow in his pockets, Su Feng quietly got out of the car and headed towards the strange beasts. He was already very close to the strange beast at this time and could hear the sound. With the cover of the trees on the roadside, Su Feng slowly approached. Finally saw it. It was a four-legged reptile, very similar to the lizard in Third Brother's house, but much larger, almost as big as a Lao Tu Lo. The strange beast was facing the gate of a community, trying hard to push the gate open. There were 3 dogs inside the door, barking at the strange beast through the iron gate. The security booth was quiet. I guess the security guard ran away as soon as he saw the strange beast. I am timid when I see strange beasts, but I am brave and fearless when I meet a delivery guy. Well, Su Feng was just joking. Being a security guard is not easy. Apart from the strange beasts and 3 dogs, there were no awakened people at the scene. No, there is a sneaky figure across the street. It is Wang Wujing. Wang Wujing was very conflicted. The strange beast in front of him was obviously not strong enough and couldn't even break down the gate of a residential complex. Even if it broke open, everyone is at home and it probably wouldn't cause any harm. Wang Wujing only needs to watch quietly and wait for other awakened people to come and destroy the strange beast. Or you can wait until armed law enforcement arrives. He himself was unsure. After all, He was not an awakened person, he just had a strong body through training. He had never fought with strange beasts and did not know his own strength. After thinking it over, he decided to call for support first. Taking out his cell phone, Wang Wujing started recording. This beast doesn't seem very powerful, and it's not currently endangering human life. I've decided to wait for support. Oh no, the dog is in danger. I can't care less. I have to go save the dog. Wish me good luck. It turned out that when Wang Wujing was filming the video, the strange beast took action. It found that it couldn't break open the big iron gate and was annoyed by the barking of dogs. So it stuck out its tongue, wrapped around one of the puppies, and tried to pull the dog over through the fence and eat it. The dog was caught by the beast's tongue and had no way to escape, so it could only let out a shrill scream. The other two dogs wanted to rescue their companion, but they scratched and bit the monster's tongue, but the effect was not obvious. Seeing this situation, Wang Wujing no longer hesitated. Dogs are good friends of humans. When strange beasts appear, humans run away, but dogs still confront the strange beasts. This courage alone is worthy of praise. The dog is in danger now, and he wants to save it. On the other side, Suhei saw his fellow dog in trouble and wanted to rush over to save it. However, without Su Feng's order, although he was anxious, he did not act on his own. Xiaohei, are you confident that you can quickly deal with that strange beast? Su Feng felt that Suhei should be able to crush the strange beast. Dad, I'm very confident. Chapter 63. It's normal to run away if you can't win. In his pocket, Su Miao Miao asked Su Ruru. Sister Ruru, is that a strange beast? It's so ugly. Su Ruru nodded in agreement. It's ugly, but it tastes good. While these words were being spoken, Wang Wujing had already taken action. He parked his bike across the street and took a deep breath while muttering to himself. Wang Wujing, you can do it. Wang Wujing, you are the best. After finishing his preparations, Wang Wujing shouted at the strange beast. Let go of that dog. Come to me if you have any problems. Of course, the strange beast did not let go of the dog, but it was also attracted by Wang Wujing's voice and turned its head to look behind it. Wang Wujing fearlessly charged towards the strange beast and kicked it hard. The strange beast was kicked over. It can be seen that Wang Wujing still has some strength. Unfortunately, he himself was bounced several meters away. The strange beast quickly got up, and Wang Wujing successfully angered it. The strange beast retracted its tongue and prepared to deal with Wang Wujing first. The trapped dog did not run away. Instead, it took a few steps back and continued to bark at the strange beast through the iron gate. Wang Wujing's expression was very solemn at this time. He had used all his strength in that kick just now. He was confident that that kick could easily kick an adult weighing more than 100 people away and kill him. However, the strange beast did not suffer much damage. The situation was clear. He couldn't defeat the strange beast in front of him. What to do if you can't beat them? Just run away. Su Feng was still thinking that if Wang Wujing was in any danger, he would ask Su Hei to rescue him even at the risk of being exposed. As a result, we saw that after Wang Wujing kicked the monster, he stood up and confronted the monster for more than 10 seconds, then turned around and ran across the street. Then he got on his bike as fast as he could and left without looking back. That speed was even faster than when he came here. Even the three dogs in the community stopped barking and stared blankly at Wang Wujing's figure disappearing in the distance. Wang Wujing comforted himself in his heart while riding his bike. It's okay. It's normal to run away when you can't win. If someone is in danger, I won't run away even if it costs my life. Now the strange beast no longer threatens human safety, and the dog has been saved by himself. In just a little while, other powerful awakened ones and law enforcers will surely arrive. Su Feng stared blankly until Wang Wujing's figure completely disappeared. Then he came to his senses. This guy runs so fast. Xiaohei, go kill that strange beast and drag the body to the car. We should leave now. Su Hei ran towards the strange beast without saying a word, and his speed was much faster than Wang Wujing. Before the strange beast could react, Su Hei hit it on the head with one claw. While the strange beast was in a daze, Su Hei slapped it on the head a few more times. The strange beast lay on the ground, twitched a few times, and then became motionless. The speed was so fast that the three dogs in the community who were confronting the strange beast were stunned. We are all dogs. Why are you so brave? Whose general are you? Suhei didn't have time to chat with the three dogs. He bit the beast's tail and dragged it quickly towards the direction where Su Feng parked the car. Su Feng had already walked back when the strange beast received the first slap. After all, he was the slowest, so after making sure Su Hei could defeat the monster, he would immediately prepare to retreat. After loading the beast's corpse into the car, Su Feng started the engine, shifted gears, and stepped on the accelerator in one go, and the car drove quickly back the way it came. Less than 2 minutes after Su Feng left, the law enforcer and another awakened person arrived at the scene almost at the same time. Where are the strange beasts? Didn't they say there were strange beasts here? The law enforcement officer ran to the community's main iron gate and took a look. There are traces of impact on the gate of the community. It must have been caused by a strange beast. I don't know why it disappeared. Everyone, please look around. More than 10 minutes later, the law enforcers and the awakened people who arrived finally confirmed that the strange beast was gone. They were not sure whether the strange beasts had been eliminated or fled to other places, so they had to report the truth to the Special Beast Association. A few minutes later, the Exotic Beast Association responded. Before you left, the association received a message from an unlicensed beast hunter knight. He requested support, but the video showed that he had already taken action. Since the beast cannot be found, it is likely destroyed by an unlicensed knight. The strange beast has been eliminated, so the law enforcers and awakeners can go back to sleep. Although it was a wasted trip, it was included in their salary, so they had no complaints. If every mission was this easy, they would be so happy. On the other side, Wang Wujing ran all the way back home, entered the room, and locked the door. He leaned against the door, breathing heavily. Why did I run? Why don't I have the courage to face the monster? Obviously, Wang Wujing's previous attempts to comfort himself were not very effective. At this time, he received news from the Exotic Beast Association. After confirming that he had destroyed the alien beast, the Alien Beast Association evaluated the strength of the alien beast and gave Wang Wujing bonuses and points. A village-level exotic beast, a bonus of 50,000 and 1 point. Looking at the text message notification that the bonus had arrived, Wang Wujing fell into confusion. He clearly ran away, so why did the Monster Association determine that he was the one who killed the monster? Last time, he at least watched the monster being destroyed. This time, he packed up and ran away early. Why did he still get the credit? Wang Wujing didn't understand, but he didn't explain much. He tried to explain it last time, but the staff at the Exotic Beast Association thought he was just being modest. In the words of that staff member, "You want to be an unsung hero. It's your choice, and we respect that. But as the Beast Association, we can't let heroes down." What else could Wang Wujing say? He was not the talkative type. In fact, he could more or less guess what the Exotic Beast Association was thinking. Every time a recorded alien beast is destroyed, the person who destroys it will receive a corresponding reward. If the reward for destroying the alien beast is 50,000, the grant received by the Alien Beast Association may be even more. 10 billion was allocated annually, and all of it was spent, with records kept. This shows a job well done. So wouldn't it be much easier for higher-ups to allocate funds next time? If strange beasts are always destroyed but the bonuses are not paid out, not only will they not praise you for saving money, but they will also think that those strange beasts do not exist at all and that you made them up to get credit and bonuses. After all, what fool would kill a strange beast and not want the bonus? There is a very interesting phenomenon. When seeing someone fall into the water, those who are willing to risk their lives to save them are rarely particularly rich. In the eyes of extremely wealthy people, risking one's own life to save others is extremely stupid. After all, my job is to feed many people, so how can I put myself in danger? Regardless of whether this idea is right or wrong, it at least shows that people from different social classes think about things from different perspectives. Chapter 64, Su Miao Miao's Superpowers. Most successful people are very goal-oriented. If there is no benefit, why should I do this? Just like the American charitable foundations, they are basically for tax avoidance. Therefore, it is difficult for them to understand why they killed a strange beast but did not receive the reward. The employees of the Exotic Beast Association grasped this mentality, so they had to find a way to distribute the bonus for every exotic beast that was eliminated. What if you really can't find anyone? Just give benefits to employees. For example, Wang Wujing went to the scene and the monster was killed. If no one else comes forward to claim that they killed the monster, then the prize money should be given to Wang Wujing. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time and effort to find the person who actually killed the monster. There's nothing better to do with that time. If they don't show up, it means they don't want it, so why do you have to force them? Su Feng naturally knew that there was a bonus for killing strange beasts, but he had no way to claim it. What if the Exotic Beast Association asks, "How did an ordinary person like you kill the monster?" Su Feng had no way to answer. What he didn't expect was that his bonus actually went to Wang Wujing. Even if you know, you can only accept it. After all, Wang Wujing is considered a good person, although this good person is a bit cowardly. Su Feng was still very satisfied with today's harvest. This strange beast can be eaten for at least a month, so what's there to be dissatisfied about? After returning home satisfied, Su Feng happily made himself a midnight snack. At present, The combat effectiveness of the four little ones is steadily improving. Su-hei killed the strange beast that the awakened person on the bicycle couldn't deal with in a few seconds. This shows that Su-hei's combat power has surpassed that of the low-level awakened people. Su-feng always thought that Wang Wujing was an awakener, the worst kind of awakener. After eating and drinking, Su-feng went to bed and prepared to sleep. As expected, Su Miao Miao came running over. "Dad, I don't want to sleep alone." What else could Su-feng say? Of course he would make room for her. "If it's Su-kun, sorry, please get out." After dinner the next day, Su-feng prepared to verify his guess. "Meow meow, Daddy will take you out for a walk." When Su Miao Miao heard Su-feng say that he wanted to take her out for a walk, she was naturally very happy. "Su-kun, Su-ching, you two stay here to look after the house." Su-kun and Su-ching looked at each other and shook their heads and sighed. It's because he looks neither like a human nor an animal, and he's so big. Su-feng went out holding Hei on his left, Miao on his right, and Su-ruru in his pocket. This place is very remote, as long as Li Xiefeng doesn't see it. Li Xiefeng has his own fixed fishing spot. Su-feng chose the opposite direction. Bringing Su-hei and the others to the river, Su-feng said to Su Miao Miao, "Miao, have you seen the fish in the river?" "Dad, I saw so many fish. They look delicious. Go and try to call the fish over." Su-feng always felt that Su Miao Miao had a natural affinity that made people want to get close to her. Since no one was doing the experiment right now, Su-feng had to use animals for the experiment. Su Miao Miao agreed, jumped off Su-feng, and stood by the river. This was the first time she had seen river water since she was born. Out of curiosity, she squatted down and gently stirred the river water with her little hands. "Dad, the water is cool and feels so good." Sure enough, Su Miao Miao doesn't have many cat habits. You should know that most cats don't like water, especially when taking a bath. They will go crazy. "Dad, there are fish, lots of fish." Su-ruru, who was standing on Su-feng's shoulder, suddenly screamed. At the same time, Su-feng also saw it. Suddenly, a fish jumped out of the calm water. Not just one, but a group, just like dumplings. The fish jumped happily and swam towards Su Miao Miao. Soon, a large school of fish, both big and small, gathered in the water in front of Su Miao Miao. The fish huddled together, trying hard to stick their heads out of the water and look at Su Miao Miao. "Fuck, is it so awesome?" Su-feng was stunned. He just felt that Su Miao Miao should have some inexplicable affinity, but he didn't expect that she was so awesome. "Dad, let's take all these fish back and eat them." Su Miao Miao raised her head and looked at Su-feng with an innocent face. The fish that gathered together did not scatter just because Su Miao Miao said he would eat them. Instead, they squeezed forward even harder, and several fish were even pushed ashore. At this time, its mouth was opening and closing, and it was about to die if it couldn't get back into the water. "Then pick some that are a few days old and take them home to eat. They are delivered to my door, and I would feel very sorry for them if I don't eat them." Su-feng made a temporary straw rope, picked up a few of the largest fish, and passed the rope through their gills. "Meow, stop playing. You're going to kill the fish." The fish were so crowded together that they were already short of oxygen. Moreover, they kept sticking their heads out of the water, and some of them had even started to turn belly up. Oh well. Su Miao Miao withdrew her hand, stood up, shook off the water on her hands, and suddenly jumped onto Su-feng's shoulder. Su-feng only felt his shoulders sink. Su Miao Miao is now more than 30 centimeters tall and weighs a lot more than when she was born. If she grows up a little more, my shoulders won't be able to hold her anymore. Now that his guess had been answered, Su-feng was not going to test it again. Someone. Su-ruru whispered a reminder to Su-feng, and at the same time pulled Su Miao Miao and hid in the school bag that Su-feng was carrying. After they hid, it took a few seconds before Su-feng saw Li Xiefeng walking towards them with a fishing rod in the distance. "Su-feng, what are you doing here? Such a big fish, you fished secretly without telling me, right?" Only then did Su-feng remember that he was still holding the fish in his hand. After a quick thought, Su-feng thought of the wording. "No, I was just taking a stroll, and when I got here I saw a group of fish gathered on the shore, so I caught a few." Is this true? Li Xiefeng didn't believe what Su-feng said at all. If you catch fish with your bare hands, then what is the fishing rod in your hand? Just a decoration. Really? Look if you don't believe me. Su-feng pointed at the river and asked Li Xiefeng to come over and take a look. At this time, the fish were still gathered by the river, but because Su Miao Miao left, the fish in the distance began to slowly disperse. "Oh my god, it's true. You're really lucky." Li Xiefeng walked to the river, took a look, and excitedly began to fiddle with the fishing rod in his hand. "Brotherly, there's no need to use a fishing rod. I can just reach out and catch it." Li Xiefeng looked at Su-feng with disdain. "Are you humiliating me? I'm a real fisherman." "Okay, then brotherly, You are busy, I will go back first. Su Feng was not an experienced fisherman, so he didn't understand why he didn't take the fish but had to use a fishing rod to catch them. Even if he just keeps his fishing rod, he may not be able to catch as many fish in a whole day as he can in 1 minute. Chapter 65 Brother Su Qing is awesome. Li Xiefeng ignored him, picked up the fishing rod, and started his work seriously. Su Feng shook his head. He didn't understand but respected it. As soon as Su Feng returned home with the fish, he heard Su Kuen's voice. Brother Qing is awesome. How come you're so good? Let me see you do it again. When did Su Kuen learn to praise people? Su Feng originally thought that if he left the two of them at home, Su Qing would be bullied to death by Su Kuen. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got home, he heard Su Kuen praising Su Qing. Su Feng opened the door and walked in, and saw Su Kuen and Su Qing standing in the yard. Su Qing opened his mouth wide, a white light flashed, and a hole appeared on the trunk of a big tree in the corner of the yard. The white light penetrated the tree trunk, made a hole in the wall, and then disappeared. Oh shit, what's going on? Without waiting for Su Feng to ask, Su Kuen gave an explanation when he saw Su Feng coming back. Dad, Qinggu is so awesome. He used to only be able to spit water, which he used to do for nothing except cleaning and watering flowers. I didn't expect him to suddenly be able to spit ice arrows today. It turned out that the white light I just saw was an ice arrow. Could it be? Su Qing, come here. Su Feng put the fish in his hands on the ground and prepared to see what was happening with Su Qing. When Su Qing walked in front of him, Su Feng realized that although Su Qing's height had not changed much, his body shape was different. The obvious change is that the legs have become thicker, like two pillars. There are also some turtle shell-like patterns on the body. It seems that it is because of the inner elixir. Besides being able to spit out ice arrows, what other changes have you made? Su Qing scratched his head and said uncertainly. It seems that there hasn't been any significant change, but I just feel like I have endless energy. Su Feng felt that Su Qing's changes were definitely more than just increased strength, including the ability to spit out ice arrows. The biggest feature of the turtle monster is its defense. Now Su Qing also has tortoiseshell patterns on his body, so maybe his defense has also improved. Su Kuen, attack Su Qing and let me see how strong his defense is. Su Kuen hesitated. Although she always bullied Su Qing was still her brother after all. What if she really killed him? Dad, this is not good. It's okay. You know Su Qing is tough and thick-skinned. Just attack gently for now. Okay then. Brother Qing, be careful. After Su Kuen finished speaking, he showed his chicken claws that gleamed with a cold light and scratched Su Qing's back with a little force. Everyone present heard the sound of metal clashing. Su Qing, how do you feel? It doesn't hurt or itch. Su Kuen felt a little embarrassed. Although she knew that Su Qing was telling the truth, the attack you just made was not painful at all. This was too much. Again, I won't believe it. Su Kuen had been holding back just now, but now she wanted to save face, so she used 80% of her strength and scratched Su Qing's back fiercely. A louder sound of metal clashing was heard. Su Qing staggered a little when he was tickled. That's all. This time Su Feng didn't need to ask. Su Qing directly told about his experience. It hurts a little, but it's not unbearable. It was visibly that Su Kuen's face began to turn red. That's too disrespectful. Even if you feel my attack is not good enough, you can't tell the truth. Just now I only used 50% of my strength. Now I'm going to use all my strength. Su Qing, can you catch it? This time, he didn't even call me Brother Qing. Su Qing is also a person with poor judgment, speaking the truth. Sister Kuener, I don't think you can hurt me even if you try your best. Ah, you're so good. Su Qing, look at your claws. Su Kuen attacked with hatred this time, using all his strength. The moment her chicken claws collided with Su Qing's back, Su Feng saw sparks flying. As expected of Su Kuen, this attack was quite powerful, and Su Qing was forced to take several steps forward. Su Qing said with a grin. It hurts a little, but that's all. That's it. These words echoed in Su Kuen's mind, and he was so angry that he almost exploded. I'll scratch you to death. Su Kuen jumped directly onto Su Qing's back and began to tickle him madly. Su Qing grimaced in pain. Su Feng saw it clearly. Although Su Qing seemed to be in great pain, his defense was actually not broken at all. Okay, stop messing around, both of you. Su Kuen didn't know whether he didn't hear it or was pretending not to hear it, and continued to tickle Su Qing hard. Su Feng shook his head and sighed, picked up the fish on the ground, and went back to the house. Fight if you want, it won't cause any substantial harm anyway. While cooking, Su Feng unconsciously hummed a little tune. Su Qing's increased strength not only means that his safety is better protected, but also means that the path he has chosen is correct. Stay safe and don't waste time, develop step by step. When I come out of seclusion one day, I will definitely shock you all. In the next few days, Su Feng went out for a walk at night, as usual, and stayed at home during the day. During this period, I encountered several strange beasts, but they were all of average strength. However, he was always one step late, and by the time he arrived, the strange beast had already been destroyed. Even the corpses of the strange beasts were carried away by a group of people wearing protective clothing. Su Feng tried to track the people transporting the corpses of the strange beasts, wanting to see if there was any chance to steal the chicken. However, they followed it all the way to a military airport in the suburbs, where the strange beast was directly loaded onto a plane and taken away. Su Feng observed the direction the plane was flying, and it should be Beijing. The headquarters of the Exotic Beast Association is located in the mountains on the outskirts of Beijing. Su Feng instinctively felt that there must be something wrong here. It has been 10 years since the strange beasts appeared, and their corpses were burned on the spot before. Only those powerful exotic beasts that possess inner elixirs will have their corpses taken away by the Exotic Beast Association for research. Now, regardless of their strength, they have all been taken away and are suspected to have been transported to the headquarters of the Exotic Beast Association. If nothing unexpected happens, the headquarters of the Exotic Beast Association should have found a way to use these corpses. Unfortunately, Su Feng's only connection in the Exotic Beast Association is Li Xiefeng, the dismissed scavenger. It is impossible to get more information. Let him be as strong as he can be. A gentle breeze will blow across the hills. As long as I'm powerful enough, no conspiracy or trick can escape my grasp. Su Feng has a very good mentality. A few more days passed, and Su Feng still found nothing. Nothing was found in terms of the corpses of strange beasts, but there were gains in other areas. The result is that Su Miao Miao has now grown to 120 centimeters, and his appearance is not much different from that of ordinary people. The patterns on the face are so faint that they wouldn't arouse any suspicion. As for the pointed ears, no one can see them because they are covered by the hair. Su Feng has almost figured out Su Miao Miao's abilities. The first is affinity. Su Feng not only studied this on animals, but also conducted experiments on himself. There are 5 children in total, and he is the best to Su Miao Miao. Even Su Ruru cannot compare to him. Chapter 66. To be honest, I picked up a daughter. He simply couldn't control himself. As for whether Su Miao Miao's affinity has any effect on exotic beasts, that's unknown. After all, there are no exotic beasts for her to experiment on. In addition, Su Miao Miao's physical body is as strong as the other 4 little ones. She has 2 main characteristics. First, he is particularly good at dodging and moving in a small area. Su Feng tried to get the other 4 to catch Su Miao Miao together, but they tried their best and couldn't even catch a single hair. Second, the hidden nails. Normally, they look like ordinary nails, but when fighting, the nails can instantly extend more than 10 centimeters long. Just a slight scratch can leave several deep grooves on the reinforced concrete wall, and even the steel bars in the wall will be cut off. There hasn't been much harvest in the past 10 days. There is still some exotic animal meat stored at home, but we can't just sit there and eat it all. While Su Feng was anxious, he thought of a good idea. Let Su Miao Miao register as an exotic beast hunter so that she can join the internal group of the Exotic Beast Association and get first-hand information. The reason why there has been no progress recently is because Su Feng is always one step behind others. If a strange beast appears in any corner of Zhongzhou City, as long as the Strange Beast Association knows about it, all the awakened people in Zhongzhou City will know about it. Su Feng is different. He needs to use various information to determine the location where the strange beast appears. Often, by the time he goes there, the strange beast has already been dealt with. It is very rare for a turtle to suddenly appear in front of you, just like that turtle. It is even harder than winning the lottery jackpot. It's different now that Su Miao Miao has become an exotic beast hunter. As long as she gets first-hand information, Su Feng is confident that he will be the first to arrive. After all, even if one is awakened, it is impossible for him to be like him, doing nothing all day long and busy looking for strange beasts. Now there is one last question, which is Su Miao Miao's identity. Su Miao Miao is an illegal resident, and there is no information about her in the household registration system. If I rashly go to the Exotic Beast Association to register, what should I do if the staff asks me? Su Feng didn't know how to solve this problem, so he decided to ask Li Xiefeng. Brotherly, if a child doesn't have a household registration, is it difficult to register her? Li Xiefeng took a sip of wine, took a breath and savored it before saying, "It's not difficult. Just ask her parents to register her household registration. What if this child is an orphan?" Li Xiefeng picked up a piece of pork head and put it into his mouth, chewing while speaking. "It's not difficult. There are so many orphans these days. Just go to the household registration center." Tell the staff that she is an orphan and now needs to be registered. But there is a problem. There must be a guardian. That is, someone has to adopt her. Su Feng understood that Blue Star was different from before he traveled through time. After all, there are strange beasts on Blue Star. No matter how powerful the early warning system is, it is impossible to completely guarantee that there will be no casualties. Just like the two-headed monster last time, at least 800 people died directly or indirectly at its hands. With such heavy casualties, there will definitely be many orphans. The country is also very troubled about how to deal with these orphans. If someone adopts them, they will definitely be very supportive. Of course, the adopter must be a decent person. Why, you want to adopt a child? You're still young. Why not find a wife and have the baby yourself? Su Feng had no intention of hiding it from Li Xiefeng. Actually, I've already found one, so I thought about registering her. Li Xiefeng was mostly sober. Where did you find a child? I don't know. Just a few days ago, when I was out for a walk, I found a little girl in a garbage dump. She said her parents had died a long time ago, and she survived by picking up garbage to eat. I thought about my own life experience, so I decided to adopt her. It would only be a matter of having an extra pair of chopsticks. Su Feng had already thought of his excuse. Li Xiefeng believed Su Feng's words without a doubt. As he said, there are too many orphans on Blue Star. Where's the child? At home. How could you leave the child at home alone in this remote place? You really have no heart. Then I'll bring her over. Go quickly, don't leave the child home alone. Looking at Su Feng's departing back, Li Xiefeng felt mixed emotions. If I had been at home, wouldn't anything have happened to Orange? Juzi is Li Xiefeng's daughter. When she got into trouble, Li Xiefeng was not at home because he was on a mission. Soon, Su Feng brought Su Miaomiao over. Long before he came to ask about Li Xiefeng's household registration, he had already colluded with Su Miaomiao in his testimony. Is this the child you found? Li Xiefeng looked at the incredibly cute Su Miaomiao and found it hard to imagine that such a child could have been picked up by Su Feng. Hehe, I did pick her up. When I saw her, she was dirty, not like now. Li Xiefeng looked at Su Miaomiao carefully, and the more he looked at her, the cuter she seemed to him. Don't think too much. Li Xiefeng is not a pervert. It's mainly because Su Miaomiao's natural affinity is too perverted. Little girl, what's your name? Where are your parents? Although he knew that Su Feng was kind-hearted, Li Xiefeng still wanted to find out Su Miaomiao's origins. It would be bad if good intentions turn out to be bad. Grandpa, my name is Su Miaomiao, and he is the master of my family. Li Xiefeng turned his head and looked at Su Feng. Have you brainwashed them? Su Feng waved his hands repeatedly. She's really useless. Maybe she suffered a lot when she was wandering around. I've been very nice to her these past 2 days, so she's decided on me. As for a name, she said she didn't have one, so I gave her one. Li Xiefeng looked at Su Miaomiao again. Are you really an orphan? Su Miaomiao blinked her big eyes and spoke in a crisp voice. He was before, but not anymore. He will be my dad from now on. Su Feng shrugged at Li Xiefeng, and his smug look made Li Xiefeng want to kick him. He also wants to adopt such a cute little girl. But thinking that he would die soon, he gave up the idea. Anyway, he and Su Feng are neighbors, so he will be able to see Su Miaomiao often in the future. Well, I do have some connections. Tomorrow I'll take you to complete the adoption procedures and register the little girl. This is why Su Feng chose to be neighbors with Li Xiefeng. The old man not only has money, but also has connections. After all, I have worked in the Exotic Beast Association for 5 years, although it was only the quietest department. The next day, Su Feng gave some instructions to the 4 little ones and took Su Miaomiao out. He originally wanted to bring Su Hei with him, but considering that he still had to go to the Zhongzhou City branch of the Exotic Beast Association, he gave up the idea. Does anyone know if the Exotic Beast Association has any high-tech equipment for detecting exotic beasts? If detected, Su Miaomiao would look no different from a human and could even be considered an awakened being. Su Hei is a fucking dog and will definitely be detained for thorough investigation. Chapter 67. It's legal now. Li Xiefeng dressed formally today, which was rare. When he saw Su Miaomiao, his old face smiled like a blooming daisy. Meow, good morning. Good morning, Grandpa Li. Su Miaomiao looked so well-behaved and sensible, which made Li Xiefeng very happy. Su Feng, your ancestors must be very lucky. Otherwise, how could you have found such a cute child like Miaomiao? Su Feng really wanted to say that he didn't even know where his ancestral grave was, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Li Xiefeng is now influenced by Su Miaomiao, and his brain is not normal. It is useless to say so much to him. The 3 of them took Li Xiefeng's car and went to the citizen's home first. As soon as I got off the bus, I saw a tall, middle-aged man with one sleeve empty walking towards me. Old Li, long time no see. Yeah, if it wasn't for something important, You would never see me in your life. Li Xiefeng's words were as unpleasant as ever. Oh, this is Su Feng, my neighbor. He found an orphan a few days ago, and they got along pretty well, so Su Feng plans to adopt her and register her for household registration. The one-armed middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh when he saw Su Miao Miao. What a cute little girl. Li Xiefeng ignored him and continued to introduce Su Feng. This is my comrade in arms. You can just call him Lao Wang. Lao Wang was retired due to injury and just happened to be working here. Su Feng said respectfully. Hello, Uncle Wang. If you ask someone to do something for you, you must have the right attitude. Sure enough, Lao Wang was very satisfied with Su Feng, the polite young man. Xiao Su is good. He is energetic and kind-hearted. Just like that, everything went smoothly. In less than 2 hours, Su Feng became Su Miao Miao's father with a certificate. After finishing the work, Lao Wang suggested having a meal together, but Li Xiefeng directly refused. It's not that he doesn't want to reminisce with his old comrades, but he is really full of toxins, so it's better for him to stay away from others. As for Su Feng, the young man is full of energy and can handle it. In fact, Li Xiefeng was completely overthinking it. If he was really a poisonous person, Zhongzhou City would have been deserted by now. Even if they are strange beasts, the toxins in their bodies are hidden inside. Just like civet cats, if you don't eat them, you won't get SARS. There is also AIDS, which is hidden in the bodies of African gorillas. If you don't deal with it, humans will never know that AIDS exists in the world. The three of them returned to the car. Just as Li Xiefeng was about to start the engine to go home, Su Feng told him a shocking news. Uncle Li, there's actually one thing I haven't done yet. Miao Miao is an awakener, and I plan to take her to the Exotic Beast Association to register and let her become an exotic beast hunter. What the hell? Miao Miao is an awakened one. Li Xiefeng almost choked to death on his own saliva. Su Miao Miao, who looks so weak and cute, is actually an awakened one. I think so. She is different from ordinary people. Li Xiefeng originally wanted to let Su Miao Miao demonstrate it, but then he thought that they were still in the car and there was no space to show it. But he still had something to say. Su Feng, even if Miao Miao is an awakened one, there's no need for her to be a beast hunter. In fact, there are many awakened ones who still live like ordinary people. In Li Xiefeng's opinion, awakened people and the like are actually not important. A stable life is more important than anything else. Uncle Li, I didn't let Miao Miao become a beast hunter just to make her fight and earn money. I heard that beast hunters can get first-hand information about beasts. After all, we live in this world, and no one can guarantee that they will never encounter a strange beast in their lifetime. It is a good thing to have the ability to protect yourself. What Su Feng said made a lot of sense. Just like the turtle and crab monsters that appeared that night, they were not far from where Su Feng and Li Xiefeng lived. It was so desolate in the wilderness that it was hard for anyone to spot the strange beast in a short time. There is a high possibility that strange beasts will wander into your home. If Su Feng was an ordinary person, he and Li Xiefeng would most likely be dead. This is why Su Feng has to work hard to improve his strength, because no one knows which will come first, tomorrow, or an accident. Li Xiefeng thought of his wife and children. If they were awakened, they probably would not have died. You have a point. Anyway, the Exotic Beast Association doesn't force exotic beast hunters to deal with exotic beasts. Li Xiefeng drove the car towards the Zhongzhou City branch of the Exotic Beast Association. The Citizens' Home and the Exotic Beast Association branch are both in the East District. The two places are not far from each other, only a 10-minute drive away. Li Xiefeng, along with Su Feng and Su Miao Miao, walked into the branch of the Exotic Beast Association. The receptionist looked at Li Xiefeng in surprise. Captain Li, why are you here? Li Xiefeng had a title, the captain of the Zhongzhou City scavenger team, but that was in the past. I have a junior who is an awakener. She wants to be a beast hunter. I brought her here to register. The receptionist breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. She thought Li Xiefeng was here to cause trouble. After all, he was fired without any reason. It was a job that paid 300,000 yuan a month. Anyone would feel uncomfortable about it. Captain Li, you've arrived just in time. Today's test has just begun. Please fill out the form, and I'll have someone take you there. In order to accommodate the awakeners who may arrive at any time, the Exotic Beast Association will test the awakeners at a fixed time every day. Those who pass the test can obtain the title of Exotic Beast Hunter. Yes, you have to pass the test. Not just anyone can be a beast hunter. What the Monster Association needs is people who can fight monsters, not people who provide food. Su Feng helped Su Miao Miao fill out the form, and another staff member took them to the testing site. This was a gymnasium with a standard 400-meter rubber track and various dumbbells and barbells. At this moment, more than a dozen people were already testing it. The test is very simple. The basics are strength, speed, and explosiveness. As for special skills, you can mention them or not. After all, we Chinese are good at hiding our weaknesses. It just so happened that 5 people were standing at one end of the runway. The staff introduced. This is a speed test. As long as you beat the average person's record for 100 meters, it'll be fine. It's like Usain Bolt ran the 100 meters in 9.58 seconds. If you can run 9 seconds, you pass. As the starting gun sounded, the 5 people rushed out a long distance in an instant like arrows from a bow. Although it was only 100 meters, the gap quickly became apparent, and the first-place finisher finished in just a few breaths. For the last one, Su Feng estimated that it would take about 10 seconds. By the way, even if the speed is not fast, if the strength is extremely strong, then it is still possible. The awakened ones have a characteristic. Even if it is a spiritual awakening, their physical strength is higher than that of ordinary people. So this kind of basic testing is actually quite useful. Anyone who is awakened must have performance in some aspect that is incomparable to ordinary people. The man who ran for about 10 seconds was very big, and Su Feng felt the ground shaking when he ran. Chapter 68, The Invisible Enemy. Next was the strength test, and as expected, the person who ran the slowest easily lifted the heaviest weight. The third item is a running up high jump. Su Feng watched the person who jumped the highest. After a few run-up steps, he jumped up. The height was at least as high as a 5-story building. You're not a human being. Su Feng just couldn't understand why some people suddenly woke up and became not human when they were all ordinary people before. The Exotic Beast Association has explained that since the appearance of exotic beasts, a new type of energy substance has appeared between heaven and earth. This energy substance is beneficial to the human body, but the specific extent of the benefit depends on your physical condition. If you have a special physique, you may absorb energy quickly and the difference will show up quickly. If your physical condition is not good, then at most you can live longer and get sick less often. So the sooner you awaken, the greater your potential. If a person shows differences a few months after birth, the Exotic Beast Association will focus on training him. The last 2 points were just mentioned by the staff. Su Feng leaned close to Su Miao Miao's ear and whispered a warning. Miao, you don't have to go all out for a while. Su Feng was also afraid that Su Miao Miao would perform too well and be targeted by the Exotic Beast Association. Su Miao Miao was very smart and immediately understood what Su Feng meant. Soon it was Su Miao Miao's turn. She was also the youngest among those who came to take the test today. The staff paid quite a lot of attention to her. However, after the test, I stopped paying attention to him. Su Miao Miao's performance was indeed better than that of ordinary people, but his performance was limited. It was not yet worthy of the Exotic Beast Association's attention or even recruitment. We in Zhongzhou City also have talented students going abroad. 2 years ago, there was a 5-year-old kid who ran 100 meters in 5 seconds, easily lifted a 300-kilogram barbell, and could high jump over 10 meters. It is said that he can even play with fire. At that time, the headquarters took a fancy to him and moved his family to the capital. After showing off, the staff member patted Su Miao Miao's head to comfort her. Don't be discouraged, little sister. You are already very good. If we didn't mention the story of the genius mentioned above, this consolation might not seem so redundant. Su Feng was very satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. He got the identity of a strange beast hunter without attracting the attention of the big boss. Many years later, when the staff member was telling a story to his grandson, he recalled this day. That was my first and only close contact with Su Jiejun. At that time, the leader of Su's army was just an ordinary young man. Goddess Miao Miao is still a cute little girl. The effect of Su Miao Miao becoming an exotic beast hunter was also very obvious. On the way back, Su Feng received the latest news about the appearance of exotic beasts from the Exotic Beast Association on his mobile phone. Unfortunately, it's too far and I can't go. Zhongzhou City has 6 districts, 5 county-level cities, and 1 county, and its scope is very large. In the past, Su Feng lived in the most remote area of Zhongzhou City and could basically only receive news from this area. Su Miao Miao became a hunter of exotic beasts and could immediately receive information about exotic beasts from all over Zhongzhou City. There may not be strange beasts appearing in Zhongzhou City every day, but the probability of strange beasts appearing in the entire Zhongzhou City is still quite high. For 3 consecutive days, there was news of strange beasts every day, but unfortunately they were all in the county below, too far away. By the time Su Feng arrived, the news was already cold. It wasn't until the 3rd night that we finally found a suitable target. The strange beast appeared, not too far away from Su Feng. Little ones, let's go. The principle that Su Feng firmly adheres to is that every time he goes out, he must bring everyone with him. He has a fear of insufficient firepower. 30 minutes later, Su Feng arrived at the battlefield. Su Feng led Su He and Su Miao Miao, and hid at the edge of the battlefield with Su Ruru in his pocket, watching for 2 minutes. But he didn't see any strange beasts. I did see several awakened ones. These awakened ones gathered together, back to back, and looked around vigilantly. Not far away, there were several bodies of awakened people lying on the ground. What's going on? There's clearly no exotic beasts, so why are these people acting like they're facing a formidable enemy? Just when Su Feng was confused, the situation on the field changed. An awakened one was holding a dagger and looking around vigilantly. The next moment, the hand holding the dagger suddenly broke off at the wrist. The moment his palm and dagger fell, blood gushed out. The awakened one whose right hand was cut off let out a heart-wrenching cry, and cracks appeared in the originally solid defense line in an instant. The other 2 or 3 awakened ones reacted quickly, instantly moving away from the awakened one with the broken hand, and then quickly gathered together again, continuing to stand back to back, staring at the awakened one with the broken hand nervously. The awakened one with the broken hand covered his bloody wrist with his left hand and screamed in despair. "Help me! Please call an ambulance for me." Su Feng asked Su He and Su Miao Miao beside him with trembling voice. "Did you see who cut off his hand?" Su He said with a serious expression. "No, but I saw some vibrations in the air just before his hand was cut off." Su Feng didn't understand, but he was shocked. What the hell was air fluctuation? Why couldn't he see it? As if he saw Su Feng's confusion, Su He explained. "Air is everywhere. We are all surrounded by air, and when we walk, the air in front of us is knocked away. Just like swimming, if you move, the water moves with you. So any action will cause fluctuations in the air. So that's how it is." Su Feng knew that his children were no ordinary people. "Then can you dodge this attack? If you concentrate, you can dodge it, but you may not be able to dodge it every time." "Well, this guy is just playing tricks. Even if I could dodge it, what would it matter? If I couldn't eliminate the enemy in the dark, I would be worn out to death. After all, no matter how awesome you are, you can't stay focused all the time. That's not right. If this person was attacking from a distance, the air fluctuations should have started from a distance and would have been easy to detect. If the attack is close to you, it means that the enemy is next to you. When it approaches you, won't it also cause spatial fluctuations?" Sui stared at the battlefield and thought for a long time, but there was no answer. Who knows whether the enemy is hiding far away or has become invisible? While the 2 were talking, the awakened person whose hand was cut had already woken up. Since no one saved him, he decided to save himself. He wrapped the wound tightly with his clothes and ran quickly out of the battlefield. As luck would have it, the direction he fled was exactly where Su Feng was hiding. "Nima, this is causing trouble for me." Su Feng was ready to run away. He couldn't see who the enemy was, so how could he fight? But he didn't dare to move too big, for fear of attracting the attention of the enemy in the dark. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. There is no way to win this battle. Chapter 69: The Closest Time to Death. Su Feng bent down and lowered his head, slowly retreating backwards. But he couldn't retreat as fast as the awakened one. In the blink of an eye, the injured awakener was less than 20 meters away from him. The next second, Su Feng saw a scene that he would never forget. The injured awakened person was running well, but suddenly his head and body separated. Relying on inertia, the head and body continued to run forward for a few meters after separating. Su Feng stood there in a daze, his mind going blank. Although he had seen many dead people, the visual impact this time was definitely the strongest. The 3 awakened ones in the center of the battlefield were very smart. They had been keeping an eye on the escaping awakened one. The moment his head separated from his body, the 3 of them tacitly chose to escape, running in opposite directions. After all, the 3 of them were awakened, so their speed was naturally very good. In just a few seconds, the 3 of them disappeared from Su Feng's sight. Su Feng came back to his senses from the visual shock just now. Just when he was about to admire the speed of the 3 people, he suddenly remembered something very serious. There were 4 of them in total. 1 died, and 3 escaped. So the only ones left at the scene are Su He and Su Miao Miao. Damn it, we must leave quickly. Just as Su Feng was about to turn around and run, he suddenly felt a strong impact from the side. Su Feng was like a cannonball, slamming hard into the rolling door of a shop nearby. Fortunately, it was a rolling door. If it was a solid wall, I would have been killed. "Dad, I'm sorry. I used too much force." The one who bumped into Su Feng was Su He. "Dad, you were just attacked." Now it was clear that Su Feng had just encountered that mysterious attack, and Su He reacted quickly enough to knock him away. "I just used a little too much force in a hurry." Su Feng felt pain all over his body. But the danger was not over yet. He was just about to ask Su Hei to carry him and run away when Su Miao Miao exploded. She shouted, standing directly in the middle of the road. "Bad guy, you big bad beast, don't bully my dad. Meow, come back soon." Su Feng was really anxious now. He was really afraid that the monster would chop Su Miao Miao to death with one knife. "Little sister, who do you say is the strange beast?" Although the sudden sound was pleasant, Su Feng's hair stood on end. This beast can actually only speak human language, and it's a woman's voice. Well, maybe it's human? Su Feng was confused. Because he saw a beautiful woman wearing a tight-fitting dress, with a sexy figure and big wavy hair walking towards him gracefully. "It's you, you're such a bad guy. How dare you bully daddy?" Su Miao Miao not only said it, she also took action. She was fast, but the beauty in tights was even faster, and Su Miao Miao's angry attack missed. Not only that, she herself was caught by the tights' beauty. TSK, you have such speed at such a young age, that's pretty good." Before Su Hei could launch an attack, the leotard-clad beauty put Su Miao Miao on the ground. "Little sister, I apologize to you. I didn't know that was your father. If I knew, I would definitely not hit him. After all, he is just an ordinary person. Even if I kill him, I won't feel any sense of accomplishment." Su Feng would be happier if the beauty didn't say the last sentence. An ordinary person, a powerful little sister, and a talking black dog. You two are a very strange combination. Especially this dog. Could it be that dogs can also awaken? The beauty in tights looked at Su Hei with interest. "Ahem. Well, we didn't mean to offend you. We just happened to run into each other. Let's go now." Su Feng struggled to stand up and looked at the beauty in front of him in a flattering manner. There is no way, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. However, Su Feng also secretly swore in his heart. "Damn it. Sooner or later, I'm going to tie you up and make you give birth to my child." The beauty glanced at Su Feng with disdain. "You have no right to speak here. Go away now while I'm in a good mood." Su Feng was very angry, extremely angry, but he didn't even dare to clench his fists. "The gap in strength is too big, so I can only give in. Okay, I'll get out now." Su Feng staggered to Su Hei, patted his head, and said to Su Miao Miao, "Meow, let's go." "Okay, Dad." Su Miao Miao jumped to Su Feng and helped him sit on Su Hei's back. Su Hei carried Su Feng on his back, Su Miao Miao followed behind, and the three of them walked towards the parking lot. Back in the car, Su Ruru crawled out of the pocket and said crying, "Dad, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I should have protected you, but I didn't react in time." Su Feng gently stroked Su Ruru's little head with his thumb and comforted her with a smile. "Don't blame your flesh. Daddy is fine. Let's go home first." Su Feng endured the pain, started the car, and fled quickly. This time it really can't be blamed on Su Ruru. Su Feng habitually put Su Ruru in his pocket when he retreated. Su Ruru was able to mount a defense very quickly, but only if she knew there would be danger at the next moment. Su Ruru has two ways to predict danger. The first is to see with the naked eye. Seeing that Su Feng was about to be attacked, she immediately launched a defense. She also had a feeling that if someone had murderous intentions and was close to them, she would be able to sense it. The situation just now was that she couldn't see or feel anything. As for the moment when Su Hei bumped into Su Feng, there was no possibility of murderous intent in it. So it was just an accident. If I really have to blame someone, I can only blame the attack method of the beautiful woman in tights just now, which was too weird and hard to defend against. I'll remember this. We'll meet again someday, so we'll see. Since you spared me, I won't kill you next time we meet. I'll just let you have a child. Su Feng still holds a grudge. This accident served as a wake-up call for him. To be honest, he had been a little inflated recently. If it were in the past, he would have retreated decisively as soon as he could no longer see the strange beast, and the four awakened ones were facing a formidable enemy. It was because he trusted his own strength too much that he made a wrong judgment and did not retreat immediately. Jiang Mingyue, the beauty in tights, looked at the truck going further and further away, her heart full of doubts. Why would I let them go? I'm not a soft-hearted person. It seems it's because of that little girl. I felt an inexplicable closeness to her, and my murderous intent disappeared. And what about the talking black dog? Jiang Mingyue thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Forget it, I'll ask him next time we meet. Right now, the mission is more important. Without any movement, Jiang Mingyue disappeared from the spot, as if she had never been there. A few minutes later, a team of law enforcement officers arrived at the scene. Calling headquarters, 3 awakened people have died here, and no trace of the strange beast has been found. Chapter 70. The world is so big, I want to see it. The 3 awakened ones who escaped were not idle either. As soon as they were out of danger, they reported the situation to the Exotic Beast Association. To put it simply, They received news that there were strange beasts nearby, and then they rushed over as soon as possible. But when they arrived, they only saw traces of fighting and did not find any strange beasts at all. Just as they were about to leave, 2 awakened ones were suddenly attacked and died on the spot. The remaining 4 awakeners immediately chose to stand back to back, leaving no blind spots. After all, they saw clearly when the 2 awakened people died just now that there were no strange beasts or awakened people approaching them. Unfortunately, even though they were back to back, someone was still attacked. If Su Feng hadn't attracted attention, the remaining 3 would definitely not have been able to escape. In other words, they didn't know until the end whether the one attacking them was a strange beast or an awakened person. The person who attacked them was the same person who attacked Su Feng, Jiang Minghua. When Su Feng returned home, enduring the pain, he was still frightened. He almost died just now. This was the closest he had ever been to death, and it was not a pleasant feeling at all. He didn't want to experience it again. The 5 little ones sensed that Su Feng was in a bad mood, so they surrounded him silently without disturbing him. Especially Su He and the other 2 who had always been following Su Du could empathize with him. Because the 3 of them couldn't beat Jiang Minghua. Su He still clearly remembers the feeling of his hair standing on end. Jiang Minghua brought him tremendous pressure, as if he could be crushed to death if Jiang Minghua stretched out her hand. Su Miao Miao was the least afraid because she didn't feel any murderous aura from Jiang Minghua at all. In other words, she had never felt any malice from anyone. Well, this is talent. Su Feng can't compare to it. When Su Feng knew that Su Miao Miao had this talent, he was very happy. What he was thinking at the time was, as long as he brought Su Miao Miao with him, would there be no strange beast attacking him? Now, before encountering any strange beast, he was attacked by someone. Although he managed to save his life thanks to Su Miao Miao, if Su He hadn't pushed him away, he would have been beheaded. What's more, it is still unknown whether Su Miao Miao's natural affinity will work on strange beasts. So is Su Miao Miao's talent useful? Yes, it is useful. Very useful. But to say that you can do whatever you want just by relying on this talent is bullshit. Let's not talk about what happened today. Let's just talk about the 2-headed monster before. It was so big and its attack range was so large. If he got closer, he would be burned to ashes before the monster even saw Su Miao Miao. Not to mention herself. The same goes for Su Miao Miao. The strange beast might not even see her yet, but it was killed with a casual blow. It's like you are a beautiful girl, a very beautiful one. When a man sees you, his eyes will open wide, and everything else will open wide too. He won't be willing to hurt you at all. But try taking a drive on the highway. No matter how beautiful you are, the driver won't have time to brake. The only outcome is to be knocked away, torn into pieces, and then wait for the traffic police to put the body back together in a body bag. This experience served as a wake-up call for Su Feng. He knew his strength was not enough and he needed to grow. Su Feng found himself wondering why he was always being warned. He had to become stronger. He had to become stronger. After half a month of rest, Su Feng's injury was almost healed. He was knocked flying, but he didn't suffer any serious injuries, just minor injuries. During this half-month, Su Feng did not go out to look for strange beasts. Seeing that the exotic beast meat could not last long, the strength of the 5 little ones improved again. Especially Su Miao Miao, who grew more than 10 centimeters taller. If this continues, the truth will be revealed sooner or later. So Su Feng made a difficult decision. The world is so big, he wants to go and see it. He planned to drive the 5 little ones and go wandering. They said they were wandering, but in fact they were just looking for strange beasts everywhere. The advantage of doing this is that it is not easy to be exposed. Staying in one place all the time always means there is a risk of exposure. One is that if life is too comfortable, you will lose your ambition. Su Feng was not a hesitant person. After 2 days of preparation, Su Feng went to say goodbye to Li Xiefeng. Brotherly, the world is so big, I want to go see it. What the hell? I'm going on a trip. Then go ahead. Traveling is not uncommon. Even though there are strange beasts appearing, people's enthusiasm for travel has not diminished but increased. The reason is that the pressure is too great. Forced by life, they have to work like cattle and horses every day and have to face the threat of strange beasts at any time, which puts them under great mental pressure. Too much pressure always needs to be released. The best outlet is crime. But these days, public security management is very strict, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to commit crimes. And many people are just under a lot of pressure and don't think about dying. So traveling becomes a good way to relieve stress. Go out for a walk, see the outside world, and see the exotic animals in other places. So Li Xiefeng was not very surprised when he heard Su Feng say that he was going to travel. If he were a few years younger, he might also choose to travel. Now, he still prefers to stay at home. After entrusting the little puppy and the little female cat to Li Xiefeng, Su Feng drove off. Why not bring them with you? Firstly, I can't stand the affectionate look of the little bitch. Secondly, it is very dangerous to go out this time, and it would be a burden to bring them with me. This time, Su Feng plans to go to the west to take a look. Blue Star is similar to the Earth where he lived before he traveled through time, and the southeastern coastal areas are also densely populated. Su Feng has too many secrets and is not suitable to go to densely populated places. Moreover, there must be more awakened people in densely populated areas. However, the appearance of strange beasts is completely random and has nothing to do with population density. Therefore, there are fewer awakened people who go to sparsely populated areas to compete with me for exotic beasts. Su Feng acted immediately and prepared to head west along the Zhuo River. Su Feng was driving the car and listening to music. Su Miao Miao was sitting in the passenger seat holding Su Ruru and holding Su Feng's mobile phone in her hand. Dad, someone transferred money to you, 200,000. Su Miao Miao held up her phone and let Su Feng take a look. It's true. Needless to say, it must be Li Xiefeng. Old man, you better live a few more days, or you'll die before I get home. This time when he went out, Su Feng didn't know how long he would be wandering outside. Maybe it's a month, maybe it's a year. Su Feng's plan was to at least ensure that the 5 little ones had the absolute ability to protect themselves when they went out this time. At least the situation like the last time, when facing Jiang Mingyue, should not happen again. He didn't want to experience that feeling of powerlessness again. This time, Su Feng did not choose to take the highway. He chose the national and provincial roads. If there are any strange beasts nearby, he can rush over immediately. If you are on the highway, it is very difficult to find the exit. In fact, there is another way, which is to park the car in the emergency lane, and then let Su Qing and Su Kuan lift the car off the highway. But that would be too troublesome. Chapter 71. Why is it her again? For hours later, Su Feng prepared to stop the car to eat. The 5 little ones can eat in the back of the car. Su Kuan stewed a big pot of meat last night. If Su Feng wants to eat, he either cooks it himself or goes to a restaurant. Su Feng brought a full set of equipment for a picnic. But Su Feng finds it troublesome to cook for himself. He has money anyway, so why bother? Su Feng just looked around and saw that there were many restaurants on the roadside. Su Feng saw a restaurant selling stewed noodles and fried pancakes on the roadside. Just as he was about to go over, Su Miao Miao suddenly said, Dad, there's news from the Exotic Beast Association. What news? It is said that a strange beast appeared. Su Feng didn't take it too seriously. It was normal for strange beasts to appear. It would be abnormal if they didn't appear. Su Miao Miao was holding her phone and didn't know what she was doing. Su Feng had just parked the car when Su Miao Miao spoke again. Dad, the location where the strange beast appeared this time seems to be very close to us. Let me see. In 4 hours, Su Feng had driven more than 200 kilometers and had already left the territory of Zhongzhou City. This was already the territory of Sanxia City. Because the Exotic Beast Association sends messages directly according to the location of the signal, Su Feng can receive news about the exotic beasts in Sanxia City. I just don't know if there is a Xiaoding on Blue Star. If there is, it would be pretty cool to let Black Panther give birth to a child. Well, Black Panther is a male, so let Black Panther be cuckolded and let Black Girl give birth to a child. Rottweiler is still capable of fighting. Shaking off the unrealistic thoughts, Su Feng continued to look at his phone. According to the information provided by the Exotic Beast Association, the place where the exotic beast appeared was indeed not far away from them. It would take at most 10 minutes to drive from the national highway to the Zhuo River. Let's go and take a look. This village is located in the middle area between Luoqing and Sanxia City, and it will take time for the awakened people in the city to arrive. Why aren't the awakened ones stationed in the village or town? The answer is simple. The awakened are also human beings, and there is no human being who doesn't like to enjoy life. Especially the awakened ones, who earn high salaries and are respected by others, but live on the edge of life, so they care more about material life. So no awakened person likes to stay in the village. After all, the village is not as fun as the city. This is also one of the reasons why Su Feng came out. Many strange beasts that appeared in the wild took a long time to be killed. It was completely different from the original Zhongzhou City. Every time Su Feng arrived, there were awakened people there. Su Feng didn't bother to eat and drove directly towards the small village where the strange beast appeared. More than 10 minutes later, Su Feng arrived at his destination. Before the car entered the village, Su Feng discovered something unusual. The village is too quiet. Su Feng's car was less than 50 meters away from the house at the entrance of the village, but he didn't see anyone. Not only did I not see any people, I didn't even see a dog. There was not a single sparrow to be seen that usually liked to sit on the electric wires. Meow. release the drone, and go to the village to check the situation. As the driver, Su Feng needs to hold the steering wheel tightly at all times to ensure that he can escape at any time. Su Miao Miao, the co-pilot, became her right-hand man. Although Su Feng's body was idle during the half-month of recuperation, his mind was not idle at all. He realized how stupid he had been before. When there was such a thing as a drone, why did he have to run over to check the situation himself? Wouldn't it be safer to use a drone to find out the situation first, and then consider whether to go there? Even if the drone is seen by strange beasts or even destroyed, it doesn't matter. A cheaper drone is not expensive. It's much better than rushing over there and risking your life. So he bought several drones online and let Su Miao Miao practice flying them when he had nothing to do. Now this comes in handy. The drone slowly took off and flew over the village. The village is not big, and the whole picture can be basically seen if the drone rises higher. It would have been fine if he couldn't see clearly, but the moment he saw clearly, Su Feng wanted to run away. There were corpses lying all over the small square in the middle of the village. None of the corpses were intact, and the entire small square was dyed red with blood. Su Feng guessed that the reason why the village was so quiet was probably because all the villagers were in the small square and had become corpses. What scared Su Feng the most was that there was a middle-aged man standing in the middle of the square. The square was covered with blood, but there was not a drop of blood on the man's body. This scene was so weird that Su Feng was a little unsure of what was going on. Su Feng has learned his lesson now. Whenever he is unsure about a situation, he always treats it as dangerous. So Su Feng drove away without saying a word. It's not that he wants to just leave. He is too close to the village now, and it would be difficult to escape if something unexpected happens. So he let Su Miao Miao control the drone while he drove the car to keep some distance. Dad, that man ran away. Run away? Are they coming after us? No, he ran in the opposite direction. Follow him with a drone and see where he goes. A few minutes later, Su Feng and Su Miao Miao watched the middle-aged man run all the way to the Zhuo River and then dive in without hesitation. Miao Miao, let the drone come back. Xiaohei, take Su Qing and Kuaner to the village to see if there are any survivors. Hurry. Su Hei and the other two had been waiting in the carriage impatiently. Hearing Su Feng's order, the three kids opened the car door and entered the village as quickly as possible. Su Feng was waiting quietly in the car, without even turning off the engine, and parked at the intersection leading to the village. Su Ruru also stood on Su Feng's shoulder with a serious face, ready to protect him at any time. The last time Su Feng was injured, Su Ruru felt guilty for a long time. She would never allow the last situation to happen again. 10 minutes later, the three little ones came back. Su Qing was carrying someone on his back. The person had very long hair and looked like a woman. Dad, this is the only living person in the village. Put her in the car and let's get out of here. So many people died in the village, and not a single strange beast was seen. Su Feng guessed that the mysterious middle-aged man should be the murderer, but the murderer had already run away. He was afraid that law enforcement officers would mistake him for the murderer. After all, the children he was with were obviously not human. So Su Feng prepared to leave this place of trouble first. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, Su Feng found a remote road and drove in. What's going on with this guy? Why isn't he awake yet? Su Feng went into the back of the car to see what was happening with the woman Su Qing and the others brought back. Seeing the woman lying face down on the ground, Su Feng was speechless. Are you saving people or harming them? Is it so hard to turn her over? He was already unconscious, and if he kept lying there, it would affect his breathing and he might die. Su Feng entered the carriage and helped the woman lying on the ground turn over. I fucked your mother. The moment he saw the woman's appearance clearly, Su Feng was so scared that he sat down on the ground. Chapter 72 Retribution comes too quickly. Are you guys crazy? You actually brought this evil star back here. Although the woman's face was covered with coagulated blood, Su Feng could still tell it at a glance. This is the woman who almost killed me half a month ago. Su Hei and others also came over to take a look. Really? She is the woman from that night. That's her dad. She happens to be unconscious. Let's kill her. The one who said he wanted to kill Jiang Mingyue was none other than Su Miao Miao. Don't be fooled by the fact that Su Miao Miao looks the cutest. She can be really cruel when she gets cruel. The other four little ones both love and fear her. Maybe it has something to do with the cat gene she has. Most cats are quite cruel. Instead of eating the mouse, he had to play with it first. And powerful cats can chase and beat dogs. Killing Jiang Mingyue was definitely not something Su Feng considered. Although Jiang Mingyue almost killed him, Su Feng didn't want to kill anyone unless it was absolutely necessary. It's not that we don't dare to kill him. It's mainly because he is too capable. If Su Feng wanted to kill someone, it would be too easy. For the five little guys, killing an ordinary person would be no more difficult than crushing an ant. And if Su Feng asked them to kill, they would definitely do it. Su Feng doesn't want to kill people just to lock up the devil in his heart. Once something is done, it will happen a second time, a third time, and countless times. He didn't want to become a bloodthirsty killer. First of all, he doesn't like to become like this. Secondly, there are always people better than you. If you are too high profile, you will eventually attract stronger people. If someone wants to kill him, Su Feng will definitely strike first. But Jiang Minghua actually had no intention of killing him. The reason why he attacked Su Feng that night was because he saw someone peeping at him during the fight. Although Su Feng will not kill Jiang Minghua, he still needs to take revenge. During the half-month of recuperation, Su Feng cursed Jiang Minghua in his heart every day. Now that he has the chance to take revenge, how could he not take revenge? The best way to take revenge is naturally to let her give birth to a child for him. The 5 little ones now are all born from ordinary creatures. Ordinary frogs, ordinary chickens, ordinary succulents, ordinary cats and dogs. Su Feng has always wanted to know, if the mother is awesome, will the child she gives birth to be even more awesome? Jiang Minghua perfectly meets this condition. The only problem now is how to give birth. Should the process be omitted? Su Feng had been in a relationship before he traveled through time, and sometimes when he was bored he would look for girls to talk to. After traveling through time for more than half a year, he has never had any contact with women. With such a beautiful woman in front of me, it would be a lie to say I'm not moved. But Su Feng has his bottom line as a human being, and he really can't do something like taking advantage of someone in distress. It is said that these prisoners are the most looked down upon and beaten the most when they operate sewing machines. Even criminals look down on such people, so Su Feng naturally looks down on them too. So he didn't want to become such a person himself. When you become strong in the future, you can have any woman you want. Even now, it's not difficult for him to find a woman if he wants to, so there's really no need to do this. But to be honest, Jiang Minghua is so fucking beautiful. Forget it. People still have to have a bottom line. Su Feng finally decided to stick to his bottom line. Su Feng drove the car to a forest, then drove all 5 kids out of the car and asked them to stay in the forest for a while. Why did Dad kick us out of the car? Kuiner, don't say bad things about Daddy. Su Ruru still protects Su Feng. Sister Ruru, I didn't say anything bad. I'm just curious. What's there to be curious about? A man and a woman alone in a room, what can they do? You've wasted your time watching the TV show. As the only relatively human-like person present, Su Miao Miao also had the fastest reaction. No way, isn't that MJ? Dad isn't that kind of person. Although Su Kuan is not very reasonable, she is still very confident in Su Feng's character. She doesn't believe that Su Feng can do such a thing. This is also one of the reasons why Su Feng was unwilling to do so, as he did not want to set a bad example for his children. Su Miao Miao doesn't think so. If that's not the case, then how did we get here? Su Kuan lowered his head to think for a moment, then said in surprise, Meow meow, are you saying that Dad forced us to get here? Su Hai slapped her chicken head with his dog paw. Are you stupid? Your father is a human and your mother is a chicken. How can you use force? I asked you to learn, but you learned nothing? Meow meow means that Dad must let that woman give birth to a child. She is very powerful, and the child she gives birth to will definitely be powerful too. Your mother is the chicken. I've learned so much that I've become a dog. Otherwise, how could you be so smart? Su Hei was too lazy to pay attention to Su Kuan. He turned around and said to Su Miao Miao, Dad won't force me. I guess there are other ways to have children. Otherwise, how did we get here? Su Hei and Su Miao Miao are the smartest. They now know how humans give birth to children. According to what the book said, it was impossible for them to be born, so Su Hei guessed that Su Feng had some magical method. Yes, Su Feng does have magical skills, and he is using his magical skills in the car now. This method is also very simple. First, take off Jiang Minghua's bloody coat. Of course, Su Feng couldn't help it in the end and touched it a few times. Don't blame me. You almost killed me. Consider these few blows as revenge. Let's wipe out all the grudges between us from today. Not long after Su Feng dripped the blood on it, Jiang Minghua began to react. Su Feng watched everything happen. Then he wrapped the child in the blanket that had been prepared long ago, cleaned Jiang Minghua, and put clothes on her. After the task was completed, Su Feng finally opened the car door. Looking at the baby in Su Feng's arms, Su Kuan gave Su Hei a thumbs up. You're quite smart, little Heisey. Ro, please help feed your brother something. Su Feng left the baby to Su Ruru to take care of, while he was responsible for driving. He wanted to find a place to put Jiang Minghua down. If I keep this woman with me, something bad will definitely happen when she wakes up. Not only is something going to happen, but something big is going to happen. If Jiang Minghua knew that she had given birth to a child without realizing it, she would go crazy. With her fighting ability, If she really goes crazy, Su Feng and the 5 little ones will all die. So Su Feng planned to find a place to hide Jiang Mingyue before she woke up and then run away with the 6 little ones. When Jiang Mingyue woke up, she didn't know what had happened. Everything happened so secretly. Su Feng had to give himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. Chapter 73. Jiang Mingyue wakes up. Su Feng drove the car and quickly found a suitable location. There is a large forest here, right next to the Zhuo River, probably used for flood prevention. There is an abandoned cabin deep in the woods. From the path, you can just see a corner of the abandoned hut. If Su Feng hadn't been paying attention, he might not have seen it. You guys wait in the car. Su Qing, you carry her. Su Qing carried Jiang Mingyue on his back, and Su Feng followed behind with some food and drinks. The two came to an abandoned hut. Su Feng looked around and found that the hut was covered with a thick layer of dust, which showed that no one had been there for a long time. The cabin was surrounded by various leaves and branches, and there were no signs of human activity. Su Qing, put her inside. Looking at Jiang Mingyue lying on the ground, Su Feng considerately brought over a lot of leaves and covered her with them, leaving only her nostrils exposed. That way, even if someone comes over, they won't be able to notice unless they enter the house. Su Feng was very satisfied with his masterpiece. I have done well enough. If Jiang Mingyue still has an accident, she can only blame her own bad luck. He placed the food and drinks next to Jiang Mingyue and covered them with leaves. Su Feng then quickly left with Su Qing. Dad, will she be in danger? After all, she is my brother's mother. If she is in danger, my brother will be sad. Su Feng looked at Su Qing in surprise. Why did these words seem so unlike something he would say? Sometimes Su Feng really couldn't understand why Su Qing was sometimes smart and sometimes not. Could it be that there are both human genes and frog genes, and the two genes appear in turn? Su Feng did not dwell too much on this issue. There are many things in this world that have no answers. No, this place is so remote, no one will show up. Before Su Feng could say anything, Jiang Mingyue obtained his essence and blood. Although most of the energy in the essence and blood is used to nurture life, any slight benefit is enough for Jiang Mingyue to benefit endlessly. So no matter what caused her to be unconscious before, she will wake up soon. As long as Jiang Mingyue wakes up, she will have no problem protecting herself with her strength. After all, the middle-aged man who caused her to fall into a coma had already run to the other side of the Zhuo River. If Jiang Mingyue couldn't wake up even after accepting his essence and blood, then there would be no hope for her, and it wouldn't be Su Feng's fault. The two quickly returned to the car. Su Feng didn't even bother to look at his newborn child before driving away. Less than half an hour after Su Feng left, Jiang Mingyue woke up in the abandoned hut. Looking at the leaves covering her body, Jiang Mingyue's brain almost crashed. She clearly remembered that she was tracking the bug and finally caught up with it. Jiang Mingyue could have easily killed it. But when she came out, the leader repeatedly reminded her to catch him alive. Master Shabi, what information did you give? Thinking of his own experience, Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but curse the leader in his heart. What the leader told her at the beginning was that the bug was good at camouflage and was very good at escaping, but it had no means of attack. However, the fact is that although insects have no means of attack, they can manipulate humans. When Jiang Mingyue fell into the village, the insects manipulated the villagers to attack her. Those villagers were ordinary people, and killing them was easier for Jiang Mingyue than killing a chicken. She thought the bug would escape again while she was dealing with the villagers. Unexpectedly, the bugs attacked her and she passed out. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but curse the leader a few more times. If she was able to defeat him, she would have wanted to go back and point her finger at the leader and curse him. When had she, Jiang Mingyue, ever suffered such a great loss? Thinking of being at a disadvantage, Jiang Mingyue suddenly remembered something and turned over and sat up. I was so busy reviewing the situation and cursing the leader that I forgot to check my current situation. While removing the leaves stuck to his hair, Jiang Mingyue looked around. This is an abandoned house with a very small area. It is a bit like the well house in the northern rural areas, except that there is no well. There are a lot of leaves on his body. They definitely didn't fall directly from the tree. In other words, I was thrown here by someone. Jiang Mingyue stood up, cleaned the leaves off her body, and saw the water and food Su Feng had left for her. Although that bug is getting smarter, I've been chasing it all the time, so it definitely won't let me go. How could it possibly hide me and leave food behind? So there is only one truth. Someone saved themselves from that stinky bug. Jiang Mingyue felt relieved when she thought that she was rescued. Be too depressing if she died quietly in a small village. This person who saved me is just too weird. I am a beautiful woman after all. Why do you just throw me here and cover me with some leaves? Jiang Mingyue guessed that the person who saved her must be a woman, and a woman not as beautiful as herself. This is pure jealousy of one's own beauty. If a normal man had saved me, he would have taken advantage of the situation and done something to me. Jiang Mingyue couldn't figure out whether she wanted to be saved by a man or a woman. Jiang Mingyue shook her head and stopped thinking about it. She just wanted to take a shower. She was such a clean person, but she had been lying in this shabby place for who knows how long. Whenever she thought about it, she felt uncomfortable all over. Jiang Mingyue originally didn't plan to take the food left by Su Feng, but then she thought that it was left by her savior after all, so she just took it. Walk out of the abandoned hut and look around. Jiang Mingyue said nothing about fuck. What the hell is this place? Jiang Mingyue wanted to take out his phone to check the map, but found nothing. Maybe it was lost when it was rescued. It was indeed lost, but it was picked up by a kind-hearted person. This kind-hearted person not only picked up the phone, but also used her fingerprint to change the password. That's right, this kind-hearted person is Su Feng. Jiang Mingyue didn't find her cell phone, but she wasn't too worried. With her physical condition, running dozens of kilometers in an hour would be no problem. She just didn't believe it. There was no one living within dozens of kilometers here. Jiang Mingyue soon saw the traces left by Su Feng and Su Qing on the ground. Following the traces left by the two people, Jiang Mingyue successfully got on the road. As long as there is a road under your feet, just follow it, and you will eventually return to human civilization. Jiang Mingyue chose a direction and started running. You don't know until you run, and you'll be scared when you run. Jiang Mingyue found that his speed seemed to have increased a little. The awakened ones have far more control over their bodies than ordinary people, and the improvement in their physical fitness cannot be hidden from Jiang Mingyue at all. Not only has the speed increased, Jiang Mingyue also discovered a problem. The gap between her legs seemed to have widened a little. Chapter 74. Who did it? Who did it? It must be an illusion because I was in a coma for too long. The speed was too fast, and I might be eager to go home. How could the gap between my legs widen? I haven't given birth to a child. Jiang Mingyue concentrated his mind and started running wildly on the road. It took less than an hour for Jiang Mingyue to see the village appearing in front of him. After asking around in the village, Jiang Mingyue discovered that this place was only a few dozen kilometers away from where he had fought with the stink bug. After inquiring, Jiang Mingyue borrowed a mobile phone and called the headquarters to report the situation. As for the old man who lent his cell phone to Jiang Mingyue, it had been broken into 2 pieces and was lying peacefully in the drainage ditch beside the road. You are already in your 60s, so you should accept your age. Why do you have to drag Jiang Mingyue home for dinner? And he was looking at Jiang Mingyue with malicious eyes. What I mean is, how could such a beautiful woman be so cheap for an old man like you? Even though he was over 60, he still didn't understand that there were some women you could touch and some you couldn't. There were some women you couldn't even think about. Jiang Mingyue walked towards the city center with his cell phone in hand. A few hours later, the head of the Beast Soul Cult's Sanxia City branch personally delivered her a new cell phone. After sending the person in charge away, Jiang Mingyue booked the most expensive room in the best hotel in Sanxia City. The first thing Jiang Mingyue did after entering the room was to go into the bathroom. She wants to take a shower. She must take a shower, otherwise she will go crazy. It would have been fine if he hadn't taken a shower, but once he did, Jiang Mingyue discovered more things were wrong. The first is the big handprint on the white piece. Jiang Mingyue put his hand on it to try, and his hand was obviously not that big. From this, we can infer that this should be a man's handprint. Although the Beast Soul Cult is a cult, she is a cult saint. But the cult is not the Hawan sect, and the saint of the cult can also be pure and innocent. Why's he made a big handprint? How the hell does he have the nerve to say that he is pure and innocent? Jiang Mingyue punched the glass in front of him and smashed it into pieces. While taking a shower, Jiang Mingyue cursed in her heart the person who left handprints on her body. How fucking powerful is this? Doesn't he know how to be gentle with women? How could she know that Su Feng also attacked with hatred? So it would be strange if he didn't use much force. Jiang Mingyue suppressed the anger in her heart and continued to take a shower. She felt that her body was even dirtier, and it could not be clean no matter how hard she washed. After washing the white pieces for a long time, Jiang Mingyue finally remembered another more terrifying thing. As she hurried to check, her screams echoed throughout the hotel. My own UMO is missing. This is not a mobile phone screen protector and can be broken. Don't worry if it breaks. You can put a new one on the street for $10. You only have one in your lifetime, and it's gone just like that? Jiang Mingyue was on the verge of going berserk at this moment. If she didn't have that little bit of sanity left, she would have massacred Sanxia City. Jiang Mingyue's mind was in a mess at this moment, extremely messy. When she just woke up, she was still feeling lucky. She thought she was going to die, but she was saved by someone. Although she was thrown into an abandoned little house in the woods and covered with leaves, she did not feel any discomfort in her body. I didn't expect that. I didn't feel any physical discomfort, but it was also true that my chastity was at risk. It's all my fault because of my lack of experience. She should have been alert as soon as she felt the gap between her legs getting wider. The only thing Jiang Minghua couldn't figure out now was whether she was rescued by someone and then raped by the rescuer, or whether it was that stinky bug who raped her. Jiang Minghua guessed that it was probably done by the person who saved him. Although bedbugs have taken over human bodies and are becoming increasingly intelligent, they should not do such a thing. Don't ever let me know who you are, or I'll let you know what it means to be unable to live or die. Jiang Minghua suppressed the anger in her heart and continued to take a shower. Whenever Jiang Minghua thought about being raped by someone, and that the person who raped her was most likely a hairy man who never took a bath, she would want to rub off all the skin on her body. A few hours later, Jiang Minghua finally walked out of the bathroom. Throwing herself onto the soft, big bed, Jiang Minghua stared at the white ceiling in a trance. Although she was the saint of the Beast Soul cult and a powerful awakener, this was the first time she had encountered such a thing. For a moment, she didn't know what to do next. Should I continue to track down the bug, or go find the man who made me missy? Jiang Minghua lay there until midnight, and she made a decision in her heart. She decided to go back to the Beast Soul sect first. There was no way to track the stink bug, and even if she caught up with it, she might not be able to defeat it. She has no way to find Missy's own man now. If all the people in a village are killed, it will definitely attract law enforcers and awaken people. Checking the surveillance footage to find Missy's man at this time is tantamount to walking into a trap. The Beast Soul cult and the Exotic Beast Association are mortal enemies. Jiang Minghua, who was having troubles, changed his clothes and went back to the Beast Soul cult headquarters overnight. As for Su Feng, after settling Jiang Minghua down, he drove west and then north. Su Feng prepared to go and see the source of the Zhuo River. After driving for 4 hours, Su Feng finally found a place to park. Why 4 hours? Because scientific research shows that it is best for humans to take a break every 4 hours when driving. Su Feng values his life very much, so he strictly abides by this time and rests when the time comes. Even the Lord cannot stop him, mainly because he was really tired. I was planning to eat, but I was attracted by the strange beast and didn't have time to eat. Who knew that when we got there, we would find out that this was not some strange beast at all, but a battle between strong men. Although I don't know why the victorious warrior was scared away when he saw the drone. But Su Feng, the fisherman, did benefit from it. Not only did he get his revenge, but he also gained a powerful son. Then, of course, he ran for his life. This day has been full of ups and downs. Su Feng parked the car in front of a small restaurant on the side of the road. Su Feng gave some instructions to the 6 little ones and got out of the car alone. At this time, we have arrived at the border of Xishan. It would be unreasonable not to have a bowl of knife-cut noodles when you arrive in Xishan. Boss, give me a bowl of knife-cut noodles. Soon, the knife-cut noodles arrived and looked pretty good. Su Feng started eating noodles with garlic. As the saying goes, if you eat noodles without garlic, the taste is half gone. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Su Feng paid the bill and left under the boss' murderous gaze. Fuck you, I ate a bunch of noodles, and it made me sick. It's no wonder the boss was angry. A bowl of noodles only cost about 10 yuan, but Su Feng ate 2 heads of garlic, which were quite large. Garlic costs 5 yuan per pound. 2 heads of garlic still cost $2. After eating and drinking, Su Feng prepared to find a place to rest. Chapter 75, Only Success, Not Failure. Su Feng originally wanted to park his car in the parking lot of the gas station and sleep in the car. But he just saw a video a few days ago, which said that in America, there was an Asian man who parked his car in the parking lot of a gas station because of heavy rain and was afraid it would be dangerous to drive. This dude sat in his car looking at his phone for an hour, only for the black girl working at the gas station to call the police. The reason for calling the police was also ridiculous. Oh my god, his car had been parked there for an hour. He must be a bad guy. I was so scared that I had no choice but to call the police. Yes, that's the outrageous reason. The key point is that the American police thought it was right for the black girl to call the police. They also thought that the Asian man was not a good person and kept asking the man if he stole the car. The Asian guy from America chose to fight hard. Su Feng had no intention of fighting head-on. After all, although his car was not stolen, the people in the car were indeed shady. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future, Su Feng parked his car in an open space not far from the provincial road. After turning off the car, Su Feng got into the car. The 6 little ones were staying in the carriage obediently. Su Miao Miao and Su Ruru were playing with Jiang Minghua's child. Su Hei was lying on the ground in a daze. while Su Qing and Su Kuan were playing with their cell phones. Seeing Su Feng coming over, Su Qing stared at him with his big silly eyes and asked him, "Dad, what is skinning?" Su Kuan also asked, unwilling to be lonely. Yeah, why does peeling take so long?" "Because peeling the skin made me think you could grow that long." The answer came out of his mouth, and Su Feng finally reacted. "What kind of nonsense are you two watching?" Su Feng grabbed the phone and took a look. It was indeed Douyin. Short videos nowadays really have all sorts of messed up content, and they're not afraid of corrupting children. Su Feng wanted to stop the 6 children from watching short videos, but he couldn't bear it. The 6 little ones stay in a small carriage all day without any freedom. If they are not allowed to have some entertainment, they will go crazy. We can't let them go to Yangshizi to read novels. That thing is even more abstract than Douyin. What? They are from the same family. Okay, just pretend Su Feng didn't say that. At this time, Su Ruru brought the child born by Jiang Mingyue to Su Feng. "Dad, my brother doesn't have a name yet. Please give him a name." It's true. If Su Ruru hadn't reminded him, Su Feng would have forgotten about this matter. Moreover, Su Feng hasn't even had time to take a good look at his son. Su Feng picked up the child and looked at him carefully. The child blinked his big eyes and looked at Su Feng, neither crying nor making a fuss. As Su Feng expected, his child was no different from ordinary people. In other words, they can walk and talk as soon as they are born, and they look cuter than children from ordinary families. From now on, I'll call you Su Qinggong. Su Qinggong. Su Qinggong in Su Feng's arms repeated his own name, then nodded with satisfaction. "Dad, I like this name. From now on, my name will be Su Qinggong." "Dad, what does the name brother mean?" Su Ruru is very thoughtful, and the names given to Su Feng's previous children all have meaningful meanings. Su Qing, because his mother is a frog. Su Ruru, because the main body is succulent. Su Kuan, as the name suggests, his mother is a chicken, not an insult, but a chicken that lays eggs. Su Hei, because he is dark-skinned. Su Miao Miao, her mother is a cat. Actually, she could be called Su Mimi, but Su Feng still thinks Miao Miao sounds better. So Su Ruru wanted to know what the name Su Qinggong meant. We must succeed, only succeed and not fail. We achieved success on our first day out, so we must succeed and not fail this time. In fact, there is one thing Su Feng didn't say, which is that becoming means that he has succeeded in his revenge. Su Feng is very vindictive. He remembered the revenge for Jiang Mingyue's arrow very clearly, and originally thought that it would take a long time before he would have the chance to take revenge. I didn't expect that revenge would be taken just as I recovered from my injuries. So Su Feng must remember this moment of victory. Then why not call him Su Xingli? The first person I thought of was Su Qinggong. Success. Do you have any special skills? Su Feng didn't expect Su Qinggong to answer. He was only a few hours old. What did he know? Unexpectedly, Su Qinggong actually looked thoughtful. Then, Su Feng blinked his eyes, and Su Qinggong in his arms disappeared. It cannot be said that he disappeared. It should be said that Su Qinggong appeared in Su Miao Miao's arms. Su Miao Miao was sitting next to Su Feng at this moment, half a meter apart. Distance is not a problem. The problem is that Su Feng doesn't feel anything. If Su Qinggong jumped from his arms into Su Miao Miao's arms, he would not be surprised at all. My child has amazing physical fitness since birth. The key point is that Su Feng didn't feel anything at all. Su Qinggong seemed to disappear from his arms in an instant, and then appear in Su Miao Miao's arms in an instant. You can tell from Su Miao Miao's shocked look that she didn't expect this either. Success, try again. This time, Su Feng didn't even blink, just staring at Su Qinggong in Su Miao Miao's arms. Then, he discovered again that Su Qinggong in Su Miao Miao's arms suddenly disappeared and appeared in the corner of the carriage. This time the distance was even farther, close to 2 meters. Did you guys see the successful move clearly? The 5 little ones shook their heads. When Su Feng was naming Su Qinggong, the 5 little ones all came over. They all saw Su Qinggong's disappearance and reappearance, but no one saw it clearly. It would be understandable if Su Feng couldn't see clearly, because he was just an ordinary person after all. If the 5 little ones can't see clearly, then it will be really fast. Su Feng opened the car door and jumped out, then held Su Qinggong in his arms. Success. Run as far as you can and use that instant appearing skill you just used. Let Dad see how far you can run in one go. At this time, Su Feng still thought that Su Qinggong just ran fast. As long as you run fast enough, the visual field cannot catch up with you, just like Quicksilver or the Flash. Su Qinggong received Su Feng's instructions, nodded, and then disappeared from Su Feng's arms again in an instant. Su Feng kept staring into the distance. Su Qinggong indeed appeared in the distance in an instant. Su Feng estimated that it was about 20 meters. At a distance of 20 meters, he could not see Su Qinggong's movements at all. Dad, I can only run so far. Okay, come back. Su Feng seemed calm, but he was actually ecstatic inside. This skill is so awesome. Imagine that on the battlefield, Su Qinggong comes and goes without a trace, and neither the awakened nor the strange beasts can find his trace. By the time they reacted, Su Qinggong had already taken off their heads. Su Feng just wants to ask one question now. Who else? Of course, we can't be too complacent. Su Qinggong is still young. It won't be too late to fight when he grows up. Chapter 76. What's the difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish? It can be said that Su Qinggong has the highest talent among the 6 children Su Feng currently has. After all, the only martial arts in the world that is invincible is speed. If Su Kuan is killed and her claws are given to Su Qinggong as a weapon, then he will have the ability to be unbreakable and indestructible. Thinking of this, Su Feng couldn't help but look at Su Kuan. Su Kuan, who was clapping and cheering on the side, felt a chill on his back. Meeting Su Feng's malicious gaze, Su Kuan subconsciously shrank his neck. Dad, why are you looking at me like that? Nothing, I just think you're getting prettier. Su Feng admitted that he lied. Even if Su Kuan is his daughter, and they are biological, he is lying when he says that Su Kuan is getting more and more beautiful. After all, how could he tell whether the chicken was good looking or not? He lied, but Su Kuan took it seriously. She threw herself into Su Feng's arms, hugged his neck, and cried with joy. Dad, my dear dad, you still understand me the best. They always say I'm ugly. Who said that? You're not ugly at all. That's what Blackie said. He also said I looked uglier in overalls. Kuaner, be good and stop crying. Can you take what Xiao Haizi says seriously? Su Hei, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Dad, Su Kuan's cock beak pierced your clothes. Su Feng turned his head and looked over his shoulder. Damn, there really is a hole on the shoulder. Kuaner, can you be a little more careful next time? Dad is not angry, but this piece of clothing is Balino, a brand name, very expensive. Su Kuan, I'm sorry, Dad. I will be more careful next time. Su Feng touched Su Kuan's comb and said softly, It's okay, Kuaner is the best. Su Kuan was very pleased with Su Feng's praise and happily rubbed Su Feng's palm with his cockhead. The parent-child time did not end there. That night, Su Feng lay in the carriage, resting his head on Su Hei's soft belly, and told the 6 little ones a story called One Piece. The 6 little ones were still not satisfied, so Su Feng told them a short story called Journey to the West. We are leaving our homeland now, not to become the pirate king, nor to seek the true scriptures. But we also have a goal, which is to keep getting stronger until no one can threaten our safety. Then you can walk openly in the sunshine. At that time, no one dared to look at you strangely, because you were heroes, great heroes. He is a great hero who drives away strange beasts and maintains world peace. Do you want to be a hero? The 6 little ones were so excited by Su Feng's words. We want to be heroes. Su Feng was very satisfied with their reaction. People should always have goals, otherwise what is the difference between them and salted fish? Before traveling through time, Su Feng's goal was to have enough food and drink. Now his goal has changed. He wants to be the most powerful person in the world. He wants to make every creature on this planet crawl at his feet. Whether it is the exotic beasts, the Exotic Beast Association, or the Mysterious Beast Soul Sect, they all have to act according to Su Feng's mood. After all, he has such awesome blood, it would be unreasonable for him not to achieve something. The 6 little ones were not simply inspired by Su Feng. They were all very smart and knew very early on that they were different from ordinary people. But they are also human beings and want to live in the sunshine. Since they no longer have to hide after becoming stronger, why shouldn't they work hard? Especially on the night when Su Feng was almost killed by Jiang Minghua, Su Ru, Su Hei, and Su Miao Miao, who were present saw it clearly, and they didn't want to experience that feeling of powerlessness again. Su Feng didn't know when he fell asleep. He knew how he woke up. Kuaner, you're a girl. Can you please stop crowing? Su Feng turned over and wanted to continue sleeping. Dad, you're annoying. I'm not crowing. I'm just cheering myself up. I remind myself that it's a new day and I must be full of energy and work hard. Well, what can Su Feng do? His children are more energetic than each other. Even Su Qinggong, who was just born yesterday, has woken up at this time and is squatting next to Su Miao Miao, watching short videos with her attentively. Su Feng didn't have that much energy. He slept too late last night, and he didn't get enough sleep now. It is very dangerous to drive at this time. You guys can play here. I'm going to take a nap in the cab. Be careful and don't let anyone else see you. After Su Feng finished explaining, he climbed into the cab and continued to sleep. When he woke up again, it was already past 10 in the morning. After eating 2 packs of crispy Commander and drinking a box of milk, Su Feng drove off. He was originally planning to go have another bowl of knife-cut noodles, but thinking of the murderous look in his boss's eyes yesterday, he decided to give up. It is impossible to let him eat noodles without garlic. But Shishan is the hometown of noodles. What else can we eat if not noodles? Should we fill our stomachs with aged vinegar? In the end, Su Feng chose noodles and tried the Shishan specialty, cat ears. The taste is good and the garlic is strong, but the boss's eyes are a bit unfriendly. After eating and drinking, we continued on our way. Since we want to go to the source of the Zhuo River, we naturally have to go along the Zhuo River. Dad, I want to go swimming. As the car drove on the road, Su Qing looked at the Zhuo River not far away with a longing look on his face. Only then did Su Feng remember that Su Qing was an amphibian. Since leaving home, he hasn't even washed his face, let alone swam. Wait until nighttime. You can swim freely at night when no one is around. It was really not appropriate for Su Qing to go out in broad daylight. If someone saw it, they would think that the toad in the muddy river had become a spirit. Fuck, I suddenly remembered the frog demon in Calabash Brothers saves Grandpa. Thinking of Su Qing swimming, Su Feng suddenly thought of the frog spirit holding a dung fork. If I get a chance in the future, I'll have to get some weapons for these little ones. Good weapons can indeed improve combat effectiveness, but unfortunately Su Feng can't get them. What he wanted was a weapon like the sword in Willow's hand. At this moment, there were suddenly more vehicles ahead. You have to know that the route Su Feng chose is a relatively remote one, so there shouldn't be many cars on the road. While thinking, Su Feng stopped the car because there was a traffic jam ahead. Su Feng waited patiently for 10 minutes, but the car in front still showed no sign of moving. You guys stay in the car, I'll go ahead and scout the way. At this time, the drivers of the cars in front had already gotten out. Brother, what's going on up ahead? I don't know. I got off the car to find out what was going on. Su Feng walked forward for a distance and found a large truck. Drivers of large trucks like this usually have fixed routes and should be more familiar with the road conditions. Chapter 77. You don't want your wife to remarry, do you? The truck driver was standing on the side of the road at this time, looking at the endless traffic ahead with a worried look on his face. Su Feng took out a cigarette and handed it to the truck driver. Brother, do you run this route often? Yes, I run this route regularly. Then do you know what's going on ahead? I don't know. I've been driving this route for years, and there's never been a traffic jam. Damn, time is already tight this time. If it gets stuck again, I'll have to pay for it. The truck driver was very anxious. It is not easy to drive a truck these days. Brother, is there a bridge ahead or a hill on either side of the road? No, I know what you mean. The worst that can happen on this road is a car accident. Nothing else is likely to happen. Is it really impossible? Su Feng thought of a situation, that is, a strange beast. The impact of strange beasts on humans is multifaceted. The biggest impact is the change in travel methods. In the past, many people would choose to travel by car or drive home by themselves. Nowadays, more people choose public transportation. Not only are there armed soldiers on public transportation, but there are also awakened people on duty, so the safety is incomparable to driving yourself. So under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be traffic jams in such remote areas, and today's weather is not extreme, so it's unlikely that a major accident would occur. Eliminating all impossibilities, there is only one truth. There is a strange beast ahead. The vehicle in front will definitely stop and turn around and run away when it sees the strange beast. But the cars behind didn't know there was a strange beast, so they continued to move forward, and with the cars going back and forth, it was easy to cause a traffic jam. Su Feng was very excited when strange beasts appeared. He came out to look for strange beasts, but after such a long time, he didn't encounter any strange beasts. Su Feng naturally couldn't let go of the opportunity since he finally had it. But right now the road is blocked by traffic and it's impossible to get through. If the traffic continues, it will be difficult to escape. Thinking of this, Su Feng ran back to the car, started the engine, and then drove the car to an open space on the side of the road. When Su Feng came back, he was holding a big loudspeaker in his hand. When you go out, it's always a good idea to prepare some extra things. In just 10 or 20 minutes, there were more than a dozen cars stuck behind Su Feng. Su Feng didn't waste any more time and ran to the back of the traffic with a loudspeaker, running and shouting, "The cars behind us, please turn around and drive back. There's a strange beast ahead. If you don't run now, you'll be stuck here and won't be able to escape." Nowadays, everyone is very sensitive to strange beasts. As soon as they heard about the strange beasts, the two cars at the back immediately started to turn around. One of the guys didn't believe it and pulled Su Feng over and asked, "Who told you there was a strange beast ahead?" "My brother said he's an awakened one and is on his way." After listening to this, the guy said thank you, ran back to the car, and turned around. The car behind started to turn around, and the car in front didn't know what was going on. Su Feng walked forward again with the loudspeaker. There's a strange beast ahead. Turn around and go back quickly. If you don't leave now, you'll die here. The effect was very significant. Anyone who heard Su Feng's call started or prepared to turn around. Brother, are you telling the truth? Are there really strange beasts? The truck driver grabbed Su Feng. Yeah, I just called my brother and he told me. There wouldn't be a traffic jam if there weren't any strange beasts. Let's go back quickly, bro. If I go back, I'll lose this trip. The truck driver was reluctant to turn back. Brother, what's more important, money or life? Think about your wife and children. If something happens to you, how will they survive? You don't want your wife to remarry with all the money you worked so hard to earn, and you don't want your child to call another man dad. Shut up, I'm leaving now. Su Feng expressed satisfaction with his eloquence. How many men in this world can stand this? Su Feng walked forward for a distance, and then stopped. People tend to follow the crowd. When they see someone waiting, they will wait too. Now the car in front sees that the car behind has turned around, so it will naturally follow suit. After nearly an hour, all the cars stuck on the road finally turned around and went back. Su Feng sat in the driver's seat, started the car and drove towards the direction where the strange beast appeared. I hope it really is a strange beast. At this time, there was no car on the road except Su Feng. After driving for about 10 kilometers, Su Feng finally arrived at the scene of the incident. From a distance, Su Feng saw several cars huddled together on the road ahead. It looked like a pileup. But Su Feng knew that things would not be that simple. It's broad daylight, and the weather isn't extreme. This isn't even a highway, so it's not likely to cause a chain reaction. Su Feng turned the car around and parked on the side of the road. Ro Ro, Xiaohei, Miao Miao, the three of you come with me. Su Qing and Kuan Air, you two wait in the car first and watch Qinggong. Su Qing and Su Kuan have become accustomed to waiting here, but Su Qinggong is not. Dad, I want to go too. Before he finished speaking, Su Qinggong had already appeared on Su Hei's body. You're quite good at finding places. Even your brother Heizi has become your mount. Since Su Qinggong was willing to follow, Su Feng did not refuse. How can a child grow without seeing blood? Su Feng walked forward with the four little ones. The strange beast didn't see it, but first saw the horrific car accident scene. There was indeed a chain reaction here, but the scene of the accident was very strange. Most of the vehicles had their roofs collapsed. The drivers of several cars were crushed to death in their seats by the collapsed roofs. Su Feng walked around to the front of the vehicle and took a look. The scene of the car accident slowly pieced together in his mind. The vehicle was driving normally on the road when suddenly an abnormal situation occurred in front. The driver in front braked suddenly, but the driver behind him failed to brake in time, resulting in a rear-end collision. Su Feng checked it out and found that the rear-end collision was not serious and the bumper didn't even fall off. After the rear-end collision, something suddenly fell from the sky. It was probably just 1 foot, stepping on the roof at a very fast speed. The roof of the car was flattened and collapsed in an instant. Naturally, the people in the car were also crushed. Why did Su Feng guess it was the foot? Because the roofs of several cars here had dents. But the dents were empty. So Su Feng guessed that it might be a giant who stepped on the car and walked over. In order to verify his guess, Su Feng continued to move forward. Similar car accident scenes appear from time to time ahead. After walking another 2 kilometers, Su Feng vaguely heard the sound of fighting. Meow, get on the drone. Before Su Kuan learned to fly, drones were Su Feng's main means of reconnaissance. Even if Su Kuan can fly in the future, drones will still be useful. Unless Su Kuan could take Su Feng with him to fly, Su Feng would not be able to judge the battlefield situation immediately. Su Miao Miao obediently took out the drone. 2 minutes later, the drone sent images. Chapter 78, On-Site Teaching. Su Feng guessed correctly, it was indeed a giant. Or should I say a giant bird? The amazing thing is that the giant bird only has 1 leg. Su Feng immediately thought of Bifong mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas. Bifong looks like a wild duck with only 1 leg, a pattern on its head, and a red beak. Its call is its name. There will be strange fire where Bifong appears. The giant bird in front of Su Feng was as black as ink, more like a crow, but much larger. The one fighting with the giant bird was not an awakened one, but another strange beast. A 4-legged reptile. This monster stood on all 4s and had a row of sharp spikes down the middle of its back. There are 2 very long horns on the top of its head. This strange beast was also quite large, lying on the ground like a semi-trailer. Through the drone, Su Feng also saw a few people watching in the distance, probably the awakened ones. This place is quite remote, and it takes an hour or 2 to drive to the nearest urban area. It is already good enough that the awakened ones can make it here. How much combat power can we expect from them? Of course, These awakened ones might also be waiting for the two strange beasts to fight each other so that they can reap the benefits. While Su Feng was thinking, the giant bird moved. It flew up to a height of 100 meters in the sky, then dived down and quickly arrived above the head of the strange beast on the ground. The only foot stepped hard on the area on the monster's back without spikes. A loud noise was transmitted to Su Feng's ears through the drone. The strange beast on the ground let out a shrill cry in pain, a bit like a cow's cry, but much harsher. Although it was very painful, Su Feng saw clearly that the giant bird had not actually broken through the defense of the strange beast on the ground. This blow was more of a pain from the impact. After hitting the target, the giant bird immediately took off again, not wanting to fight at all. Su Feng felt aggrieved for the strange beast on the ground. How the hell do I fight this? I can't even touch it. Su Feng had been to Wei Road before. There were many night herons nesting on Wei Road. If people passing by did not hold an umbrella, they would know what flying feces from the sky were in a few minutes. Except for the slingshot guy, ordinary people have no way to deal with this thing. Of course, the premise is that the slingshot guy is not afraid of law enforcement. This is the situation the strange beast on the ground is facing now. The giant bird can fly, but it can't, and its flexibility is not as good as the giant bird, so it can only defend passively. The giant bird's previous kick was very powerful, and it quickly kicked the strange beast on the ground again. The strange beast on the ground continued to rage helplessly, unable to do anything to the giant bird. You see, that's how combat works. You have to use your strengths to attack the opponent's weaknesses. The four little ones nodded in unison to show that they understood. Su Feng found that there seemed to be no one else watching the fun except himself. When the strange beast first appeared, there were a lot of people watching. Later it was discovered that the strange beasts attacked indiscriminately and their abilities were also varied, so it was easy to get accidentally injured if you just watched the fun. Just like the anchor that day, he was burned to ashes. So now when everyone knows there are strange beasts, they will stay away from them as soon as possible. After all, compared to watching the fun, life is more important. Xiaohei, go call Su Qing and Kuiner over here. There's no one else here anyway, so let them come and take a look and gain some combat experience. Especially Su Kuiner, Su Feng has high hopes for her. Maybe she will become the first flying unit of Su's army. Su Hei took the order and left. In less than a minute, Su Qing and Su Kuin followed Su Hei over. Dad, you finally let me and Qing out. You don't know how we stayed at the base camp every day and were almost suffocating to death. Before Su Kuin could finish her words, Su Qing grabbed her cocked beak. Sister Kuiner, please be quiet. What if Dad sends us back because of your big mouth? That makes so much sense. Su Kuin nodded, indicating that he understood. Only then did Su Qing let her go. Dad, after you listened to my explanation, I'm not complaining, Su Qing grabbed her again. Will you die if you don't speak? This time Su Qing learned his lesson. No matter how Su Kuin struggled, he refused to let go. After pinching for a while, Su Qing felt his hands were a little tired, so he simply stretched out his long tongue and wrapped it around Su Kuin's long and pointed cocked beak. This frees my hands. All right, both of you, stop messing around. I asked you two to come here so you can gain experience, especially you, Kuiner. The one across from you is a flying beast. See how it fights and learn from it. Su Feng took the 6 little ones to continue watching the battle between the strange beasts. The giant bird had one trick up its sleeve and frequently trampled on the strange beast on the ground. Although the monsters on the ground have strong defense, they are not flexible enough and cannot fly, so they can only passively take the beating and become furious. The cars on the road became its tools for venting its anger. Unable to hit the giant bird, the strange beast used its tail to knock all the nearby cars away. Su Feng looked very carefully. There were 3 people sitting in one of the Teslas. For some unknown reason, they were stuck in the car and couldn't get out. Then he and the car were blown away by the strange beast into the muddy river nearby. If he had stayed in the car and the strange beast had left, he might have been saved, but now he is completely hopeless. See? This is the result of not having enough strength. You can only be bullied by others. Su Feng never forgets to reason with the 6 little ones. The 6 little ones listened very attentively. After more than 10 minutes, the giant bird had had enough fun and was ready to kill the strange beast with amazing defense on the ground. The giant bird no longer stepped on the monster's back. This time its attack was aimed at the monster's eyes. Whether it is a strange beast or a human, eyes are a fatal weakness. The giant bird wanted to use its sharp claws to dig out the monster's eyeballs. The strange beast on the ground didn't seem to notice the giant bird's intention and was still furious. The giant bird fell even faster this time, and before the strange beast could react, its sharp claws pierced directly into its eyeballs. The giant bird cried out as if celebrating its victory. What it didn't expect was that at the moment its claws pierced the monster's eyes, the monster, which had no resistance, suddenly raised its head, and one of the horns on its head pierced into the giant bird's abdomen. The reason why the giant bird did not attack the monster's head at the beginning was that it was afraid of the two horns on its head. Those two horns are not just for show. It was because the monsters had been attacking continuously and had no way to fight back that the giant bird became careless. In battle, every moment of carelessness could cost you your life. The strange beast's long horns pierced deeply into the giant bird's abdomen. The giant bird cried out in pain, but was unable to break free. The strange beast shook its head wildly, trying to use its long horns to smash the giant bird's internal organs into pieces. Seeing that it couldn't break free, the giant bird simply became ruthless and used all its strength to slam its one foot into the monster's eye socket. The giant beast roared in pain and swung its arms even faster. The battle scene was extremely fierce. Chapter 79: Who is the mantis and who is the yellow bird? 2 kilometers away, Su Feng's eyes were shining. Of the two strange beasts, one was severely injured in the abdomen, and the other suffered a fatal attack on the eye. It was a good opportunity for the fisherman to reap the benefits. The strange beast's long horns were at least 1 meter deep into the giant bird's body, which must have damaged its internal organs. The giant bird's single foot was inserted into the monster's eye socket at least half a meter deep. Su Feng estimated that if it went any deeper, the monster's brain would have been torn to pieces. See? This is war. The situation changes in an instant. If you are not careful, you will suffer. Next, I will assign the tasks. Su Qing, Su Kuan, Su He, and Su Miao Miao. The 4 of you will quietly approach the battlefield. When the monsters are unable to resist, quickly steal the bodies of the 2 monsters. Yes, not to fight, but to steal corpses. If the corpse of the strange beast is too big to be stolen, try to find out if there is an inner elixir and take it away. Also, try to get as much exotic animal meat as possible. If those awakened ones dare to come over, just kill them immediately. If you can't win, scatter and run away, then gather at the car. Su Feng had no combat experience, so he could only make some simple combat deployments. By the way, Su Qing, you are responsible for watching those awakened ones. If they want to get close, use ice arrows to warn them first. If it is possible not to hurt anyone, Su Feng still doesn't want to hurt those awakened people. After all, there is no grudge between them. The Su family's first mass corpse-stealing operation. 3, 2, 1. Action. At Su Feng's command, the 4 little ones moved quickly towards the battlefield. Su Ruru naturally didn't have to go, as she was responsible for protecting Su Feng. Dad, my younger brother Qinggong followed him. Su Feng was monitoring the drone footage. When he heard Su Ruru's words, he looked around and found that Su Qinggong, who had been by his side just now, was really gone. Is this kid really going to follow him? Su Feng had no choice but to feel upset. Su Ruru comforted her. Don't worry, Dad. Brother Qinggong is so fast, he won't be in danger. That's true. Among the 7 people in the family, Su Feng is the worst. Forget it. Leave him alone. Su Feng continued to stare at the screen, always paying attention to whether the 5 little ones would be in danger. For the 5 little ones, the 2-kilometer journey is almost instantaneous. With the help of the terrain, the 5 little ones quickly arrived at the battlefield and hid behind a large truck. Seeing Su Kuan and Su Miao Miao ready to make a move, Su He whispered, "Don't be anxious. Remember our goal. We are here to steal the corpses. The 2 beasts are still alive, so we should not act rashly. Brother Qing, you just need to pay attention to those awakened ones over there. If they try to get close to the beasts, you can spit ice arrows at the ground in front of them to scare them away." The reputation of the dog-headed military advisor is well-deserved. Without Su Feng's instructions, Su He took the initiative to take over the command of the battlefield. The other kids knew that Su He was usually the most mature and steady, and they listened to what he said. Su Miao Miao is also very smart, but she is too casual and not suitable to be a commander. The 2 strange beasts are now in an awkward situation. The strange beast on the ground risked getting hurt and lured the giant bird down. As a result, the giant bird was too fast, and its single leg pierced its eye. The giant bird did not expect that the strange beast, which had been stupid and could only be helpless and furious, would actually use military tactics. The 2 strange beasts were in a stalemate, each wanting to kill the other before they died. So one of them shook his head wildly, and the other stepped down hard. Gradually, the movements of the 2 giant beasts became smaller and smaller, and the frequency became lower and lower. It was not known whether they were exhausted or their injuries were too severe. Several awakened people hiding in the dark are ready to make a move. If they attack the monster now and kill it, the credit will be attributed to them. Not to mention the inner elixir of the exotic beasts. The cash and points as rewards alone are enough to make them envious. As soon as the awakened ones moved forward a little, Su Qing's ice arrow arrived in front of them. The ice arrow accurately pierced the ground half a meter in front of the awakened person in front. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the ice arrows, which are more than 10 centimeters in diameter and about 1 meter long, reflect brilliant colors. The awakened one running in the front looked at the ice arrow stuck in the ground and swallowed hard. If I had run any faster, I would probably have lost my life. He involuntarily took a few steps back. The other 3 awakened ones behind him also saw the ice arrows on the ground. Did you see where the ice arrow came from? Several people shook their heads at the same time, indicating that they didn't see it. Could there be other strange beasts here? That's impossible. The alien beasts are all brainless creatures who only know how to fight and kill. If there was a third alien beast here, it would have joined the battle long ago. I guess there are other awakened ones here. And he's a powerful awakener. That's not right. If there are other awakened people here, how come we don't know about it? His companions looked at him as if he were a fool. Is it possible that we are too inexperienced and therefore didn't notice it? That's not right. Since there is an awakened one, why doesn't he come out to deal with the strange beast? Now I look even more like a fool. Guess why we didn't take action? Because we are waiting for the 2 beasts to fight to the death. This is like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. So guess why he didn't take action? Oh, you mean he's also like a mantis stalking a cicada, while the oriole is behind. To say that he is stupid is not too extreme. What should we do? Are we just going to watch the fat and thin that is about to be in our mouth slip away? The other 3 were silent. 10 seconds later, one of the awakened ones said, "My life is more important. I'm leaving first. You can leave or not as you please." After saying that, he jumped into the woods by the roadside and soon disappeared. The remaining 2 awakened ones looked at each other and left without saying a word. Only the wise awakened one was left at the scene. You 3 idiots. These 2 beasts are not simple at first glance. If I could get my hands on this merit, how much money would I be worth? Moreover, the 2 beasts might also have inner elixirs. If I could get them, my strength would be greatly enhanced. You don't even understand the principle of seeking wealth and honor through risk. Su Hei and the others watched as the 3 awakened ones left, with only one remaining at the scene. This guy is really stubborn, Brother Qing. Just stab him to death. The awakened one who stayed behind was still fantasizing about waiting for the awakened one hiding in the dark to take action, and then he would attack from behind. An ice arrow instantly appeared in front of him and pierced his forehead. The ice arrow pierced his head and stuck in the ground behind him. That's unethical. The awakened one fell to the ground and died. It just so happened that at this time the 2 strange beasts had become exhausted and stopped struggling. Brother Qing, shoot at the wounds of the 2 strange beasts. Chapter 80. You will feel uncomfortable if you vomit too much. Su Qing is very obedient and does whatever Su Hei asks him to do. He spared no effort in shooting ice arrows at the 2 strange beasts. When the first ice arrow hit the monster's wound, the monster moved in pain. The subsequent ice arrows were inserted, but it was like inserting them into a piece of meat, with no reaction at all. It seems that the 2 strange beasts are almost dead, if not dead. Let's go there now, and we must be careful. Su Hei took the lead and led the Su family army closer to the strange beast. Without receiving Su Hei's order to stop, Su Qing continued to spit ice arrows at the strange beast as he walked. The strange beast was completely motionless at this time. Brother Heisey, let me do it. Su Miao Miao volunteered. She now knows what her talent is, so she is not afraid of strange beasts at all. If the strange beast is still alive, it will definitely not attack me as long as it sees me. She is not afraid, even if she is attacked. Su Miao Miao's small area dodging and agility are the best among the few little ones present. Su Hei also knew Su Miao Miao's abilities, so he didn't stop her. Su Miao Miao quickly ran to the front of the strange beast and scratched the other intact eye of the 4-legged strange beast with a claw. The strange beast's eyes burst into pulp instantly. After suffering such a heavy blow, the strange beast did not react at all and seemed to be really dead. Su Miao Miao did the same thing again and tore one of the giant bird's eyes out. The giant bird twitched, and Su Miao Miao quickly stepped back. After waiting for a few seconds, the giant bird did not move except for the twitching just now. Brother Heisey, both beasts are dead. Upon hearing this, Su Hei brought the others to the corpse of the strange beast. Time is short, and the task is heavy. Let's carry the beast's body to the car. The bodies of the 2 strange beasts were very heavy, but the little ones were not vegetarians either, and they were all very strong. When Su Miao Miao saw the monster's eyeballs burst and the monster didn't react, Su Feng knew that he had it in his hands this time. He put away the drone and walked towards the parking lot with Su Ruru. He had already thought of a way out just now. When he came, he saw a small path leading directly into the mountain. He planned to hide in the mountains with the body of the strange beast and then find a way to deal with it. The 7 members of the Su family successfully reunited at the parking lot, and with them came the corpses of 2 strange beasts. As for the body of the awakened one, they forgot to destroy it. Su Feng started the car and led the way, while a few children followed behind carrying the corpses of 2 strange beasts. First it was a cement road, then it turned into a dirt road, until there was no road ahead. Su Feng got out of the car to check and found that they were already on the mountainside. Traces of a dirt road could still be vaguely seen ahead, but because no one had been there for a long time, the road was overgrown with weeds and trees, and cars were unable to pass through. Follow me, let's go up the mountain first. Before leaving, Su Feng did not forget to find some dead branches to cover the car. If you were up close, you could definitely tell there was a car, but from the air, it was hard to spot. Su Feng brought the 6 little ones and the corpses of 2 strange beasts to the top of the mountain. The view here is quite broad, and you can see the winding Zhuo River in the distance. Su Qing, why is your face so pale? When they reached the top of the mountain, Su Feng realized that Su Qing's face was very pale. It was obviously very green before. Dad, I vomited a lot, and now I feel a little uncomfortable. Su Qing is also a ruthless person, but he didn't say it until now. Su Kuan said doubtfully. Will you feel uncomfortable if you vomit too much? You are not lying. Su Feng glared at her unhappily. Try spitting nonstop and you'll know if it hurts. Su Qing, how are you going to solve this? Dad, I'm fine. Just drink some water. That makes a lot of sense. Ice arrows are also made of water. If you vomit too much and are dehydrated, just replenish water. Well, it's already evening. When it gets dark, go to the Zhuo River and have a drink and a nice swim. Okay, Dad. Without further ado, Su Feng is now worried about how to deal with the corpse of the strange beast. An ordinary kitchen knife cannot cause any harm to the strange beast. Although Su Feng picked up an unknown bone knife while working as a scavenger, the knife was a bit small and took a lot of time to deal with. And it can't cut bones. Bone soup is very nutritious and it would be a waste to throw it away. That's not right. Just because I can't cut it doesn't mean others can't either. With my strength like a little chicken, it's normal that I can't cut it. But my own children are very strong. Originally Su Qing was the most energetic, but he was not in good condition now, so this difficult task was given to Su Kuan, since she was a cook anyway. Kuan-er, take this knife and dismember the beast. Su Kuan took the knife and prepared to work. Wait a minute. Wait until I leave you. Su Feng didn't want to be contaminated by the blood of the strange beast. Who knows if it might be poisonous? What if I get pregnant? Thieves are afraid of being robbed, and those who penetrate others are afraid of being penetrated. There is nothing wrong with that. After Su Feng left, Su Kuan started working. I don't know why, but she quite likes the job of a cook. Except for Su Ruru, who was responsible for protecting Su Feng, the other little ones were watching from the side. Su Feng guessed that they were hungry. After all, it had been an afternoon since they last ate. An hour later, Su Feng suddenly heard a scream from the top of the mountain. Ro, go and see what's going on. This is a big deal if it can make several of my children scream in surprise. Su Ruru was very conflicted. On the one hand, she wanted to protect Su Feng, but on the other hand, she was afraid that her younger brothers and sisters would be in danger. Go ahead, just go and come back quickly. The main thing is to make sure they are safe. Su Feng was not far from the top of the mountain, but Su Ruru ran there much faster. Sure enough, Su Ruru came back in less than 2 minutes. Dad, they are all fine. What are they called? I didn't ask, but the bodies of the 2 strange beasts disappeared. What the hell? Disappeared? Su Feng didn't care about anything else. He stood up and ran to the top of the mountain. I worked so hard to get that. How could it just disappear like that? Well, it was my own child who got it, so I also have a contribution. When Su Feng reached the top of the mountain, he saw that the corpses of the 2 strange beasts that had just piled up on the top of the mountain had indeed disappeared. Where are the bodies of the strange beasts? Where are the bodies of 2 strange beasts as big as me? Suhei walked up to Su Feng and briefly told him what had happened. The story was simple. Su Kuan spent nearly an hour and finally dismembered both strange beasts. Looking at the neatly stacked exotic animal meat, Su Kuan sighed. There's so much exotic beast meat, we can't eat it all. We can't eat it all at all. Suhei also said. Indeed, the problem is that there is no room in our car. Chapter 81 Mobile Storage Bag. Then, Su Qinggong walked to the corpses of the strange beasts. No one knew what he did, but the corpses of the strange beasts disappeared. Come here, tell Dad where the beast's body is. Su Qinggong, who had gotten into trouble, came to Su Feng with his head lowered. Su Feng touched his head and said, "Success. Dad isn't angry. I just want to ask you, where did you put those beast carcasses?" Su Qinggong patted his belly guiltily. "Dad, the exotic beast meat is all here." Su Feng looked at Su Qinggong's belly in surprise. "You ate it all? How could you possibly eat so much exotic beast meat?" Su Qinggong quickly explained. "Dad, I didn't eat it. I kept the beast meat in my stomach. Is this any different from eating it?" Seeing that Su Feng didn't understand, Su Qinggong simply demonstrated it to him. Su Qinggong opened his mouth and a black hole appeared in front of him. Su Qinggong reached his hand into the black hole and took out a bird leg. Yes, Su Feng was not mistaken. Su Qinggong did take out a bird leg from the black hole. Su Feng took the opportunity to look into the black hole. It was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. "What's going on?" Su Qinggong explained while holding the huge bird legs with both hands. "Brother Haizi said that there was not enough space in the cart for all this meat, so I thought of putting it in my stomach." Su Feng was secretly shocked. "This is not a belly, it's a storage bag. Put the bird's legs in there so Dad can see." Su Qinggong opened his mouth again and the black hole appeared again. Su successfully stuffed the bird's leg into the black hole. Even though they had seen it once before, the little ones couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Brother Qinggong is really awesome. Sister Koiner, can you be more civilized and just say it's awesome?" "But awesome isn't enough to express my admiration. I have to say awesome." "Okay, as long as you're happy." Sururu gave up because she found that being the eldest sister was really difficult. Su Feng appeared relatively calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was extremely ecstatic. "This is just a walking storage bag. Although this storage bag has its own ideas, and it is not as convenient as other storage bags, you can take out what you want in an instant." Su Feng was already very satisfied. Since he was not going to participate in the battle anyway, he could just treat Su Qinggong as a mobile warehouse. But what exactly is that black hole? Is the object really inside Su Qinggong's stomach? Su Feng had a lot of questions in his mind, and it was obvious that Su Qinggong had no way to answer him. Su Feng's children are good in every way, except that they don't have an instruction manual. Their abilities need to be explored slowly. "Okay, let's go back first. It's getting dark and time to eat." The family of 7 returned to the car. Su Feng prepared some instant food while the 6 little ones continued to eat the exotic beast meat. After being busy all afternoon, Su Feng was too lazy to work anymore and planned to rest on the mountain for 2 days. Although this place is not far from where the battle took place in the afternoon, it is relatively remote and generally no one comes here. And the most dangerous place is the safest place. Who would have thought that there would be someone nearby? At this moment, at the place where the battle took place in the afternoon, several awakened people and law enforcers looked at the corpses on the ground with serious expressions. "Alas, I told Lao Wan not to be greedy, but he just wouldn't listen. Now look what happened. He's even lost his life." The 3 awakened ones who left in the afternoon were present. Of course, they did not come on their own. They brought more awakened ones with them. One of them is the strongest awakener in their city. Looking at the bowl-sized hole on Lao Wan's head, the strongest awakened one asked the 3 people, "Are you sure Lao Wan wasn't killed by a strange beast?" The 3 of them nodded first, then shook their heads. "We're not really sure because we didn't see the attacker. The battle between the 2 beasts was nearing its end, and both were injured. We wanted to kill them both." Then an ice arrow suddenly appeared on the ground in front of us. We didn't see clearly who shot the ice arrow or where it came from, but I am sure that arrow had a chance to kill me directly. In other words, the other party actually showed mercy? I think so. Then how could Lao Wan die? Because he was too greedy. The 3 of us saw that he was too powerful and the 2 beasts were on the verge of death, so they couldn't cause any more damage. So we left decisively. But Lao Wan stayed. Everyone understood that they could get rewards by killing strange beasts or handing over their corpses to the Strange Beast Association. People die for money and birds die for food. No one thought there was anything wrong with what Lao Wan did. They would do so if given the opportunity. Lao Wan's mistake was that he underestimated the other party's strength and determination. Do you think the awakened one who killed Lao Wan might be from the Beast Soul cult? Several people looked at each other and shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know either. They don't want to have anything to do with the Beast Soul cult. The Beast Soul cult is very powerful and is not something that awakened people like them can provoke. Forget it. Let's just say Lao Wan was killed by a strange beast. Since that person didn't kill anyone at the beginning, it means he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. His target must have been those 2 strange beasts. Since the other party didn't intend to kill anyone, let's just let it go. What do you think? Several people expressed their agreement again. The city they were in was a small one, not even a prefecture-level city. There were no particularly powerful awakeners in the city, so there was really no need to dig deeper. If you anger the other party, you will suffer the consequences. As for those law enforcers, they were only responsible for perimeter surveillance and cleaning up the battlefield, and had no idea that Lao Wan was dead. After several awakened people reached an agreement, they hastily packed up Lao Wan's body and quickly left the scene. Law enforcement officers stayed behind to continue cleaning up the scene to ensure the road could remain open to traffic tomorrow. What should have happened has already happened, and those who are still alive should still live well. After dinner, it was already completely dark. Xiaohei, take Su Qing to swim in the Zhuo River. Be careful and come back as soon as possible if anything happens. Su Feng did not forget Su Qing. Although his complexion had recovered a little after drinking a large bowl of broth, it was still a little pale and not as green as before. Since you were short of water, go and replenish water. Since Su Qing was not very smart, Su Feng also assigned him a mature and steady bodyguard. As for the other little ones, they are either too small or don't like water, so we simply don't go. The more people there are, the easier it is to expose them. After Su Qing and Su Hei left, Su Feng played with the 4 little ones who stayed behind in the carriage. Su Feng suddenly thought of a very important question. Chapter 82 Meow, you disappoint me. Kuiner, do those 2 strange beasts have inner elixirs? Su Kuin, who was chattering with Su Ruru, heard Su Feng talking to her and said with an innocent look on his face, I had just cut the exotic beasts into large pieces, and before I had time to check if there were any inner elixirs, my brother Qinggong put them away. Well, logically speaking, shouldn't the important inner elixir here be found first? Success, take out the heads of those 2 strange beasts. Don't take it in the car, go outside to an open space. Everyone came out of the car. At this time, the only sounds in the mountains were the chirping of insects and birds. Standing halfway up the mountain, they could vaguely see lights in the distance. Su Qinggong took the heads of the 2 strange beasts out of their stomachs and placed them on the open ground. Su Feng gave the command from a distance. Su Kuan, go check if they have any inner elixirs in their heads. Su Feng guessed that if there was such a thing as inner elixir, it should be in the Dantian. However, neither of the 2 strange beasts is in human form, so they probably don't have something like Dantian. If there is no Dantian, then it would be the head or the heart. It can't be inside the anus, so how can it be called inner elixir? It should be called hemorrhoids. A little further forward is the egg, not the inner elixir. Su Kuan didn't mind the dirtiness, and directly stuck the chicken claws into the monster's head, and then stirred it. Found it! Su Kuan shouted in surprise, and took the chicken claw out of the monster's head. On her chicken claw was a bead emitting a soft white light. This round bead with a white glow is larger than the one Su Qing ate, and is almost the size of a quail egg. Hurry and see if there's another strange beast. The strength of the 2 strange beasts is actually comparable, otherwise they would not have fought to such an extent that both were injured. If the giant bird has inner elixir, then the other strange beast should have it as well. Su Kuan placed the giant bird's inner core on the ground, and then put his chicken claws into the big head of another strange beast and stirred it for a long time. Dad, it seems not. No way, look for it again. Su Kuan searched for a few more minutes. Dad, I really don't have any left. I can't stir it anymore. It will make the brains mushy. Brains are delicious. It would be such a waste if I stir them to pieces. Okay, Su Feng was very disappointed, which shouldn't have happened. Success. Put away these 2 big heads, and then take out the body parts of the 4-legged monster. Since there is no such thing in the head, let's see if there is any in the heart. If not, Su Feng has no good solution. Su Qinggong obediently picked up the bloody head on the ground, and took out the body parts of the strange beast. Kuiner, look for its heart. Maybe the inner elixir is inside it. Su Kuan had no choice but to continue to be busy. 10 minutes later. Dad, I found it. Looking at the inner elixir held in Su Kuan's hand, Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was very satisfied with the harvest. Dad, the inner elixir smells so good, I want to eat it. Su Miao Miao hugged Su Feng's arm and started to act coquettishly. Su Kuan and Su Qinggong also looked at Su Feng eagerly. It can be seen that they all want these 2 inner pills. This is what happens when you have many children. You have to treat them all equally, otherwise internal conflicts will easily arise. Although blessed by blood, one's own children generally will not have conflicts with oneself. But Su Feng doesn't want to see conflicts between children. Let's clean up here first. We can deal with the rest after Su Qing and Xiaohei come back. At such an important moment, everyone must be present, and the distribution of the inner elixir must be reasonable. Su Qinggong and Su Kuan were responsible for collecting the corpses and cleaning the inner elixir respectively. Su Feng squatted on a big rock on the side and thought about how to distribute the 2 inner pills. According to distribution according to work, This inner elixir should be given to Su Qing. He was almost exhausted from spitting out ice arrows, so he must have made the greatest contribution. But Su Qing had already eaten an inner elixir. Distribute according to need. All 6 little ones need it. After all, they are not mature yet and need to improve their strength. This inner elixir is difficult to divide. Half an hour later, Su Qing and Su Hei came back. Dad, why is the atmosphere so serious? Su Hei was very sensitive. As soon as he came back, he found that the atmosphere was not right and no one talked much. Su Feng pointed to the 2 inner pills on the table. That's all the trouble. Looking at the 2 inner pills on the refrigerator, Su Hei instinctively wanted to swallow them into his stomach. Dad, I've already eaten an inner pill. I definitely won't eat it this time. Su Feng didn't expect that every time at a critical moment, Su Qing would be the first to speak and the most sensible one. Su Qing, tell Dad, are you always pretending to be stupid? Su Qing scratched his head awkwardly. Dad, I don't think I'm stupid. Well, Su Qing is probably being wise but appearing foolish. I don't want it either, Dad. Seeing that her elder brother had spoken, Su Ruru immediately followed suit. Su Ruru has always been a non-competitive person. Her biggest dream is to stay with her father forever and protect his safety. Then I don't want it either. I'm the 3rd sister. I can't let the chain down. If Su Kuan could take his eyes off Naiden when he said this, Su Feng might be more moved. I don't want it either. I'm fine now. Maybe after taking the inner elixir, my appearance will change, and I won't be able to go out and stroll around casually. So he also found a reason for himself to be humble. Then my brother Qinggong and I will each take one. As Su Miao Miao said this, she wanted to take the inner elixir on the table. Su Hei reacted quickly and stood between her and the inner elixir. Su Qing was a little slower, but he also stood up. What do you 2 mean? Why are you stopping me? There was a dangerous glint in Su Miao Miao's eyes. Dad didn't say anything. You can't take it. Su Hei was unmoved. He only knew that no one could reach out first until his father spoke. Su Feng was very satisfied with the other little ones, except Su Miao Miao. Some of them really didn't want it, such as Su Qing and Su Ruru. Some want it, but they know that brothers and sisters should be humble to each other, such as Su Kuan and Su Hei. The only one Su Feng was not very satisfied with was Su Miao Miao. Although Su Feng knew that Su Miao Miao was wary of everyone because she had wildcat genes. She also has a very aloof personality and cannot get close to anyone except herself. But can siblings be anyone else? Those are brothers and sisters. They have to pay extra. Bah. Even if you pay more, it won't work. Meow, you disappoint me. The first sentence Su Feng said made Su Miao Miao lower her head in shame. She is not ignorant. On the contrary, she is very smart. But that's her personality. Except for Su Feng, she doesn't care about anyone else and doesn't care much about them. When something happened, the first people she thought of were herself and Su Feng. Meow meow, they are your brothers and sisters, dear ones. How can you have the intention to kill them? Are they usually not nice to you? Chapter 83. Admitting one's mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue. They treat me well because of my talent. Su Miao Miao defended herself in a low voice. Su Feng was really angry now. How dare you talk back? If they treat you well because of your talent, then why is Su Qing so nice to others as well? Do they also have talents like you? Why is Su Hei so kind to all his brothers and sisters? Is it also because of his talent? Su Hei, tell her why you are so kind to your brothers and sisters. Su Hei looked at his brothers and sisters, then glared at Su Miao Miao and spoke slowly. Just like Dad said, they are all my brothers and sisters. Although we look very different, we share the same blood. We are a family, and a family should love, trust, and help each other. Moreover, we are all aliens who are not accepted by this society. We only have each other. If we don't love each other, who will love us? Su Hei's words moved everyone present. They just look weird, but they are not stupid. On the contrary, they are very smart. They actually know that they are aliens in this world, neither alien beasts nor accepted by humans. Su Hei was right. If they didn't love each other and accept each other, then no one in this world would accept them. Su Miao Miao does have some personality issues, but she is not unreasonable. After hearing what Su Hei said, she hung her head and said nothing, not daring to look at anyone else. Meow, come here. Su Feng waved to Su Miao Miao. Su Miao Miao obediently walked to Su Feng's side. Looking at Su Miao Miao, who has grown to 150 centimeters tall, Su Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart that time waits for no one. The little kid back then has become so tall now. Meow meow, Su Qing and the others are being humble, not because they don't need these 2 inner cores, nor because they are stupid. It is because they have love in their hearts, love for their other brothers and sisters, that they are humble and want to make their brothers and sisters better. And you are also their brother or sister, and they love you just as much. I won't give you these 2 inner pills today. The reason is simple. These two inner elixirs are not suitable for you. If you can't accept my reasons after I finish speaking, you can go anywhere in the world. Su Miao was about to speak when Su Feng stopped her. Su Feng glanced at his children one by one. Su Qing, Su Ruru, Su Kuan, Su He, Su Miao, Su Qinggong. You are all my children. I gave you life, so I will be responsible for you. Even though I don't have you to fight, I still love you and protect you in my own way. I treat you all equally, without favoritism. I will give these two inner pills to Kuan-er and Xiaohe. The reason is simple. They are suitable for each other. Needless to say, the giant bird's inner elixir, Kuan-er, also has wings, and maybe she will be able to fly after eating the inner elixir. We are a whole, and we must advance and retreat together in future battles. If we encounter a flying beast, we will be in a passive position if we cannot fly. If Kuan-er can fly after eating the inner elixir, she will fight for our group if she encounters a flying beast in the future. Kuan-er, can you accept it? Su Kuan said with a serious expression and nodded heavily. Dad, I can do it. At this moment, Su Kuan is no longer the chattering Su Kuan. She is a comrade in arms who Su Feng and others can rely on. Also, this inner elixir is for Xiaohe, because it is the same as the one given to Xiaohe by the alien beast, and both have 4 legs. Obviously, the two of them are more compatible. Similarly, after Xiaohe ate the inner elixir, he would definitely be on the front line in the battle. Just like Su Qing today, he spit out ice arrows until he was almost exhausted, not only because he was the eldest brother, but also because he was the first person to eat the inner elixir. He deserved the inner elixir he had taken. I have finished speaking. What do you think, Miao Miao? Su Miao felt even more ashamed. Looking back, she seemed to have always lived under the wings of her father and brothers and sisters. The only effort I made was to test the 2 strange beasts this afternoon to see if they were really dead. If she doesn't do this job, someone else can do it. She has made no contribution to this family, so what reason does she have to ask for the inner elixir of the exotic beast with confidence? She remembered what Su Feng had just said. If she did not agree with this group, then she would have to leave it on her own. Although she knew that she looked the most like a human besides Su Qinggong. But she is not a human after all. If she really leaves alone, where can she go in this vast world? Even if she has a natural affinity, can she really guarantee that everyone will treat her sincerely like her brothers and sisters now? At this moment, Su Miao suddenly realized that she seemed useless without this group. But she had completely ignored the protection and warmth that this group gave her. Dad, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Su Feng could see that she was speaking from the heart. He gently held Su Miao in his arms and patted her back. Silly child, what a silly child. Su Feng had actually expected such a situation to occur. Although these children all have their human genes, they also retain their animal habits to a greater or lesser extent. Su Qing likes playing in the water and becomes listless when the weather is hot. Su Ruru usually doesn't like to move around and doesn't talk much. Su Kuan chatters endlessly all day long. Su He doesn't talk much, but he is very steady and protects his family. Of course, he also likes to criticize Su Kuan from time to time. Su Miao seems to have natural affinity, but in fact he is very cold. He always likes to consider himself first when doing things, and he can be really cruel when he gets cruel. This is the diversity of biological species, and Su Feng has no way to change it. He could only rely on these children's dependence on him to subtly change them and make them more human. So far, my children are performing well. Su Miao has some problems, but it's not serious. There is nothing better than admitting one's mistakes and correcting them. Go ahead and give these 2 inner pills to your brother Haizi and sister Kuan-er. Su Feng placed 2 inner cores of exotic beasts in Su Miao's hand and asked her to pass them to the 2 of them. Su Miao did not refuse, nor did she feel it was unfair. She took the 2 inner cores of exotic beasts and handed them to Su He and Su Kuan. Su He rubbed his head against her to express his gratitude. Su Kuan directly hugged Su Miao. Sister Miao, we will always be a family. Yes, Sister Kuan-er, we are a family and will be for life. Su Qing clapped his hands and shouted. That's great, that's great. Su He and Su Kuan no longer hesitated, and each swallowed the inner elixir in their hands. It's getting late. Everyone should go to bed quickly. We have to travel tomorrow. Su Feng was lying on a simple small bed, Su Ruru was lying beside his pillow, and Su Qinggong was lying beside him. Chapter 84. Su Kuan. Dad, I laid an egg. Dad, tell us a story. Okay, then Dad will tell you a story about 10 brothers today. Legend has it that a long, long time ago, there was a heavenly palace, and in that heavenly palace lived the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother of the West has a bracelet called the Heavenly Pearl. No one knows how many years the Queen Mother has lived, but it is probably at least a few thousand years. Because she lived too long, she got Parkinson's disease. If she didn't hold the pearl firmly, it would fall to the mortal world. There was a couple in the mortal world. The man was called Desya, and the woman was called Desyasa. The couple was very poor. They only had a small piece of barren land and an old ox. Although life is hard, Desya and his wife are very loving, so their life is still happy. The Queen Mother's divine pearl happened to fall into the fields of Big Shrimp and his wife. The god pearl possessed magical powers. From then on, the vegetables grown in the shrimp's field were extremely large, dozens of times larger than ordinary vegetables. Not only that, a money tree actually grew in the ground. That money tree only produces money. Later, this matter was discovered by a vicious general. He took his men to steal the heavenly pearl. In the chaos, the chain of the god pearl broke, and Desya and Desya's wife each got 5 beads. In order to hide the heavenly pearl, the two swallowed it. Desya was finally caught by Deshuai, and Desya's wife ran away. That night, Desya gave birth to 5 children. All 5 children were magical. Some were born with supernatural powers, and some could fly. Some of them have bodies like plasticine that can be stretched at will, others have bones of steel and are not afraid of pain no matter how hard they are hit, and the last one is very tall. These 5 children thought the marshal was their father. Ah, then aren't these 5 children like us, different from normal people? Yes, so, you are unique just like them. Big Shrimp gave birth to 5 children, and Big Shrimp's wife also gave birth to 5 children. The 5 children are equally magical. One has the ability to see and hear from afar, one can burrow underground, one has a very big mouth, and one cries a lot. When Desya was caught, Desya's wife took her 5 children to rescue Desya. Because the 5 children born to Desya did not know the 5 children born to Desya's wife, they started fighting. Later, the misunderstanding was resolved, and the 10 brothers prepared to go together to rescue their father Desya. After a fierce battle, Desya was finally rescued, but he was also seriously injured and was in critical condition. In order to save their father, the 10 brothers were willing to transform back into the heavenly god pearl. After listening to the story of the 10 brothers, the 6 children remained silent. They are recalling the story. Dad, I'm willing to save you too. Su Ruru leaned over and whispered in Su Feng's ear. Me too. Me too. The 6 children all expressed their willingness to save Su Feng. Su Feng was very pleased. Then let me tell you the story of the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. After the story is told, what are your thoughts? The other children all felt that if their father was in danger, they would definitely go to rescue him. Only Su Hei's perception is different from others. Dad, my feeling is that when fighting, you must rush in all at once and kill the enemy directly. Never attack one by one. Su Feng was very pleased. As expected of Su Hei, who had dog genes, he was well versed in group attack tactics. Okay, that's all for today's story. Let's go to bed. Soon, the sound of even breathing could be heard in the carriage. The next morning, Su Feng was sleeping soundly when he was woken up by someone. Kuiner, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll stew you. Su Kuin looked around like a thief. She and Su Feng were the only 2 people in the carriage at this moment. Everyone else was eating outside. Dad, look what this is. Su Kuin took out a round object from his arms and handed it to Su Feng. What is this? An egg? No, eggs shouldn't be this big. Su Feng was a little confused. He didn't understand why Su Kuin came over with an egg so early in the morning. No way. Su Feng suddenly sat up from the bed. Could it be that Su Kuin already knew his secret? That was impossible, as he had always kept it a secret. At this moment, Su Feng was in a state of confusion. His biggest secret was discovered by Su Kuin. Daddy, these are my eggs. What did you say? I said this is my egg. Even though he had a chicken head and feathers, Su Feng still saw shyness on Su Kuin's face. You mean, the egg in your hand was laid by you? Su Kuin nodded. I suddenly felt uncomfortable in my stomach this morning. I thought I needed to go to the bathroom, so I ran into the woods. As a result, I laid an egg. The more Su Kuin spoke, the lower his voice became. Here's a little-known fact. Su Feng's children don't need to go to the toilet because their energy utilization rate is very high. Su Feng stared at Su Kuin blankly, not saying anything for a long time. Dad, please say something. What should I do? What should I do with this egg? Su Feng didn't know what to do. Why did it lay eggs all of a sudden? Could it be that Su Kuin went out to have an affair last night? That's not right. Who is so awesome that he would fall for a chicken-headed man? Could it be a chicken? That's even more wrong. The chicken is only a little bit big, and Su Kuin is almost 2 meters tall, etc. Kuiner, have you grown taller? Oh, Dad, it's already this late, and you still have the mood to care about whether I'm taller or not. What should I do with this egg? What to do? Eat it, of course. Since they are unfertilized eggs, what else can they be used for besides eating them? Should I try using my own blood and essence? If I really give birth to a child, should I call him son or grandson? Let's just talk about our own things. He calls me dad, and I call him grandson. Su Feng's thoughts are very confused now, very confused. Dad, why don't you eat this egg so they won't find out? Su Kuan's mind was now filled with thoughts of how the other 5 little ones would laugh at her if they found out that she could lay eggs. All she could think of now was to destroy the body. The best way to destroy an egg is to eat it. But Su Kuan couldn't eat his own eggs, so he had to give them to Su Feng. Eat it? Are you kidding me? You want me to eat this thing that looks like my grandson? What kind of person would that make me? The murderer of my grandson? No, absolutely not. I am not such a cruel person. Then Dad, what do you think we should do? You should think of a solution quickly. If they knew, they would definitely laugh at me. Su Feng was very touched. Whenever something happened, Su Kuan would think of him first. It can be seen that he is a relatively successful father. But eat this egg? It seems that it is not impossible. Chapter 85. How does it taste? Su Kuan is very powerful, much stronger than the average awakener. Then her eggs should also contain a lot of energy. After all, ordinary eggs are very nutritious. If I eat Su Kuan's egg, can I absorb the energy inside and no longer be a weakling? As for whether this egg is poisonous, Su Feng thinks it is not. After all, they are of the same origin. How could they be poisonous? At most, there's a little prion. Su Feng felt that he could take a risk, and at worst use his own blood and essence as an antidote. Kuan, don't worry. Go out and play first. I'll help you deal with this egg. I won't let anyone else know about it. Su Kuan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. She solemnly handed the egg in her hand to Su Feng. Dad, it all depends on you. Su Feng nodded firmly, indicating that he would definitely not let her down. Looking at Su Kuan's back as she left, Su Feng discovered that not only had Su Kuan grown taller, but her wings also seemed to have grown much bigger. Maybe she could really fly. However, Su Feng didn't have time to study this at the moment. He had to deal with the grandson's egg in front of him first. Stir-frying is definitely not an option. It tastes good, but I heard that some nutrients will be lost. Eating it raw can ensure that nutrients are not lost, but there may be bacteria. It is best to cook it, which can kill bacteria and preserve nutrients to the greatest extent. Su Feng took out his tools and started to boil eggs. When boiling eggs, put them in cold water and cook them for 8 to 10 minutes after the water boils. Because this grandson's egg is much larger than ordinary eggs, and the skin may be thicker, Su Feng decided to cook it for a while longer. Looking at the big egg in the pot, Su Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Kuan must have worked really hard to lay such a big egg. Su Feng suddenly thought of a question. He seemed to have forgotten to wash his grandson's eggs first. Forget it. I never washed them before when I boiled eggs anyway. I don't know why, but the kids played outside for a long time today. Su Feng was not very worried about them. It was a remote place with few people coming here. Even if someone really comes, with the hearing ability of these little ones, they can hide before humans see them. Su Feng was curious about what the little ones were doing outside. It had been such a long time, and no one had come back to the car. I can understand that. They really are holding it in for too long. Su Feng had to think wildly. If he didn't think wildly, he would think about the egg in the pot. Su Kuan is his daughter, and the egg was laid by Su Kuan. If he thinks too much about it, he really won't be able to eat it. After daydreaming for nearly 20 minutes, Su Feng felt that it was about time. He carefully took his grandson's eggs out of the pot and placed them in a basin beside him. Cold water has been prepared in the basin. Putting boiled eggs into cold water makes the eggshells easier to peel, but Su Feng doesn't know the reason. A few minutes later, Su Feng felt it with his fingers and found that his grandson's testicles were no longer hot. I hope you are ripe now. Su Feng picked up his grandson's egg and shook it next to his ear. From the feedback from the feel and sound, Su Feng felt that it should be cooked. The grandson's eggs were gently chewing on the corner of the table. The eggshell cracking that Su Feng expected did not happen. Su Feng increased his strength, but his grandson's eggs still did not break. Su Feng made up his mind and simply picked up the hammer beside him. 80. After hammering for more than 10 times, cracks finally appeared on the surface of the grandson's egg. Su Feng hammered it a few more times, and the cracks became bigger. Putting down the hammer, Su Feng quickly peeled the egg. Aside from being a little bigger, the cooked grandson's eggs don't seem to be much different from ordinary eggs. It cannot be said that there is no difference. The taste is different, very different. The eggs were plain and had no flavor when cooked. The grandson's eggs were different. They actually emitted a rich aroma that stimulated Su Feng's taste buds. Su Feng swallowed, closed his eyes, put his grandson's egg to his mouth, and took a big bite. After taking a bite, Su Feng's eyes widened. It's not that I'm scared, it's just so delicious. The texture and taste are hard to describe. If you really mean it, it's just like the delicious food made by the chef in the Chinese cooking master boy. Very, very, very delicious. Su Feng ate the whole grandson's egg in no time. Finally, he licked his fingers with satisfaction. Dad, how does it taste? It tastes delicious. Su Feng, who was savoring the moment, suddenly turned around and saw 6 little ones gathered at the door of the carriage, looking at him with their curious big eyes. Su Feng was very angry, or rather, he was furious out of shame. Although he knew that no one except Su Kuan knew that he was eating the eggs laid by Su Kuan, he was still angry and embarrassed. Once a person gets angry, his body temperature rises and his breathing becomes heavier. Su Feng is no exception. 2 streams of white mist visible to the naked eye spewed out of Su Feng's nose. Su Feng was stunned, and the 6 little ones were also stunned. Dad, are you smoking? Su Qing, are you stupid? We've been watching for a long time. When did Dad start smoking? He was clearly eating my eggs just now. Su Feng looked at Su Kuan, so excited that he couldn't speak. Didn't you agree to keep it a secret? Didn't you agree that others would laugh at you if they knew? It's only been a few minutes, and you told them so openly? No, I should have told you long ago. Su Kuan said that they had been peeking for a long time. In other words, Su Kuan had told him in the car that he wanted him to help keep the secret. Then she laid an egg and gave it to Su Kuan to eat, and told others about it. Su Kuan, are you a devil? Su Feng's anger level rose again. He felt like he was about to explode. He was furious with Su Kuan. He needs to vent, he must vent. Su Feng's eyes were blazing with fire. He pushed away the little ones blocking the door, jumped out of the car, and started doing push-ups on the ground. 1, 2, 10, 100, 200. I did a total of 500 push-ups. Su Feng finally stopped, but he did not stop venting. He saw a trunk on the tree next to him that was very suitable for using as a horizontal bar. So he started doing pull-ups. 1, 2, 100, 200. Su Feng was thinking while doing it. This is obviously not out of anger. No matter how angry a person is, it is impossible for him to suddenly become so awesome. If that were the case, everyone could be an athlete. All they had to do was have someone slap them hard a few times before the game and then attack them with the most vicious language, and they would be able to run faster than Bolt. Su Feng knew that all his abnormal behavior was caused by the egg laid by Su Kuan. When he first started doing push-ups, Su Feng was very panicked because he didn't know what was wrong with him. When it came time to do pull-ups, Su Feng was no longer panicked. Don't all these abnormal behaviors prove that my previous guess was correct? Su Kuan's egg does contain enormous energy, and these energies will not cause you to explode and die. Chapter 86. Do you want to drink milk? The 6 little ones watched Su Feng doing pull-ups and praised him generously. Dad is so awesome. Dad is awesome. Dad is awesome. Although any one of them could do pull-ups for a whole day without feeling tired, they still praised Su Feng. After doing 500 pull-ups, Su Feng felt much better. With his feet back on the ground, Su Feng came directly in front of Su Kuan. Feeling guilty, Su Kuan hugged Su Ruru and protected her in front of him. Feeling that Su Ruru was too petite, Su Kuan also brought Su Qinggong over. Kuaner, didn't you say you wanted to keep it a secret? Dad, Su Kuan admitted that she had indeed broken the appointment. But you can't blame her. She also wanted to keep the secret, but she couldn't help it. She had no control over her mouth at all. Kuaner, there's a saying I don't know if you've heard before. What are you talking about? Dad, you won't abandon me, will you? 1 egg a day, and the axe and the sword must stand aside. From now on, give me an egg every day. Dad, I don't know if this is okay. Su Feng is now completely shameless. He felt his body filled with strength. The egg is so effective, no matter who laid it. You must eat it. Whether to choose face or strength, Su Feng knows which to choose with his toes, even with his eyes closed. It's not just eggs, he has an idea. If you find a cow and give birth to a daughter, wait until my daughter grows up. Wouldn't that mean eating an egg and a glass of milk every day? I remember that there was a small ethnic group called Baga. Because they were short, they proposed the plan of drinking a glass of milk every day. It is said that thanks to this plan, the average height of the people has increased by more than 10 centimeters. Su Feng doesn't care about his height. As a descendant of the dragon, he is 183 centimeters tall. No way, there's no one shorter than 183 centimeters, right? Yes, I'm talking about the author. This plan shows that milk is very nutritious. If I eat an egg and a glass of milk every day, it won't be long before I can do anything. But this is a bit inhumane. When the time comes, should I drink it directly from the cup, or squeeze it into the cup first, and then drink it? Forget it. Let's put the milk and other things aside for now. People can be perverted, but they cannot, or at least should not, be perverted to this extent. It's good to eat eggs. Kuaner, if there are no eggs one day, I will use you to make chicken soup. Before leaving, Su Feng did not forget to scare Su Kuan. Although Su Kuan knew that Su Feng was teasing her, she was still confused. Since her father loves to eat it, she has the obligation to make one for him every day, but she doesn't know if she can achieve this goal. After all, today was the first time she placed an order in her life. After returning to the car, Su Feng was not in a hurry to leave. Although there is no milk to drink for the time being, he just came up with a good idea. Sucking milk is really too perverted. But eating fruit is not abnormal. If you plant a fruit tree yourself, when it grows up, it will be able to produce delicious and nutritious fruits. It contains eggs and fruits, so the nutrition is balanced. If that doesn't work, try some vegetable kids. For example, leeks are not only delicious, but also have aphrodisiac properties. I gave them life, so it's normal for them to give something back to me. Su Feng threw away his psychological burden decisively. What kind of world is this? You still think about those messy things. Besides, a hero's origins are not important. As long as you are awesome, who cares how you became awesome? If anyone really cares, then kill him. Dead people definitely don't care. The idea of leeks is not mature yet. Su Feng is a single man and doesn't need any aphrodisiacs. And the leeks need to be harvested. Just cut the leeks, cut the leeks. That's your own child. How could you do that? It would be so painful. The fruit issue can be put on the agenda. After all, ripening and falling off is a normal physiological process and does not hurt. As for Su Kuan, I don't know if it hurts when he lays eggs. Even if it hurts, you have to endure it yourself. As for fruit, Su Feng chose apple without hesitation. There is no other reason, just because the first fruit he ate since he could remember was an apple. He found it in the trash can. He will never forget that sweet taste in his life. Next, you need to choose the apple variety. Su Feng planned to buy a few apples directly, leave the apple cores after eating them, and then drip his blood essence on them. Then you can wait for the joy of harvest. Many people say that Su Feng doesn't seem very smart, is indecisive in doing things, and doesn't seem like someone who can accomplish anything. Su Feng had to admit that he was indeed an ordinary person. On the other hand, he also wanted to ask those who said he was not very smart what would happen if they were delivering a package and suddenly traveled to such a world. When you see strange beasts and horrific corpses, can you guarantee that you will not wet your pants, and can you still think rationally? If he can, then Su Feng would have to say it's awesome. People like him must be awesome in real life. Su Feng is not a genius, so he chooses to take one step at a time. Reality is not a novel. There is no such thing as destiny. There are many people who are conceited and end up dead. Although Su Feng has magical abilities, there are always people better than him, and he cannot guarantee that he is destined to be one. Even if it is really destiny, can destiny really not be violated? The principle that Su Feng has always adhered to is, despise the enemy strategically and take the enemy seriously tactically. He believed that one day he would become the best. But this requires a process. It's not like you can just stand up and say, I am the protagonist, this is my destiny, and then everything will be yours. Su Feng examines himself 3 times a day, thinking about whether he has been cautious today. So he is now going to buy apples. It is said that the apples from Aksu and Xinjiang are quite good. He has not tasted them yet, but he has decided on this one. Kids, get in the car, let's go for a walk around town. When the children heard Su Feng say that he wanted to go for a walk around the city, they were very excited. After all, humans are social animals, especially Su Feng's 6 children, who were born not long ago and are at the age of being curious about the world. They like to go to crowded places. Although they cannot show their faces in public, Su Feng installed several cameras on the carriage so that the children can watch the outside scenes in real time through tablet computers in the carriage. The vehicle passed by the place where the battle took place yesterday. The place had been cleaned up very well, and even the road that had been trampled by the strange beasts had been repaired. While driving along this road, Su Feng suddenly remembered something. When I woke up in the morning, I was busy with the eggs and forgot to ask Su Kuan whether he could fly now. And Su Feng forgot to ask if he had any changes. Forget it. Let's talk about it after we buy the apples. Chapter 87, Taking the Children Shopping. Sister Meow Meow. It's so lively here. There are so many people. It was the first time Su Qinggong saw so many people, and he was visibly excited. Su Qinggong, who was sitting in the passenger seat being held by Su Meow Meow, felt that his eyes were too busy to handle it all. I'll take you two for a stroll around the mall later. Su Meow Meow's eyes lit up instantly when she heard that. She had wanted to go shopping in the mall for a long time, but Su Feng had never taken her there before. Through the mobile phone, Su Meow Meow learned that there were many beautiful clothes, jewelry, and cosmetics in the mall. Although Su Meow Meow didn't know why people wore makeup, the women on her phone didn't look as good as she did after putting on makeup. Su Qinggong didn't know what a shopping mall was, but he was happy to be able to go out and have fun. The other 3 kids in the carriage were extremely envious. No, it should be 2 little ones. Although Su-hei cannot go to the mall, he can go shopping. Just wait for Su-feng to go to the mall and send him back. Therefore, the only ones who couldn't get off the bus were Su-ching and Su-kun. Su-ching was fine, he was used to it, and he was not the kind of person who liked to play around. So he just wanted Su-feng to bring him some delicious food when he came back. Su-kun is different. She loves to join in the fun. If she is not included in the fun, it would be more painful than killing her. But she didn't dare to go against Su-feng's will, nor did she want to bring danger to herself and her family, so she felt very uncomfortable every time. Su-feng parked the car in a slightly remote parking lot. I'm going shopping with Ruru, Meow Meow, and Shingong. Can you come, Xiaohei? Although Su-hei is mature and steady, he is still a dog. What do dogs love most? Without a doubt, walking the dog. Or should I say, being led astray. So even though Su-hei was a mature and steady person, he couldn't suppress his restless heart when he knew that Su-feng was going shopping. After Su-hei got off the car, Su-feng regretted it. Xiaohei, get in the car first. Su-hei, who didn't know what was going on, had to get on again as soon as he got off the bus. Xiaohei, you should stay in the car with Su-ching and Kuan-er. Why? Su-hei was very confused and felt very aggrieved. In the past, Su-feng would always take him with him whenever he went out. You still have the nerve to ask me why? Look at how old you are now. Su-hei looked down at himself. He wasn't that big, just a little taller last night. Well, in Su-hei's opinion, he has grown a little taller, but in Su-feng's opinion, it is not the case. In the past, Su-hei was slightly smaller than an adult Alaskan, so it was okay to take him out. Now, its body length is over 2 meters. If such a big dog is taken out, it will definitely attract onlookers. Su-feng has always adhered to the principle of keeping a low profile. Such a conspicuous thing must never be allowed to happen. Under Su-hei's reluctant gaze, Su-feng closed the car door and left in a leisurely manner with Su-meow meow, Su-ruru, and Su-chingong. Little Blackie, you're so happy now. Su-kun was originally quite unhappy, but now she is very happy, even happier than if she could go out for a walk. Su-hei glanced at her and lay down in the carriage, too lazy to pay attention to her. Su-ching touched Su-hei's dog head and comforted him. Don't be sad, Xiaohei. You're much better off than Kuan-er and me. At least you used to go out often. Look at me and Kuan-er. We always have to stay in the car. After Su-ching's comfort, Su-hei's mood instantly improved. It turns out that happiness does not depend on how well you live, but on how miserable others live. Su-feng was holding Su-meow meow's hand. Su-meow meow was holding Su-chingong's hand, and Su-ruru was hiding in his pocket. Dad, what are they doing? Su-chingong saw a group of little girls gathered together and pointed at them curiously and asked. Su-feng looked at the 4 big words, Mishua Bingqing, written on the sign, and said to Su-chingong, they are buying milk tea. Let's go buy a few too. When Su-feng saw others drinking milk tea, he was also quite envious. This thing is really nice to drink occasionally. As soon as Su-feng and his 3 children walked to the door of the milk tea shop, they were surrounded by people. Sister, you are so beautiful. Wow, this kid is so cute. 2 girls around 17 or 18 years old surrounded Su-chingong, wanting to touch his face. Su-chingong was so scared that he hugged Su-feng's thigh. Dad, what are they doing? Little brother, we're not doing anything. We just think you're cute. Su-chingong's mother is Jiang Mingyue, a real beauty. I wouldn't say Su-feng is very handsome, but he's definitely not bad. It would be strange if the child born to these 2 people is not cute. When the 2 little girls saw that Su-chingong was shy, they became even more excited. Don't be afraid, little brother. Let your sister hold you. No, I want milk tea. I don't want a hug. Ha 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 ha. This little brother is so cute. He knows how to drink milk tea at such a young age. Come, I'll give you some milk tea. Su-chingong looked at the milk tea handed to him, then looked up at Su-feng. Little brother, don't you want to drink milk tea? Sister will treat you. After you drink it, just let me hug you. Su-feng patted Su-chingong's little head. There is no shame in earning what you have worked for. The little girls around didn't expect Su-feng to say this, and they burst into laughter instantly. Looking at the young and beautiful girls, Su-feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's great to be young. Looking at Su-chingong in the arms of one of the little girls, Su-feng was so envious that Kuan-er protested. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Girls of 18 or 19 were at the age of good luck, and Su-feng didn't want to help them get pregnant. Su-chingong was held in the arms of a little girl, and he was holding the milk tea that the little girl had just bought. I took a small taste first. Su-chingong's eyes lit up instantly. He has never tasted anything sweet in his life. Every day they eat exotic beast meat and drink exotic beast meat soup or plain water. Su Qinggong was attracted by the sweet taste of milk tea. One of them couldn't help but finished a cup of milk tea in one breath. Su Qinggong took a few sips and felt that he could not suck anymore. He raised the milk tea cup and looked at it, and sure enough, it was empty. Su Qinggong opened his big, innocent eyes, looked at the little sister who was holding him, and said aggrievedly, "There is none left." The young lady was originally surprised at how fast Su Qinggong drank the milk tea, but when she met his big, blinking eyes, her heart was instantly melted. "It's okay, sister will buy you another one." Unfortunately, the store was doing too good a business, so if she wanted to buy anything else, she would have to queue up. Another little girl who had been envious for a long time saw this scene and showed Su Qinggong the milk tea in her hand. "Little brother, sister has milk tea here." Su Qinggong learned it by himself and stretched out his hands for a hug. The little girl grabbed Su Qinggong and held him in her arms, and then they took 2 bites. Su Qinggong was overjoyed when he got the milk tea. Just as he was about to drink it, he heard Su Feng coughing. Su Qinggong looked at Su Feng, then at the milk tea in his hand, and made a difficult decision. "Dad, you drink." Chapter 88, Ants Fighting Power. Su Feng was very satisfied with Su Qinggong's performance. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue. Su Feng didn't hesitate and took the milk tea and drank half of it in one breath. "Hey, uncle, why are you doing this? You're grabbing milk tea from your own son." Su Feng almost spit out a mouthful of milk tea. He was only 23 years old. How could he be considered an uncle? More than 10 minutes later, the Su family's father and son left the milk tea shop contentedly. Without spending a penny, the 3 of them each drank several cups of milk tea. When they left, Su Qinggong and Su Miao Miao each held an unopened cup of milk tea in their hands. This was brought to Su Ruru by the 2 of them. When someone approached Su Ruru, she hid in Su Feng's pocket. Su Feng deliberately did not mention her, just to see if Su Miao Miao and Su Qinggong still remembered their sister Su Ruru. The result was very good. Su Miao Miao seemed to have really changed and no longer only thought about herself. As Su Qinggong was raised by Su Ruru, he has never forgotten his dear sister Ruru. The 3 of them came to a remote and deserted corner, and Su Ruru secretly crawled out of the pocket. "Sister Ruru, I'll give you some milk tea. It's delicious." Su Ruru was deeply touched. Although she didn't do anything for the sake of reward, it would always be more enjoyable if there was a reward. "Thank you, Miao Miao. Thank you, Brother Qinggong." Su Ruru found that milk tea was really delicious. After drinking 1 glass, Su Ruru said she would not drink the second glass by herself and insisted that everyone share it. Su Feng did not refuse. He liked this family atmosphere very much. After finishing the milk tea, Su Ruru hid in Su Feng's pocket again. Su Feng took Su Miao Miao and Su Qinggong to continue shopping. "I haven't been to the mall yet, and I haven't bought an apple yet." The 4 of them strolled around aimlessly. When they saw someone selling fruit, they would go over and ask. When they saw other things that interested them, they would also take a look. During this period, Su Feng discovered a problem that he didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy about. Although Su Miao Miao always had a stern face and looked aloof, but her natural affinity is a passive skill, and she will attract attention wherever she goes. Just as they walked a short distance, they were surrounded by people. An old lady who came out to buy groceries looked at Su Miao Miao and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, what a cute little girl." Another ant who was with her echoed, "She is indeed adorable. Compared to her, my granddaughter is a piece of scum." The ant nodded in agreement. "That granddaughter of yours is really no good. Not only is she ugly, but she also has no manners at all. She looks just like you. Li Shufan, do you want to fight? Wang Cuihua, do you think I'm afraid of you? Retreat, retreat, retreat. Get your legs back, or I'll tickle you to death." Su Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't expect that the friendship between the ants would be so fragile. "What a cute little girl. I really want to take her home." Just as the 2 ants were fighting, a man in his 30s, weighing nearly 300 kilograms, with long greasy hair casually scattered, sighed. Upon hearing this, the 2 ants stopped what they were doing and looked at the greasy middle-aged man. "What did you say?" The man obviously didn't realize the danger yet, and was still looking at Su Miao Miao with a lewd expression. "I said I really want to take her home." Before he could finish his words, the 2 aunties dropped the dishes in their hands and rushed over. "Beat you to death, you disgusting thing. Vile, shameless, perverted die." You know, when the 2 ants were fighting just now, they were reluctant to throw away the food in their hands. "Dad, what are they doing? It's so interesting." Su Qinggong had never seen such a scene before. He just thought it was interesting. "It's okay, they are practicing martial arts. Let's go and don't disturb them." Su Feng decisively took the 3 little ones and ran away. I asked several fruit shops in a row, but none of them had apples from Aksu, Xinjiang. If it were before, Su Feng would definitely not be so particular, as long as the price was not expensive and the food tasted good. Now, he can't compromise, as this affects his future strength. Just at this moment, a large shopping mall appeared in front of us. Come on, let's go for a walk in the mall. There are supermarkets and comprehensive shopping malls like this. The things sold in supermarkets are very expensive. I guess they will have the Xinjiang Oxu apples that he is looking for. Dad, is this the mall? It's so big. Su Qinggong looked at the multi-story shopping mall in front of him and felt inexplicably excited. The shopping malls in big cities are bigger. I'll take you there when I have time. Okay. When they entered the mall, the three little ones looked around like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, as if they had never seen the world before. Wow, what beautiful jewelry. There are usually many jewelry stores on the first floor of shopping malls. Su Miao Miao has always loved beauty, and she can't walk when she sees jewelry. Dad, I want it. Su Miao Miao looked at Su Feng pitifully, her eyes full of pleading. Su Feng was in a dilemma. These things were indeed beautiful. There's nothing wrong with buying a few pieces of jewelry for my daughter, but this is too expensive. Any small pendant would cost hundreds or even thousands of dollars. Sister Miao Miao, come here for a moment. Su Ruru hid in his pocket and waved to Su Miao Miao quietly. Sister Ruru, do you want it too? In Su Miao Miao's opinion, there is no girl who doesn't like these jewelry. Unfortunately, Su Ruru didn't want it. The fleshy petals on her neck were more beautiful than imperial green jadeite and didn't need any jewelry to embellish her. Besides, she is so small that an ordinary ring can be used as a necklace on her. Sister Miao Miao, these are all scams. When we get back, we can buy them online. They're much cheaper and look better than these. Really? Sister Ruru, please don't lie to me. When have I ever lied to you? Su Miao Miao tilted her head and thought for a while. Su Ruru has always taken good care of her younger siblings, and she really had not lied to them. Okay then, let's go back and buy it online. Su Feng silently gave Su Ruru a thumbs up in his heart. It turns out that raising children is about letting them see more of the world, otherwise they will easily be fooled. Su Feng's idea was similar to Su Ruru's. In his opinion, there was no difference between a necklace that cost 5 yuan for 10 strings online and a necklace that cost 500 yuan per string in the mall. Except for gold, which has always been very hard. Especially in the years when strange beasts appeared, gold was hard currency. It is said that a strange beast appeared in a small country. This beast loved to eat various metals, especially gold. But its strength was quite strong. Less than a week after the monster appeared in that small country, it had eaten up all the gold reserves of that country's government. Although the strange beast was finally destroyed, the gold had turned into shit. In the end, the small country fell into an economic crisis, its financial system collapsed, and it declared bankruptcy. The harm caused by strange beasts is so terrifying. Chapter 89, A Gift from Dad. Next, the four continued shopping in the mall. Su Miao Miao couldn't walk again when she saw the beautiful clothes. Without Su Feng's help, Su Ruru used the same method to fool her. This is also Su Feng's fault. When he realized that Su Miao Miao looked not much different from a normal human female, he selectively deleted all the shopping apps from Su Miao Miao's phone. The moment women have shopping apps, most of their money no longer belongs to them. Su Ruru doesn't have such worries. First of all, her material desires are very low, and she just wants to have enough food and drink. Besides, she can't use those human things. Su Kun didn't need it either. She couldn't wear human clothes at all. Even if she managed to put them on, the clothes would be torn if she stretched her wings a little. However, Su Feng still decided to buy a gift for each child, but not in the mall. Su Feng just looked and saw that there was a small commodity wholesale market not far away. In life, one either knows how to make money or save money. After shopping in the mall, Su Feng took the three little ones to the supermarket on the underground floor. Here, Su Feng indeed found apples from Oxu, Xinjiang. As for the price, let's not talk about it. Anyway, Su Feng bought a pound and spent more than 10 yuan. According to the clerk, these apples have candied cores. Very good, this is exactly what Su Feng needs. After coming out of the mall, Su Feng went straight to the small commodity wholesale market next door. An hour later, the four of them walked out of the small commodity wholesale market contentedly. Come on. Each person has a rujiamo, half an apple, and a cup of milk tea. There are only 3 apples in a pound, and half an apple is just right for each of the 6 kids. As for Su Feng, he is now more looking forward to the apples with added ingredients. Without the blessing of moral ethics, nothing Su Feng can eat will taste sweet. Su Qing and the other 2 took the rujiamo, apples and milk tea, and were so happy that tears came to their mouths. Although exotic beast meat is very nutritious, different exotic beasts taste different. But after all, it is not as delicious as human food that has been added with various food additives. It's nice to give the kids a try occasionally. After you finish eating the apple, give me the core. Half a minute later, Su Feng had 3 more apple cores in his hand. Now let's start distributing the gifts. Su Feng took out a ball from the bag and threw it into the corner of the carriage. Lu Xiaoji looked at him, not knowing what he meant. Su Feng was also surprised. Xiaohei, why don't you go pick up the ball? Logically speaking, dogs should have no resistance to this kind of game. Suhi looked at his unreliable father helplessly. Dad, I am a dog, but I am not a real dog. You are the real dog. The meaning of this sentence is so rich that Su Feng had to think about it for a while before he understood it. Well, I thought you'd like it. Su Meow Meow on the side took the opportunity to complain. Dad just wanted to buy me a cat teaser and a cat scratching post. Su Feng quickly took out other gifts to divert their attention. He meant well, who knew others wouldn't like it. Kuiner, this is for you. When you lay eggs in the future, you should lay them on this mat. The gift Su Feng bought for Su Kuin was a cat bed, where eggs could be laid to prevent them from breaking. Su Kuin's face, which was covered with chicken feathers, instantly turned red and he got goosebumps. Dad, if you don't know how to choose a gift, you don't have to choose one. This is actually quite useful. Well, Su Feng also admitted that the gift he chose for Su Kuin was indeed a bit abstract. The main reason was that the grandson's eggs were so effective that he was really afraid that Su Kuin would break the eggs when laying them without paying attention. He didn't want to lie on the ground and lick the spilled egg liquid. In the end, Su Kuin did not let Su Feng down and chose to accept the cat bed. After all, she has no experience in laying eggs, so it doesn't hurt to give it a try. Su Qing only likes to eat, and Su Feng doesn't know what to buy for him. I happened to see someone selling frog balloons on the roadside, so I bought him a frog puppet costume. Su Qing, put this on and you can go out for a stroll. Really? Su Qing took the puppet costume and put it on immediately. Su Feng bought the largest size, but it still looked like a tight-fitting garment when worn on Su Qing. Fortunately, it was hard to tell that the person inside also had a frog-like head. Su Miao Miao and Su Qinggong didn't have any gifts, so Su Ruru promised them that she would help them buy them online. Mainly buying clothes and jewelry for Su Miao Miao, and also buying a few pieces for Su Qinggong. Su Qinggong is still wearing the clothes that Su Miao Miao had discarded before. There is no way. Children grow up too fast. They look different every day. The speed at which I buy clothes cannot keep up with the speed at which they grow. Su Feng plans to buy several sets of clothes for different age groups so that when a child who needs clothes is born in the future, he won't have to worry about having no clothes to wear. After strolling around and distributing the gifts, night had already fallen. Su Kuin started to prepare the meal, while Su Feng went to the driver's cab to watch videos leisurely. By the time the 6 little ones had eaten and drunk their fill, there was no one left on the street. Xiaohei, take them out to help digest their food. The place where Su Feng parked his car was next to a suburban park. It was dark at night, and there was no one there. Dad, won't it be exposed? It's okay. There shouldn't be anyone in the park. Just be careful to avoid the cameras. There are few people in this kind of suburban park during the day, and we don't know if the few cameras there can be used, so the risk of exposure is quite low. Besides, Su Qing was wearing a puppet costume, so the only one at risk of being exposed was Su Kuin. After the 6 little ones left, Su Feng started to get busy. After some skillful preparations, Su Feng looked at the bottle in his hand and fell into deep thought. It's not that I wanted to drink it, but I didn't expect there would be so much. I don't know if it's because I've been conserving my energy these days, or because I ate my grandson's eggs. Since there are so many, don't waste them. Su Feng simply peeled off the seeds from the apple core and put them in the bottle. After finishing all this, Su Feng lay on the folding bed and began to plan his next course of action. Even if the route is along the Zhuo River still has an end, and you can reach the end quickly by driving. After reaching the end of the Zhuo River and seeing its source, Su Feng had not yet decided where to go next. The task now is to do everything possible to increase our strength. My current strength mainly depends on my grandson's egg, and in the later stage it will be apple plus grandson's egg. It should be able to produce apples, but Su Feng is not particularly sure. There is another problem that needs to be solved. I now have 6 children, but Su Qing is the only one who can attack from a distance. Thinking of this, Su Feng realized that he had forgotten to ask Su Hei what changes had occurred after taking the inner elixir. And Su Kuin, can she fly now? I have been away from the crowd for too long. I was having so much fun shopping just now that I forgot about the important things. I'll have to ask them clearly when they come back. Chapter 90. Damn, this young man. While waiting, Su Feng fell asleep, and the matter was delayed again. After the 6 little ones came back, they saw that Su Feng had fallen asleep, so they did not wake him up. Instead, they each chose a comfortable place to sleep. Because there were so many children, some of them were quite big, and there were all kinds of eating utensils in the carriage, the carriage seemed a bit crowded. The next day, when Su Feng woke up, he saw himself and 6 children squeezed in a crowded carriage. Success, come here. Upon hearing this, Su Qinggong obediently came to Su Feng. Su Feng patted his head. Put everything in the car away and take it out when you need it later. There is a mobile storage bag. It would be stupid not to use it. Upon hearing this, Su Ruru pulled Su Qinggong to take inventory of the supplies. She is now the boss and the housekeeper, and is responsible for all kinds of messy things. With her around, Su Feng really saved himself a lot of trouble. At this time, Su Kuan walked up to Su Feng with confidence, stretched out his hands, holding a grandson's egg in his hands, and said proudly, "Dad, this is today's egg." Su Feng looked at Su Kuan, and then at the grandson's egg in her hand. "No, you can really take one a day. The key is, what does that arrogant little expression of yours mean?" It was exactly like the kind of woman Su Feng had seen before, who had given birth to a big fat boy and was showing off the child in front of an infertile patient. "Well done, Kuan-er, great job." Su Feng couldn't tell whether his praise was sincere. If you say it's sincere, then it's true. After all, eating eggs makes you stronger, which is much easier than running or doing push-ups. But to be honest, I always feel something is weird. Never mind, just eat first as a token of respect. Su Feng took out the rice cooker and started to cook eggs. Just as he put the eggs in the pot, Su Feng suddenly saw a little guy lying in the corner of the carriage. Su Feng slapped his head and wondered how he could have forgotten about this. What Su Feng didn't notice was that when he slapped his head just now, at least 10 or 20 strands of hair fell off silently. The little guy in the corner of the car was none other than the child conceived from last night's apple core. Seeing that the little guy was sleeping soundly, Su Feng did not wake him up, but started observing him on his own. The little guy is very small, about the same size as Su Ruru when she was just born. Su Feng estimated that plants might not be very big when they are just born. After all, they need to go through a germination process. The most amazing thing is that a small sprout has grown on the little guy's head, and it has just emerged. Looking at the little guy's body, it looks very similar to humans, with arms and legs, but the color of its body is closer to the color of a tree trunk. Another amazing thing is that what grows on the little guy's hands and feet are not fingers and toes, but plant roots. Whether it is a boy or a girl, Su Feng has already thought of a name, Sugua. I hope that delicious apples can be harvested as soon as possible, which has very good meaning. More than 10 minutes later, the faint aroma of boiled eggs began to waft through the carriage. After more than 10 minutes, the aroma had become very strong. Based on yesterday's experience, the grandson's eggs were cooked. "Dad, what is this? It smells so good." It was an unfamiliar voice, and it was impossible to tell whether it was male or female. Su Feng turned his head and saw Su Gua standing behind him, staring at his grandson's eggs in the pot without blinking. "Are you hungry?" "Yeah, I want to eat that." "You can't eat that, that's your nephew." "Kuan-er, make some broth for this new brother or sister." To be honest, the sexual characteristics of most of Su Feng's children are not very obvious. The less human it is, the less obvious it is. Su Feng could only tell whether they were male or female based on their voices. Su Feng couldn't tell whether Su Gua's voice was male or female. The 6 little ones had already noticed Su Gua when she was speaking. "Dad, is this a brother or a sister? What's their name?" "My name is Su Gua. As for whether it's a brother or a sister, I don't know. I hope it's a sister." Su Kuan gladly accepted the task and went to feed Su Gua. Su Feng skillfully put the cooked eggs into cold water to cool them down. Then he took out a hammer and started smashing the eggs. 40-40. It doesn't need to be 80 this time. After all, Su Feng is no longer the same as before. Looking at his grandson's eggs, which were delicious in appearance, aroma, and taste, Su Feng nodded with satisfaction. "I finished an egg in just 3 or 2 bites." After eating, Su Feng remembered that he had forgotten to wash it again. "It's okay. Kuan-er doesn't need to go to the bathroom anyway, so he shouldn't have any shit." A few minutes later, the feeling of heat and strength from yesterday returned. "You guys stay in the car while Daddy goes out to let off some steam." Su Kuan, who was feeding Su Gua, heard this and said anxiously, "No, Dad. If we catch you, you'll be detained." "What will we do if you're detained?" Su Feng was speechless. "Kuan-er, your phone has been confiscated for a week. What kind of nonsense have you been looking at every day?" After Su Feng finished speaking, he opened the car door and went out. He did push-ups and pull-ups yesterday, and today he plans to test his speed. There happened to be a park nearby, so Su Feng ran straight towards the park. There aren't many people in the park, with only a few elderly people doing morning exercises or taking a walk. Su Feng ran faster and faster, and soon surpassed Kipchoge. Then he surpassed Su Shun. In the end, even Bolt was overtaken. An old man with his neck hanging on a horizontal bar on the side of the road saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Fuck. It didn't matter what he said. He fell off the horizontal bar. The old man could have enjoyed his meal if he had just hung on for a few more minutes, but he was unexpectedly rescued by Su Feng. The old man sat on the ground and exclaimed in amazement. Fuck, this young man, fuck. It hurts so much, my tailbone is broken. Damn, this young man has no sense of martial ethics. He didn't even come to help. Are you afraid that I will blackmail you? Look at your appearance. Do you have money? Damn, that hurts. Su Feng didn't expect that there would be such a talkative old man in such a remote park. You're such a chatterbox. Why do you go to such a remote place to exercise? What? You're here to commit suicide? That's fine. Su Feng ran around the park and then turned back. Master, are you taking a break? Fuck. Looking at Su Feng's receding back, the old man held back the second half of his sentence. Help me up. What's the point of saying it? People have already run away. After running 2 laps, Su Feng was still not satisfied. Then keep running. Uncle, take it easy. You look tired. Why are you lying on the ground? Fuck. Master, you have a lot of energy. The 4th lap. Uncle, why are you lying down again? Are you sunbathing your back? Wow. Okay, go on. After running the 4th lap, Su Feng felt that it was enough and went back. From a distance, he seemed to see the old man who loved to say, wow, still sunbathing his back. It's great to be retired. I have lots of money and no worries every day. A few days later, a piece of news on his mobile phone caught Su Feng's attention. Chapter 91 Battle Test. A severely decomposed body was found in a remote park on the outskirts of the city. After investigation by relevant departments, it was discovered that this was a man in his 70s. The reporter learned from the visit that the old man has loved exercising since his retirement. I especially like to hang on the horizontal bar with my neck. The accident was caused by hanging on the horizontal bar. An old man was hanging on a horizontal bar with his neck in a remote park, and his coccyx was fractured when he fell. The old man didn't go to the hospital immediately, but started sunbathing his back. Our reporter reminds everyone in front of their phones that there are risks in hanging on the horizontal bar with your neck. If you have a coccyx fracture, you must seek medical attention immediately. Don't try to be tough, and don't sunbathe your back. In addition, the best time to sunbathe your back is around 9 or 10 o'clock, not around 7 in the morning. Shishan People's livelihood reporter, Lu Daikong. Even though Su Feng is knowledgeable and experienced, he couldn't help but sigh when he saw this news. Why are the elderly nowadays so abstract? After running, Su Feng went back and drove away. He planned to find a secluded place to observe the changes in Su Kuan and Su Hei. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Half a day later, Su Feng finally found a good place. This must have been a mine before, but it has been shut down for a long time. There are no villages within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Kuan, let's cook first. After you're full, let me see if you can fly. I can definitely fly. I'll show you how later. Su Kuan is full of confidence. An hour later, everyone was well fed and satisfied. Come on, Kuan, fly one and let us see. Okay, Dad, watch it. After Su Kuan finished speaking, he spread his wings, stretched his head forward, and began to run forward at high speed. The chicken nature has not changed, right? After running for more than 10 meters, Su Kuan began to flap his wings frantically. After running a few more meters, Su Kuan's feet left the ground. She's flying. Sister Kuan is really flying. Su Qing was extremely envious, as he also had a dream of joining the Air Force. Su Hei lay on the ground and said lazily, Brother Qing, it's too early to say that now. Su Kuan flew more than 10 meters high and then stopped going up. Instead, he began to circle in the air. But the height is getting lower and lower. Kuan, fly up, travel through the heavens and earth. Why are you always circling above my head? As soon as Su Feng finished shouting, Su Kuan simply landed on the ground. How's it going, Dad? Do I fly high? Su Feng held his forehead with his hand, speechless. It turns out that it's not that I don't want to fly high, but that I can't fly up. Su Qing, push upwards with all your might. Okay, Dad. Su Qing took a few steps forward, then stopped, bent his legs slightly, and pushed off the ground with his feet. The next second, Su Qing took off like a rocket and soared into the sky. Su Feng placed his palm on his forehead and looked upwards. The other 6 children followed suit. Brother Qing jumped so high. Of course not. Frogs rely entirely on jumping. Su Feng looked at Su Qing, who was falling rapidly, and asked Su Kuan beside him. Kuan, do you think you have to be okay? Su Kuan was speechless and had no answer. He felt sorry for everyone. Su Feng patted her head and comforted her. It's okay, Kuan, you are still young and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Even if you never fly high, we are still a family. After all, grandson eggs are delicious and nutritious. Su Kuin said that she was not comforted and she did not want to be a burden. Dad, I have another trick that will definitely help everyone in the battle. Really? Show it. This is how you raise children. You need to encourage them more and let them show themselves more. Even if they are not very good, you still need to encourage them. Su Kuin ran to a cliff about 20 meters away and then flapped his wings violently. Under Su Feng's astonished gaze, two wind blades visible to the naked eye appeared out of thin air and then shot towards the cliff at high speed. The distance of just over 20 meters passed in a flash. After leaving two bottomless cracks on the cliff wall, the wind blade disappeared. Fuck, Kuiner, are you serious? Su Feng thought Su Kuin was just trying to protect his dignity. I didn't expect that she really had such a special skill. Su Feng walked to the cliff and took a look. The two cracks were not wide, only about 5 centimeters, but they were really deep. Kuiner, step back a little and try again. 10 minutes later, the test ended. The closer Su Kuin's wind blade is, the more powerful it is. If it is more than 100 meters away, it can still leave cracks on the stone, but the marks are very shallow. Yes, it is a powerful weapon for medium and short distances. As long as you don't encounter a strange beast with particularly amazing defense, the damage is still considerable. All of Su Kuin's tests are completed. He can fly, but not high, and has gained a damaging skill called Windblade. It cannot be said to be superfluous. Su Feng estimated that it evolved from the hairdryer that was very practical for sweeping the floor. In addition, they are a little taller, a little stronger, a little more powerful, a little faster, and their claws are a little sharper. These are difficult to count specifically. Next, Xiaohei. Upon hearing this, Su Hei ran to the open space in front and prepared to be tested. It was visible to the naked eye that Su Hei had grown a lot bigger. Xiaohei, what changes have you made? Show them yourself. Okay, Dad. Su Hei, like Su Kuin just now, walked to the center of the venue. Ouch! After a wolf howled. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Hei's body grew rapidly like a balloon being blown up. Su Feng had thought that his children might grow bigger and bigger. In the future, there may be children who are dozens of meters tall, but he never expected that they would grow bigger in this way. This should be considered a transformation. Under Su Feng's surprised gaze, Su Hei took less than 10 seconds to kill a dog that was just over 2 meters long and a little over 1 meter tall. It turned into a dog that was more than 5 meters long and more than 2 meters tall. It's equivalent to doubling the size. It may not seem like much, but if you have the conditions, you can go and see how big a dog that is more than 5 meters long is. Dad, in this state, my strength, speed, endurance, and defense have all been enhanced. Su Hei kindly introduced Su Feng. Afraid that Su Feng didn't understand, I gave him a special demonstration. Just a few hundred meters away, there is a large rock about 2 or 3 meters high. Su Hei aimed at the stone and took a step forward with his 4 dog legs. Su Feng was sure that in 2 or 3 seconds at most, Su Hei would appear next to the big rock. Then it jumped up and slapped the big rock with one claw. The huge stone shattered into pieces in an instant, and the debris flew everywhere. Brother Xiaohei is so awesome. Su Qinggong jumped up, clapped his hands, and shouted. He can jump 3 meters high every time, which is very eye-catching and very morale-boosting. If we go to cheer for the Chinese national football team, they will definitely be able to defeat Indonesia and may even enter the World Cup finals. I don't know who Su Qinggong takes after, but he is very lively and optimistic every day. Chapter 92 Su Gu's strange ability. Su Hei just slapped once and came back. Dad, that's basically it. I can transform quickly, but I can't maintain this state for too long. I don't know exactly how long it will last. I guess it has something to do with energy consumption. Also, I think there's something growing on my head, but I don't know what it is. Could you please help me take a look? Something growing on his head? Did he grow a brain? That shouldn't be the case. Su Hei isn't stupid. Su Hei returned to his normal size, and Su Feng put his hand on his forehead. There really is something there. It looks like a tumor. Su Hei, if you don't know how to speak, you don't have to. If you weren't my dad, I would have bitten you to death long ago. Su Feng parted the thick dog hair on Su Hei's head and took a look. There was indeed a bulge in the middle of the top of the head, and Su Feng touched the bulge with his hand. It was hard, but because of the skin, Su Feng didn't know what it was. Suddenly, Su Feng had an idea and thought of a possibility. Su Hei ate the inner elixir of that reptilian beast. If Su Feng remembered correctly, that beast had 2 horns on its head. Xiaohei, if I'm not mistaken, you might be about to grow horns on your head. Before Su Hei could say anything, Su Kuin jumped out first. Little Blackie, why do you have so many legs? Su Hei looked at her as if she was a fool. Dad was talking about the horn of the Golden Horn King and the Silver Horn King. It could also be understood as the horn of a unicorn. I think I'm going to be a unicorn. Su Hei was not wrong. It had a horn on its head and was an animal, so it was indeed correct to call it a unicorn. Su Kuin said leisurely from the side. This is the worst time a unicorn has ever been bullied. I am pure white, but you are pure black. Su Feng looked at Su Kuin in surprise. He never expected that this guy would use such cliches from the internet. So the reason you can't fly high is because you're too beautiful? Su Kuin was so angry that he jumped up and down. Look, you said you weren't pure black, but your purity is too high. Puff. Su Feng vomited 3 liters of blood on the spot. Where did you learn these crappy memes? Okay, stop talking nonsense. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat. Just as Su Feng was about to turn around and go back to the car to eat, he found someone pulling his trouser leg. Dad, I haven't shown it yet. Su Feng looked down and saw that it was Su Gua. Today I was so busy studying the abilities of Su Hei and Su Kuin that I forgot about this newborn baby. This is the disadvantage of having too many children. There will inevitably be times when you can't take care of them all. Su Feng picked up Su Gua, who had grown to 30 centimeters, from the ground and spoke lovingly. Okay, then what abilities does our Guagua have? Su Feng really likes Su Gua from the bottom of his heart. The reason is very simple. There is a high probability that Su Gua will have a marriage in the future. This is a matter of enhancing one's own strength. How could Su Feng not like it? This is human nature. No matter how powerful the forces behind you are, you still hope to be more powerful. Just like the rich second generation, they actually hope to be very powerful, but their strength does not allow it. Su Gua was very happy. She struggled to get out of Su Feng's arms and walked to the middle of the venue, following the example of Su Hei and Su Kuin. After a few seconds, Su Gua said with a red face, Dad, can you cooperate with me? Su Feng was about to agree, but he opened his mouth and said nothing. Because he thought of one thing. His children are not human beings. What if they have some amazing abilities and become targets? Wouldn't that be courting death? Kuiner, go and cooperate with Guagua. Su Kuin would definitely be happy to help. He is a warm-hearted person and not petty at all. Okay, Sister Guagua, how can I cooperate with you? Su Kuiner was indeed very happy. She loved playing with her brothers and sisters the most. Sister Kuiner, just stand there and don't move. Okay, I'm standing. Su Gua stretched out his hands with a serious expression. The next second, her 10 fingers, like tree roots, instantly grew longer and wrapped around Su Kuin. Cuckoo. The unprepared Su Kuin was startled. She was about to struggle when Su Hei spoke first. Sister Kuiner, please don't hurt Sister Guagua. Upon hearing this, Su Kuin quickly took the pressure. She is already 1 or 2 months old, and Guagua's sister was just born today. If she uses force, Guagua's sister will definitely be hurt. So Su Kuin restrained his strength and pretended to be struggling. Oh my, Sister Guagua, what kind of ability do you have? It's amazing. I've tried my best, but I can't break free. Su Hei reminded from the side. Sister Kuiner, chickens are not mammals and don't drink milk. They are omnivores. Little Blackie, get out of here. Su Kuin didn't want to pay any attention to Su Hei because he always went against him. Su Hei himself didn't know why he, who was usually very steady, wanted to say something bad when he saw Su Kuin. I guess it's really like the saying that everything is in turmoil. Su Kuin ignored Su Hei and continued to perform hard. Sister Guagua, I'm almost dying, please let me go. Your ability is amazing. Su Gua was very happy. Children all long for recognition from others. Sister Kuiner, please hold on a little longer. I have other abilities. Since Su Gua said so, Su Kuin couldn't fail to fulfill her little wish. But she still pretended to be frightened and said, Then Sister Guagua, you have to hurry up, I can't hold on any longer. Okay, Sister Kuiner. Su Gua agreed, and Su Kuin felt that the tree roots wrapped around him suddenly grew many sharp thorns, which seemed to be about to pierce his skin. Fortunately, Su Kuin's feathers have good defensive properties, otherwise the sharp thorns might have pierced his skin. Su Kuin was really surprised. It was just that his defense was pretty good. If he encountered someone with poor defense, or if Su Gua had to grow a little more, that would be terrible. Sister Guagua, what is this ability of yours? Su Gua answered obediently. Sister Kuiner, I don't know either. I just feel like inserting it can absorb nutrients. Su Gua's words were ordinary, but the people around him broke out in cold sweats. Absorbing nutrients, treating Su Kuin's flesh and blood as nutrients? Really amazing. All right, Guagua, put away your magical powers. Su Feng doesn't want Su Kuin to be sucked dry, but he can find another animal to experiment on. Xiao Hei, go catch a small animal. Su Hei ran to look for the little animals, and Su Gua let Su Kuin go. Su Kuin walked up to Su Feng and said with lingering fear, Dad, Sister Guagua's ability is a bit evil. It gives me goosebumps. You get goosebumps all the time. Aren't you used to it yet? Well, Su Gua's ability is indeed quite evil. 2 minutes later, Suhei came back with a rabbit in his mouth. Guogua, absorb some nutrients from this rabbit. Chapter 93, Doomsday Mantis. Is this a rabbit? It's so cute. While saying it was cute, Sugua's roots had already stretched out and wrapped around the little rabbit. Then, Su Feng clearly saw that many sharp thorns had grown on the roots that were wrapped around the little rabbit. These spikes seemed to be alive, and each one quickly found the little rabbit and pierced into its body. In just a second, the little rabbit was left with only its skin. This rabbit skin is useless. I'll make a quilt for Ruru later. Thank you, Dad. You are so kind. Rabbit, damn you. Su Feng walked over, picked up the rabbit skin, and observed it. Indeed, only the skin was left. The inside was empty and very clean. Sugua retracted his roots and ran to Su Feng to ask for praise. Dad, am I really that awesome? Su Feng gently touched the tender buds on her head. Guogua is the best. Su Feng discovered that the buds on Sugua's head had grown a little taller. It's definitely not because of the rabbit. How much energy does a rabbit have? Let's go. We really need to go eat this time. It's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll starve to death if I don't eat now. After eating and drinking, Su Feng took a short rest and continued on his way. We ordinary people are really happy today. Sururu sat on Su Feng's shoulders, feeling his happiness at the moment, and Sururu was also very happy. Only Su Meow Meow was unhappy. Dad, can you please stop singing? It's too awful. Meow Meow, you can't say that to Daddy, he'll be sad. Sururu once again stood up to defend Su Feng. Su Meow Meow had no way to deal with her sister, who was a crazy protector of her father. Sister Ruru, that's really hard to hear. Su Ruru wanted to say something, but Su Feng stopped her. It's okay. It doesn't sound good, but Dad is not someone who can't accept criticism. Su Feng is in a good mood now and is willing to listen to whatever others say. A few hours later, before it got completely dark, Su Feng stopped in the woods again. This is the advantage of walking along the Zhuo River. It is easy to find sparsely populated areas to park on both sides of the river. The place Su Feng chose was very good. There was the Zhuo River in front of him, a large forest behind him, and the provincial road on the other side of the forest. There are also large forests on the other side of the Zhuo River. It is no exaggeration to say that it is rarely visited by people. We're staying here tonight. There aren't many people around, so you can have fun. As soon as Su Feng finished speaking, the little ones rushed out shouting. Su Feng smiled and shook his head. They were just children after all. Ro, go play too. You don't have to protect me. Su Ruru, who was standing on Su Feng's shoulder, said seriously. I don't know. What if Dad is in danger? Well, Su Feng had no choice but to deal with such a stubborn girl. In the distance, Su Qing and Su Hei had already rushed into the turbid river and were swimming happily. Su Kuan and Su Miao Miao were taking photos among the wildflowers not far away. Su Qinggong and Su Guo ran to Su Kuan, then ran to the Zhuo River, shouting at Su Qing and Su Hei who were swimming in the river. What a peaceful time. If I could travel back to the world of my previous life, where there were no strange beasts. Su Feng, who is against marriage, will definitely work hard to make money, then marry a wife, have a few children, and take them out to play when he has nothing to do. Su Feng had no idea how dangerous his idea was. If he really did this, it is likely that he worked hard to earn some money and spent it all on the wedding. Then a few months later, his wife found a random excuse to divorce him and refused to return a single cent of the betrothal gift. Maybe he would even use Su Feng's ID card to borrow some online loans. Anyway, Su Feng is an orphan, so he is not afraid of debt collection. By the time Su Feng is hit hard by this, he will probably have no mood to work and will become a homeless person. Maybe one day someone will take a picture of it and post it online. Who still remembers the sharp brother? Su Feng was sighing about the peaceful days when Su Qinggong called him. Dad, come and see, what is this? Here I come. Su Feng walked over and took a look. It was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. Dad, what do you think this is? What? I can't see clearly. Su Ruru leaned against the ground and turned on the flashlight on her phone for him. Now I can see it clearly. It turned out to be a praying mantis hunting. Success. How did you find this little thing in such a dark place? Dad, I saw it with my eyes. Dad, are your eyes not working well? It turns out that the peaceful days are all fake, and the naughty children are the real thing. Su Feng didn't want to pay attention to Su Qinggong, so he just squatted on the ground and watched the mantis hunting. It is said to be hunting, but in fact it is cannibalism. A larger mantis preys on a smaller one. Su Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind and thought of a useless piece of knowledge. It is said that the female mantis will eat the male mantis after mating. After mating, the female mantis eats the male mantis, giving her enough energy to ensure he lays eggs. Isn't the current situation very similar? This triggered Su Feng's keyword, laying eggs. Although the mantis is small in size, its fighting ability is actually quite good. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. The mantis is actually not much bigger than the cicada, but it can feed on cicadas, which shows that its fighting ability is quite good. So, should we have a praying mantis offspring? The answer is definitely yes. Ro, stay with Qinggong and Guogua, and keep an eye on these two mantises. Don't pay attention to what they do. Just keep an eye on where they run to. I'm going back to the car. Okay, Dad. I promise to complete the task. Leaving the three little ones there to watch the mantis, Su Feng quickly ran back to the car. More than 10 minutes later, he came back with a small bottle. This little bottle is also an old actor and has endured too much pain in its life that it cannot bear. Ro, where's the mantis? Is it still there? Dad, the big one ate the small one and then climbed up the tree. Su Ruru pointed at the mantis lying on the tree and reported truthfully. Su Feng moved closer to observe carefully. The female mantis has indeed laid eggs. The egg case is now stuck to the tree trunk. Su Feng carefully stretched out 2 fingers, pinched the egg case, and took it off the tree trunk. When the female mantis saw someone touching her eggs, she immediately became angry and waved her big claws to attack Su Feng. But his body was too small and his arms couldn't twist his thighs. In the end, the egg case was taken away by Su Feng. The female mantis screamed to the sky, making a silent cry. This fate is so unfair to me. I killed my husband to give birth to a child, and now you tell me that the child was taken away by someone else? Aren't you trying to kill me? Where can I find such a stupid husband again? If the mother mantis wants to blame someone, it should blame itself. If it were a mammal, it could have gotten some energy, but unfortunately it is an insect. Who can be blamed for this? Chapter 94. This is a secret. Su Feng put the mantis egg case into a bottle, then put the bottle in the car and kept it carefully. Meeting his fate, we should cherish this fate. Brother Qinggong, what's in that bottle that Dad just took? It looks delicious. Shoo. Su Qinggong made a gesture to keep quiet. Sister Guogua, this is our family's biggest secret. I'm telling you, you can't go out and tell anyone about it. Su Guan nodded frantically. Don't worry, Brother Qinggong, I definitely won't tell. That's a very mysterious thing. I don't know what it is, but I know that we will soon have a brother or sister. Su Guo exclaimed, covering her mouth. That's amazing. Is this pollination? What is pollination? Pollination is what produces the fruit, and the fruit is edible. Aren't you Guogua? Oh, the Guogua I'm talking about isn't me, the Guogua. Su Guo explained for a long time, but Su Qinggong still didn't understand. Oh my, Brother Qinggong is so stupid. Su Qinggong scratched his head awkwardly. Am I stupid? How come I don't know? The little ones played like crazy for several hours and were finally satisfied. They even forgot to eat. Eat quickly and then go to sleep. When the little ones were eating, Su Feng no longer avoided them. He didn't believe that he could be poisoned after eating his grandson's eggs every day. If this can cause poisoning, then Su Kuan is such a loser. After dinner, the kids found their own seats and sat down, ready to listen to Su Feng's stories. Telling stories before bed has become a habit. Su Feng looked at the little ones who were listening attentively and felt infinite emotion in his heart. Although I have a lot of children, they are all very obedient and I don't have to worry about them at all. Once, Su Miao Miao even asked Su Feng with his mobile phone, Dad, someone online said that her parents weren't good to her. They said her parents didn't pay attention to her nutrition when she was young, which is why she didn't grow tall. She also said that her parents were reluctant to spend money to fix her teeth when she was a child, so she was afraid to smile because of her buck teeth when she grew up. He also said that it was because he didn't take extra classes when he was young and didn't go to a good school. He also said that he didn't know how to do business and didn't understand the ways of the world. Moreover, she also said that others were awakened, but she was not, and it was all her fault for her parents not giving her the birth. Why does this person blame his parents for everything? Su Feng didn't know how to answer this question at the time. He himself is an orphan and has never been cared for by his parents or enjoyed their love, so he doesn't know how parents treat their children. But Su Feng didn't think it was entirely his parents' fault. It was like he was an orphan and he met other orphans when he was a child. Not just one, but several. Except for him, the other orphans were doing very badly. Of course, Su Feng didn't have a very good life, but at least he could support himself, knew what propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame were, obeyed the law, and was self-reliant. The others either gave up, committed crimes, or were already dead. Su Feng didn't know whether these people would be able to go to good schools or achieve great success if they were not orphans. But he thinks it is unreasonable to blame others for everything. Maybe there are some people with not so good parents, but we can't say that those who are mediocre have bad parents. Some children are in their teens and will roll on the ground if their parents don't buy them gifts. Some children go out to pick up bottles to supplement their family income when they are only 6 or 7 years old. Su Feng believed that when he grew up, the child would resent his parents even more. Because he is incompetent, and often truly incompetent people never look for problems in themselves. A blacksmith must be strong himself. Su Feng is just an ordinary person, but he has so many amazing children thanks to his own efforts. So he thinks it is really not easy for these little ones to never complain or rebel. So today Su Feng told the kids stories about parents and children. Well, he made up the story. The main thing is to tell children that all parents love their children. Parents may have many shortcomings, but most parents are trying hard to make their children's lives better. So children should also be filial to their parents, unless their parents really go too far. The little ones were greatly inspired after hearing this, and they all promised each other that they would be good to their dad in the future. Su Feng fell asleep with a relieved smile on his face. The next morning, when Su Feng woke up, he found several little ones huddled together, and he didn't know what they were doing. "What are you doing?" "Dad, we're watching my brother." Su Feng was delighted when he heard this. It seemed that the mantis egg case had hatched last night. Su Feng leaned over to take a look and found that it had not run away. This was the mantis cub. Although it is also in human form, the little guy's forearms are completely 2 white bone knives. It does not affect the bending of the arm, but can still cause fatal blows to the enemy. There are even 2 dagger-like spikes on the elbows. When the elbow is bent, the bone spur is very obvious. Not only the arms, but the calves are also sharp knives. "Oh shit, my car." Su Feng looked at the 2 small holes and felt like crying, but had no tears. "What should I do? My child's legs are like 2 knives. They dig into the ground every time he walks. This car will be useless in a few days." The little mantis looked at its legs stuck in the floor and seemed to understand why Su Feng was sad. "Dad, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." As he spoke, he pulled his legs out of the floor. "No," Su Feng exclaimed, but still failed to stop the little mantis. His legs were already on the ground. However, the situation that Su Feng had expected, where a hole would appear every time he stepped on it, did not happen. When the toes touched the ground, the little mantis's feet actually changed. The tip of the knife, which was originally pointing downward, naturally bent and turned forward. The general meaning is that the mantis's legs are like a folding knife. When they are folded, they will not damage the ground. Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief but couldn't help but complain in his heart. If you have this ability, you should use it sooner rather than later. You really have to poke a hole in the chassis of my car, right? Although the hole is not deep or big. After all, the little mantis was just born and is less than 20 centimeters tall. As for the height issue, Su Feng has figured it out. It is related to the mother. For example, Su Qinggong's mother is a human, so he looked almost like a human baby when he was born. After all, you can't expect a dog to give birth to an elephant. It will be torn in half. The magical thing about the little mantis is not just its arms and legs. The most amazing thing is that his head is also a knife. It is wider and thicker near the neck, and becomes narrower and more pointed as it goes up. This resulted in his 2 eyes growing on either side of the knife, and his mouth growing in the middle, half on each side. There is also 1 ear and 1 nostril on each side. In short, the little mantis looks very cute. Not to mention late at night. Even if you go out in broad daylight, it can scare several people to death. Chapter 95 covering the sky and the sun. As for the little mantis's abilities, there is no doubt that his swordsmanship is unparalleled. All 5 limbs of the body are knives. If he is not a swordsman, then he must be a sniper. From now on, I'll call you Su Xiaodao. Kuiner, has Xiaodao eaten yet? No. Dad, I just laid eggs and didn't have time to cook. Su Feng was speechless. What I mean is, can this kind of thing be discussed quietly in private? Is it really okay to spread it everywhere? Not only did Su Kun say that, she also handed the egg to Su Feng. Dad, go and boil the eggs. I'll cook for them. Su Feng took his grandson's egg, covered his face, and left. He still has some dignity. Get water, boil water, soak in cold water, crack the eggshell, and eat the egg. Su Feng is already extremely familiar with this process. After eating his grandson's eggs for a few days, his heart had already become numb. The only difference is that today 1 hammer is only 10 yuan. He, Su Feng, is no longer the same person he was yesterday. After eating and drinking, Su Feng took off his clothes and swam 2 laps in the Zhuo River. Consume all the excess energy. In the process of consuming energy, Su Feng's body was also strengthened unconsciously. We continued driving and nothing happened for the whole day. During this period, he did receive news of several strange beasts appearing, but they were all relatively far away and basically in densely populated areas, so Su Feng did not turn over. In Su Feng's view, the greatest invention of mankind is transportation. In ancient times, it was extremely difficult to go out, but it is completely different in modern times. In just a few days, Su Feng has arrived in Tufa City. Seeing the grass, Su Feng wanted to drink milk again. It's not that eggs are not nutritious or that apples are not delicious. It's mainly because he wants to become stronger too much. The little ones were also very excited to see the grassland. They were trapped in the car every day and yearned for the vast world outside. Dad, there's news about a strange beast. Su Feng was just about to find a place to park and enjoy the scenery of the grassland when he received news from Su Miao Miao. Is it far? It says it's on the grassland. Let me take a look. Su Miao Miao opened the map on her phone and took a look. Dad, it seems to be more than 100 kilometers away from us. The news released by the Exotic Beast Association said that this exotic beast was on a grassland where few people had ever been, and it seemed to have been there for several days. An awakened person from nearby had been there before, but failed. Because the beast didn't cause significant casualties or property damage, the Beast Association didn't mobilize its own experts to deal with it, but instead encouraged beast hunters to do it. Is the Exotic Beast Association so aboveboard? Su Feng couldn't understand why the Exotic Beast Association could say such things with such confidence. If there are no casualties, just leave it alone for now. No, the Exotic Beast Association said they can't transfer any more personnel for the time being. My guess is that they probably thought the beast was on the grassland, which is vast and sparsely populated, so they weren't in a hurry. Su Miao Miao is very smart and has begun to have the ability to think independently. Su Feng is very happy about this. He was not afraid that Su Miao Miao would rebel, so he tried to suppress her bloodline. Su Feng didn't understand, but he liked the choice of the Exotic Beast Association very much. Isn't this the reason why he went to the sparsely populated area? Let's take this job. It said that the area is vast and sparsely populated. The awakened people nearby went there and were killed. Those who didn't go there probably don't dare to go there anymore. It will take some time for the strong men from the Exotic Beast Association to arrive, so this is a good deal for me. Not only does the exotic beast bring benefits to oneself, but if the exotic beast is strong enough, it can also be used to train a few smaller ones. These little guys are good in every way except that they lack combat experience. A distance of more than 100 kilometers would take several days to walk in ancient times. Now, more than an hour is more than enough, and Su Feng even took the time to pee in the middle. The little ones were surprised that Su Feng could pee because none of them knew how to. Su Feng saw the exotic beast several kilometers away from the location provided by the Exotic Beast Association. The moment he saw the strange beast, Su Feng wanted to turn around and leave. It's too big. How big is it? I can say it's very, very big. Although he had the urge to escape, the current situation was too difficult, so Su Feng still gritted his teeth and drove over. Rather than a strange beast, it is more like a tree, a huge tree that blocks out the sky and the sun. The tree was hundreds of meters tall. If it was thicker, Su Feng wouldn't be able to see clearly, and it would probably take several people to hug it. No wonder the Exotic Beast Association has ignored it for the time being. This exotic beast moves very slowly. Su Feng stopped the car and observed it for a long time, but he didn't see it move. It may have moved, but the distance is too close to be seen. It doesn't mean that this tree-shaped beast is harmless just because it moves slowly and lives in a sparsely populated grassland. Su Feng walked around the big tree and discovered the harm it posed to the blue planet and humans. This tree is so big that it needs a lot of nutrients. Wherever it passes, the grassland turns into a desert. Su Feng drove around again. On the prairie, a desert with a radius of more than 10 kilometers suddenly appeared. This was caused by a tree-shaped monster. If the beast is allowed to continue, it can turn the blue planet into a desert. Su Feng believed that the Exotic Beast Association should be aware of this situation. But they haven't sent any strong men over yet, probably because they think this loss is still within their tolerance range. It happened that it was getting dark, and Su Feng didn't want to fight late at night, so he drove away from the monster, found a place to set up camp, and prepared to fight the monster again tomorrow. The strange beast challenged their entire family alone. The Su family shares honor and disgrace, and advances and retreats together. Fair, just an open. Although they were already 40 or 50 kilometers away from the strange beast, Su Feng still assigned the little ones to stand guard. Su Qing, you're in the same group with Qinggong. Ruru, you should be in the same group with Guoguo. Kuiner, you're in the same group with Miao Miao. I'm in the same group with Xiao Dao. Su Qing, your group will be on the first shift at the station. Ruru, you guys are in the second class. Kuiner is in the third, and I'm in the last. Xiaohei, as a dog, you must be alert at all times. After dividing the children into groups, Su Feng took the children to a bonfire party on the grassland. Anyway, The area here is vast and sparsely populated. Su Feng has seen that there are few human traces within a radius of dozens of kilometers. The nearby herdsmen had already fled with their livestock. Row, take Guagua and pick up something that can be used for burning. These two are both from the plant department, so they probably know where to find dead branches and rotten leaves. Kuiner, you and Qinggong prepare the skewers. You can let Xiao Dao help you cut them if necessary. Xiao He, if you have nothing to do, go and take a look from a distance, otherwise you might not realize that the enemy is right next to you. Su Qing, you eat all the mosquitoes nearby. Their buzzing is so annoying. Having eaten his grandson's eggs for several days in a row, Su Feng's physical strength has been greatly enhanced, and mosquitoes can't bite him at all. But when a toad lies on your feet, it doesn't bite you, but it's annoying. The buzzing of mosquitoes and flies is very annoying. Chapter 96 Bonfire Party. Su Qing really wanted to refuse this task. He is not a frog who knows nothing. Mosquito meat is not as delicious as grilled skewers. But he had no way to refuse. After all, it was a task given to him by his father. Su Qing had no choice but to vent all his anger on the flies and mosquitoes. The long tongue swung everywhere, and in a short while, all the mosquitoes and flies nearby were killed. Su Feng was not idle either. He was responsible for installing the barbecue grill, setting up the tent, and arranging the lighting and sound systems. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. Half an hour later, everything was done. The bonfire was lit, the lights were turned on, and the music started. Su Feng took a handful of skewers of exotic animal meat and was responsible for grilling them for the little ones. As a chef, Su Kuan naturally has to do something. She asked Su to successfully take out the giant bird's head. Because there was no pot that big enough before, the heads of the two strange beasts were still preserved. Brother Qing, come over and help me. Su Qing didn't know what Su Kuan wanted her to do for help, so he ran over stupidly. Su Kuan held up the giant bird's head with one hand and spoke to Su Qing. Brother Qing, do you see this big head? Su Qing nodded. Push your tongue straight through this big head. Su Qing didn't know what Su Kuan was going to do, but he did as he was told. At the moment when Su Qing's tongue penetrated the giant bird's head, Su Kuan's other hand grabbed Su Qing's tongue. Brother Qing, just like that. Hold on, don't move. Su Qing was confused. He wanted to retract his tongue, but Su Kuan held it tightly. He pulled it, but couldn't move it. Su Qing didn't dare to pull hard, firstly because he was afraid of hurting Su Kuan, and secondly because he was afraid that Su Kuan's sharp claws would scratch his tongue. Trapped in two inners, similar waist as a god. Brother Qing, what did you say? I don't understand. I just asked you to help me make a roasted bird head. As Su Kuan spoke, he pulled Su Qing's tongue and walked to the other side of the campfire. The giant bird's head was right above the campfire. It turned out that Su Kuan couldn't find a suitable tool at the moment, so he simply used Su Qing's tongue as a barbecue grill. Su Qing was on the other side of the campfire, sticking out his tongue, while Su Kuan was on this side, pulling Su Qing's tongue. Su Feng was stunned. He didn't understand what was going on in Su Kuan's chicken head. Kuaner, if you do this, the head won't be cooked through yet. Su Qing's tongue will be cooked first. Su Kuan is quite confident. Dad, don't worry. I want to eat the big bird's head, not Qing Ji's tongue. I am definitely prepared. After Su Kuan finished explaining to Su Feng, he spoke to Su Miao Miao, who was watching the fun on the side. Sister Miao Miao, please help me. There's a bucket of water over there. Every once in a while, scoop some water and pour it on Brother Qing's tongue to prevent it from getting roasted. Su Miao Miao gladly accepted the task. It was so much fun. Su Kuan is so thoughtful that Su Qing was so moved that she shed tears of happiness. What else could Su Feng say? He could only let the children play by themselves. He believed that Su Qing was not that fragile, nor that stupid, to watch his tongue being roasted without knowing how to hide. Even if the tongue was roasted, it was actually not unacceptable. Su Qing could still spit out ice arrows anyway. Without the tongue, it wouldn't prevent him from spitting out ice arrows. At worst, he can become a pure-ranged hero in the future. Before the skewers in Su Feng's hand were cooked, Su He also came back. Dad, I walked around the area for a long time and didn't see anyone. The strange beast moved slightly, but it showed no sign of heading in our direction. You see, among so many children, there must be some reliable ones. Xiao He, you've worked hard. As a reward, you can eat first. Su Feng gave half of the skewers in his hand to Su He. Although Su He has no hands, his dog paws are still very flexible. He squatted on the ground, grabbed a handful of meat skewers with his front paws, and started pulling them out. Su Feng divided the remaining skewers equally among Su Ru, Su Gua, Su Qinggong, and Su Xiaodao. Su Kuan, Su Qing, and Su Miao Miao were having so much fun that they had no time to eat. Su Feng himself didn't dare to eat it. After all, it was the meat of an exotic beast. What if something went wrong after eating it? Su Feng is not going to try it lightly before his strength becomes completely strong. Su Ruru took a bite of a skewer of meat that was longer than herself, and her eyes lit up after chewing it for a few times. Dad, your grilled skewers are so delicious. Suhei echoed. It's really delicious. Compared to this, the rice made by a certain chicken is simply unpalatable. Suhei wanted to say that it tasted as bad as shit. When the words were on the tip of my tongue, I suddenly remembered that dogs really love to eat shit. Saying that it tastes as bad as shit is not convincing at all, and it even sounds like I am praising someone. Su Kuan, who was applying oil to the giant bird's head, was unhappy. Who is this chicken talking about? Whoever picks up the conversation is who they are. Little Blackie, don't think I don't know. You're talking about me. Among all the people here, I'm the only one with chicken genes. You're such a bastard. You're really such a bastard. Suhei said slowly. A dog is man's most loyal friend and is always better than a nosy woman. Su Kuan was so angry that his coxcomb stood up. Little Blackie, you are my lifelong enemy. Su Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't know why. Suhei was obviously very mature and steady, but he just liked to bicker with Su Kuan. He slapped Suhei on the head. Shut up, little Blackie. Eating skewers won't shut your mouth. The giant bird's head is too big and too difficult to roast. Suhei and the others were all full and satisfied, but the food over there was only half cooked. Kuan, move the fire away, dig a hole in the ground, bury the bird's head in it, and light a fire on top. Simmer it overnight, and it will probably be cooked. It will be perfect for breakfast tomorrow morning. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? This is just a simplified version of beggar's chicken. Su Kuan put the giant bird's head aside and ran to dig a hole. Su Qing was finally able to retract his tongue. He felt that his tongue had become numb and had no feeling. Dad, why didn't you tell me earlier that it could be stewed? Then I wouldn't have to use my tongue. Su Qing's eyes were filled with resentment. Su Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, I forgot. After scratching his head, Su Feng put his hand down and was surprised to find that there was a strand of hair stuck between his fingers. Looking at the strand of hair in his hand, Su Feng fell into a daze. I'm only 23. How could I be losing my hair? If I'm not losing my hair, then where did this strand of hair in my hand come from? Am I really starting to lose my hair? That's impossible. I'm only 23. Su Feng's mind is now full of these two questions. Half an hour later, Su Feng figured it out. It must be a problem with the strange beast. Li Xiefeng said that the corpses of strange beasts are poisonous and long-term contact will cause chronic poisoning. I must have been poisoned. Chapter 97. You are not poisoned. You are just losing your hair. Su Feng immediately took out his cell phone and prepared to call Li Xiefeng. Su Feng wanted to ask him if his hair loss was due to poisoning. After thinking about it, he put the phone away again. It was too late now, and Li Xiefeng was probably asleep. He should ask him tomorrow morning. Anyway, his hair won't fall out all at once, and even if it does, what can he do? Kuaner's eggs aren't very effective. I've been eating them for several days, but they haven't detoxified me. Dad, you called me? Oh, I asked you if the skewers were delicious. It's delicious. It's so delicious. Okay, then you should eat more. There is quite a lot of exotic beast meat, so you can eat as much as you want. Su Kuan was eating with a bunch of skewers in his left hand and a bunch of skewers in his right hand. He was eating with great pleasure, and the iron skewer was making sparks. The chicken feathers on his face were also stained with oil, shining brightly under the light of the bonfire. Not to mention Su Qing. Holding the skewer in his hand, he wrapped his long tongue around the piece of meat on the skewer, and with a slight push, only the skewer was left out of the dozen or so skewers. Su Miao Miao's eating manners impressed Su Feng. I was very careful when eating, for fear that the oil on the skewers would get on the corners of my mouth. Su Feng nodded with satisfaction. This was a silent compliment to his skewers-making skills. On the other side, a few little ones who had eaten their fill were playing skipping rope. Su Gua stretched the roots on one hand to several meters long and used his arm to draw circles in the air, swinging the roots like skipping rope. Su Qinggong, Su Ruru, and Su Xiaodao started jumping rope with the roots. Every success was accompanied by a burst of laughter. If Su Feng wasn't bothered by hair loss, he would probably enjoy this warm moment even more. It was already 12 o'clock, and Su Feng couldn't bear it anymore, so he went to bed. He was supposed to be on the first shift, but now that they had played too late, he had to stand the first shift as a group. The next morning, Su Feng was awakened by Su Kuan's crowing. Su Feng couldn't understand why Su Kuan, a girl, liked crowing so much. Seeing Su Kuan coming out of the tent, Su Kuan immediately handed over his grandson Dan. Su Feng took it subconsciously, feeling the residual warmth from his grandson's eggs, and his heart remained calm. He is no longer the same person he was a few days ago. This is human nature. When there is profit to be made, all ethics and morals can be thrown out the window. After eating boiled eggs for several days in a row, Su Feng got tired of them. The bonfire was still warm, so Su Feng simply buried his grandson's eggs in the embers. The baked eggs are delicious too. The waiting process was boring, so Su Feng took out his cell phone and called Li Xiefeng. You kids still remember to make a phone call. I thought you were dead outside. Li Xiefeng's words were still unpleasant, but Su Feng found them very cordial. Brotherly, I'm busy. I have to drive every day. I've already arrived at the prairie. Hey, you're quite wild, kid. Back then, I also trained on the grassland. Back then, seeing that Li Xiefeng was about to recall the past, Su Feng quickly interrupted him. Brotherly, I'm calling you this time because it's very important. Li Xiefeng was very dissatisfied. The thing that annoyed the old man the most was being interrupted when he was reminiscing about the past. I knew you wouldn't remember me even if nothing happened. Tell me, what's the matter? Brotherly, I suspect I've been poisoned. What kind of poison? Li Xiefeng didn't react at once. It's the poison from the strange beast. My hair is falling out in clumps now. Hearing about the strange beast poison, Li Xiefeng also took it seriously. He is an authority on this subject. Besides hair loss, do you have any other symptoms? For example, weakness, dizziness, cough, chest tightness, and shortness of breath. Su Feng recalled it. It seemed that apart from the hair loss, everything else about him was normal. He could eat anything, and he was in great health. No, my hair just fell out. Li Xiefeng on the other end of the phone saw the fish float move, and by the time he freed his hand to stab the fish, it was too late. Brotherly, are you listening? Su Feng was really anxious now. In his opinion, Li Xiefeng's silence meant that his situation was very bad. Li Xiefeng put the fishing rod aside and shouted angrily into the phone. You have to compensate me for the fish. You've been poisoned by some bullshit. You're just suffering from hair loss. Do you understand hair loss? It's hereditary and irreversible. Just wait for your hair to turn into a Mediterranean. After Li Xiefeng finished speaking, he hung up the phone. For a fisherman, letting the fish escape will result in an enemy. What's more, it's because of such a painful thing as hair loss. Su Feng listened to the busy tone coming from the receiver and subconsciously stroked his hair. Is it really hereditary hair loss? Doesn't that mean I'll soon become the Mediterranean? Su Feng immediately had a picture in his mind. A man with a shiny bald head and quite thick hair around the sides. The man grows the hair on the sides very long and then covers the top of his head. Although the effect is not very good, at least it has the effect of covering up the problem while trying to cover up the problem. A gust of wind blew, and the long hair on her head was blown up, like a black flag fluttering in the wind. The man hurriedly raised his right hand and pushed down the long hair. But the wind was too strong, and it was blown up immediately after it was pressed down. So the man had no choice but to repeat the same action over and over again, with an inexplicable sadness in his stubbornness. No. Su Feng sighed to the sky. He didn't want to become that kind of person. Dad, what's wrong? Is there any enemy? Su Feng's shout startled a few of the little ones. Looking at Su Hei's thick hair, Su Feng's eyes turned red with jealousy. Jealousy is a mushroom. Jealousy is a mushroom. Don't let the mushroom take over your body. Su Feng repeated it several times in his mind before he could barely suppress the evil thoughts in his heart. It's okay. I mean, isn't it time to dig out the bird's head? It'll get mushy if you keep stewing it. Ah yes. After Su Feng reminded her, Su Kuan finally remembered what had happened, and she hurriedly went to dig out the bird's head. Dad, your eggs are so hot, they should be cooked. Your eggs are hot. Su Feng felt that Su Kuan was hurling the most vicious curse at him. Those who have never experienced hair loss may not understand this. When a young and handsome man realizes for the first time that he is about to become a Mediterranean, the complex, perverted, and twisted psychology appears. This kind of thing requires a process of getting used to. Su Feng turned his grief and anger into appetite and finished his grandson's egg in just a few bites. Sure enough, the same ingredients can have a big change in taste if you use a different cooking method. No wonder everyone likes to toss and turn. Well, the man tossed and turned, actually to delay the moment, and tried to suppress it by using the excuse of changing positions. Su Kuan quickly dug out the giant bird's head. A strange meaty aroma filled the air. As expected, high-end ingredients only require simple cooking methods. The taste is so strong that Su Feng wants to have 2 bites. Chapter 98, Preparing for Battle. Because the bird's head was too big and there was no container to put it in, Su Kuan simply spread a large piece of plastic sheet on the ground and then placed the bird's head on the ground. As soon as the bird's head was placed on it, Su Qing couldn't wait to pounce on it. The man was still in the air when he was kicked away by Su Kuan. Brother Qing, don't worry. There are still some processes that haven't been completed. Su Qing rolled on the ground several times after being kicked, but he was not angry. His two big eyes like incandescent bulbs stared at the bird's head without blinking, and his tongue stretched out long, with the mucus secretion on it obviously increased. A long tongue can secrete mucus. I wonder if you are envious of it. Su Kuan used his sharp claws to break up the Nyan Tu, then mysteriously took out a plastic bag. Come on, pour some of Lao Su's salt and pepper. Pour in the hot rapeseed oil. The will of the soul, pour it out. It was such a big bird's head, but only a few ingredients were poured into it. This damn sense of ritual. Just say that you can't let children watch short videos. If Salt Bae hadn't been out of fashion a long time ago, Su Kuan would probably have done the same. Sister Kuaner, can I start now? Su Qing really couldn't bear it anymore. It smelled too good. Even Su Hei, who was always mature and steady, drooled so much that the ground was about to become a lake. Su Kuan was very satisfied with her performance. As a cook, she had reached this level, which was enough. Although Su Feng had come up with the idea, she, Su Kuan, was the one who took action. Okay, let's eat, don't rush. After saying that, she quickly dug out the only remaining eyeball of the giant bird and threw it into her mouth. When you bite it gently, the feeling of the juice bursting in your mouth is so refreshing. Oh no, I got goosebumps again. Su Qing had already decided where to eat. Before Su Kuan finished speaking, he had already wrapped his long tongue around the giant bird's penis, and then gently pulled it and swallowed the whole thing into his mouth. He had long wanted to taste duck tongue. If you don't have duck tongue, use bird tongue instead. You can't use a baseball cap. Su Xiaodao was more direct. He picked up the bird's head, swung his arms, and started chopping it, then stuffed the chopped meat directly into his mouth. Seeing how skilled Su Xiaodao was, the other kids simply decided not to do it themselves and just followed behind Su Xiaodao to pick up the ready-made ones. Little knife, you're so good. Cut more. Yes, right there. Cut off that piece of meat. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaodao cut off the piece of meat that Su Miao Miao had specified with 2 quick strokes. Su Miao Miao didn't hesitate to pick it up and put it in her mouth to eat. Not bad, not bad. Just the right amount of soft and tender, and tastes good too. Amidst the crowd's praises, Su Xiaodao transformed himself into a diligent butcher and soon scraped all the meat off the huge bird's head. Although there isn't a lot of meat on the bird's head, it's still pretty big. After eating one bird head, the little ones were full. Even the giant bird's brain was eaten clean by Su Qinggong, Su Gua, and Su Xiaodao. After eating and drinking, Su Feng began to direct the little ones to pack up. Although I have Su Qinggong's mobile storage bag, I still need to organize things and not just stuff them in randomly. An hour later, everything was packed up and Su Feng waved his hand. Set off. Following the trail he left yesterday, Su Feng drove towards the giant tree. Before he got close to the giant tree, Su Feng discovered something unusual. From far to near, the first thing you see is definitely the treetops. When I came yesterday, the treetops were almost motionless. Today was different. When the treetops appeared in his sight, Su Feng keenly noticed that they were shaking violently. Everyone, please pay attention. There should be something happening ahead. Su Feng gave the kids some instructions, then chose a small mound and parked the car behind it. Although the car was not slow, its steering was not flexible enough, and it was too large to be easily exposed. Su Feng planned to walk over. He wouldn't have dared to do that in the past. After all, he was just an ordinary person, very weak. Things are different now. Su Feng is no longer a humble person. Now, if he sprints at full speed, he can be much faster than Bolt. The key is his endurance. He feels that he can at least maintain his fastest speed and run for half an hour without rest. If worst comes to worst, there's still Su Hei. When you really can't run any faster, just let Su Hei grow bigger, lie on his back, and let him carry you as you run. If you think about it this way, it seems necessary to have a son who is a horse. Carrying people is not a dog's specialty. If I get a Pegasus, I will be invincible, and it will definitely be more comfortable than riding Su Kuan. These are things to be considered later. The most important thing right now is to see what is happening over there at the giant tree. That giant tree is so big, it must have an inner elixir. Su Feng is very envious. Although his children can become stronger by eating the meat of exotic beasts, the speed is still too slow. Whether it was Su Qing, Su Kuan, or Su Hei, they all underwent qualitative changes after eating the inner elixir of the strange beast. Therefore, it is worth taking a little risk for the inner elixir of the exotic beast. Su Feng brought a few little ones and approached the giant tree quickly and silently. When he got closer, Su Feng finally saw the situation clearly. I saw a man wearing khaki sportswear and red boxing gloves attacking the giant tree. The most amazing thing is that this man is bald. Seeing the once shiny bald head, Su Feng subconsciously touched his hair. Then, as expected, He grabbed another strand of hair, at least a dozen or 20 strands. A gust of wind blew, and the hair between Su Feng's fingers was blown away by the wind. Su Feng subconsciously grabbed it, but missed. Those hairs have been blown away by the wind, like sand that cannot be held. Dad, what's wrong with you? Su Ruru, standing on Su Feng's shoulder, felt Su Feng's overflowing sadness. Su Feng sighed softly. Nothing. Su Feng and his men stopped far away from the battlefield. The identity of the bald man fighting the giant tree was unknown, and he didn't want to rush over. The bald man's tiny figure formed a sharp contrast with the tall figure of the giant tree. However, the bald man was not afraid and attacked the giant tree again and again. The bald man kicked his legs and flew towards the giant tree like a cannonball. In the air, the bald man made a classic Superman move, and then the next second, he crashed into the giant tree. The red-gloved fist slammed hard into the thick trunk of the giant tree. Su Feng clearly saw that the place where the fist hit was instantly dented, and the hole on the tree trunk was even bigger than the bald man's body. Debris from the tree trunks flew all over the sky. However, considering the huge size of the giant tree, the pit can be completely ignored. The attack hit the target, but the bald man did not take credit for it. He kicked the tree trunk hard and used the recoil to move away from it. The next moment he flew away, a thick vine swept past. If the bald man had been a little bit later, he would have been hit by the thick vines. The vine was thicker than the bald man's waist. If it was swept by him, the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 99. What a powerful bald man. The bald man launched several similar attacks on the tree trunk, but with little success. The trunk is too thick, so this little damage is really not painful for the giant tree. The bald man probably also saw the problem, and this time, he did not choose the same attack method. Instead, he took a running start, stepped directly on the tree trunk, and then ran all the way up. The giant tree naturally would not sit idly by and watch a flea jumping around on its body. It stretched out several vines and whipped them continuously, trying to knock the bald head off. Being small has its advantages. The biggest advantage is naturally flexibility. Just like those short players in the NBA who can still survive, they are all flexible. The bald man was very agile. While moving upwards, he could keep dodging and avoiding the attacks of the giant tree vines. Su Feng's gaze followed the bald figure all the way up. The bald man ran up for more than 100 meters before Su Feng discovered a problem. This giant tree beast seems to have a face. Because the distance was too far, Su Feng's vision was blocked by the leaves, and he didn't notice it just now. At this moment, he looked up and vaguely saw what seemed to be a face behind the leaves. Come on, let's go a little further. Su Feng led a few little ones and moved forward quietly. Now I can finally see clearly that there is indeed a big face growing on the tree trunk, right at the junction of the crown and the trunk. The face looked very much like a human's, with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. The 2 eyes are the most conspicuous, and the eyeballs are green. The mouth and nose are 2 holes. The vines grow from the center of the tree canopy. There aren't many, only about 4 or 5. But each one is very thick and swings vigorously. If the bald guy gets hit, he'll probably break some bones if not die. Seeing that the bald man had reached the position of the face on the tree trunk, Su Feng perked up. On the one hand, he hoped that Baldy would not succeed. If he succeeded, how would he get the inner elixir of the exotic beasts, and how would he cultivate the combat capabilities of the little ones? This giant tree is indeed very suitable for testing the combat capabilities of several little ones. Tall and moving slowly. Although the vines are quite flexible, there are only a few of them. If several little ones rush over at the same time, the vines will definitely be overwhelmed. The key is that the area is vast and sparsely populated, so it is not easy to be exposed, and the little ones can fight freely. But he didn't want the bald man to be killed by the giant tree. After all, they were all human beings. While Su Feng was daydreaming, the bald man had already arrived at the location of the big face. Su Feng even saw his exposed fist. The next moment, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, several vines spewed out of the giant tree's mouth. The bald man had never expected the giant tree to have such a trick and was directly tied up by the vines. Before, the giant tree had only used those vines to attack, and even Su Feng thought that the giant tree only had this one trick. I didn't expect that even a tree could be so cunning. The bald man was tied up by vines and instinctively began to struggle hard. However, the giant tree was not a pushover, and several other vines also followed suit. The bald man's figure was submerged by the vines. Only an oval wrapped in vines remained in the air. Dad, should we save him? Su Ruru is a kind-hearted person and can't bear to see anyone get hurt. Why save him? We don't even know him. Su Miao Miao would definitely not save him. She would only save people she cared about. Su Feng thought about it for a moment and decided to take action. It wasn't to save people, but mainly because he didn't know whether the little ones could face this giant tree. Now that the bald head is attracting the giant tree's attention, the little ones will be safer. As for whether the bald man will die or not, that depends on how strong his life is. If the bald man was strangled to death by the vines before the little ones could deal with the giant tree, he would only have himself to blame. All of you, attack that giant tree together. This is a rare training opportunity. Use all your abilities. But please be careful. Your safety is the first priority. When the little ones heard this, their eyes lit up. In fact, none of them were afraid of fighting, and some even wanted to fight, but Su Feng had been restraining them for various reasons. Now that you have the chance to have a good fight, it would be strange if you are not happy. As for why the little ones are eager to fight, it's just like a boy having a normal younger brother. Who wouldn't want him to be useful? Should we just let him stay at home and become decadent, slowly growing old, until he can no longer stand up again? After Su Feng finished giving the instructions, the little ones excitedly rushed towards the giant tree. They didn't make any sound. Under the influence of Su Feng, they had already become very vulgar. No one says fighting has to be fair. Just like the Three Kingdoms, let's just exchange some insults first. Enter the village quietly and don't shoot. Then, when he saw the beautiful girl, he dragged her into the cornfield at lightning speed. This was a smart tactic. The Japanese did have some stuff, but not much, just a little bit, and most of them were perverted and not worthy of being displayed in a refined manner. Korean, if you want to call them Japs, just say Japs. Who told you to make that gesture? Shiba Shiba. The giant tree's attention was all on the bald man at this time, and it really didn't notice the few little ones approaching quickly. The little ones were too small. The face of the giant tree was hundreds of meters high, and it didn't bend down, so they couldn't be seen at all. Unfortunately, this secret tactic was destroyed by Su Qing. This guy was still hundreds of meters away from the giant tree, and he spit out an ice arrow directly at the trunk. The ice arrow pierced through the void and penetrated the tree trunk more than half a meter deep. No matter how slow the giant tree's nerve reflexes are, it will eventually discover something. About a second later, the giant tree's eyes moved. The two big green eyeballs rolled in their eye sockets and finally discovered a few little ones. However, in the short time it took to react, several little ones had already rushed to its side. Only Sugwa's speed is a little slow. She is also a plant-based person, so speed is not really her strong point. As for Su Ruru, she wanted to protect Su Feng. No matter what happened, she would not leave Su Feng even a step. Su Hei, who ran the fastest, arrived at the foot of the giant tree, roared, and jumped up. In the air, Su Hei completed his transformation. He slapped the tree trunk hard. A gap was left in the tree trunk. This gap is much larger than the hole that the bald man had just made. After all, there is still a very obvious difference in size between the bald man and the transformed Su Hei. After being hit by a claw, Su Hei twisted his waist in the air and turned 180 degrees on the spot. Then it kicked the tree trunk hard with its two hind paws. After leaving two big holes on the tree trunk again, Su Hei's figure appeared in the distance. At this time, the vines' attack finally arrived. The speed of the vines is actually not slow, but the giant tree was too tall, and the vines grew out of the crown. The larger the movement, the slower the attack speed. If you don't believe it, you can see Master Yi. Every time he knocked down the enemy, rode on him, and launched continuous attacks, the trajectory of his fists was very short. Chapter 100 Su Kuan suffers a heavy blow. Perhaps the vine's attack power is indeed strong, and even Su Hei may not be able to withstand it. But you have to be able to hit it. Su Kuan's attack also arrived. Even though she has only 2 legs, she can spread her wings, bend her waist, and lower her head like a glider, and her speed is not slow. Su Kuan's attack is similar to Su Hei's, also scratching with claws. The difference is that her claws are sharper and can send a lot of wood chips flying with each strike. Then the killing range is indeed smaller than Su Hei's, mainly because the power is not strong enough. Su Qinggong's attack was the most amazing. He stood more than 10 meters away from the giant tree and waved his hands at it, leaving deep wounds on the trunk. It's confirmed that Su successfully inherited his mother's ability and can search for enemies in the void. At the same time, Su Feng also figured out how he was attacked that night. Zhang Minghua and Su Qinggong's attacks were very similar to the space slash mentioned in online novels or animations. The so-called space slash means that the attack can cut through space. Isn't it easy to understand? Combined with the function of Su Qinggong's storage bag. If Su Feng guessed correctly, the ability that Su Qinggong's mother had awakened must be spatial ability. Then Su Qinggong is not fast, he can flash. At this moment, Su Feng admitted that he was envious. If you can even flash, why are you afraid of death? You can't die at all. unless you flash into a wall. Su Miaomiao's attack is a bit monotonous, and he also scratches with his claws. Su Xiaodao's attack is quite interesting. Punches and kicks overhead. Because the fists, feet, and heads are all bone knives, the damage is quite considerable. The only problem is that the size difference is too big. Su Xiaodao is less than 1 meter tall, but the trunk of the giant tree is over 100 meters long. No matter how sharp the knife is, it will only scratch the skin of a giant tree. Su Feng estimated that the giant tree must have a fatal weakness. If the attacks fail to hit the fatal weakness, these current attacks will be just a tickle to the giant tree. The best way to deal with this kind of plant-based monster is naturally to attack with fire. Unfortunately, none of Su Feng's current children have this ability. We can't let Su Feng use a lighter to set the giant tree on fire. Putting aside the question of whether the giant tree will give way or not, just think about how a small flame like that can light up such a huge tree. They have vines, and since they can be used to attack, they can definitely be used to put out small flames. For a moment, Su Feng really had no way to deal with this giant tree. Forget it, let the little ones have fun first. The children are usually very depressed. Now they can not only vent their emotions, but also accumulate combat experience. Why not do it? 10 minutes later, Su Kuan and Su Miaomiao began to get impatient. Especially Su Miaomiao, who simply stopped. Because the giant tree didn't attack her at all. Several vines of the giant tree were still tied around the bald head. Several vines were used to attack Su He. Occasionally he would attack Su Kuan. The damage caused by the remaining few little ones was limited, so it was too lazy to pay attention to them. Logically speaking, if Su Miaomiao keeps scratching at one place, he will eventually break the tree trunk. The reality is that after the bark, which is more than half a meter thick, is scratched, there is wood inside. The bark has average defensive power, but the wood inside is different. Su Miaomiao's cat claws could only leave a few white marks on it. The other little ones are similar. Su Kuan was so annoyed now that she hated the tree to death. I worked so hard to attack for a long time, but they didn't even move. Su Kuan suddenly had an idea and simply imitated the bald man, pushing his feet against the tree trunk and flying up with wings. Su Kuan is smarter than Baldy. When he was still 20 to 30 meters away from the face of the giant tree, Su Kuan jumped into the air and reached the same height as the face of the giant tree. Without waiting for the giant tree to react, Su Kuan flapped his wings wildly. Wind blades flew towards the giant tree's face. The giant tree felt threatened and threw the bald man away, then used several vines to block the wind blade. At such a close distance, Su Kuan's wind blade was still powerful enough, and several vines were cut off in an instant. However, the wind blade had lost its force and fell on the giant tree's face without even cutting the skin. Su Kuan was not disappointed. She was already satisfied just by being able to cut off a few vines of the giant tree. Now that the vines of the giant tree are broken, there will be no way to stop the attack on its face next time. Su Kuan spread his wings and circled in the air before landing in the middle of the tree trunk. Then she exerted force with her legs again, ready to repeat the same trick. What she didn't expect was that before she jumped up, new vines had already grown from the broken ends of the vines that had just been cut. Su Kuan did not change his plan and continued to launch wind blades towards the giant tree's face. The giant tree commanded several vines to block the wind blade again. As expected, the vines broke again, and the wind blade still did not hurt the giant tree's face. As the vines blocked the wind blades, the giant tree branched out a vine and whipped it towards Su Kuan. Su Kuan was in the air and lacked flexibility, so he was hit hard by the vines. Su Kuan, who had not yet fully mastered flying, was pulled by the vines and fell towards the ground in the distance like a kite with a broken string. The giant tree hit the target with one strike and immediately pursued the enemy. The vines that had just been broken have now grown new ones. Several vines chased after Su Kuan. Sister Kuaner. While Su He was fighting, he was distractedly observing his other brothers and sisters. Seeing Su Kuan in serious condition, he was the one who reacted the fastest. Si Zhua kicked the tree trunk and used the force to pounce on the vines that were chasing Su Kuan. Su Qing's reaction was not slow either, and he immediately spit out ice arrows at the vines. Each of them blocked a vine. However, there are still 2 vines chasing Su Kuan. Su Qinggong dodged and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already next to Su Kuan. Seeing that the vines were about to wrap around Su Kuan, Su Qinggong casually grabbed Su Kuan. The 2 figures disappeared into the air together. Naturally, the 2 vines hit nothing. When Su Qinggong and Su Kuan reappeared, they were already 100 meters away from the giant tree. Su Feng in the distance opened his mouth wide enough to fit a grandson's egg. As expected, I maintained the lower limit while the mother body raises the upper limit. Su Qinggong can not only flash, he can also lead others to flash. That's really awesome. Su Feng could imagine that when he was in danger in the future, Su Ruru would put up a defense, Su Qinggong would appear beside him, and then take him away. A set of processes that flow smoothly. Without even a scratch on his skin, the enemy was completely stunned. Then he was surrounded and beaten to death by his own children. It's pretty awesome just to think about it. Of course, you could also have a grandson's egg, a cup of milk, and a small apple every day. Many years later, no matter who the enemy was, he could knock them down with one punch. These ideas are all very beautiful, but Su Feng has more important things to do right now. After Su Qinggong and Su Kuan flashed to the ground, they had been lying there motionless for more than 10 seconds. Chapter 101 gives Su Kuan some blood. He's not dead, is he? Ruru, let's go and take a look. Su Feng was still very worried. One of them was his most skilled child, and the other was his nutrition supplier. Nothing could happen to them. Su Feng took advantage of the giant tree while fighting with Su He and the others and sneaked over. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. The two of them are lying on the ground motionless. What's wrong with you two? Stop scaring me. Su Feng was really panicked this time. Their children have never been hurt since they had them. This is why Su Feng wants to train them. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot grow big. Dad, my waist seems to be broken and I can't get up. When Su Kuan saw Su Feng, tears started to flow down his face. Is it that serious? Su Feng squatted beside Su Kuan, feeling a little at a loss for a moment. He had never experienced this kind of scene. Calm down, Su Feng, you have to calm down. These children are depending on you. Su Feng forced himself to calm down. Kuaner, let me carry you to a safe place first. Success, how are you? Where are you hurt? Su Qinggong lay on the ground and said weakly, Dad, I'm not injured, I'm just too tired. Sister Kuaner is too heavy. It seems that flashing is not that awesome. It consumes a lot of energy, especially when flashing with someone bigger and heavier than you. Ro, you carry Qinggong on your back, and I'll carry Kuaner. Let's go to a safe place first. Okay, Dad. Su Feng picked up Su Kuan, and Su Ruru lifted Su Qinggong above her head, and the two walked towards the small mound where the car was parked. Dad, don't worry too much. Sister Kuaner and brother Qinggong will be fine. On the way, Su Ruru kept comforting Su Feng. Sister Kuaner, don't be afraid. Daddy will definitely be able to cure you. After comforting Su Feng, he went to comfort Su Kuan. Su Qinggong doesn't need any comfort. He is just too tired. Su Kuan was quite heavy, and Su Feng felt that he weighed at least several hundred kilograms. Fortunately, his physical condition has improved, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to hold him. Back in the car, Su Feng briefly checked Su Kuan's injuries. There was no apparent problem from the outside, but Su Kuan couldn't even sit up now, and his waist ached badly whenever he moved. The vines of the giant tree had just hit her waist hard. The waist is the most vulnerable and at the same time the most important part of the human body. Once the spine is injured, it may lead to paralysis of the entire body and loss of mobility. Su Feng guessed that his children must have strong self-healing abilities. But Su Feng didn't know whether such a serious injury could be cured. Even if it can heal itself, whether there will be any sequelae is a big problem. Su Feng hesitated for a long time, and finally took out a small bottle from the refrigerator. Kuaner, drink this. This bottle contains the essence and blood that Su Feng obtained when he hatched Su Xiaodao last time. There was still some left, so Su Feng simply put it in the refrigerator. Su Kuan didn't even ask what was in the bottle. He just took it and poured it into his mouth. The arms can move, which is a good sign. Watching Su Kuan drink the blood in the bottle, Su Feng asked anxiously, How is it? Is there any effect? Su Kuan said with a bitter face, Dad, it doesn't have any effect. It just tastes terrible. It seems that the energy in the essence and blood has been absorbed by Su Xiaodao. Of course, it is also possible that the effect of the essence and blood is too simple and cannot be used in this way. Su Feng's eyes lit up, and he suddenly came up with another idea. The meat of exotic beasts contains huge energy, and the little ones grow up relying on the energy in the meat of exotic beasts. If I eat more exotic beast meat, will I be able to recover? Moreover, Su Qinggong was also overconsumed and urgently needed to replenish his energy. Su Feng quickly took out a large piece of exotic beast meat from the refrigerator and put it directly into the pressure cooker to start cooking. Originally, the meat of the exotic beasts was put into Su Qinggong's stomach. One time, Su Feng thought of the story of the cunning rabbit having 3 burrows, so he asked Su Qinggong to take out some of the exotic beast meat and put it in the refrigerator. In case Su Qinggong encounters an accident or is temporarily separated from the group, the little ones will not go hungry. It's just in time to come in handy. Su Qinggong was exhausted and needed to replenish his energy before he could open the storage bag. The exotic beast meat that can be used to replenish energy is placed in the storage bag. If Su Feng hadn't left some exotic beast meat, they would have reached a dead end. Cooking meat in a pressure cooker is still very fast. Su Feng didn't care about the heat. He took out a piece of exotic beast meat, tore it into pieces bit by bit, and fed it to Su Qinggong. Su Ruru was responsible for feeding Su Kuan. After more than 10 minutes, Su Qinggong finally recovered some strength. At this time, the two of them had almost eaten up the exotic beast meat. Su Feng was no longer panicking at this time. As long as the exotic beast meat was effective, it would be fine. As for Su Kuan's injury, he would just let it recover slowly. It would be nice to have a ginseng child, so I could take a bite at a critical moment. In fact, you should save a few eggs for your grandchildren. Success. Try to see if you can get the beast meat out. Su Qinggong was able to stand up at this time. He opened his mouth and the black hole appeared again. Su Qinggong reached in and took out a large piece of exotic beast meat. The energy contained in the meat of exotic beasts can indeed be used for recovery. Ro, you cook for them here. I'll go check on the others. A random blow from the giant tree made Su Kuan so embarrassed. Su Feng was really worried that something might happen to the other children. Dad, Su Ruru wanted to say that she would follow and protect Su Feng, but then she saw Su Kuan lying on the ground. I don't know how to say the words that are on the tip of my tongue. Su Feng is very important, but that doesn't mean Su Kuan is not important. Su Feng patted her head gently. Don't worry, Ru. I'll be careful. I'm very powerful now. Su Ruru forced a smile. Yeah, Dad is the best. Su Feng no longer hesitated, got out of the car, and ran towards the battlefield. Looking at Su Feng's back, Su Ruru's little face was filled with worry. When Su Feng arrived at the edge of the battlefield, the battle was still going on. Su He had returned to normal by now, while Su Qing's face had turned pale, and he was poking the tree trunk with his tongue. Su Xiaodao was still tirelessly chopping the bark. No one knew where Su Miao Miao and Su Gua had gone. The giant tree has stopped attacking and is working hard to absorb nutrients from the earth. The grasslands near the battlefield are visibly desertified. The bark on the tree trunk that was removed by a few small birds is also constantly regenerating. The key point is that the attacks of a few small ones can only damage the bark. If this goes on, the giant tree won't be killed, but the little ones will die of exhaustion first. Su Feng discovered that any powerful exotic beast would have various strange characteristics. Xiao He stopped fighting. As soon as Su Feng shouted, Su He stopped immediately. He actually didn't want to fight anymore. The same goes for the other little ones. Only Su Xiaodao was still tirelessly chopping the bark. Xiaodao, I'm back. Su Feng called him again, and Su Xiaodao retreated reluctantly. Cutting tree bark is so relaxing that I can't stop. Chapter 102 Su Gua, I want to suck it dry. Su Feng took a quick look and found that two were missing. Where are Miao Miao and Gua Gua? Dad, I saw Sister Miao Miao heading in that direction. As for Sister Gua Gua, I didn't see her when the battle started. Xiao He, go call Miao Miao back. Su He ran in the direction where Su Miao Miao disappeared. Su Feng took a few of the little ones to find Su Gua. Gua Gua, where are you? Come back soon. Su Feng shouted very softly at first, but after making sure that the giant tree was not paying attention to him, Su Feng raised his voice a little. Now Su Gua finally heard it. Dad, I'm here. Su Feng looked in the direction of the voice, but could not find Su Gua at all. Dad, here, look up. Su Feng looked up, but still didn't see Su Gua. Dad, Sister Gua Gua is over there. The one lying on the tree trunk is her. It has to be Su Xiaodao again. Compound eyes are really useful. Now Su Feng finally saw Su Gua. At this time, Su Gua was lying on the trunk of the giant tree, with his hands and feet inserted into the trunk. Because the color of the fruit itself is almost the same as that of the tree trunk, it is so difficult to find. Gua Gua, what are you doing? Come down quickly, let's retreat. Su Feng waved to Su Gua to come down. Unexpectedly, Su Gua refused. Dad, you guys go ahead. I'm here to absorb nutrients, so I won't go back yet. This tree is much tastier than the rabbit I saw the other day. Su Feng didn't understand at first. Thinking of the rabbit that day, Su Feng finally reacted. Su Gua treated the giant tree as the rabbit that day, and she wanted to suck the giant tree dry. But how big is the rabbit? How big is this giant tree? Su Gua was only slightly bigger than a leaf, yet she wanted to suck the giant tree dry. This is the legendary case of greed leading to the snake swallowing the elephant. However, Su Feng discovered something different about Su Gua. She seemed to have grown a little in size. The tender bud above my head is also showing signs of growing leaves. Gua Gua, how long are you going to suck it? Is it dangerous? Su Gua answered Su Feng while smoking, with excitement in his voice. Don't worry, Dad, this idiot hasn't noticed me yet. If it had, I would have run away. As for how long it will take, I don't know, but it should take quite a while. Sugwa refused to come down from the tree, and Su Feng had no idea what to do. Anyway, this matter will only benefit Sugwa and not harm her, so let her do it. Just leave before the experts from the Exotic Beast Association arrive. As for the giant tree beast, it is not very scary. Su Feng and the others stood under the tree and talked for such a long time, but the giant tree didn't respond at all. It can be seen that even among strange beasts, there are differences between them. Plants prefer quietness to movement, and their only desire for life is to keep growing. So the giant tree beast uses all its energy to absorb the energy of the blue planet. Guogua, let's go back first. Be careful on your own. If you see something wrong, run away quickly. Okay, Dad. Sugwa shook the tinder buds on his head as a farewell to Su Feng. Su Feng no longer wanted to take the little ones with him, so he left. He was now very worried about Su Kuan and had no time to care about Sugwa. When Su Feng returned to the car, Su Hei also came back with Su Miao Miao, and there was a person on Su Hei's back. Isn't this the bald guy? Where did you find him? Su Miao Miao explained. I fought for a long time, but couldn't do any serious damage to the giant tree, so I went for a walk nearby and saw him. He wasn't completely dead yet, so I thought, just in case he could be useful, I might as well bring him back. Well, actually it's useless, but meeting is fate, so it doesn't matter if I save you. Let's put him in the car first and leave here. The little ones got into the car obediently, and Su Feng drove away. After driving the car a little further away from the giant tree, Su Feng came to the car and prepared to check Su Kuan's injuries. When Su Feng walked over, Su Kuan was leaning against the carriage and chatting with others. Kuaner, how do you feel? It would have been fine if he hadn't asked, but as soon as Su Feng asked, Su Kuan, who was originally talking and laughing, burst into tears again. Dad, I'm so scared. Su Feng also felt very uncomfortable. This is my own daughter, my own flesh and blood. I eat other people's eggs every day, but I failed to protect her. I feel guilty. Su Feng walked over, squatted in front of Su Kuan, gently stroked her comb, and comforted her. It's okay, it's all over. Before, Su Kuan couldn't even sit up, but now he can lean on the car and chat with people. It can be seen that his recovery ability is indeed very strong. After Su Feng comforted him for a long time, Su Kuan finally regained his usual smile. Dad, don't worry. I feel much better now. My waist doesn't hurt as much anymore. If you don't believe me, just look. I can even stand up. Su Kuan said as he was about to stand up to show Su Feng. Su Feng quickly held her down. If you're injured, take good care of yourself. Wait until you're fully healed before getting up. There's a whole car full of people waiting for you to cook and eat. You better get well soon. Su Kuan really likes this feeling of being needed. Don't worry, Dad. I'll be fine soon. After comforting the injured Su Kuan, Su Feng walked over to the bald man again. The bald man was lying on the ground, sleeping peacefully. He may have passed out. Su Feng put his fingers on his nostrils and felt for a long time, but didn't feel any breathing. Is he dead? Su Feng simply put his ear to his chest again, trying to listen for his heartbeat. This is unbearable to hear. There is a heartbeat, but it is very weak and feels like it will stop at any time. The most amazing thing is that the bald guy has such huge pectoral muscles. I really don't know how he practiced it. Su Feng touched it a few times subconsciously. Fuck, it can't be a woman. Because the other person had a bald head, and it wasn't the kind of bald head that was shaved. You can see the stubble on a shaved head. This bald head is shiny and bright, and it is obvious that it is a bald head caused by years of hair loss. So Su Feng had a preconceived notion that the bald man was a man. But your chest muscles are indeed too big, and the key is that they are not as hard as those of professional bodybuilders. Su Feng suspected that the bald man was a woman. He was just about to peel off the word cool to confirm it, when he turned around and saw that the 7 little ones were staring at him. You guys, go down and get to work. Once you succeed, you take out the tent, barbecue grill, and other things, and everyone else works together to set up the tent. Su Qing, take Kuaner downstairs to get some fresh air. The wounded need fresh air. Su Feng made clear arrangements for the 7 little ones in an instant. After all 7 kids got out of the car, Su Feng closed the door. If you were a woman, I would apologize first. If you were a man and I saw you and it polluted my eyes, I would throw you on the grassland and let you fend for yourself. After Su Feng finished speaking, he took off his khaki sweatpants without hesitation. Hiss. Chapter 103. You are actually a woman? To be honest, Su Feng had never seen such a pink little kana. I've never seen anyone with pores so small that they are almost invisible. Look at that handsome face again and that shiny bald head. Su Feng admitted that he was deeply moved. He didn't have this feeling when he saw Jiang Minghua. At that time, he was thinking more that this woman was pretty and he would be at a disadvantage if he didn't touch her a few times. My current thought is, what the fuck is love at first sight? What What the fuck is love at first sight? This is love at first sight. This is love. It's love, not some weird thing. So Sufeng currently has no intention of letting the other party have children. He not only wanted the child, he also wanted this woman. But how to save people has become a big problem now. Su Kuan had tried it before, but it didn't work after drinking it. Of course, it is also possible that the energy of what Su Kuan drank had been depleted. If it was fresh, it might be effective. Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, I can only let you give birth to a child. Sufeng no longer hesitated, looked at the shiny, round and smooth head, and started to get busy. After a few minutes, Sufeng breathed a sigh of relief after successfully feeding the other person the liquid. I hope it helps. If it is useful, it will open up a new use for blood. In the future, when children are injured, they can be treated. Although it's a bit disgusting, compared with life, it's disgusting. Seeing that the bald man showed no sign of waking up for the time being, Sufeng decided to go out and check on the children. Sufeng was really not very reassured about letting them barbecue outside by themselves. When Sufeng came outside, the kids had already set up the tent, set up the barbecue grill, and even put up the light strips. Xiaohei, how are you? Is there anything I can help you with? Suhei was directing a few people who were skewering meat. When he saw Sufeng coming out, he happily let him come over. Dad, no need to help, we can handle it. Okay, go ahead and do your work. I'll drive the car over there. Sufeng pointed to a small mound not far away and said, for safety reasons, Baldy cannot be allowed to see the little ones, unless he is willing to follow Sufeng around the world. If you really rescue the bald girl and she wants to leave, then ask her about her background and then let her go. Wait until you are strong enough to pursue her. As for kidnapping people, Sufeng had never thought about it. He still preferred cooperation. When he went to the bathhouse in his previous life, he didn't like those dead fish technicians. Sufeng drove the car behind the slope, where the little ones could not be seen from this side. But the distance was not far, and the little ones could hear him if he shouted. Besides, Su Ruru is with him, so there is no need to worry about any accidents. After parking the car, Sufeng went up to take a look. The bald man showed no signs of waking up, so he simply went to prepare his own dinner first. Chiyu had a dream in which he saw his dead parents and his dead friends. They are waving to themselves. Chiyu was very happy. So many years had passed in the blink of an eye, and she had always been alone. All that was left in her life was killing strange beasts. Whenever it was late at night and everyone was asleep, she would recall the past and miss her deceased relatives. Now seeing them waving at her, Chiyu knew very well that she was going to die. Chiyu was not afraid, but happy. She was too lonely. If she had not wanted revenge, she would have followed her parents long ago. Just as Chiyu was smiling and calmly facing his parents' call, preparing to go over, a pair of rough and powerful hands grabbed her. Let me go. I want to reunite with my family. However, the big hands didn't care and grabbed her and walked back. Chiyu smelled the fragrance of food without even opening his eyes. This was followed by a feeling of discomfort in the abdomen. Chiyu thought at first that he was hungry, but slowly, she felt something was wrong. My stomach doesn't feel so bloated when I'm hungry. Chiyu opened his eyes and observed the surrounding environment first. Obviously, I was in a carriage. She struggled to sit up and wanted to see who saved her. However, the swelling of the abdomen became more and more obvious. Is anyone there? Since the other party didn't kill him, he must be a good person. Chiyu wanted to find someone to ask and understand his current situation as soon as possible. Outside the car, Sufeng was cooking when he heard Chiyu's voice. Ro, hide first. Don't come out unless I tell you to. Okay, Dad. Su Ruru agreed and hid it in Sufeng's pocket. Sufeng opened the car door. Chiyu had already sat up and was looking at her slowly growing belly in horror. No way. I clearly drank it. How could this happen? Sufeng was also confused. What the hell was going on? It was completely different from what he expected. Sufeng originally thought that there were only two possible outcomes after drinking it. Either it would be effective, and the bald man would absorb the energy in the blood and his injuries would heal. Or it's useless and you just drink it in vain. He had never imagined the current situation. If you can get pregnant by drinking it, then you will become like the water in the mother and child river. At the same time, Sufeng felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, the drink given to Su Kuan was not fresh, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who are you? What is my current situation? Chiyu was the first to react, and she hoped that Sufeng could answer her confusion. Oh, my name is Sufeng. You were injured before, and I saved you. So what's my current situation? Chiyu pointed to her stomach. Sufeng was very embarrassed. How could he explain this? She might not believe it even if I tell her. By the way, what's your name? Why are you here alone to fight the monster? Chiyu explained while enduring the discomfort in his abdomen. My name is Chiyu, and my life is just running around, destroying any strange beasts I see. I just didn't expect this strange beast to be so powerful this time. What the hell? Are you Chiyu? Isn't Chiyu a man? Who told you Chiyu is a man? Chiyu is a bald man. Well, no one said that bald people must be men. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Su Feng felt secretly delighted, because Chiyu was the only ordinary person who relied on his own practice to become as powerful as a B-level awakener. If this child is born to her, it will definitely be awesome. Chiyu asked Su Feng to stop talking with a lewd smile on his face. You haven't told me what my current situation is. Or do you not know either? Su Feng hesitated for a moment, but decided to wait until Chiyu gave birth before telling her the truth. This could, perhaps, be a side effect of me saving you. You were seriously injured at the time, and I had to use special methods to save you, otherwise you would have died. Make the problem sound more serious so that she won't blame herself. While the two were talking, Chiyu's belly grew a little bigger. Chapter 104 Chiyu gave birth. What kind of side effect is this? Why is it so strange? Chiyu's inner fear grew stronger and stronger, and she felt like she was pregnant. Don't talk too much for now. I'm going to do the preparations. After Su Feng finished speaking, he ran to get a blanket. Then he whispered a few words to Su Ruru. While Chiyu was not paying attention, Su Ruru crawled out of Su Feng's pocket and ran towards the little ones. Sister Ruru, why are you here? Where's Daddy? Dad has something to tell you. He asked me to come over and tell you to make some broth. We're going to have another brother or sister soon. Pregnant again? Who gave birth this time? That's the man we rescued. Okay, can a bald man give birth to a child? I get it. I'll make the broth now. Su Kuan has recovered a lot now, so there is no problem in making some meat soup. After giving the notification, Su Ruru quietly ran back. She still had to protect Su Feng. Chiyu looked at the small stall in Su Feng's hand, wondering what he was going to do. Well, take off your pants first. You're about to give birth. Chiyu suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. I don't even have a boyfriend. How can I have a child? Look at your belly. It's so big. It's obvious that you're about to give birth. Chiyu looked at her big belly and felt that the world was magical. How long was I unconscious? Not long, less than a day. I was in a coma for less than a day, and I got pregnant, and then you told me I was going to give birth soon. Chiyu didn't believe it at all. Really? I can't lie to you. If you don't believe me, try feeling it yourself. As if responding to Su Feng, before he finished speaking, Chiyu felt his stomach begin to ache. That feeling was indeed very similar to the legendary childbirth. Am I really going to give birth? While thinking, Chiyu really felt that something was trying to crawl out of his body. You go out first. Chiyu was about to give birth, but when she saw Su Feng, she forced herself to hold back. Oh, okay. Su Feng got out of the car obediently. This is the mother of his child, so he has to take it slow and not rush into anything. In the carriage, Chiyu didn't dare to waste any more time, otherwise he would really give birth in his pants. A few minutes later, Chiyu was stunned as he looked at the baby with a bald head standing in front of him. Is it scientific or reasonable that a newborn baby can stand up on his own? Of course it is unscientific and unreasonable, but why is it okay for the child you gave birth to? Mom, why don't you give me the blanket first? I'm a little cold. Oh, okay. Chiyu subconsciously agreed, then handed the blanket in his hand to the baby in front of him. The baby took the blanket, wiped himself clean in no time, and then wrapped himself up again. Mom, do you want to clean up? Oh, okay. Chiyu then remembered that she hadn't even had time to clean up after giving birth. Chiyu would never have thought that she couldn't think things through as comprehensively as her newborn child. Mom, go ahead and do your work. I'll go find Dad. When Chiyu heard the word Dad, he instantly became energetic. Until now, she still doesn't know whose child she gave birth to. Do you know who your father is? I don't know, but I can feel that he is outside. Outside? Is there anyone else outside besides Su Feng? Wait a minute, baby. I'll go with you. Chiyu quickly cleaned herself up and got out of the car with her newborn baby. Su Feng saw the two people getting out of the car and said with a flattering smile, Are you hungry? I made some food. Come and have something to eat. He's your father? Chiyu pointed at Su Feng and asked the baby. The baby nodded with his big, innocent eyes. Yes, he is my father. Looking at Chiyu's murderous eyes, Su Feng felt a little guilty. Well, listen to my explanation. I'm trying to save you. Save me? Then how did I give birth to a child? Chiyu felt that Su Feng was insincere and nothing he said was believable. Who would save someone just to help them have a baby? That's not right. How can it take only 1 day from conception to birth? Tell me clearly what's going on. Okay, don't be angry after listening to this, because you can't beat me. Although he likes Chiyu very much, between women and safety, he chooses safety. What happened was, I was about to destroy the strange beast, and then I found out you had gotten there first. I was just watching from the side. I didn't expect you to be unable to defeat the monster. Don't slap it away. Then I tried it, and the strange beast had thick skin and flesh and was big in size, so it was really hard to kill it. So I took you and retreated first. You were seriously injured, and I had only one way to save you, with side effects I hadn't anticipated. What Su Feng said was all true, and Chiyu basically believed it, but there was one thing she couldn't understand. How on earth did you save me? Why did it have such a strange side effect? Su Feng hesitated for a long time, and only spoke hesitantly after Chiyu's repeated urging. I let you drink my blood. What? You want me to drink your stuff? Chiyu looked at Su Feng in shock, not understanding why he looked like a human being but acted like an inhuman being. Chiyu felt his stomach cramping. I have no choice. This is the only way to save you. That's not right. Why would I get pregnant if I drank it? Su Feng spread his hands. I don't know about that either. You really don't know? I really don't know. I, Su Feng, am a real man. I dare to take responsibility for my actions and never lie. Anyway, the people who have been cheated don't even know that they have been cheated. Chiyu still chose to believe Su Feng. There were so many abnormal things that they seemed very normal. Why did I have a baby after drinking that stuff? I don't know. I haven't drunk it. It made so much sense that Chiyu couldn't refute it. So what do we do now? Su Feng chuckled and said something he had planned in advance. Let's be together. You're a nomadic person, slaying strange beasts everywhere, and I'm the same. It would be perfect for us to live together. This? Chiyu didn't expect Su Feng to say that. Don't you mind that I'm bald? I don't mind. To be honest, I quite like it. Su Feng didn't feel ashamed at all. He just liked it. Su Feng was so direct that Chiyu hesitated. She was used to being alone and never thought about finding a companion. Let me think about it. Chiyu did not refuse directly. Originally, she thought that she would keep killing strange beasts until she encountered a particularly powerful one and was then beaten to death. Now, she has a child, which is the continuation of life. Chapter 105, A Family of Three. After being at a loss at first, she now wants to give her child a home. She didn't want her children to become orphans at a young age like herself. But she had not decided to live with Su Feng. She didn't understand the man in front of her at all. Let's eat something first and talk while we eat. Su Feng handed Chiyu a portion of the rice he made. Chiyu was indeed hungry. Su Feng's blood and essence contained energy, but it could not stop the feeling of hunger. What about the baby? He's still hungry. Chiyu was too embarrassed to say that she had no milk. You go eat in the car first. I'll make some porridge for the baby. It's windy outside, and you just gave birth. Don't catch a cold. Chiyu agreed and believed that one should not be careless during confinement, otherwise there would be sequelae. Thank you for your hard work. Su Feng grinned. It's not hard. Chiyu took the rice with toppings and ate in the car. Ro, go check if Kuiner has finished cooking the meat porridge. Okay, Dad. Su Ruru ran away in a flash. A few minutes later, Su Ruru came back with a big bowl of meat porridge. Dad, please feed my brother. Okay, Ruru, go eat something too. Daddy won't be in any danger here. Okay then, Dad, if you're in danger, call me first. After sending away Su Ruru, the little light bulb, Su Feng can start to focus on conquering Chiyu. Baby, come and have some porridge. Chi Yuxing's baby came over obediently and asked while drinking porridge. Dad, was that my sister just now? Yes, that's my sister. Don't tell Mom yet. Okay. Su Feng's child is much closer to him than to his mother, and Su Feng's words take priority over his mother's. When Chiyu came out after dinner, she saw Su Feng feeding the child porridge seriously. Looking at Su Feng's serious expression, Chiyu felt a little bit of excitement in his heart. She remembered that when she was a child, her father would feed her like this every time she didn't want to eat. The difference is that I was quite naughty back then, but my children are much more obedient. It seems that starting a family is not impossible. If it weren't for this child, Chiyu would definitely not have gotten married. Su Feng's move can be said to have been an accidental success. Su Feng had already noticed Chiyu, and he deliberately wanted Chiyu to see his attentive side. The effect is surprisingly good. After feeding him, Su Feng pretended to have just discovered Chiyu. Why did you come out? It's windy outside. Come inside quickly. By the way, do you miss your baby? Baby, go to the car with your mother, and your father will be in soon. Okay, Dad. The little baby took the initiative to walk to Chiyu and held her hand. Mom, let's go to the car. Looking at the baby's delicate face, feeling the warmth from the little hand in my hand. For the first time since her parents passed away, Chiyu felt the warmth of home. Okay, Mommy will hold you. Chiyu got into the car carrying the child. Su Feng excitedly clenched his right fist and made a silent yeah. After quickly packing up his things, Su Feng also got into the car. Chiyu, who was holding the baby and talking, saw Su Feng come in and took the initiative to ask him. Shouldn't we give the baby a name? Indeed, do you have anything suitable? Chi-Yu thought for a moment and said, why not call me Su Yuan? Su Yuan, what a nice name. If Su Feng were asked to come up with a name, he would think Su Chang would be a good choice. His nickname is Baldy Wang. Anyway, my children are all weird. If the mother has a bald head, the child will also have a bald head. Chi-Yu, tell me about yourself. I always thought you were a man. Chi-Yu's story is actually not simple at all. She was originally an ordinary girl. One day, a strange beast appeared near her home. Her parents and relatives died, but she survived by chance. Then Chi-Yu began to kill strange beasts everywhere to avenge his parents. So you really got so good at training on your own? Su Feng asked the doubts in his mind. Chi-Yu shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. Anyway, I just practiced casually and got better and better. Looking at Chi-Yu's expression, Su Feng was sure that she was not being pretentious. Su Feng estimated that Chi-Yu was also an awakened person. But what she realized was that the more she trained, the stronger she would become. For some unknown reason, the Monster Association portrayed her as a civilian hero, probably to give motivation to those who are not awakened. Just like what was always advertised before, hard work will pay off, and studying hard will lead to success. Isn't it just to prevent the leaks from overturning the table? Although leaks are not that smart, they do have some ideas. If you want the leaks to be content with being leaks, you have to give them a little hope from time to time. Chi-Yu is that hope. Exercise can indeed improve combat effectiveness, but it is difficult to progress as quickly as Chi-Yu. I've finished my story, it's your turn. Since he is already the father of a child, Chi-Yu still needs to know more about Su Feng. My story is even simpler. I was an orphan since I was little, and I don't know who my parents are. Even when I grew up, I lived in a daze. Until I realized that I was a little different from other people, so I started driving around. You have been an orphan since childhood. Chi-Yu originally thought that she was even more miserable, but she didn't expect that Su Feng was even worse off than her. Yes, I grew up in a garbage dump and often had to compete with stray dogs for food. Su Feng didn't know when he had sat next to Chi-Yu, and when he was moved, he leaned on Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu was feeling sad at the moment, and without thinking much, she simply put her arm around Su Feng's shoulders. Xiaoyu, from now on, our family of 3 will depend on each other. How can a family of 3 be called dependent on each other? They should be living happily together. It sounds unlucky to say that the child will depend on each other as soon as he is born. Yes, I said the wrong thing. Our family of 3 lives happily together. Hey, where's the baby? Chi-Yu was about to hug Su Yuan in his arms, only to find that Su Yuan had disappeared at some point. It's okay, Su Yuan went out to play. Su Feng just saw Su Yuan sneak out. He probably thought listening to stories was boring, so he ran to find Su Ruru. Chi-Yu became very anxious upon hearing this, and stood up to run out. The baby is so small, how can we let him go out by himself? It's okay. Our children can't be judged by common sense. Just call him, and he will come back. Chi-Yu was not as careless as Su Feng. She opened the car door and started shouting. Baby, where are you? Come back quickly, it's dangerous outside. Mom, I'm here. On the grassland in the distance, a small figure was galloping towards this side. In just a few breaths, Su Yuan ran back. Chi-Yu opened his mouth wide and looked at Su Yuan in disbelief. It's already incredible that a newborn baby can stand and walk, so why can it run so fast? Chapter 106 Finally eat meat. Baby, how come you run so fast? Su Feng said proudly on the side. I told you our child would be extraordinary. Chi-Yu's strength lies in his physical fitness. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Yuan is also strong in this aspect, even stronger than Chi-Yu. Su Yuan, show it to Mom. Dad, how do I show it? No matter how smart Su Yuan is, he was just born not long ago. Su Feng pointed to a small mound not far away and said, Go and punch that little idiot with all your might. Okay, Dad. Without waiting for Chi-Yu to stop him, Su Yuan accepted the task without hesitation and ran towards the small mound with his short legs. The speed is getting faster and faster. When he arrived at the small mound, Su Yuan clenched his fist and punched it hard. Under Chi-Yu's horrified gaze, Su Yuan's small fist broke a hole in the small mound of earth. Then he crawled into the hole and came out from the other side. After rushing forward for more than 10 meters, Su Yuan finally stopped. He brushed the dirt off his body and was as happy as a newborn baby. Chi-Yu pointed at the hole on the small hill and asked Su Feng foolishly, Am I hallucinating? Su Feng said with a smile as he put his arm around her shoulders. I've said it before, our child is not an ordinary person. Chi-Yu really believed it now. With this strength, ordinary beasts should be unable to do anything to Su Yuan. Even the giant tree monster is no match for it, because it moves too slowly. Okay, let's go back. Let the child play if he wants to. When he's tired, he can go home and sleep. Chi was persuaded by Su Feng, but she still reminded Su Yuandao. Baby, you must be careful. Su Yuan nodded obediently. Okay, Mom, I'll be careful. Looking at his well-behaved, sensible, and powerful child, Chi felt that everything was a dream. In a daze, Chi was pulled back into the car by Su Feng. As for Su Yuan, when he saw the two get in the car, he ran off to find the other little ones. There were many cute friends and delicious food there, so he didn't want to go back to the car. Even after they got into the car, Su Feng still held Chi-Yu's shoulders tightly. Chi-Yu didn't notice it before, but now he noticed it. Just as he was about to say something, Su Feng let go on his own initiative. Xiaoyu, why don't you have hair? Su Feng had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but he had never dared to ask. Chi-Yu glared at him fiercely. This man really didn't know how to chat. He kept bringing up things that were irrelevant to the topic. But she explained anyway. I don't know either. Anyway, the stronger I became, the less hair I had. Before I knew it, I was bald. Anyway, I like to be alone, so it doesn't matter whether I have hair or not. Yeah, it's really not important. Actually, I was serious when I said I liked your bald head. Can you let me touch it? Chi-Yu suspected that the man in front of her was a pervert, but she had no evidence. But she also wanted to test whether Su Feng really didn't care that he was bald. Then you can touch it. After saying that, he stretched out his bald head, looking as if he was ready to die. Su Feng stretched out his trembling hand with excitement. He touched it lightly at first, then covered it with his whole palm and rubbed it a few times. It feels really good, smooth, and without any stubble. Su Feng looked carefully and couldn't even see the roots of the hair. It was as if the scalp was a hole and had never grown any hair. The more Su Feng touched it, the more interesting it became. It was not only smooth but also round, unlike most people's heads, which were either oval or flat. The love was so deep that Su Feng couldn't bear it and touched it with his mouth. Chi-Yu shuddered and retracted his head. Why are you like this? Sorry, I couldn't help it. Chi-Yu finally realized that Su Feng had not lied to her. Not only did he not dislike her, he really liked her. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat ambiguous. If a man can't even let go of his own bald head, isn't that enough to prove that he loves himself? What's more, both of them already have a child. Su Feng is not watching you, so it's actually pretty good to be with him. In the future, when we fight strange beasts, the three of us can go into battle together. It makes me happy just thinking about it. Su Feng, you are not allowed to abandon me and the baby in the future. Su Feng was overjoyed when he heard this and made repeated assurances. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. You and the baby are my dearest and most precious. I love you so much. How could I abandon you? So corny. Hee, I mean it all from the bottom of my heart. It's getting late. Why don't we get Su Yuan a brother or sister? Su Feng hadn't eaten meat for a long time and was very hungry. Chi-Yu was suddenly terrified when she thought about the process of giving birth. It wasn't particularly painful, it was just too scary. No, I just gave birth and I haven't recovered yet. Recover what? Haven't you noticed that your physical condition has improved? If Su Feng hadn't said it, Chi-Yu really wouldn't have noticed. Now that I think about it, I just gave birth to a child, but I didn't feel weak at all. Not only was she not weak, she even felt full of strength. Come on, don't hesitate. After some hesitation, Su Feng got the job done. 2 hours later. Why haven't you responded yet? That shouldn't be the case. It should be very fast. Do you have any special feelings? I feel like my body is filled with unknown energy, and this energy is completely transforming my body. Then it seems that there will be no more regeneration. Su Feng didn't know why he couldn't have children. Maybe he only had one egg every month. Chi-Yu was relieved. Su Yuan was an accident. She was not ready to be a mother yet, and she would have no way to raise another child. If I don't want to have a baby, then I won't. It's not without its benefits. I feel like I'm amazing. Then let's go meet that stupid wood again tomorrow. Okay, Su Feng, I'm sleepy. Go to sleep if you're tired. But the baby hasn't come back yet. I'll put you to sleep first. Then I'll go get the baby back. Su Feng. It's so kind of you. Su Feng put the sleeping Chi-Yu on the folding bed and quietly got out of the car. When Su Feng came to the little ones, they were still awake. What are you doing? Why aren't you sleeping? Dad, we are telling a story to my brother. Su Kuan ran over with his wings fluttering. It seemed that she had almost recovered. Although the meat of the exotic beast contained energy, Su Kuan's ability to recover so quickly was largely due to her own recovery ability. Or it could be said that it was Su Feng's essence and blood that gave her amazing recovery ability. In this way, Su Feng would feel more at ease and no longer have to worry about the child falling off easily. What story are you telling? Chapter 107, I actually have several children. We were just talking about the story of Journey to the West. Little Blackie said, Dad, You are the master, and we are the apprentices, and we are going to get the scriptures together. Well, actually you have already obtained the true scriptures. That's right. Although we are not going to seek scriptures, we are also fighting for justice and for our future. So you must closely unite around this big group with Dad as the core. We stand together and fight for a better tomorrow. Su Kuan followed up with a sentence. Understand the applause. The little ones applauded enthusiastically out of respect. Su Feng pressed down with both hands, indicating to them that it was almost done. Su Yuan, are you going to sleep with your brother or sister, or with your parents today? Dad, I want to sleep with my brother and sister. Su Yuan was already getting into a fierce fight with the little ones, and they were inseparable. Okay, then you guys go to bed early. Xiaohei, remember to arrange for someone to be on duty at night. Don't let your guard down. Okay, Dad. Su Feng was still very confident in Su Hei, as he was a good guard at the house. Tiptoeing back to the car, Su Feng held Chi Yu in his arms and prepared to go to sleep. Should we tell Chi Yu about these little ones? Su Feng was a little hesitant. Logically speaking, since the two of them are already in this situation and have a child, there is nothing wrong with telling Chi Yu. But after all, the two of them had just met, and their understanding of each other was not very deep. Unable to sleep, Su Feng simply took out his cell phone and started looking up Chi Yu's information. Generally, information about awakened people who are strong and active can be found on the internet. Chi Yu, who is set as a role model for ordinary people, must have more complete information. Without much effort, Su Feng found Chi Yu's information. Chi Yu, an ordinary person, watched helplessly as his parents and relatives died at the hands of strange beasts. Determined to avenge his family, he began to train hard, and his strength grew rapidly as he broke through the limits of the human body again and again. After several years of hard training, he has become comparable to a B-level awakener. This is official information. Su Feng searched for some other gossip. There was a rumor that Chi Yu had the opportunity to become a formal member of the Exotic Beast Association. But she rejected the invitation from the Exotic Beast Association and only registered as an exotic beast hunter. Then Chi Yu traveled all over the country, hunting exotic beasts everywhere. Many people have seen her, but no one has seen her true face. Because Chi Yu always wears a khaki sportswear, red gloves, a hat, and a mask, covering himself tightly. Su Feng guessed that the reason why he saw that big bald head at first sight when he met her that day was because there were few people around, so Chi Yu was too lazy to cover herself up. But why does she always wear khaki sportswear and red gloves? Could it be because her father likes to wear sportswear of this color, and her mother likes to wear red gloves when washing dishes? Is Chi Yu wearing this to commemorate his parents? Forget it, go to sleep. You'll know tomorrow by asking her. Su Feng made up his mind to tell Chi Yu the truth tomorrow. After checking around, Su Feng discovered that Chi Yu was not deeply involved with the Exotic Beast Association. If she hadn't been invited by the Exotic Beast Association, she wouldn't even be an exotic beast hunter. Chi Yu also seemed quite indifferent to fame and fortune. It was said that after she killed an exotic beast, she never took the initiative to ask for a reward from the Exotic Beast Association. A person like this should be able to keep a secret. If Chi Yu doesn't keep the secret, Su Feng also has a way, but Chi Yu can't beat them all. Just tie her up when the time comes. Imprison her for 3 to 5 years, and then release her when she develops Stockholm Syndrome. As he was thinking, Su Feng fell into a sweet dream. In his dream, he came to a huge palace. The palace is very large, with ceilings hundreds of meters high. There are several thick pillars in the middle of the palace, each of which is engraved with strange patterns. The palace was filled with humans and strange beasts. He himself sat on a place similar to a dragon throne, with Chi Yu, whose head was shiny, on his left. On the right is a beautiful woman with long flowing hair, whose face cannot be seen clearly. Behind the dragon throne stood several tall women with graceful figures, but their faces did not resemble those of humans. All the humans and strange beasts in the hall knelt down together when they saw Su Feng. Only after Su Feng waved his hand did they dare to stand up. Then the humans and monsters began to report the situation one by one. Su Feng didn't hear clearly what they said. He just remembered that the grapes that Chi Yu and the long-haired beauty stuffed into his mouth from time to time were very delicious. While tasting grapes, Su Feng was pushed awake by someone. Stop eating. The sun is scorching your butt. Hurry up and get up. The baby has gone somewhere again. Chi Yu found that the child she gave birth to was good in every way except that he was always running around, which made her very worried. It's okay, he won't get lost. Let me sleep a little longer. Then you go to sleep. I'll go find the baby myself. How can I sleep like this? I'm not used to sleeping alone. Okay, then get up. Just call Su Yuan when you get out of the car, and he'll be back. He's very sensible. Chi Yu was skeptical, So he got out of the car and shouted towards the empty grassland in the distance. Baby, come back for dinner. A few seconds later, a figure came rushing from a distance, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Mom, I'm back. As he spoke, Su Yuan had already run to Chi Yu's side. Baby, where did you go to play again? Chi Yu also didn't understand why a newborn baby loved going out to play so much. Suddenly, her eyes stopped on the piece of meat in Su Yuan's hand. Baby, where did you get this meat? It looks like it's been braised. Su Yuan then remembered that he had come back in such a hurry that he forgot to hide the meat. Mom, oh, you should ask Dad. Su Yuan couldn't lie yet, but Su Ruru had told him not to tell his mother about the existence of his brothers and sisters, so Su Yuan simply asked Chi Yu to ask Su Feng. Ask your father. He just woke up. How would he know? I actually know. Su Feng rescued Su Yuan in time. Su Yuan, go back and continue eating. I'll talk to your mother. Okay, Dad. Su Yuan took the meat and ran back. Chi Yu looked at Su Feng in confusion. What is going on? What are you hiding from me? Don't you consider me your own? We are already like this. We even have a child. Su Feng, you really disappoint me. No, don't be disappointed. Listen to me. Su Feng grabbed Chi Yu and comforted her. Then tell me what your difficulties are. Su Feng organized his words and spoke. Xiao Yu, actually, I have several children. What? You have several children? You're married? Chapter 108. My name is Su Kuan. I can lay eggs. Annie, do you want to eat them? Chi Yu was stunned. She thought she had found happiness, support, and a good partner to spend the rest of her life with. I didn't expect that I would be the third party. Su Feng quickly explained. I'm not married. I've never been married. I'm not even in a relationship. I just have a few kids. How can you have a child without getting married or dating? By a courier? No. As you know, my blood and essence are very special, so I can give birth to children beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. For example, find a chicken person and then give birth to a chicken baby. Can you understand? Chi Yu could understand every word Su Feng said, but putting it all together, she really didn't understand. People and eggs can give birth to children. Listen, is this human language? Su Feng knew that it would be difficult to make Chi Yu believe it. Xiao Yu, this is my biggest secret. If you knew, you couldn't leave me. You have to stay with me forever. Are you willing? Chi Yu said without hesitation. I do, provided you don't lie to me. It's like this, how can she leave? Even if she really wanted to leave and take Su Yuan with her, Su Feng would definitely not agree. If she didn't take the child away, she wouldn't feel comfortable leaving him behind. Besides, she is a very traditional woman. Since she has given her body and soul to Su Feng, she will not regret it easily unless she is cheated. Okay, come with me. I'll take you to meet them. You'll understand after you meet them. Su Feng drove Chi Yu to meet up with the little ones. A few minutes later, I saw a group of strange-looking people, let's call them people, running to Su Feng and shouting Dad, loudly. Chi Yu felt that the world was becoming more and more magical. Compared to what is happening right now, giving birth to a child yesterday is nothing. Su Feng, are you sure these are not alien beasts, but your children, your own children? Su Feng said with certainty. You're not mistaken. These are my children, my own. I'll show you the whole process later, and you'll understand everything. Chi Yu actually believed it almost completely. After all, there has been no talking beast yet. And every strange-looking person here can speak, and seems to be intelligent. Believe it or not, it is unbelievable, but it is really unbelievable. Chi Yu pointed at Su Kuan and asked, So this is the chicken baby you were talking about? Without waiting for Su Feng to answer, Su Kuan had already jumped in front of Chi Yu. You are Su Yuan's mother, right? Then what should I call you, mother or aunt? Chi Yu was shocked, but also felt a little amused and helpless. A person with a chicken head calling himself mother is really weird no matter how you look at it. Not only the mother, but even the aunt popped up. Obviously she had watched a costume drama. It's unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Su Feng also had a headache about this title issue. Since we will be living together in the future, I really need to think of a name for us. He didn't have any ideas, so he just asked Chi Yu directly. Xiao Yu, they are all my children. What do you think they should call you? This? Chi Yu also hesitated. She had just grown from a girl to a young woman and became a mother yesterday. She had never experienced such a scene. Dad, why don't we call her aunt? That way she won't have to worry about it. Suhei was still very smart and took the initiative to speak. Xiao Yu, what do you think? Then call me Andy. Su Feng clapped his hands and said to the little ones. Please line up and pour Annie a cup of cappuccino. No, introduce yourselves to her. In order of age. Upon hearing this, Su Qing ran to Chi Yu with a wide grin. Hello, Auntie. My name is Su Qing. Dad said that because I am a frog, he calls me Su Qing. I am the eldest brother. Chi Yu touched his big head in surprise and confirmed that it was not a mask, but a real thing. Hello, Auntie. My name is Sururu, and I'm Duru. My ability is protection. I will definitely protect Dad and Auntie in the future. Looking at Sururu standing on the ground with a serious expression, Chi-Yu's eyes lit up instantly. So cute. I want to hug you so much. What should I do? Just hug me if you want. Ruru is so well behaved. Without waiting for Chi-Yu to move, Sururu jumped onto her shoulders and kissed her on the face. Chi-Yu's heart was instantly melted by cuteness. He stretched out his palm and let Sururu stand on it, looking at it over and over again. Well, we have a lot of time to go. There are kids waiting to introduce themselves. Only then did Chi-Yu let Sururu go. Sururu habitually returned to Su Feng's shoulder. It was the most comfortable place for her to stay. Hello, Auntie. My name is Su Kuan. I can lay eggs. Dad loves to eat them. Chi-Yu looked at Su Kuan, then at Su Feng. Lost the ability to speak. Xiaohei, it's your turn. Su Feng urged Su Hei to hurry up. He didn't want to hear Chi-Yu asking him, why would you eat your own daughter's eggs? There is no way to answer this. Taishi is dead. Hello, Auntie. My name is Su Hei. Hello, Auntie. My name is Su Miao Miao. Hello, Auntie. My name is Su Qinggong. Hello, Auntie. My name is Su Xiaodao. Except for Su Gua, everyone else introduced themselves in turn. Looking at the big family in front of him, Chi-Yu still found it incredible. Okay, let's eat quickly and then go see how Guagua is doing. When Su Kuan heard the word dinner, he quickly went to get today's grandson's egg. Dad, this is today's egg. I can only lay one egg a day. Now there's an extra ant. What should I do? Chi-Yu waved his hands repeatedly. I don't want to eat it. I don't want to eat it. Just give it to your father. If it is an egg laid by a chicken, just eat it. But the person in front of me, apart from having a chicken head, feathers all over his body, wings, chicken claws, and the ability to lay eggs. What is the difference between her and humans? What's the difference between eating her eggs and eating a child? Su Feng could do it, but she couldn't. Su Feng felt a little embarrassed, so he explained briefly. I'm just an ordinary person. If I didn't eat this egg, I'd be very weak. Chi-Yu was too tired to complain. You are still weak. How are you weak? The president of the Exotic Beast Association, the man who is said to be the most powerful on Blue Star, doesn't have the ability to create so many weird-looking children. It's okay, you can eat it. Chi-Yu remembered what his mother had said. Two people are together for a better life, not forcing one party to change or sacrifice for the other. What two people need to do when they are together is to tolerate, understand, and stick together, rather than forcing the other person to become what they want. Since she has decided to be with Su Feng, and Su Feng has not lied to her, she has to accept everything about Su Feng, whether it is good or bad. But she didn't tell Su Feng this. No matter how much you talk, it is better to do things well. Chapter 109 Parting Ways. The family ate and drank their fill and prepared to hit the road. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to the west. I'm going to see how Su Gua is doing. Su Feng drove the car towards the direction of the giant tree and the strange beast. If it weren't for the exotic beasts, self-driving tours on the prairie would really be a unique experience. The giant tree's huge crown that blocked out the sun soon appeared in Su Feng's sight. For some reason, Su Feng felt that the crown of the giant tree seemed to have become a little smaller. Although it was still very big, Su Feng felt that it had become a little smaller. The car quickly arrived at the giant tree and the strange beast. When it was still a few hundred meters away from the giant tree, Su Feng stopped the car. If the car was blown away by a vine from a giant tree, the whole family would be left with nothing. It's not that I can't walk. The key is that I'm easily exposed. Su Feng and his family walked towards the giant tree. The giant tree glanced at them but did not attack. This strange beast is indeed different from other strange beasts. It doesn't like fighting and destruction very much. It has been absorbing the energy of the earth since its appearance. Well, its destructive power is actually stronger than that of other monsters. Other strange beasts can only destroy some buildings at most. This guy turned the grassland into a desert. If we let it continue absorbing, not to mention how powerful it will become, the blue planet will be sucked dry by it. Su Feng couldn't think of a good way to deal with the giant tree in front of him for a while. The size difference was too big, and the giant tree's defense was too amazing. The attacks of a few small ones really didn't hurt it at all. Su Feng's purpose of coming here was to find Su Gua. Although Su Gua was gone, he could still make another Su Gua using apple cores, but Su Feng didn't want to do that. Every child is unique and special to him. Even if you create another one that's exactly the same, it won't be the original child. So unless it is absolutely necessary, Su Feng will not let his child die. Su Feng quickly found Su Gua, who was still lying in the same position as yesterday. Has Guagua grown taller? Su Feng was a little unsure. Compared to the giant tree's extremely thick trunk, Su Gua's size can be completely ignored. Even if it grew taller, it was still very small compared to the giant tree, so Su Feng couldn't be sure. Dad, Sister Guogua has indeed grown a lot taller. Su Hei gave an affirmative answer, and his eyes looked very good. Su Feng simply shouted at Su Gua. Guogua, are you okay? When Su Gua heard Su Feng's voice, the small tree above his head shook with excitement. Dad, I'm fine. The tender bud on Su Gua's head has now grown into a small sapling. How long are you going to continue sucking? Su Gua thought for a moment and said, I don't know either. Su Feng felt a little upset. Su Gua absorbed energy from the giant tree, which was obviously of great benefit to her growth. But the tree is too big and the fruit is too small, so I don't know when it will take to suck it all up. He couldn't just wait here for Su Gua. Apart from anything else, there are more and more children now, and more exotic beast meat is needed every day, so he can't stay in one place for too long. Even if the giant tree beast is killed, it has no meat, only bark, trunk, and leaves. The key is that he doesn't have any good way to deal with the giant tree now. The best way now is to act separately. Su Gua continued to absorb energy. He took Chiyu and a few other kids to look for strange beasts. Wait for a while before reuniting. The only thing we need to pay attention to is Su Gua's safety. At the moment, the giant tree seemed to have not noticed Su Gua's existence at all, or maybe it had noticed it, but was too lazy to pay attention. But what if the awakened ones from the Monster Association come over? Will they discover Su Gua? Once discovered, Su Gua will definitely be treated as a strange beast and destroyed by the awakened ones. Su Feng waved to Su Gua. Guogua, come here first. Dad has something to tell you. Su Gua thought about it, and finally jumped down from the giant tree reluctantly. When Su Gua came to him, Su Feng found that she had indeed grown taller. He was only 1 meter tall before, but now he is at least 1.7 meters tall. The most amazing thing is that the tender buds on its head turned into saplings with lush branches and leaves. Guogua, Dad can't stay here all the time. Your brothers and sisters also need to eat. Dad has thought of a solution and would like to discuss it with you. Stay here and continue smoking. Dad will take the others to find something to eat and will come to pick you up later. Now there is another problem, which is your safety. Dad is afraid that you will be in danger after we leave. Su Gua tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, Dad, this is indeed the best way. The energy in that giant tree is very abundant. I feel that if I absorb it all, I will be able to grow up. As for safety issues, don't worry, Dad. I'm also very capable. After Su Gua finished speaking, he lowered his body and burrowed into the ground beneath his feet. Dad, do you think I'm awesome? Su Gua's voice appeared in the distance. Su Feng looked up and saw Su Gua coming out from underground dozens of meters away. Isn't this the Earth escape technique? I didn't expect Su Gua could know this trick. It's also an additional means of self-protection. Dad, I have other moves. Su Gua ran to the giant tree, lay on it, and arched his back until he actually got in. Only a hole as thick as a bucket was left on the giant tree, through which the trunk could be clearly seen. The giant tree probably felt that its bark was broken, so it mobilized its energy and the hole in the bark slowly healed. At this time, Su Gua's face appeared more than 10 meters above the ground. Dad, with these two tricks, you don't have to worry about my safety. There is really no need to worry. Before, Su Gua was lying on the giant tree. Although the color was the same, you could still see her if you looked carefully. Now she has crawled under the bark of the tree, and no one can see her. Even if a powerful awakened person comes and destroys the giant tree beast, Su Gua can also secretly use the Earth escape technique to escape. Now Su Feng doesn't have to worry about her safety. Guogua, just breathe here and we'll leave first. Goodbye, Dad. Goodbye, brother, sister, and brother. Su Gua waved to everyone, dived under the bark of the giant tree, and disappeared completely. Su Feng was both amused and confused by what he saw. It's clearly an apple tree. Why does it look like a parasite? Let's go. Su Feng waved his hand and left with his wife and children. It was good for Su Gua to stay. She couldn't produce apples for the time being, but she had to eat. If he stayed, Su Feng would have less burden. Who understands? The child will go out to find food by himself just a few days after he is born. After eating and drinking enough, he can bring some back to his old father. Chiyu frowned and looked back every few steps. Su Feng noticed her strangeness. What are you looking at? I was wondering, is it really okay for us to leave her here alone? Chapter 110, Picking Up a Cow. Su Feng put his arm around her waist and said, It's okay. My Su Feng's children are not ordinary people. We can handle this little thing. We can just come and pick up Guogua later. Chiyu sighed and said, Oh well. She had just become a mother, and her maternal love was overflowing. She hated the scene of separation of flesh and blood the most. Since Su Feng said it was okay, she couldn't say anything more. After all, Su Feng was the child's father, and he wouldn't cheat on the child. Where are we going? Yeah, where to go? Su Feng's original plan was to walk along the Zhuo River all the way to its source. Now that Su Guo is staying here, he can't go too far. Let's just circle around within a few hundred kilometers. Our children all want to eat exotic beast meat, so our goal is to find exotic beasts, kill them, and eat their meat. Chi was shocked when he heard this. What? The children want to eat exotic animal meat? That's poisonous. She didn't know that the kids needed to eat the meat of exotic animals to absorb energy. Don't worry, the poison of the strange beast has no effect on our children. Su Feng was also worried at the beginning. After observing for so long, he found that Su Qing, the firstborn, was fine. This meant that the exotic beast meat could not have any negative impact on his children. Is it really that magical? I know that exotic beast meat contains energy, but the Exotic Beast Association has discovered that exotic beast meat is poisonous and cannot be eaten. Even for an awakened being, if they eat too much, they could be poisoned to death or suffer insanity. Su Feng became interested after hearing this. He really didn't know these things. You mean, the Exotic Beast Association has conducted experiments in this area? Chi nodded and said, yes, when the Exotic Beast Association wanted to win me over, they told me some private information that ordinary people don't know. When the Exotic Beast Association was first established, experiments were conducted. They found some ordinary people and awakened people and had them eat the meat of the strange beasts. Ordinary people would soon die of poisoning after eating it. As for the awakened ones, it depends on their strength. Those with strong strength will not die, but their personality will change. Violent, bloodthirsty, and easily loses his mind. Later, the Exotic Beast Association stopped the experiment. I see, so the Exotic Beast Association simply burned the bodies of the exotic beasts. That doesn't make sense. The scavengers have withdrawn recently, and all the corpses of exotic beasts have been collected by the Exotic Beast Association. Could it be that they have discovered other uses for the corpses of exotic beasts? Or have they found a way to eat the flesh of the exotic beasts without being affected by the poison? Chi shook his head and said, I really didn't know that. If I hadn't heard you, I wouldn't have known the Exotic Beast Association had started collecting exotic beast meat. Since Chi chose to be a lone ranger, the Exotic Beast Association naturally would not easily tell him its internal secrets. At this time, everyone had returned to where they parked. Su Feng opened the car door. Don't think too much. As long as we are strong enough, neither the exotic beasts nor the Exotic Beast Association can do anything to us. Chi got on the passenger seat, and the kids got into the back car. Su Feng started the car and drove towards the distant horizon. The grassland was vast, and Su Feng chose a direction at random. As long as there is no turning back, you can go anywhere. The car drove for several hours without meeting anyone. Due to the invasion of strange beasts, no one except the herdsmen who were grazing on the grassland would come to wander around the grassland when they had nothing to do. If an awakened person encounters a strange beast in the city, he can quickly get there. Even if they couldn't get there in a short while, there were still so many buildings to hide in, and even other people to help attract the attention of the monsters. If you encounter a strange beast on the vast grassland, and your speed is not as fast as the strange beast, you will die. It's nice to have no one around. You can enjoy the scenery without worrying about traffic jams. It's been 4 hours. Time to stop and rest. Even though Su Feng's physical strength and energy have been greatly enhanced by his grandson's egg, his habit of stopping to rest for a while after driving for 4 hours has not changed. It's almost time for dinner. Su Feng drove the car off the road and found a small lakeside place to set up camp and cook. Xiaohei, get everything ready. We are going to eat here. Okay, Dad. Su Hei agreed and started to get busy with his brothers and sisters. It was Su Qinggong who took out his stuff again, and the others helped put it away. Su Feng took Chi Yu's hand and came to the lake. Looking at the shimmering lake, Su Feng asked Chi Yu beside him, how long has it been since you last saw such a beautiful scenery? Chi Yu leaned her head on Su Feng's shoulder and spoke softly. A long, long time. The two were having a romantic moment when they suddenly heard the mooing of a cow. There are strange beasts. Chi Yu entered combat mode immediately. When Su Feng heard Chi Yu say there was a strange beast, he squatted down subconsciously. I'm used to being a mean person, and the first thing I always think of is hiding. Get up, it doesn't seem to be a strange beast. Su Feng stood up awkwardly and explained. I'm playing it safe. Yeah, I understand. We should make full use of the bushes to hide our view. Chi Yu made a small joke. Have you ever played League of Legends? Yes, but it was a long time ago. League of Legends is a mobile game that existed before the appearance of exotic beasts. Since the appearance of the strange beast, the game has been revised, and the heroes in it have become powerful awakened ones. There is also the image of Chi Yu. A jungle hero with great fighting skills. The strange beasts and monsters can be dealt with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. While the two were talking, a black and white cow ran up to them. Talunsu. What is Talunsu? Nothing, I was just kidding. Why is there a cow here? Chiyu shook his head to indicate that he didn't know either. The cow was very excited to see Chiyu and Su Feng, and kept rubbing its head against them. Chiyu put his hand on its head, and the cow became even more excited. Su Feng squatted down and observed the key points of the cows. Su Feng had no experience and couldn't tell whether there was milk or not with his eyes. However, the cow in front of him was different from the milking cow he saw on TV. It was a little smaller. For some unknown reason, Su Feng reached out and squeezed it. As expected, there was no milk. What are you doing? Su Feng stood up and scratched his head awkwardly. Well, let me see if there's any milk. Ah, you didn't take a sip, did you? Chiyu discovered that Su Feng had many little quirks that were different from ordinary people. Su Feng jumped up as if he had suffered a great injustice. Don't talk nonsense, I squeezed it with my hands. Seeing his big reaction, Chiyu couldn't help laughing. Okay, don't be angry, I misunderstood you. That's what it is. Okay, yes. Be good and don't be angry anymore. I've already coaxed you like this, why are you still angry? Besides, you weren't angry in the first place. It's more of shame and anger. Chapter 111. It's time to change the car. Chiyu said as he stroked the cow's head. I think this is a cow that the herders lost. A giant tree beast appeared over there, and the herders must have moved away for safety reasons after hearing the news. This cow must have gotten separated from its owner during the transfer. Isn't that right, little cow? Chiyu didn't expect the cow to answer her. Unexpectedly, the cow not only mooed, but also nodded. This nipple is so human. Chiyu touched here and looked there in surprise. After the mutation on Blue Planet, some animals did become smarter. Unfortunately, she was busy exterminating exotic beasts everywhere and had no time to pay attention to ordinary animals. I only care whether it's pregnant or not. What did you say? No, nothing. I mean, why doesn't it have milk? Are you stupid? Cows don't produce milk right after they're born. Chiyu took out his cell phone and searched for information about the cow. Then he handed the phone to Su Feng. So milk only comes after a calf is born. What a trivia fact. Chiyu compared the information he searched and carefully performed a physical examination on the cow. Congratulations, you'll be able to drink milk soon. This is a pregnant cow. Really? You can see that. Chiyu explained to Su Feng while looking at his phone. You see, when a cow becomes pregnant, her temperament becomes docile, her appetite increases, and her activity decreases. These are not easy to observe, but the later ones become more obvious. The first thing is that the mucous membrane in the calf area turns from pink to pale and dull. The amount of mucus is increased and thick. There is resistance when inserting the ripper. In addition, mild edema may occur in the lower limbs and lower abdomen. Finally, it begins to swell in preparation for milk production. As soon as Chiyu finished the introduction, he looked up and saw Su Feng staring at a certain place with a flushed face. Hey, what are you looking at? Why is your face red? Su Feng woke up as if from a dream. No, I haven't looked anywhere. I'm just listening to your introduction. Chiyu looked at Su Feng with an increasingly strange look in his eyes. Su Feng felt very uncomfortable when she looked at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Because you're abnormal. What's wrong with me? You're just not normal. You don't have any thoughts about it, do you? Yes. Su Feng realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and quickly explained. I do have thoughts about it, but they're definitely not the thoughts you think. Chiyu looked at Su Feng with an increasingly strange look in his eyes. Oh, it's really not what you think. I just want to drink milk, that's all. The milk I'm talking about is not the milk you think of. The more anxious Su Feng became, the less clear his explanation became. Forget it, I won't explain it anymore. You'll understand later. If you can't explain it clearly, then just do it. With Chiyu, Su Feng would not stop his plan. On the road to becoming stronger, Su Feng has no way back. Although Chiyu didn't understand, she didn't make things difficult for Su Feng. Let's go eat first. Nyo, you should come with us. Chiyu led the cow in one hand and Su Feng in the other and returned to where they had camped. Su Feng didn't know how to face Chiyu, so he just focused on cooking. He used to eat instant noodles because he was too lazy to cook anything else, but that doesn't mean he can't cook. On the contrary, Su Feng's cooking skills are quite good. He worked in the kitchen for a while. I made 2 simple dishes and steamed a pot of rice. It's delicious. I didn't expect you to be such a great cook. Oh, that's all. 2 large plates of food and a large pot of rice. The 2 of them ate everything without leaving anything. After eating and drinking, and taking an hour's lunch break, Su Feng continued on his way. This time the carriage was more crowded. It would be strange if it wasn't crowded if such a big cow was put in there. Looks like it's time to change cars. But he has no money. Sufeng, what are you thinking about? Your brows are knitted together. I'm wondering where to get the money. It's just a small thing. I thought it was a big deal. Chiyu immediately took out his cell phone and showed Sufeng the account balance. Looking at that long string of zeros, Sufeng's hands shook and he almost had a car accident. Where did you get so much money? I make money from killing exotic beasts. Although I didn't accept the offer from the Exotic Beast Association, I am an exotic beast hunter. Every time I kill an exotic beast, I report it to the Exotic Beast Association, and then the money and a few cents are transferred to me. I exchanged a few cents for this pair of gloves. They are said to be made from the skin of some exotic animal and are very useful. That's how it works. I thought you were wearing dishwashing gloves. Go to hell, you're wearing dishwashing gloves. By the way, what do you want money for? Buy a car. Our car is full of seats. Chiyu looked at the crowded rear compartment and nodded in agreement. Look online to see if there's any suitable car. Sufeng wanted to drive, so he gave this task to Chiyu. Chiyu took out his cell phone and started searching. While searching, he discussed the requirements with Sufeng. First of all, the car has to be big enough. Otherwise, it can't accommodate so many people. Oh, and there are cows too. But it can't be too big. If the car is too big, it will be difficult to turn around, and it will be difficult to escape if it encounters a strange beast. Then it has to be sturdy and durable. After all, we have to travel all over the world, and we can't have a car that always breaks down. Finally, the interior space should be large and useless things should be discarded as much as possible. Sufeng was very satisfied with Chiyu's analysis. This was the advantage of having a good wife. They could discuss things together. Chiyu searched around but couldn't find a suitable car. No, none of these cars are suitable. We need to modify them if we buy them. The heavy truck is big enough, but it is open air. The bus is not open air and is large enough, but its durability is questionable. After all, they will have to travel through mountains and rivers in the future. Even if you can't go into the water, you must have off-road capabilities. Chiyu suddenly had an idea and came up with a good idea. How about I use my points to ask the Exotic Beast Association to customize a car? I haven't spent my points except for redeeming the equipment I have on me. Is this possible? Sufeng only knew that the points earned by the exotic beast hunter could be exchanged for things, but he didn't expect that he could also customize cars. That should be possible. Weapons and equipment can be customized, so cars should be even simpler. Sufeng regretted it very much. If I had known earlier, I would have reported to the Monster Association before killing the monster. But after reporting it, there is no way to explain where the body of the strange beast went. It turns out that you can't have your cake and eat it too. Suddenly, Sufeng thought of a possibility. Xiaoyu, you used to kill a monster and just report it and leave? You didn't have to wait for the Monster Association to deal with the body. No, it's not my job to deal with corpses. I'm only responsible for killing monsters. What if the beast's corpse is lost? That's the Exotic Beast Association's own business. Aside from the Beast Soul Cult, no one would care about the corpses of strange beasts, right? You mean, as long as the Exotic Beast Association confirms that you killed the exotic beast, the rest has nothing to do with you? Yes. Chapter 112 Precocious Child. Sufeng regretted it again, very much. If I had known earlier that when I was going to destroy the strange beast, I should have asked Su Miao Miao to report and then left directly. As for the corpse of the strange beast, it was stolen by Su He and his men. What does it have to do with me, Su Miao Miao? Now that I think about it, I don't know which idiot took away the bonus when I killed those strange beasts before. Wang Wujing, who was riding a special alloy road bike exchange from the Exotic Beast Association, sneezed violently. Sufeng secretly warned himself in his heart that he must never make such a low-level mistake again. With Chiyu, he could completely eliminate the strange beast, let Chiyu take photos and check in, and then steal the body himself. Don't miss the bonuses and points given by the Exotic Beast Association. Xiaoyu, ask the Exotic Beast Association right now if you can customize a car. Try to ask for the most awesome one. With the abilities of their family, killing strange beasts is extremely easy. What we are talking about here are those monsters with average strength. The powerful ones should step aside. Anyway, Chiyu always kills the strange beasts and leaves. The corpses have nothing to do with her. She can just take more from the Strange Beast Association. He was originally thinking about where to get weapons for the little ones so that he could use points to exchange them from the Exotic Beast Association later. The most amazing thing about humans is that they have learned to use tools, and we must not lose this advantage. Chiyu thought about it and sent the request to the Exotic Beast Association. The Exotic Beast Association responded quickly. It can be done, and the points are enough, but it takes time. The Exotic Beast Association said it would take at least a month to pick up the car. Then let's do it for a month. If that doesn't work out, I'll buy a car in a few days and drive it temporarily. Su Feng was very happy that the car issue was resolved. He was looking forward to what kind of car the Exotic Beast Association would get for him. That is the most powerful organization on Blue Star, and all departments must cooperate with them. We drove for another 4 hours, during which time we encountered a strange beast. But this strange beast is very weak. Su Feng wanted to train Su Yuan, so he handed the strange beast over to him. Chi Yu was very worried at first, and followed Su Yuan, carefully guarding his formation. As a result, Su Yuan killed the village-level monster with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. I told you our kids are amazing. Chi Yu nodded in agreement. The newborn baby does nothing but eat and play, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. Our children will become more and more powerful in the future. It's getting late, time to set up camp again. Su Feng has something important to do tonight. After the family had eaten and drunk their fill, the little ones played and fought on the grassland, while Su Feng and Chi Yu snuggled together and whispered to each other. When their passion reached its peak, the two of them went into the small tent. Hey, what's so good about kissing a bald head? I just like bald heads, no way. You are such a pervert. Hey, yeah, I'm a pervert. An hour later. Spit into this bottle. Didn't you say that drinking it would increase your strength? You can't drink this for now. I have a great use for it. What's the point? It's so weird. You'll find out tomorrow. Su Feng walked out of the tent with the bottle. You go to sleep first. I'll call the kids back. They're so naughty that they won't sleep unless I call them. Chi Yu was also a little tired, so he nodded in agreement and went to sleep first. Su Feng came to the cow stealthily. The cow saw him coming and rubbed his head affectionately. Su Feng patted the cow's head gently. Be good and listen to me. After a few minutes, the task was completed and Su Feng left with satisfaction. The cow looked behind itself in confusion, then looked at Su Feng's back, not understanding what this human had done to it. What a strange human being. Su Feng stood in the wilderness and shouted, "Come back to bed." A few seconds later, several figures came running from the distance. The little ones would say something when they passed by Su Feng. Good night, Dad. Then he quickly crawled into his tent and went into sleep mode. Su Feng nodded with satisfaction. Obedient children are easy to take care of. Su Feng returned to his tent, and before going in, he took another look at the cows. Whether you can drink milk or not depends on you, Delunsu. Early the next morning, Su Feng was awakened by the noise outside the tent. These kids are good in every way except that they get too little sleep. They start chirping after only a few hours of sleep. Su Feng even suspected that if he hadn't asked them to sleep, these people wouldn't have needed to sleep at all. Su Feng closed his eyes and felt around him, but found nothing. It seems that Chi Yu has already gotten up. Su Feng sat up and stretched, then slowly put on his clothes and walked out of the tent. What are you doing making so much noise so early in the morning? Have you washed your face and brushed your teeth? Is the meal ready? Have you read or studied? The little ones ignored his nonsense and waved at him desperately from a distance. Dad, come and see, the cow has given birth. Su Feng no longer has the joy he had when he first became a father. Now he is an emotionally stable old father. Su Feng put his hands behind his back and walked slowly towards the little ones. Dad, look, this little sister is so precocious. Su Kuan took Su Feng's hand and couldn't wait to share her discovery with Su Feng. Precocious? Su Feng didn't quite understand how precocious a newborn baby could be. He was just a little older. After all, it's a calf, so it's normal for it to be a little bigger. The next second, Su Feng understood what Su Kuan meant by precociousness. In the circle of small creatures stood a little girl who was a little over 1 meter tall and had a bull's head. The reason why she is called a little girl is because she has an impressive figure. How impressive? Let's just say it's much more awesome than those female bodhisattvas who use space distortion techniques in short videos. The key is that she was just born. All of you, stop looking and get out of here. Su Feng's first thought was not to study his newborn daughter, but to drive away the few little ones who were watching. Girls are okay, but what are you boys looking at? Don't you know she's a girl? After driving away the little ones, Su Feng began to summon Chi Yu again. Xiaoyu, where are you? This child's mother is really something. She obviously got up earlier than me, but why didn't she think of putting clothes on the child? Chi Yu's voice came from the car. Stop shouting. I'm looking for clothes. How come there's not a single piece of clothing in your car? Su Feng came to the car holding his newborn daughter. Don't look for it anymore. It's not in the car. It's all in Qinggong's belly. What do you mean? Oh, you look after the child, I'll go. Chi Yu doesn't understand the abilities of the little ones yet, so he needs to adapt to them slowly in the future. Su Feng found Su Qinggong and asked him to take out the clothes that Su Miao Miao had worn before. Chapter 113 Su Huahua. Su Miao Miao was the first child who needed to wear clothes. and the later Su Qinggong wore the old clothes that she had discarded. Su Feng took the clothes back to the car and handed them to Qiyu. Put it on the child quickly, Qiyu said unhappily while dressing the child. Is this another one of your masterpieces? Su Feng scratched his head and chuckled, without saying anything. Su Feng, is this child sick? Why are there white and black patches on his body? Qiyu didn't ask about the ox head. He already had a frog head and a chicken head, so there was nothing to be surprised about the ox head. Her mother is a dairy cow. It's normal for her to have some black and some white. Qiyu suddenly understood. So the mothers of your children are animals? You even kill chickens and frogs. Qiyu had heard of the cow and the lizard, and he seemed to have some impression of the chicken. But what the hell is a frog? It must be coming out of its mouth. Su Feng was very upset. Qiyu spoke as if he was a pervert. That's not it. I didn't do anything. Remember that vomit you threw up last night? Just drip it on. Qiyu suddenly realized again that he had misunderstood. She said, why don't you look for a bald beauty like yourself and go find a cow? She knew that Su Feng did have some unusual hobbies, but he was not so perverted. Su Feng, give the child a name. I've already thought about it. Even Huahuanyo. No, just Su Huahua. Su Huahua, she's not bad. At this time, a mooing sound was heard outside the car. Dad, Mommy said it's time for me to drink milk. Su Huahua translated it for Su Feng. Oh, then go ahead. The three of them got out of the car, and sure enough, the cow was waiting outside. Su Huahua jumped out of the car, squatted down, and started drinking. The cow looked at Su Huahua, who was concentrating on drinking milk, and smiled with satisfaction. Then she pointed at Su Feng with her front hoof and mooed twice. Dad, Mom said I can't finish it, so she asked you to drink some too. Su Huahua continued drinking after saying that. Su Feng's face turned black in an instant, then white, and finally red. Qiyu looked at the cow, then at Su Feng, and her face turned red. Not only his face turned red, but even his bald head turned red. After a few seconds, she couldn't hold it in any longer and squatted on the ground, holding her stomach and laughing uncontrollably. She asked you to drink Nana. Ha ha ha. How can it be so funny? Su Feng's face turned even redder. Come on, stop laughing. What's so funny? Ha 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 ha, isn't this funny? Qiyu simply couldn't stop. She had tried her best not to look at Su Feng with a worldly perspective, but who would have thought that he was so extraordinary? If you laugh again, I'll get angry. Su Feng's threats had no effect at all, because Qiyu simply couldn't help himself. Su Feng had no choice but to turn away, so that he wouldn't be bothered. He chose to go find a few little ones to play with, and seeing how cute they were, he didn't even smile. Seeing Su Feng coming over, Su Kuan took out a grandson's egg from behind his back, as if he was presenting a treasure. Dad, these are today's eggs. Su Feng subconsciously took his grandson's egg, feeling extremely humiliated. He lifted up his grandson's egg and wanted to throw it away. A voice suddenly popped up in my mind. Su Feng, don't you want to become stronger? Hearing this voice, Su Feng hesitated. What's the point of having a face? If you don't eat or drink properly, you can't save your life. Eat it, you must eat it, not only eat it, but also drink it with milk. Eat 1 egg and a glass of milk every day to stay strong every day. Su Feng took out a pot and put his grandson's eggs into the pot to cook. He then took a cup to get the milk. The cow closed her eyes comfortably. When Qiyu saw that Su Feng really wanted to drink milk, he burst out laughing again. It's just her. She has killed many strange beasts and seen many weird things. Others may not be able to accept it. Su Feng took a glass of milk and tasted it. It tastes much better than regular milk, but I don't get much energy return. It seems that this milk is nothing compared to the grandson's eggs. Is it delicious? Qiyu came over curiously. Su Feng handed her the cup. You'll know if you try it. Qiyu hesitated for a moment, but still took the cup and took a sip. Wow, it tastes delicious. It has a sweet taste. If it tastes good, drink more. Qiyu didn't act pretentiously and drank most of the remaining half of the cup. Su Huahua ran to Su Feng, hugged his arm, and spoke in a sweet and naive tone. Dad, I finished drinking, but I'm not full. Su Feng knew this after tasting the milk just now. My children need a lot of energy, and milk can't satisfy that. Go find your sister Kuaner and ask her to cook for you. Okay. Su Huahua ran to Su Kuan to ask for food. With one more person to eat, Chef Su Kuan not only did not feel tired, but became even happier. Don't worry, Sister Huahua. I've already made some meat porridge for you. You can drink it soon. Su Huahua nodded and followed Su Kuan obediently. Su Feng waved to the cow, and the cow walked over on 4 legs. Which direction did your master go? The cow shook its head after hearing this. Then it rubbed its head against Su Feng. Okay, then you can follow us first. You can't just dump someone after you're done with them. Su Feng is not that ruthless. Little bitch. Unfaithful man. Do you still remember me? Little female cat. and me, and me. When the cow heard Su Feng ask her to follow, she looked up to the sky and mooed happily. Chi Yu looked at the man and the cow in surprise. He seems to understand you. The cow nodded at Chi Yu, indicating that she indeed understood. Chi Yu was even more surprised. She came to the cow and touched her head. Can you really understand what I'm saying? The cow nodded again. Su Feng, she can understand what we are saying. Su Feng said weakly. I knew it a long time ago. You don't seem very happy, do you? Aren't you happy to have milk to drink every day? Su Feng forced a smile. Happy, I am very happy. But he really couldn't be happy. Although the cows were intelligent, they had no fighting power. If they were caught in a fight, they would die. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. The grandson's eggs were cooked just in time, so Su Feng ran over and ate them. After eating the grandson's eggs, we had a good time on the grassland as usual to burn off the excess energy. Not long after that, he had 8 abdominal muscles, and the muscles in other parts of his body were also bulging and full of explosive power. As long as it can enhance strength, ethics, what is ethics? The little ones were also full and satisfied. Su Feng is ready to hit the road again. I have more and more children, but I haven't obtained many inner cores of exotic beasts. When will I be able to increase my strength? Su Feng drove westward along the Zhuo River, hoping to encounter a powerful exotic beast, preferably one with an inner elixir. Chapter 114, I am Master Xing. After driving for another day, Su Feng did not encounter any strange beasts. His disappointment was beyond words. Chi Yu also knew the purpose of his trip and comforted him. Su Feng, don't worry, you'll meet him eventually. Su Feng nodded. He understood that if God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first make his heart and mind suffer. It was already late at night, and Su Feng found a place to camp by the Zhuo River. Dad, I'll go see if anything is going on. Every time they set up camp in a new place, Su Hei would take the initiative to patrol the surroundings, for fear of being attacked in the middle of the night. Go ahead, be careful. Su Hei is now running faster than a Ferrari, but Su Feng is not particularly worried about him. Su Feng, Chi Yu and the child had just set up the tent when Su Hei came running back. Dad, something's happening. Su Feng became nervous when he heard this. What's going on? Someone over there is fighting with a strange beast. There is also this good thing. Kids, pack up the tent and get to work. The tent was packed up in no time. Su Hei led the way, and Su Feng drove behind, heading towards the battle scene. The battle was not far from Su Feng and his team, and it only took about 10 to 20 minutes to drive there. Su Feng hid the car and approached on foot with his family. Before we even got close to the battlefield, we could hear fighting and shouting. Miss, please leave quickly. We can't hold on any longer. Su Feng was delighted when he heard this. It was good that he couldn't hold on any longer. If he couldn't hold on any longer, the strange beast would be his. What the hell is this lady? Could it be that he suddenly encountered a strange beast while looking for a lady? Su Feng and his men continued to approach the battlefield. It was only when he got closer that Su Feng realized that this seemed to be a resort. The environment is quite nice, with green trees and light strips hanging on the trees. The building behind the tree can be vaguely seen in the light. The battle took place in front of the house, and the trees and greenery just happened to block the figures of Su Feng and others. Su Feng and his family squatted next to the greenbelt, with a panoramic view of the battle scene. In the open space in front of a 2-story building, a man in a white training suit was fighting with a strange beast. There were several motionless people lying on the ground nearby, probably dead. This strange beast is not very tall, only about 2 to 3 meters. This is also a humanoid monster. Not only is it humanoid, it can also use tools. Just look at the big bone stick it holds in its hand. This strange beast had a big head, and its face was covered with light yellow hair. Through the thick hair, Su Feng could barely see a pair of blood-red eyes. This is not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is that the strange beast has a pair of big bells. Master Xing, can you defeat this strange beast? Only then did Su Feng discover that there was a woman hiding and peeking at the door of the villa. Don't worry, miss. I'm Master Xing. I've been practicing traditional martial arts since I was a child for over 50 years. This little exotic beast is no problem for me. That's good. Come on, Master Xing. Miss, please hide well. Your father paid a lot of money to hire me to protect you. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain to your father. Okay, Master Xing, if you kill this strange beast, I'll have my dad give you a bonus. My pair of earrings is worth 2.3 million. Our family is not short of money. Master Xing was delighted when he heard this. He was the #1 martial arts master in Blue Star, and he came to protect a young girl just for money. Protecting this yellow-haired girl for a few days and getting 10 million is not faster than working hard to kill strange beasts. The mission was almost completed and I was supposed to go back tomorrow, but I never expected to encounter a strange beast today. It didn't matter that Master Xing was distracted. The strange beast took advantage of the opportunity and used a powerful move to split Master Xing apart. Master Xing was not standing firmly and was about to be hit to death by a stick. Su Feng was sweating, but Master Xing was not panicked at all. He had practiced martial arts for more than 50 years and had seen all kinds of storms. Master Xing rolled on the ground and barely avoided the attack of the strange beast. "There's something," Su Feng asked Qiyu beside him in a low voice. "Do you know him?" Qiyu nodded and explained. "He is Master Xing, who claims to be the descendant of ancient martial arts, but he is actually a liar who relies on the title of the descendant of ancient martial arts to deceive people. But that was in the past. Later, he somehow became an awakened one. He himself said that he had awakened the spirit of ancient martial arts. In my opinion, it means that my physical fitness has been improved in all aspects. I've seen him fight, and he relies on speed and strength. Especially the attack speed, it is very fast. He said that he was practicing the 5 lightning whips. The characteristic of this move is to generate force through the human movement chain of shoulder elbow and elbow hand, imitating the action of cracking a whip and trying to achieve the effect of rapid attack through the shaking of the body and the coordinated movement of the limbs. This trick was used by him to defraud people before. After becoming an awakened one, it actually became his ultimate weapon, because now he can really unleash 5 lightning whips in a row, each whip faster than the last. Before the enemy could even see his movements, he had already completed his 5 lightning whips. It was truly impressive. I see. Anyone can become an awakened one. On Master Xing's side, after dodging the attack of the strange beast, he pointed at the beast's nose and cursed. "Young man, you have no moral principles, and you're planning a sneak attack, right? I advise you to be on your own and leave quickly before I get angry. If I really use the lightning 5 whips, you won't have a chance to escape." "Master Xing, it's a strange beast, it has no brains. What's the point of you talking so much to it?" Master Xing brushed off the dirt on his body with his hands. "I know it's a strange beast. I'm a person with a strong martial spirit. Even if it's a strange beast, I will first use my love to influence it." He would never admit that he was so used to pretending that he had forgotten about it. The strange beast was not moved by Master Xing. It roared, jumped up, and used another powerful move to split Huashan at Master Xing. "Young man, you're so stubborn, right? Look at my compassionate hand." Master Xing stretched out his right palm and slapped the strange beast. The strange beast was already tall, so it jumped over. Master Xing's palm hit the bell of the strange beast exactly. Su Feng was so frightened that he clamped his legs together. This guy really has the great compassion hand. With one palm strike, he will become a monk. Su Feng could not withstand the power of this palm, and neither could the strange beast. The strange beast that was originally jumping in the air was hit by Master Xing's great compassion hand and flew backwards with a wail. As it flew in the air, milky white blood sprayed out. That blood seemed to be free. Master Xing was close by and was sprayed all over. White blood instantly covered Master Xing's face. Master Xing wiped his face and shouted angrily, "How dare you, little beast, bully me like this? Behold my 5 lightning whips." Qiyu said excitedly. Master Xing is about to use his ultimate move. This time, that strange beast will have enough to handle. Su Feng also looked at Master Xing intently, wanting to see how powerful his 5-whip lightning attack was and whether he could block it. Chapter 115, These are 2.3 million earrings. Master Xing waved his arms, and both arms left after images. While waving his arms, Master Xing quickly approached the strange beast. He was only focused on the strange beast in front of him and didn't notice the white blood on the ground, so he stepped on it. Master Xing was wearing old cloth shoes that had average anti-slip properties. He stepped on the blood and slipped before he could even get close to the beast, falling on his back. When the strange beast saw him fall, it did not miss this fleeting opportunity. It rushed over despite the severe pain and stomped hard on Master Xing. Ouch! A shrill scream pierced the night sky. Su Feng was confused, Qiyu was confused, and Huang Yantian was even more confused. Isn't it said that Master Xing is very powerful? That's it. That's it. The strange beast did not give Master Xing a chance to breathe, and kicked him again and again, more than 10 times in a row. Master Xing could still shout out during the first few kicks, but after that, he fell into a baby-like sleep. Qiyu sighed and said, "Master Xing was careless. I was indeed careless. If I hadn't slipped, it would be hard to say who would have won or lost." Master Xing. Master Xing was completely stunned before Huang Yantian reacted. Her shout successfully attracted the attention of the strange beast. The strange beast roared and pounced on her. Huang Yangtian is not an awakened person. She is just a simple and innocent actress. How could she possibly outrun the monster? Huang Yangtian looked at the strange beast rushing towards him and even forgot to hide in the house. The strange beast naturally didn't show any mercy and grabbed her. Su Feng, should we save her? Chi Yu is still quite kind-hearted. Su Feng shook his head and said, "It's too late. If the beast exerts even a little force, she will be dead." The following scene was beyond Su Feng's expectations. The strange beast did not crush Huang Yangtian to death with one hand. Instead, they did something even more inhumane to her. Su Feng and Chi Yu watched all this in amazement, their brains shut down. Have you ever seen such a strange beast? Chi Yu shook his head blankly. Don't even mention seeing it. I've never even heard of it. Well, it was also the first time that Su Feng knew that there were such perverted creatures in the world of strange beasts. She is a human being, not a monster. You two are not compatible. The consequence of the mismatch was that Huang Yangtian was torn into two halves. The strange beast's old wounds had not yet healed, and new wounds were added, with blood splattered everywhere. That scene made even the experienced Chi Yu and Su Feng feel like vomiting. Su Feng, what should we do? What else can we do? Just rush over and kill it. Su Feng waved his hand, and the little ones and Chi Yu took advantage of the darkness and approached the strange beast at the fastest speed. Then each of them took one move, and the strange beast, which had not yet recovered from its happy mood, was killed. What does it mean that there is strength in numbers? What does it mean that unity is strength? And what does it mean that the people are a vast ocean? That's it. This is also the effect Su Feng wants. Human tactics are not very effective against giant trees because the trees are too big and their defense is too amazing. Facing the strange beast in front of him, the effect was still very good. Only after the strange beast was dealt with did Su Feng walk out from behind the green belt. He is not strong enough, so he won't cause trouble for everyone. Su Feng carefully avoided the blood on the ground and came in front of the strange beast. It's so miserable. Every one of them took one move, and there are few healthy bones left in the body. Only after getting closer did Su Feng realize that this strange beast looked human-like, but in fact it was more like a four-clawed animal walking upright. Success, quickly collect the strange beasts and let's go back. By the way, Chi Yu, take a photo and send it to the Exotic Beast Association. It would be a waste if you don't take the bonus and points. Okay. Chi Yu took a few photos of the exotic beast's corpse and sent them to the staff of the Exotic Beast Association. I was passing by this place and saw some strange beasts causing trouble, so I killed them. Several people died here, and I don't know their identities. That's it. I have something else to do, so I'll leave now. This is Chi Yu's usual procedure. He would briefly explain the situation, send a photo, and then leave without looking back. It's just that in the past the corpse of the strange beast would be left behind, but this time the corpse of the strange beast was taken away by Su Feng. After Chi Yu finished taking the photos, Su Chunggong collected the corpse of the strange beast, and the family walked back the way they came. After taking 2 steps, Su Feng suddenly thought of something. He turned back to Huang Yangtian's body, found her head that had been torn in half, took off the bloody earrings from both ears, took out a tissue to wipe them, and put them in his pocket. What are you doing with it? It's so dirty, Su Feng said with a chuckle. This pair of earrings is worth 2.3 million yuan. This is called taking from the people and giving back to the people, and then selling it for profit. Su Feng had inquired and found out that since the appearance of the strange beast, many underground auction houses have appeared on Blue Star, auctioning all kinds of strange and weird things. Most of them are related to strange beasts, including their corpses, bones, fangs, and of course weapons that the awakened can use. There are people who buy such priced jewelry. As for where it came from, it's already an underground auction house. Who cares about it? Su Feng and his family soon disappeared from the resort. Based on the location provided by Chi Yu, the staff of the Exotic Beast Association contacted nearby awakened people to collect the bodies. As a result, no one replied to the message for a long time after it was sent. After checking the records, we found out that a powerful giant tree beast appeared nearby. The awakened ones went together to deal with the beast, but they never returned. That place was already desolate, with not many awakened people. Now all of them have lost contact, and there is not even anyone to collect the bodies. The staff of the Exotic Beast Association had no choice but to report the matter. Let's put it aside for now. When Huang Yangtian's father received her body, it was already a pile of bones. Who would have thought that his daughter was just going on a trip, and he even found a master like Master Xing to protect her, but something still happened. Huang Yangtian's father simply cried at night, hoping that some kind-hearted person could donate some money to him to comfort him. an old father who had lost his daughter. Su Feng did not return to the place where he had planned to camp before. He chose a new place. After the tent was packed up, Su Kuan cooked for the kids, and Chi Yu cooked for Su Feng. Su Feng instructed Su Qinggong to take out the corpse of the strange beast, and then called Su Xiaodao over. Xiaodao, dismember the body of this strange beast. Su Xiaodao waved his arms and quickly cut the body of the strange beast into many pieces. Dad, I can cut it smaller. Su Feng waved his hand and said, That's not necessary. It's enough. Su Miao Miao, who was standing by, reached directly into the heart of the strange beast and took out a milky white crystal the size of a walnut. Dad, I feel that the inner elixir of this strange beast is very compatible with me. Then you eat it. After all, it's Su Miao Miao's turn, and the inner alchemy of the strange beast is indeed quite suitable for her. With permission, Su Miao Miao swallowed the inner elixir of the strange beast directly. The meal was not ready yet, so Su Feng simply called Su Huahua over to see if she had any special abilities. During the battle just now, Su Huahua stayed in the car with the cow and did not go. Huahua, what special abilities do you have? Su Huahua shook her head embarrassedly. Dad, I don't feel like I have any special abilities. Chapter 116. It's okay, Huahua, you are born to be useful. No way, Su Feng has given birth to so many children, and none of them is useless. Huahua, don't you understand what special abilities are? Su Huahua shook her head and said, Dad, I understand. My brothers and sisters told me about it, but I really didn't. Having said that, Su Huahua lowered her head in frustration. Su Feng was not disappointed. Su Huahua was still young. Just because she didn't have it now didn't mean she wouldn't have it in the future. Su Feng took a look and felt that she should be able to achieve milk freedom when she grew up. How to achieve it is still a problem. Is it breeding? But it's hard to find breeding cows. Forget it. Let's not think about this problem for now. Su Feng gently stroked Su Huahua's head to comfort her. Huahua, don't feel depressed. You are still young. You will definitely have it when you grow up. Su Huahua raised her head and looked at Su Feng with her bright, round eyes. Dad, are you telling the truth? Su Feng nodded firmly. How could Dad lie to you? Your brothers and sisters also grew up step by step, so you don't have to panic. Just eat more and grow up quickly. Su Huahua nodded happily. Dad, I will grow up quickly. Dad believes in you. Go ahead and play with your brothers and sisters. After sending Su Huahua away, Chi Yu had already prepared dinner. Su Feng, it's time to eat. Here I come. This was the first time in Su Feng's life that someone cooked for him, other than the chef in the restaurant. Su Feng, have you noticed that our baby seems to have grown taller? While eating, Chi Yu raised the doubts in her mind. Indeed, he has grown taller. Our children all grow fast. Look at Su Qing. He's over 1.8 meters tall. Guess how old he is? Chi Yu glanced at Su Qing, who was happily chewing a piece of exotic beast meat not far away, and said tentatively, 5. She had tried to downplay it. After all, it has only been 10 years since the strange beast appeared. Su Feng shook his head and spoke mysteriously. Boss Su Qing, sure. It's only been less than 2 months since he was born. Huh? It's grown this big in less than 2 months. Yes, I've already told you that our children are growing fast. As long as they have exotic beast meat, they will grow very fast. If you have the inner elixir of a strange beast, it will be even faster. Chi Yu said regretfully. If I had known earlier, I would have taken out the inner elixir and kept it when I killed the strange beast. Chi Yu has killed many strange beasts, and those that are not strong enough can be crushed with one punch. There are also powerful monsters that are finally defeated after hard battles. There must be some of these strange beasts that have inner elixirs. Unfortunately, Chi Yu was so focused on killing more strange beasts at the time that he didn't waste any time on this. Even though she knew that the inner core of exotic beasts could enhance her strength, she never thought of getting a few of them. The main reason is that her strength has been growing steadily, so she didn't think of seeking help from external forces. This is the thinking of ordinary people. They don't take shortcuts, but choose to be down to earth. Su Feng doesn't have this worry. He likes to take strange paths. I'll have the chance to pass on my experience to Chi Yu. After eating and drinking, Chi Yu snuggled up to Su Feng and whispered to him, while a group of children were playing and fighting not far away. Chi Yu probably communicated with others too little before and has become very talkative since he met Su Feng. Su Feng was not annoyed either. It was nice to have someone chattering around him. More than an hour later. Xiao Yu, it's getting late. Let's go discuss yoga. There are a few poses I still don't understand. Chi Yu rolled his eyes at him and followed him into the tent. Watching the two people enter the tent, Su Kuan came to Su Yuan and said with a wink, Little brother Xiao Yuan, your father and mother are going to give birth to a brother or sister for you. Hearing this, Sururu jumped onto her head and gently patted her comb. Sister Kuiner, don't talk about dad behind his back. Su Kuin's mouth is getting louder and louder every day, but she only listens to two people. One is Su Feng, and the other is Sururu. Su Feng is her father, and she dare not disobey him. Sururu is her elder sister, and she takes good care of her younger siblings, so she respects her from the bottom of her heart. After playing for a while, at Sururu's urging, the little ones went into the tent to sleep. Suhei consciously found a high place to lie down. He seemed to be sleeping with his eyes closed, but in fact his ears twitched from time to time, and any movement could not escape his ears. There was no conversation that night, and even if there was, I couldn't say anything. The next morning, I got up, washed up and had breakfast. After eating his grandson's eggs and drinking a glass of milk, Su Feng started his daily morning exercise again. Su Huahua no longer drinks milk because it is not nutritious enough. She now follows her brothers and sisters to eat exotic animal meat. The milk naturally became cheaper for Su Feng and Chiyu. Chiyu joked, "My younger sister is really nice. She makes milk for me every day." "What sister?" "She gave birth to your child, and I gave birth to your child too. We are sisters, aren't we?" Su Feng was so upset that he didn't want to pay attention to her. Watching Su Feng walking away silently, Chiyu laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. She patted the cow's head and said, "Sister cow, our husband seems to be angry." "Moo moo moo. You mean it's all my fault?" "No, it's not my fault. It's his own bad temper." Since following Su Feng, Chiyu has become much more cheerful. Well, actually, there is a trend of gradual metamorphosis. After all, she already has the shape of Su Feng. After packing up, Su Feng drove on his way. This time he didn't go west. It was too far to go west, and he had to go back to pick up Sugua. "Let's go to the other side of the river. I saw on the map that there's a desert across the river, but I've never seen a desert before. Since Chiyu said so, let's go to the desert." For Su Feng, it doesn't matter where we go. That giant tree monster turned the grassland into a desert last time. When Su Feng talked about the giant tree and strange beast, Chiyu also became serious. "I don't know what the Exotic Beast Association is doing. If we leave it alone, the grassland will turn into a desert." Su Feng shrugged and said, "The Exotic Beast Association must have weighed the pros and cons. The grasslands are sparsely populated, so even if part of it turned into a desert, it wouldn't have much of an impact on them. Moreover, the Monster Association must also know the characteristics of the giant tree monster, which is typically high defense and difficult to kill. Maybe the Monster Association is waiting for the giant tree monsters to clear out the area, and then they'll launch a nuclear bomb directly at us." Su Feng suddenly woke up and found Sugwa still there. What would Sugwa do if the Monster Association really used weapons of mass destruction? Xiaoyu asked the Exotic Beast Association how they plan to deal with that giant tree beast. "Okay." Chiyu took out his cell phone and sent a text message to the staff of the Exotic Beast Association. The general content is that she encountered the giant tree monster and fought with it, but because of the giant tree monster's huge size and amazing defense, she was powerless. So ask the Exotic Beast Association and see how they will deal with the exotic beast. Chapter 117, I Want a Cactus Sister. The response from the Exotic Beast Association came quickly. First, I thanked Chiyu for his contribution and then talked about the solution. They did not think of using weapons of mass destruction, but instead mobilized a group of powerful awakened people. However, those awakened ones need to prepare and will go to destroy the strange beasts in a few days. Chiyu repeated the response from the Exotic Beast Association. "Never mind that. We'll go back and pick up Guowa in a couple of days. Let the Exotic Beast Association handle the matter themselves. Since they claim to be a reputable and upright sect and take it as their mission to protect humanity, then we don't need to worry about them. Our job is to grow slowly and then make a big splash." Chiyu nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, the wife follows the husband, so she supports whatever Su Feng does. After finding a bridge across the river, Su Feng successfully reached the other side of the river. There is indeed a desert here. After parking the car at the edge of the desert, Chiyu rushed into the desert with a few little ones. Su Feng is not interested in the desert. The desert does look quite spectacular when viewed on TV, and that's because of aerial photography. When you get to the edge of the desert, your vision is limited, and it's not as spectacular as it used to be. It's just some sand. Su Feng leaned against the car door and lit a cigarette for himself. This pack of cigarettes was given to him by Li Xiefeng. Thinking of Li Xiefeng, Su Feng felt a little worried and didn't know how he was doing now. Su Feng simply took out his cell phone and called Li Xiefeng. No one answered the phone. Su Feng became even more worried. He called a few more times, but still no one answered. I guess Brother Li went fishing again and forgot to bring his phone. Su Feng suppressed his worries and chased after the little ones. Now that you are here, it would be unreasonable not to experience it. Dad, look, there's a cactus here. Sururu is a succulent plant and has a natural liking for plants. This is her first time seeing a cactus, and her tone is full of joy. Sufeng came to her with a smile and observed the cactus with her. Sururu tried to touch the thorns on the cactus with her hand. Dad, don't they say cacti are very prickly? Sufeng was speechless. Look at how amazing your defense is. Dad, I want to ask you a favor. Sufeng looked at Sururu's shy look and scratched her nose with his hand. Ro, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Then I said it. Speak up, speak boldly. Dad, I want a cactus sister or a brother. Guogua is always away. Sururu's request was unexpected to Sufeng, but also reasonable. Sururu's original form is a plant, so naturally she wants a brother or sister of the same kind. Sugwa did meet the requirements, but she became attached to the strange beast not long after she was born and refused to leave. Sufeng did not directly reject Sururu. In any case, his Su family will definitely grow stronger step by step. As long as he has the strength, it doesn't make much difference to Sufeng whether he lives like animals or plants. The only question is how to grow cacti. Sufeng had never grown cacti, so he didn't understand much about them. When Sururu saw that Sufeng didn't say anything, she thought he disagreed. Although she felt a little disappointed, Sururu still said, Dad, I just said it casually, you don't have to take it to heart. Sufeng smiled and said nothing. Instead, he took out his cell phone and looked up some information about the cactus. You won't know until you check, and you'll be shocked to find out that cacti can also reproduce asexually. If that's the case, then it's easy. Ro, Daddy promised you. Sururu, who was originally a little depressed, looked up at Sufeng in disbelief after hearing this. Then she jumped onto his shoulders, hugged his neck, and gave him AMUA. Dad, you are so nice. You are the best dad in the world. Sufeng touched his face and smiled embarrassedly. Yes, he is the best dad in the world. Roller, by tomorrow you will have a cactus sister. Sufeng did not create a baby right away. Now that he has Chiyu, he doesn't need to use his hands. Let's talk about growing cactus tonight. Okay, Dad. Sururu danced with joy at the thought of having a cactus sister. Chiyu and the children didn't run too far. They played around nearby for a while, and then came back. He just got a strange beast yesterday, and it also has an inner elixir. The KPI for the past 2 days has been completed. Sufeng simply plans to play here for a day, have a cactus child, and then go back home to pick up Sugwa tomorrow. The Exotic Beast Association said that an awakened person would come in a few days. Sufeng planned to wait nearby to see how strong the awakened person of the Exotic Beast Association was. Although the Exotic Beast Association is a reputable and upright organization, I am both good and evil, so there might be a time when they come into conflict. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Why is he both good and evil? Because Sufeng thinks he is a good man and his children are all good children. But his children's images are too different, and others may not think they are good people. He doesn't care about other people's opinions, but if someone is so blind as to provoke him, it depends on who has the harder fist. Sufeng will hide if he can, and if he can't, he will strike back with force. In order to facilitate a better strike in the future, it is important to collect intelligence. After lunch, the children went to have fun in the desert again. Given their physical fitness, it is really difficult to let them run wild in ordinary places. After dinner in the evening, Sufeng pulled Chiyu into the tent. Are you an animal? Can't you take a day off? Oh, let's rest tomorrow. I have something important to do today. Is this your main business? Of course not. My main job is to get Ruru a cactus sister. Let's fist bump and find out. What the hell is a pointy fist bump? This is not important. Let's get down to business first. An hour later. Just spit it into the bottle. Don't waste it. I'll get it done in a minute. Sufeng put on his clothes and came to the cactus that Sururu had taken a fancy to during the day. He cut a piece of rhizome with a knife. What does this mean? Chiyu looked at the rhizomes soaked in the bottle and asked Sufeng curiously. Sufeng smiled mysteriously. You'll find out tomorrow. As a person, especially a man, you must maintain a sense of mystery. If you are too easy to see through, women will lose interest in you. Chiyu was thinking about the cactus roots in the bottle and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. No, you have to tell me, otherwise I can't sleep. Don't talk about it. Don't toss and turn, you'll fall asleep soon. Are you going to tell me or not? I won't tell you even if you beat me to death. Hiss, you're going to use force. So what? Watch this, 5 lightning whips. 2 hours later, Chiyu fell asleep with a satisfied smile. Chapter 1:18 Suxian. The next day, Sufeng was woken up by Chiyu. Sufeng, look, she really gave birth to a baby. Didn't I tell you long ago that my blood essence is very powerful? Yes, yes, you are the best. Get up quickly. No, unless you call me husband. Chi Yushwangxia blushed and spoke softly. Hubby, get up quickly. Su Feng couldn't stand this. Just as he was about to turn over and punish Chi Yu with family discipline, a chicken head poked into the tent. Dad, get up soon and eat eggs. Looking at Su Kuan, who ruined his plans, Su Feng wanted to stew her. Hurry up and get up, the children are waiting. Su Feng got up reluctantly and walked out of the tent. Dad, you really did it. Su Ruru brought a green little man who was about the same height as her and covered with small thorns to Su Feng. The little man has arms and legs, all of which are round and plump, and is quite cute. It's just that the head is a little abstract, like the facial features growing on a cactus. As for the gender, Su Feng couldn't tell at all. Who knows how to tell the gender of a cactus? Although he didn't know the gender, he had already thought of a name. From now on, I'll call you Su Xian. Since it's a cactus, it's just right to call it Su Xian. Thank you, Dad. Cactus spoke for the first time, and Su Feng judged from the voice that it should be a boy. Su Feng originally wanted to touch his head, but looking at the thorns on it, he didn't reach out his hand in the end. As the old saying goes, don't stretch out your hand, or you will get pricked. You're welcome, Kuaner. Is the meal ready? It will be ready soon. Dad, do you want me to boil the eggs for you? No, I can do it myself. How can such a ceremonial thing be done through the hands of others? Who would let the hen stir the egg liquid when beating eggs? After eating and drinking their fill, the family of unknown number of people set off on their journey home. It took 2 or 3 days to get here, but it was much faster to leave, taking less than a day. The giant tree beast moved hundreds of kilometers north. Wherever the giant trees and strange beasts passed, the grassland turned into a desert, stretching for hundreds of kilometers. It's wide, but not too wide, probably less than 1 kilometer. Su Feng suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the Exotic Beast Association would leave this exotic beast alone. The giant tree and strange beast headed north and soon crossed the border. Even if there is trouble by then, it won't be able to reach here. Su Feng really misunderstood the Exotic Beast Association. It's not that they don't want to take care of it. It's that they really haven't found a suitable awakener. Those who are strong enough have their own tasks, and the distance is relatively far, so they cannot leave for the time being. Those who are not strong enough are just sent here to serve as food. The reason why the Exotic Beast Association told Chi Yu that someone would handle it was because someone volunteered to take on this task. Su Feng asked Su Miao Miao to drive the car, and he took the others to the giant tree monster. Since there will be new cars, Su Feng needs to train a few more drivers. When Su Feng came to the giant tree beast, he found that this guy seemed to have become a little smaller. The giant tree beast was so huge, over 100 meters high, and its trunk was so thick that it took more than a dozen people to hug it. It still looks very big now, but Su Feng always feels that it has indeed shrunk. Not only has its size shrunk, but its leaves have also turned yellow, giving it the appearance of being malnourished. Guagua, are you there? Su Feng shouted a few times at the giant tree and the strange beast. More than 10 seconds later, Sugua's face slowly appeared about 10 meters above the ground. Dad, I'm here. There was joy in Sugua's voice. He left home just a few days after he was born and worked hard to support himself. Only she knows the hardships involved. Whenever it was late at night and she missed her family, she would try her best to absorb nutrients from the giant tree. The only thing that can bring comfort to workers is probably the time when their wages are paid. Fortunately, Sugua's job is not bad and his salary is paid within seconds. Guagua, how long will it take you? Dad, I don't know either. This beast is so nutritious that I can't absorb it all. Su Feng was also scratching his head, but suddenly, his eyes lit up and he thought of a good idea. Success. You put this giant tree beast into its stomach, so we can take Guagua with us. Su Chenggong touched his belly and looked at Su Feng in embarrassment. Dad, this thing is too big. I really can't eat it. And I can't eat living things. I thought I had come up with a good idea, but it turned out to be just my own wishful thinking. Guagua, keep going. We're going to find a place to eat. We won't go far this time. Just tell me if you have anything to say. Okay, Dad. If there's any danger, I'll come find you right away. In fact, Su Feng also wanted to ask Sugua why he didn't just eat the inner elixir of the giant tree. That way the nutrients would come quickly, but the giant tree would die quickly. After thinking about it, I decided to give up. It was probably another stupid question, and people would laugh at me if I asked it. If I could really eat the inner elixir of a strange beast directly, there would be no point in sucking it. I found a place not too far from the giant tree and the strange beast. The family set up camp and made a fire to cook. After dinner, Su Feng had nothing to do, so he studied Su Xian. The thorns on his body can't hurt people all the time. It mainly depends on his own wishes. If he is happy, he won't be pricked. If he was unhappy, he would instantly become as hard as iron and stab someone to death. No wonder Bai Sujin took 1,000 years to find Su Xian. There must be many people who envy Su Xian's abilities. In fact, there is no need to be envious, and envy is useless. Weakness is weakness, give up. Su Xian has another ability that Su Feng envies very much. The thorns on Su Xian's body can be retracted into his body and then spit out from his mouth. Although it can't catch up with a fully automatic rifle, let alone a Gatling gun, it can still fire 5 shots per second. As for the power, I don't know how effective it is against strange beasts, but the rabbits on the grassland can kill them with 1 shot, and every shot goes deep into the bone. That night, Su Feng and Chi Yu had a whole rabbit banquet. The next day, Su Feng was woken up again. The downside of having many children is that it's hard to sleep until you wake up naturally. Su Feng, hurry up and get up. Xiao He said someone is coming from the giant tree beast. Is it finally here? Anyone coming over at this time must be a master from the Exotic Beast Association. These people are really something. Can't they have breakfast before coming over? Okay, stop wasting time. Hurry up and get dressed. I've already cooked your grandson for you. You can eat it on the way. This is the advantage of having a wife. But that's not a grandson, it's just an egg. Su Feng quickly put on his clothes and set off without even brushing his teeth. Chi was driving the car, and Su Feng was sitting in the passenger seat eating with his grandson. Xiaoyu, I'll drive slowly. I'll go over and take a look at the situation first. Every time I finish eating grandson eggs, the energy in my body needs to be released. Without even stopping the car, Su Feng simply opened the door and jumped out, disappearing in a flash. The car was traveling at 70 or 80 times per hour, so you can imagine how fast Su Feng was running. Su Feng successfully reunited with Su He. Xiao He, what's going on? Dad, you're here. Just now, 3 cars came over from the giant tree beast, with a total of 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. They haven't started yet. They're probably assessing the beast's strength. Chapter 119 Kamikaze Squad. He did a great job. Su Feng has always been generous with his praise for Su He. Let's go and take a look. Chi Yu was still behind, and Su Feng planned to go and find out first. As his strength increased, Su Feng became bolder and bolder. The 2 men quietly moved to a place a few hundred meters away from the strange beast and hid behind a small mound. Look, Dad, that's them. After eating more grandson eggs, Su Feng's eyesight improved, and he could see clearly hundreds of meters away. 3 off-road vehicles were parked on the ground a few hundred meters away from the giant tree and the strange beast. There were 4 young people standing in front of the car, 2 men and 2 women, and they were talking about something. Maybe, as Su He said, he is studying how to deal with strange beasts. Su Feng vaguely felt that the 4 people looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Su Feng leaned back. Since they were acquaintances, he couldn't reveal himself. Xiao He, go meet up with the main force. Have them find a place to park and then come over on foot. Don't expose yourself. Su He took the order and left. Su Feng likes this sneaky feeling. He can attack or defend, and he can also do things like the mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole is behind it, or the fisherman benefits from the fight between the snipe and the clam. It is so cool. As soon as Su He left, the 4 young men over there finally came to a conclusion. The man with long hair pulled out an arrow from the quiver behind him, drew the bow like a full moon, and pointed it at the giant tree and strange beast a few hundred meters away. Just before the long-haired man let go, the arrow inexplicably began to burn. As the long-haired man loosened his fingers, the flaming arrow flew towards the giant tree beast. The arrow was so fast that Su Feng could hardly catch its trajectory. The tip of the arrow hit the giant tree beast and exploded. As a big hole was blown in the giant tree monster, the flying sparks ignited the bark of the giant tree. Su Feng saw clearly that the giant tree beast was injured. Before, the few little ones scratched and clawed, but they could only damage the bark on the surface of the giant tree. The arrow shot by the long-haired man from hundreds of meters away actually broke through the defense of the giant tree trunk. Pink liquid oozed from the wound on the giant tree's trunk. Su Feng didn't know whether this thing was the blood of the giant tree or the sap. Roar! Feeling the pain, the giant tree actually let out a loud roar. Su Feng had always thought that its mouth was just a decoration. The giant tree beast waved its vines to extinguish the sparks on its body. Sparks can be extinguished, but wounds are difficult to heal for a while. Su Feng vaguely saw that there seemed to be pink, tender flesh wriggling at the wound. It is right to be cautious. The Exotic Beast Association just sent a few young people over, but they turned out to have such strong fighting power. If any of his children had been hit by the arrow shot by the long-haired man, they would have been skinned alive, if not killed. The long-haired man scored a victory with his first arrow and immediately drew out the second arrow. At the same time, another slightly taller man with short hair drew the long sword from his waist and ran towards the giant tree with a woman with squinting eyes and holding two swords. Finally, the woman with her hair loose and wearing ancient costume walked slowly towards the giant tree with her waist twisting in an inexplicable rhythm. It's more like moving while dancing than walking. Su Feng's mouth was dry after watching this. So sexy. Soon, the second arrow exploded in the giant tree. Su Feng's heart also began to tighten. But please don't hurt Su Gua. His worries were obviously unnecessary. Not to mention how big the tree was, it was unlikely that it would hit her by chance. Even if Su Gua could move freely under the bark, she would not stand there stupidly and get beaten. At this time, a man and a woman holding a sword and two knives also came to the foot of the giant tree. The long swords and double knives in the hands of the two men chopped down the giant tree at the same time. I don't know what material the two men's weapons are made of. Not only did they break the bark defense, but they also cut through the trunk. Pink blood spurted out. The two men seemed to have a lot of combat experience. They dodged in time before the blood spurted out, avoiding being sprayed all over. The blood of some exotic beasts is highly toxic, and some is even corrosive. There are cases where awakened people die after being contaminated by the blood of strange beasts. The giant tree roared again in pain. At the same time, several vines whizzed towards the two of them, at a speed a little faster than Su Feng had seen before. It can be seen that the strange beast is really anxious. The two men naturally would not wait for the vines to whip them. As they dodged and moved, the vines flew past the corners of their clothes and were unable to hurt them at all. Although the vines could not attack the two people, they slowed down their attack speed. If the two men were allowed to chop at will, even the thickest tree would be cut down. While the two were dodging the vine attack, the strange pink flesh at the wound of the giant tree began to wriggle visibly. The wound was healing slowly. The two of them naturally discovered this situation. So, we looked for an opportunity to attack the beast's face, 100 meters up the tree trunk. So, this name sounds familiar. Su Feng hid in the dark and sincerely admired these three people. Why three? Because he couldn't figure out what the woman who was shaking her hips and waist was doing. The other three were attacking the strange beasts, but she was the only one leisurely showing off her charm, and no one knew what she was thinking. The long-haired man heard the two people's shouts, ran forward for dozens of meters, and finally saw the face of the strange beast. He drew out the arrow without hesitation and drew his bow again. The flaming arrow flew out from the bow and headed towards the face of the strange beast. I don't know if it was prepared or what, but the strange beast actually grew out a vine in advance to block the arrow's path. The arrow collided with the vines and exploded. The vines that intercepted the arrow were directly blown off, and pink blood splattered all over the ground. Arrows fell from the sky along with the broken vines. At the feet of the strange beast, a man and a woman in charge of close combat took advantage of the strange beast's distraction and left several deep wounds on its body. These wounds looked extremely hideous, but they could not harm the beast's roots. Although the strange beasts have no brains, they are very experienced in combat. Its vines don't grow randomly. When the two wanted to attack the previous wound, the vines would block them at the risk of getting injured elsewhere. After attacking the same wound multiple times, with the sharpness of the weapons in the hands of the two men, the death of the monster was only a matter of time. But now the strange beast doesn't give me a chance. The wounds that the two men had initially inflicted on the strange beast were almost completely healed. This isn't a solution. We still have to attack the monster's face. That should be its weak spot. Okay, let Sure cooperate with us. If the three of us attack together, the alien beast will definitely be too busy. This is why Su Feng admires them. The three of them cooperate with each other and keep adjusting their battle plans instead of just relying on brute force. The long-haired man, named Yushur, continued to shoot arrows at the monster's face. While the strange beast was distracted in resisting the arrows, a man and a woman imitated Su Kun, stepped on the strange beast, and quickly moved up. Chapter 120, Fortune and Honor in Danger. The rough bark on the strange beast provided a good foothold for the two of them. The strange beast was not unaware, and it also sent out several vines to attack the two people. However, the two people were too agile and always managed to avoid the vines' attacks at critical moments. As the vines broke one by one, the two men were attacked less and less. A distance of hundreds of meters was really close for the awakened ones, and the two soon arrived at the huge face on the tree trunk. Nana, let's attack together and simultaneously attack both eyes of the monster. Okay. The woman named Nana agreed, holding two swords in her hands, and suddenly exerted force on her feet, flying towards the eyes of the strange beast. The man with him held a long sword in his hand and attacked the other eye of the monster. The vines of the giant tree have all been broken and are now powerless to stop it. Both of them used up all their strength. The man was obviously stronger than Nana. He flew to the mouth of the monster first. He was about to stab the monster's eyes with his sword if he went 2 meters higher. The strange beast used the same trick it had used against Su Kuan, and suddenly several vines spewed out of its mouth. Because the monster's mouth was originally a hole, it didn't even open its mouth while spitting out the vines. The two men obviously didn't expect that the strange beast had this trick, so they fell into the trap directly. The man holding the long sword was instantly pierced through the body by several vines at the same time. Because Narna was slower, she avoided most of the vines, and only one vine pierced her shoulder. "Chinmuchi, Nana." So he exclaimed, ran forward a distance, and shot an arrow at the monster's eyes. The strange beast did not dare to be careless and retracted its vines to block the arrows that were flying in front of it. However, it only pulled back the vines that had pierced Chinmuchi, and Naerna was still hanging in the air by the vines. Chinmuchi's body fell to the ground at a rapid speed. At the same time, the arrow collided with the vines, causing a huge explosion. This arrow was more powerful than the previous ones, and the explosion affected a wider area. As the vines broke, Nana was also affected by the explosion, and half of her face was blown off. So he just wanted to save 2 people, but the result was completely beyond his expectations. It was unknown whether Chinmuchi was alive or dead. Not only was Nana not rescued, she was also affected by his own attack. Chinmuchi can die, but Nana can't die. If she dies, she won't be able to explain herself when she returns. So he shouted at Hu Yin, who was still twisting over there. "Hurry up and save them." Then he rushed forward first. He no longer dared to use long-range attacks. If he did it again, he didn't know whether the monster would die or not, and Nana would probably not survive. Fox Yin smiled sweetly. "Don't panic. I'll control this strange beast. You go save Nana." She had already arrived at the feet of the strange beast. Hu Yin raised his head and laughed like a silver bell at the strange beast. "Do you think I'm beautiful?" Su Feng was a little confused. What on earth was this woman doing? What surprised him was that when the strange beast heard Fox Yan's voice, it actually looked at her. A low growl came out of his mouth. Fox said proudly to Yushur, who was always ready to save people. "See? No one can resist my charm. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Go and save them." Hu Yan's charm was indeed amazing. Although she used her skills on the strange beast, she was obviously affected and stood there in a daze for 2 seconds. It was these 2 seconds that cost him his life. Just when both of them thought that the strange beast had been bewitched by the fox's words and would not attack again, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked, and more than a dozen sharp spikes broke out of the soil. 2 of them were right under their feet, piercing through them from bottom to top. Su Feng saw it clearly, and he was sure that the 2 sharp spikes entered from the back doors of the 2 people and came out from their mouths. Before either of them could even scream, they were dead beyond death. Su Feng couldn't help but sigh. When fighting, you must be extremely careful. Chi Yu and the other kids nodded in agreement. Who would have thought that strange beasts would also hide their abilities? I have never seen a strange beast use the ground spike trick before. For people from the Exotic Beast Association came, but not long after, only one was left, half dead. Nana's shoulder was pierced by vines, and she was also affected by the aftermath of the arrow's explosion. She hung her head, and her life or death was unknown. Su Feng guessed that she should not be dead yet. The vines did not penetrate any vital parts, and the explosion only blew up half of his face. With the strength of an awakened person, it is impossible for him to die so easily. "Su Feng, why don't we just leave? This beast is too powerful." If it were in the past, Chi would have tried it no matter what. Now that she has a man and children, she will not take risks as easily as before. "No hurry, let me think about it." Su Feng didn't want to leave. He was interested in the weapons of the 4 men. A few small ones cannot break the defense of the strange beast, but those 3 weapons can. If you can get it, the effect will definitely be better when using it with your own children. Right now, the 3 weapons are lying quietly on the ground. It would be unreasonable not to take them. Isn't there a saying that goes, "If you don't accept what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences"? He also wants to kill the strange beast. If these 4 young men had been more cautious and taken their time, the monster would have definitely been the one to die in the end. However, they were too anxious and wanted to quickly deal with the monster, just like Su Kuan before, which gave the monster an opportunity. These 4 people are powerful and were sent by the Exotic Beast Association. If the Exotic Beast Association can't contact them, they will definitely send more people over. If a more powerful awakener comes, the strange beast will be destroyed sooner or later, and then how can he get any benefits? This strange beast is quite powerful, and it must have inner elixir, and its quality is better than all the inner elixir he has obtained before. He was unwilling to leave like this. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. It is necessary to survive, but it is also not advisable to retreat when encountering difficulties. After so many times, the sharpness in my heart is gone. After thinking it over, Su Feng came up with a plan. He waved to Su Qinggong. Success, come here. Dad, are you sure you can get those 3 weapons without alerting the beasts? Su Qinggong thought a war was about to break out, but it turned out to be just like this. He was so excited for nothing. He said, patting his chest, Dad, it's a piece of cake. Okay, go ahead. Upon hearing this, Su Qinggong ran towards the strange beast. When he ran to less than 100 meters away from the strange beast, Su Qinggong's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment he appeared beside Chun Muchi's body. Su Qinggong opened his mouth, picked up Chun Muchi's body, and threw it into his mouth. Then he did the same thing and threw Nana's 2 swords and Shi's body into his mouth. After doing all this, Su Feng flashed and appeared 100 meters away from the strange beast. There was no need to flash anymore. Su Qinggong ran back directly. Chapter 121, Dividing the Loot. Dad, it's done. Su Feng looked at Su Qinggong with a strange expression. Success. I really didn't expect you to have this hobby. Eating people is not a good thing. After all, you are also a human being. Su Qinggong waved his hands repeatedly when he heard this. Dad, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. I didn't eat them, there is a space in my stomach, and they are all placed in the space. Seeing how anxious he was, Su Feng just wanted to laugh. You slapped him lightly. Don't scare the child. You are already so old. How can you have such bad taste? Qinggong, ignore him and spit out those 2 corpses quickly, they are so dirty. Su Qinggong was speechless. It seemed that he still didn't believe in himself. Otherwise, why not say take it out instead of spit it out? Su Qinggong opened his mouth helplessly, took out the 2 corpses and the 2 knives from the space in his stomach, and placed them on the ground. These 3 weapons are obviously made of the same metal, and the color and material look the same. However, Su Feng didn't understand these things and didn't know what material it was made of. It looked quite ordinary, but it was actually sharper than Su Hei's dog's paws. Who of you wants to use a weapon? Su Xiaodao looked at the double-headed creature and shook his head. When he shook his head bumped into Su Qing's big head, sending out a trail of sparks. Su Kuan looked at her chicken feet and shook his head helplessly. Dad, give me the 2 swords. The big bone stick is too big. It won't look good for a girl like me to hold it. Su Miao Miao ate the inner elixir of the humanoid monster, so the big bone stick was naturally given to her. It was obvious that she didn't like it. That makes sense. I'll give you the 2 swords. Success, the sword is yours. Dad, I want a big bone stick. It looks exciting. Su Feng looked at the 2-meter-long bone stick, then looked at Su Yuan, who was just over 1 meter tall, and nodded silently. Su Yuan ran over happily and carried the big bone stick on his shoulders. As soon as he carried the 2-meter-long bone stick on his shoulder, Su Yuan's temperament changed instantly. He used to be a cute, bald, handsome boy, but now he looks like someone who is not someone to be trifled with. There was still 1 bow left, so he simply gave it to Qiyu. There are only a few arrows left in the quiver, and I don't know where to get more arrows when they are used up. This bow seems to be useless. After distributing the weapons, Su Feng expressed his thoughts. I'm going to kill this strange beast. I'm not going to waste time with it anymore. Qiyu was the first to raise the question. I agree with killing it, but how should we do it? I heard from Kuan-er about the battle that day. It was very dangerous. The key is that we can't break its defense. Su Feng said with a confident smile. We really can't break its defense for now, but someone is giving us an assist. You've seen the power of the long sword and the double blades. They can completely break through defenses. When Qiyu heard him say this, he knew that he had already made up his mind. You decide what to do, and we'll listen to you. Su Feng was very satisfied with her attitude. This is what it means when a wife follows her husband's lead. Su Fengshe really dislikes women who obviously have no ability, but still want to be the boss. It is understandable to want to be in power. After all, everyone has the pursuit of power. But it's annoying that he clearly doesn't have the ability and has no self-awareness at all. My plan is this. If it succeeds, he will be able to teleport. Whether this plan will succeed depends entirely on him. Hearing Su Feng mention him, Su Qinggong stepped out from the crowd with a sword in hand. Dad, I can do it. Very good. This is the spirit we want. First, if you have long-range attacks, launch an attack from a distance to attract the attention of the monster. Then, in close combat, attract the alien beast's ground spike attack. This does not require causing much damage to the alien beast, but is mainly to restrain the alien beast. Finally, Meow Meow and Xiaodao climb up the tree trunk. Your task is to attract the attention of the vines, and then use your weapons to cut off as many vines of the monster as possible. The fatal blow comes from success. You teleport over with your sword and pierce the eyeball of the monster. As long as the monster's 2 eyes are gone, even if it doesn't die, the accuracy of the vines will definitely decrease. By then we can grind him to death. If this plan fails, then call Guogwa back and we'll run away. The Exotic Beast Association will definitely not let this go if these 4 young men die here. We don't have much time left. He is so powerful at such a young age and has such awesome weapons. He must have a strong background. The Monster Association might not care if monsters harmed ordinary people, but if one of their own died, they would definitely not sit idly by. Before launching the attack, Su Feng asked Su Kuan to cook a meal so that the children could have enough food and drink. Fighting is a physical activity. How can you do it without eating enough? While eating, Su Feng asked Su Miao Miao what changes had happened to her body after she ate the inner elixir of the strange beast. I haven't gained any new abilities, but my physical attributes, such as speed, strength, and flexibility, have significantly improved, and I feel like this improvement is continuing. It seems that the efficacy of the inner elixir of a strange beast also depends on the ability of the original body. After eating and drinking, the battle officially begins. Su Qing, Su Kuan, and Chi Yu launched the attack first. Ice swords, wind blades, and arrows all flew towards the monster's face, not seeking to kill, but to attract the attention of strange beasts. Perhaps the previous attacks of the 4 people did hurt the monster, and this time the attacks of the 3 people were still far away from the monster's face, so they were blocked by its vines. Su Qing's ice sword and wind blade could not cut through the monster's vines with one strike. The arrows shot by Chi Yu are fine. Su Feng has studied it and found that catching fire may be a skill in itself, but most of the damage of the arrow comes from sharpness and explosion, which are inherent in the arrow. Therefore, every arrow Chi Yu shot could cause considerable damage to the strange beast, while the 3 of them were attracting the attention of the strange beast. Su He, Su Miao Miao, Su Xiaodao, and Su Yuan rushed towards the strange beast from another direction. Su He and Su Yuan were the first to attack the strange beast. Each blow from the 2 men could knock off a large piece of bark. Although it is not possible to break the trunk of the monster with one strike, it will definitely have a restraining effect. If the strange beast does not attack the 2 of them, they will attack one place fiercely. If they attack a few times, they will be able to break the defense. The strange beast indeed separated several vines to deal with the 2 people. The 2 men didn't want to fight. They hid when the vines came and continued to attack when the vines went away. Su Miao Miao and Su Xiaodao rushed upwards towards the face of the strange beast. The 2 men didn't start attacking until they got close to the monster's face, and he specifically avoided the mouth of the strange beast. Su Xiaodao's 2 swords were very sharp. With one strike, they seemed to be able to cut through the tree trunk. Su Miao Miao's double swords were even more powerful. Each strike could leave a bleeding scar on the tree trunk, and their destructive power was much stronger than Narna's. The strange beast had no choice but to send out a few more vines to deal with the 2 people. The 2 of them were not interested in fighting and started playing hide-and-seek with the vines. So far, the plan is going very smoothly. Chapter 122, Su Xiaodao's Merit. On the other side, Su Qinggong, who was responsible for launching the fatal attack, had already touched the feet of the strange beast. Because he did not attack the strange beast had no time to pay attention to him. Su Qinggong tightened the sword in his hand. He was waiting for an opportunity for others to move all the vines of the strange beast away. When the time was right, Su Qinggong disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the strange beast. He stabbed the beast's eyes with a sword. The sudden appearance of the enemy frightened the monster so much that its entire body trembled. Vines instantly spewed out of its mouth and shot towards Su Qinggong, who was standing in front of its eyeballs. However, it takes time for the vine to fly over, so Su Qinggong appeared directly in front of its eyes and launched an attack without any pause. By the time the vines arrived, Su Qinggong had already run away with his sword. With a flash, Su Qinggong was back under the feet of the strange beast. At this moment, pink blood was already flowing out of one of the monster's eyes. The strange beast couldn't do anything to Su Feng, so it had to vent its anger on other people, and the speed at which its vines swung became even faster. The others kept Su Feng's instructions in mind, attacking when there was a chance, and hiding when there was no chance. If they ran out of energy, they would move out of the monster's attack range. Su Qinggong took a moment to prepare his attack before attacking the other eyeball of the monster again. This time it was even worse. The vines in the monster's mouth were used to deal with Su Miao Miao and Su Xiaodao. and it never thought that Su Qinggong was thinking about its other eyeball. If they play tricks on people, how can strange beasts be a match for humans? The monster's other eye was also blind. Su Qinggong left again. As a result, something went wrong on Su Xiaodao's side. He took advantage of the gap when the monster's vines were waving around and plunged his head into the monster's eye socket. Su Xiaodao's head was also a knife, so he easily entered the big eyeball of the monster. Anyone who has had a mantis enter their eye knows the feeling. It hurts. Su Xiaodao didn't care whether it hurt or not. He just started to drill in with his limbs flailing. Feeling the pain, the monster's vines waved even more tightly. Come back, Su Feng shouted, and the little ones didn't want to fight anymore and looked for opportunities to leave the battlefield. Only Su Xiaodao remained in the eyes of the strange beast. The strange beast's vines waved for a long time, but didn't even touch a hair of the enemy. The strange beast was also a ruthless character. It felt something drilling into its eye socket, and a vine pierced it. Su Feng shouted as expected. Xiaodao, hide quickly. It is not known whether Su Xiaodao heard Su Feng shout or sensed the danger himself. He dodged the attack of the vines with a quick move. The vine did not touch Su Xiaodao, but it continued to move forward and went straight into his brain. The king of trees died in the northwest. Looking at the vine that was deeply inserted into his eye socket and the other vines that had gradually stopped waving, Su Feng and his group were all stunned. Hey, he stabbed himself to death? Qi said uncertainly. Probably. Su Qing, Kuiner, you two attack the beast again and see if it's really dead. Upon hearing this, Su Qing and Su Kuin once again spit out ice arrows and fanned out wind blades at the strange beast. The ice arrows and wind blades successfully hit the monster. After waiting for a few seconds, the strange beast showed no reaction. It seems he is really dead. Su Feng waved his hand and slowly approached the strange beast with his whole family. During this period, Su Qing and Su Kuin launched several attacks on the strange beast, but the strange beast still did not react. At this time, Su Xiaodao crawled out from the eye socket of the strange beast, holding a strange beast inner core in his hand that was bigger than his head. It turns out that what you put in is proportional to what you get out, at least that's the case at this moment. This strange beast's inner elixir is larger than the previous ones combined. The size of the inner elixir is proportional to the strength of the strange beast. Although the attack of this strange beast is not particularly powerful, its defense is truly amazing. The attacks of a few small ones can easily penetrate the steel plates, and even its defense cannot be broken. If Su Xiaodao hadn't accidentally gotten into the eyes of the strange beast, who knows how long it would have taken to grind it. Su Xiaodao returned to Su Feng with the inner elixir of the strange beast. Su Feng did not blame him for being reckless, but instead praised him. Good job, knife. Su Xiaodao scratched his head, making a metallic collision sound, and then smiled embarrassedly. The battlefield situation is ever-changing, and it is necessary to be able to adapt to the situation as long as you don't act recklessly. Su Guo also got off the strange beast. While she was watching the battle just now, she was not idle. She was working at full speed, trying her best to absorb the essence in her body. The speed at which the strange beast's vines grew back slower and slower after being broken was all thanks to Su Guo. This is the inner elixir of a strange beast. Before Su Feng finished speaking, Su Ruru spoke first. Give this inner elixir to Sister Guogua. She deserves it. Su Ruru is very smart. Among the children, she, Su Guo, and Su Xian are the only ones who are plants. She didn't put in any effort when fighting, and Su Xiaojiang was born. Only Su Guo deserves this inner elixir the most. Su Feng did not hesitate and directly gave the inner core of the strange beast to Su Guo, who was almost 2 meters tall. Including the tree above my head, it is nearly 2 meters high. The small tree above Su Guo's head was only about 30 centimeters tall, but it was already lush with branches and leaves. After eating the inner elixir of a strange beast, it is estimated that it will really bear fruit in a short period of time. Su Guo also knew the importance of this exotic beast's inner elixir, so he did not refuse. Sister Ruru, when I become stronger, I will definitely get you a better inner elixir. Su Ruru jumped onto her head and stroked the leaves of the small tree. Sister Guogua, I believe in you. Come and eat the inner elixir. Su Guo no longer hesitated and swallowed the inner core of the strange beast in one gulp. Okay, there's still work to do. Su Feng clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. We can't just leave the beast's corpse here. It's full of treasures. From now on, all of you, no matter what method you use, you must dismember the beast's corpse as quickly as possible. If successful, you will be responsible for packing the corpses of the strange beasts, and you can pack as many as you can. Before that, you should come with me to learn how to drive. Nana and the others left behind 3 off-road vehicles, and those 3 vehicles could not be wasted, so Su Feng prepared to drive away. As for being discovered by the Exotic Beast Association, Su Feng was not afraid. He will get rid of these 3 cars in the shortest time possible. He, Chi Yu, and Su Miao Miao can all drive, but they are currently short of a driver. Su Qinggong has grown to over 1.6 meters, which is more than enough age to get a driver's license. Su Qinggong was very smart and learned to drive quickly. The other few small ones surrounded the corpse of the giant tree beast and dismembered it in various ways. Those who have weapons use them. Those who don't have weapons use their claws, and if that doesn't work, use their teeth. After several hours, the monster's body was finally dismembered. Su Qinggong had already learned to drive and was very skilled at it. He jumped out of the car and started loading the bodies of the strange beasts. Chapter 123 Nair Nurna. Dad, there's no more room. In the end, there were still some wood left, and Su Qinggong really couldn't fit it in. The space in his stomach was limited, and the strange beast was so big that it couldn't fit in. Su Qing, take your men and carry the remaining tree trunks onto the truck. With Narna's 3 cars, the children could easily fit in, and the truck had just enough space to load the corpses of the strange beasts. Everything was within Su Feng's expectations. The only thing I didn't expect was that Nana was not dead yet. She just fainted, and the intense work here lasted for a long time, which woke her up. Hey, who are you? Are you from the Exotic Beast Association? Come and save me. Su Qing was working with his, but sticking out when he heard someone calling him from under the sand not far behind him. Su Qing walked over and saw that there was a head in the sand, which he had not noticed before. Who are you? Are you talking to me? Su Qing had his back to Nana just now, and Nana thought he was someone wearing green clothes. When Su Qing turned around and walked towards her, she didn't dare to speak. This guy is not a human being at all. He is clearly a strange beast. When Su Qing put the frog head in front of her and spoke to her, Nana's bladder relaxed and she urinated. What level of strange beast is this? It can actually speak. Fortunately, her body was covered with sand and no one knew that she had wet her pants. Nana closed her eyes and held her breath, hoping that Su Qing would think she was dead. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Su Qing stretched out his big hand with a poof and poked her face. If this had happened under normal circumstances, if anyone dared to poke her face, Nurna would have chopped off that person's paws. But now she didn't even dare to breathe, let alone get angry. Seeing that she didn't move, Su Qing didn't know what to do. When you are in doubt, go to your dad. Dad, there's someone here, and he seems to be alive. When Nana heard Su Qing's words, she was instantly shocked. The strange beast has a father. It's already amazing that this strange beast can talk, so how awesome must his father be? Su Feng was directing the children to put the corpse of the strange beast into the carriage. He was also surprised to hear Su Qing shout. After a little thought, he figured it out. It must be one of the 2 women. If nothing unexpected happens, it is the woman holding 2 swords. After the dancing woman was pierced from bottom to top by the ground spike, the strange beast did not retract the ground spike, and she hung on the ground spike for a long time. It was only when Su Feng and the children were dealing with the corpse of the strange beast that he pulled her down from the ground spikes and threw her to Su Gua. Why throw it to Su Gua? Because Su Gua can absorb energy. The other party is an awakened one after all and cannot be wasted. As for why rabbits and strange beasts can absorb people, but humans can't? Do you really think that because people call Su Feng the Virgin Mary every day, he is the Virgin Mary? He just didn't want to commit murder for no reason. If a few little ones can become invincible by eating a person, do you think he will let them eat people? The bodies of the 2 men were also sucked up by Su Gua, so now only the squinty-eyed woman was left. Su Feng took the children with him. The other party is an awakened one, who knows if he will have any backup plan. Coming to Nana and observing closely the remaining half of her face that was not blown up, Su Feng felt that she looked more and more familiar. If you pretend to be dead again, I will kill you. Nana, who had not responded after Su Qing poked her for a long time, suddenly opened her eyes. Before she even saw Su Feng's appearance clearly, Nana started begging for mercy. My dear Lord Beast, please don't kill me. I will do whatever you want me to do. My father is the head of the publicity department of the Exotic Beast Association and holds great power. My dad can get you anything you want. Do you want money? No, no. You are a beast, you don't need money. That means they want people, but the monsters eat people. Master Beast, if you let me go, I will ask my father to regularly supply you with delicious humans. What do you think? Su Feng watched her performance quietly. She now knew who this person was. Nana, one of the main actors of Tower Defense. He also remembered a few others, all of whom were kamikaze actors. Tower Defense is a movie that describes the ancestors' fight against alien beasts. It can also be said to be a promotional film for the Alien Beast Association. Interestingly, this promotional video for the Exotic Beast Association is filled with a lot of Iron Whip clan elements. The Iron Whip tribe is a nation in the Blue Country. They are not the largest in population, nor the most powerful, but in tower defense movies, they are the protagonists. The largest ethnic group in the Blue Country has been marginalized. It was as if they had not put in any effort in fighting the strange beasts. The most amazing thing is that after this movie was broadcast, negative news about the actors came out one after another. Even Su Feng, who has no interest in the entertainment industry, has heard a little about it. He doesn't know the specific details, but he knows that each one of them is quite rude. Even in an age when strange beasts are rampant, people still need entertainment, so movies will not disappear because of the appearance of strange beasts. The Monster Association also needs to use the medium of film to promote its ideas. At the same time, in a high-end villa in Beijing, two short, fat, bearded middle-aged men were smoking cigars, drinking red wine, and chatting. These two people were none other than Nana's father, Nana, and Nana's teacher, the director of the movie Tower Defense, Wu. Leona, Nana, and the others should have arrived, right? Na raised her wrist, looked at the watch on her wrist which was worth more than 8 million, and said, "It should be here soon. Can the four of them do it?" Wu was a little worried. He knew very well the personalities of the four people he had chosen. It might be okay to let them film a movie, but dealing with strange beasts is not their forte. Well, actually they are not good at filming either. What they are good at is living a life of luxury and enjoying life. And Na was not worried at all. Don't worry, we have all the detailed information about the beast. It just has thick skin and tough flesh, and its combat power is average. The four of them are equipped with the most advanced weapons made by the Exotic Beast Association. As long as they are a little careful, they will have no problem dealing with the exotic beasts. Wu also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. May the long-braided gods bless us. If the strange beast continues to move north, it will reach our ancestral land. We must not let the strange beast destroy the feng shui of our ancestral land. Na raised her glass and clinked it with Wu. Don't worry, our Jinshanshan family is invincible. This is just a strange beast. There is nothing to be afraid of. Seeing that Na is so confident, Wu feels relieved. Then he brought up another matter. How do we deal with Nana's matter? Nana still looks so confident. What else can we do? Just let it go. They're just fools. They'll forget it soon. The internet has no memory. There were a lot of discordant voices when Tower Defense was first released. They still have to go watch Tower Defense 2. Public opinion is in our hands, so what are we afraid of? Where War was worried look did not decrease much. But the higher-ups are already somewhat dissatisfied. Chapter 124 Some people can do whatever they want. Na sneered. Are the higher-ups clean? What are they dissatisfied with? They're just using this as an excuse to stir up trouble. You know, I have made an indelible contribution to the growth of the Exotic Beast Association. If I hadn't worked diligently in the propaganda department and promoted the Exotic Beast Association, how could the Exotic Beast Association have become the only one in the world? Just relax. The Exotic Beast Academy is for the most capable. Nana is from the noble Iron Whip clan, a descendant of the Golden Flashing family. Isn't that good enough? Wu nodded in agreement. Cheers to the glory of the Golden family. The moment the two clinked their glasses was when Nana desperately begged for mercy. Nana talked for a long time, and seeing that Su Feng didn't respond, she asked cautiously, "Your Excellency, Master Beast, you can tell me anything you want." Su Feng said leisurely, "I have a question. If you tell me the truth, I will let you go." Nana was overjoyed when she heard that. Although I don't know why this strange beast in front of me looks like a human, it would be great if it could let me go. Once I am out of danger, I will go back to ask my father and teacher to help me get revenge. How on earth did you get into the School of Exotic Beasts? The Exotic Beast Academy is a school established by the Exotic Beast Association. Its purpose is to recruit capable young people from all over the Blue Country, train them vigorously, and then let them fight against the exotic beasts. There is a strict assessment for admission to the school, and you cannot enter if you fail the assessment. However, this Nana in front of me is said to have failed the assessment, but she still entered the Academy of Exotic Beasts. Not only did he get into the Exotic Beast Academy, but after graduation, he didn't have to fight wild beasts. Instead, he went to make movies. You should know that students of the Exotic Beast Academy have signed a contract, and if they do not fight against the exotic beasts after graduation, it will be a breach of contract. Nana hesitated for a moment, but still answered honestly. Your Excellency, Master Alien Beast, you may not be that familiar with humans. Humans are divided into different classes. It's like there are strength divisions among the strange beasts. A high level means naturally enjoying various privileges. My father is very capable, and so are the other elders in my family. So things that seem impossible to ordinary people are easy for me. As long as there's a little bit of exchange of benefits, you can do whatever you want. Su Feng understood. He had to admit that Nana was telling the truth. People were divided into different classes, and if one person succeeded, everyone else would benefit. Nana is the chicken. As for why Nana was so bad during the assessment, but is a bit better now, it is easy to understand. There are basic requirements for admission to the Exotic Beast Academy, and only those who have just awakened are eligible to take the assessment. Nana probably didn't want to waste time, so she went for the test right after awakening, but her awakening was rather rubbish. But it doesn't matter, she has already been selected to get in anyway. After entering the Exotic Beast Academy and receiving strong training from the Exotic Beast Association, coupled with her own family's resources, it's hard not to be powerful. Well, actually, I'm pretty weak. With all these resources piled on me, I can't even defeat a monster. What a waste. Your Excellency, Master Alien Beast, how do you know about me? Oh, I heard it from the humans. By the way, I'll have my men take you back. Su Feng waved towards the distance. Guogua, come here. Su Gua heard Su Feng's call and came over at a trot. Dad, what did you call me for? Looking at Su Gua's half-human appearance, Nana became more convinced that Su Feng was the king of strange beasts and must be very powerful. With such an awesome beast, why not consider talking to your teacher and dad and just cooperating with him? This king of strange beasts looks very similar to humans. If he is strong enough, it would be nice to cooperate with him. Then we will surely be able to restore the former glory of the Jin Shanshan family. Nana was planning in her mind. On the other side, Su Feng explained to Su Gua. This person is an awakened one. She's injured. I think she's quite nice. Send her on her way. Su Gua nodded in agreement. Okay, Dad. Leave it to me. Nana was very happy. Although today's experience was very dangerous, fortunately the result was good and she could go home soon. I don't know if the teacher misses me. It's a pity that I'm injured and probably won't be able to serve the teacher for a while. Nana was having fun when a vine was inserted into her mouth. Woo woo woo. 2 seconds later, a piece of skin and a set of clothes were left on the ground. Dad, she's no good either. It's not very nutritious. It's good to have something to eat. We have to go back to work. Su Gua skipped and followed Su Feng away. Only Nana was left, who didn't understand how she died until her death. After collecting all the corpses of the strange beasts, Su Feng drove a truck and pulled the corpses of the strange beasts. Chi Yu, Su Qinggong, and Su Miao Miao each drove an off-road vehicle. The 4 vehicles headed towards the Yawa River. Su Feng's plan has not changed. He still wants to follow the Zhuo River to its source. Passing by the nearest city, Su Feng bought 3 off-road vehicles and used the money from selling the cars to buy a second-hand off-road vehicle. Su Feng showed his strength a little bit, and the black market boss didn't dare to cheat him. Although the Monster Association does not allow awakened people to kill people at will, they will send people to kill them if they discover it. But what if no one knows? These days, there are many wealthy people who disappear quietly. You don't need to ask to know that it must be the enemies who became awakened, and then they were quietly killed. It's not worth offending an awakened person for a few dollars. Yes, Su Feng went to sell cars alone, driving one each time. The black market boss had a sharp eye and could tell at a glance that these 3 cars were not simple. But what does this have to do with him? He is just a car salesman. How the car came from has nothing to do with him. If they were just cleaned up a bit, who knows what these cars looked like originally? Su Feng drove back the dilapidated second-hand SUV and handed it to Chi Yu. This is how it will be until the Exotic Beast Association delivers the car. He drove a truck carrying the corpses of the strange beasts, while the children and Chi Yu drove a second-hand off-road vehicle. 3 days later, Nana, who had been unable to contact Nana, finally became anxious. He urgently sent a team of people to find Nana and the others. The result was naturally nothing. Even the strange beasts disappeared. The strange beast turned the grassland into a desert, and when the wind blew, the traces of the battle and the bodies of the 4 people were buried. When Nair Na received a call from her subordinates, she smashed the office to pieces. After venting her anger, Nair Na found a spare cell phone and started directing her subordinates to do things. Search for them. Even if I have to dig 3 feet underground, I will find them alive or dead. I was surprised to find that both the driver and the car had disappeared. This is definitely not normal. Su Feng had anticipated this day would come, and while driving, he had instructed the people in the car to cover themselves, so their faces could not be seen at all from the surveillance footage. Moreover, Su Feng's truck was deliberately delayed from arriving at the same time as the 3 off-road vehicles, so even if his truck was seen on the surveillance camera, it would not arouse suspicion. Chapter 125. Anti-Hair Loss Expert. The people sent by NR split into 2 groups. One group dug deep into the ground, while the other checked surveillance. Even though there were few surveillance cameras on the grassland, they finally found the traces of the 3 cars. As for the bodies of the 4 people, it would not be easy to dig them out in such a vast desert. The car dealership owner was so scared when he saw the awakened people standing in front of him that he almost peed his pants. I don't know. I really don't know. The man was wearing sunglasses and a mask, so I couldn't see his face clearly. One of the awakened ones played with the dagger in his hand and spoke softly. How about you think about it again? The car dealer nodded hurriedly. I'll think about it again. I'll think about it carefully. I'm sure I can remember it. Half a minute later, just when everyone's patience was about to run out, the car dealership owner finally remembered. I remember now. I really remember now. That person was obviously a man with long, thick hair. Since I have Mediterranean hair, I envy people with thick hair, so I took a few more glances. That's all. And more. That man must be from the south. Although he tried his best to hide it, I could still tell. My last name is Hu, so when he first started calling me Boss Jingfu, he changed it later, but the accent is still there. Well, that's important information. Anything else? Boss Hu tried hard to recall, but he really couldn't remember. No, it's gone. The leading awakener walked up to Boss Hu and gently stroked his Mediterranean. I have a good impression of you. You are very obedient. I like that. It's just that your Mediterranean hair looks a bit unsightly. Boss Hu smiled and nodded repeatedly. It's really not very elegant. I've suffered from it myself. It's a pity that my parents gave me this gene. There's really nothing I can do about it. Actually, I have a way to solve the problem once and for all, so you don't have to worry about hair loss anymore. Really? Upon hearing this, Boss Hu forgot his current situation. He really wants to have long hair. Of course, we are friends. How could I lie to you? The slender fingers held the dagger and slid it lightly, and Boss Hu's bald spot disappeared. The speed was too fast, and the dagger was too sharp, so Boss Hu didn't feel anything. A mirror was handed to him. Look, now we don't have to worry about it, right? Boss Hu took a closer look and was immediately shocked. His Mediterranean was indeed gone. Oh. Boss Hu looked at himself in the mirror and wanted to reach out and touch his head, but he didn't dare. Looking at Boss Hu's constantly beating brain, the awakened one smiled with satisfaction. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. No need to worry now. No need to worry. Boss Hu struggled and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. He watched helplessly as several awakened people walked out of the warehouse and closed the door tightly. Walking out of the warehouse, the leading awakened person cursed softly. Damn it, it's so hot. Then he reached his hands above his head. When his fingers touched his hair, he paused and turned to look at his men. The moment his eyes met, several of his men quickly turned away. The fingers touching the hair exerted a little force, and the hair on the top of the head was taken off along with the scalp. If you look closely, you will find that this is actually a wig that perfectly covers the Mediterranean. With his other hand, he took out a clean white handkerchief from his trouser pocket and gently wiped the sweat from his bald head. He threw the sweat-stained white handkerchief on the ground. He took out his cell phone and called NAR. Master, I'm Heo Jijiri. The car has been sold, and the seller hasn't been found yet. The young lady is in grave danger. The car dealership owner said that the man bought another used car. Okay, I'll complete the task. After hanging up the phone, Heo Jijiri took the lead and walked towards the car they were driving. What was Su Feng doing at this time? He was driving a truck westward. Following behind was a brand new off-road vehicle. Do you really think Su Feng is not on guard? Not only was he prepared, he was well equipped. He didn't even drive the car to the modification, but asked Su Qinggong to teleport the car there. He specifically pulled the camera's blind spot and teleported several kilometers. By the time they found the clue, Su Feng had already thrown away the car and replaced it with a new one. The further west you go, the fewer people there are and the fewer cameras there are. If you want to find him, just dream on. Another 3 days passed, and the Exotic Beast Association published an obituary. Nana, an awakener of the Exotic Beast Association, an outstanding graduate and teaching assistant at the Exotic Beast Academy, and the star of the movie Tower Defense, has died in the line of duty at the age of 35. As for the other 3, who cares? They are not from the Jinshanshan family. After hearing the news, I finally got rid of the anger in my heart. My movie can't be released. What a shame. What a shame. Wu and Nernerna are together again. Old Wu, I must avenge Nana. Wu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Leona, whatever you want to do, I will do my best to cooperate with you. We don't need you for now. Just continue your cultural penetration work. Su Feng, who was thousands of miles away, had no idea that he had been targeted by someone, and that person was a descendant of the famous Jin Shanshan family. Even if he knew, he would just say something casually. Master, what can you do to me? If you have any opinions, talk to my children first. Killing the giant tree monster is a great harvest. Su Gua ate the inner elixir of the strange beast, and the next day the small tree above his head grew apples. Not just one, but several. But the apples are not ripe yet, so we need to wait a little longer. The other children also benefited and ate the exotic beast meat to their heart's content. Although it was a giant tree beast, it had meat. And a lot of it. The inside of the trunk is all pink flesh. It is said that the meat is tender, juicy, and very delicious. Su Feng didn't dare to eat it anyway. The bark and leaves are not wasted. When eating meat, you can have a leaf salad with it. The combination of meat and vegetables is nutritious and delicious. Su Feng tried feeding the cow a few leaves, and the cow did not die after eating them. Since she was not dead, Su Feng fed her with the bark and leaves of the giant tree beast. Su Feng also wanted to see what she would become in the future. As long as you don't die, at least the milk will be more nutritious. Because the children had an unlimited supply of exotic beast meat, they grew very quickly. Although there has not been a qualitative leap yet, there have been significant improvements in all aspects. On this day, Su Feng was still 200 kilometers away from Ramen City, and he planned to stop and rest before continuing on his journey. At this time, the SUV had long been replaced by another car. Su Feng found a place with lush grass and water to set up camp. Chiyu took the children to herd cattle. Then, I met an unexpected guest. Chapter 126. This cow has become my family. Husband, come quickly, someone wants to snatch my sister away. Su Feng was preparing to barbecue. Hearing this, he thought there was some danger and ran over quickly. Chiyu was confronting a man dressed as a herdsman at this time. The children hid before they saw anyone. Only Su Hei lay beside Chiyu, responsible for protecting her. What's going on? When Chiyu saw Su Feng coming, he felt as if he had found his backbone. Husband, this guy insists that my sister is his and wants to take her away. It was originally mine. I lost it when I was transferring. The herdsman explained anxiously, his face flushed. Brother, don't get excited. You said this cow is yours. Do you have any evidence? The herdsman's face turned even redder. I don't have any evidence, but it really is mine. I remember every cow I've ever raised clearly. Su Feng estimated that the cow was most likely lost by this herdsman. Brother, you mean you lost this cow? Then tell me where you lost it. I don't know either. A strange beast appeared on the ranch over there, so I moved here with my family and livestock. This cow was lost during the transfer. Now it is confirmed that the cow was indeed lost by the herdsman in front of me. Brother, to be honest, I did pick up this cow, but she is now my family. I can't just give her to you. When the cow heard Su Feng say that he was family, he looked at Su Feng, and the tenderness in his eyes could melt people. The herdsman was also in a difficult situation. Logically speaking, there was nothing he could do if the other party refused to admit it, but in the end, the other party generously admitted it. But he didn't want to bear the loss. After all, he was not rich. I don't think you look like herders. How about this? Return the cow to me. I'll give you compensation as a thank you for helping me find it. As the herdsman spoke, he took out a stack of money from his pocket, all of which were small change. The herdsman brother said embarrassedly, That's all the money I have. The strange beasts are coming, and a lot of livestock have been lost. Well, he's a poor old man. If there were no strange beasts, this brother might have been a rich man. Let's put it this way, brother. I definitely can't give you the cow. How much is this cow? I'll buy it. Chiyu has a lot of money in his account, so he spends it whenever he wants. When the herdsman heard this, his eyes instantly turned red. How can I feel so embarrassed? I don't know what to say. I've encountered the same situation before. Not only did they not return my cow, they also beat me. You are good people. This is the first time in Su Feng's life that someone has said that he is a good person. Many people say that he is a saint. Brother, I can't take your money for nothing. How about I give you a pony? I think you raise animals just for fun. You can even ride a pony when it grows up. Su Feng scratched his head when he heard that. If it was a mare, he would ride it reluctantly. After all, mares are docile. What is the purpose of Xiaoma? It's not hard enough to raise him, and he can't have children. Su Feng was about to refuse when he suddenly felt a dark cloud passing over his head. He looked up. What a big eagle. The herdsman saw Su Feng looking up at the sky and hurriedly said, Don't be afraid, brother. This is my golden eagle. It won't hurt anyone. Golden eagle, this name sounds awesome. Looking at the golden eagle circling in the sky like a bomber, Su Feng's eyes turned red. Brother, can you call this golden eagle down so I can take a look? Sure, why not? The herdsman waved to the golden eagle in the sky, and the golden eagle swooped down. This golden eagle is nearly 1 meter long and has a wingspan of 2 meters. Most of the feathers are dark brown, with lighter golden feathers on the back, nape of the neck, and crown. The feathers on the top of the head are black-brown, and the feathers from the back of the head to the back of the neck are long and pointed, shaped like willow leaves, with dark reddish-brown bases and golden tips, with black-brown feather shaft patterns. The iris is chestnut brown, the bill is black with a yellow cere, the tip of the bill is black, and the base is bluish-black. The toes are yellow, and the claws are black. Handsome, really handsome. The chicken is really not even as good as it. Su Feng looked at the herdsman with shining eyes. Brother, I bought the cow, and I also want to buy a golden eagle egg. I wonder if they have it. To be honest, I have a PhD in biology, and I love studying all kinds of creatures. I want a golden eagle egg and then hatch one myself. I can pay for it. The herdsman looked at Su Feng's slightly sparse hair and believed what he said. With this amount of hair, it would be unacceptable if you are not a doctor. Programmers? How many programmers like animals? They only like spiny monkeys. The herdsman looked embarrassed. Golden eagles are very rare, and he was reluctant to give it away. He also wanted to leave 2 for his children. But Su Feng was one of the few good people he had met in recent years, and he didn't want to disappoint such a good person. Seeing that his brother didn't say anything, Su Feng knew that this matter could not be rushed. Brother, it's getting late, so why don't I take my wife to your house for dinner? We can talk about it while we eat. The herdsman agreed without thinking. Brother, if you want to come to my house for dinner, I'd certainly welcome you. My house is in the yurt over there. Okay, brother, you go first. My wife and I will go back to get some things, and we'll be there soon. The herdsman was really honest. He didn't even ask Su Feng for money for the cows, and went back happily to prepare food. The golden eagle naturally flew away as well. Su Feng couldn't take his eyes off the golden eagle flying farther and farther away. Hubby, you don't want to. Yes, it's just as you think. We should have a child who can fly. We don't know when Kuan-er will be able to fly. But, will the child be scolded in the future? Silly eagle, eagle hair, eagle your mother. It's very unpleasant to hear. Su Feng looked up at the sky speechlessly. This silly woman of his has even weirder trains of thought than him. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and order the gifts, and let's go to my brother's house for dinner. Chi Yu went to prepare gifts, and Su Feng called the children over and gave them some instructions. Your aunt and I are going out for a while, so you stay here obediently. Don't run around after dinner, and hide as soon as you see people. Xiao Hei, you take charge. If you succeed, you cover up your brother Hei. Okay, Dad. Okay, Dad. Su Hei and Su Qinggong are the most stable, so there will be no problem in letting them lead the team. Su Hei is steady because he is a dog, while Su Qinggong is steady because he is a human being and a person in life. The other children all have personalities that are more or less different from those of ordinary people. After arranging the children, Su Feng took Chi Yu and gifts to the banquet. Seeing the large and small bags in Su Feng and Chi Yu's hands, the herdsman brother was unhappy. Just come, why bring anything? This is a slap in my face. Chapter 127, Golden Eagle, Overlord of the Sky. Then his eyes turned red again. In the past, when he had a large herd of cattle and sheep, he had many friends, but now, only a few of them care about him. He has experienced the fickleness of human nature recently, but he never expected to meet a good man like Su Feng. The shepherd brother who had been hesitant no longer hesitated. It was just a golden eagle egg, so he gave it to him. Although the elder brother was in poverty, he still slaughtered a sheep and made a roasted whole sheep for Su Feng. Drinking kumis, eating roasted whole lamb, and listening to the herdsman brother tell about the hardships he had experienced along the way. This is how life should be, but unfortunately the damn monster ruined it all. Finally, the herdsman secretly put a golden eagle egg into Su Feng's arms. Don't let the golden eagle see it. It won't be happy if it sees it. He didn't even mention the money. He didn't even want the money for the cows. Since he was so righteous, Su Feng couldn't be vague, so he secretly transferred 100,000 yuan to his brother. Is it a lot? Quite a lot. But without the herdsman brother, Su Feng might not be able to get a golden eagle egg in his life. Unless he offers a reward, in which case it would cost a lot of money. In the face of friendship, money means nothing. Right, Chi Yu? The 8-digit deposit in Chi Yu's account is no joke. On the way back, Su Feng wanted to take out the golden eagle egg several times to take a closer look, but he was afraid that the golden eagle would see it from the sky. Honey, why are you so excited? Hee, this is a golden eagle. When he grows up, I can become Yonghua too. By then you will be the bald little dragon girl. Chi Yu rolled his eyes at him in dissatisfaction. Then who will be Yin Jiping? This. Forget it. I'll just be a dragon rider. Chi Yu pinched him in shame and anger. It didn't hurt, so Su Feng didn't care. By the way, can this golden eagle egg also give birth to a child? Su Feng chuckled. With me, everything is fertile. Then let Lan Xing get pregnant. Su Feng was speechless again. It's all Su Kuan's fault. He led Qiyu astray. When Su Feng returned to the camp, the children were already asleep. The two tiptoed back to their tent. Hurry up, get down to business. Oh, don't be so impatient. I have to be impatient. I can't wait to become the golden eagle hero. Okay, there's really nothing I can do about you. Come up. An hour later. Just spit it directly onto the golden eagle egg. Can't you just do it yourself? You make me puke every time. After placing the golden eagle egg stained with blood in the corner, Su Feng soon fell asleep. It was unknown how long it took, but the blue star was completely occupied by alien beasts, and humans used all their resources to build human settlements. The gathering place has towering walls, on top of which are mounted numerous cannons. From time to time, strange beasts would come out in droves to attack places where humans gathered. Su Feng already had countless children at this time, and he also became the lord of the largest human gathering place. Hundreds of millions of people live under his wing. When strange beasts attacked the city, Su Feng led his men and the awakened humans out of the city to fight against the strange beasts. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, the overwhelming number of strange beasts took advantage of Su Feng to launch a charge. Su Feng stood on the back of a huge golden eagle and shouted, "Children, charge!" Led by Su He and others, a large number of children collided with the army of strange beasts. Each of Su Feng's children was as brave as 1,000 men, and soon the ground was covered with the corpses of strange beasts. Of course, a large number of ants can kill an elephant. Su Feng's children will also be hurt. Su Feng had anticipated this, so he pulled out a firefighting water gun and started spraying wherever the children were injured. All the children who came into contact with the holy water recovered immediately from their injuries. Watching the strange beasts fall one after another, Su Feng let out a strange laugh. Just when he felt he had secured victory, he heard a loud bang above his head, and a golden lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the sky. Su Feng, who was standing on the back of the golden eagle, was instantly chopped to pieces, his outer skin burnt and his inner skin tender. The great hero Su Feng died in the northwest. The book is finished. Of course it couldn't be the end. Su Feng was just awakened from his dream. Su Feng opened his eyes and saw a tiny kid standing next to him. The pair of golden wings on its back are particularly eye-catching. When the little thing spread its wingspan was twice its height. As soon as the little guy opened his mouth, a white lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck Su Feng on the forehead. Su Feng's mind suddenly became clear. The culprit has been found. This is the guy who struck me with lightning in my dream. What are you doing? Do you want to kill your father? Dad, you finally woke up. I called you for a long time, but you didn't wake up. Qiyu, who was standing next to him, was also woken up. Ah, is this a golden eagle? It's quite cute. She looks cute, but her personality isn't so cute. She even struck me with lightning. Meet, meet. Su Feng shouted a few times outside, and soon Su Ruru jumped into the tent. Dad, you called me? Ro, this is Su Jiao, your brother. Take him out to get Kuan some food, and get to know the others. Okay, Dad. Su Ruru came to Su Jiao, took his hand, and said, Little Eagle, I'm your sister Ruru. You must be hungry. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Su Jiao was very happy to hear that there was food. Okay, thank you, Sister Ruru. The two little ones held hands and jumped out of the tent. Hubby, why don't you call me Su Jin? Why do you call me Su Jiao? It sounds so ugly. Su Feng shrugged and said, I was originally going to call him Su Jindi, but who asked him to strike me with lightning? I'd better call him Su Jiao. Qiyu had no way to deal with her husband. This guy is like a child sometimes. Sometimes he even sleeps with his finger in his mouth. Well, it's the fingers. When Su Ruru brought Su Jiao to find Su Kuan, she was preparing breakfast. Colleagues are naked enemies. As they all have wings, Su Kuan felt threatened. Sister Ruru, who is this? This is brother Su Jiao. Sister Kuan, please get him something to eat. Su Jiao? What a silly name. Although Su Jiao didn't know what silly Jiao meant, he thought it was not a good word. Su Jiao opened his mouth, and a bolt of white lightning instantly struck Su Kuan's comb. Su Kuan felt so tingling from the electric shock. Little brat, if you dare to attack me, I will beat you up. Su Kuan raised his chicken claws, pretending to hit Su Jiao. Su Jiao was not willing to be outdone, so he flapped his wings and flew up to catch Su Kuan. Little Eagle, stop it. Su Ruru quickly stood beside the two men to prevent them from fighting. Su Jiao still listens to Su Ruru very much. After all, she is the sister who takes him out to dinner and speaks very gently. Unlike that chicken-mouthed guy, who is fierce and speaks harshly. He circled in the air and landed next to Su Ruru. Chapter 128 Jealousy makes Su Kuin unrecognizable. Sister Ruru, she said that to me. Su Ruru patted his head and spoke softly. Then you can't do that. She's your sister Kuiner. Family members should love each other. Apologize to your sister Kuiner quickly. Su Jiao looked at Su Ruru, who looked serious, and then at Su Kuin, who looked proud. Said reluctantly, Sister Kuiner, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you. Su Kuin pretended to be magnanimous. Forget it, considering your young age, I will forgive you. This person's words were really unpleasant to the ear. Su Jiao felt a little regretful. He should have known not to apologize earlier. Su Ruru was also dissatisfied with Su Kuin's attitude. She frowned and said to Su Kuin, Sister Kuiner, it's time for you to apologize. Su Kuin pointed at himself in surprise. Why should I apologize? You shouldn't have said that Brother Xiaodiao's name was not nice. Apologize now. Seeing Su Ruru's serious attitude, Su Kuin had to speak reluctantly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have teased you. Su Ruru clapped her hands and said happily, Get some food for little brother Xiaodiao. Su Kuin continued to cook, while Su Ruru took Su Jiao to meet the other brothers and sisters. After handing Su Jiao over to Su Hei, Su Ruru finds Su Kuin again. Sister Kuiner, even though you argue with others, you're not the kind of person who doesn't care about your brothers and sisters. Tell me, why are you so unfriendly to Su Jiao? Su Ruru is very thoughtful. She knows why Su Kuin and Su Hei are always bickering. She just watches the fun and never stops them because she can see that neither of them has any ill intentions, and it's more like a joke between brothers and sisters. This time, Su Kuin treated Su Jiao completely differently and was even vaguely hostile towards him. Su Kuin lowered his head in shame, scratching with his two claws. He didn't expect that Su Ruru could see through his little thoughts. Seeing her like this, Su Ruru became even more certain of her inner guess. Sister Kuiner, I'm your sister, your real sister. Is there anything you can't tell me? Su Kuin hesitated and didn't know what to say. She was afraid that Su Ruru would be angry if she told her. Sister Kuiner, if you don't tell me, I'll be angry. Su Kuin gritted his teeth and decided to tell the truth. Sister Ruru, I'm just scared. What are you afraid of? You can see that Su Jiao and I both have wings. He was born able to fly, but I still can't fly. I'm afraid that my father won't want me anymore. Su Ruru didn't expect that Su Kuin, who usually looked carefree, actually had such a thoughtful and delicate side. She jumped onto Su Kuin's shoulders and patted her face gently. Silly sister, is that all? Your worries are completely unnecessary. Look at your sister. Every time we fight, you can't help. Do you think Dad is going to abandon me? We are all Dad's children. Dad will not be partial to anyone because of who is stronger, nor will he look down on or even abandon anyone because of who is weaker. Dad has entrusted you with the task of cooking. This shows his great trust in you. Su Kuin thought about it carefully, and it was indeed the case. He was in charge of everyone's meal matters. Thinking of this, all the worries in Su Kuin's heart disappeared. Sister Ruru, I understand. It was my fault just now. I won't do it again. Su Ruru was very happy. She rubbed her face against Su Kuin's feathered face. I'm really happy that you can figure it out. I'll leave the task of preparing meals for little brother Xiao Jiao to you. Don't worry, Sister Ruru. I will make sure to feed little brother Xiao Jiao well. Su Ruru left with peace of mind. She was the elder sister, and there were still many things to do. When Su Feng got up, he saw a happy scene. Everything is going well. The only problem is that Li Xiefeng still cannot be contacted. According to him, living another year or two should not be a problem. He was fine when Su Feng left, but it hasn't been long since he was released, and we can't contact him anymore. Su Feng wanted to go back and check, but he couldn't. Now there were more children, and it was more inconvenient to take care of their eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and hiding their bodies. Moreover, he also killed people from the Exotic Beast Association. Even if he did it cleanly, there was no guarantee that they would not find out. After all, many awakened people have strange abilities, and you never know who will have the ability to restore the truth. The Northwest is vast and sparsely populated, so if we are really caught up, we can still fight. However, the densely populated areas in the Central Plains are not suitable for fighting and escaping. Brotherly, you have to hold on. I'll come find you as soon as I don't have to hide anymore. Su Feng looked towards Zhongzhou City for a long time. Li Xiefeng can be said to be the first noble person he met after traveling through time. Su Feng still hopes that he can be safe and happy. After breakfast, Su Feng called the herdsman brother to say goodbye, and then continued on his way. The herdsman felt very sorry and tried his best to keep Su Feng, hoping that he could stay for a few more days. But Su Feng was determined to leave. He had great ambitions and would not be dragged down by love affairs. Not far south is the ramen market. Su Feng plans to go there to do some shopping and then continue walking along the Zhuo River. Su Feng had a guess. There were large, uninhabited areas in the northwest where people were sparsely populated. If strange beasts appeared randomly in such places, would there be no one to clean them up? If no one cleans up the uninhabited area, then it will become a paradise for strange beasts. Of course, it is also my own paradise. If my guess is true, then I can just dive into the no man's land and come out after a year. By then, even if he wasn't invincible in the world, at least he wouldn't be the little Karami who could be bullied by anyone. After replenishing supplies in Ramen City, I got rid of my old car and replaced it with another one with better off-road performance. Chiyu called the Exotic Beast Association to inquire and was told that the car would take another half-month to be ready. After agreeing to finalize the delivery location half a month later, the family set out on their journey again. Less than 100 kilometers after leaving the ramen market, Chiyu received a message that a strange beast was lurking nearby. "Husband, do you want to go and take a look?" Su Feng thought for a moment and said, "Go and have a look. No one has been spared from the wrong killing." Su Feng took a look at the map, turned off the main road, and drove towards the location of the strange beast. After driving for more than 20 minutes, the strange beast appeared before our eyes. "Honey, just climb over this little hill in front." No fighting sounds were heard, either because the distance was still a bit far or the awakened ones had not yet arrived. "Su Jiao, fly up to the sky and observe the situation. Call me immediately if there is any problem." Su Jiao nodded, holding a cell phone that was 1/3 the size of his body, and quickly rose into the air. Soon, only a small black dot was left. Even though Su Feng's eyesight had been enhanced by his grandson, he couldn't see what was in the sky. A minute later, the phone rang. Chapter 129, Su Feng's first time. "Dad, there is indeed a strange beast 3 kilometers to the north, but no one is seen nearby. However, there is a village in the direction of the monster, and the villagers are being evacuated. The monster will reach the village in about 10 minutes. Okay, continue to observe the situation. Report any abnormalities promptly." After hanging up the phone, Su Feng began to make combat deployments. The strange beasts are too close to the human gathering area, and all those that don't look like humans are left behind. If you succeed, you stay with them and drive away if you see anyone approaching. After giving the task, Su Feng took Chiyu, Su Miao Miao, and Su Yuan to deal with the strange beast, while the others stayed behind. The 4 of them are all human beings, so even if they meet an awakened person, they will not have any doubts. If he really couldn't win, Su Feng would call for support immediately. The support would come quickly at a distance of several kilometers. As for Su Ruru, she naturally hid in Su Feng's pocket, ready to launch a defense to protect him at any time. Su Feng and his 4 companions rushed towards the direction of the strange beast. Their speed was so fast that even Bolt would have retired on the spot if he had seen it. The distance of 3 or 4 kilometers was reached in a flash. A strange beast appeared in the sight of the 4 people. This strange beast had 4 thick and powerful legs and was about 3 meters tall, not particularly big. From behind, it looks a bit like a dinosaur, except that its tail is very long and flexible. "Su Yuan, Miao Miao, you 2 go ahead. Be careful and don't be careless." Su Feng was not a coward. He intended to let the children participate in more battles so that they could accumulate combat experience. Su Yuan carried a big bone stick, and Su Miao Miao held 2 swords, and they quickly approached the strange beast from behind. Both of them were running at a fast speed. If they were going in a straight line, Su Yuan would be even faster. Coming behind the strange beast, Su Yuan raised a 2-meter-long bone stick with both hands and smashed it hard on the back of the strange beast. The big bone stick hit the back of the strange beast with a whistling sound. The force was so great that the monster's hind legs softened and it fell to the ground. The strange beast would not sit still and wait for death. Without even turning its head, it lashed Su Yuan hard with its long tail. Su Yuan was whipped and flew out like a cannonball. "Baby!" Chiyu shouted and prepared to go over to save Su Yuan. Su Feng grabbed her. "Don't worry, Su Yuan is fine." As soon as Su Feng finished speaking, Su Yuan, who was knocked away, stood up and spat out the dirt in his mouth. This is the consequence of lack of combat experience. Su Yuan used all his strength in the first attack, and since he was flying in the air, he had no way to dodge. In other words, he has thick skin and tough flesh, and if it were someone else, they would be injured at least if not killed. Seeing that Su Yuan was really fine, Chiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time Su Yuan was blown away, Su Miao Miao had already arrived next to the strange beast. She did not attack the monster's back, but bent down slightly and slashed her 2 swords across the joint of one of the monster's hind legs. The 2 knives were extremely sharp, leaving deep wounds on the beast's legs that were visible to the bone. The strange beast was about to stand up, but had to kneel down again. When Su Miao Miao's two swords slashed through the strange beast, he folded his body in the air, stepped on the strange beast with both feet, and kicked out with the force. By the time the strange beast's long tail swung over, Su Miao Miao's figure had already appeared several meters away. Su Yuan also ran back at this time, and this time he chose to attack the monster's head. Another powerful move to split Huashan Mountain. The big bone stick, accompanied by the sound of wind, went towards the head of the monster. He turned his head to face the big bone stick, and a long tongue shot out from his pointed mouth, instantly wrapping around the big bone stick. The force on the big bone stick was released, and it was fixed in the air. Su Yuan held one end of the big bone stick, and the strange beast's long tongue wrapped around the other end, and the man and the beast were in a tug-of-war. Don't forget, Su Yuan has helpers. Su Miao Miao took this opportunity to slash the monster's long tongue with both swords. I thought the monster's tongue would be easily cut off. Who would have thought that the beast's tongue was as tough and elastic as a rubber band? The two knives only left a small wound on the tongue before being bounced away. However, Su Miao Miao's attack was not without effect. The strange beast felt pain, let go of the big bone stick, and retracted its tongue. Su Yuan did not retreat but advanced, exerting force again and hitting the monster on the head with a stick. He didn't use all his strength this time, but it still made the monster a little dazed. Su Miao Miao aimed at the wound on the monster's leg and slashed at it again. Although the beast's leg was not directly cut off, it did make its hind leg powerless. The strange beast was not flexible enough to begin with, and now that its hind legs were injured, it was no match for the two men. Soon, he was covered with wounds under the attacks of Su Yuan's stick and Su Miao Miao's knife. Su Feng was itching to try it out. He is a coward, but he also has the heart of a strong man. Xiaoyu, the two kids probably can't hold on any longer. You help me clear the way, and I'll go help them. Qiyu looked at the two children playing with the strange beasts, then looked at Su Feng's serious expression and didn't know where to start saying MMP. No matter what Qiyu thought, Su Feng was determined to take action. Su Feng rushed towards the strange beast. You two, get out of the way. Be careful not to get hurt by mistake. Su Feng shouted, and, imitating the strong man in the first chapter, kicked the monster in the butt. The posture is quite relaxed, and the speed is very fast. Su Feng kicked the monsters, but hard with the soles of his feet. The strange beast was attacked from behind, and staggered, and fell to the ground. As for Su Feng, he was sent flying several meters back by the recoil force, and rolled on the ground several times before the force was relieved. Su Feng jumped up, brushed off the dirt on his body, and said with a serious expression, "This strange beast is so terrifying. Fortunately, I came, otherwise the children might be in danger." When Su Yuan and Su Miao Miao saw Su Feng flying backwards, they became furious. How dare this damn beast hurt my old father? Su Yuan no longer held back and used all his strength to hit the monster's head hard with a stick. Su Miao Miao no longer cut randomly and pointed his two knives at the monster's eyes. The strange beast had just been kicked down by Su Feng, and now it had no way to avoid the attacks of the two people. Su Yuan hit the strange beast with a stick, and it fell to the ground and stopped moving. Even when Su Miao Miao's two knives pierced his eyes, he only twitched for a moment and then stopped moving. Su Feng stood there with his hands behind his back. With just a little effort from me, these scoundrels will be killed on the spot. Qiyu held his forehead with his hand and looked up at the sky in silence. Su Feng was pretending to be cool when his cell phone suddenly rang. Meow meow, go find out if this strange beast has an inner elixir. I'm going to take a call. Dad, there's a convoy coming. I've already told Brother Qinggong and the others, and they've already hidden themselves. The convoy is heading towards you very fast. It'll probably be here in 5 minutes. This is why Su Feng wanted to make a golden eagle. Isn't this thing better than a drone? Chapter 130, A Wanderer. 5 minutes. No time to hide. Xiaoyu, first check who this person is. If you know him, come forward. If you don't, leave it to me. You two too. Don't say anything and just listen to me. If the situation is not right, I will line up my heads and you will use your strongest attack to get rid of everyone as quickly as possible. Meow, put away the beast's inner elixir. It was unclear whether the newcomer was a friend or foe. Su Feng could only make such an arrangement. Less than 2 minutes after Su Feng made the arrangements, the convoy arrived. A line of 4 cars stopped more than 20 meters away from Su Feng. What was Su Feng doing at this moment? He was pretending to check the condition of the strange beast. I can't act like I knew you were coming. That will only make people wary. As the car stopped, Su Feng stood up and looked towards the convoy. The car door opened, and several men in black got out. The leading man was wearing a black windbreaker. The weather is so hot, but Su Feng feels hot even wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. This guy is really stupid. Did you kill the strange beast? Su Feng nodded expressionlessly. Who are you? Exotic Beast Association. Hearing the words Exotic Beast Association, Su Feng visibly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, I became more alert in my heart. I don't know whether the people in front of me are here to deal with the strange beasts or to find me, so I can't be careless. Heo Jijiri stared at Su Feng for a few seconds, then turned to look at Chiyu. Are you Chiyu? Chiyu nodded. Her bald head is too conspicuous and cannot be hidden at all. Seeing Chiyu nod, Heo Jijiri forced a smile on his face. If their organization wants to restore the former glory of the Jin Shanshan family, they must win over all the forces they can. Although Chiyu is not particularly powerful, she has no parents and is used to being alone, making her a good target for winning over. Even if we can't win them over, we can't make enemies. We are from the Exotic Beast Association, and this is my work ID. Heo Jijiri threw a small golden hard card to Chiyu, who took it and took a look at it casually. It is indeed the identity certificate of the awakened from the Exotic Beast Association. Are you here to deal with the exotic beast? Heo Jijiri nodded first, then shook his head. To be honest, we were passing by here on other business, and we just happened to receive news that a strange beast had appeared, so we decided to take care of it. If we had known that the famous Chiyu was here, we wouldn't have come. By the way, who are these people? Although Heo Jijiri recognized Chiyu, he did not completely let down his guard. Everyone knows that Chiyu has always been a loner, and the origins of these three people need to be found out clearly. Chiyu followed Su Feng's instructions and decided to deal with the situation if the other party recognized her. She had already thought of the words. Chiyu pointed at Su Feng and said, "This is my boyfriend Su Feng. He is also an awakened one. The other two are his younger brothers and sisters. Su Miao Miao is no different from an adult now, and Su Yuan is 170 centimeters tall. There is no way they could be the children of Chiyu and Su Feng, so they had already agreed that they would be brothers and sisters in front of outsiders." Chiyu has a boyfriend? Heo Jijiri was very surprised. Everyone says Chiyu is aloof and difficult to approach, but I didn't expect that such a person would actually fall in love. Since he's your boyfriend, Chiyu, he definitely can't be from the Beast Soul Organization. Su Feng interrupted at the right time. The Beast Soul Organization, is that the Beast Soul cult? I heard that it's full of crazy people. Heo Jijiri looked at Su Feng and said, "Indeed, the Beast Soul cult is full of lunatics who always want to destroy humanity. If you encounter any lunatics from the Beast Soul cult, you must kill them immediately." Su Feng patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, I have a strong sense of justice. Anyone who does evil and deviant things like this will be punished." Heo Jijiri was very satisfied with Su Feng's attitude. Su Feng took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Heo Jijiri. Heo Jijiri waved his hand to indicate that he didn't smoke. "I advise you not to smoke either. Smoking can cause hair loss." Su Feng was about to take it and sighed deeply. "I've been losing my hair for a long time." "Oh, really?" Heo Jijiri became interested. He looked at Su Feng carefully. Although his hair was not thick, there was no sign of hair loss. Su Feng was taller than him, so he could only see the front. Su Feng lowered his head helplessly to show the back and top of his head. "Now I can see it clearly. It is indeed a little sparse." Heo Jijiri seemed to see himself a few years ago. He walked over, took a closer look, and spoke earnestly. "Brother, you need to deal with this, otherwise you will be completely bald in a while." Upon hearing this, Su Feng looked at Heo Jijiri in horror. "Brother, don't scare me. Is it that serious?" Heo Jijiri nodded seriously. "Is it really that serious? I have a friend who is in the same situation as you and now has no hair on the top of his head at all." Su Feng subconsciously touched the top of his head. He wasn't pretending, he was really scared. The Mediterranean Sea, it's scary just thinking about it. Su Feng stepped forward, held Heo Jijiri's hand, and asked expectantly, "Brother, has your friend figured out a solution?" Heo Jijiri shook his head. "My friend thought hard and searched for a good doctor, but in the end he found nothing." Su Feng put his hand down dejectedly, his eyes dull, and he fell into deep thought. Is he really that bald? He is still young and doesn't want to become a Mediterranean. Heo Jijiri patted his shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay to be bald. It's not that hard to accept. Car dealership owner. Then why should I die?" Heo Jijiri, is a handsome bald man the same as a fat middle-aged bald man? Don't get involved in the affairs of handsome men. Su Feng found that Heo Jijiri was a pretty nice person. "Brother, you're so kind. Come stay and have dinner with me. I have some authentic grassland kumis. It's delicious." As soon as Su Feng said this, Heo Jijiri, who had originally had a slight affection for Su Feng because of their shared suffering, instantly changed his mind. I like drinking kumis. What is this? This is gay? We are all family. It would be unreasonable not to be close to each other. Brother, I like kumis too, but I have something important to attend to right now, so I really can't stay here for long. Some other day when you come to the capital, I will treat you to authentic Dadu cuisine. Su Feng subconsciously sensed something was wrong. Why was there authentic Dadu cuisine in the capital? What Dadu? Yuan Dadu? Considering Nana's background, it seems like she's here to find me. Su Feng's mind raced, but his expression remained calm, and he even looked very happy. Brother, you are so loyal. I like making friends with people like you. Don't say anything more. The body of this strange beast is yours. Seeing Su Feng's enthusiasm, Heo Jijiri's heroic spirit for the grassland was also aroused. How can this be possible? I can't take advantage of you, brother. Su Feng went with the flow. Brother, please don't refuse. It's just a strange beast. Compared to our brotherhood, it's nothing. Chapter 131, It's all Old Wang's fault. Heo Jijiri was also a submissive person who was afraid of others being soft-hearted. The more polite Su Feng was, the more he felt that Su Feng was a trustworthy person. People on the grassland are like this. If you fight with them fiercely, they will be more fierce than you. If you are polite to them, they will be more polite than you. Of course, if interests are involved, that's another matter. If Su Feng told Heo Jijiri at this moment that he was the murderer of Nana, Heo Jijiri would definitely turn against him on the spot. But Su Feng had no grudge against him and was so polite to him. How could Heo Jijiri bear it? At least that's what Heo Jijiri thinks. Brother, you think highly of me, your brother. If I refuse you, I will be ungrateful. I'll take the beast's corpse. I have a beast's inner core here for you to take. There is such a good thing. Su Feng suppressed the joy in his heart and pretended to be very embarrassed. Brother, how can this be allowed? This will only put you at a disadvantage. Heo Jijiri took out a red, date-sized inner core of a strange beast from his pocket and stuffed it into Su Feng's pocket. What's wrong with this? Why would we talk about that between brothers? This is an exchange of gifts, representing our mutual feelings. Friendship is worth 1,000 gold. Su Feng declined repeatedly. Brother, this is really too precious. After refusing twice, the inner elixir of the strange beast somehow fell into Su Feng's hands. Heo Jijiri said with a straight face, if you refuse again, you'll be disrespecting your brother. I'll be angry. Well, big brother, you're really nice to me. If you need me in the future, just ask. If I refuse, I'll be bald for the rest of my life. Heo Jijiri was moved. What a real man he was. He even dared to make such a cruel oath. In fact, Su Feng had already realized that his hair loss was irreversible. I'm going to be bald anyway, so it doesn't matter. Brother, I really have something I want to ask you. Come on, let's get to the point. Su Feng had already simulated in his mind several times how to answer. Brother, have you seen an awakened person around here who is about 185 centimeters tall and has long hair? He was wearing sunglasses and a mask before, so I don't know what he looks like. Oh, and he drives an old SUV. Su Feng did not answer the question immediately, but pretended to be thinking. About 10 seconds later, Su Feng remembered. Brother, there really is such a person, but he is not driving and is not wearing a mask, but he does have sunglasses. It was getting late that day, so I found a place to set up camp. A man with long hair, sunglasses, jeans, and a weathered face appeared near my camp. Since I wasn't sure about the other person's identity, I went to find out his background. He said he was out hiking, and I gave him some water. We chatted about where he was going, and he said he had been hiking for a long time and was about to return to his hometown. Since we didn't know each other well, I didn't ask him where he was from, but his accent sounded like a southerner. I heard that the Beast Soul sect was in the south, and I was afraid that he was a member of the Beast Soul sect, so I chatted with him for a few minutes and left. He seemed to be in a hurry, so he took the water and left in a hurry. Heo Jijiri and his men all looked surprised. After tracking for several days, they had already lost him. Now what Su Feng said was right. Not only did they look similar, but they were also walking. This was the same as what Heo Jijiri and the others had guessed. That person had indeed thrown it away. The awakened ones have physical fitness different from that of ordinary people, and it is not difficult for them to travel hundreds of kilometers a day without driving. Heo Jijiri was afraid that he would abandon the car and walk, so he specifically looked for country paths, which were hard to find. The route is also correct. Haoji Jai analyzed that the vast and sparsely populated Northwest is actually not conducive to Tibetans. On the contrary, in densely populated areas, they simply change their appearance and disappear into the crowd, making them very difficult to find. And the other party is most likely a member of the Beast Soul sect. After all, the strange beast is quite powerful. If we kill it, We will also have to kill Nana and the other three. Even in the Exotic Beast Association, there are not many people like this. Long hair, likes to run around, and is very powerful. This reminded Heojijiri of the deputy leader of the Beast Soul sect, a man named Lao Wang. Lao Wang must be a nickname. Few people in the Beast Soul sect know his real name. Lao Wang's height, build and hairstyle are similar to those described by the car dealership owner and Su Feng. Heojijiri knew more. It is said that Lao Wang is a middle-aged man who always has long hair, sparse stubble, and melancholy and vicissitudes of life eyes, which makes him very masculine. This guy always calls himself a poet and likes to wander around. The reason why Heojijiri knew it so clearly. This was because the wife of a core member of their Exotic Beast Association had an affair with Lao Wang, and Lao Wang took the opportunity to steal a lot of information from the Exotic Beast Association. More importantly, Lao Wang is an old, angry young man. If he knew Nana's movements, he might really come and snipe her. Heojijiri's thoughts suddenly became clear. He had previously suspected that the Beast Soul cult might have done it, and now it was confirmed. Brother, you have really helped me a lot this time. Brother, you are too polite. This is what a younger brother should do. Brother, can you tell me where you met that man? Sure. Su Feng took out his mobile phone, opened the map, and pointed to the south of Jinchuan. That's right here. He headed south from here, but I can't guarantee whether he changed direction later. After Su Feng said this, Heojijiri became even more certain that this old Wang must have returned to the base camp of the Beast Soul sect. Since he killed Nana, he must have wanted to stay out of the spotlight. Even if he didn't return to the Beast Soul cult headquarters, as long as he moved forward and headed into the Qinling Mountains, who would be able to find him? Brother, I'm in a hurry, so I won't stay long. We'll meet again someday. If you go to the capital, remember to look for me. If you encounter an awakened one who gives you trouble, just tell me my name. Heojijiri hurriedly gave a few instructions, then got into the car with his men and turned the car towards the Qinling Mountains. When the convoy disappeared, Chiyu gave Su Feng a thumbs up. Hubby, you're amazing. You got rid of suspicion, got a beast's inner core for free, and even found a backer. You're amazing. Su Feng weighed the inner elixir of the strange beast in his hand and felt the surging energy inside. I didn't expect him to be so stupid. Is Heojijiri stupid? Obviously not. If Chiyu was on the road, Su Feng would be questioned in various ways. Because Chiyu has always been one of the strong men recruited by their Jinshanshan family, and Heojijiri knew Chiyu very well and knew that she only killed strange beasts and not people, so he did not suspect Su Feng. As for the inner elixir of the strange beast, it was actually used to win over the two of them. Chapter 132 Old Wang taking the blame. No matter what his purpose is, Su Feng will not refuse. No matter whether he is trying to win him over or not, he will take the benefits first. Su Yuan, go and drag the corpse of the strange beast. Let's go back. Heojijiri was busy chasing Lao Wang and had no time to care about the corpse of the strange beast. Their Jinshanshan family also has a lot of need for the corpse of this strange beast. With Su Jiao on guard in the air, Su Feng was not afraid that Heojijiri and the others would turn back. Halfway through the journey, Su Feng suddenly remembered something. He forgot to ask Heojijiri what kind of exotic beast he got the inner elixir from. For the awakened ones, any inner elixir from a strange beast can be used to absorb energy. Su Feng has higher requirements. His children all have different attributes, and this issue needs to be clarified. Su Feng didn't hesitate and took out his cell phone to call Heojijiri. Brother, what kind of exotic beast did you get this inner elixir you gave me? Oh, on the way here, I encountered a strange beast that waved its big pincers and looked a bit like a scorpion. I killed it, and I got the inner elixir from its body. After hanging up the phone, Su Feng thought in his heart, scorpions should be considered insects. At present, there is only one insect among his children, and that is Su Xiaodao. Just give him Xiaodao. After all, he's a person with his own weapon. When he grows up, his combat capability should be pretty good. As for the inner elixir of the strange beast he killed, he has not yet decided who to give it to. The strange beast has 4 legs, and it can be given to Su He or Su Huahua. However, the monster's tongue was extremely powerful, and the double swords in Su Miao Miao's hands could only barely break the skin, which was slightly stronger than the defense of the giant tree monster. If the monster's defenses were so strong, it would be really hard to deal with. It just so happened that Su Qing's tongue was also very flexible. If Su Qing ate the inner elixir, his tongue would immediately become an extremely powerful weapon, and he would no longer have to hide in the distance and spit out ice arrows. Su Feng has long been dissatisfied with Su Qing's abilities. This guy clearly ate the inner elixir of a turtle, and his body is covered with turtle shell patterns. It's obvious that he has amazing defense, but his most powerful attack is long range. So what's the use of his defense? As the boss, Su Qing should be able to integrate offense and defense, both near and far. Give him this inner elixir. I hope he won't disappoint me. Su Feng had already allocated the ownership of the inner elixir in his mind. Su He received a notification from Su Jiao and had returned with his men. The two gangs joined forces. Success. Collect the beast's corpse and we'll move to another place. Su Qinggong collected the corpse of the strange beast, and the family returned to the Zhuo River and continued to head west. The further west you go, the sparser the population becomes. If you don't head towards a town, you may not even see a car for an hour. After driving 100 kilometers, Su Feng stopped the car first. Let's find a place to light a fire and cook. At present, Su Feng uses a portable gas stove to cook, and he bought a lot of spare ones at one time. If there is a child who can breathe fire, it can save a lot of trouble. Water is not a big problem. The water the children use for cooking is the melted water from the ice arrows spit out by Su Qing. Anyway, Su Feng won't eat it, so who knows if there is Su Qing's saliva. As for himself, he used purified water. The meal was ready quickly and the family sat together, eating and chatting. This time, Dad, I got 2 inner cores from exotic beasts, and I've already figured out how to divide them. One for Su Qing. As the eldest brother, Su Qing's fighting ability is a little weak now, so he can't protect his younger brothers and sisters. Hearing this, Su Qing scratched his head awkwardly with his big green hand with a poof mark on it, and then continued eating. This strange beast happens to have a long and tough tongue, which is a perfect match for Su Qing. The other inner elixir was obtained from a large scorpion, and it was more suitable for Xiao Dao, so I decided to give it to Xiao Dao. The children may not have any objections. Only Su Xiaodao's excitement was visible to the naked eye. He likes fighting, but because he was born late and has never taken inner elixir, his fighting ability is limited. Dad, once I eat the inner elixir of the exotic beast, I will definitely charge ahead. Su Feng was very satisfied with Su Xiaodao's attitude. He slapped Su Qing on the head as he was eating. As the eldest brother, you should also say a few words. Su Qing reluctantly put down the exotic beast meat in his hand. Dad, I will definitely protect my brothers and sisters. I will lead the charge. Okay, since you both want to charge, then charge together. After eating and drinking, Su Qing and Su Xiaodao swallowed the inner elixir of the strange beast, and the family continued on their journey. On the other hand, Heo Jijiri followed Su Feng's instructions and chased all the way towards Qinling Mountains, but found no trace of Lao Wang. It would be strange if it could be discovered. In desperation, Heo Jijiri called Nar Na to report the situation. Master, the murderer has been found. It's old Wang from the Beast Soul Cult. He's fleeing towards the Beast Soul Cult headquarters, so we couldn't catch up. Waste, what's the point of raising you? Heo Jijiri didn't dare to refute and could only listen. In fact, he didn't pursue her seriously. To be honest, he thought he couldn't beat Lao Wang. If he couldn't beat him, why would he chase him? Was he going to die? He is indeed a loyal believer in the Whip God and a supporter of the Golden Flash family, but he is not an idiot. Doing something knowing that it is impossible is not a smart choice. Nar Na had no choice but to scold Heo Jijiri to vent his anger. Then, a wanted order was issued. The Beast Soul Cult has committed numerous evil deeds and intends to subvert humanity. Everyone has the right to punish them. Recently, Lao Wang, the deputy leader of the Beast Soul sect, ambushed Nana and other 4 awakened people of the Beast Soul Association. From now on, the Exotic Beast Association will severely crack down on the Beast Soul Cult, but there will be a generous reward for anyone who provides intelligence on the Beast Soul Cult, or even kills a Beast Soul Cult member. In a residential complex in western Hunan, Lao Wang was sleeping soundly with a married woman in his arms when he received a call from the Beast Soul sect leader. Old Wang, look at what you have done. Lao Wang was still a little confused at the moment and cursed subconsciously. Who the hell are you? How dare you talk to me like that? I'm Li Ringgui. Oh, master, what do you want from me? The woman in Lao Wang's arms was awakened. Who is it? Calling so early in the morning, so annoying. Lao Wang ignored her and went to the balcony with his cell phone. He lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and exhaled a large cloud of white smoke. Old Li, what's wrong? Why are you so anxious? What's wrong? You still have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? Why did you want to kill Nana? Nana? Who is Nana? That's the daughter of Nar Na, the woman who sent the lychees. She doesn't meet my aesthetic standards. Why would I kill her? Besides, I only pity women, not kill them. Li Ringgui snorted lightly. If you don't kill women, then how did my wife die? Lao Wang was speechless. Li Ringgui did kill his wife. Chapter 133. The Beast Soul Sect is not a coward. Okay, These are all old things, why bother talking about them? I didn't kill that Nana, so why is this blamed on me? How the hell would I know? Anyway, the Exotic Beast Association has already issued a wanted order. They say you killed Nana and 3 other people, and now the Exotic Beast Association is hunting you all over the world. Old Wong was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He has been killing strange beasts and flirting with married women during this period of time. So how come he became a victim? Just put me on the wanted list. They can't catch me anyway. Lao Wang's strength is not weak. It can be said that he is very strong. There are only a few people in the Exotic Beast Association who are as strong as him or stronger than him. These people have more important tasks to do, so they don't have time to care about him. The Exotic Beast Association and the Beast Soul Cult seem to be enemies, but in fact, the two groups seem to be keeping to themselves. Only the Beast Soul sect does not endanger the safety of ordinary people, and there is basically no major conflict between the two sides. It's nothing more than snatching exotic beasts from time to time. Both sides will usually stop at a certain point and will not really get angry. Lao Wang was very unhappy because he was wanted for no apparent reason this time. Alright, just behave yourself for now and don't cause any more trouble. I'll make a public statement. Li Ringgui did what he said and issued a statement. My sect never did anything to Nana. This is all just slander by the Exotic Beast Association. If you want to fight, I will fight you. My Beast Soul sect is not a coward. By the way, how is an existence like the Jinshanshan family, which intends to overthrow the regime, better than our Beast Soul sect? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you are wearing an official hat? The eyes of the masses are sharp, and everyone has a scale in their hearts to judge who is good and who is bad. Finally, I welcome all those with aspirations to join the Beast Soul sect. I will welcome you with open arms. Having said that, Li Ringgui still immediately notified all the believers to keep a low profile during this period and not to conflict with the Exotic Beast Association. There were mixed reactions from all parties regarding the Beast Soul Cult statement. Nair non-naturally threw things again. It is indeed impossible to hide the plan of the Jinshanshan family from everyone, but it is too disrespectful for you to say it so openly. Other senior members of the Exotic Beast Association continued to remain silent. As for the internal reaction, it was not something ordinary people could know. The public response was quite enthusiastic. Some people denounced the Beast Soul Cult, calling them a cancer. There were also people who applauded and said that the Beast Soul Cult had finally done something good that made everyone happy. Some also say dog bites dog. The Beast Soul Cult is called a cult, and Nana is not a good person either. All this has nothing to do with Su Feng, as he has already entered the Haiqing territory. Hubby, I heard that the scenery of Haiqing Lake is very beautiful. Let's go and see it. Okay, let's go to Haiqing Lake. Su Feng didn't care where he went, as long as he didn't stray from the general direction. After Su Qing and Su Xiaodao ate the inner elixir of the strange beast, the effect has already appeared. Su Qing has grown a few inches taller. Now he can only squat in the back of the truck, as the SUV can no longer accommodate him. He is nearly 2 meters and 5 feet tall and very strong. The skin on its body is dark green, with mysterious cloud patterns visible to the naked eye. The biggest change is not in appearance, but in Su Qing's tongue. Su Feng asked Su Miao Miao to chop with 2 swords, but it couldn't break the long tongue's defense at all. The defense on his body cannot be broken, and Su Qing is now a qualified meat shield. The attack power has also been greatly improved. The tongue is longer, more flexible and faster. Inserting it into a stone is like inserting it into tofu. Don't ever think of using your long tongue for other things, or you'll end up as a skewer. Su Xiaodao has also changed a lot. The 2 swords on his arms used to be white, but now they have turned dark blue, which is very strange. According to Su Xiaodao himself, his knife is poisonous. In addition, Su Xiaodao grew a tail, which was very similar to a scorpion's tail, with a long and thin needle at the end. The tip of the needle also glowed blue, and it looked extremely poisonous. The weapon upgrade is not all. Su Xiaodao's wings have also grown bigger. Mantises have wings, which shouldn't be that difficult to understand. Su Xiaodao was born with wings, but his wings were very small before, because Su Xiaodao's mother is the species with degenerated wings. After eating the inner elixir of a strange beast, Su Xiaodao's wings evolved, and he gained the ability to fly. Now he really is an incredible warrior. It can run, jump and fly, and its arms, legs, head and tail are all weapons. By the way, Su Xiaodao's head has also turned blue, so it can be said that his whole body is poisonous. Its size has also grown. It used to be just over 1 meter tall, but now it has grown to nearly 2 meters. The main thing is that the head is very long, more than 30 centimeters long. In short, the combat effectiveness is amazing at first glance. After rushing and hurrying, we finally arrived at Haiqing Lake when it was getting dark. Su Feng did not choose to camp by the lake. Anyone who has experience in wilderness survival knows that setting up camp near water is actually very dangerous. At night, large wild animals would come to drink water, and people living near the water would be easily attacked. Su Feng chose a small mound with relatively high terrain a few kilometers away from the lake to set up camp. Su Jiao, go and take a look at the surrounding situation. Su Jiao is now Su Feng's most important helper. Whenever he arrives at a new place, Su Feng will ask him to scout it first. Su Jiao took the order and left, while the others began to set up camp, make a fire and cook. Su Jiao's flying speed was very fast. It only took him more than 10 minutes to circle an area of 100 miles. Dad, there are herdsmen dozens of kilometers in that direction. They raise a lot of sheep. I didn't find anything else. Okay, thank you for your hard work. The herdsmen are not afraid, but Su Feng is afraid of the powerful monsters and awakened people. Dinner is ready. Su Kuan called out, and the children rushed over, each holding their own bowl and lining up to get their food. Su Kuan is now very good at making braised meat. Each child was given a large piece of donkey meat and a bowl of soup, and the children began to feast around the fire. Su Feng was holding a bowl with egg fried rice made with his grandson's eggs. Su Feng had been eating boiled eggs for too long and wanted to change the taste. Egg fried rice made with grandson's eggs is especially delicious. The whole family lowered their heads and ate without saying a word. Dad, this is bad. Sugwa suddenly shouted, attracting everyone's attention. With a thud, the apple on Sugwa's head fell down and hit her on the head. Sugwa stood there in a daze, motionless. Seeing her like this, everyone didn't know what was going on. They held their breath and stared at her nervously. I see. What do you understand? The blue planet has an inexplicable attraction, and objects on its surface are all sucked into it, making it difficult to escape. You see, when the apple above my head ripened, it was attracted by the blue star and fell on my head, and then fell to the ground. Try jumping, and you'll eventually fall back to the ground. That's the law of gravity. Chapter 134. Grandson is really delicious. Su Feng scratched his head, feeling like he needed to grow a brain. Sugwa continued. I will name this discovery after myself, and it will be called Sugwa's universal gravitation. I, Sugwa, will eventually leave my name in history. If she hadn't said it, Su Feng would have thought she was Newton. Ignoring Sugwa's nonsense, Su Feng picked up the apple that fell on the ground. It's bright red and very pretty, with a faint scent of apple. It's just a little bit smaller than an ordinary apple. Su Feng put the apple in front of his nose and smelled it. The smell was even more tempting. After just one sniff, Su Feng's mouth started to water, and he couldn't help but want to eat the apple in his hand. Su Feng handed the apple in his hand to Chiyu, and then walked to Su Gua to check the other apples that had not fallen from her head. At this time, Su Newton was still immersed in his major discovery. The other children also looked at Su Gua excitedly. They are all leaky fish. If he had known this would happen, Su Feng would have gotten them some textbooks to study. The other apples on Su Gua's head are also ripe. It fell off with a slight touch. He picked the 3 remaining apples above his head and held them carefully in his arms. There were 4 apples, 2 each for him and Chiyu. I just don't know if it will grow longer in the future. If it only grows once a year, it would be a bit useless. He washed the 4 apples, put 2 of them away, and ate the other 2 on the spot by Su Feng and Chiyu. I asked you to eat the grandson's eggs, but you refused. But you enjoyed the grandson's fruit. Chiyu rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, I've eaten your children, so why should I be afraid of my grandchildren? I won't eat your grandson's eggs simply because they come from the wrong place. Well, something was indeed wrong, but Su Feng didn't care as he passed by. It was just the same as eating too much. How is it? Is the grandson fruit delicious? Chiyu nodded repeatedly. It's delicious. It's so delicious. This is the most delicious fruit I have ever eaten. It is indeed delicious. When you take a bite, it tastes better than an apple and is juicier. The first bite has a fresh fragrance of apple, and if you chew it more, you can taste other flavors. The 2 of them devoured the apple in just a few bites. Hubby, something's wrong. Why do I feel like my body is full of energy? Su Feng was not surprised at all. Sundan eggs, like Sunghwa, can enhance physical fitness. I feel that Sunghwa is even more effective. That's for sure. The beast's inner elixir that Sugwa ate was better than Su Kuan's. Moreover, why Sunghwa only ate 4 in so many days, while why Sundan only ate 1 a day? How could they be compared? No, I feel like if I don't let it out, I'm going to explode. After Chiyu finished speaking, he ran towards the Haiqing Lake in the distance. A distance of several kilometers was not enough for Chiyu to release the energy in her body, so she simply dived into Haiqing Lake. As we all know, Swimming is more tiring than running. Bolt can run 100 meters in 9.58 seconds. The fastest swimming speed for 100 meters is 46.40 seconds. So swimming consumes more energy. Chi-Yu transformed into a bald mermaid and swam happily in Haiqing Lake. The speed is so fast that it leaves afterimages. Su Feng is a landlubber and can only run around the lake. Neither of them noticed that a huge black shadow appeared in the depths of the lake behind Chi-Yu at some point. They didn't notice it, but Su Jiao flying in the sky did. Eagle eyes usually represent good eyesight. Su Jiao could see clearly from the sky that the huge black shadow was slowly rising from the depths of the lake and swimming towards Chi-Yu, its speed no slower than Chi-Yu's. Su Jiao wanted to take out his cell phone to call Chi-Yu, but then he remembered that Chi-Yu was swimming and it was not convenient for him to answer the call. He simply flew lower and shouted, "Auntie, run, there's something behind you." Chi-Yu was swimming happily and was stunned for a moment when he heard Su Jiao's voice. However, with her rich combat experience, she quickly reacted. There was obvious anxiety in Su Jiao's voice, which meant that he was in danger at the moment. Chi-Yu didn't even look back, silently increased his speed, and swam towards the other side. Turning back at this time would be tantamount to seeking death. Su Feng also heard Su Jiao's voice. He jumped up and looked at the lake behind Chi-Yu. "I didn't see anything." It was already very dark at this time, and the water surface where Chi-Yu swam was rippling, making it impossible to see clearly. Although Su Feng couldn't see it, he knew that Su Jiao wouldn't talk nonsense. So he also shouted at Chi-Yu, "Xiaoyu, swim quickly." Chi-Yu heard it, but she didn't have time to respond now. She had to try hard to swim forward. Haiqing Lake is very big, and it is impossible to swim to the other side in a short time. Chi-Yu's target was the shore closest to him. As long as she got ashore, she would be safe. The shore was a few kilometers away from Chi-Yu. She swam forward with all her might. She could already hear the movement behind her. If it weren't for the energy he had from eating an apple, Chi-Yu felt that he would not be able to outswim the strange beast behind him. If she hadn't eaten the apple, she wouldn't have gone swimming in the lake. This is the principle of fortune and misfortune going hand in hand. Just when Chi-Yu was not far from the shore, the strange beast behind him finally caught up. Accompanied by the sound of splashing water, a huge fish jumped out of the water. That body, 100 meters long and 20 meters in diameter, smashed towards Chi-Yu like a giant cannonball. When its entire body jumped out of the water, Su Feng was shocked to see that the lower half of the monster was covered with tentacles. Su Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He had finally found a friend, and he couldn't die here. Su Jiao shock it. Su Jiao was ready to do so without Su Feng's instructions. The moment the strange beast jumped out of the water, he was already accumulating strength. A few seconds later, just as the strange beast jumped out of the water, Su Feng shouted, and Su Jiao's attack finally arrived. A white lightning bolt thicker than the mouth of a bowl appeared in the sky and struck the monster's head fiercely. Compared to the huge body of the strange beast, the lightning seems too small. This lightning was not enough to cause any harm to the monster. Although the damage was not great, it was extremely insulting. The strange beast did not expect that someone would dare to attack it in its own territory. Chi-Yu took advantage of the strange beast's stunned moment and used all his strength to swim to the shore. After getting ashore, Chi-Yu lay directly on the ground. She had just tried her best, and now she felt like her lungs were about to explode. Seeing Chi-Yu come ashore, Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The children who ran after him also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Chi-Yu is not their biological mother, she is very good to them, and they don't want Chi-Yu to have an accident. Su Feng ran to Chi-Yu, picked her up, and left. This place is too close to the lake. Who knows if that damn monster will come ashore? The strange beast did not come ashore. It stopped a few hundred meters away from the shore, staring at Su Feng and the others with its two eyes as big as those of a car. Chapter 135, Dangers Abound. "You bastard, come up here if you dare. I'll beat you to death, and that's it." "Bah, what a jerk, how dare you bully my aunt." Su Kuan stood on the shore and shouted wildly. The strange beast blinked its big eyes and opened its mouth to spit out a water arrow. It is called a water arrow, but in fact its diameter is 2 or 3 meters. The water arrow is extremely fast and can cover a distance of several hundred meters in a flash. Su Kuan rolled on the ground and barely avoided the attack of the water arrow. "Nima, you dare to attack me? When I grow up to be your size, I will pull you out of the water." Su Kuan cursed a lot, but his pace was quite fast. He ran hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Seeing that everyone was running away, the strange beast slowly sank into the water. Only when they were several kilometers away from the lake did Su Feng put Chi-Yu down. "You scared me to death." Chi-Yu was also terrified. "I didn't expect there was such a big guy in the water." Su Jiao also flew over at this time and landed on the ground. He was visibly weak at this moment. Su Jiao, what's wrong with you? Dad, I'm fine. I'm just too tired. Su Jiao's charged attack consumed most of his energy, and it was lucky that he could hold on and fly back. Xiaohei, carry Su Jiao on your back. Let's go back. Back at the camp, Su Kuan gave Su Jiao a large piece of meat. Su Jiao ate a piece of meat that was bigger than his body and finally recovered. The good thing about children is that as long as they have enough energy, they can recover quickly no matter whether they are tired or injured. For safety reasons, Su Feng simply moved the camp back 10 kilometers. As expected, there are strange beasts everywhere on Blue Star. Although today's scene was thrilling, it also made Su Feng more convinced that his choice was correct. There is no one to clean up the strange beasts that appeared in the uninhabited area, and these are all food for the children. Take the strange beast in Haiqing Lake, for example. It's not easy to kill it. It won't leave the water, so if you want to kill it, you have to go in the water. Underwater is the home turf of strange beasts. Anyway, Su Feng couldn't think of any powerful awakener who could kill it in the water. Using torpedoes to bomb it without going into the water is also an option, but the monster is huge and its defense must be amazing. How many torpedoes would be needed to kill it? Unless nuclear warheads are used. The strange beast in Haiqing Lake does not pose much threat to humans, so there is no need to kill it. Nothing happened that night. When I woke up the next day, Qiyu had recovered, and Su Jiao had already flown into the sky early to keep watch. Only Su Kuan was cursing while cooking. You bastard, I'll stew you sooner or later. She was still brooding over yesterday's attack. Su Kuan is narrow-minded and will remember this grudge. She will take revenge one day. Su Feng also took note of it. Hai Qinghu would not run away. He would just come back and kill it when he became stronger. Today's incident also reminded Su Feng that his naval force was too weak, with only Su Qing. Strictly speaking, Su Qing is an amphibian. Su Feng thought about this matter seriously last night. It is indeed necessary to increase the number of water army. He prefers electric eels. This thing not only discharges electricity, but is also said to have an amazing bite force and swims quite fast. Of course, the better choice is the strange beast from last night. If you can get its eggs, the offspring will definitely be more powerful. The problem is that Su Feng doesn't know whether this strange beast is born from the womb or from eggs. Or maybe the strange beasts simply can't reproduce. 10 years have passed, and no one has figured out how the strange beast came about. Anyway, I haven't heard of any strange beast giving birth to cubs so far. No, if you insist, the mosquito that Su Feng was dancing with seemed to be born from a strange beast. In fact, no one can tell whether those mosquitoes are the children of the strange beast or part of it itself. When Su Jiao went on patrol, Su Feng gave him a task to see if there was anything unusual in the lake or around the lake. More than half an hour later, Su Jiao came back to report the situation and found nothing abnormal. The strange beast sank into the water last night and could not be seen at all. If there is anything unusual, there is one. There are no fish in Haiqing Lake and the water surface is lifeless. Su Feng estimated that all the fish in the lake were eaten by the strange beasts. After eating and drinking, we continued on our way. Since you can't win, just give the other party a way to live. Su Feng was driving the car, while the children were squatting in the car to study. On the way, Su Feng met a shepherd who was grazing sheep. He parked the car on the side of the road and ran to the herdsman to find out the news. Haiqing province is vast and sparsely populated. The further west you go, the fewer people there are, but its area is still very large. It is not easy to find exotic animals in the vast, uninhabited area. If you can find out the situation clearly in advance, you will have a direction for your next action and avoid scaring people away and wasting time. The herdsmen who graze their sheep nearby are definitely the best informed. Especially these surviving herders, they must know a lot. The shepherd was herding sheep on a motorcycle. When he saw Su Feng's car from a distance, he had already stopped. When Su Feng walked over, the sheepdogs raised by the herdsmen tucked their tails between their legs and didn't dare to fart. Su Feng is now very powerful, and his whole body exudes a dangerous aura. Humans cannot see it, but dogs can feel it. If he met Wang Kai again at this time, Wang Kai would definitely not dare to show his teeth to him. In a secret military base far away in the mountains outside Beijing, Wang Kai, who is being cared about by Su Feng, is suffering inhuman torture. Su Feng came to the herdsman brother and enthusiastically took out a cigarette and handed it to him. Hello, brother, have a cigarette. This was given to him by Li Xiefeng sometimes. In Li Xiefeng's words, when you are out and about, enthusiastically offering a cigarette to someone you need will only do good and no harm. The herdsman took the cigarette, put it under his nose to smell it, grinned, and spoke in Mandarin with an accent. What a nice smoke. After saying that, he clamped it on his ear, obviously reluctant to smoke. Brother, you don't look like a local. Why are you here? Su Feng explained. I'm here for a trip. The herdsman gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Brother, you are amazing. You dare to travel in this world, and you come to this remote place like ours. Su Feng didn't explain much, but spoke with lingering fear. Brother, I was at Haiqing Lake yesterday and saw what seemed to be a very big fish in the lake. The herdsman's face changed drastically when he heard this. Did you go to Haiqing Lake? Yeah, I just wandered around here for a bit. The herdsman took the cigarette off his ear and took out his lighter to light it. He took a deep breath, exhaled a large cloud of smoke, and then spoke. Don't go to Haiqing Lake. There are water monsters there. Su Feng knew that the water monster that the herdsman was talking about was actually a strange beast. Brother, I think that water monster is huge. That's not big. That's very big, incredibly big. There used to be many big fish in Haiqing Lake, the largest of which was more than 10 meters long. These fish usually hide in deep water. When I was young, I personally saw a fish over 10 meters long being swallowed by a water monster. Chapter 136. The West is indeed full of hidden talents. Su Feng recalled the hundreds of meters long body of the strange beast and felt that it would be no problem for it to swallow a fish more than 10 meters long in one bite. That's really scary. Have you ever thought about moving? I used to think about it, but then I realized the monster only moved in the water, so I'm not afraid anymore. But we usually don't go near Haiqing Lake. Even if a sheep was lost, they would not dare to go to Haiqing Lake to look for it. Big brother, you better stay away from the lake. Su Feng nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, brother, I definitely won't go and die. By the way, brother, do you know where else there are monsters? This is Su Feng's real purpose. He had already seen the water monster in Haiqing Lake, and he couldn't defeat it for the time being, so he could only let it go. The herdsman fell into memories. After finishing a cigarette, Su Feng quickly took out another one and handed it to him. As usual, the herdsman clipped it on his ear. Yes, a lot. To be honest, I even killed a monster myself. Brother, are you also an awakened one? The herdsman shook his head. No, I was shot to death with a homemade gun. Well, it's understandable that there are homemade guns in a place like this. Brother, tell me how you killed the monster. The herdsman fell into memories again. That was several years ago. My sheep kept getting lost during that time, and I thought it was a wolf, so I took my dog to catch them. I set a trap and finally caught it. My goodness, this is not a wolf, it's clearly a monster. I will never forget what it looked like until I die. It was so scary. Wow, it's a lump of meat with several tentacles growing on it, a mouth full of teeth, and drool all over the place. I was so scared that I fired several shots at it, blew its head off, and then set it on fire. It can be caught by ordinary people and then have its head shot. It seems to be a lowest level monster. Brother, is there anything else? Have you heard of any particularly powerful monsters nearby? Yes, why not? There's one in the no man's land over there. The herdsman brother pointed to the west and said, Going west is the desert no man's land. There used to be people going on road trips to that uninhabited area over there, but then monsters appeared and no one dared to go there anymore. If you ask me, it's all tacky. What's so good about it? Su Feng was very interested in this. Brother, please tell me in detail. The shepherd looked at his sheep and found nothing wrong. When the sheepdog saw that Su Feng was chatting happily with his owner, he was no longer so scared. With them watching, the sheep can't run away. It happened many years ago. Someone went on a road trip in an uninhabited area and got lost. They called the police, and law enforcement officers sent someone to rescue them. He never came back after that. The law enforcement officers are all from nearby areas and are very familiar with the uninhabited areas. They often go to the uninhabited areas for rescue, so nothing should happen. Later, it was said that a few awakened people like the one you mentioned came. 3 people went there, and only one came back, and then they said there were monsters in the no man's land, and they would not allow people to enter anymore. If someone really refuses to listen and goes to jail, law enforcement officers don't have to rescue them. In other words, there are strange beasts in the no man's land, but I don't know if they have run away after so many years, or even died in the no man's land. The reason why an uninhabited area becomes an uninhabited area is because the environment is too harsh and not suitable for the survival of most creatures. Su Feng was not sure whether the strange beast could survive. Logically speaking, strange beasts eat people when they see them, so they must need to eat. But it is impossible for the alien beast to be so powerful just by eating creatures from the blue planet. Just like Su Feng's children, they cannot obtain much energy by eating ordinary animal meat, so they must eat the meat of exotic animals. However, the alien beasts are not native to Blue Star, and Su Feng cannot guarantee whether they can survive without food and water. The The herdsman brother also opened up at this time. Let me tell you, there are monsters not only in the no man's land, but also in the forests to the north and south. This world is so difficult. Indeed, ordinary people have no means of fighting back when facing strange beasts and can only run away. Whether you can escape depends on luck. Brother, what's going on with those monsters on the sidelines? To the north, in the Chilean mountains, there are said to be two monsters, and I heard they're a couple. The two monsters hid in the mountains and refused to come out. The awakened ones went there several times, but felt they couldn't defeat them. Seeing that they didn't come out to hurt anyone, they just ignored them. The monsters in the south don't come out often, they just guard their own piece of land. However, some people also say that there are gods in the mountains over there, who have taken the monsters as mounts, so the monsters don't come out to hurt people. The rest are just some sporadic reports about monsters, but I don't know whether they are true or not. Some people, when their sheep are lost, will say it was a monster even though it was clearly a wolf that did it. This is understandable. It's not shameful to brag. Some people fall down and happen to get a mouthful of dog poop, and they will talk about this when chatting with others, but the protagonist will be their friends. Some people go to the Taoist temple every day, which makes them very weak. Just go online and ask. I have a friend who likes Taoist temples and wants to recuperate. What should I do? Just listen to what is said during a chat. Anyone who believes everything is a fool. However, the herdsman's words are still quite credible. The strange beast is right there. There is no need to talk nonsense. The current situation has basically been clarified. As for the weaker monsters, whether you can encounter them depends entirely on luck. There are currently 3 confirmed locations where powerful monsters can be found. The first is Haiching Lake, which I saw yesterday. The second one is in Chilean Mountain in the north. It is said that there are 2 of them, but for some reason, they did not come out to do bad things. The third is the mountains in the south. For some unknown reason, he didn't come out. It is possible that he has been killed by the awakened one. As for the no man's land, it definitely exists, but I don't know how strong it is or whether anyone has died there. After all, according to the herdsman brother, the strange beasts in the uninhabited area were the first to appear. The uninhabited area is so large and the environment is so harsh. It is really hard to say whether the strange beasts are still alive without food or water. Moreover, the strength of that strange beast should not be very strong. There are 3 awakeners, and some of them are early awakeners, but one of them can still escape. This shows that its strength is not very good. What Su Feng is not sure about is whether other strange beasts will appear in the uninhabited area after so many years. Brother, I'm sorry to bother you. I have to hurry on my way. I'll leave first. Su Feng handed the remaining cigarettes and the box to the herdsman. Brother, don't leave in a hurry. Let's go home for dinner. No, I still have to hurry. When I come back, I will definitely visit my brother's house. Su Feng now urgently wants to see some exotic beasts. Especially since there is a suspected immortal appearing, we have to go and take a look. Before meeting the immortal, Su Feng planned to go to the uninhabited area to improve his strength. Chapter 137 News about Li Xiefeng. After saying goodbye to the herdsman, Su Feng returned to the car and continued driving west. There are plenty of supplies, so it's no problem to make a few trips back and forth to the uninhabited area. There is no need to worry about getting lost. With Su Jiao here, it is impossible to get lost. The only thing we need to worry about is that the monster is too powerful and we can neither defeat it nor escape from it. Last night was very dangerous. If Qiyu had been a little slower, or if Su Jiao had not struck him with lightning, Qiyu would have been in great danger. The strength is still not enough. If there really are so-called immortals, what kind of strength would be needed to compete with them? Su Feng drove towards the uninhabited area. We did encounter a few of them on the way, but their strength was very average and they were killed directly by Su Jiao, who was leading the way. Su Feng got him a small backpack to carry on the mountain. There was exotic beast meat in the backpack, and Su Jiao would eat some when he was hungry. As long as there is enough exotic beast meat, Su Jiao can fly in the sky forever. In a secret military base underground in the suburbs of Beijing, a middle-aged man in military uniform sat on a chair, looking at the person opposite through the thick glass and asked, "Have you thought it through?" Sitting opposite the glass was the missing Li Xiefeng. Maybe. Anyway, if Su Feng saw him now, he might not be able to recognize him. Li Xiefeng's stature grew dramatically, reaching almost 3 meters in height. He became somewhat hunched, his hands transformed into sharp claws, and a long tail sprouted from his back. The white hair on his head has disappeared, replaced by sharp spikes. The whole body is covered with dense scales, which reflect a strange light under the light. I've worked for the Exotic Beast Association for 5 years and was on the verge of death, but I never expected to be treated like this. By the way, before that, I spent more than 10 years in the army. I have dedicated my life to this country, and my wife and children have died because of it. Why would the Monster Association, which claims to be righteous, treat me like this? Li Xiefeng's tone was very calm, so calm that it made people shudder. The man in military uniform opposite didn't care. It is precisely because you have dedicated your entire life to the country that the country now needs you to give full play to your remaining energy. All other test subjects have died, only you survived. No, and your dog and cat. To be honest, you and your pet are our most perfect masterpieces, and it would be a shame to ruin you. I don't know how you and your pet survived, but you should know that if you don't work for the Exotic Beast Association, only death will be waiting for you. Li Xiefeng looked down at his hands, which had turned into sharp claws. What's the difference between me now and being dead? The man in military uniform stood up and walked to the glass, with a somewhat intoxicated look in his eyes. What a perfect body. If I hadn't known I couldn't handle it, I would have volunteered to be a test subject. The body is just a shell. You have retained your own thoughts and possess great strength. What is there to be unhappy about? This world is all about the survival of the fittest. As long as you're strong enough, who cares what you look like? I care, Li Xiefeng murmured softly. He knew very well that the people here were all crazy, and it would be useless to say more. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Hearing this, the man in military uniform was very satisfied. Don't worry, we won't let you kill ordinary people, nor will we treat you as unhuman. Our goal is to create a group of powerful humans to deal with the beasts and those evil organizations that try to destroy human unity. You also know how much harm alien beasts can cause to humans. Didn't you also say that your wife and children died at the hands of alien beasts? According to data research from the Exotic Beast Association, the frequency of exotic beast appearances has been increasing, and it won't be long before the entire blue planet will be occupied by exotic beasts. What will humanity do then? Will it all depend on the awakened to resist the attacks of the alien beasts? How many awakened people are there? Can they stop them? As long as the experiment is successful, humans will have enough power to fight against the monsters. You should be happy. Don't you want to protect all of humanity and avenge your wife and children? Even if you didn't want to before, you have to be willing now. If he doesn't want to, he will die, and he can't die now. He still didn't know what happened to Wang Kai. From what the person opposite said, it seemed that Wang Kai had also become a test subject. The cat and dog that Su Feng asked him to take care of also became experimental subjects, and neither of them died. Li Xiefeng didn't know why they could endure such a painful experiment, but he still wanted to find a way to save them. In addition, he was also worried about Su Feng. The damn Monster Association has started conducting human experiments. It won't be long before the world is in chaos. How can Su Feng, an ordinary person, survive? Li Xiefeng also figured it out. In this chaotic world, it is not easy to survive, so why should he die? Besides, the bastard made me look like this. I must take revenge. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. The alien beasts are our enemies, and the Alien Beast Association is also our enemy. Let's deal with them together. I can join you, but I also have requirements. The man in military uniform was overjoyed when he heard this. Ask anything, ask anything. As long as it's not too excessive, we will agree. You can't use me as cannon fodder. After all, you said that all the other test subjects died, and I'm the only one who survived. You can't just let me die? That's no problem. You're right. We won't let you die. You're very valuable for research. Damn it. He still doesn't consider himself a human being. All he talks about is the research value. Li Xiefeng said while suppressing his nausea. Then it's a pleasure to work with you. Now that he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to bow his head. Okay, it's a pleasure working with you. The man in military uniform stood up, rubbed his hands excitedly, and spoke to several people in white coats behind him. You must keep a close eye on him. If anything happens to him, you won't survive. One of the bald men in a white coat said in embarrassment when he heard this. General, do you want to continue the experiment? Go on, of course I will. But if we continue to spray the drug, no one can predict what accidents might happen. What if the experimental subject dies? The general waved his hand. Don't tell me that. I don't understand. Can't you be less aggressive when you're spraying pesticides? He can handle the first few times, but not the rest? If you can't even do that, what's the point of having you? The man in the white coat had no choice but to nod to indicate that he would be careful and cautious. He was actually quite excited. After 10 years, his experiment had finally succeeded. It was impossible for him not to be excited. It was this reckless man in front of him who threatened him at every turn, which made him very unhappy. When you lose power one day, I will definitely give you a shot. After dealing with Li Xiefeng, the general was in a good mood. That's all for today, do what you need to do. Then he said to Li Xiefeng, just stay here, and I'll let you know when there's a mission. Just as he was about to leave, Li Xiefeng stopped him. General, can you bring my pets here and let them live with me? If there are any problems while applying the pesticides, I can suppress them immediately. The general thought for a moment and turned to look at the bald man in the white coat. What do you think? I think it's feasible. These test subjects show no signs of going crazy. We can try to let them have contact. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Chapter 138: The Uses of Exotic Beast Corpses. Then he said to Li Xiefeng, just stay here, and I'll let you know when there's a mission. Just as he was about to leave, Li Xiefeng stopped him. General, when can I go out? The general thought for a moment and turned to look at the bald man in the white coat. What do you think? Not yet. Although the experiment was successful, the test subject's strength isn't that strong. I think a few more injections are needed. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. The general left humming a little tune. Li Xiefeng asked the bald man in a white coat through the glass. Now that we're family, can you tell me what the hell you hit me with? The bald man in the white coat was not busy at the moment. He sat down in the seat where the general had just sat, picked up the red wine that the general had drunk, and took a sip. I didn't tell you before because I thought you were doomed. Now that you're alive, still sane, and a member of the Exotic Beast Association, it's okay to tell you. What I'm injecting into you is the essence extracted from the corpses of strange beasts. The bald man in the white coat looked very proud. Li Xiefeng cursed him in his heart. Everyone knows that the flesh and blood of strange beasts are poisonous, but this guy actually extracted the essence and injected it into people. This is not an experiment, it is murder. Isn't the flesh and blood of alien beasts poisonous? Why didn't I die? Upon hearing this, the bald man in the white coat sat up straight and looked at Li Xiefeng as if he was looking at a work of art. That's what makes you special. Although I've tried my best to remove the harmful substances inside, it's impossible to make it completely clean, so the other test subjects have died one after another. Only you, your cats and dogs survived. Not only did you survive, you also retained your sanity. I've taken your blood and spinal fluid for testing, and we might have results soon. By that time, ordinary people can also become awakened, and everyone will have powerful strength. The mere beast will not be a thing to be feared, just a bunch of brainless things. Li Xiefeng was certain that this guy was a crazy scientist. He didn't care at all about what humans would become after being injected with the essence extracted from the flesh and blood of alien beasts. The bald man in the white coat drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. He stood up and said, "Okay, it's time, get ready." As soon as he finished speaking, white smoke spewed out from all directions of the room where Li Xiefeng was imprisoned. Soon, Li Xiefeng lay on the ground motionless. Before losing consciousness, Li Xiefeng thought that he seemed to have been cheated. Since he is one of us, why would you want to make him unconscious? The bald man in the white coat seemed to understand Li Xiefeng's thoughts and sneered and muttered to himself. My IQ is 180. How could I possibly be so stupid? If I don't knock you down, what if you pretend to cooperate and then take the opportunity to kill me? When Li Xiefeng was completely motionless, the bald man in the white coat waved his hand, and several other men in white coats entered the room and tied Li Xiefeng to the bed. The bald man in the white coat entered the room holding a pistol. It is called a pistol only in appearance, but it is actually used for injection. Taking the bottle handed over by his assistant, the bald man in the white coat held it in front of his eyes, looking at the liquid in the bottle with an obsessed look. What a wonderful effect. It's a pity that the side effects are so severe. After saying that, he put the bottle between the pistols, walked to Li Xiefeng, and injected all the liquid in the bottle directly into Li Xiefeng's body. After doing all this, everyone left the room. After a few minutes, Li Xiefeng's body began to twitch and the muscles under the scales began to swell. Li Xiefeng, who was in a coma, groaned unconsciously. It can be seen from his expression that he is suffering great pain at this moment. After a few minutes, Li Xiefeng finally stopped moving. At this time, his body was visibly larger. Even the spikes on the top of the head have grown a bit longer. The bald man in the white coat looked at Li Xiefeng lying on the bed with his chest heaving, and couldn't help but admire him. What a perfect body. It's so resistant to drugs. Several assistants behind him couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the information says he worked as a scavenger for 5 years. You know, apart from him, no one else has managed to survive for a year. I really want to dissect him to see what magical power he has. The bald man in the white coat sneered. What's the point of dissecting it? I've dissected awakened ones before, and I still got nothing. You'd be better off researching how to reduce the side effects of drugs. At the same time, in several other laboratories, Wankai, the little bitch, and the little female cat were locked in different rooms. Unlike Li Xiefeng, their limbs were locked with thick iron chains. Especially Wankai, the iron chain on him is particularly thick. Like Li Xiefeng, the three of them had also undergone tremendous changes. They were more like strange beasts than animals. The little bitch and the little cat were fine. They had grown in size, reaching 2 meters in length. The little cat had a pair of wings growing out of its back. The wings weren't big, probably not enough for it to fly. The little female dog's tail is divided into 3 parts and is longer than its body. The good thing about them is that you can still barely see some of their original appearance, and their fur is still very silky. Wonkai is different. It has changed a lot, and it is completely unrecognizable from its previous appearance. The increase in size is only one aspect. All the yellow hair on its body has fallen off, and veins are bulging on its bare skin. The 2 front paws are shortened, the hind legs are lengthened, the paws are enlarged, and the toenails are long and sharp. The most amazing thing is that another head grew next to its original head. The original dog's head had fangs protruding outward and was drooling. The newly grown head looked neither human nor human, and could even speak. At this moment, the newly grown head is chattering away. "You idiots out there, how long are you going to keep me locked up? Where's the medicine? Give me another shot." The few people in white coats who were responsible for observation on the other side of the glass were already accustomed to this situation. They were even in the mood to chat. Why can it speak, but the 2 dogs and cat can't speak? Who knows? They were all injected with the same drug, but the results were different. The ability to speak is probably due to the awakened genes in the drug. It's not just the difference in whether or not they can speak. This one is clearly more violent and bloodthirsty than the other test subjects. I don't understand this. Even the doctor can't figure out what's going on. I heard that the improved new medicine has been successfully developed and will soon enter the experimental stage. And it seems that awakened people have been invited to participate in this experiment. Tisk, invitation? I think it's more like coaxing. Chapter 139, I have an incompatible relationship with gambling and drugs. Don't talk nonsense, you're going to die. The laboratory fell into silence. Only Wonkai was still chattering. What do you want to do? Just tell me. As long as you give me the medicine, I will do whatever you want me to do. Suddenly Wonkai changed his tone. Where's my master? I want to find my master. You are not allowed to hurt my master. Fuck, this stupid thing only knows how to find its owner. It's really a dog that can't change its nature. The 2 experimenters looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. How dare they release him in this mental state? Su Feng was driving in an uninhabited area at this time. Since leaving the grassland, Su Feng and his companions had not seen any living creatures. Not only people, but even small animals and plants cannot be seen. The whole world was filled with desolation. Husband, are there really strange beasts in a place like this? Su Feng listened to the music and spoke while shaking his head. Who knows? If there are any, we'll kill them. If not, just treat it as a trip. I heard there's a Mars base in the uninhabited area, and many people used to travel there. I've heard that people often get lost in there. Su Feng did not comment on this. He admired the courage of those people, but would never follow their example. There are so many places to play. Why does he have to come to this kind of place, unless he is an awakened one? This is also the reason why Su Feng dared to come here. After eating and drinking enough, he was confident that he could run at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour for a whole day. As long as he ran in one direction, he could run out of any uninhabited area, no matter how large it was. All that is consumed is a grandson egg, and if that doesn't work, you can have a grandson fruit. Su Feng suddenly stopped the car on the side of the road. Husband, why don't you leave? Su Feng opened the door, got out of the car, and stretched his body. Let the kids out. It's suffocating to sit in the car all the time. There's no one around here. It's a good place for them to have fun. When Su Feng opened the truck door, Su Miao Miao, Su Yuan, and Su Kuan were playing landlord. The other children each chose one and stood behind, watching carefully. Everyone was so serious that no one noticed the car door was open. Su Feng climbed into the car and stood behind them watching them play cards. Su Feng happened to be able to see Su Kuan's cards. At this time, she only had 3 cards left in her hand, a pair of 2s and a 7. Su Miao Miao and Su Yuan each have a lot of cards in their hands. Su Kuan held the cards in one hand, and the other hand stopped at a pair of 2s. It's her turn to play. Seeing that the pair of 2 was about to be drawn, she hesitated and moved the chicken claw to the 7. Su Hei, who was squatting behind her, became anxious instantly. No, how could you do it like that? Just do the same thing as before. Shut up. A true gentleman watches chess without saying a word. Su Kuan said he disliked Su Hei, but his hands were honest and moved to the 1-on-2 situation again. At the same time, she turned her head and asked Su Xiaodao, who was standing beside her. Xiaodao, what do you think? Su Xiaodao knocked his head with his hand. I don't think it's a good idea. If you do that, what will happen to the rest? They're in cahoots, and they still have so many cards in their hands. We should be more careful. Su Kuan nodded in agreement, and moved his hand to the number 7. Obviously, she also agreed with Su Xiaodao's statement. Su Gua, who was standing behind Su Miao Miao, interrupted at this moment. You must make the biggest move first, so that we can't control it, and then you will win. Hee, I have to admit, your idea is very naive. Unfortunately, it can't escape my eyes. I have discovered the woman of gravity. Su Gua's confident look became the last straw that broke the camel's back for Su Kuan. A7. The moment Su Kuan threw Qi down, Su Miao Miao, Su Yuan, and the supporters behind them cheered at the same time. Su He sighed and lay down. Only Su Xiaodao was still confused. Su Kuan had already realized that something was wrong. She wanted to take the 7 pieces of paper back, but Su Xian opened his mouth and a thorn came out of it and pierced the 7 pieces of paper at a faster speed. No regrets on your move. Su Kuan looked up at the people opposite him and defended himself. My hand slipped. I didn't intend to play this card. The people opposite all had expressions that said, do you think I'm a fool? 1-2. Su Miao Miao excitedly threw down a 2. 34,567. Su Yuan took it immediately. 9-10 JQK. 3 with 1. A5. Gone. Su Kuan stared blankly at the pair of 2 in his hand. Su Miao Miao jumped out again at this time to finish off the enemy. I still have a pair of 6s, an 8, and a jack. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Su Kuan suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide with anger. Su Xiaodao, you tricked me. Su Xiaodao blinked the 2 big eyes on the blade head of the dam. Sister Kuaner, how could I cheat you? We are in the same group. Su Kuan wanted to say something else. Su He helplessly raised his front paw and knocked on Su Xiaodao's head. Look at how thin Xiaodao's head is. How much capacity can it have? You actually listened to him? Besides, you actually wanted to do this, right? A chicken's head really isn't that big. Su Kuan wanted to refute, but didn't know where to start. Su Feng appeared at the right time and rescued Su Kuan. Okay, stop bullying Kuaner. Do any of you want to go out and play? Hearing Su Feng's voice, the children quickly stood up and called out Dad. In fact, they had already discovered Su Feng a long time ago, but there was no danger, so they simply focused on the card game. Since you can go out, why bother playing cards? Dad, can we go out now? Yes, get out. The kids jumped out of the car excitedly and then were dumbfounded. All I see is yellow sand. What is there to do? Those of you who want to go out can go out and follow the car. Those who don't want to go out can continue playing cards in the car. Before Su Feng finished speaking, all the children ran back to the car. It turns out that gambling and drugs are not something you should get involved in. They harm others and yourself. Chi Yu almost laughed to death when he saw Su Feng being humiliated. Hubby, you're so funny. Su Feng rolled his eyes at her and continued driving. Fearing that Su Jiao might be in danger, Su Feng did not let him patrol too far away, just within a 10-kilometer radius of the car. If there is any danger, he can rescue them immediately. Because no one has been here for a long time, the original road has been completely covered with loss. If there is no road, you can only drive wherever you want. There is no normal person in the car anyway, so you don't have to worry about a car accident. As I said, the car ran over something, made a sudden stop, and stopped moving. What's going on? I don't know. Let's get off the car and take a look. Su Feng got out of the car and saw that the tire had a flat tire. Su Feng didn't expect that a tire could burst even when walking on the loose soil. Su Qing, lift the tire up so I can change the spare tire. This is the advantage of having children. You don't even need a jack, just let someone lift the car up. Chapter 140, An Unexpected Servant. Only after Su Qing lifted the car did Su Feng realize that the problem was not simple. The tire was punctured by a piece of bone. Su Qing, move the car away so I can see what's going on. After Su Qing moved the car aside, Su Feng spoke to Su Kuan again. Kuaner, blow some wind towards this place so I can see what's buried underneath. When everyone moved away a little, Su Kuan flapped his wings, and a gust of wind suddenly blew over the place where the car had just been parked. The yellow soil on the ground was blown away, revealing a skeleton. The skeleton was about 3 meters long, and the tire was punctured by the protruding bone spurs on the skeleton. This thing is obviously not a human corpse. Looking at the skeleton on the ground, Su Feng had an idea. It's getting late. Let's set up camp here today. After dinner, the children started playing cards again. Su Feng was speechless for a while. It is not a good thing to be addicted to gambling at such a young age. Especially Su Kuan, who is both bad at playing and loves to play. She has never won as a landlord, but she always wants to be one. Stop playing and go study. Su Feng didn't know what to let the children learn. None of them is normal. Do we really want them to learn the knowledge in primary school textbooks? Su Feng suddenly had an idea and simply found some celebrity selections on the internet and let them listen to the books. If you get tired of listening to books, Just watch a monster movie. The special effects on Blue Star are amazing, and the monster movies are all based on real events, so they are still worth watching. At least the strange beasts that appear in the movie all have prototypes, and the awakened ones also have prototypes. Seeing how the awakened ones deal with strange beasts can also be considered as learning combat experience. Late at night, when everyone was asleep, Su Feng took Chi-Yu to discuss the great harmony of life. More than an hour later. Why are you going? Nothing, go to sleep first. Su Feng took a small bottle and sneaked up to the skeleton. He poured all the blood in the bottle onto the hideous skull. After doing all this, Su Feng went back to sleep stealthily. He just had a sudden idea, and he didn't particularly care whether it would succeed or not. Although this stuff can enhance Chi-Yu's fighting power after drinking it, there is too much of it, so it doesn't matter if some of it is wasted. He just wanted to see if his blood and essence could revive the dead. The next morning, Su Feng was awakened by the noise outside the tent while he was sleeping. What are you doing so early in the morning? As soon as he opened the tent, Su Feng was stunned by the scene outside. Chi-Yu and the children were confronting a skeleton. It's really a skeleton, without any flesh on it. The bones all over his body were as white as jade, and there were 2 flames burning on his head where his eyes should have been. As for the body shape, it's a bit like an orangutan. Dad, a strange beast appeared here, and we are about to destroy it. Before Su Feng could speak, the skeleton spoke first. Master, I am not a beast. I am your servant. Everyone had a lot of questions in their heads. Early in the morning, a moving skeleton appeared outside the tent. The skeleton then said that he was Su Feng's servant. How absurd. Only Su Feng had a vague idea of what was going on. He just did it casually last night, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected surprise. All right, stop fighting. We're all family. Chi moved closer to Su Feng and asked in a low voice. What's going on? Su Feng scratched his head awkwardly and threw away a handful of hair between his fingers without a care. I vomited you out last night, pouring it onto that skeleton. Chi was stunned. You really are pregnant with everything. I don't think I'm pregnant this time. Didn't you hear him say that I'm his master? Su Feng didn't know what was going on at the moment. He waved his hand and said to the children, just go do what you need to do. Upon hearing this, the children scattered, and only Su Ru insisted on standing on Su Feng's shoulders, ready to protect him at any time. After the children left, he waved to the skeleton. Come here and tell me what's going on with you. The skeleton came in front of Su Feng and squatted on the ground obediently. Master, you saved me. Aren't you dead? How can you be revived? I don't know either. Maybe you used some incredible means. I felt like someone was calling me, so I came back. You must have been a strange beast in your lifetime, right? What are strange beasts? Well, alien beasts are what humans call them. Tell me about your life. Oh, okay. Actually, I don't remember much. I just remember that I was in a daze during my lifetime, and I don't know how I ended up here. Then I became violent and wanted to kill and destroy. So I kept looking, but no matter which direction I went, there was only endless yellow earth. I was desperate, helpless, I cried out. I was lost, I banged my head against the wall. It was all in vain. Finally I was hungry and just ate myself. Then I died, but I was unwilling to accept it. So my soul kept wandering around, also confused and dazed. Until you, my master, saved me and gave me wisdom. Su Feng suddenly realized that this was a strange beast that was unwilling to die, and for some unknown reason, its soul did not dissipate and was saved by its own essence and blood. The key is, are there really ghosts in this world? If that's the case, then why would you need children if you just save every alien beast you see? Wouldn't it be better to just raise an army of mature alien beasts? Do you remember how you ended up here? The skeleton tried hard to recall. All I remember is fighting, endless fighting. Killing everywhere. Then I saw a black hole, and I went into it. Later it appeared here. I don't remember anything else. Based on the skeleton's memories, Su Feng helped him piece together his movements. No one knows where this guy was when he was alive, and there was killing everywhere. This makes sense because the strange beasts are brainless and they destroy and eat people everywhere when they appear. Then the skeleton discovered something like a black hole, a teleportation array, or a space crack. Because it has no brain, it drilled in and then appeared on the blue planet. Unfortunately, this guy was unlucky and appeared in an uninhabited area. The uninhabited area is quite large, and even if it is a strange beast, it will take a while to run away. This strange beast doesn't have much brains. It will probably run in this direction for a while, and then change direction if it can't get out. The final result was that we kept circling in the no man's land and couldn't get out. This guy also has a bad temper and is cruel. He eats himself when he is hungry. He probably ate himself to death. Then, because of unwillingness, the soul did not reincarnate. Maybe strange beasts don't need to reincarnate. Anyway, his soul did not dissipate and was saved by his own mysterious essence and blood. Not only did it save it, but it also gave it wisdom. Chapter 141. Are you also a time traveler? I just don't know if all strange beasts can be resurrected after death, and whether humans can also be resurrected. If it is possible, then I would become Tang Monk and have the effect of immortality. What are you going to do? Su Feng didn't know how to place the skeleton. It was more than 3 meters tall and too eye-catching. You can't say it's a figurine or a model. Who has ever seen a walking skeleton model? I will definitely follow you, master. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to chase a dog, I will definitely not chase a chicken. This bastard talks in a roundabout way. Odds change, evens remain the same. Look at the quadrant for the symbols. Su Feng jumped 5 meters away. Tell me, who are you and when did you travel through time? The time traveler's secret code matched, but that bastard still wanted to deceive me. Master, what are you talking about? What time traveler? You're still trying to trick me. I told you that odd numbers change, but even numbers don't, and you got it right. This is the wisdom you, master, have bestowed upon me. Su Feng still didn't quite believe it. Then let me ask you another question. Suppose there are 10 animals in a cage, each with 32 legs. How many chickens and rabbits are there? The 2 balls of ghostly light in the skeleton's eye sockets kept flickering. After 5 minutes, the skeleton said dejectedly, Master, I really don't know. Su Feng now believed what he said a little, and he didn't know the answer to this question either. Do you know Earth? The skeleton shook his head. I don't know. Master, you only gave me wisdom, but not your memories. So I don't know where you have been. Well, strictly speaking, odd numbers change, but even numbers remain unchanged, and the symbol depends on the quadrant, which is indeed a knowledge point. If I say I'll set you free, will you be happy? When the skeleton heard this, he immediately knelt on the ground. Master, please don't abandon me. What's the point of me living without you? If I ask you to die, would you be willing? Willing. The skeleton didn't hesitate at all. I don't support idlers. What are you capable of? The skeleton heard this and said while hugging his chest, Master, I am useful, very useful. I can grow or shrink. I can attack with my soul, and my body is very strong. I can also devour souls. As long as I devour enough souls, I will be strong enough to summon corpses to fight. Is this true or false? If it is really as it says, wouldn't I have become a necromancer? But why doesn't this guy even look at the weak necromancer? Could it be Fatin? Summon a corpse for me to see. The skeleton hesitated for a moment and said awkwardly, Master, there are no bodies nearby. Well, it turns out that summoning is not just out of thin air. A corpse is also required. Then make yourself smaller so I can see. This skeleton really can do it. It transformed, and its body shrank instantly, leaving only 1 meter. I found a treasure. I really found a treasure this time. If I had known that my essence and blood were so powerful, I should have dropped a few drops on anything I saw. Maybe I would have gotten an unexpected surprise. It is not impossible for Blue Star to give birth to a cub. Su Feng tried it that night, but naturally failed. Later, he used his essence and blood on other corpses, but it was still useless. The skeleton was just an accident, a product of chance. Perhaps it was too miserable when it was alive, so its ghost lingered after its death. Okay, just follow me, and from now on your name will be Su Satan. Thank you for the name, Master. The skeleton's abilities are so similar to Satan's. It's like a soul catcher from hell, who can even suck souls. Su Feng called Chi Yu and the children over. Let me introduce you. This is my servant. His name is Su Satan. Su Shathan. Chi Yu couldn't hold it in any longer and squatted on the ground, holding his stomach and bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You're such a genius at naming. The other children agreed. Growing up, I have never heard of anyone being called Shathan. Don't laugh. It's Satan, not a fool. That's right. The name my master gave me is so good. Satan, the devil of hell. It was confirmed that this guy was either a time traveler, or it was true as he said. All the knowledge was given by himself. There is no Satan on the blue planet. The only problem now is that Su Satan said he was Su Feng's servant, but Su Feng didn't have the means to kill him with just a wave of his hand. But Su Feng was not particularly worried. So far, no one who had taken a drop of his essence and blood had had any murderous intention towards him. After eating and drinking, we continued on our way. Su Feng wandered around in the uninhabited area for 3 or 4 days without encountering any strange beasts. During this period, they encountered several corpses, and Su Feng took the opportunity to test his own blood essence. It's useless. Su Satan was just an accident. If it works every time, there is no need to worry about the problem of an aging population. Su Feng's experiment failed, and he threw the body to Su Satan. This guy wasn't lying. He could actually revive corpses and make them do his bidding. But there is a time limit, and you can only persist for half a day at most. There is also a limit on the number, and you can only control one corpse at a time. Su Satan was probably afraid that Su Feng would dislike him, so he repeatedly promised that as long as he devoured more souls, he would grow. Su Feng naturally believed him. After all, his corpse-controlling technique had been verified. Su Feng is ready to leave the no man's land. Even the strange beasts don't want to stay in this damn place any longer. Should I go south to see the immortals, or go north to meet the strange beast couple? Su Feng was a little undecided. Immortals are what Su Feng longs for. The exotic beast couple also has a fatal attraction to him. If we find the alien beast couple, we might be able to discover the secret of how alien beasts give birth, and then we can have a few alien beast children. In the end, Su Feng decided to go find the strange beast first. Immortals and the like are so damn scary. What if there really is a golden elixir ancestor who can break mountains and rivers with one sword? What can I use to resist him? Unless that Jindan ancestor is a woman. But how to get the golden core ancestor to drink his essence and blood is also a problem. I can't just run over and tell people, I have a cup of fairy tea that will increase your spiritual energy. Fairy, please try it. Whether the fairy would be like Su Feng or not, it was certain that he would be hacked to death. Changing direction, Su Feng drove towards Chilean Mountain. Chilean Mountain is a famous mountain in Long State, and there are many legends about it since ancient times. It's mainly due to the geographical location. This place is a bit remote. As we all know, when the stories were being made up, the masters were in the middle of nowhere. If someone were to say that there were immortals in the heart of Beijing, cultivating morning and evening, drawing spiritual energy from heaven and earth, creating a visible vortex of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, someone would have to believe it. If you were to tell me that there are immortals living in seclusion in a place that humans cannot reach, and that they can cut through mountains and rivers, and even the sun and the moon with a single sword, people would probably believe it. After all, not many people have been there, so no one can verify what you say. Therefore, there are many legends about Chilean Mountain. Chapter 142 Military Area, No Entry. Some say there are immortals in Chilean Mountain, some say there are martial arts masters in Chilean Mountain, and some say there is a secret military base in Chilean Mountain. What's more, it is said that there is a fairy bathing in Chilean Mountain, and she will marry whoever steals her clothes. Anyway, there are many legends, few of which are true. In recent years, the legend about Chilean Mountain is that there are strange beasts in the mountain, which are so huge that they block out the sky and the sun. They come out to look for food at irregular intervals, and no matter whether they are humans or animals, they never return. Only one awakened person went deep into the heart of Chilean Mountain and sent back information. There were two strange beasts in the mountains, one male and one female. The two strange beasts live in seclusion in the mountains. They are extremely powerful, and mortals are advised to stay away from them. Why are there a male and a female? Because when the awakened person went there, he happened to see strange beasts fighting. A thick spike, 10 meters long, penetrated deep into the body of another strange beast. The sound was as low as the rumble of thunder, and the movement was as loud as a dragon turning over. The awakened ones did not dare to disturb them and fled in a hurry. From then on, no matter whether mortals or awakened ones, they all avoided it. A strong man from the Monster Association wanted to destroy it, so he sent out 3 people, but returned empty-handed. Chilean Mountain became a forbidden area, and no one set foot there anymore. Su Feng went there this time not to destroy the strange beast. He just wanted to find out the situation. Of course, if the strange beast is not that powerful, he wouldn't mind killing it and eating its meat. The no man's land is not particularly far from Chilean Mountain, and it only takes 2 days to drive there, but the road is a bit difficult to travel. By the way, the blue planet is much larger than the Earth. We arrived safely near Chilean Mountain. Su Feng found another herdsman brother again. Although the herdsman seems lonely, he knows a lot. Maybe it's because we are too lonely, so when we get together we like to chat about gossip. As usual, cigarettes lead the way. Brother, I heard there are strange beasts in Chilean Mountain. Do you know where they are? Why? Are you here looking for a strange beast? Then I advise you to go back quickly. That's not something you can mess with. No, I'm just curious. Brother, listen to my advice. Curiosity kills the cat. Just listen to it, but don't go. Yeah, I definitely won't go. I'll just listen to it as a story. Then let me tell you, bro. There are indeed strange beasts in the Chilean Mountains, 2 of them. I saw them with my own eyes. This is just something you hear. Everyone likes to say it, but whether you have actually seen it or not, only the person who said it knows. Those 2 beasts were incredible. Their legs alone were over 100 meters long. It happened to be cloudy that day, so I only saw one leg. It was like a pillar reaching the sky. I was so scared that I ran away. How can we be sure there are two strange beasts when we only see one leg? Su Feng did not expose him, but instead handed him another cigarette. Seeing that Su Feng was quite interested, the herdsman talked more intensely about sex. You don't know, the battle that day was so intense that we could hear the explosions from over 100 kilometers away. Later, the military surrounded Chilean Mountain and prohibited anyone from approaching. Brother, are you saying that the military is managing Chilean Mountain? Yes, the entire Chilean Mountain is surrounded. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter or leave freely. If you get too close, someone will come and warn you. Although the herdsman's words were not clear, Su Feng was able to roughly extract the important information. There are definitely strange beasts in Chilean Mountain. I'm not sure how many there are, but everyone says there are two. Not sure how big it is. Everyone says it's quite big. The strange beasts fought with the military, but the outcome is unknown. Su Feng guessed that the military must not have won. Otherwise, they would not have surrounded the entire mountain and prevented anyone from approaching. Combined with some other sporadic information, not only did the military not win, but the awakened ones probably didn't win either. The military surrounded Chilean Mountain, probably to prevent strange beasts from coming out and hurting people. But this doesn't make sense. If the strange beast were to come out, the military would not be able to stop it. So it is more about preventing ordinary people from entering by mistake. That's not true. Chilean Mountain is a sparsely populated area. People nearby would definitely not go there to die if they knew there were strange beasts in the mountains. Even if there are occasional tourists, there is no need to surround the entire mountain. To sum up, there must be secrets in the mountains. This secret made the strange beasts unwilling to come out of the mountains, and the military was unwilling to give up, so the situation became deadlocked. Su Feng's curiosity was aroused, and he wanted to see what secrets were hidden in Chilean Mountain. After saying goodbye to the herdsman, Su Feng drove further towards Chilean Mountain. There is still a road ahead, but the signs on both sides of the road are clearly written. This is a military stronghold ahead. Entry is prohibited. Su Feng didn't want to have friction with the military. Su Jiao, go ahead and explore the way. Okay, Dad. Su Jiao agreed and flew into the sky. In just a few seconds, he disappeared from Su Feng's sight. 10 minutes later, Su Jiao came back. Dad, there are people ahead, a lot of people, and a lot of tanks and cannons. There were planes in the sky, and if I hadn't flown high enough, the planes would have spotted me. I also discovered strange beasts in the mountains. There were indeed two of them, and they were very big. The strange beasts spotted me and locked eyes with me, so I quickly returned. However, I saw that there seemed to be a big black hole behind the monster, which was blocked by the monster's body, so I couldn't see it clearly. The two strange beasts were in a valley, and there were many corpses in the valley. This is the importance of Su Jiao. If it were a drone, it would probably be shot down before it could fly far. Su Jiao can fly very high. In its own words, it may even fly out of the atmosphere. Su Feng didn't dare let him try, for fear that he would die. All the information that was gathered was obtained. There are indeed strange beasts, and there are also military guards. The question is, what is the situation of the hole that Su Jiao mentioned? What about the corpses in the valley? To find out what's going on, we have to go into the valley. It's guarded by the military and difficult to get in. Su Jiao is not big enough, but he can carry Su Feng and fly, but his speed and flexibility will be limited. If I had known I would have a mouse son, I would have just dug a hole through it. Actually, it's not impossible. Su Kuan's claws are so sharp that stones are like tofu in front of her. Su Feng parked the car in a remote place and prepared for the meeting. The whole family was gathered in the carriage, but it was too crowded. There's a problem now. There are strange beasts in the mountains ahead, and there are many corpses. If we can get them, it will be enough to eat for a long time, and Su Satan can also take the opportunity to absorb a wave of souls. The key is how we get in. There are military personnel guarding the front. If we want to enter without being noticed, we have to either do it from the sky or from underground. It won't work in the sky. Only Su Jiao can fly. So I tend to go in from underground. Who has the skill to dig a hole? The children looked at each other. Husband, how far is it from here to the mountains? Su Feng was embarrassed that he had overlooked such an important issue. Taking out his cell phone, Su Feng opened the map and showed it to Su Jiao. Su Jiao, where is the valley with the strange beasts, and where is the military? The map on the phone was exactly the same as what Su Jiaofei saw in the sky, so Su Jiao easily found the valley where the strange beast was hiding. Chapter 143 Tunnel Warfare. Dad, the strange beast is in this valley. The troops are here. Su Feng calculated on the map and found that the strange beast was about 10 kilometers away from them in a straight line. The army is 4 or 5 kilometers away. 10 kilometers. Is it worth it to fight to the death? Su Feng decided to give it a try first. We drove the car into a valley, which was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and had only one entrance and exit. Normally, no one came here. You two each try it out, and see who's the best at digging holes. Just go diagonally down from here. Su Feng planned to dig a hole dozens of meters deep underground, directly reaching the valley. I'll go first. Su Kuan is an activist. She stretched out her claws and began to scratch the ground. For a moment, dust was flying. Ahem. Run. She's poisoning me. Everyone fled in all directions. More than 10 minutes later, Su Kuan himself ran out covered in dust. Dad, cough, cough, cough. No, I can't dig out the soil. After waiting for another half an hour, the dust kicked up by Su Kuan slowly disappeared. There is a big hole on the ground. The hole is not deep, only about 1 meter, but the area is quite large. The hole is full of soil. After 10 minutes of hard work, this is all the success. Su Kuan probably felt that it was a bit unreasonable and explained in a panic. Dad, it's not that I don't try hard. It's just that my hands are not suitable for drilling holes. It is indeed not suitable. Su Kuan has only 4 fingers, which are thin and long, and his nails take up most of his hand, making his palm very small. Her claws could indeed easily break the stones into pieces, but it would be useless if the broken stones could not be transported out. Let me try it. The one who spoke was Su Gua. Su Feng was originally planning to use the dumbest method, which was to let Su Chenggong transport the soil out. Su Kuan and his team were digging in the front, and Su Chenggong was transporting in the back. Then you try it. Try to save the dying horse as if it were alive. Su Gua jumped into the big hole dug by Su Kuan. His fingers and toes, like tree roots, began to grow longer and slowly penetrated into the ground. Soon, Su Gua disappeared from the ground, leaving behind a hole about 1 meter in diameter. Sister Guogua is so amazing. Although Su Gua is no longer with us, Su Ruru still gives her the full emotional value. 10 minutes later, Su Gua appeared at the entrance of the cave. Dad, I walked forward about 100 meters. 10 kilometers is quite easy, but the cave entrance is a bit small. It's indeed a bit small, and you can only lie down if you want to get in. A big guy like Su Qin can't get in at all. It's okay, let's get to the strange beasts first. There's no need to go all the way. According to Su Feng's estimation, those 2 strange beasts should not be something they can deal with at the moment. Neither the army nor the awakened ones can do anything about the strange beasts. Su Feng, with his children who have not yet grown up, may not be able to deal with it. 10 minutes to cover 100 meters, 10 kilometers to cover 10,000 meters, is 17 hours. Eat first, then work after you're full. The family set up camp in the valley and made a fire to cook. After eating and drinking, Su Gua continued to dig the hole. Guogua, be careful. The apple tree above Su Feng's head has borne fruit again, and Su Feng doesn't want anything to happen to her. Don't worry, Dad. I use tree roots to dig the hole. My roots are super sensitive. I'll run away immediately if there's any movement. Su Gua jumped into the cave and continued working, and Su Feng and the others were not idle either. Everyone worked together to make the hole bigger. Su Feng planned to enlarge the entrance of the cave so that everyone could enter, and then dig a hole deeper. The children will wait in the hall at that time, and he will take a few people to meet the strange beast. The entrance to the cave in the valley is simply covered to prevent it from being discovered. Many hands make light work, and the hole Su Gua dug soon expanded to a diameter of nearly 2 meters. Su Gua strictly followed Su Feng's requirements. He first dug diagonally downwards to a depth of 50 meters, and then moved forward towards the valley where the strange beast was. Su Feng led his men to expand the first 100 meters, and then dug a large living room at the end. Okay, this is our temporary base. Su Chenggong put the car into the belly. Su Feng covered the entrance of the cave, and everyone went underground. Husband, who are you going to take with you? We'll talk about this later. I'm not planning on fighting. I just want to see what's going on. The main purpose is to see what a black hole is, and whether the beasts can give birth to children. Also, to allow Satan to absorb some souls. Su Feng guessed that the strange beast's refusal to leave the valley and the military siege of Chilean Mountain might be related to the dark hole that Su Jiao saw. After a day of hard work, Su Gua finally opened the tunnel. Dad, I saw those 2 strange beasts. They were really big. They looked scary. Su Feng became anxious when he heard this. Didn't I tell you not to try it for now? What if you run into danger? Su Feng thought that he should dig a tunnel to the valley first, and then act accordingly. He also repeatedly warned Su Gua not to make the call for the time being. Don't worry, Dad. I haven't opened it yet. I can see the strange beast if I stretch out my finger. Su Gua said this and showed it to Su Feng. One of her fingers kept growing longer. I only showed a tip. There's still 2 meters of soil separating the passage from the valley. The beast can't see it. Unless the strange beast can see through things. Let's go and take a look. Su Feng brought Chi Yu, Su Miao Miao, Su Qinggong, and Su Satan, and followed Su Gua, 50 meters underground, heading towards the valley. What does 50 meters underground mean? Longxi's nuclear facilities are 60 meters underground, and even America's bunker buster bombs can't do anything to them. A distance of 10 kilometers is no problem for Su Feng and his group. Even if they crawl, they are no slower than an ordinary person jogging. They soon reached the end of the tunnel. When the tunnel was about to approach the valley, it began to dig diagonally upwards and was now several dozen meters above the ground. Dad, the valley is just outside. Let me take a look at the situation first. One of Su Gua's fingers grew longer, inserted into the soil, and stretched outwards, quickly drilling out of the mountain. Su Gua didn't extend his fingers too far, only revealing a small tip, about 1 centimeter. Then start to feel with your heart. Dad, there's a fight in the valley. It's monsters fighting monsters. Su Feng was very surprised. It's not that strange beasts can't fight each other. They will fight when they meet. But aren't the strange beasts in the valley married couples? Do couples also fight? Or did Su Gua misunderstand, and the 2 strange beasts were actually making a baby? Isn't it said that some awakened people have seen strange beasts giving birth to children? Gua Gua, dig a little further, leaving about 20 centimeters. After Su Gua finished digging the tunnel, Su Feng asked her to dig a hole in the wall. The hole is not big, just enough to insert the action camera. The camera was facing outside, and Su Feng finally saw the scene in the valley. Chapter 144, What a Big Egg. Due to the limited field of view, the view is not particularly comprehensive, but most of the scenes in the valley can still be seen. The first thing that catches your eye is a lot of long legs. Su Feng tried to count, but couldn't get it right. The main reason is that they are always moving, making it difficult to count. Then there was the dark hole that Su Jiao saw. Su Feng originally thought it would be a cave, but now it looks more like a black hole. 10 meters above the valley floor, a black hole appeared out of nowhere. The black hole is elliptical, a bit like a girl's floor-length mirror, and it is difficult to tell how high it is. Any light that shines in is instantly swallowed up by the darkness. That feeling is hard to describe. As for the battle that Su Gua mentioned, Su Feng did not see it. Maybe the fight was over, or maybe the field of vision was limited. After all, when you look at strange beasts, you can only see their legs and not their bodies at all. Su Feng was just about to adjust the angle to see if he could see other places in the valley when something suddenly changed. Suddenly, a ferocious head of a strange beast emerged from the black hole. It looks a bit like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, with 2 rows of sharp teeth in its mouth. As soon as the strange beast's head stretched out, a thick spear suddenly fell from the sky and pierced through the beast's head. The strange beast howled and was dragged out of the black hole by the owner of the javelin. Su Feng took a closer look and realized that this was not a javelin at all. Judging from the color, material, shape, and size, it was clearly the leg of a strange beast. It was what Su Feng saw just now, those many legs moving around. Compared to the size of the strange beast, these legs are thin and long, and the ends are extremely sharp. Su Feng instantly thought of the spider. Unfortunately, I can't see the owner of the legs, so I can't tell if it's a spider. The strange beast that poked its head out of the black hole was lifted into the air by the spider's legs and disappeared from Su Feng's sight. Soon, large amounts of blood fell from the sky. Su Feng estimated that the strange beast that came out of the black hole must have been eaten by the spider-legged beast. It's so cruel, eating it raw. Su Feng retracted the camera and blocked the entrance of the hole with the soil under his feet. Gua Gua, dig a little higher. Be careful not to dig through it. Okay, Dad. Su Feng stretched out his hands and feet and continued to dig holes upwards. After walking up a few dozen meters, Su Gua stopped. Dad, we'll reach the top of the mountain, just a little further up. So are we cavemen? No one could understand Su Feng's joke. That's it. Open it again and let me see. As usual, Su Gua stretched out his finger and drilled a hole in the wall. Su Feng took out the camera again and inserted it into the hole. This time the perspective is different. Finally, I saw the body of the strange beast. There were indeed 2 strange beasts in the valley, and the 2 strange beasts were stacked on top of each other. The one on top is bigger and the one on the bottom is smaller. You won't know until you see it. You'll be shocked when you see it. The herdsman brother is right. The strange beast's legs are indeed hundreds of meters long. It can be said to be the best among long legs. This time Su Feng counted clearly and found that each strange beast had 8 legs. The first 2 are a little shorter and thinner. There was still blood on one of the front legs of one of the strange beasts. This leg should be the javelin that fell from the sky. Compared with the strange beast's long legs, The strange beast's body is not particularly large. It does look like a spider. The most amazing thing is that Su Feng actually saw the legendary catheter that was more than 10 meters long. If Su Feng remembered correctly, more than 10 minutes ago, the larger monster killed a monster that came out of the black hole and ate it alive. It's really like when you're well fed and well clothed, you'll think about sex. The distance was too far, and Su Feng could only roughly see the body of the strange beast. The key point is that the two strange beasts kept moving around, and Su Feng couldn't see the details clearly at all. I saw a catheter moving back and forth. Su Feng adjusted the angle slightly, wanting to see if there were many corpses of strange beasts on the ground, as Su Diao said. Under the 14 legs of the two strange beasts, Su Fenghai really saw a lot of white bones, densely packed, covering the ground. Why does one alien beast have 8 legs and 2 alien beasts have 14 legs? You have to hold on a little. Well, to be more specific, the larger beast pressed its 2 front legs on the smaller one. These are not what attracts Su Feng the most. At this moment, Su Feng's attention was completely attracted by the huge, oval egg on the ground. An egg several meters long was placed on the ground in the valley, surrounded by the corpses of strange beasts. Su Feng was so excited that he wanted to roar to the sky. Hard work pays off. He finally found a strange beast that lays eggs. And it is a strange beast with such powerful strength. After retracting the camera, Su Feng carefully blocked the hole. Let's go back first. Stay calm in times of crisis. If you want to do big things, don't be impatient. Fill your stomach first, and then plan carefully. Return to the underground space opened up by everyone. Kuan-er, light the fire and cook. Su Kuan was already prepared, and she got busy as soon as Su Feng gave the order. Su Feng sat in the corner of the living room, took out his sports camera and repeatedly checked what he had just captured. Chi Yuza sat next to him and watched with him. Husband, you don't want to kill these two strange beasts, do you? Su Feng shook his head. These two strange beasts are not so easy to kill. If they were, the military would have taken action long ago. Chi Yu patted his chest and said, That's good, husband, don't be discouraged. We just can't kill them for now, but we will definitely be able to do it once we become stronger. Su Feng continued shaking his head. I'm not thinking about that at all right now. I'm thinking about the black hole. Chi Yu looked at the black hole captured on the screen and fell into deep thought. Do you think it's possible that this black hole is the passage connecting the blue planet and the space where the alien beasts are? Chi Yu thought for a moment and said, It's very likely, husband. Look, this strange beast came out of this black hole. Su Feng looked at a head emerging from a black hole on the screen and felt that he had grasped something. He tried to connect the dots in his mind. Xiaoyu, look, isn't this true? This black hole is a passage, and these two strange beasts came to Blue Planet through this passage. Then why do they guard this passage all the time instead of destroying and killing everywhere like other strange beasts? And there's another question. These two beasts came through this black hole, but what about the other beasts? There's no such black hole anywhere else. I hadn't even heard of it. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Basically, the strange beasts appear on Blue Star suddenly without any warning, and there has never been any news of any passage. So, there's only one truth. There's more than one channel for the alien beasts to reach Blue Star, or rather, there are channels everywhere. It's just that the other channels are not stable enough. The alien beasts may emerge one second and disappear the next. Only this black hole is a stable channel. Chapter 145, The Beast with a Brain. Chi Yu nodded. That makes sense, but why are these two strange beasts guarding here? Su Feng didn't quite understand this question either. Logically speaking, strange beasts have no brains and only know how to kill and destroy, so it is impossible for them to guard one place. Especially since they have fought with the military and the Awakened Ones, they should not be guarding one place. Whether they are going out to hunt down the military or moving away because they cannot defeat them, they should not stay here all the time. Unless, these two strange beasts have brains. They realize that as long as they guard this black hole, there will be an endless supply of food. Exotic beasts also need to eat, and the little energy contained in humans is probably not enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. Unless they are extremely powerful Awakened Ones, given the size of these two strange beasts, how much would an ordinary person have to eat to meet the calorie deficit? To put it bluntly, the exercise that the two strange beasts are currently carrying out will probably consume more than several hundred humans. Therefore, if strange beasts could continue to emerge from the black hole, they would have enough food. This also explains the mountains of bones in the valley, and why the military did not surround the city more strongly. If the military discovers that the black hole is a stable channel, there will always be strange beasts coming out, and two strange beasts will guard the entrance of the channel. They will destroy each strange beast as it comes, and they will not go out to harm the blue planet. So why kill them? After killing these two strange beasts, you will have to defend yourself against the endless stream of strange beasts coming out of the black hole. This is also the reason why the military surrounded Chilean Mountain. In case the two strange beasts want to leave, or a more powerful strange beast emerges from the black hole, the two strange beasts will be destroyed and then go to harm the blue star. The military can take action immediately. Su Feng estimated that those intercontinental missiles, nuclear bombs, and so on had probably been aimed at this place a long time ago. With just one order, all the troops will be mobilized to raze this place to the ground. As for whether the alien beast can withstand intercontinental missiles and nuclear bombs, Su Feng is not sure. After sorting out his thoughts, Su Feng wanted to leave. This place is a powder keg. Once the balance is destroyed, the powder keg will explode. Their whole family was caught in the middle, and if they weren't killed, they would be half dead. But before leaving, he still had one important thing to do. What is the difference between that huge strange beast egg and Sukuin? Sukuin was also a nobody at the beginning. If, Su Feng meant if, he could make this strange beast egg hatch into his own child. So, will the strength of his Su family have a qualitative leap? This egg is at least 5 meters long. Let's not talk about how the strange beast laid such a big egg. Take the child hatched from this egg, for example. Will it be at least 5 meters tall when it is born? The child is curled up inside the egg, so it may be more than 5 meters. Su Feng looked up at his children who were gathered around the big iron pot, ready to eat at any time. Except for Su Hei, who can increase his size in a short period of time, none of the other children are very big. Being big doesn't mean you are strong, but when you encounter a big enemy, the wounds caused by being too small are small. It's like a 2-centimeter knife, very sharp, which can easily cut a cockroach in half. However, when a 2-centimeter knife is inserted into a person's body, the damage caused to other parts of the body is very limited except for a few specific locations. This is the disadvantage of being small, unless the strange beast is made of paper. So Su Feng really needs a big child. Another thing is that there are endless exotic beasts to eat in the valley, so the growth rate of one's own children must be astonishing. If. First, hatch your own children from the alien beast eggs, and then find a way to feed the 2 adult alien beasts to drink their essence and blood. By then, I will have tamed the family of 3 of the strange beast. In this case, the Exotic Beast Association will not be a threat. If you dare to provoke me, I will open the passage and let more strange beasts come to Blue Star. Let's see how you deal with it then. Seeing that Su Feng was thinking about something, Chiyu didn't disturb him and went to cook. After eating and drinking, Su Feng also thought of a good idea. Give full play to the advantages of tunnel warfare. Wait for me to rest here. Don't run around. I'll be back soon. After Su Feng finished speaking, he took Chiyu's hand and ran into the tunnel. What are you doing? Seeking the scriptures. Oh, come on, there's no time to explain. An hour later, Su Feng came back with a small bottle. Chiyu followed behind him, her face red and some residue at the corners of her mouth. Guogua, I'm going to work. The rest of you just wait here. This time we are going to win by wits, not by force, so we don't need so many people. The two soon reached the end of the tunnel. Guogua, did you see that big egg in the valley? Sugua extended a finger and quickly pulled it back. Dad, I saw it. Are we going to steal the eggs and cook them? What are you trying to steal? How can you cook such a big egg? Your mission is to dig a tunnel to the bottom of the egg and make sure we can reach the egg without being discovered. This is the solution Su Feng came up with, digging a tunnel directly under the egg. The egg is 5 meters long. Unless a big hole is dug, the tunnel under the egg will not be discovered. The next thing is very simple. Just smear the essence and blood on the egg. Sugwa drilled the hole quickly. Tree roots are very powerful. If you plant a tree next to a house, the roots will be able to support the house after many years. The old trick of the ancient White Lotus sect was to dig a hole in the ground, put a lot of soybeans in the hole, then place a Maitreya Buddha statue on top, and finally cover the Maitreya Buddha statue and the soybeans with soil. As long as you water it more and the soybeans sprout, you can push Maitreya Buddha out of the soil. The White Lotus sect spread the word that this was a miracle. Su Feng took the small bottle and came to the end of the tunnel. Above his head, there was a small hole with a diameter of 20 centimeters. The edges of the hole were covered with dirt, and only behind this small hole was a solid white wall. Well, it wasn't the wall, it was the strange beast egg. Guogua, go back and wait for me, I'll be back soon. Su Feng is used to stealing and cheating, and he can't let go when there are people around. After Sugwa left, Su Feng carefully unscrewed the bottle cap and poured the blood into his palm. Then quickly apply it on the alien beast eggs. Su Feng applied it very carefully, fearing that any blood would drip onto the ground. After finishing everything, Su Feng put the bottle in his pocket with his other hand, and then rummaged through his pocket a few times. Then his face changed drastically, and he forgot to bring paper. Su Feng awkwardly searched his other trouser pocket again. Still no paper. As for his upper body, it was too hot, so he wore a short-sleeved t-shirt with no pockets. Su Feng looked at the blood on his hands, and then at his light-colored shirt. In the end, I still couldn't bear to apply it on it. It's hard to buy clothes in this remote place. Chapter 146. The fight started. Chi-Yu was waiting anxiously in the hall. Su-Gua had been back for several minutes, but Su Feng still hadn't appeared. Gua, are you sure your father didn't have any accidents? Aunt, I'm sure. Dad told me to come back first, and he'll be here soon. Just when Chi-Yu was about to go into the tunnel to find Su Feng, he finally came back. Chi-Yu looked at the mud on Su Feng's hands and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Hurry up and wash yourself. You're covered in dirt. After a quick wash, everyone went into their tents to sleep. Today was quite thrilling and exciting. Su Feng was exhausted both physically and mentally, and fell asleep soon after lying down. Su Feng was sleeping soundly when the ground suddenly began to shake. There's an earthquake, run. Su Feng ran out of the tent in his shorts. Suddenly I thought that I am no longer the same person I used to be, so why should I be afraid of a small earthquake? Just as I was about to go back into the tent to put on my clothes, a low roar came through the tunnel. Suhei pricked up his ears. Dad, it should be coming from the valley. Su Feng put on his clothes in no time. You guys wait here. I'll go check out the situation. Su-Gua naturally had to go with them. In case the tunnel collapsed, they still had to rely on her to dig a hole and get it out. Su-Ruru also went with him. She wanted to protect Su Feng. Chi-Yu and the other children waited there. Honey, is this dangerous? It's okay. If anything goes wrong, I'll be back as soon as possible. You must come back safely. If I don't come back, the children will be left to you. Chi-Yu blocked Su Feng's mouth and stopped him from speaking any further. After a long time, Su Feng pushed Chi-Yu away and resolutely went into the tunnel. At the same time, outside Chilean Mountain. Commander, there's something going on in the valley. Two strange beasts are fighting. Why did they start fighting out of the blue? In the combat command room, the chief looked at the real-time images sent back by the drone on the screen, puzzled. Stop, move the camera to the upper right corner. A strange beast 10 meters tall, with a human body and head and 8 spider legs on its back appeared in the picture. When did this strange beast appear? Not sure. It wasn't there yesterday. No, switch the scene to the panoramic view of the valley. The chief looked at the panoramic view of the valley and fell into deep thought. No one else dared to speak, and they all waited for the leader to give the next instructions. Call the Exotic Beast Association to report the situation. The exotic beast eggs have hatched, and 2 adult exotic beasts have started fighting for some reason. Tell them to be prepared. If the exotic beasts attempt to leave Chilean Mountain, their cooperation will be needed. My men went to make a phone call. The chief stared at the screen and continued to ponder. He couldn't understand why the 2 strange beasts looked similar, but the children they gave birth to were so strange. Could it be a genetic mutation? Can exotic animals also undergo genetic mutations? Humans' understanding of exotic beasts is not comprehensive, not to mention that this leader is only responsible for fighting, so he knows even less about exotic beasts. He could only transmit the video to the headquarters of the Exotic Beast Association to see what they had to say. Su Feng took Su-Gua to the observation deck on the top of the mountain. Dad, 2 alien beasts started fighting for some reason. A very small alien beast also appeared beside them. This alien beast is not even as big as the pipe on the big alien beast. Gua, stop talking nonsense. Su Feng just thought that Su-Gua had never taken a physiology and hygiene class. Let's go and take a look at the cave entrance under the valley. Su Feng now has to find a way to contact his children. 2 spider-like beasts gave birth to a beast with a human body. Who else could it be but their own child? The strange beast that was suspected to be his child was standing right above the hole he had dug yesterday. If he was careful, he shouldn't be discovered. The 3 of them soon arrived at the cave entrance. Su Fengjiang carefully enlarged the entrance of the cave and then shouted into it. Son, I'm your father. His voice was too soft, and even after shouting several times, his son didn't notice. How do we know it's a son? Let's take a look at his physical characteristics. He was born with physical conditions that make everyone ashamed. What else could he be but a son? Gua, stretch out your fingers and tickle the soles of his feet. Su-Gua was a little resistant. Who knew whether his huge brother had washed his feet? However, she could not disobey Su Feng's orders. Su-Gua stretched out his fingers from under the ground and gently tickled the soles of his brother's feet, who had 8 legs on his back. The 8-legged child has very keen physical senses and felt it immediately. He looked down and saw a small hole on the ground, and inside the hole was a human face. Isn't he my own father? The eight-legged brother, who was speechless just now, suddenly smiled happily. Dad. When Su Feng heard the voice, he finally let go of his worries. He put his index finger to his lips, made a gesture of silence, and then waved to the eight-legged child. The child quickly covered his mouth, then lay on the ground and put his face to the hole. The hole was about the same size as his nostril. Su Feng put his face to the hole and whispered, "I'm your father." The eight-legged kid also whispered with an excited smile on his face, "Dad, I know it's you." His low voice sounded like muffled thunder to Su Feng's ears. Fortunately, the two strange beasts were fighting fiercely and did not notice the abnormality of the 8 legs. To make a long story short, you'll be called Su Appa from now on. I can't take you away for now, so you need to acknowledge the thief as your father and let him get you some exotic beast meat. So, why did they start fighting? Su Appa explained. The beast thought I didn't look like him, so it thought Mom had betrayed it. Mom said no, but it didn't believe me, so we started fighting. Well, it turned out to be a beast with a brain, and it even knew that it was being cheated on. Look, I'll give you a small bottle later, and you can feed the blood in the bottle to your mother. Okay, Dad. Wait for me here. After Su Feng finished speaking, he disappeared at the entrance of the cave. It seemed that the smaller beast was already at a disadvantage. Once it is killed, the next one to die will be his own son Su Uba. Su Feng just thought of a solution in a hurry. Since his essence and blood can enable animals to open their spiritual intelligence, it should also be useful for strange beasts. As long as the smaller beast awakens its intelligence and obtains the energy in its own blood and essence, it should be able to deal with the less intelligent beast. Anyway, with Su Feng's intelligence, he has 10,000 ways to calm the anger of the larger monster. Guogua, take Ruru with you and call Shithan over. I just arrived and left in a hurry, so I forgot to call Su Satan over. Last time I told him to see if he could get some benefits, but he was so busy with his work that he forgot about it. Chapter 147, Long Legs Appa. At the same time, it was also to get the two little ones away. He has something important to do next, so it's not easy for others to see him. 10 minutes later, Su Gua and Su Ruru had not returned yet, and Su Feng appeared at the entrance of the cave with a bottle in his hand. He has now developed a good habit of carrying a bottle with him. Appa, give the blood in this bottle to your mother to drink. The smaller beast, that is, Su Uba's mother, had already started to show wounds on her body. If it had been any later, she might have really been killed. Without asking why, Su Uba placed the bottle in his palm, twisted his neck 180 degrees, put the 8 legs on his back on the ground, and crawled towards the two fighting beasts. Arriving at the feet of the two strange beasts, Su Uba used his 8 legs to climb up along one of his mother's long legs. He was so fast that he climbed onto his mother in just a few seconds. At this time, his mother's body was being bitten by another strange beast. Su Uba didn't care about all this. He went straight to the mouth and threw the bottle into his mother's mouth with force. Don't expect him to unscrew the bottle and pour it in. He is nearly 10 meters tall, so how big must his hands be? O'Neill drinks mineral water like he is drinking oral liquid. The bottle in Su Uba's hand is not even as big as a mineral water bottle, and he is several times the size of O'Neill. The bottle is made of glass and is not strong, and Su Appa is very strong. The bottle hit the monster's teeth and shattered. The blood in the bottle stained the teeth of the strange beast. The strange beast subconsciously stuck out its tongue and licked it. After a few seconds, the strange beast's brain seemed to be electrocuted and also seemed to be washed with clean water. I was confused before, but now I am awake. And its body is also full of energy. Appa's mother used her 2 front legs to push the larger beast away and roared at it a few times. Su Uba had already returned to the cave entrance, but Su Feng had not left yet. Su Uba translated for him. Mom said, "Are you an idiot? Why are you fighting with me? We are in the same group." The strange beast said that whoever was in cahoots with you, you had children with them. Mom said, "You still say you are not stupid. The baby came out of the egg. The egg has been here all the time. We were there the whole time. And don't you know what you've done to me? Have I ever left your side in all these years?" Very well regulated and clear, it really opened up my spiritual intelligence. The beast said, "Then why does the child born not look like me and doesn't have my scent?" Mom said, "Gene mutation. Don't you understand what gene mutation is? Our child might very well be the king of the exotic beasts. Think about it. With your miserable appearance, if your child looks like you, how can he become the king of the beasts?" The strange beast said, "What you said makes sense." In this way, the two strange beasts reconciled. The strange beast was very happy, but the consequence of his happiness was that a strange beast that had just emerged from the black hole suffered misfortune. Appa's mother was also very happy. She would secretly glance at the hole from time to time, which gave Su Feng goosebumps. Appa, let me make it short. You and your mother continue to live here. There are many exotic beasts here, and there is enough food. Your goal is to eat all other strange beasts, quickly increase your strength, and try not to have friction with humans. Just stay as you are now. Besides, your ex-father is quite powerful. You and your son should remember to keep him steady and let him kill more exotic beasts for you. If a powerful monster appears in the black hole that you cannot deal with, let it stay behind and you and your mother run away quickly. Remember to run west, where there are fewer people. When we become stronger, I will come to find you. Su Appa nodded seriously. I know, Dad. I can do it. Su Feng stretched his hand out of the cave and touched Su Appa's face. Daddy loves you. I love you too, Dad. Go ahead and don't let it get suspicious. Su Appa left with the mission. He returned to his mother. They exchanged glances. Have you finished talking to your dad? Well, that's all. What did your father say? My dad told us to wait for him here and improve our strength. He also said that the beast is quite powerful and can help us deal with other beasts. Your father is right. We can be right if we listen to him. The mother and son of the strange beast reached a consensus with just a glance. The male alien beast was also very happy. It quickly killed the alien beast that ran out of the black hole, and then placed the body of the alien beast in front of Su Uba. Ho ho ho. Son, eat quickly, it's delicious. Ho ho ho. Daddy, you're awesome. Roar, 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 roar. Dad, look how sensible our child is. He will definitely be the king of the beasts in the future. Ha ha ha, my wife is right. Su Appa didn't mind the strangeness and happily started to eat the exotic beast meat. The three members of the strange beast family are having a great time. The scene was so heartwarming that Su Feng couldn't bear to disturb them. Su Feng waved to the idiot behind him. Just use this hole to see if you can devour the souls in the valley. There were piles of corpses in the valley. If there were no souls in them, Su Feng didn't know where to find them. I'll try, it should work. Su Satan put his head close to the cave entrance, with ghostly lights flickering in his eyes. Soon, the valley became darker and even the temperature dropped by several degrees. Wisps of faint black smoke rose from all over the valley, gathered towards the cave entrance, and finally all flowed into Su Satan's mouth. 10 minutes later, Su Satan burped and spoke with a lingering feeling. Master, although there are many corpses in the valley, many of the beasts died too long ago, and their souls have long since dissipated. Only those that died recently, and some residual souls have been absorbed by me. Su Feng stared at Su Satan again and again, but didn't notice any changes in him. If there is any change, it is probably that the two will owe the wisp flames and the big eye frames are brighter. Now that we're done, let's go. Su Feng didn't say hello to Su Appa, as he had already explained everything that needed to be explained. On the way back, Su Ruru asked Su Feng curiously, Dad, why does Appa brother call Appa such a weird name? Su Feng touched her little head and explained, because Appa has long legs. I see, Appa's legs are really long, and he has so many of them. Strictly speaking, it has 10 legs. Su Appa's father, not his biological father, and mother both have 8 legs. Normally, 6 legs are used for walking, 2 legs are weapons, and all 8 legs can be used as weapons when necessary. Su Appa is even more amazing. His body is exactly like a human's and is full of power. But it has 8 legs on its back, and these 8 legs are all weapons and can be used for walking. It's simply too awesome. The awesome Su Appa is showing off his strength at this moment. Another strange beast emerged from the black hole, but this beast was not very strong. Ho ho ho, son, come here. Chapter 148. My son has the talent to become an emperor. Su Uba did not refuse, took 2 steps forward, and stood up. The little bird spit out a spider silk, which was so fast that it instantly tied up the strange beast that had just emerged from the black hole. The strange beast struggled with its hands and feet, but it was of no avail. The spider silk became tighter and tighter. Su Uba exerted a little force, and the strange beast was dragged in front of him by the spider silk. The 8 legs behind Su Uba bent slightly, and then as fast as lightning, they all pierced the strange beast. The strange beast was nailed to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming motionless. When the 8 legs were pulled out of the monster, 8 holes with a diameter of several tens of centimeters were left on its body. The 5 fingers of Su Uba's human right hand formed into claws and inserted into the strange beast's head. When he pulled it out, there was an inner core of the strange beast in the palm of his hand. Su Uba shook off the blood on the inner elixir and threw it directly into his mouth. Then he chewed it up with a few crunches and swallowed it like candy beans. Roar, roar, roar. My son has the potential to be an emperor. Su Appa's movements were clearly seen by the drone in the sky. Su-uba also noticed the drone in the sky. He looked up and then continued to eat the exotic beast meat. Dad said that as long as humans don't take action, he doesn't need to take action. He just needs to guard the black hole and work hard to grow. At the Army's temporary combat command post, the commander looked at Su-uba with a serious expression. This newly appeared strange beast is not simple at first glance. The most important thing is that it is still in its juvenile stage. When it grows up, it is unclear whether it will be a blessing or a curse for humans. It's definitely a good thing for now. The stronger the monster is, the safer the black hole will be. But what about in the future? What if the black hole disappears and the strange beasts deal with humans? The chief could do nothing but report the matter truthfully. The order from above was simple: wait and see. Even if weapons of mass destruction are used, who can guarantee that the monsters can be killed? Even if the strange beast is killed, who will protect the black hole? Moreover, the explosion may cause the black hole to expand and attract more strange beasts. That would be a real disaster for mankind. All humans can do now is to wait and see and quietly improve their strength. All countries are increasing their military spending, and even prodigals can openly make nuclear weapons. America couldn't handle it at all. You should know that America's territory is also very large, but its population is much smaller than that of Dragon Country. A large population means more awakened people, and a large territory means more exotic beasts. With the same number of exotic beasts, America does not have as many awakened people as the Dragon Kingdom, so one can imagine how their days will be. He even had no time to care about his own father. Seeing Su Feng coming back, Chi Yu and the children finally breathed a sigh of relief. So what happened in the valley? Su Feng put his arm around her shoulders and said with a smile, "Nothing, just the alien beast egg hatched, and the male alien beast suspected that the child was not his. So he started fighting with the female alien beast." Is this really possible? So is the child its own? Su Feng showed a proud look. "Of course not, that's my child." Chi Yu's 3 views were shattered. "You really are pregnant with everything." Su Feng thought Chi Yu was praising him. "Where's the child? Why didn't you bring him back?" "It's too big to bring back. It's almost 10 meters tall when it was born. How can I bring it back? But don't worry, I've already discussed it with the 2 beasts and asked them to help us raise the child first." Chi Yu was completely speechless. It is not uncommon to cheat on someone and then ask them to help raise the child. It is very common. So what should we do next? Leave here quietly, and then go see if there is any immortal. The children now need more powerful inner alchemy of exotic beasts. However, whether they can encounter exotic beasts and how powerful the exotic beasts they encounter are not something he can decide. So he decided to go and see if there were any immortals. If there really were, maybe he could learn some skills from them. Ever since Su Feng started eating his grandson's eggs, he discovered a problem. There seemed to be an inexplicable energy between heaven and earth. He couldn't feel it before, but he just felt that the air on Blue Star seemed quite fresh. Now he could feel it, that energy nourishing his body all the time. It's just that the speed is too slow, and I can't eat a single hair of my grandson's eggs. If immortals really do exist, does that mean they have skills that can absorb the energy between heaven and earth? After all, what's the point of cultivating immortals without techniques? After packing up their things, the whole family returned to the surface along the tunnel. You destroyed the passage. After a commotion and billowing dust, there was no trace of the tunnel left in the valley. Su Qinggong took the car out of his stomach, and everyone got in and drove away. Su Feng was in a very good mood. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Appa will soon become invincible. After all, guarding a passage for strange beasts, eating is very easy. When Su Uba becomes invincible in the world, he won't have to hide from place to place and can walk around freely. Of course, my other children also have great potential. They just need time to grow. The 2 cars drove south towards the area where the legendary immortals lived. According to the herdsman, the area where the immortal lives is located a little northwest of the source of the Zhuo River. There are rolling mountains there, and each mountain is very high, with a height of 5 or 6,000 meters. It sounds scary. The area is vast and sparsely populated, and the temperature difference between the front foot and the top of the mountain is huge. The front foot may be grassland, while the top of the mountain is covered with snow all year round, which is not suitable for human habitation. There may have been people living there before, but now everyone who can move out has done so. Su Feng was not in a hurry to find the immortal. He first went to the source of the Zhuo River. Since we have agreed to go to the source of the Zhuo River, we must go. The result was disappointing. The source of the Zhuo River was just a puddle the size of a palm. The magical thing is that from a small puddle, there is a constant flow of water, which then forms a trickle, little by little converges into a big river, and finally flows into the sea. Dad, is this the Zhuo River? Why is it so small? The children all expressed their incomprehension. Su Feng took the opportunity to teach the children. What do you call this? This is called accumulating little by little to make a big one. As long as you accumulate strength step by step, even a trickle can become a big river. Just like us, we are very weak at the beginning, but as long as we don't get discouraged and keep working hard, we will become strong one day. The children nodded and said that they would work hard. Su Feng was very satisfied and believed that ideological education was very beneficial. Su Feng took out a teacup and filled the cup with water from the source of the Zhuo River. It's icy cold with a hint of sweetness, which doesn't fit the name Zhuoha at all. Several curious children also took a bite. Dad, it's sweet and delicious. Su Qing went even further. He sat down in the stream and started rubbing the mud off his body. Chapter 149, Seeking Immortals. Brother Qing, hurry up and get up. The Zhuo River has stopped flowing. After laughing for a while, everyone continued on their way, heading towards the mountains in the northwest. A day later, we finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. There was no more crying further ahead, and everyone had to climb the mountain on foot. Let's stay here for one night and go up the mountain tomorrow. Su Jiao, go ahead and scout the way. Su Jiao nodded, flew into the sky, and disappeared. Others began to get busy. Half an hour later, Su Jiao flew back. Dad, there are rolling mountains ahead, and they are very high. I haven't found anything special yet. Su Feng nodded. You've worked hard, go eat. With Su Jiao's flying speed, it can circle an area of hundreds of kilometers in half an hour. No special circumstances were found. This is the most special situation. Since crossing Haiqing Lake, Su Feng has not encountered any awakened people. In such a large area with no awakened people, there must be strange beasts. On their way from Qilian Mountain to here, they encountered several strange beasts. Although they were not strong, the children easily killed them. But there is not a single strange beast in the rolling mountains, which is a bit unreasonable. This is not an uninhabited area. There are still some animals here, so the strange beast will definitely not starve to death. Therefore, the strange beasts that appeared here were either eliminated or someone organized these strange beasts and then hid them. Su Feng tends to the former. Exotic beasts generally don't have much brains, and Su Appa's ex-father and mother only have simple IQs. It's not even as smart as a dog, so you can imagine the IQ of other exotic beasts. Therefore, the probability of a beast with extremely high intelligence and the ability to control other beasts appearing here is extremely low. However, those legendary immortals should have the power to destroy all the strange beasts. If this is the case, Su Feng would not be particularly worried. Since the immortal would take action to destroy the strange beast, it means that the immortal still belongs to the human camp. Since you are in the human camp, there is room for discussion. There is another important reason why Su Feng is not afraid of being killed by the immortal. The Exotic Beast Association is very powerful. If immortals really exist, the Exotic Beast Association should have contacted them long ago. Since the immortal did not go down the mountain to help the Exotic Beast Association deal with the exotic beasts, the Exotic Beast Association did not kill the immortal. That means the so-called immortals are not actually that powerful. If he is really powerful and can easily resolve the alien beast crisis on Blue Star, the Alien Beast Association will definitely try every means to ask the immortal to come down the mountain. If that doesn't work, you can use public opinion. If the general public knew that there were immortals here who could easily help them resolve the crisis, this place would not be as quiet as it is now. To sum up, even if there are immortals, their strength should be just SOSO, at least not so powerful as to attract the Exotic Beast Association. After eating and drinking, the family went into their respective tents and went to sleep. The next morning, Su Qinggong packed up his car and hiked into the mountains with his family. Su Jiao, you stay on guard in the sky and notify me immediately if anything happens. Others should also not take it lightly, keep a certain distance, and call for help immediately if they see something, and don't rush in blindly. Okay, Dad. The children agreed and officially went into the mountains. Husband, are there really immortals in the mountains? I don't know. Whether it exists or not, we have to be careful. After walking for more than an hour, the phone in Su Feng's pocket suddenly rang. Su Jiao, what's going on? Dad, I saw a man on the top of the mountain. The specific location. It's right in front of you, just over a mountain. I didn't dare get too close for fear of scaring her away. Very good, just watch from the sky and don't let her get away. I'll be there now. Chiyu came over and asked, Husband, is it really an immortal? Su Feng was a little excited. It turned out that there was no smoke without fire. He had come to the right place this time. He had also read many online novels and once envied the cultivators in the novels, especially those powerful and long-lived ancestors. Maybe. The environment here is harsh and ordinary people can't survive. Su Feng called the children over again. We'll cross the mountain ahead in a moment. If there's someone on the top of the opposite mountain, you should hide first. Wait until I'm sure whether they're friend or foe before you come out. What if the immortal mistook his child for a strange beast and killed him? Although Su Feng guessed that the immortal's strength was limited, he had no idea what its specific strength was. It's better to be careful. With Su Feng's current system, climbing a mountain is almost as easy as drinking water, if not easier. The mountains here are really unique. They are green halfway up the mountain, but covered with snow at the top. Lying on the top of the mountain, Su Feng looked into the distance and saw that there was indeed a person sitting cross-legged on the top of a mountain 1,000 meters away. The distance was too far, and Su Feng couldn't see what the other person looked like. He could only see a person wearing green clothes. Those who look like humans, follow me. The rest of you stay where you are. Su Hei, Su Miao Miao, Su Qinggong, Su Yuan, and Su Ruru automatically stood up. Others were unwilling but helpless because they didn't look like human beings. Dad, I, Su Kuan, am reporting this with my real name. Heizi doesn't act like a human either, so he can't go either. Su Hei said, wagging his tail. I don't look like a human, but I am a dog. It's normal for a person to bring a dog with him when he goes out. Su Kuan was speechless. What he said made so damn sense. Okay, you guys just wait here. Su Qing, take good care of your brothers and sisters. After Su Feng finished speaking, he always felt that something was wrong. Guogua, you are the smartest. You should be responsible for taking care of your brothers and sisters. It was Su Guo's first time to be a leader, and he was so excited that the apple tree above his head kept shaking. Don't worry, Dad. I promise to complete the task. Not only was Su Qing not angry, but he was actually in high spirits. I also think Sister Guogua is the smartest. Su Feng couldn't tell whether he was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Okay, find a place to hide. When you hear me shout, come over to support me. If I don't say anything, you just stay hidden. After Su Feng finished giving the instructions, he led the others towards the opposite mountain. Although it is said to be human-like, it is actually not normal at all. It's okay for Su Feng to have a bald head. As a man, it's understandable that he's losing his hair. Chi Yu is a woman with a shiny bald head. Su Yuan standing next to him was even more eye-catching. Not only did he have a big bald head, but in such a cold day, he was only wearing a pair of large shorts and carrying a big bone stick on his shoulder that was longer than his height. Su Miao Miao is not normal either. This girl loves yoga pants and has a great figure. When she walks, her waist twists so much that Su Feng can't bear to watch. Don't overthink it. He's just like an old father when he sees his daughter dressed too seductively. Chapter 150 Fairy Hume. There is no need to talk about Su Hei. Although he is called a dog, he is actually almost as big as a tiger. From this perspective, Su Qinggong is actually the most normal one. Apart from being a little handsome, there's nothing wrong with him. When the group reached halfway up the mountain, Su Feng noticed that the people on the opposite mountaintop stood up. I guess he discovered himself. Su Feng originally wanted to shout and say hello. After looking at the snow on the top of the opposite mountain, I gave up the idea. If an avalanche really happens and buries the immortal, then we will be making enemies for no reason. Su Feng was afraid that the immortal would run away, so he simply took out a pair of white underwear from his backpack, put it on his arms, and waved it vigorously a few times. Raising the white flag means surrender. I have surrendered, so you can't do anything. The immortal opposite really had no intention of taking action. He stood on the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back, his green Taoist robe swaying in the wind, and he really looked like an immortal. When Su Feng finally arrived in front of the immortal, his eyes almost popped out. This is not an immortal, it is clearly a fairy lady. Beautiful, so beautiful, simply breathtaking. The loose Taoist robe cannot hide the exquisite curves. Her long black hair was tied up on top of her head, with only a few knotty strands hanging by her ears. As for the face, to be honest, Su Feng had never seen such a perfect face. If Su Daji looked like this, it would be normal for King Zhou to be bewitched by her. Are you sent by the Exotic Beast Association? The sound is also nice, very ethereal. Su Feng swallowed and tried to look away from the fairy's face, which was already a little angry. We are indeed exotic beast hunters from the Exotic Beast Association, but we were not sent by the association. We traveled around, hunting exotic beasts everywhere. We passed by here and heard that there was an immortal in the mountains, so we came here to seek his advice. The fairy lady's cold and ethereal voice sounded again. There are no immortals here. You can go back. This is a case of trying to cover up one's own faults. You are wearing a Taoist robe, a Taoist bun, and meditating on the top of a mountain. You say there are no immortals. Do you believe it? My dear fairy lady, we really have no ill intentions. We just want to pay our respects to the legendary immortal. To be honest, I have always had a heart that seeks the Tao since I was a child. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. You see, I remember it very clearly. The fairy glanced at Su Feng. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. What is behind it? A name can be named, but it is not an ordinary name. What's next? So, you can move your mind and endure your nature, and increase what you cannot do. What a mess. Just leave now. There really is no immortal here. Su Feng found that the fairy lady in front of him was quite easy to talk to. Although he kept chasing them away, he was not angry, not even impatient. He just wanted them to leave as soon as possible. Auntie, we are exhausted and hungry after walking here. Can we go to your house to rest and have some food? Look, it's icy and snowy here, and we're so poorly dressed. If we go any further, we're probably going to freeze to death or starve to death on the mountain. Fairy, you are a kind and beautiful person. You certainly can't bear to see us die in vain. Hume looked at Su Feng's playful face and couldn't help but want to slap him. It's so shameless. No wonder XHS says that bald men are disgusting. This is why Su Feng resolutely refuses to let his children download XHS. It's all about the conflict between men and women. Saying that a bald man wearing glasses is vulgar is not credible. The man was unhappy when he heard about the animal-eared face. Forget it. Su Feng is too lazy to care about these trivial matters. When the strange beast comes, it doesn't matter whether you are a man or a woman, it will be killed. The louder you scream, the faster you die. Fairy, please have mercy on us. Look at my son. He doesn't even have a piece of clothing. Can you really bear to watch him freeze to death? Hume said with a sneer. Since your son is so cold, why don't you give him your clothes? Su Feng scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I am not wearing any underwear. Hume almost couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. This sudden appearance of the group is weird enough, and the Mediterranean guy leading it is such a jerk. I told you, there are no immortals here, so hurry up and leave. After Hume finished speaking, she went down the mountain directly from the other direction. Without seeing Hume exerting any effort, her figure appeared more than 10 meters away. Another leap, and it was more than 10 meters. The most amazing thing is that there is only a very shallow footprint left on the snow. You still say you're not an immortal, but you can walk on snow without leaving any trace. Su Feng shouted loudly, and Hume was startled, and the breath she had been holding in her breath immediately deflated. His legs were stuck straight into the snow. Walking without leaving any trace in the snow failed. Hume looked at Su Feng with gritted teeth. What on earth do you want to do? Will it ever end? Su Feng ran over and wanted to help Hume up. How could Hume let him touch her? She exerted a little force and jumped out of the snow. Su Feng stretched his hands in the air, not embarrassed at all, and said with a smile, Immortal, I don't have any other intentions. I just want to devote myself to Taoism and cultivate immortality. I've told you countless times that there are no immortals here, and there's no method to cultivate immortality. Why don't you listen? Su Feng stopped talking and just stared at Hume. The immortal in front of him was too easy to talk to, and Su Feng was ready to fight her to the end. Since there is no way to convince her, then I will just follow her. I don't believe that she will never come home. Hume didn't say anything to Lian Su. She continued walking down the mountain. Su Feng and his men followed closely behind. Hume was very upset, extremely upset. On an ordinary day, she went to the mountain to practice as usual, but unexpectedly, she met an annoying person. If it weren't for the ancestral teachings that she shouldn't have conflicts with humans, she would have taken action long ago. Who in the family understands that they are being pestered by the man below them? Although she didn't know what family members were or what a subordinate man was, she was really annoyed at the moment. Hume didn't dare to return to her ancestral home, so she simply took Su Feng and the others for a walk in the mountains. From the time when the sun was high in the sky to the time when the moon was at its zenith, Hume took Su Feng and the others around the area. Fairy, stop beating around the bush. There are more than a dozen hills nearby, and you've circled them all, except for the one in the middle. Could the immortal be on that mountain? Hume heard this and said in panic, No, I just forgot about the mountain. Really? Then I'm going to that mountain now. Fairy, you don't mind, right? As Su Feng spoke, he walked towards the mountain in the middle. You shut up. No, you stop. What on earth do you want to do? Su Feng shrugged, showing an innocent expression. Auntie, I've already said that I have no ill intentions. I am simply seeking the immortals and asking for the truth. Please fulfill my wish. Hume's silver teeth were almost broken. Okay, since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. When Su Feng heard this, all the muscles in his body tensed up. It seemed that the fairy was about to take action. I'll take you to find the immortal now. This isn't right. This is so easy to talk to. Chapter 151 Dungeons and Oracles. You guys, be careful, there might be a scam. Hume really wanted to slap Su Feng to death. I'm still here. Can't you tell me behind my back? Ah, did you hear that? Su Feng admitted that he did speak a little loudly. Su Feng said this on purpose for Hume to hear, so that she would know that they were not pushovers either. Hume has completely given up now. Su Feng is like a sticky candy, and she can't get rid of him. Since you can't get rid of them, just take them home. Think it over carefully. It's easy to go, but it's hard to come back. Immortal, I have thought it through. Su Feng was extremely curious about the matter of cultivating immortals. Even if it involves some risk, it's worth it. Hume stopped going around in circles and headed towards the mountain in the middle. She was very fast, and each step was more than 10 meters. Su Feng was not afraid either. His physical fitness was now so strong that he could definitely keep up. The group soon arrived at the hillside of the middle mountain. Hume stopped on a platform that was 5 meters square. The platform is covered with snow. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell from a distance that there is a platform here. There are steep mountains all around, and only here is there a platform. There is no doubt that it was artificially dug. Hume stood on the platform, placed her palms on the cliff, and pushed gently. A large hole 5 meters high and 5 meters wide appeared silently on the cliff. You always go in and out through such a big door? Have you ever thought about opening a small door on the main door? Hume paused for a moment, then quickly slipped into the gate. She was too lazy to pay attention to Su Feng, and said that she was devoted to Taoism, and complained about all kinds of things. Su Feng did not dare to delay, and quickly greeted and followed him in. After everyone went in, the door slowly closed. Even though the door was closed, the cave was not dark. Su Feng observed carefully and found that there was only a corridor after entering the door, 5 meters high and 5 meters wide, exactly the same as the gate. The walls and the ceiling are inlaid with night-shining pearls. The night pearl emits a soft light, illuminating the corridor. Although it's not as bright as day, you can still see the road clearly. Hume walked in front, and Su Feng and others followed behind her. After walking forward for a few dozen meters, the corridor ahead suddenly went downhill. It turned out to be a wide stone staircase that led diagonally deep into the ground. Hume was very fast, and Su Feng and the others were not slow either. In the end, it took them more than 10 minutes to reach the end. Su Feng estimated that they should have gone several thousand meters underground by now. At the end of the stone steps, there is another corridor. This corridor is not long, only about 100 meters. At the end of the corridor is another smooth stone wall. If nothing unexpected happens, this is another door. Sure enough, Hume walked forward and slowly pushed the door open. Su Feng was a little disappointed at first. The immortals' paradises are all protected by formations. There is no need to be so complicated. This place looks more like an ancient tomb. If the stone door were replaced with a bronze door, it would look even more like one. When the door was opened, Su Feng's worldview was overturned. This is not a fairy cave at all. It's clearly an underground city. Through the gate, Su Feng could clearly see that there was a huge space behind the stone gate. Beneath the space, there are various ancient buildings. If you ignore the fact that this place is underground, Su Feng would wonder if he had traveled to ancient times. I followed Hume into the gate mechanically, and my vision suddenly became clear. This is indeed an underground city without city walls. All you can see are ancient small courtyards. Su Feng looked up at the sky and saw a crescent moon hanging in the sky, an unknown number of meters above his head. Why is there a moon here? Hume snorted proudly. This is the moon that our ancestors created using their magical powers. There is also the sun during the day. Su Feng was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Moving mountains and filling the sea is nothing compared to creating a moon or a sun. It was really worth the trip. Let's go. I'll take you to see the patriarch. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. Su Feng followed Hume, looking around as he walked. Chi Yu's heart was also in turmoil, but the little ones were calm. Their understanding of this world was incomplete, so they didn't think there was anything big about having an underground city. If you see strange beasts running rampant as soon as you go out, you probably won't be surprised by a dungeon. The group quickly entered the city. The streets of the underground city were quite lively, with children playing and fighting in groups of 3 or 4, and pedestrians walking hurriedly by. When they saw Su Feng, they all stopped to watch without exception. Miss, why did you bring outsiders in? When someone asked, Hume didn't say anything and just walked forward. She is still very upset and has no mood to answer questions. Under the gaze of the residents of the underground city, Su Feng followed Hume to a 3-story building. There was a plaque hanging upstairs with a few Oracle Bone characters written on it. As for the meaning, Su Feng didn't know. Why is it called Oracle Bone script? Because Su Feng has been to Inshu. The people in the building must have received the news a long time ago and were standing at the door at this time. When Su Feng saw the people standing at the door, his eyes almost popped out. The old man in the middle had several tails behind him and a pointed face, like a fox. The man next to him was even more amazing. He actually had a leopard head. The other side is simply a tiger's body and a human sack. Is this person an immortal or a strange beast? Compared with my own child, he is no less capable than me. The sharp-mouthed old man in the lead spoke first. Xiaomei, who are these people? Grandpa, these people said they were from the Exotic Beast Association and came here to seek the immortals. I've told them that there are no gods here, but they just won't listen. They have been following me for a whole day, and I had no choice but to bring them back. When she saw her great-grandfather, all kinds of grievances flooded Hu Mei's heart, and she almost cried out loud. Didn't we agree not to disturb each other? What do you mean by the Exotic Beast Association? The old man stared at Su Feng, ready to see how he would explain. It's true that having an organization is different. The Monster Association actually knows the existence of the dungeon. Grandpa, don't be angry. Actually, we are the Exotic Beast Hunters of the Exotic Beast Association. We are non-staff members and are not subject to any restrictions. I just heard there are immortals here, so I wanted to come and see them. I have no ill intentions. Who is your great-grandfather? Don't try to make connections. Xiaomei, don't be rude. The old man said to Su Feng. Since you're here, you're a guest. Come in and talk. Su Feng looked at the monsters around the old man. For the time being, they had no ill intentions. Now that you're here, let's go in and talk. Su Feng followed the old man to a living room with simple decoration. There wasn't even a chair in the living room, only a long table and a futon, combined with the oracle bone inscriptions on the plaque. This group of people, no, it should be said that this group of monsters probably came here to live a long time ago. Chapter 152, Shin Gongbao and Daji. Su Feng was running errands and sitting on the futon. Chi Yu and the children followed suit. Su Yuan sat down cross-legged, still carrying his big bone stick on his shoulder. The maid who brought him tea nearly tripped. Su Yuan, can't you just stand up your big bone stick? Can you still put it upright? Su Yuan tried to hold the big bone stick upright. Even though it was 2 meters long, it wouldn't hit the roof. Dad, why didn't you tell me earlier? Ahem, can we get down to business now? The old man finally understood why Hu Mei had that expression. These guests were too extravagant. Yes, let's get down to business. They're just kids, don't bother with them. The old man picked up the teacup and took a sip. Since you're here, you must have a lot of questions, so I'll answer them one by one. First of all, my name is Hu Lai, and I am the patriarch here. You must be curious about where this place is. This is an underground city. Su Feng nodded, indicating that he was not blind and could see it. This underground city was built during the Shang dynasty by our ancestors Daji and Shun Gongbao. Wait, Daji and Shun Gongbao are your ancestors? What's the relationship between them? Of course they are husband and wife. Su Feng's 3 views were shattered. Isn't Daji the wife of King Zhou? How did she become the wife of Shin Gongbao? Hu Lai sighed. What you know is not actually true. Su Feng pretended to listen attentively. He was also very curious about what the truth was. Our ancestors didn't actually come from this world, but from another world. In that world, there are chi cultivators and demons. At that time, this world underwent tremendous changes, and a channel connecting the 2 worlds appeared. Our ancestors were originally from the fox and leopard tribes, and they were naturally hostile forces. However, the ancestor fell in love without hesitation. In order to stay together forever, the 2 came to this world together. They thought that this world lacked spiritual energy and no chi cultivators would be willing to come here. They could live a secluded life here. Who would have thought that the Divine Fire cult would also set its sights on this world? What is the Divine Fire cult? Hu Lai signaled Su Feng to stay calm. The Divine Fire sect is a sect from another world, and its own strength is not very strong, because they rely on the power of incense and thoughts to practice. But in that world, there were many powerful chi-refining masters, and Buddhism was recruiting believers everywhere, so the Divine Fire sect could not develop at all. So they set their sights on this world and wanted to preach here. But this world originally had faith. Many years ago, there was a Wu clan in this world. However, according to ancient records, the Wu clan was not the native inhabitants of this world. Let's not talk about this for now. The short answer is that the Divine Fire cult wanted to harvest faith, so they set their sights on my ancestors. Let my ancestors cooperate with them in a play. The ancestors were weak and could only obey. Daji's ancestor seduced King Zhou and caused chaos in the court, and Shun Gongbao's ancestor cooperated with her. When the people of the world were living in dire straits, the Divine Fire sect came to the rescue, destroyed the Shang dynasty, established the Zhou dynasty, and created the Heavenly Palace. The people on the list of gods are actually all disciples of the Divine Fire sect. From then on, everyone in the world believed in heaven, and the Divine Fire sect harvested a huge amount of faith and thought power. Su Feng really wanted to ask him if he had read too many novels, as his imagination was quite amazing. But when I think about it carefully, it seems to make sense, which is magical. What about the Divine Fire sect? Why is it gone? Hulai continued. The Divine Fire cult has returned to its original world. There is no spiritual energy in this world, and cultivation depends entirely on the spiritual energy overflowing from the space cracks. That's why there are no such things as paradises, but the legends of gods and immortals are all in uninhabited places. Because the space cracks are in these places. A war between humans and demons broke out in that world, and the space cracks collapsed. The Divine Fire sect was afraid that they would be trapped and die in this world, so they went back. Of course, there are also some who did not have time to go back or did not want to go back. When the spiritual energy between heaven and earth dissipates, they can only wait for death. So, from time to time, people say they saw immortals. Are they actually the remaining disciples of the Divine Fire sect? Hulai nodded. That's true. You see, legends about immortals are becoming less and less common. That's because they've all run out of lifespans and died. Ha ha ha, dead. All dead. Then why didn't you die? Hulai's wild laughter got stuck in his throat and could no longer come out. If you can't speak, don't speak. I cursed in my heart, but Hulai still looked like an immortal with a calm expression. After the conferred God War, our ancestors came here to live in seclusion. After countless generations of reproduction, the underground city has reached its current size. So that's how it is. Su Feng understood. I have another question, but I don't know whether I should ask it or not. But you can tell me anything. When your ancestor went into seclusion, there were two of them, right? Daji and Shun Gongbao. Naturally, our ancestors were originally a divine couple. After reaching a deal with the Divine Fire cult, they naturally had to live in seclusion. Then I cannot understand how two people can create a nation. Hulai didn't react for a moment. No one else reacted either. Only Chi Yu reacted. Su Feng's question is very simple. A man and a woman live in seclusion, and the children they have are related by blood. So, how did the third generation come about? Was it developed by the second generation, or by the first and second generations? No matter which combination it is against human ethics. Hulai finally reacted. After realizing what was happening, he was so angry that his beard was shaking. Get out. Get out. You're not welcome here. The others also glared at Su Feng. He looked like he was going to eat someone. With the advantage of numbers, Su Feng quickly gave in. Chief Hu, don't get excited, don't get excited. That's not what I meant. What I mean is it possible that your ancestors left the mountains? After all, there have always been legends about the Demon Fox clan. Did your ancestors travel the world in search of a Taoist companion? Don't tell me, don't tell me. Hulai was convinced. It can't be that a nation was really created by just two people. Young man, your idea is very interesting. Su Feng was also very happy, although he still felt in his heart that Hulai and the others were the product of Hu's actions. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why they all look so sloppy. Chief Hu, since you are all descendants of the demon race, does that mean you have a long lifespan? Hulai stroked his beard and spoke modestly. It's not very long. I've only lived for about 200 years. More than 200 years old. Su Feng was so envious that he wanted to see him bleed. Maybe seeing blood can help you live a few more years. Hulai saw Su Feng's naive look and wanted to say something when suddenly there was a noise outside. Chief, there are strange beasts invading. Chapter 153 Thunderwhip. Su Feng was very surprised. Could there be strange beasts thousands of meters underground? Bring me my Thunderwhip. Hulai shouted loudly, and the leopard head who had been following him immediately ran to the back hall. A few seconds later, he returned with a whip in his hand, which was more than 1 meter long and made entirely of metal, with blue electric light surrounding it. Clan leader, Thunderwhip. Hulai took the Thunderwhip and shouted, "Follow me to fight the enemy." You know what? It's really exciting. Su Feng brought Chi Yu and the children and followed Hulai and the others. He also wanted to see where the strange beast came from deep underground. When they reached the street, Hulai and the others ran in the opposite direction from which Su Feng came. The leopard head and tiger body followed closely behind him. Hu Mei walked side by side with Su Feng and the others. You will soon see the immortal's methods. Su Feng nodded, expressing his anticipation. The dungeon was not very big, and with Su Feng and his group's speed, they were out of the dungeon in just 1 minute. Outside the city is a large wheat field, and next to it is a vegetable field. Su Feng took a quick look and found that there was a pig pen. What the hell is an immortal? Do immortals need to eat? A fasting pill will do the trick. Unless they have spiritual rice. But this is obviously wheat, not rice. Su Feng only took a quick look at the wheat field, and his eyes were attracted by the black hole in the distance. The black hole in the distance cannot be said to be very similar to the black hole in Chilean Mountain, but it can be said that they are exactly the same. The only difference is that the black hole here is much smaller. In front of the black hole, there was a strange beast that was over 3 meters tall, walking upright, and had 2 horns on its head, moving towards this side. The strange beast soon came to the wheat field. Without any hesitation, it stepped directly on the wheat field. Seeing this, Hulai roared in anger. "How dare you destroy my fields, you evil creature!" Along with the roar, Hulai's originally wide Taoist robe suddenly swelled up. Even the pointed face like a fox seemed fuller. Hulai arrived in front of the strange beast in a few breaths and swung the thunder whip in his hand. An arc of electricity appeared out of nowhere and struck the monster's head fiercely. The strange beast was immediately electrocuted until its outside was burnt and its inside was tinder. It lay on the ground, twitching continuously. How about it? This is the thunder whip passed down from our ancestors. Isn't it powerful? Su Feng nodded subconsciously. Awesome, really awesome. I can't deny this. After the surprise, he felt infinite joy in his heart. If my children learn this method and combine it with their own attack methods, it will be unbelievable. Auntie, can I follow you to cultivate immortality? Humei snorted softly. No, the Dharma cannot be passed on lightly. Su Feng didn't say anything else. It was obvious that the fairy Humei was not the one in charge. The old man Hulai was. While the two were talking, the strange beast had stopped twitching. Hulai held up the thunder whip and said to Leopard Head, "After the lightning dissipates, remember to deal with the corpse of the strange beast." "Okay, Chief." Hulai nodded and came to Su Feng with the thunder whip. "My friend, do you still like my thunder whip?" "Yes, that's great." "Chief Hu, are you going to give me the thunder whip?" "That would be great." As Su Feng spoke, he was about to reach out to grab the thunder whip. His hand was about to touch the thunder whip before Hulai reacted. This guy is just taking advantage of the situation. Hulai's original intention was to let Su Feng see his methods so that he wouldn't have any unreasonable expectations. But Su Feng actually wanted his thunder whip. This is the treasure of the clan. The moment Su Feng's hand was about to touch the thunder whip, Hulai hid the thunder whip behind him. "My friend, the thunder whip is the treasure of my ancestors and clan. Anyone who touches it will die." "It's okay, Chief Hu. I'm not afraid of death." Hulai was speechless. "I'm afraid of you, okay? You're really dishonest, little friend." Su Feng laughed and did not mention the matter of asking for the thunder whip again. He said instead, "Chief Hu, if you won't give me the thunder whip, you can at least teach me how to cultivate immortality." This time, Hulai did not refuse directly. When you want to open a window in the wall, everyone objects. But when you want to remove the roof, they agree to let you open the window. Su Feng first showed interest in the thunder whip, but Hulai would definitely not give it to him. When he took the opportunity to bring up the idea of cultivating immortality, Hulai hesitated. Hesitation means that he is thinking about the possibility of this matter. After hesitating for a while, Hulai shook his head and said, "No, my clan skills are only suitable for the demon race. You are a human and cannot practice it." Su Feng was not disappointed, but surprised. "So there really is a method for cultivating immortality?" Hulai nodded. "There must be a technique. Just having the technique is enough. If you practice it for a while, you might actually be able to master it." At this moment, Su Feng saw Leopard Head carrying the corpse of the strange beast and walking towards the distance. He asked Hulai curiously, "Chief Hu, where is Lin Chong taking the strange beast's corpse?" "Lin Chong? What Lin Chong?" "That's the Leopard Head. His name is not Lin Chong, his name is Shunji. Leopard Head isn't even called Lin Chong? And what the hell is Shunji?" What a mess. Hulai obviously had never read Water Margin. He just felt that Su Feng was always talking nonsense, so he simply ignored him. Su Feng's mind is now on the corpses of the strange beasts. He wants to know how these people deal with the corpses of the strange beasts and whether they use them to make pills. Hulai went back to the underground city, while Su Feng took the children and followed Leopard Head Lin Chong. No, it should be Leopard Head Shinji. Shinji carried the corpse of the strange beast and came to the back of the black hole. Su Feng finally had the opportunity to observe the black hole up close. The black hole stands upright in midair like a mirror. Whether viewed from the front or the back, it was a hole so dark that no vision could penetrate it. Su Feng raised his hand and wanted to reach in, but when he raised it halfway, he retracted it. We don't know what's inside the black hole, so it's better not to take risks easily. Not far behind the black hole is a canyon. Shunji directly threw the body of the strange beast into the canyon. Su Feng was stunned. You just threw the beast's corpse in there?" Shunji said as a matter of course. "Is there a problem?" Don't worry, it's deep down here. Even if the beast's corpse rots, the smell won't be able to get out. What on earth are you so proud of? Su Feng felt his heart bleed. What a fucking waste. Don't you know that strange beasts have inner elixirs? I know, what's wrong? Did you know that the inner elixir of a strange beast can enhance one's strength? I know, what's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? What the hell is wrong? Su Feng really wanted to slap him twice. This guy's words were even more irritating than his own. Who lie? Do you also know that what you say is irritating? Who may? You actually have self-awareness. That's not easy. Chapter 154. The Honest Descendant of Shun Gongbao. Su Feng said patiently. Since the inner core of a strange beast can enhance strength, why not first check if there is an inner core in the body of the strange beast? Take out the inner core of the strange beast, and then throw away the body. The clan leader said that these are ultimately external forces. Only those gained through self-cultivation are the most reliable. Reliable? Your mother is reliable. Is it an external force for cultivators to refine the elixir? Is the spirit stone an external force? If we really want to talk about external forces, isn't what you eat and drink also an external force? You might as well just not eat or drink. How deep is this place? I don't know, but it should be several hundred or even 1,000 meters. Su Feng was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot. He just wanted to know how many exotic beast inner cores were hidden under the canyon. Most of the beast's corpse might have already rotted, but the inner elixir should not have rotted. Su Feng didn't dare to go down rashly. He planned to let Su Jiao fly down and take a look first. Su Jiao is still outside right now, so we have to go and pick him up first. Su Feng returned to the dungeon, found Hu Lai, and directly explained his purpose. Chief Hu, I have several family members outside. Can you bring them all in? No, absolutely not. The existence of the dungeon is a secret and cannot be known by too many people. But my people are waiting outside. If I don't go out, they might go out and tell lies. Hu Lai hesitated and said, then take them over. As long as they all come in, Hu Lai will have a way to make them keep the secret. The Thunder Whip is not a vegetarian. It has 30 million volts. Shinji, please send this young man outside and invite his people in. I understand, Chief. Su Feng felt that he should not be called Shinji, but Shinji Dao. Su Feng took Chi Yu and the children, followed Shinji back to the ground. He certainly couldn't leave any of his own people here. What if Hu Lai had any ill intentions? Although it seems now that the old man Hu Lai is still relatively friendly. But you can't judge a person's heart by his appearance. It's better to be careful. When Shinji returned to the ground, he was startled as soon as he walked out the door. There were some strange-looking people standing at the gate. Strange beasts? Monsters? Who is this monster? Su Feng quickly stopped him. Brother Shun, don't get excited. These are all my people. Your people? Are you sure they are human? Su Feng asked back. Are you human then? Of course I am a human being. Yes, if you can be a human being, why can't they be human beings? I have demon blood. Then why can't they have demon blood? That makes perfect sense. So, they're the same kind as me. Su Feng patted his shoulder. Yes, you are all the same kind, family members. I see. Since we are all family, we should naturally treat you well. Come home with me. What a simple child. Even simpler than Su Qing. One has a leopard head, the other has a frog head. Both are very simple, and they should be able to become good friends. Sure enough, the two of them got together without Su Feng introducing them. If I'm not mistaken, brother, you should have frog blood, right? Su Qing grinned widely. Your guess is absolutely correct. Is it my turn to guess next? Yes. Guess what kind of demon clan I am descended from? Su Qing thought for a moment and said, Tiger. No, guess again. Lion. No, guess again. Oh, that's really hard to guess. I can't guess it at all. Shinji put his arm around Su Qing's shoulders. Brother, you don't seem very smart. But I can't blame you. It's really hard to guess. Forget it. I'll tell you the answer. Actually, I am the descendant of Shun Gongbao, from the leopard tribe, understand? I see. I understand. Shinji likes Su Qing, his silly little brother, very much. This little guy is so honest. He likes to make friends with honest people. Coincidentally, Su Qing thought the same, and the two of them quickly became friends. Brother Shin, why do you live underground? My ancestors said there's a spatial crack underground. Maybe one day we can return to our ancestral planet. There's no spiritual energy on Blue Planet, so it's impossible to cultivate. So we moved here, waiting for the day when the space rift opens so we can return to our ancestral planet. 10 years ago, the space rift was finally opened, but what came out was a strange beast. Brother, you don't know that many of our clansmen died at that time. If it weren't for the thunder whip left by our ancestor, our clan would have been wiped out. Su Qing asked ignorantly. Thunder whip? Is it very powerful? Shin straightened his chest, and raised his head, saying with pride, "Remove the word ma. The Thunder Whip is very powerful, extremely powerful. In fact, I used to doubt whether the Thunder Whip was fake because it always looked ordinary. Until 10 years ago, when the space crack opened, strange beasts appeared and slaughtered the tribesmen. The Thunder Whip suddenly lit up. The Patriarch used the Thunder Whip to kill the strange beast and protect my underground city. Later, the skills left by the ancestors could also be practiced. The clan leader said that we are not far from returning to our ancestral planet. I don't know if Su Qing did it on purpose or if he really didn't understand. Anyway, the result was that he got a lot of information out of Shinji. Based on the information revealed by Shinji and the intelligence he obtained from Hu Lai. To sum up, Su Feng had a general understanding of the dungeon. Hu Lai's ancestors should be demon cultivators from other planets. Because of a space crack, they came to Blue Star. Also coming with them was the Divine Fire Cult. Whether they were threatened or conspired together, they worked together to create the investiture of the gods. Then Shun Gongbao and Daji lived in seclusion in the underground city. For some unknown reason, the two did not return to their own planet. It could be that the space rift has closed, or it could be that they have enemies in their own world and dare not go back. Su Feng prefers the latter. Later, the crack was about to close, and the Blue Star would soon have no source of spiritual energy. Most of the monks from other planets ran away, and only a few stayed. Once the spiritual energy of Blue Star is exhausted, no one will be able to practice anymore. Even the Thunder Whip fell silent. Until 10 years ago, the space rift reappeared and strange beasts appeared. The Blue Star has spiritual energy again. The Thunder Whip has been revived, and Hu Lai and the others can practice again. But Su Feng still has one question that he hasn't figured out. The last time the space rift opened, it was cultivators and demons that came over. Why are there only strange beasts this time? Su Feng had a bold guess in his mind that the two space cracks that opened might not connect to the same place at all. Last time it was a planet with monks. This time it is a planet where strange beasts are rampant. As for aura, it is actually just energy. Therefore, the awakened person is actually equivalent to a cultivator with spiritual roots. It's just that cultivators have spiritual roots, but it's useless if they don't practice. After awakening, the awakened person can become very powerful and can also absorb energy for cultivation. Chapter 155. You can't eat the inner elixir of strange beasts. From this point of view, the awakened ones are more powerful than the monks. Even though I thought so, I still had to get the cultivation method, just in case it was really useful. When they returned to the dungeon, Shinji had already told all the secrets of the dungeon. When Hu Lai and Hu Mei saw Su Feng's children who were neither human nor ghost, they were no less surprised than Shinji. My friend, are you sure they are not strange beasts? Have you ever seen a talking beast? Hu Lai shook his head. No. Su Feng said to the children. Say hello to Chief Hu. The children bowed to Hu Lai in unison. Hello, Chief Hu. Hu Lai covered his heart, took a few steps back, and sighed. I always thought I was an anomaly, but today I realized I'm actually pretty normal. Su Feng explained with a smile. Chief Hu is too modest. We are all different, so we should stick together for warmth. Hu Lai nodded subconsciously. Compared to humans, they are indeed aliens. Looking up at the sun that had risen in the sky at some unknown time, Hu Lai felt a sudden pang of sadness in his heart. They have been staying in this underground city for thousands of years. Thousands of years have passed in the blink of an eye. Their legends are still circulating on the surface, but they are hiding underground like rats, not daring to see anyone. Hu Lai patted Su Feng on the shoulder. It's not easy for you either. At least he and his companions still have an underground city to live in. Su Feng and his companions must be hiding from place to place on the ground, and they are not able to get enough food. It's really pitiful. Su Xiaoyu, I promised to teach you the immortal cultivation method. This is too easy. If I had known this earlier, I would have just bought the misery instead of saying so much. However, Su Feng was not in the mood to practice Taoism at this time. He had to find the inner elixir of the strange beast first. This thing can directly improve your strength, which is much better than the illusory cultivation of immortals. Chief Hu, let's talk about this later. I have more important things to do now. What's more important? Is it food? Don't worry. Although the supplies in my dungeon aren't abundant, with a few more of you, a dozen mouths, it's no problem. Su Feng was very touched. What a good person. It's not easy to grow some land by yourself, but he still thinks about himself. Su Feng decided that he would try not to cheat Hu Lai in the future. Chief Hu, I'm going to look for the inner elixir of a strange beast. Let's talk about eating later. Hu Lai's face changed drastically when he heard this. No, you can't eat the inner core of a strange beast. Hu Mei's face didn't look very good either. It seems there is some hidden secret in this. Chief Hu, How do you know that the inner elixir of exotic beasts cannot be eaten? Hu Lai sighed, looking struggling. Chief Hu, we are all family. If you have anything to say, just tell us directly. Hu Lai looked at Hu Mei and said in a low voice. It has something to do with my evil grandson. In order to increase his strength, he insisted on taking the inner elixir of a strange beast. In the end, his temperament changed drastically and he didn't recognize his relatives. Xiaomei's mother died at his hands. Su Feng never expected that this beautiful fairy Hu Mei had such a tragic past. He really wanted to hug Hu Mei and comfort her wounded heart. Don't get the wrong idea, it's really just comfort between friends. I definitely don't want to see if Hu Mei has a foxtail. Su Xiaoyu, you really can't eat the inner core of exotic beasts. Su Feng could see that Hu Lai was indeed doing this for his own good, and the grief-stricken expression on his face couldn't be faked. Su Feng did not hide it, and pointed at the children and said, Chief Hu, to be honest, most of them have eaten the inner elixirs of exotic beasts, and so far, there have been no side effects. Hu Lai looked at Su Qing and the others one by one, muttering to himself, Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chief Hu, I can't lie to you. I'll wait until I find the inner elixir of the exotic beast and show you the effect. Su Feng stopped talking nonsense and led the children towards the canyon where Shun Ji was throwing the corpses of the strange beasts. When they arrived at the edge of the canyon, Su Feng handed a flashlight to Su Diao. Ah Jiao, fly down and check the situation. If there's any danger, run away immediately. With so many corpses of strange beasts piled together, who knows what will happen? Don't worry, Dad. I'm smart. Yeah, you're an eagle. You're a free bird. I'm rooting for you. Su Jiao took a flashlight and went to the bottom of the canyon to check the situation. Su Feng and the others just waited there. Hu Lai came over and asked curiously, could that person just now be the descendant of the golden-winged roc? Su Feng held his head high and chest out, with his hands behind his back. Yes, he is the descendant of the golden-winged roc. After Su Feng finished pretending to be cool, he looked at Hu Lai and found that this old man was actually staring at Su Huahua. Su Huahua is now over 1.6 meters tall and has a very broad mind. Hey, old man, where are you looking? This guy is so disrespectful to his elders. Ahem, I was just wondering whose descendant this person is. Su Feng was too lazy to expose him. After being stuck in the dungeon for so long, he thought even sows were pretty and pretty. It was understandable. Su Jiao flew back quickly. Dad, there are many corpses of strange beasts down there. Most of them have already rotted. There are also a lot of strange beast inner cores, and I even took one. But there are enemies down there. Su Feng took the inner elixir of the strange beast. Enemy? What enemy? I don't know either, but they look like flies, cockroaches, and maggots. Each one is terrifyingly large. The corpse of the strange beast really contains a lot of energy. Even the maggots have mutated. Guogua, how long can your vine stretch? Su Gua thought for a moment and said, it should be able to stretch very long. Look, stretch the vine as far as you can, and we'll go down and see what's going on. Su Gua stood at the edge of the canyon, with the vines under his feet extending and piercing into the ground. Then he stretched out his hand, and the vines on his fingers stretched out little by little, disappearing into the depths of the canyon. Su Qing, you go first. Su Qing agreed, and quickly descended by grabbing the vines. After more than 10 seconds, a loud bang was heard from the depths of the canyon. It seems that Su Qing landed safely. Su Feng no longer hesitated and led the children to climb down the canyon one by one. The others were not as nervous as Su Qing, and they all landed smoothly and formally. Su Kuan didn't use any vines. He just jumped down into the canyon and landed on the ground with his wings flapping. Before Su Feng reached the bottom of the valley, he heard the sounds of fighting and Su Qing's excited shouts. It's delicious, really delicious. After descending to a certain height, Su Feng finally saw the situation at the bottom of the valley clearly. A group of cockroaches, more than half a meter long and with a hideous appearance, were surrounding Su Qing, trying to eat him. However, Su Qing's defense was too amazing, and the cockroach couldn't bite it at all. Instead, Su Qing grabbed a cockroach with both hands, broke it in half, put it into his big mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Watching the various liquids flowing down the corners of Su Qing's mouth, Su Feng felt his stomach churning. He originally wanted to have a cockroach child, but forget it, it's too disgusting. Chapter 156 is also a snack. Su Qing ate happily, and Su Kuan was no less so. There are many maggots about 10 centimeters long nearby. Su Kuan opened his beak and ate a fat white maggot. One bite at a time, 5 minutes to 1 second. What a good appetite. Su Xiaodao was not idle either. He waved his double swords and cut all the cockroaches around him into several halves. Then he ate one piece at a time, and his mouth was full of intestines. Su Feng landed on the ground with both feet and kicked away several cockroaches that surrounded him. Don't just focus on eating, it's more important to find the inner elixir of the exotic beast. The children agreed and continued to search. Apart from cockroaches, maggots, and some other creatures that feed on corpses, the bottom of the valley is relatively clean. Most of the strange beast corpses had been eaten clean, leaving only bones. Fortunately, it was not a complete failure. At least Su Feng saw that the bodies of several strange beasts were still intact. He must have been killed recently. Moreover, some strange beasts have amazing defenses, and those disgusting insects cannot bite through the strange beast's defenses for a short period of time after their death. Su Feng also saw several inner cores of strange beasts on the ground. The bugs didn't eat the inner elixir, but it had lost its luster and looked like a regularly shaped stone. It seems that the energy inside has been exhausted. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many disgusting cockroaches, maggots, and the like at the bottom of the valley. Su Feng was looking down for the inner elixir when he suddenly heard a buzzing sound in his ears. Su Feng would never forget this sound. It was the sound of flies, very annoying. Su Feng looked up and saw a large group of flies flying towards him from a distance. These flies are bigger than each other, and the smallest one is as big as a fist. Behind the swarm of flies there was a fly that was even bigger than an ordinary person. "Protect the Emperor," Su Feng shouted and quickly retreated. It's so fucking disgusting. Su Feng has a shadow over these guys. When he was a child, he often had to deal with flies, cockroaches, maggots, and other things when looking for food in the trash can, which made him feel very disgusted. But in order to fill his stomach, he had to do it. When Su Feng was a child, he often had to pick out maggots from food and then eat it. He was lucky enough not to die from the food. That was a past that was too painful to recall. So when Su Feng saw these things, his hair stood on end, his scalp tingled, and he felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. The significance of raising children is reflected at this time. Su Qing ignored the cockroach and ran to Su Feng to face the fly. With just one stretch of its tongue, it can sweep away dozens of flies. If his mouth wasn't big enough, Su Qing could have eaten all the flies. Su Kuan flapped his wings, and wind blades flew out, cutting the large swarm of flies in half. Su Xian opened his mouth and sprayed 5 times in 1 second. Each cactus thorn could pierce several flies. Su Yuan waved his big bone stick around wildly, and every attack could kill a large number of flies. Only Su Huahua and Su Miao Miao followed Su Feng and did not take any action. Su Huahua has no offensive ability. Su Miao Miao thinks it's dirty. Suddenly, a group of big rats ran out from the corner. Su Feng had just gotten used to the swarm of flies, but now his scalp was tingling again. Su Miao Miao unexpectedly meowed and ran towards the rats with 2 swords in hand. The mice were originally coming in a menacing manner, but when they saw Su Miao Miao, they were like mice seeing a cat, and they all lay on the ground motionless. Su Miao Miao was not polite either. He held up 2 swords and killed 1 person at a time, just like he was playing a stress-relieving game. Just as Su Feng was about to breathe a sigh of relief, another large group of bats flew out. It's never going to end, is it? Su Feng was really impressed. This valley was really filled with filth and dirt. Really, don't litter anymore, it's disgusting. Su Jiao was very excited to see the bats. Lightning bolts struck down, and large numbers of huge bats died. This is the effect Su Feng dreamed of, except that the flies, rats, etc. would be replaced with exotic beasts. If it is so easy for his children to kill strange beasts, what is Su Feng afraid of? Invincible, alright. First, find the inner elixir of the exotic beasts and the corpses of the exotic beasts that have not deteriorated. We can deal with these bugs later. Even if these flies have mutated, their strength is limited. They can deal with ordinary people, but they can't even break the defense of the members of the Su family. Especially Su Qing and Su Kuan. They were like mice falling into a rice jar, eating with relish. These disgusting things are raised on the flesh of exotic animals, so the nutritional content must be different. You are what you eat. Someone said that if boys eat more fruits, their essence and blood will have a fruity flavor. When the children heard Su Feng's order, they stopped bothering with the flies and rats and quickly started searching at the bottom of the valley. The uncorrupted corpse of the strange beast was successfully taken into Su's stomach. Su Feng didn't dare let the children eat the rotten and spoiled food. Half an hour later, the bottom of the valley was searched by a group of people like plowing the land. The black hole in the dungeon is not as big as the one in the 7 valleys, and the number and strength of the strange beasts that appear here are not as good as those over there. The final harvest included 5 uncorrupted corpses of strange beasts. This is also thanks to the low temperature at the bottom of the valley, which makes the corpses of the strange beasts more durable and less likely to rot. Otherwise, you might not find any. There are quite a lot of inner elixirs, although most of them are the size of peanuts, and the largest is about the size of a walnut. But there are so many of them, more than a dozen of them. There are also a dozen or so whose energy has been exhausted and turned into stones. I'm going back. Those of you who want to stay can stay, and those who want to leave can follow me. The valley bottom is not dangerous for the children, and Su Feng will not stop them if they want to stay here. Don't you see that Su Qing and Su Kuan are enjoying their meal so much? There's no need to ask them to leave. Being able to eat is a blessing. After Su Feng finished speaking, he discovered a phenomenon. The more they look like humans, the less willing we are to eat rats, cockroaches, etc. Back on the ground, Su Gua said to Su Feng, "Dad, I want to go down too." Su Gua is even more amazing. She doesn't even need to eat it. She absorbs it directly. Su Feng estimated that she might be able to absorb the rotten and spoiled corpses of strange beasts at the bottom of the valley. After all, corpses are also nutrients for plants, and the rotten meat happens to be on Su Gua's diet. It was also very simple for Su Gua to go down. He just inserted his 5 fingers into the ground, and then his fingers became longer and his body went down. Wait until the person reaches the bottom of the valley, then retract your 5 fingers. With Su Gua's joining, the creatures at the bottom of the valley were in trouble. The fly, which was bigger than a human, was tightly entangled by Su Gua's vines, and its body quickly shriveled up. Hu Lai saw Su Feng coming up and went over to him and asked anxiously, "Su Xiaoyu, what's going on at the bottom of the valley? Why can't I still hear the sound of fighting?" Su Feng explained, "You threw too much exotic beast meat into the valley, causing many mutant creatures to appear, such as rats and cockroaches. It's very disgusting." Hu Mei, who was standing by, felt a chill all over her body. "Is this true?" "Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? If you don't believe me, go down and take a look." Chapter 157: The Side Effects of Immortal Cultivation. Hu Mei waved her hands repeatedly to refuse. "Forget it, I won't go down." She had already seen that Su Yuan was holding a white and fat maggot that was nearly half a meter long. The maggot twisted and turned in his hand and opened its mouth to bite Su Yuan's hand. Su Yuan's skin was too hard for the maggots to bite. How sharp can you expect the teeth of a creature that eats shit to be? Chi Yu saw his son playing with a maggot in his hand and slapped him on the bald head. "Throw it away. It's so disgusting." Su Yuan retorted. "How can it be disgusting? Sister Kuaner said it was delicious and full of protein." Chi Yu couldn't do anything about him, so he had to go find Su Feng. "Husband, please take care of him. Ah Yuan, listen to your mother. Throw it away quickly. Throw it to the bottom of the valley, and your sister Kuaner will eat it." Su Yuan came to the edge of the canyon and shouted down, "Sister Kuaner, I'm bringing you some food. Please take it." Then he threw the maggots in his hand towards the bottom of the valley. Su Feng turned his head away. He really couldn't bear to watch. "You're using so much strength that you'll be smashed into the mud when you hit the ground." As expected, the giant maggot was thrown onto Su Kuan's coxcomb, smashing it to pieces. The juice in his body burst out and covered Su Kuan's face. Su Feng couldn't do anything about his children. He walked over to Hu Lai, put his arm around his shoulders, and walked towards the underground city. "Chief Hu, don't worry. My people will help you deal with those rotten fish and shrimps at the bottom of the valley. Isn't it time to teach me the immortal cultivation technique you mentioned?" Now that the strange beast's corpse and inner elixir are in hand, the next step is to practice the immortal cultivation method. If possible, he also wants the thunder whip. "I guess Hu Lai won't give it to me." Hu Lai sighed and said, "The immortal cultivation technique is actually not as good as you think." "What do you mean?" "Over the past 10 years, while I was cultivating, I also read through the ancient books of my clan. According to the records in the ancient books, my Spirit Fox clan's cultivation speed should be very fast, especially in the early stages, when we made rapid progress. But I have practiced hard for 10 years and have only just begun. According to the realm classification in ancient books, I am only at the 3rd level of Qi refining. In the same amount of time, you should be able to cultivate to the 8th level of Qi refining. And there will be a feeling of discomfort when circulating spiritual power. This is not the biggest problem. The ancestor had already reached the golden core stage, and the children he gave birth to were no different from humans. To be honest, when I was born, I looked like an ordinary person. Until I started practicing, I was just an ordinary old man, except that I lived a little longer. But look at me now. I've actually experienced atavism. The higher the level of cultivation, the more obvious the atavism phenomenon. Not only will people regress to their original form, but they will also be invaded by inner demons, causing them to lose their sanity. Xiaomei's father is the most powerful person in my clan, and you saw the result. Not only did he lose his mind, His appearance changed even more. He looked neither human nor fox, but a monster. Hu Lai thought of Hu Mei's father and couldn't control his tears. It's really heartbreaking to see an old man over 200 years old wiping tears. Chief Hu, have you found the problem? Hu Lai shook his head and said while wiping his tears, I've searched through ancient books, but I haven't found the root of the problem. Su Feng had some guesses in his mind. Chief Hu, have you ever considered that the energy emanating from the black hole might be fundamentally different from that of the ancestral star you mentioned, and therefore not suitable for your cultivation at all? Of course, humans are not suitable either. Haven't you noticed that what came out of the black hole were all strange beasts? There were no humans or monsters at all. Their characteristics are that they look weird, have no brains, are violent, and only know how to kill. Then why don't awakened humans behave like this? This is a really good question. Why? Su Feng scratched his head and got the answer. Not all humans are awakened. So is it possible that there is a problem of cultivation qualifications involved? There are two types of humans. One type can absorb energy, and they are the awakened ones. The other type is still ordinary people. What about the people in your underground city? Can everyone practice cultivation? Hu Lai said, from the current perspective, yes, everyone can practice. That's the problem. There are no awakeners in your dungeon, which means you are actually not suitable for this kind of energy. But you are using immortal cultivation techniques to practice, which can easily lead to side effects. The demon race is born with the ability to practice cultivation, unlike humans who need spiritual roots or something. Therefore, when there is energy between heaven and earth, the demon race can directly practice using the magic formulas of cultivating immortals, unlike humans, who cannot do so unless they are awakened. But this also creates a problem, which is that the energy does not match the body. Just like Su Feng's children, they will be fine if they eat the meat of exotic beasts, but ordinary people will explode and die if they eat the meat of exotic beasts. From this, it can be speculated that the awakened person may not die after eating the meat of a strange beast, but his end will definitely not be good, and there is a high probability that he will become a strange beast. Hu Lai had never thought about this question. He always felt that maybe his way of practicing was wrong, or his technique was incomplete. He really hadn't thought about the problem of energy inconsistency. So he should thank himself for his poor qualifications, otherwise he would have become like his grandson. Then the problem arises. Su Xiaoyu, what do you think we should do? If we don't practice, our home will be destroyed by alien beasts. If we practice, we risk becoming alien beasts ourselves. Hu Lai has one good point, which is that he knows himself well. Although he was a descendant of the demon race and had lived for over 200 years, he knew that he had never left the dungeon in his life, and therefore had little experience. So when the Exotic Beast Association came, he was very polite and reached an agreement with the Exotic Beast Association. They are responsible for guarding the black hole and destroying the strange beasts that come out of the black hole, and they don't need any benefits. If it were Su Feng, he would definitely take the opportunity to ask for some benefits. Su Feng thought for a moment and said, you still need to practice, but you can't practice blindly. Think about it. If one day you become like Hu Mei's father, and you still have the thunder whip in your hand, you will definitely slaughter all your people. Hu Lai was shocked when he heard this. It's true. This kind of situation is really possible. When Hu Mei's father went crazy, she had to use the thunder whip to drive him away. What if I go crazy and still have the thunder whip in my hand? Who can control me? Su Xiaoyu, you've traveled extensively, so you must be knowledgeable. Do you have any good ideas? Does Su Feng have a solution? Of course he does. As long as you drink your own essence and blood, you don't have to worry about going crazy. Your own children eat everything and are fine. The question is, why did he give it to Hu Lai to drink? He doesn't find it disgusting, but I find it disgusting. What's the difference between this and finding a man to help you? Chapter 158, I want your granddaughter. Unless Hu Lai can betroth Hu Mei to him. Hu Mei is a descendant of the demon race, and with her own invincible essence and blood, how powerful must the child she gives birth to be? In addition, I have to prepare the dowry, so I probably can't count on the thunder whip. The cultivation method must be given. In the future, in addition to practicing with the inner alchemy of the strange beast yourself, the extra ones must also be kept. It is difficult to get the corpses of strange beasts. There is no electricity in the dungeon and there is no refrigerator. When Hu Lai saw Su Feng hesitate, he knew that he must have a way. He grabbed Su Feng's arm and spoke earnestly. Su Xiaoyu, since you came to the dungeon, I have been very polite and friendly to you. My clan is in trouble right now. You can't just stand by and watch them die. Su Feng said with a deliberately embarrassed look. Chief Su, I do have a way, but this method is, how should I put it, too precious. Su Feng was not talking nonsense. It was indeed very precious. Hu Lai's eyes were shining, and and he was almost hanging on Su Feng. Su Xiaoyu, I won't let you help me in vain. In my dungeon, except for the Thunder Whip, you can take anything you like. Hu Lai thought very clearly that their underground city was nothing, and the only thing that was precious was the Thunder Whip. The techniques of cultivating immortals may seem precious, but they are actually useless. On the contrary, they may have side effects if practiced by ordinary people. Hu Lai's promise made Su Feng's heart very moved. He looked at Hu Lai with burning eyes, ready to make his request. Hu Lai was burned by Su Feng's eyes. He crossed his arms over his chest and jumped back several meters. Su, my dear Su, I can't do that. I'm already an old man. If you really like him, I'll give Shinji to you. Shinji took 2 steps forward, holding his head high and chest out. For the sake of my people, I am willing. Su Feng's expression changed from astonishment to disbelief, and then to anger and embarrassment. He kicked Shinji in the chest, and Shinji flew several meters away. Shinji rolled twice on the ground, jumped up, and was not angry, but just stared at Su Feng. I really can. For my people, I can make any sacrifice. Su Feng was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot. He confronted Hu Lai directly. To be honest, I fell deeply in love with Fairy Hu Mei the first time I saw her. Chief Hu, if you betroth Fairy Hu Mei to me, I will help you. Hu Lai looked hesitant when he heard this. Hu Mei is the apple of his eye. He doesn't want to force her, nor can he bear to force her. The person involved, Hu Mei, glared at Su Feng, walked to Hu Lai, and spoke softly. Grandpa, I am willing. As long as he can really help the tribe, I am willing to marry him. Hu Lai looked at Hu Mei, placed his old, dry hand on her head, and patted it gently. It's hard for you. Su Feng really wanted to ask Hu Lai, why did she suffer so much? Was it unfair for her to marry him? Doesn't the Mediterranean deserve love? Besides hair loss, what other shortcomings do I have? I have good looks, money, and strength. Since both of them agreed, Su Feng did not get angry. After a while of affection between grandfather and granddaughter, Hu Mei walked up to Su Feng and looked at him straight. I promise, as long as you can do what you say, I will be yours. Su Feng was overjoyed when he heard this and patted his chest to make a promise. Don't worry, I, Su Feng, always keep my word. If I say there's a way, then there's a way. Look at my people, they all look weird, but none of them are not full of life. Hu Mei nodded, agreeing with Su Feng's words. It was because she saw that he was with a group of strange-looking people, and these people listened to him very much, that Hu Mei chose to believe him. Then it's settled. The wedding will be held tomorrow. Su Xiaoyu, and you will stay at my house for now. After we get married, I hope you won't break your promise. Don't worry, I will never break my promise. Just at this moment, a strange beast emerged from the black hole. Su Yuan didn't wait for Su Feng's order and directly hit the monster on the head with a stick. The strange beast's head shattered on the spot. Su Yuan went over and looked around, but didn't find the inner elixir. He kicked the monster's corpse directly in front of Su Qinggong. Su Qinggong didn't say anything. He opened his mouth, picked up the corpse of the strange beast, and threw it into his mouth. Watching the corpse of the strange beast disappear into Su Qinggong's mouth, Hu Lai and the others opened their mouths in surprise. What's going on? Su Feng said proudly. This is called the world in your belly. Hu Lai swallowed hard. Then came a burst of ecstasy. The stronger Su Feng and the others are, the more it means that he is not lying to himself. Great, that's great. The problem that has been bothering me for so long is finally going to be solved. Hu Lai provided Su Feng and his friends with a small courtyard. He himself went to prepare for the wedding. After all, she is the great-granddaughter of the clan leader. If the wedding is too shabby, people will look down on her. For a moment, everyone in the dungeon became busy. Su Feng didn't care about all this. He hadn't slept for a long time and now just wanted to sleep. Qinggong, keep an eye on them and don't let them go out and cause trouble. Your aunt and I are going to bed. I'm not sleepy. Go to sleep by yourself. Qiyu was still a little emotional. Although they are all children of the world, they should not be too particular about their personal affairs. Moreover, since Qiyu could accept a cow, he could naturally accept a fox spirit as well. But you still have to have the right attitude. Su Feng now knew her very well, so he simply pulled her into the house. Qiyu was half-heartedly pulled into the house by Su Feng. We also need to prepare the betrothal gifts, and we need Qiyu's help. If there is no dowry, Su Feng will definitely not give a betrothal gift. Now that there is a dowry, we have to prepare a betrothal gift. What's more, this betrothal gift is still needed to solve Hu Lai's problem. After sleeping for 8 hours, Su Feng woke up. It is enough to ensure 8 hours of sleep a day. Sleeping too long can easily lead to dementia. Su Feng walked out of the yard feeling refreshed. The underground city was already decorated with lights, and the pedestrians on the street all had happy expressions on their faces. Seeing Su Feng, they all nodded. After a while, Shinji came running to call them. Son-in-law, the clan leader asked me to call you over. Everything has been arranged, and we can hold the wedding. Okay, we'll be there soon. Su Feng touched the small bottle in his pocket and took Chi Yu and others to the conference hall. Chi Yu has completely lost his temper now. Su Feng is so awesome. It would be nice to find someone to share the work with. When we arrived at the meeting hall, it was already packed with people. All the residents of the underground city came. The population of the underground city is actually not that large, only about 100 or 200 people. 100 or 200 people were digested internally, but no Tang people appeared, nor did anyone with 2 heads and 3 legs appear. Su Feng could only sigh that the genes of the demon race were so powerful. Su Qing and his team have already cleaned up all the garbage at the bottom of the valley. Looking at Su Qing and Su Kuan's bulging bellies, you can tell how happy they are eating. Don't worry, with their digestive abilities, it won't take long for the food in their stomachs to be completely digested. Chapter 159. Chief Hu, this is the 10,000-year-old divine milk you wanted. The wedding process was completely simplified, and Su Feng didn't even change his clothes. Hu Mei only covered her head with a red veil. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to parents, and then husband and wife bow to each other. The ceremony is over. Send her to the bridal chamber. The residents of the underground city stayed for the banquet, and Su Feng pulled Hu Mei into the bridal chamber. Su Feng lifted up Hu Mei's skull. No, it was a red veil. Then they drank the wedding wine. You've already gotten what you wanted. If you betray me, I will. Hu Mei found that she seemed to have no way to deal with Su Feng. Su Feng's strength is also not weak, and if a real fight breaks out, I might not be able to defeat him. Su Feng sat next to Hu Mei, held her hand, and spoke seriously. Don't worry, Fairy, I will never let you down. I hope so. Fairy, shall we enter the bridal chamber? An hour later. Are you ready? It's almost there. Another half-hour later. Finally done. Madam, take a rest. I'll go and pay the betrothal gift. Hu Mei asked in confusion. What kind of gift? It's the way to help your people solve their problems. I'll go give it to the chief now. Then go ahead. Su Feng put on his clothes and went out, and said to Chi Yu, who was sitting in the yard in a depressed mood. Xiao Yu, please keep an eye on her for me. If her belly gets bigger, explain the situation to her. Scumbag. Chi Yu turned his head away, unwilling to look at him. Su Feng placed his hand on her bald head and rubbed it gently. Xiao Yu, Hu Mei has demon genes, so the child she gives birth to will definitely have unlimited potential. You can see there are more than one black hole. We never know when alien beasts will invade us. We need to prepare early. Chi Yu's bald head is very sensitive. She grabbed Su Feng's rebellious hand. I actually know everything. I just feel a little upset. That's normal. Don't think I'm being unreasonable. Su Feng sighed and said, Of course I know, and I won't be angry about it. You are very sensible, so sensible that it makes me feel a little distressed. I'm going. I'll leave this place to you. Yeah, don't worry. I will take good care of Sister Hu Mei. What a good woman. If all women in the world were like this, how could couples still quarrel? When Su Feng said this, he was almost drunk. Su Feng grabbed him. Stop drinking and get down to business. Hu Lai shook him off. What business are you in? I feel uncomfortable when you ask me to drink. Su Feng said in a low voice. Do you still want to save your people? This sentence woke Hu Lai up. Yes, I still have to save my people. Now we're already in the bridal chamber. When will you do what you promised me? That's what I'm about to do. Stop drinking and follow me. Hu Lai was completely awake now. Let's go now. The two of them quietly left the table and came to the small courtyard where Hu Lai lived. Go to your bedroom. Is it necessary to be so secretive? There are no outsiders here. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just listen to me. After closing the door, Su Feng took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket. This person's 10,000 years divine milk. It dripped from a 10,000-year-old stalactite, and it takes 10,000 years for one drop to condense. The reason why I am not affected is because I drank this 1,000-year-old magic milk. Now, I give it to you. Su Feng handed the porcelain bottle to Hu Lai, and the reluctance on his face did not look fake. Nonsense. Su Feng was really reluctant to let her go. If Hu Lai was a beauty, he would have given her to her. Who would be willing to give it to him? Just an old man. Hu Lai was not polite. He took the bottle, looked at it carefully, and wanted to open it and smell it. Su Feng stopped him in time. Don't open it. The medicine will evaporate. Wait until you are sure you want to drink it before opening it. Remember, don't hesitate. Drink it as quickly as possible. Hu Lai held the porcelain bottle tightly. You're right. Such a precious thing really shouldn't be wasted. But would it be a waste if I drank it? If you don't want to drink, find a promising tribe member to drink with. Hu Lai went over all the tribesmen in his mind, shook his head and sighed. There is no more talent to be cultivated in the clan. It's up to you. There's only one serving anyway. After drinking it, not only can you practice freely without any side effects, but it can also strengthen your physique. You can even eat the meat of exotic beasts to absorb energy. But don't take the beast's inner core lightly. The energy inside is too strong, and I'm afraid you won't be able to control it. The actual situation was that Su Feng wanted Hu Lai to save the inner elixir of the strange beast and come to get it when he was free. Hu Lai struggled for a while, but finally made up his mind. Just as he was about to drink it, Su Feng stopped him again. You can drink after I leave. Without waiting for Hu Lai to speak, he pushed the door and left. He felt sad to watch his descendants being killed, especially by an old man. As soon as Su Feng left, Hu Lai couldn't wait to open the porcelain bottle and drink the 1,000-year-old divine milk that contained powerful energy. The taste is a bit weird, like it has gone bad. How can I know if it has gone bad if I have never drunk the 10,000 years divine milk? Before Hu Lai had time to savor it, tremendous energy began to grow in his body. This feeling is incredible, so incredible. Hu Lai felt that he was now strong enough to kill a strange beast with one punch. With tears in his eyes, Su Feng trotted back to the bridal chamber. He felt unclean. As soon as he entered the yard, Su Feng heard exclamations from the house. What's wrong with me? It's okay, sister, don't get excited. You're just pregnant. Just pregnant? Look at my belly, it's so big, and you tell me not to get excited? How can I not be excited? Hu Mei has indeed never been married and has never had children, but she is not a fool. Is this what childbirth is like? The birth happens right after entering the bridal chamber? Yes, she felt like she was about to give birth. That feeling is strange and strong. Sister, lie down and spread your legs. This is my first time delivering a baby, so I don't have much experience. Come on, take a deep breath and push hard. Oh, no need. It's already been born. It would be better to say that it jumped out rather than being born. An extremely cute little girl with 3 foxtails was standing in the middle of the room, looking at Hu Mei lying on the bed with a silly look on her face, and Yu standing beside the bed with a look of surprise on her face. Su Feng just pushed the door open at this moment. The little girl heard the sound and turned her head to look. Dad. The little girl jumped into Su Feng's arms. Dad, I'm hungry. Su Feng touched the little girl's head. Dad will find you something to eat later. Carrying the little girl to the bedside, Su Feng said to Hu Mei, who was lying on the bed. Thanks a lot. The little girl also imitated Su Feng and said, Thank you for your hard work, Mom. Hu Mei, who was originally confused, burst into tears when she heard this. Chapter 160. Sit in a row and share the fruit. Who in my family would understand? A few hours ago, I was just a little girl waiting to get married, and in the blink of an eye, I became a mother. I guess no one would believe this if I told them. This is about to catch up with China's speed. Well, you take a rest first. I'll take the kids to find something to eat. Although he had experienced this several times, Su Feng still felt a little embarrassed. Su Feng took a small blanket from the bed and wrapped the little girl in it, then ran out of the door. Rest your legs. Hu Mei is in very good condition now. Very good, better than ever before. She felt that her realm had improved. What is this? Yu patted her arm and spoke with the tone of someone who had experienced it. You'll get used to it. I was even more surprised than you were at first. Hu Mei really wanted to ask her how she got used to it. Come to think of it, why should women make things difficult for other women? Su Feng found Su Kuan, who was drinking secretly, holding the child. Who told you to drink? Su Kuan chuckled and said with drunken eyes. Dad, you're getting married. We're so happy, and when we're happy, we naturally have to drink. This guy was drinking for the first time and was a little drunk. Okay, stop drinking and get down to business. And all of you, stop drinking. Su Feng was speechless as he looked at a group of children who were happily drinking from jars of wine. Is it easy for people in the dungeon to work hard to grow some food? And you just drink from the jar of wine? The children were pretty good. Since Su Feng told them not to drink, they didn't drink. These people drink alcohol just for fun and don't think it tastes that good. Only Su Kuan likes to drink it. After all, chickens eat grains, and wine is made from grains. Su Qing also likes to drink. It's all the fault of the fisherman. Even though he can't catch any fish, he still likes to throw rice and wine into the river. All the creatures in the river like to drink. Su Kuan, make something for your sister. Su Feng took the children out of the city and came to an open space. He is now a little uncomfortable with staying in the city. He always feels more comfortable in the wilderness, where he can attack or defend. There's another little sister. I'll go cook. Su Kuan really likes cooking. Seeing his brothers and sisters eating the food he cooked with big mouthfuls, Su Kuan feels very accomplished. It's just that my talent for cooking is a little lacking. Until now, I can only stew meat, and at most make some preserved egg and exotic beast meat porridge. In fact, the exotic beast meat porridge made from grandson eggs is more nutritious. It's all Su Kuan's fault that the production of grandson eggs has not increased. While Su Kuan was cooking, Su Feng took out a dozen exotic beast inner cores he had obtained from the bottom of the valley. Dad has a problem now. Let's work together to come up with a good solution. The problem is this. I have more than a dozen inner cores of exotic beasts. In the past, when we distributed the inner cores of exotic beasts, we all looked at their compatibility. For example, for a flying beast, its inner elixir will be given to Su Jiao first. Of course, Su Kuan is also one of them. However, the owners of these dozen or so inner cores of exotic beasts had long since rotted away and were eaten by rats, maggots, and flies. So now I don't know which of these exotic beast inner elixirs is more suitable for you. How to distribute these beast inner cores has become a big problem. What are your thoughts? The children were either standing or sitting, and some were even lying on the ground, thinking hard. Dad, I say we draw lots and eat whichever one we get. Su Kuan was not idle while cooking and actively offered suggestions. It's just that the method is a bit ridiculous. If that's the case, he might as well assign it randomly himself. Dad, I want this one. Su Miao Miao didn't think of any solution. She walked directly to Su Feng and pointed at one of the beast's inner cores and said. Su Feng knew her character and did not refuse directly, but asked with a smile. Meow meow, there are more than a dozen exotic beast inner cores here. Why do you want this one? Is it because this one is more beautiful than the others? Su Miao Miao shook her head and said. No, it's just a feeling that I should have this one. Is this still possible? Su Feng suddenly had an idea. He wasn't sure if Su Miao Miao was the only one who felt this way, or if all the children felt the same way. In any case, his method should be the most appropriate one that can be thought of at the moment. Turn your backs and blindfold yourself. I'll place a dozen exotic beast cores. Then, blindfold yourself and rely on your senses. If you sense a direction with an exotic beast core, and it's the one you want the most, go pick it up. Children's senses are different from those of ordinary people. Even if they are blindfolded, they can definitely feel the existence of the inner alchemy of the strange beast, so Su Feng asked them to choose the one that is most attractive to them. This method was unanimously approved by the children. It is a bit like hide and seek, which sounds very interesting. Okay, now turn around. Su Feng lined up a dozen inner cores of exotic beasts in a row, placing one core every 2 meters. You can turn around now, but remember to keep your eyes closed. Don't open them at all. Just rely on your intuition. The children were very obedient and turned around with their eyes closed. Su Miao Miao moved first, but the first person to move was not Su Miao Miao, but Hu Mei's newborn daughter. Su Feng was going to call him Su Mei, a fox after all. If he wasn't charming, how could he be called a fox? Su Mei closed her eyes, happily ran to a strange beast's inner core, and grabbed the inner core in her hand. Dad, I want this. Su Feng held her in his arms and pinched her chubby little face. Okay, I'll give it to you, but you can't eat it yet. You have to eat first. Su Mei had just been born, and Su Feng was not sure if she could digest the inner elixir of the strange beast. I didn't plan to let her choose, but the little girl ran over and chose one on her own. Just choose it, seal a pocket on her clothes and put the food in it, and give it to her after a few days. Su Miao Miao also moved at this time. She went straight to the exotic beast inner core that she had wanted from the beginning. Then it was Su Hei's turn, and soon the other children also moved. They have all found their target. Su Feng was very happy, as this proved that his approach was correct. It's like there's a pile of shit and a piece of stinky tofu on the ground. If you had to choose, would you choose shit or stinky tofu? Even if you were blindfolded, I believe you would still choose stinky tofu. Of course, if you insist on choosing that piece of shit, just ignore what I said. There are also cases where 2 people choose the same inner elixir of a strange beast. What Su Feng didn't expect was that in addition to Su Jiao and Su Kuan, Su Qing and Su Yuan also had a car accident. I understand why they had a car accident. They both have wings. But why did you 2 have a car accident? Su Qing did not explain, but spoke modestly. Give this beast's inner core to my brother Yuan. I don't want it. I've already eaten 2. Su Yuan was about to refuse when Su Feng spoke first. Then it settled. This beast's inner core will be given to Yuan. Since Su Feng said so, Su Yuan didn't insist anymore. Thank you, Brother Qing. Chapter 161 Su Xiaoyu, I really love you. Su Qing said, waving his hands cheerfully. Brother Yuan, you are too polite. Su Yuan and Su Qing were able to have a car crash. Su Feng estimated that the inner elixir of this strange beast should be able to increase defense. If it was just of water attribute, Su Yuan would probably not like it. Su Yuan's characteristic is his physical body. Not only does he have amazing defense, but he also has amazing strength and speed. To sum it up simply, he is a reckless man. Su Kuan and Su Jiao made Su Feng very embarrassed. Su Kuan has always had a dream of flying, and he will surely be able to do so if he eats a few more inner pills of exotic beasts. Su Jiao had never eaten the inner elixir of a strange beast before. Both of them need this inner elixir. Su Qing has set an example, and Su Kuan is no exception. She placed the inner elixir of the strange beast in Su Jiao's hand. Brother Adieo, I'll give you this beast's inner core. I've already eaten one. Su Jiao felt mixed emotions as he looked at his sister who had wings and had made things difficult for him since birth, and then cooked for him every day. He threw himself into Su Kuan's arms and spoke in a crying voice. Sister Kuaner, I misunderstood you before. From now on, you will be my real sister. Because of the quarrel at the beginning, Su Jiao has always had some opinions about Su Kuan. Now, all the opinions have disappeared, and what remains is the deep love between sister and brother. Su Kuan patted her head gently and pretended to be angry. You little bastard, I'm your biological sister. Yes, Sister Kuaner, you have always been my sister. That's better. You're a real man. Why are you crying? Let me go, or the pot will get burnt. Su Feng originally thought that Su Ruru, Su Gua, and Su Xian would have a collision. After all three of them were plant type. Unexpectedly, all three of them found the inner alchemy of the exotic beast that satisfied them. The servant Su Xia then also got an inner elixir of a strange beast. Except for Su Uba, who is not here, 12 out of 14 people chose the inner alchemy of exotic beasts that satisfied them. This was also an unexpected surprise. In the end, there were only 3 left, so Su Feng simply played the game again. The ones who chose the inner alchemy of the strange beast this time were Su Qinggong, Su He, Su Xiaodao, and Su Huahua. Su Xiaodao and Su Huahua actually had a car accident. The 2 of them simultaneously chose the strangest beast's inner elixir. It was a completely black inner core of a strange beast, and it looked very evil. It's not surprising that Su Xiaodao was chosen, as Su Feng looks evil. Su Huahua also wanted the inner elixir of this strange beast, which Su Feng had not expected. Su Feng finally decided to give the beast's inner elixir to Su Huahua because he wanted to drink milk so much. Xiaodao, you're the older brother, so let Huahua give it to you this time. I'll definitely give it to you next time I meet someone suitable. How about that? Su Xiaodao nodded and agreed. Okay, Dad, then give it to Sister Huahua. When he nodded, Su Feng subconsciously took a few steps back. This guy's head is too pointy, and you'll get pricked if you're not careful. Fortunately, there is no need for couples to exchange greetings when getting married now. Otherwise, the wedding day would be the anniversary of Su Xiaodao's wife's death. Su Xiaodao doesn't need to get married? That would be great. Su Xiaodao really couldn't find a wife. Su Feng had seen that his Xiaoke was a dagger. Who could withstand it? All of this guy's limbs are sharp weapons. I wonder what he will evolve into in the future. The inner elixirs of the exotic beasts were distributed, and everyone was happy. Su Kuan also prepared the meal. Su Feng personally fed Su Mei, while the other children swallowed their own beast inner cores, soaked them in broth, and then each of them held a piece of beast meat and started to chew on it. After eating and drinking, Su Feng took the children back to the underground city. As soon as I reached the top of the city wall, I saw Hu Lai Feng running towards me. It should be Hu Lai. It looks a bit similar, but not quite the same. When Hu Lai ran in front of him, Su Feng saw clearly that this was exactly a younger version of Hu Lai. His body was no longer hunched, his wide Taoist robe could no longer hide his muscular body, and even his gray hair had turned completely black. The only thing that remains unchanged is the pointed chin and monkey cheeks. Su Xiaoyu, this is amazing, it's truly amazing. Not only have I regained my youth, but my body is also full of strength. In the past, the spiritual energy circulated very slowly in my body, especially at a few key nodes, but now it is flowing smoothly. Su Xiaoyu, I really love you to death. Hu Lai covered his mouth in horror. After several seconds, he stammered. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that we will be a family from now on, and you'll be my great-grandson-in-law. That's right, that's it. There's nothing else to it. After Hu Lai finished explaining, he turned around and ran away, even faster than when he came. Su Feng sighed imperceptibly. The thing he was most worried about had happened. It seems that we can't stay here for long. Back in the yard where the bridal chamber was, Su Feng carried Su Mei into the house, while the other children stayed in the yard and found something to do. Baby, let me hold you. Hu Mei saw Su Mei and waved to her happily. Su Mei jumped out of Su Feng's arms and jumped into Hu Mei's arms in 3 or 2 steps. Mother! Hu Mei's heart melted when she heard her mother cry. Women are weak by nature, but they become strong when they become mothers. The maternal light in Hu Mei's bones was aroused, and she hugged Su Mei and kissed her nonstop. Chi-yu gave Su Feng a look. Nailed it. Su Feng smiled at her gratefully. Chi-yu is a really good daughter-in-law. Not only can he box, he is also very gentle and considerate, and so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. He really knows how to box, and he wears boxing gloves. Hu Mei hugged Su Mei and kissed her for a while, then turned to ask Su Feng, "Have you named the baby yet?" "Get up, call Su Mei." "Su Mei, it sounds pretty good. Mayor, my good mayor." Hu Mei was as happy as a child in her 30s. Yes, Hu Mei is in her 30s, although she looks like she is in her 20s. "Well, I have something to discuss with you guys. I'm about to leave. Do you have anything else that you haven't resolved?" This was mainly said to Hu Mei. She never left this place. "Leave? Why do you want to leave? Isn't it good to live here?" Sure enough, Hu Mei never thought about leaving. Su Feng explained patiently. "That's right. According to my speculation, Blue Star will be even more dangerous in the future, with more exotic beasts and stronger strength. If we don't have the ability to protect ourselves, our future will be miserable. I am traveling around with my whole family to accumulate strength for the future and prepare for the coming chaotic times. The Exotic Beast Association can still control the situation at the moment, but it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Let's not talk about anything else. Just say that if there are more strange beasts of the level of Su Uba's father, not his biological mother, Blue Planet will be in chaos. The Dragon Kingdom is considered to be very powerful. Without using nuclear weapons, there is no good way to eliminate Su Uba's father, not his biological mother. If Su Uba's parents, not his biological parents, showed up in Xiao Yitzi, they would destroy their country in a matter of minutes. Chapter 162, I am a man who wants to conquer the world. Hu Mei murmured, "Is it really that serious?" The farthest she had ever been was the top of the mountain, and she had no idea what was happening outside. It's even more serious than this. We've seen bigger black holes outside the dungeon. Who knows if there are black holes elsewhere? I think there must be. If these black holes expand further one day, and the monsters that come out are even stronger, can the dungeon withstand them with its strength? Even the Thunder Whip isn't omnipotent. Hu Mei looked at Su Feng with a serious face and asked anxiously, "What about the dungeon? What about my people?" Now that the child is born, Hu Mei trusts Su Feng very much. Su Feng took 2 steps forward, sat beside her, put his arm around her shoulders, then looked at Chi-yu and reached out to pat her other half. Chi-yu rolled his eyes at him and still sat down. Su Feng was surrounded by women, feeling very satisfied. Being very dissatisfied means not satisfied at all. Don't misinterpret it. Don't worry, fairy. I have already given Chief Hu a bottle of 10,000 years divine milk. This elixir is the spiritual liquid from the core area of the 10,000 year stalactite, and it is a 10,000 year stalactite that grows in the center of the spiritual vein. The 10,000 years divine milk can improve the aptitude for cultivation, enhance cultivation, and eliminate the side effects of cultivation. It can even speed up your cultivation. Chief Hu is no longer the same as he was before. With the Thunder Whip, he should have no problem protecting the underground city for a year or 2. You don't have to worry. Who lie? That's not what you said when you gave it to me. Chi-yu feels a little nauseous now. She felt a little nauseous when she thought about the food she usually ate being eaten by an old man. Chi-yu was even more frightened when he thought that eating this thing would increase his feelings for Su Feng. That's because she has no hair, otherwise her hair would stand on end. This is really killing me. What kind of husband did I find? Didn't your mother teach you since you were a child not to eat things given by others casually, and not to let others eat your things casually? You don't have a mother? Okay, that's acceptable. Hubby, I also think it's urgent to strengthen our strength. Let's go quickly. If Chi-yu doesn't leave now, she's afraid that Hu Lai will steal her husband. Hu Mei also breathed a sigh of relief after knowing that Hu Lai's strength had improved. Then, she thought of another thing. Su Feng couldn't stand her stare anymore. Fairy, if you have something to say, just tell me directly. Why are you staring at me so straight? It's scary. Well, I actually have a question. I wonder if you can help me. Hu Mei said hesitantly. Su Feng naturally patted his chest and promised. Just tell me, Fairy. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help. If you can't do it, don't blame me. There are more and more people in the underground city now, and we often don't have enough food. Do you have any solutions? If you could get some of the eternal god milk and drip it onto the fields, wouldn't that improve the soil quality and increase crop yields? You know what? There is such a possibility. But there is another possibility. The soil quality did not improve, but instead a worm child was produced. Su Feng thought of another way. Why not just have a weak kid? Get a weak child, and let Hu Lai help raise it. There is a black hole in the dungeon, and strange beasts crawl out from time to time. The number of exotic beasts is definitely not enough to support all of his children, but it is definitely more than enough to support one child. Su Feng felt a little uncomfortable because he was going to give his child to someone else to raise. Well, the main reason is that the wheat grown by the children must be very nutritious, but I can't eat it myself, so I feel bad. On the other hand, you don't have to raise the child yourself. When the child grows up, he will one day take care of you. As for wheat, it is cheaper for others. Hu Mei and Hu Lai are both his women. Ba, ba, ba. Hu Mei is now his woman. Hu Lai is his woman's great-grandfather. With these two relationships, the dungeon can definitely develop into its own force. If the residents of the dungeon can practice after eating wheat, then I will have a group of extra helpers in the future. This deal is not a loss. Su Feng couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for his cleverness in his heart. Don't worry, Fairy, I'll take care of the food problem. It's getting late. Xiao Mei, go out and play with your brothers and sisters. If Su Mei dared to leave, the next thing would be a natural progression. More than an hour later, Su Feng went out again with a small bottle in his pocket. After Su Feng left, Hu Mei cautiously asked Chi Yu, who was lying beside her. Sister Xiaoyu, could that be the 10,000 years divine milk? Chi Yu nodded silently. The fox is really smart. Grandpa, you are confused. Hu Mei's heart-wrenching screams were heard from the room. If possible, she wanted to kill Su Feng. Su Feng didn't know that Hu Mei wanted to kill him, but even if he knew, he wasn't afraid. I am the one who is hurt the most, okay? Do you really think that the one who is scheming is one? High-end hunters often appear in the form of prey. He, Su Feng, is the real prey. Su Feng carefully walked into the wheat field, picked the largest ear of wheat, and sprinkled the blood in the bottle on it. After doing all this, Su Feng simply lay down on the edge of the field, folded his hands behind his head. After thinking about it, he felt something was wrong. Su Feng turned over and sat up, pulling out a piece of foxtail grass from the side and holding it in his mouth. Now it's perfect. Smelling the aroma of wheat and looking at the crescent moon in the sky, Su Feng felt that the whole world was quiet. When you feel tired and overwhelmed by the pressure of life, try to go back to your childhood. At that time, the sky was so blue, the water was so clear, and people's smiles were so sincere. Without worries or pain, Su Feng fell asleep with a sweet smile. When Su Feng opened his eyes again, it was already dawn. Su Feng stretched and sat up. He looked at his family members lying in a row on the ridge of the field in astonishment and grinned silently. Although a person's world is quiet, the company of family members also has a special kind of warmth. Dad, you're awake. Su Kuan's voice woke up the others. Chi Yu walked up to Su Feng, looked down at him, and said unhappily, "You're awake now. We thought you'd run away." Su Feng pulled Chi Yu into his arms and lightly touched her bald head. "How could I leave you all alone and run away? Then why are you lying here alone?" Chi Yu hugged his waist and put her face on his chest. "Are you tired?" Su Feng grinned. "I'm not tired. I, Su Feng, am a man who will conquer the world." "Use your blood to conquer the world? How do you know?" "Virtue, get up quickly. You have another child." This was within Su Feng's expectations. Chapter 163, Leaving. A thin little guy with limbs like wheat leaves and a wheat seedling growing on his head came in front of Su Feng and shouted crisply, "Dad." Su Feng gently stroked the wheat seedlings on her head. "Be good. From now on, you can be called Su Monsong." Chi Yugong stood up and almost fell when he heard the name. "I'm a girl. Why would I call myself Monsong? It's so ugly." "Yes, it's okay to call a boy Monsong. Then let's call him Su Mai Sui." "Then why not call her Su Jin Mai?" "Because today's readers are very wealthy and don't like to eat instant noodles. But there's this one called Wheat Ear who always gives out free little gifts." "What a mess, I don't understand." "Then let's call him Su Mai Sui. It's simple and straightforward." Take the children back to the dungeon. When Hu Lai saw Su Feng, his eyes were a little evasive. He didn't know why, but now when he saw Su Feng, he always felt that he had a delicate face and was very handsome. "Chief Hu, it just so happens that you are here too. We are here to say goodbye to you because we have something to tell you." Su Feng didn't dare to pull Hu Lai aside and said that safety is very important. "This is Su Mai Sui. When she grows up, maybe she can solve the food crisis in the underground city." Upon hearing this, Hu Lai finally shifted his gaze away from Su Feng's face. Is it really possible? Looking at the small, strange-looking little person in Su Feng's arms, Hu Lai was a little skeptical. "When have I ever lied to you? You've lied to me so many times, you bastard." Hu Lai was too embarrassed to say this. Su Feng continued to explain the precautions. "Mai Sui wants to eat the meat of exotic beasts. When you kill an exotic beast in the future, give the meat to her. If you have an exotic beast's inner core, give it to her if she wants it. If she doesn't want it, keep it and give it to me when I come back. Don't waste it again." "Okay, I'll do as you say," Su Feng said to Su Mai Sui in his arms again. "Mai Suier, You will live with Chief Hu from now on. Dad will come back soon and take you away then. Su Maisui hugged Su Feng's neck and said reluctantly, Okay, Dad. This is also the problem that Su Feng will face in the future. As the number of children increases, they will inevitably have to be separated. You can't have hundreds or thousands of children following you. When children grow up, they will go their separate ways. As for my hometown, don't ask. After all, even the ancient and thick city walls cannot block sadness. The main reason is that no matter where they say they are from, they are easily attacked. These days, there seems to be no province that has not been blacklisted. And Su Feng happened to come from a place where people are most vulnerable to being hacked. Su Feng was not afraid that the children were too fragile to bear it. He is afraid that those who like to criticize other regions will be killed by their own children's farts. After handing Su Maisui to Hu Lai, Su Feng looked at Hu Mei again. Fairy, please say goodbye to your great-grandfather. It would be best if you could trick the Thunder Whip over here. Everyone present was speechless. It's not appropriate to say this in front of someone. Su Feng was just joking. He was indeed coveting the Thunder Whip, but he also knew that the Thunder Whip was the dungeon's mainstay, so it was most appropriate for it to stay in the dungeon. Hu Lai pinched the flesh on his thigh with his hands tucked into his sleeves, trying hard to suppress his impulse to agree to Su Feng. Hu Mei and Hu Lai said goodbye to each other reluctantly again. She originally wanted to stay in the underground city, but since she married a chicken, she follows the chicken, and a dog, she follows the dog, and she had to be a good wife. In addition, her daughter had just been born, so she was reluctant to let her go. Even after traveling thousands of miles, we must finally say goodbye. No matter how much we are reluctant to leave, we still have to go. Hu Lai accompanied everyone to the exit. Looking at the snow-capped mountains in the distance, Hu Lai thought for a while and said to Hu Mei, Xiao Mei, if you meet your father, try not to harm his life. I don't think that's his intention. Hu Mei nodded without saying anything. Chief Hu, let's go back. It's time for us to get on the road. You guys go ahead, I'll be back in a minute. Su Feng turned his back to Hu Lai and Su Maisui, waved his hand casually, and jumped off the platform. The other children followed suit, jumping off the platform one after another and rolling on the snow mountain. Chi Yu shook his head and took Hu Mei's hand and went down the mountain. Watching the crowd walking away, Hu Lai couldn't help but shout towards the bottom of the mountain. I'll wait for you to come back. After saying this, he hugged Su Maisui, turned around, and rushed into the corridor. A drop of crystal tear fell on the snow, melting a few snowflakes. Hu Mei turned her head and looked at the empty platform. Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely come back. Su Feng stumbled and plunged into a pile of snow. After crossing several mountains, we arrived at the prairie. Su Feng was a little confused for a moment. Where's the road ahead? Without thinking clearly at the moment, Su Feng simply found a place to set up camp first. The children have eaten the inner elixir of the strange beast and are still in the process of evolution. Su Feng plans to wait until they have completed their evolution before setting off again. In addition, the car that Chi Yu reserved from the Exotic Beast Association should be almost ready. Getting the car first will also make it convenient for Su Feng in subsequent actions. Xiao Yu, find a place with signal and ask the Exotic Beast Association if the car is ready. Su Kuan, hurry up and cook. Su Jiao, you go ahead and explore the way. Others can work if they have work to do, and those who don't can take a rest. Su Feng himself introduced the outside world to Hu Mei. Just give her a brief introduction so that she can have an idea, since you are together most of the time anyway. Husband, come and see. What's wrong? Su Feng came and sat down next to Chi Yu. Chi Yu handed him the phone. A mysterious black hole has appeared in the East China Sea, and a steady stream of exotic beasts are pouring out of it. The Exotic Beast Association is calling on all awakened ones to work together to resolve the crisis in the East China Sea. A mysterious black hole has appeared in the southwest. Inside, a strange beast cries out. Dried and ground into powder, its power skyrockets after ingesting it. Beast hunters flock to the area, clashing with the local beast powder owls. The authorities have called for strict action against animal powder dealers, as animal powder has side effects after ingestion. This is a lot of information. Su Feng had heard a long time ago that there was a mysterious thing that could enhance strength, but it was a banned item, and its production was very small, so only the rich could afford it. Who could have imagined that the appearance of black holes would not only not cause any harm, but would instead bring business opportunities? Husband, what should we do? Chi Yu felt that Blue Star was about to face an unprecedented crisis. In the past, strange beasts appeared one by one, but now they appeared in groups. This was too much. Get a car first. No matter where you go, you can't go without a car. Chi Yu took back his phone and opened a message. The Exotic Beast Association said the car is ready and asked if I wanted to pick it up myself or if they would send someone to a designated location. Where's the car now? In the capital. Let them deliver the car to Anshi in 5 days, and we'll pick it up there. I just happened to stop by to see if I could get a son who was an iron-eating beast. I heard Chiyu's mount was an iron-eating beast. I want to get one too. Chapter 164. Children grow up and leave their parents. Okay, I'll reply to him now. Chiyu went to reply to the message, and Su Feng sat cross-legged on the ground and began to think about the next plan of action. The black holes that appeared in the East China Sea and the Southwest China Sea may not have appeared just now. It is possible that it existed before, but it has always been controlled by the Exotic Beast Association, so outsiders don't know about it. I don't know why, but I can't cover it up anymore. These have nothing to do with Su Feng for now, but they will definitely be related in the future. Su Feng has a simple plan. He wants to separate the children. There were too many people, the targets were too obvious, and the children's development was clearly affected. Take Su Qinggong for example. He is actually a human being and is very powerful. If he had acted alone, he would have grown faster. It is safe for a whole family to move together, but the waste of resources is also obvious. But Su Feng was worried about releasing them one by one. He wanted to release the children who looked like humans and let them go out in groups to gain experience. Firstly, it makes it easier to obtain the inner elixir of exotic beasts, and secondly, it also helps their growth. Always following his father, he is always a child who never grows up. As for their origins, it's already so confusing. Who would catch the awakened ones and check their household registration? Aren't there black holes in the East China Sea and the Southwest China Sea? At that time, the troops will be divided into 2 groups, one going to the East China Sea and the other to the Southwest. The more exotic beasts you have, the faster you grow. Su Qinggong was asked to lead the team among the children who were assigned. Although he was not the eldest, he was the most mature mentally. The rest followed him. He was cautious enough and good at hiding his strength. Before that, Su Feng first had to determine what changes would occur to the children after eating the inner elixir of the strange beast. Then simply formulate a set of combo skills. It is not advisable to fight alone. Since there are so many people, we must learn to cooperate. Just like Su Qinggong and Su Yuan, they are a tank warrior and an assassin who comes and goes without a trace. If they cooperate well, the two can kill monsters that are much stronger than them. Su Yuan attracted fire from the front, and Su Qinggong found an opportunity to deliver a fatal attack to the weakness, and then rushed forward and beat him to death with sticks. With the help of Su Miao Miao, he would be invincible. Su Miao Miao is naturally friendly. As long as she can get the attention of the strange beasts, she can eliminate the beast's murderous intent, which is equivalent to hard control. Su Qinggong and Su Yuan took the opportunity to launch an attack, achieving twice the result with half the effort. With so many children, I can easily combine many sets of skill combos. Dad, dinner is ready. Su Feng was eating his grandson's eggs. He didn't feel like eating them in the dungeon these past 2 days, so he saved them all. It's just enough to stir-fry a large dish, enough for 3 adults. Fairy, come and try this egg. Hume didn't notice Chi-Yu's strange look. She picked up an egg with chopsticks and put it in her mouth and chewed it for a few times. Is this an egg? Why is it so delicious? Chi-Yu's mouth was grinning so much that it almost reached his ears. Hume instinctively felt that something was wrong. Sister Xiaoyu, your expression shows that things are not simple. What is going on? At this moment, Hume suddenly felt an inexplicable energy surging in her body. What's going on? What kind of egg is this? How can it contain so much energy? Chi-Yu smiled even more happily. She pointed at Su Kuin, who was chewing a large piece of exotic beast meat with his fingernails, and said, "This is called a grandson egg, and it was laid by Su Kuin." Why is it called grandson's egg? Because Su Kuin is Su Feng's daughter, and the eggs she lays are grandson's eggs, right? In addition, these children are all Su Feng's. Su Kuin's mother is an old hen. Xiao Hei's mother is a dog. Who may seem to be listening to a foreign language. No wonder Su Maisui calls Su Feng dad. There were too many people there, and she didn't feel comfortable asking. In that case, Su Maisui's mother is Xiao Mai. What kind of person is my husband? How can he be with weed ears? A picture appeared in Hume's mind. Little Su Feng plunged into the barn and was instantly surrounded by countless wheat grains. Shake your head hard to get rid of the messy thoughts in your mind. That's definitely not the problem. Then there is only one possibility left. So when great-grandpa said he would wait for you to come back, he wasn't talking to me. He was talking to Su Feng, my great-grandfather, and I share the same husband. Su Feng, I'm going to fight you. Hume put down her chopsticks and grabbed Su Feng's neck with both hands, wishing she could strangle him to death. But she couldn't bring herself to do it. You, how could you lay hands on my great-grandfather? How could you have the heart to do that? Su Feng was wronged so much, even more wrong than Doi. I didn't do anything to your great-grandfather. Didn't you see I was always avoiding him? Then why did he say he would wait for you to come back? He's crazy. I won't be back. I'll send a child to take my swayer away. After a while of arguing, the three continued to eat. Chiyu has now accepted his grandson's eggs. Not only does he accept them, he also eats them with relish. After dinner, Su Feng waved to Su Gua, who was teaching physics to his brothers and sisters not far away. Gua Gua, come here. Ever since Su Gua discovered Newton-Go's law of universal gravitation, he has been fascinated by science. He studies on his own when he has nothing to do, and teaches others what he has learned. Under her careful guidance, Su Kuan hovered a little longer than before. When Su Gua heard Su Feng calling, he answered and ran over, jumping. Just when she was halfway there, a ripe apple hit her on the head. Su Gua was hit on the head by an apple and suddenly stood there in a daze. When Su Feng saw her like this, he knew that the child must have made another discovery. Su Feng didn't disturb her. He walked over and picked up the grandson fruit hanging on the ground, then reached out and picked the other 3 grandson fruits above Su Gua's head. There is no need to wash it, just pick one up and start eating it. It melted in the mouth, sweet and crispy. Su Feng seemed to see his own grandmother. Good things should be shared. Su Feng threw a grandson fruit to Chi Yu and Hu Mei respectively. Chi Yu put it in his mouth and took a bite. He said happily while chewing, I've been craving this for a long time, and finally I got to eat it again. Hu Mei looked at the grandson fruit in her hand and said uncertainly, Isn't this called Wai Sun Gua? Chi Yu nodded his big bald head. Congratulations, you got it right. Come and eat it, it's delicious. Hu Mei fully believed this. With the example of the grandson egg, how could the grandson fruit be bad? She took the grandson fruit and put it to her mouth, just about to take a bite. Su Gua, who was standing there blankly, suddenly shouted, Give me a fulcrum, and I can pry the blue star. Hu Mei was so frightened that she almost threw the grandson fruit in her hand away. She turned her head to look at Chi Yu and Su Feng. Both of them were concentrating on eating the grandson fruit, and were not surprised at all. Has she always been like this? Yeah, you'll get used to it. Gua Gua is a great physicist. Su Archimedes Gua excitedly ran to explain her new discovery to her brothers and sisters, without even noticing that something was missing from her head. Chapter 165, Su Kuan can fly. I had the meal and some fruit after the meal. I wonder if desserts can give birth to children. There is a kind of French biscuit called Manhwa, which is made of almond powder, powdered sugar, egg whites and sugar. There is cream and jam between the 2 biscuits. It has a delicate appearance, rich taste, and delicate texture. If I could get a Ma Long and then have a child, wouldn't I have Ma Long to eat in the future? Too bad desserts can't have children. If I return to Earth with this golden finger, I will let Malone and Carl Malone have a child. I will be a bald dad in the future. Su Feng's thinking has always been so unrealistic, and he always has many unrealistic ideas. The most reliable thing to do is to wait for Su Huahua to grow up, and then she will have milk to drink. After playing with the kids for a while, everyone went to bed. Naturally, there was some verbal battle during this period. Can I drink this time? Sure, drink as much as you want. You won't need it for now. It will lose its effectiveness if you keep it for too long. Then I won't be polite. Chi Yu got the taste and drank it all without hesitation. You have to drink it anyway. It can also enhance your strength. It would be a waste not to drink it. Su Feng had another dream. In his dream, he came to a deserted planet with only some animals with low IQ. He transformed himself into a spring, from which water continuously flowed day and night. Soon, many animals gathered near the spring. After drinking the spring water, these animals began to reproduce desperately. The child born is not only extremely strong, but also intelligent. And all these children regard the magical spring, which is the incarnation of Su Feng, as their father. After an unknown amount of time, all the creatures on this planet became children of the sacred spring. The planet is too small to accommodate them. Each of these children of the sacred spring carries a bucket of sacred spring water and goes to the depths of the universe to search for habitable planets. One of them went to a planet called Cybertron. The planet is a giant garbage dump, housing countless scrapped cars. The garbage dump is infested with cockroaches. This person saw a cockroach and dropped a drop of magic spring on the cockroach when it was not paying attention. The cockroach was frightened and crawled into the fuel tank of one of the scrapped cars and disappeared. The son of the divine spring did not go looking for it and left in a leisurely manner. After countless years, Cybertron became the world of the Autobots. All Autobots know that their priest is on another planet far away. There is an Autobot named Megatron. He is a great Autobot, an Autobot with ideals and ambitions. He wanted to use space bridge technology to teleport the entire planet Cybertron to the side of the planet where the sacred spring was located. This way they can always see the priest. As for whether he succeeded or not, Su Feng didn't know. After all, he was just a divine spring. He hadn't seen the Autobots anyway. There was also a son of the divine spring who passed by the M78 nebula with the divine spring. From then on, their lives were saved and they began to believe in the light. There is also a son of the divine spring who brought the divine spring to Krypton. From then on, Krypton had an invincible Superman. The only thing that can defeat him is the stone in the sacred spring, also known as kryptonite. There is also a son of the sacred spring who has come to Earth. It was during World War II, and there was a skinny and short boy who wanted to join the army. But because he was too thin, he never had a physical examination. The son of the sacred spring saw that he was very pitiful, so he gave him a drop of sacred spring. Anyway, it's just a piece of crap. No matter how powerful it is, it can't affect the course of the war. Su Feng was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by a loud noise. Open your eyes, stretch, sit up, and get dressed, all in one go. Su Feng crawled out of the tent and saw children gathered in the distance, not knowing what they were doing. Look up. 100 meters high in the sky, there was a small birdman flying up and down. Su Jiao, what are you doing? The birdman in the sky heard Su Feng's voice and flew towards him. Only when he got closer did Su Feng realize that this was not Su Jiao, but Su Kuan. Kuaner, can you fly? Su Kuan landed steadily on the grass in front of Su Feng and looked at him triumphantly. Dad, what do you think? Am I really that good? Amazing, really amazing. After being a daughter-in-law for thousands of years, Su Kuan finally became a mother-in-law and learned to fly. Not only can it fly, but its body has also grown bigger and its muscles have become more explosive. The wingspan is at least 4 or 5 meters. Even the claws have become much longer, and the color has changed from dark blue to black, making them look sharper. Come on, fly with me on your back, and let me see your strength. Without saying anything, Su Feng asked Su Kuan to lie on the ground, and he stood on Su Kuan's back. Su Feng waited for a long time, but there was no movement from Su Kuan. Kuaner, fly towards the vast sky. Su Kuan lay on the ground and said aggrievedly, Dad, I can't fly if you do this. Then how can you fly? I have to stand, then take a running start. Well, it was completely useless before, but now it's half useless. Chi-Yu came over and helped Su Kuan out of the predicament. Look at what you look like. Come down here now. You're not the type to bully others. Su Feng shrugged and jumped off Su Kuan's back. I thought she could take me flying. This is what is written in novels. Dad, I can do it. Just wait until I fly up, and then you can jump on top. Su Kuan has always been a person who never gives up and wants to get first place in everything he does. How could she tolerate such questioning? Really? Don't drop me. No, Dad, you have to believe me. Well, with Su Feng's current physical condition, falling from a height of several hundred meters wouldn't be a big deal. At most, he'd be a little dusty. Su Kuan stood up and brushed off the dirt on the chicken's beak. Dad, I'm taking off. Su Kuan exerted force with his legs, trying to run forward quickly, while his huge wings flickered. Then, she successfully escaped from Su Newton's universal gravitation and flew up. Su Kuan flew to a height of more than 10 meters and looked down at Su Feng. Dad, you can come up now. Then I won't be polite. Su Feng felt wronged, so he exerted a little strength and jumped onto Su Kuan's back, which was more than 10 meters high. Su Kuan was now over 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders, so Su Feng could just sit cross-legged on her back. Fly, Kuan. Su Kuan made an incomprehensible clucking sound, flapped his wings, and flew higher and farther. The strong wind blew across Su Feng's head, taking away a few strands of hair. After adapting to Su Kuan's flying speed, Su Feng simply stood up. It would be even better if there was a sword. With a magic sword in hand and a flying chicken under his feet, everyone who sees him would praise him as a handsome young man. The two flew higher and higher, farther and farther, flying over the mountains and white clouds. Su Kuan suddenly shouted, Not good. Then it began to descend rapidly. Chapter 166, Su Ruru finally has a way to attack. Returning to the ground at a speed comparable to that of a falling chicken, Su Kuan threw Su Feng off her back with all his strength and ran away with his buttocks tucked under his arms. Su Feng stood there, looking confused. What's going on? I haven't had enough fun yet. Is it because the weather is too cold and I am freezing to death? That shouldn't be the case. Su Kuan has chicken feathers on his body. Forget it. If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. Su Feng returned to his family, and Chi-Yu and the children surrounded him. Dad, what does it feel like to fly in the sky? Is it scary? Su Feng speechlessly slapped Su Yuan on the head. You can easily jump hundreds of meters high, and you tell me that's scary? Don't be a hermaphrodite. It'll get you in trouble. Chi-yu slapped Su Feng on the back. What nonsense are you talking about? You're corrupting the children. While the family was laughing and joking, Su Kuan came back with his 2 grandsons. Dad, this is for you. Su Feng subconsciously took the still warm grandson's egg. Why are there 2 of them? And they're bigger than the previous one. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm getting stronger and stronger. Su Feng turned around and handed the 2 grandchildren's eggs to Chi-yu. More is always better than less. Okay, stop laughing and hurry up to cook and eat. After dinner, I'll check your evolution results. Not only Su Kuan has changed, all the children have changed. I'll study this in detail after I've had enough. I had scrambled eggs yesterday and boiled eggs today. 2 grandchildren's eggs, slightly larger than ostrich eggs, were placed on the table. Chi-yu cooked another pot of porridge and made some pickles. Su Feng no longer needs a hammer. He only needs to exert a little force to break the shell of his grandson's egg. Su Feng ate one, and Chi-yu and Hu Mei shared one. Su Feng has the weakest foundation, so it's right for him to eat more. Besides, he is the head of the family. When there are more people in the family, rules must be established, otherwise the whole family will be in chaos. As the head of the family, Su Feng should enjoy slightly better treatment than others. Of course, he also contributes the most when it comes to major decisions. This is a reasonable family management model. If everyone just laughs and jokes all day long, they will give up when something big happens and no one will submit to anyone else. Hubby, today's grandson's eggs are even more delicious, and the energy contained in them is even more abundant. Chi-yu has eaten his grandson's eggs several times, so he has a say. Su Feng took a bite of pickled vegetables and put it in his mouth, then took a sip of porridge. That's why we need to obtain the inner elixir of exotic beasts. The energy in the inner elixir is more refined and can directly bring about earth-shaking changes in the children's strength. Eating only exotic beast meat is still too slow. Chi-yu thought of the strange beasts she had killed before. Although they were not particularly powerful, many of them had inner elixirs. It's such a waste. I have an idea. I plan to split our family into 2 groups. We can develop separately so that the pace will be faster. Isn't this bad? Chi-yu didn't like this idea very much. She had finally found her family again. She has been living a very happy life these days and really doesn't want to be separated from any of her family members. Su Feng sighed and said, I'm reluctant to do so, but if a group of people like this get together, not only will the target be too big, but the efficiency will also be too low. There is a black hole in the East China Sea. I want Chenghua, Miao Miao, and a Yuan to go there. One reason is to collect the inner alchemy of exotic beasts, and the other is to give them some experience. In the future, there will definitely be children who can take care of themselves. Success is good, and I have a calm personality and am good at thinking. Chi-yu was convinced that Su Feng's choice was actually the best solution. But Chenggong and Ayuan don't have ID cards. That's a problem. Su Miao Miao was born early. Not only does he have an ID card, he is also a registered exotic beast hunter with the Exotic Beast Association. Relying on this identity, she can easily blend into the group of awakened people. But Su Qinggong and Su Yuan are both illegal immigrants, which makes things a bit difficult. Su Feng didn't have any good solution for the time being. It's not difficult to get an ID card, but you need connections. Are we going to look for that Heojidri? Although that guy was fooled, he was still an enemy and could not be trusted. Chi-yu suddenly spoke, interrupting Su Feng's thoughts. Hubby, why don't you let me take the 3 of them with me? I am quite famous in the Exotic Beast Association. No one will investigate the 3 of them if they are with me. Another success. Miao Miao and Ayuan have never acted alone, and I am worried. But it's not just for his own son Su Yuan. Chi-yu is sincere to every child. The children also truly respect her as their aunt. Su Feng hesitated. But I don't want to leave you. Chi-yu looked at him affectionately. Hubby, I don't want to leave you either. Didn't you say that we should accumulate strength now and prepare for the future? When we grow up, we can be together forever. Su Feng was persuaded. It was indeed a good idea for Chi-yu to take the children with him. She is more familiar with the Exotic Beast Association than I am. Su Feng still couldn't make up his mind. There's still time. Let me think about it. Let's go and see the children's current strength first. Su Feng stood on the grass with Chi-yu and Hu Mei and shouted, Gather! The children who were playing in the distance heard the sound, came to Su Feng as quickly as possible, and then lined up according to their age. Su Ruru was standing on the grass, almost buried by weeds. But she still had a stern face and looked serious. Like an instructor, Su Feng walked slowly in front of everyone with his hands behind his back. You've all consumed the inner core of the exotic beasts, and you should have felt the changes in your bodies. Next, you will each demonstrate your strengths in turn so that everyone can have a clear understanding. This will also help you cooperate with each other in future battles. Sururu, step out. Sururu obediently took a step forward. Sufeng looked down at her and felt his neck a little sore. Just squat on the ground. Sururu, please show your strength. Okay, Dad. Sururu still had a tense face and her arms were slightly outstretched. Green energy surged out from her palm and gathered on a dandelion not far away. Dandelions grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. It doesn't stop until it grows to 5 or 6 meters high. Dad, I can order this dandelion to fight, but there are no enemies here, so I can't show it. Without enemies, this is easy. Su Qing stepped out. Su Qingta took a step forward and said aggrievely, Dad, I'm the eldest brother. I should be the first to show it. Su Feng reached out and knocked on his big head. Can't you see Ruru is tired after standing for so long? What's wrong with you, the big brother, giving way to her? Su Qingwu said fuck. Okay, tell me what changes you have made. Dad, I haven't changed. Chapter 167 Everyone's strength has improved. Everyone has eaten the inner elixir of the strange beast. Why haven't you changed? Su Qing blinked her big innocent eyes. Dad, have you forgotten that I didn't eat the inner elixir of the exotic beast? Su Feng scratched his head in confusion. Is that so? Why don't I remember it? Su Qing explained. That's exactly what happened. Back then, my brother Ayuan and I found the same inner core of a strange beast, and I gave it to him. Dad, have you forgotten? Su Feng burst into laughter, just enough to cover up his embarrassment. He patted Su Qing's head and praised him. Well done. You are worthy of being my good son. You can go back first. Su Qing obediently returned to the team. Chi Yu and Hu Mei, who were watching from the side, were having a hard time holding back their laughter. Su Feng coughed lightly and moved on quickly. Su Kuan, it's your turn. Besides being able to fly, what other changes have you made? Show me. Su Kuan jumped out excitedly. Dad, I've changed so much. I feel so powerful now. Very good. Go fight that dandelion for 300 rounds. Su Kuan ran to Dandelion and showed his claws. No one knew how Sururu gave instructions to the dandelion, but the 5-meter-tall dandelion waved its leaves and ran towards Su Kuan. Su Kuan wanted to show off her defensive ability. She stood still and let the dandelion leaves cut into her feathers. The leaves collided with the feathers, making a sound of metal clashing and even sending out sparks. Su Feng nodded with satisfaction, not because of Su Kuan, but because of Sururu. Sururu finally has a means of attack. The fact that this dandelion could leave sparks on Su Kuan's body shows that its physical strength and power are very good. Su Kuan's attack also confirmed Su Feng's guess. Su Kuan scratched the dandelion leaves with his claws, but the leaves were not broken. I only used 1/3 of my strength just now. Su Kuan explained angrily. Then she scratched the dandelion leaves with even greater force. This time the force was really strong, and the dandelion leaves were torn in an instant. After testing his physical strength, Su Kuan tested the power of the wind blade. I didn't test it on Dandelion this time. What if I cut off the dandelion and it breaks the next person's ability to use it? Su Kuan flew into the sky and used wind blades on the ground. The power is obvious, much stronger than before. A gully about 10 centimeters wide and bottomless was cut into the ground. Not bad, not bad, there's progress. Su Kuan giggled happily. Okay, next is Xiao He. Xiao He has grown a lot bigger, and now no one who sees him would think he is an ordinary dog. Su He walked out of the queue and said to Su Feng, Dad, it seems like the horns on my head have come out. Su Feng walked up to him and touched his head. It was just a bulge before, but now a pointed corner has really appeared. Are there any other changes? Su He nodded, walked to an open place, roared, and his whole body kept getting bigger. A few seconds later, a giant black dog, 10 meters tall, appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the big dog in front of him that was as tall as 3 stories, even Su Feng felt a sense of oppression. This is when it stands on 4 legs. If it stands on 2 legs, it would be even taller. Su He looked down at Su Feng. Dad, I'm bigger now after my transformation, and my strength, speed, and defense have all improved dramatically. Plus, I have an extra long-range attack. Oh, show me. Sui nodded. In the next second, white light emerged from the horns on his head. Sui lowered his head slightly and aimed at a dandelion leaf. White light shot out, penetrated the dandelion leaves, and hit the mountain thousands of meters away. Su Feng did not check whether there were any traces left on the mountain. He was already very satisfied with the power. The most important thing is that this is a long-range attack. Su Feng, who has always sought stability in his life, likes this kind of powerful long-range attack. Hey is very good. Next one, Meow. Su Meow Meow stepped out holding 2 swords. Su Feng looked at the 2 swords in her hands. Meow Meow, don't use the dual swords. It's easy to be exposed. Su Feng has decided to let Su Miao Miao go to the East China Sea as well. There are many awakened people there, and most of them are from the Exotic Beast Association. There must be someone who recognizes this weapon. Su Miao Miao didn't ask why and readily handed the 2 swords to Su Feng. Dad, I'm very powerful now. It doesn't matter if I don't have 2 swords. Su Miao Miao moved her hand slightly, and her 10 fingernails instantly grew to about 10 centimeters long. The length is not as good as Su Kunmiafair's, but the sharpness should be no less. Without waiting for Su Feng's instructions, Su Miao Miao's figure suddenly appeared next to Dandelion, more than 10 meters away. And where she had just stood, there was actually another Su Miao Miao. 10 white lights flashed, leaving 10 deep wounds on Dandelion's body. Su Feng saw clearly that Su Miao Miao's claws had not touched Dandelion at all. Dandelion was injured by the sword energy. To be more precise, it should be the claw energy. At this moment, the figure of another Su Miao Miao gradually disappeared from the place where she had just stood. Su Miao Miao's speed was so fast that it left an afterimage. Su Miao Miao kept moving and waving around Dandelion. Suddenly, many Su Miao Miao appeared around Dandelion. And every one of Su Miao Miao can leave a wound on Dandelion's body. Just 2 seconds later, Su Miao Miao returned to Su Feng. Dad, I didn't use my full strength, otherwise Sister Ruru's puppet would have died. Su Feng nodded approvingly. Miao Miao is good. Not only has your strength improved significantly, but you've also become much more sensible. If it were in the past, Su Miao Miao wouldn't care whose puppet it was, he would just kill it. Although Su Miao Miao did not have long-range attacks, Su Feng was still very satisfied with its fast speed. The only martial arts in the world that are invincible are speed and nothing that is indestructible. Su Miao Miao is not only fast, but her claws are also very sharp. Next is Su Qinggong. Dad, I haven't changed much. The only difference is that the space in my stomach is bigger, so I can flash farther. This time, when I flash with Sister Kuiner, I won't be exhausted. As for my attack methods, my Dimension Slash has increased in power and range. Su Qinggong waved his hand, and a groundhog standing at the entrance of a cave on the grass 100 meters away, looking towards Su Feng, was split into 2. The most amazing thing is that the lawn behind the groundhog was not affected. After the Dimension Slash split the groundhog in 2, it disappeared without a trace. Su Qinggong explained, my Dimensional Slash can strike with pinpoint accuracy. If 2 pieces of paper are stacked together, I can cut through the first piece without damaging the second. Of course, there are also area attacks, but the range isn't very large, only about half a meter. Su Feng was very satisfied, extremely satisfied. Chapter 168 Su Kuan, get out here. Su Qinggong himself is a bug-level existence. I won't talk about Flash. Anyone who has played Heroes of Glory knows that if you can flash infinitely, it will be difficult to die. Although the world in your belly is an auxiliary skill, it is extremely useful. Dimension Slash, also called Space Slash. This skill is even more amazing. Other people's attacks, whether long-range or melee, can be traced. The Dimension Slash appeared silently and disappeared silently, making it impossible to guard against. Unless you have a keen sense of danger like Su Hei, there is no way to hide, and you can only bear it. Another groundhog came out of the hole next to the one that was killed. Looking at the corpse of its companion, it couldn't help but roar to the sky. Oh, Su Feng didn't notice these. Humans cannot even share the same joys and sorrows, let alone those of humans and animals. Next is Guogua's turn. Please welcome Guogua, our physicist. Su Feng likes Guogua very much, not only because she can provide him with apples, but also because this child is so interesting. She is actually interested in physics. Others who are interested in physics all make inventions and creations, but she is different. She is keen on various discoveries and conjectures. Although her discoveries and conjectures had already been discovered and speculated by others. But this spirit of exploring the universe is still worthy of recognition. Su Guo's cheeks turned slightly red. Su Feng's words made her feel a little embarrassed. What's even more embarrassing is that she ate the inner pill of the strange beast, and in addition to improving her basic attributes, her combat effectiveness hadn't improved significantly, and her newly acquired skills were useless. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Seeing Su Guo standing there motionless, Su Feng encouraged him. Guogua, don't be shy, show us your new abilities. Su Guo hesitated for a long time, but finally decided to tell the truth. Dad, I have a new skill, but it's useless. What skills? I seem to have been infected by Brother Qinggong. I also have an extra tree hole. That's great, it can be used to store things. Su Guo's face turned even redder. Dad, you can't put anything in this tree hole. It will ferment if you put anything in it. I have a feeling this tree hole is perfect for fruit, and if you put wine in it, It can turn into wine. A trace of confusion flashed across Su Feng's face. There is indeed a saying that monkeys put the fruits they collect into tree holes, and then they can turn into monkey wine. But this is a world where strange beasts are rampant. Awakening a skill for brewing wine is a bit too much. Su Feng changed his mind and wondered if this could be Su Guo's supporting skill. If the fruit is produced on the head and wine is brewed in the stomach, will the wine be better than eating the apple directly? If this is the case, then this skill is not useless, it is even very awesome. It would be best if we could make a wine that can restore your strength after just one sip. The only problem is that the apple yield is a bit low, which limits the production of wine. Thinking of this, Su Feng comforted. Guogua, this skill of yours is not useless at all, it's very useful. Later, Dad will buy you some more fruits to put in it, and you can make it into wine. Then we will have wine to drink. It would be really awesome if ordinary fruits could be brewed in Su Guo's tree hole and turned into extraordinary wine. I need to try this again. There are more important things to do right now. Guogua, can you put the meat of exotic beasts into your stomach? If Su Qinggong wanted to separate from him, he would not be able to store the monsters he killed in the future. Su Feng was worried about this. If Su Guo could put exotic beast meat in his tree hole, this problem would be solved perfectly. Su Guo thought for a moment and said, "It should be possible, but putting exotic beast meat in it seems to cause some changes." What kind of change? Did it turn into bacon? Wouldn't it be better if it turned into bacon? Su Guo shook his head. I don't know either. I have to try this. Su Kuan suddenly jumped out and exclaimed, "No, if the beast meat is cooked right away when placed in Guogua's tree hole, then I'll be out of a job, right?" Su Kuan's worries are not unreasonable. Then you will carry the corpse of the alien beast from now on. Su Kuan retreated tactically. This task cannot be accepted. It would be fine if the strange beast was small, but if it was a big one, how could she possibly carry it and run behind the car? If I were discovered by the Exotic Beast Association, my life would be in danger. Success. Get some exotic beast meat and put it in Guogua's tree hole. Wait a few days to see the effect. Su Qinggong and Su Guo went to hand over the exotic beast meat, and the next contestant came on stage. This guy is really scary, and you can tell at first glance that he's not someone to be trifled with. That's right, it's our classmate Su Xiaodao. Student Su Xiaodao walked out of the queue in a daze. Dad, I didn't eat the inner elixir of the strange beast. Su Feng then remembered that he and Su Huahua had a car accident, and as an older brother, he gave the inner elixir of the strange beast to Su Huahua. That's not right. Su Kuan, get over here. Su Kuan, who was not far away, was frightened and quietly hid behind Su Qing. I'll count to 3, and then you come out at your own risk. 1. As soon as he finished counting to 1, Su Kuan ran out from behind Su Qing. Dad. Su Feng stared at Su Kuan, a dangerous glint in his eyes. If I remember correctly, you don't have any exotic beast inner core either. Su Kuan hesitated, not knowing how to explain. This is when Su Jiao stood up. Dad, I gave the exotic beast inner elixir to Sister Kuan-er. Anyway, I can already fly, so I don't need the exotic beast inner elixir for the time being. Sister Kuan-er can fly now too. If we encounter a flying exotic beast in the future, she can fight alongside me. Su Feng seriously suspected that Su Jiao had been fooled by Su Kuan, but he had no evidence. For the sake of harmony among the children, Su Feng thought it would be better not to delve into the matter further. Jiao, you are a good boy, Daddy is very pleased. As for Su Kuan, you won't get any of the 3 exotic beast inner cores left. Su Kuan has already eaten 2 inner cores of exotic beasts, but Su Jiao has not eaten any. Su Feng decided to give the next 3 consecutive inner cores of flying birds and beasts to Su Jiao. The expression on Su Kuan's face first showed joy, then turned into depression. However, she also knew that she had acted unkindly this time and did not dare to refute anything. The issue between Su Kuan and Su Jiao has been resolved, although not perfectly. They are all your own children. You have already eaten them. You can't really beat them to death. Although Su Yuan had eaten the inner elixir of the strange beast, his appearance remained unchanged. He was less than 1.8 meters tall, with small muscles, and the same bald head that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. Ah Yuan, did you eat this exotic beast's inner elixir for nothing? Su Yuan explained while carrying a big bone stick. No, Dad. Even though I look the same on the outside, my strength, speed, defense, and everything else have all improved significantly. Su Yuan was afraid that Su Feng wouldn't believe it, so he quickly demonstrated it to him. Chapter 169 Su Kuan was poisoned to death. Su Yuan ran to the open space, bent his legs slightly, and kicked his feet hard. The whole person was like a cannonball fired from a gun, or a rocket taking off, flying straight into the sky. A big hole was left on the ground. Su Feng looked up at Su Yuan's figure flying higher and higher, and couldn't help yawning. This guy is just a reckless man. He has no technical skills at all. After yawning, Su Feng quietly stepped back. I don't know how long it took before everyone's necks were sore, and Su Yuan finally fell from the sky. With a thud, dust flew up from the ground. The crowd was choked and retreated. Su Feng, who had already retreated far away, was very proud. You still have to rely on yourself for this family. When the dust settled, a 5-meter deep pit was left on the ground. Su Yuanjin fell into the pit, with only his upper body exposed. I don't know if this guy was trying to show off or was just scared, but he stood in the pit with his big bone stick and posed, refusing to come out. Su Feng walked to the edge of the pit and said impatiently, "All right, come out now? Are you planning on staying in there all day?" Su Yuan grinned and jumped out of the pit. "You can go back to the queue. You don't need to show the others." Su Yuan could only carry the big bone stick and go back in a depressed mood. When he entered the queue, he turned around, and everyone quickly bent down and lowered their heads. When he turned back, everyone quickly bent down and lowered their heads, for fear of being hit by his big bone stick. Who's next? The children looked at each other, but no one came out. Su Feng was very puzzled. The children had always been very obedient, so why did they suddenly become rebellious? Who's after Su Yuan? Come out now. Don't make me pull you out myself. Dad, it's my turn. Someone shouted in the distance. Su Feng turned his head and looked. It turned out to be Su Huahua. At this moment, Su Huahua was running towards this side with 2 cups in her hands, her chest trembling. Su Feng's old face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. It's Huahua. It's okay. Daddy was just joking. Take your time. There's no rush. Su Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. There are so many children that he really can't remember who ranks first. Su Huahua came to the front of the queue, handed the 2 cups in her hand to Su Feng, and said in a low voice with a red face, Dad, this is my special ability." Only then did Su Feng realize that Su Huahua had grown to 1.8 meters tall without him noticing, and her breasts were so magnificent that their clothes were about to burst. If you ignore the cow's head, or blur the head, and put it on TikTok, it will definitely make a bunch of LSBs scream in pain. Su Feng looked at the 2 cups handed to him, confused. What's going on? Su Huahua was so shy that she almost buried her head in her chest. This is my only change. Su Feng took the cup in confusion and put it to his nose to smell it. This smells so good. Su Feng subconsciously put it to his mouth, took a sip, closed his eyes, and savored it carefully. It felt like a galaxy explosion had occurred in the entire mouth. It was so stimulating, extremely stimulating. The explosion went down the esophagus into the stomach and then spread to the limbs and bones. Physical comfort brought spiritual pleasure, and Su Feng was so happy that he wanted to dance. And that's what he did. Holding 2 cups, Su Feng danced gracefully on the grassland. Huahua, what did you give Dad to drink? Why is he so happy? Su Kuan was the most curious. She quietly stepped out of the group and approached Su Huahua to gather information. Su Huahua shook her head and said nothing. Su Kuan simply ran to Su Feng and called out softly, Dad. Su Feng ignored it and continued dancing. Su Kuan found the right moment and took one of the cups directly from Su Feng's hand. Then, without even looking at it, he drank the liquid inside. Su Huahua kept her head down and did not notice this scene. After Su Kuan finished drinking, he began to waiting to be as happy as Su Feng. The next second, Su Kuan fell to the ground and started twitching. Now Su Huahua saw her. Looking at the cup in Su Kuan's hand, Su Huahua could no longer not understand what she had done. Su Huahua ran to Su Feng, snatched the other cup from his hand, moved in front of Su Kuan, and fed her the liquid inside. 2 seconds later, Su Kuan jumped up from the ground. Sister Huahua, I think I saw that I was too breasty just now. Su Feng finally came out of his dreamlike state. At this moment, he only felt that his mind was extremely clear and his body was full of strength. When Su Kuan mentioned his grandmother, Su Feng slapped her on the comb. What nonsense are you talking about? I haven't even seen my grandma. How could you possibly have seen her? Su Kuan said with a solemn oath. Dad, I'm telling the truth. I really saw Grandma waving at me just now. Sister Huahua, what on earth is that? Su Feng also looked at Su Huahua. He also wanted to know what he was drinking. Su Huahua opened her mouth, but she really couldn't say anything. She is a cow, but she is more than just a cow. So Su Feng suddenly had an idea and realized it. Isn't this the milk I've been longing for? But why do I feel refreshed, strong, and happy after drinking it? Did Su Kuan see that she was too milky after drinking it? Kuaner, return to the team first. When Su Kuan returned to the team in a depressed mood, Su Feng pulled Su Huahua aside and asked in a low voice, Huahua, why does your sister Kuiner feel different from me after drinking it? Su Huahua explained while suppressing her shyness. Dad, what you drink is white. That is milk. It is nutritious. What Sister Kuiner drank was black. That was poisonous milk. It was poisonous. The poison in this milk is so strong that only people who have drunk it will not be poisoned. A pleasant surprise, absolutely a pleasant surprise. According to Su Feng's idea, it would be enough to have milk that can strengthen the body. Who would have thought that there would be such a poisonous milk? No wonder Su Huahua and Su Xiaodao both fell in love with the black inner elixir of the exotic beast. I think the inner elixir of the strange beast is in the body of some poisonous strange beast. Su Xiaodao's scorpion tail is also poisonous, so the inner elixir of the strange beast is also suitable for him. Su Huahua is originally black and white. It's normal to have poisonous milk. How should I use this poisonous milk? Even a strange beast won't open its mouth and wait for you to feed it. And it's also very troublesome to extract milk. Huahua, go back first. Dad already knows your ability. Su Huahua nodded and trotted back to the team. The other kids still haven't figured out what's going on. Su Feng danced inexplicably, Su Kuin jumped inexplicably, and then came back to life inexplicably, and said it was too cute to watch. This is all so weird. Su Feng stood in front of the team with his hands behind his back and said with a light cough, Who's next? Su Xian raised his hand and said, Dad, it's my turn next. Chapter 170 Su Huahua and Su Xian's combination skills. Su Feng said to Su Xian with a smile. Okay, Su Xian, come and show it to me. Like Su Huahua, Su Xian is quiet and not the most capable. He has never had much presence in the team. Su Xian is not as good as Su Huahua. At least Su Huahua carries Su Feng's wish to drink milk. Su Xian is just a completely unknown character. His abilities seem impressive. He uses his mouth as a machine gun and drinks alcohol. Only Stephen Chow can do that. However, due to his limited killing power, he can only help Su Feng hunt rabbits or something. When the battle really comes, he is of no use at all. Su Feng didn't have too many expectations for him. At least he couldn't become a Gatling. Su Xian came to the open space and stood still, facing the mountain more than 1,000 meters away. He opened his mouth wide and thought for a second, then suddenly spat out a 2-meter-long thorn. The thorn was moving so fast that Su Feng lost track of it due to his eyesight. The next second after Su Xian spat out the thorn, an explosion suddenly came from a mountain more than 1,000 meters away. The 2-meter-long thorn pierced through the surface of the mountain and completely penetrated into the mountain. Su Feng was stunned. You have to know that the thorns that Su Xian spit out before could only penetrate into the stone at a distance of 100 meters, and it could definitely not penetrate so deep. Yes, Su Xian, your growth is obvious to all. Even if a child has no sense of existence, he or she is still your own child, your own biological child, and has unlimited potential for the future. As a qualified old father, Su Feng is never stingy with praise. When Su Xian heard Su Feng's praise, he smiled so hard that his face almost broke. Dad, I haven't finished showing you yet. Oh, there is more. Then continue. Su Xian nodded and faced the mountain again. He opened his mouth, and the next second, countless sharp thorns came out of his mouth. 5 seconds later, Su Xian finally stopped. This time, the spikes he spit out were much smaller than before. Each one was only half a meter long and only 2 or 3 centimeters in diameter. The spikes hit the mountain but did not cause an explosion. The absence of an explosion does not mean that the destructive power is small. In just 5 seconds, Su Xian spewed out at least hundreds of sharp thorns. If he were facing a strange beast, he would have been pricked like a hedgehog. No, only those with strong defense will become hedgehogs. Those with slightly weaker defense will only have thousands of holes on their bodies. If there were a group of strange beasts on the opposite side, they would all be stabbed to death in just 5 seconds. For some reason, Su Feng thought of a very well-known hidden weapon, the rain of pear blossom needles. It should be said that it is even more amazing than the rain of pear blossoms. The rain of pear blossom needles can only fire 27 pear blossom needles at a time. As long as Su Xian has thorns on his body, he can keep vomiting. Not only can it concentrate on one point to burst out, but after turning on the head shaking mode, it can also cause AoE damage. Su Feng suddenly thought of another possibility. Su Xian's thorns are not particularly large, so if it encounters a huge monster, the damage it causes is still limited. It's like a human being. Even if an embroidery needle pierces a hole in the body, as long as it doesn't hit a vital part, it won't be a big problem. But if these needles are poisonous, that would be a different story. It can be seen in various film and television dramas. The tip of the needle is poisoned, and when it pierces a person, the person will die. Where does the poison come from? Su Feng's gaze shifted to Su Huahua. What if Su Xian had a mouthful of poisonous milk in his mouth and then spat out the thorn? When the poisonous milk is pierced, does it become poisonous? If it stabs a monster, even if the physical damage is not fatal, it will die if it cannot withstand the poisonous milk. The more Su Feng thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. The children just happened to have finished their presentation. As the remaining Su Mei was just born, Su Feng was not in a hurry to let her eat the inner elixir of the strange beast. All right, Daddy already knows your abilities, and they're all pretty good. Now you can disband. Huahua, Xuxian, you two follow me. The children dispersed on the spot, each finding something to do, or simply doing nothing. Su Huahua and Su Xian followed Su Feng to a distance in confusion. Su Feng did not hide anything. He directly expressed his thoughts. Huahua, it's like this. You just saw Su Xian's ability. I was thinking, if every thorn Su Xian spits out is filled with poisonous milk, wouldn't it be easier to deal with strange beasts? Su Huahua tilted her head and thought for a moment. It seemed to be true. Her poisonous milk didn't require drinking to be poisonous. If it entered the body directly, it would also be poisonous. It is even more toxic and can act directly on the blood. The more Su Huahua thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Anyway, he doesn't have much attack ability, and this poison milk skill is more suitable for Su Xian, so it is indeed a better choice for him. But she still had a problem. Dad, how can I give the poisonous milk to my brother Ashian after all? This is my ability, and it can't be transferred to him. No, no, no. Su Feng shook his head repeatedly. I'm not asking you to give him your skills. What I mean is that when he attacks, he should first drink a mouthful of poisonous milk and hold it in his mouth without swallowing it. When you spit out the needles again, they will all be stained with poisonous milk. Su Huahua suddenly understood. Dad, you're so smart. Is this the combo skill you were talking about? Su Feng nodded. Yes, this is the combination of you and Su Xian. In fact, you are very powerful. You can team up with everyone. As long as you spray the poisonous milk on the weapons, everyone's weapons will be poisoned. You are the most powerful one. Su Feng has always given praise and affirmation to children. Su Huahua was indeed very happy when she heard this. Immediately, she blushed and lowered her head. Su Feng understood what she meant immediately. Huahua, I'll get some bottles later. You can put the poison milk in the bottles and give them to Su Xian during the battle. Su Huahua nodded and stopped talking. Su Xian listened to the conversation between the two and understood a little bit. He tried it himself first, gathering some saliva in his mouth and then spitting out a few thorns. Sure enough, every thorn was stained with his saliva. If you put some poison in your mouth first, you can make every thorn on your body poisonous. Dad, I have a question. Su Xian raised his hand to ask a question. You say? If I say a mouthful of poisonous milk, will I poison myself first? Su Xian was very smart. He had already thought of the reason why Su Kuan suddenly fell to the ground and twitched, and said that he saw too much milk, so he must have drunk the poisoned milk by mistake. He didn't want to be a disposable weapon that would die after one battle. Upon hearing this, Su Feng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up for his cleverness. If it was Su Kuan, he probably wouldn't have thought of this. She would just shout and ask him to give her a sip of the poisonous milk. Don't worry, besides the poisoned milk, there is also fresh milk. Once you drink a sip of fresh milk, you will be immune to the poisoned milk. This is what Su Huahua told him. It shouldn't be wrong. Moreover, Su Feng suspected that he would not die even if he did not drink fresh milk. Chapter 171. Don't drink if you can. After all, his children have all benefited from his essence and blood, which is why they have all the magical abilities they have now. Theoretically, their genes are very similar and their power sources are the same, so they shouldn't be poisoned to death directly. I guess there will be some side effects at most, but it would be best if it were completely unaffected. When there is more milk, give some to the children. Su Xian naturally would not refuse Su Feng's arrangement. After sending the two children away, Su Feng found Qi Yu and Hu Mei. Huahua has milk. The two said they didn't understand. Su Feng said it again later. Huahua has started producing milk, and I've been drinking it. It's delicious. After saying that, Su Feng licked his lips subconsciously. Qi Yu was the first to react. Looking at Su Feng's appearance, Qi Yu couldn't help but shiver. Hubby, you're such a pervert. Where am I perverted? You say it yourself. What am I saying? What's wrong with me drinking milk? Have you never drunk milk? Qi Yu was too embarrassed to say anything more. In fact, if you think about it the other way around, if the grandson drinks the eggs, why can't the daughter drink the milk? As long as you don't drink directly from it, it's fine. Not to mention Su Huahua, even a cow. It's normal to squeeze the liquid into the bottle and drink it, but it's abnormal to really drink it from the bottle. So strictly speaking, Su Feng is not that perverted. It's like growing some vegetables, fertilizing them with your own feces, and then frying them when they are ripe. How can you say you were eating your own shit? It wasn't until now that Humei realized what the two were talking about. She now had the urge to run. Su Feng was a little exasperated. If you can, don't drink. Humei waved her hands repeatedly. No, I won't drink it even if you kill me. Chiyu didn't say it so decisively. It's just that my grandson himself said he didn't want to eat it, but now he is eating it with great relish. Okay, let's get down to business. Su Feng came to see the two of them for something important. He wanted the two girls to care about Su Huahua, but he hoped that she would not develop any psychological problems because of this. Su Huahua is different from Su Kuan. This child is introverted and shy. Su Kuan is heartless and doesn't care about anything. When you have nothing to do, spend more time chatting with Huahua and pay more attention to her. Women who are in confinement are the most vulnerable. Su Huahua is at least half a month pregnant. Chiyu liked every one of Su Feng's children very much, and he immediately promised to complete the task. Humei is not familiar with the children yet, but she is kind-hearted and promised to pay more attention to Su Huahua. The two of them did what they said and went straight to find Su Huahua. When the two found Su Huahua, she was feeding her mother grass. Huahua's mother would move from time to time, and Su Huahua would nod obediently after hearing it. Huahua, what did your mother say? Chiyu was very familiar with Su Huahua and the cow, so he asked directly. Su Huahua said embarrassedly, Mom is passing on her experience to me. What experience? Chiyu was a little puzzled. What kind of experience could a cow have? Milking experience. Chiyu suddenly understood. Since it is a dairy cow, the only thing I can teach you is naturally this experience. Chiyu asked cautiously. Huahua, are you okay? Su Huahua shook her head, not understanding why Chiyu asked that. We have to say here that there is a problem. There is a problem with ideology. Su Feng, Chiyu, and Humei all used purely human thinking to think about problems. As for Su Huahua, she has the genes of a cow, so the way she thinks about problems is not exactly the same as that of humans. It's like there are some things that humans would not, or at least should not, do in public, but animals do them without any psychological burden. Although Su Huahua doesn't milk cows in public, in her opinion, it is normal for cows to produce milk. So Su Feng actually doesn't need to worry about Su Huahua's mental state. Besides, Su Feng's genes are so strong. How could his child have psychological problems because of such a small thing? We tested the children's strength in the morning, and after lunch, the family packed up and left. They have to reach Anshi within 5 days and get the reserve car. When everything was almost packed, Su Ruru ran over to ask Su Feng, Dad, what should we do with the dandelions? Su Feng looked at the dandelions standing blankly on the grass. Row, your dandelion doesn't have a time limit? Su Ruru shook her head and said, I gave the dandelion strength, and it gained the ability to fight. As long as the strength is not exhausted, it can keep fighting until it dies. Isn't this just like installing a battery in it? Raleigh, you can absorb the essence of plants, right? Why don't you just suck it up? Isn't this bad? Su Ruru was a little embarrassed. She was too kind. Even though she had created the dandelion, she still felt a little reluctant to take its life with her own hands. If you don't want to smoke it, liquid would do it. It's a waste if you don't smoke it. Su Ruru was conflicted for a long time. Okay then, give it to Sister Guagua. After saying that, she ran away. She really couldn't bear to watch the dandelion being sucked dry. Su Gua didn't have this burden. After Su Feng called her over, she sucked the dandelion dry in no time. This dandelion has no brain. It does whatever Su Ruru tells it to do. If she doesn't give it any orders, it will just stand there stupidly. After dealing with the dandelions, the family finally set off. Humei leaned on the car window, stuck her head out, and looked at the snow-capped mountains that were gradually left behind, and couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. It has lived here for decades and is finally leaving. The journey to Anshi was smooth. We occasionally encountered strange beasts, but they were not very powerful. It took only 2 days for the family to arrive in Anshi City. Xiaoyu, take Qinggong and the other two into the city. It would be best if you could get them identities as exotic beast hunters at the Exotic Beast Association branch, and then wait for a car to take them there. I will take others to the depths of the Qinling Mountains to take a look. Su Feng wants to go to Qinling Mountains to have a giant panda baby. The giant panda's fighting ability is actually not weak, it's just that they generally don't go crazy. Not only is he strong, he is also a martial arts genius. Find out about Kung Fu Panda. Chiyu wanted to refuse, but then he remembered that he had already promised to take Su Qinggong, Su Miao Miao, and Su Yuan to the East China Sea for training. It would be great if we could get them an identity now. Chiyu felt that he had been too dependent on Su Feng recently. Before Su Feng was around, she did everything alone, and she got through it just fine. It really feels good to have someone to rely on. But she will be the one making decisions for some time to come, so she can use these 2 days to regain her former decisiveness. Chapter 172 Searching for Giant Pandas. The family separated outside the city. Chi Yu drove the SUV that Heo Jiger had delivered to him, while Su Feng still drove the broken van. Chi Yu made up his mind and no longer hesitated. He drove away first. Su Feng didn't think there was anything wrong if Chi Yu didn't feel a little entangled or sad. On the contrary, he was very glad that he found a woman like Chi Yu. She doesn't want any gifts or 3 golds for the wedding. When they are together, she acts like a little woman and everyone listens to her and she never complains. When she is asked to take charge, she will stand up immediately without complaining. You're a grown man. How can you let me do everything? I follow you to enjoy the good life, not to be your servant. In this respect, Chi Yu is better than most women. Most women can share the good times, but not the bad times, especially women on the internet. My husband got a pay cut, so he went online to ask if he wanted a divorce. My husband lost his job and we divorced immediately. The key point is that the divorce was clearly due to money issues, but she insisted on blaming the man for the divorce. He is no longer gentle, considerate, or caring. Everything changes after marriage. All that talk before marriage about birth, old age, sickness and death, poverty and wealth is fucking bullshit. Su Feng even read a news report about a woman who had cancer and her husband spent all his money on her treatment. After the disease was cured, the man was left with a lot of debts, so the woman divorced him and married another man. A few years later, the woman's cancer relapsed, and the man she married divorced her without spending a penny. She went back to her ex-husband, but he wasn't stupid, so he naturally ignored her. Su Feng drove the van towards the Qinling Mountains. In the past, there were many small villages scattered around the Qinling Mountains. There are also giant panda breeding bases and various forest parks in the mountains. There are often hiking enthusiasts who come here for hiking. Now, no one dares to come. As I said, when alien beasts invade, the closer they are to big cities, the lower the risk. The awakened and the army are all in the city or near the city. The trouble with living in the village is that once a strange beast appears, it takes a long time for the awakened people and the army to arrive. The city can basically respond immediately. This doesn't mean there are no dangers in the city. The dense population makes it more attractive to exotic beasts. Moreover, once a powerful monster appears, there will inevitably be heavy casualties. The population density is too high. If a monster knocks down a building, the death toll will be greater than the population of a village. Anyway, each has its advantages and disadvantages. If food is not a concern, Su Feng would actually prefer to live in the village. Dig a tunnel at home, and hide in the tunnel immediately if a strange beast appears. Most people have the opposite idea from Su Feng. They will subconsciously choose to stick together for warmth. The closer you get to the Qinling Mountains, the less populated the area becomes, and you can often see abandoned villages. Su Feng followed the navigation instructions and drove directly to the giant panda breeding base. If you want to find giant pandas, there is definitely no problem going to the giant panda breeding base. The problem is, I don't know whether the giant panda breeding base is closed. There was no car on the road, so Su Feng stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? We soon arrived at the giant panda breeding base. As soon as the car arrived at the gate, Su Feng's heart sank. The big iron gate was rusty and covered with vines. The weeds in front of the gate were at least as tall as a person. The sign for the giant panda breeding base is quite sturdy and is still hanging there. Su Feng suppressed the urge to turn around and leave, opened the door, and got out of the car. Now that you are here, it would be a shame not to go in and take a look. The car couldn't be driven in. If Su Qinggong was there, he would just ask him to park the car. Now that Su Qinggong is not here, we can only think of other ways. Su Qing, carry the car on your back, and let's go in and take a look. In the past, Su Qing and Su Kuan lifted the car together, but now that Su Kuan can fly, she is not willing to do this anymore. Look, without Su Feng's call, Su Kuan took Su Jiao to explore the way ahead. Su Jiao flew into the sky with just a flap of his wings. Every time Su Kuan takes off, his movements are very big. He has to run up to start, and his wings flap like an electric fan. Su Qing didn't think anything of it, so he simply held up a corner of the car with both hands, lifted the car up, and placed it on his big head. After finding the balance point, Su Qing can even free his hands. Su Xiaodao walked in front, waving his arms and cutting the weeds in front of him. When they arrived at the big iron gate, Su Feng kicked it open and walked in with the children. Su Xiaodao still led the way. This place has obviously been abandoned for many years. There is nothing here except weeds and small animals that are scared away from time to time. This giant panda breeding base is open to the public, just like a giant panda zoo. Visitors can buy tickets to go in and see the giant pandas. There are several large giant panda habitat display areas in the base. There are elements such as bamboo, rockery, streams, and even swings, which are entertainment facilities for giant pandas to climb and run around. Su Feng came to an exhibition area and stood at the railing looking inside. Everywhere bamboo could grow was covered with it, and the stream had become a pool of stagnant water. As for the entertainment facilities for the giant pandas, they had long been dilapidated by the rain. The rope of the swing was broken, leaving only a rotten wooden board thrown on the ground, and no one cared about it. When Su Feng watched those adventure live broadcasts in the past, he often thought, although Manhwa is big, it also has a large population, and there are people everywhere. Under such circumstances, are there really any buildings that can be dilapidated to this extent? Now it seems that it is really possible. Although the population is large, everyone is crowded together for survival. Only some homeless people who have given up hope would choose to live in abandoned buildings where few people go. Behind the display area is an animal house where the giant pandas sleep. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Although he no longer had any hope, Su Feng still decided to go and take a look. Try to save the dying horse as much as possible. Climbing over the fence like a Dongguan kid, Su Feng headed straight for the animal house. Su Xiaodao waved his arms in front and opened a path in the bamboo forest. When he arrived at the door of the animal house, Su Feng took a look inside and didn't want to go in. In the corner of the animal house was a skeletonized corpse. It was the skeleton of a giant panda. It was not very big, and it was obvious that it was not yet an adult. In the face of disaster, no matter whether you are a national treasure or not, human life is more important. Let's go look somewhere else. Su Feng looked around several other giant panda display areas, but still found nothing. Just as Su Feng was extremely disappointed and was about to leave, he saw a building hidden behind the trees. I was so busy searching the giant panda exhibition area that I forgot to visit the office area and staff dormitory. This place is located in the Qinling Mountains, and it is impossible for employees to go home every day, so there must be dormitories. Chapter 173, Talking Giant Panda. Su Feng took the children towards the building. The further I walked, the more something felt wrong. The weeds and other places in the giant panda breeding base are not only tall, but also dense. But the closer you get to the building, the fewer weeds there are, and there aren't even any small trees that are taller than a meter. You all should be careful. Seeing that the children were not nervous at all, Su Feng quickly reminded them. This is the disadvantage of not being independent, always relying on yourself to issue instructions. As long as I am around, they are relaxed, unless they are fighting. After Su Feng's reminder, the children put away the smiles on their faces and became serious. Only Su Qing, who was walking at the end with a car on his head, was still dazed. His head had to be pressed against the car, so he couldn't turn around to observe the situation around him. When he was still a few dozen meters away from the office building, Su Feng stopped. Through the weeds in front, you can clearly see that if you go further, there will basically be no weeds taller than a person on the ground. What is the reason why there are no weeds in front? There is only one answer. There is human activity not far ahead. As we all know, grass only grows in the yard of an unoccupied house. Su Feng hid in the bushes and listened attentively. You're right, he actually heard the sound. Su Feng asked Su He, who was lying on the ground, in a low voice. Xiaohei, did you hear any sound? Su He nodded. I heard it. It seemed like someone was talking, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. Is it coming from the building in front? Yes, in that building. Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was a human, it would be easy to deal with. In fact, humans are more dangerous than strange beasts. Strange beasts can only cause endless destruction in a straightforward manner. Humans are different. They have brains and are good at deceiving and disguising themselves. But humans have one advantage. They generally don't attack without thinking when they meet, especially between strangers. Basically, they will explore the situation first. As long as they don't attack right away, Su Feng won't be afraid. We have more people and more power on our side, so as long as we don't encounter someone who is strong enough to crush us, we have room to display our skills. You guys, each choose a place to hide. When I say attack, you all rush over and beat whoever you see until they die. The children nodded. Dad, how about I go with you? Su Feng looked at Su Hei's big body and rejected his request. This guy is no longer a normal dog. He is a little bigger than the largest dog in the world. No one can regard him as an ordinary dog. You should hide too. Ruru is with me. Even if I can't win, the opponent can't kill me instantly. Su Feng is no longer a weakling. He is now capable. After shaking off the strands of hair that covered his eyes, Su Feng decided to shave his head. Su Feng deliberately walked out of the bushes with heavy steps and came to the open space in front of the office building. He even stamped his feet deliberately. In the end, no one paid any attention to him at all. He could even vaguely hear the voices in the office building getting louder. Su Feng simply coughed a few more times. Well, still no one paid any attention to him. Is there no one in the building, and the sound is coming from the TV? Since no one comes out, I might as well go over there myself. Su Feng touched Su Ruru's little head in his pocket, and his sense of security instantly filled him. Su Feng walked to the gate cautiously. This is a pair of wooden doors. The paint on them is very mottled, and the two doors can't even be closed tightly. The voices came from behind the door. Su Feng quietly approached the gate and looked inside through the crack. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. Damn it, there is a hall behind the gate, and there are 4 giant pandas sitting in the hall. These 4 giant pandas are much larger than the ones Su Feng had seen on TV before. 4 giant pandas were talking around a fire, with a large iron pot hanging above it. You heard it right, 4 giant pandas are talking. Brother, we're out of meat. We can't just eat bamboo every day like giant pandas. What's wrong with eating bamboo? What do you mean by being like a giant panda? We are giant pandas. I think so. I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. But bamboo is not as delicious as meat. What? Do you still want to eat people? I didn't say I wanted to eat people. I said I wanted to eat meat. Although people are delicious too. Okay, stop arguing, both of you. The largest giant panda picked up a few dry branches nearby and put them into the fire. Let's just eat bamboo for now. We don't know what's going on outside. We're not who we used to be. In the past, we were national treasures, the apple of everyone's eye. Now, not only can we talk, we've even eaten people. If we go out now, will humans let us go? It's so nice here now. When humans don't come, this is our home. When humans come, we can retreat to the mountains behind. Old 4, if you want to eat meat, you can go to the mountains and hunt for it yourself. Why do you have to go out? The 4th panda, who was the first to say that he didn't look like a panda, said, You can hunt for meat, but without seasoning, not even a bit of salt. The stewed meat is bland and tasteless. Su Feng didn't want to listen anymore. How the hell is this a giant panda breeding base? This is a fucking abnormal biological research institute. Learn about talking giant pandas and man-eating giant pandas. It seems that the previous guest was wrong. Su Feng had previously thought that humans had abandoned this giant panda breeding base and the giant pandas here. Now it seems that the situation is not that simple. It is obvious that the giant pandas here have mutated for some unknown reason. Then they ate the staff here. Who could have imagined that the national treasure giant panda would turn into a man-eating giant panda? Su Feng prepared to leave. When he retreated to a safe place, he instructed the children to bring all these cruel giant pandas to justice and dispose of them in a harmless manner. Su Feng turned around and was about to leave, but as luck would have it, the 2 wooden doors collapsed due to disrepair. With a bang, the 2 doors fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. There was no longer any obstruction between Su Feng and the 4 giant pandas. The 4th child was the first to react. Humans, it's actually humans. They must be here to kill us. The eldest brother originally wanted to have a peaceful negotiation with Su Feng, but the 4th brother's call disrupted his thoughts. Brother, humans are here to seek revenge. Let's take action. Under the instigation of the 4th brother, the eldest brother, who was not very smart to begin with, completely tilted his mind towards the option of taking action. Just as it was about to shout for action, Su Feng outside the door spoke first. Get started. Chapter 174. Spare me, Your Majesty. The sound of attack was powerful and extremely shrill. Various birds, mosquitoes, snakes, ants, and small animals in the nearby grass were startled and began to flee for their lives. For a moment, the entire giant panda breeding base came alive. The children did not let down either. When Su Feng shouted to take action, the children led by Su Hei rushed out from all directions. When they arrived at the open space in front of the office building, Su Feng had already retreated, and the 4 giant pandas followed him out. See so many weird people? The 4 giant pandas were stunned for a moment. They are dull, but the children are not dull. Since Su Feng shouted for action, there was no reason to stop. The children wanted to tear the 4 giant pandas in front of them into pieces. No matter whether you are a national treasure or not, if Dad says he wants to kill you, then he must kill you. The 4th brother reacted the fastest. Seeing that the other side had a large number of people, he knelt down with a thud. While kneeling down, he was still shouting, My king, spare my life. Su Hei, who was jumping in the air, was stunned for a moment. Why are the bones of this thing so soft? Su Feng reacted quickly. When he saw the 4th brother kneeling, he shouted loudly, Don't kill him. He is now very interested in these 4 giant pandas that can speak human language and eat human flesh, and wants to study them. This is even more awesome than a bear stealing a cassock. Hearing Su Feng's shout, Su Hei still slapped the boss with his front paws. However, The claw that was originally intended to hit the head hit the back instead, and the force was much weaker. The boss was knocked to the ground. The concrete floor was cracked. Even if Suhei reduced his strength, he could still easily kill someone. It can be seen that the giant panda's defense is still very good. Su Kuin aimed at the fourth brother who was kneeling on the ground. She flew in the sky, stretched out her claws to grab the fourth one, and lifted it up directly. The fourth brother was also tough. Even when he was flying in the air, he did not straighten his legs and remained in a kneeling position. He kept shouting, "My king, please spare my life. My king, please spare my life." The other two giant pandas should be the second and third. The second son was shaved bald by Su Xiaodao. When Su Feng shouted, "Don't kill him," Su Xiaodao's knife had already reached Lao Er's head. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and changed the chopping to a slashing move, shaving off the hair on the top of the second brother's head. After shaving the top of his head, Su Xiaodao still felt unsatisfied. As he swung his arms, cold light flashed, and when he stopped, all the hair on Lao Er's body had been shaved off. Have you ever seen a hairless giant panda? No? Well, you'll see it today. As for the third brother, he was tied up tightly by Su Guo's vines. The four strange giant pandas were subdued in an instant. The eldest brother lay face down on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. The second brother trembled, holding his arms. The third brother was unable to move. The fourth brother knelt in front of the sky, begging for mercy. Kuiner, put him down. Killing someone is not enough. You are insulting the giant panda too much. After all, he was a national treasure before. Now he is like this. Su Feng is really unbearable to watch. Su Kuin lifted the second child and circled it in the sky before putting it down. The second brother knelt in front of Su Feng and kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life. Thank you, Your Majesty, for not killing me. Su Feng was speechless. This was too anthropomorphic. Okay, get up now. The fourth brother kowtowed again before standing up. As a result, just when he was halfway up, his legs went weak and he knelt down again. A hint of embarrassment first appeared on the fourth brother's panda face, and then turned into a flattering smile. Oh my goodness, I'd better kneel down. My legs are weak. Su Feng held his forehead with his hand, completely speechless. Who just said he wanted to go out and do something big? You were the one who was shouting the loudest just now, and you are also the one who is showing weakness first now. At least struggle a bit, and then beg for mercy if you can't win. Tell me what's going on. The fourth brother said modestly. Let the boss speak. I'm not good at speaking. Seeing Su Feng looking at it with a strange look, the fourth brother quickly changed his words. I'm a dumb panda. I'm not human. I'm not human. All right, kneel down. Su Feng was too lazy to pay attention to it now. He had never seen bones so soft, whether it was a human or a giant panda. The boss also got up at this time. Su Feng simply went to ask him, Are you the boss? The boss's head was still a little dizzy at the moment. Anyone who has ever fallen off a bike and landed headfirst without a helmet knows that hitting the head will make you dizzy. Su Feng was not in a hurry and just stood there waiting for him to recover. Who are you? Why are you so powerful? After the boss recovered, he asked the questions in his mind. In his impression, humans are not that powerful, and neither is the dog. It should be a dog. Why is it so powerful? Su Feng found that these four giant pandas didn't seem very smart. I'm the one asking you the questions now, not you. I ask and you answer. If your answers don't satisfy me, I'll kill you all and eat your meat. Is giant panda meat delicious? It must be delicious, otherwise it wouldn't be eaten into a national treasure. The boss finally figured out the situation. I am at the mercy of others, so I should just answer the questions honestly. What question did you ask just now? Su Feng was not angry either. He was a little numb now. I'm asking you what's going on. You're obviously giant pandas, so why are you speaking human language? From what you just said, it sounded like you've even eaten people. What's going on? Explain it to me from beginning to end. The boss understood this time. It sat on the ground and sighed. Actually, I don't know what happened. We were just carefree giant pandas before. Under the meticulous care of our keepers, we lived a carefree life. Everybody loved us back then. Later, I don't know when it started, but those people who used to line up to see us were no longer there. The breeder was not in a good mood either. Until that day, my keeper came to feed me as usual. I noticed something was wrong right away. We giant pandas have a very keen sense of smell, and I immediately smelled that the keeper's scent had changed. It was a smell of evil that I had never experienced before, and within that evil was a deadly danger. I got anxious at that time, and when the breeder wasn't paying attention, I slapped his head and smashed it. As soon as I smashed his head, a big fat bug crawled out of his brain. For some reason, the bug flew towards my head. I opened my mouth, bit it, and ate it. After eating it, I suddenly became smarter. I found an opportunity, gathered all the giant pandas here, and then beat to death those keepers who didn't smell right. Without exception, they all have bugs in their heads. I knew eating worms would make me smarter, so I gave the other 4 worms to the 4 giant pandas. Chapter 175, Pregnant Female Panda? Yoshi. That's not right. Su Feng discovered the highlight. According to what you said, there should be 5 giant pandas that have become smart. Why are there only 4? The eldest brother pointed at the 4th brother and said, the 5th sister is now the 4th brother's wife. She is pregnant and is staying in the building to take care of the baby. Lao Si is a bit of a male chauvinist. No, Lao Si, the giant panda, is a bit of a male chauvinist. No, he is a bit of a spoiled brat. He doesn't let the 5th sister come out. The 5th sister is a love-brained person. She listens to whatever the 4th sister says. Damn, giant pandas also have love brains. Su Feng was finally stabbed in the butt today, and it got hurt. But he couldn't take care of the problem of being in love right now. There can't be only 5 staff members in a giant panda breeding base, right? The boss explained. There must be more than 5, but I don't know where they went. I guess they are all dead. I saw a lot of dead bodies in the building. One last question. What do you mean by eating people? Strictly speaking, they ate human corpses, namely the 5 people we killed. In fact, I don't know if they can be considered human beings, because the smell is completely different from that of humans, but rather like the smell of animals. We were a little hungry at the time, so we cooked and ate it. I don't know why, but ever since I became smart, bamboo no longer smells good, and I never feel full even when I eat it. Based on the boss's answer, Su Feng finally figured out the whole story. This is the giant panda breeding base. When the strange beasts first appeared, the mood of the staff here was indeed affected, but the base was not abandoned. Then one day, something strange happened here. A strange insect occupied the brains of 5 people, then controlled these 5 people and killed everyone else in the base. After killing the man, they did not run away. Instead, they were in the mood to feed the giant panda. Then he was killed by a giant panda. This means that even if those insects can command humans, they cannot make humans stronger. There may be other methods, but they may not be effective for giant pandas. It is also possible that the insect did not expect that the giant panda could actually distinguish between good and bad and act so decisively. As for those bugs, if nothing unexpected happens, they should also be some kind of strange beasts. As for why giant pandas become smarter after eating insects, Su Feng is not sure. After finding out the truth of the matter, Su Feng was no longer so interested in the 4 giant pandas. On the contrary, Su Feng is very interested in the love-brained 5th sister mentioned by the boss. Especially since she is pregnant, it makes it even more interesting. Su Feng doesn't like it even though she's not pregnant. What are your plans for the future? The eldest shook his head. I don't have any plans. I'll just take it one day at a time. The outside world is a human world, and we are all aliens. After eating the insects, several giant pandas not only became more intelligent, but also gained some understanding of the outside world. Especially the eldest one, he is the smartest among the giant pandas. Since you don't have any plans, just follow me. You can see that we are all outliers. The boss immediately perked up after hearing this, and even raised his drooping head. Really? You really want us to follow you? The strength of Su Feng and his group has just been demonstrated, and the 4 brothers have no power to fight back at all. The most important thing is that these people are even more different than himself. After all, I'm still a giant panda. As long as I don't talk, I am cute. These people can only be described as weird. The 4th brother also became alert. He knelt on the ground and raised his head to ask Su Feng, will I get any meat if I follow you? Yes, you can have as much as you want. Su Feng smiled like a wolf grandmother. These giant pandas have eaten insects that are suspected to be from exotic animals. After eating, they not only did not die, but also opened up their spiritual intelligence and became quite powerful. So they should also be able to eat the meat of exotic beasts. Cultivate them well, not to mention being awesome. Being a cannon fodder should be no problem. When the 4th brother heard that there was meat to eat, he immediately kowtowed like crazy. I'm willing to follow you, as long as there's meat to eat. The 2nd and 3rd brothers looked at the eldest brother, waiting for his decision. The eldest brother was not as spineless as the 4th brother. He did not kneel down to Su Feng. We are all willing to follow you. This is the only way out right now. It's much better to hang out with Su Feng than to be muddle-headed here. Su Feng clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. From now on, these 4 giant pandas, including the 4th panda's wife, will be like our family. We should love each other and stop fighting. After saying that, Su Feng looked at the 4 giant pandas again. From now on, your surname should be Xiong. The eldest will be Xiongda, the 2nd will be Xiong Air, the 3rd will be Xiong San, and the 4th will be Xiong Si. As for the fourth son's wife, let's call her Xiong Mingming. After all, she would be his wife in the future. No, she would be the mother of his child. Calling her Xiong Wu was too unpleasant. Xiong Mingming is pretty good. Giant pandas are cute, after all. The fourth brother clapped his hands and cheered. We are Big Bear, 2 Bear, 3 Bear, and 4 Bear, and you are Baldy Strong. Damn it, he even watched Bunny Bears. Su Kuiner, teach Xiongxi a lesson. How dare he talk nonsense? I'm not bald at all. I'm just a little bit bald. It's a pity that Su Kuin plays the role of a thug. She also knew that Su Feng was just joking, so she was very careful with her attack. He kicked Xiongxi's but a few times, and when Xiongxi knelt down and begged for mercy, he let him go. Su Feng ignored them and came to Xiongda. You said before that all the staff here were killed. Take me to see the bodies. Okay, boss. So he is the boss. It's much better than being bald. Xiongda took Su Feng into the office building. The bodies are in a room at the entrance of the corridor. We haven't been in there in the past few years. Su Feng followed Xiongda in the corridor, and waves of foul smells kept coming into his nose. I don't know how these giant pandas can tolerate this smell, given that their noses are so sensitive. At the end of the corridor, the smell was even stronger. Without waiting for Su Feng's orders, Xiongda kicked the door open. He kicked the door open, stirring up a cloud of dust. Su Feng was also impressed by these reckless men. Fortunately, he retreated quickly. Otherwise, the clothes I just changed today will get dirty again. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the dust finally settled. Su Feng came to the door and looked inside. The room is not small, probably about 40 to 50 square meters. Judging from the furnishings inside, it should be an employee activity center. There were many corpses piled up randomly on the open space in the room. The corpses had already turned into skeletons, and there were many maggots on the ground. After just one look, Su Feng left. He is not a forensic doctor and cannot perform autopsies on these bodies. He came here just to see if Big Bear was lying to him. Since everything is exactly as Xiongda said, there is no problem. Chapter 176. Do giant pandas also have love brains? Of course, it is also possible that these people were killed by Xiongda and his men, and the bugs were all made up by Xiongda. It doesn't matter. With the strength of Xiongda and the others, they are not enough to pose a threat to me and others. Okay, look at what you have to pack. Pack up quickly, and let's get out of here. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, and Su Feng is not planning to go any further. It's deep in the mountains and forests. Who knows if there will be any danger inside? Better safe than sorry. More than 10 minutes later, Xiongda and his friends gathered in the living room carrying large and small bags. No, it's just a broken pot. What are you doing with it? And you? Your blanket is growing hair. Throw it away now. What things could these giant pandas have? Their things are all already in the giant panda breeding base. No one has been here for so many years, and those things have become so worn out that they are not worth taking away. Xiongda and the others were a little reluctant to leave. After all, this was all their belongings. Either throw these things away, or keep them. Your choice. Su Feng will not spoil them. If they don't obey, the worst that can happen is that he will just give up on them. Anyway, his original target was the slightly smaller giant panda hiding behind Xiongxi, namely Xiong Mingming. When Xiong Mingming's eyes met Su Feng's, she immediately buried her head behind Xiongxi like a frightened little rabbit, not daring to look over here again. Hey, why do you keep crawling behind me? You're such a spendthrift woman. You can't do anything right, and you still eat a lot. Su Feng didn't let Xiongxi take his pots and pans. Xiongxi was already very annoyed, but he didn't dare to get angry at Su Feng, so he simply took out his anger on Xiong Mingming. Xiong Mingming apologized timidly and repeatedly. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry, okay? Sometimes Su Feng really can't understand the thought process of a love-brained person. These people will not wake up unless they are beaten to death. Not only women have love brains, men do too. Some men won't wake up until they are cheated out of everything they have. Some people cannot wake up even if they lose everything. Mingming, hold on a little longer, I will save you. After a period of chaos, the group finally set off. Su Xiaodao was still leading the way on the mountain. Su Feng was walking in the middle of the team, and Su Qing continued to follow at the back with his head against the car. Back on the road, Su Feng was in trouble again. The car is not big to begin with, and now with so many children, they can barely squeeze in. Now there are 5 more giant pandas of considerable size, and there is no room left in the car. What to do? Su Feng's gaze swept across the children and then across the 5 giant pandas. Su Jiao doesn't need to take a car, he basically flies in the sky. Su Kun can fly now, so he can let her fly with Su Jiao. That would only free up 1 spot, and we still need 4. Xiongda, the 4 of you should lie on the roof of the car for a while. Compared with the other kids, Xiongda and the others are obviously more normal. As for Xiong Mingming, She can naturally sit in the car, as Su Kun has made room for her. As a result, something went wrong again. Xiong Mingming refused to get on the car. No matter what, I must follow Xiongxi. Xiongxi didn't care whether she was pregnant or not. He just kicked her off the roof of the car. You silly bitch, I told you to sit in the car, so just sit in the car. If you don't obey me, I'll beat you up. Xiong Mingming said aggrievedly. I just want to be with you. Being with me? What's the good of being with me? The roof and the inside of the car are right next to each other. You do whatever the boss says, and if you get me into trouble, I'll kill you. Su Feng was so angry watching from the side. Damn, Xiongxi Tai is such a piece of shit. The same goes for Xiong Mingming. She is so disappointing. What's the point of having a man like this? Can't I live without him? Xiong Mingming didn't dare to disobey Xiongxi, so she had to enter the carriage reluctantly. Hold on tight, the four of you. Don't fall, and don't talk nonsense. If anyone finds you, they'll definitely take you back and slice you up for research. Don't worry, boss, we will pay attention. Xiongda patted his chest and promised. Su Feng was not particularly worried. The meeting place he and Yu had agreed to meet was in a sparsely populated area in the suburbs. They won't enter the city along the way, so basically not many people will notice them. A few hours later, Su Feng drove to the agreed location. Yu and the others haven't come back yet. Kuan-er, let's cook first. The meat promised to Big Bear and the others has not been delivered yet. How can I win over Big Bear if I don't keep my word? You all should get out of the car and move around. I'm going to lie down in the car for a while. After getting everyone out of the car, Su Feng started to get busy. He can't wait now. Su Feng poured it directly into the milk. It's not Su Huahua's milk, it's her mother's milk. Su Feng got out of the car with milk and went straight to Xiongxi, who was drooling at the exotic beast meat in the pot. Give it to your wife. Su Feng could see that Xiong Mingming only listened to Xiongxi, the scumbag. Xiongxi took the milk and trotted to Xiong Mingming. The boss gave you some milk to drink. Xiong Mingming took the milk and looked at Xiongxi with eyes that were almost tearful. As for Su Feng, sorry, she doesn't even care about him. Xiong Mingming brought the milk to Xiongxi's mouth and said softly, have a drink first. Xiongxi was a little moved. He has been chewing bamboo lately, and there is no bird in his mouth. Su Feng had been watching this side, and when he saw Xiongxi's heart was moved, he began to get anxious. Xiongxi, that's for your wife's nutritional supplements. If you dare drink it, I'll beat you to death. Xiongxi opened his mouth, smacked his lips, and said regretfully when he heard Su Feng's words, you should drink it. It will replenish your nutrition. Xiong Mingming's eyes were completely dull. You're so nice to me. Su Feng almost vomited blood. It was clearly the milk he gave, so why did all the benefits go to the scumbag Xiongxi? I will endure it. I must endure it. Under Su Feng's gaze, Xiong Mingming finally drank the milk. Su Feng didn't know whether the essence and blood would still be effective if mixed with milk. The main reason is that Xiong Mingming is too introverted and cautious. Except for Xiongxi, no one else can get close to her. If putting it in milk doesn't work, then I'll have to do it while she's asleep. If it doesn't work, just press it. Watching Xiong Mingming drink all the milk in the cup, Xiongxi went back to stare at the meat in the pot with a little disappointment. Su Feng waved his hand, called Su Kun over, and whispered in her ear, when the meal is ready, give it to Xiongxi first. If he doesn't have any adverse reactions, then give it to Xiongda and the others. Remember that. Su Kun's two small eyes shone with wisdom. Dad, don't worry, I can definitely do it. Chapter 177, How to Make Love Brain Change Heart in a Second. As a chef, how could Su Kun not know the characteristics of exotic beast meat? Except for their brothers and sisters, ordinary humans will die if they eat the meat of alien beasts. Su Feng obviously treated Xiongxi as a guinea pig. Su Kun likes little white mice and the like the most. After drinking the milk, Xiong Mingming sat quietly next to Xiongxi, covering her stomach with her hands. Xiongxi stared at the meat in the pot, and Xiong Mingming stared at Xiongxi with loving eyes. After a while, the meat in the pot was almost cooked. Su Kun didn't even use a spoon. He just used a fork to pick up a piece of meat from the pot. Xiongxi, look at your drool. It's almost dripping onto the ground. Don't say I didn't take care of you. Here's a piece of meat for you. Try it and see if it's cooked. When Xiongxi heard about this good news, he immediately said excitedly, Thank you, Sister Kun. I won't be shy then. Xiongxi took the piece with both hands, not caring about the heat, and took a big bite when he brought it to his mouth. He mumbled while chewing. It's delicious, so delicious. Upon hearing this, the others could no longer sit still and stared at the meat in the pot eagerly. Especially Xiongda and the others, their eyes turned green. Su Kun stood in front of everyone, spread his wings and arms, protected the pot behind him, and shouted sternly, What are you doing? What are you doing? It's not cooked yet, just wait for me. Xiongxi quickly stuffed a large piece of meat into his stomach. He couldn't wait to speak before he even swallowed the meat in his mouth. Sister Kuiner, the meat is cooked. It's cooked. Give me another piece. Su Kuin turned his head to look at Su Feng, who shook his head imperceptibly. I just finished eating it, so I have to wait a while to see the effect. Su Kuin received the order and said in a firm tone, It's not soft enough yet, wait a little longer. Another 5 minutes passed, and seeing that Xiongxi was still alive and well, and didn't look like he was in any trouble, Su Feng nodded at Su Kuin. Su Kuin didn't stop him and came to the pot and shouted, Line up according to age, one by one. A group of people, each holding a stainless steel faceplate, lined up obediently to get their meals. Su Feng watched from the side, feeling as if he was eating in the production team canteen. It feels like I'm back in college. What? Su Feng never went to college. I said I was dreaming about going back to college. Is it okay if I went there in a dream? There was no dining table, and a group of strange people squatted on the ground and started eating heartily. At this moment, it feels a bit like a funeral in the countryside. Su Feng was not in a hurry to eat. He wanted to wait for Chi Yu and Hu Mei to come back. Originally, Chi Yu was supposed to take the 3 little ones to the city, but Hu Mei, having never seen such a thing before, also wanted to go with them. Su Feng asked her to carry Su Mei with her. As long as Su Mei's 3 tails are not exposed, there will be no danger. At this time, Su Feng's phone rang. Honey, we're already on our way back. We'll be there in half an hour at most. After hanging up the phone, Su Feng started cooking. I left some rice yesterday, just enough to make egg fried rice today. The 2 grandsons beat the eggs into a bowl and asked Su Kuin to help stir the egg liquid. Then he asked Su Xiaodao, who had just finished his meal, to help him dice the carrots, green peppers and ham, and chop the garlic. When Chi Yu and the others came back, not only was the fried rice ready, but Su Feng also poured each person a glass of milk and washed an apple. The milk is naturally produced by Huahua Dairy. Apples are the fruit of many fruits, full of power and wisdom. If you eat like this every day, even a turtle man can become strong. After a busy day, Chi Yu got off the car and saw the fried rice on the table and Su Feng's smiling face, and a sense of happiness came over her. Hubby, you're so nice. Su Feng shook a strand of hair in front of his forehead. Of course, I'm the good man. I'm Su Feng. Chi Yu and Hu Mei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Honey, let's get our hair done after dinner. Su Feng also felt that he should get a haircut. My hair has been falling out so badly recently that it has become as thin as Chiu Qianqi's. It's really not very pretty. Eat first, then let Xiaodao give me a haircut. With Su Xiaodao's knife skills, shaving a bald head is definitely a piece of cake. The 3 of them gathered together, happily eating fried rice and drinking Huahua milk. Su Qinggong and the other 2 took Su Mei to eat the meat of exotic animals. While Chi Yu was eating, he suddenly saw a few giant pandas squatting not far away from the corner of his eye. Especially the look one of them gave Su Feng was so familiar. She had seen it in a cow. That's right, that cow is Huahua's mother. Chi Yu named her Hua Girl. Honey, where did this giant panda come from? It's so cute. Human resistance to giant pandas is almost 0. Su Feng slapped his head. I forgot to introduce you guys. He waved at the 5 giant pandas squatting in a row over there. Everyone come here. Upon hearing this, the 5 giant pandas stood up and ran over here. The one who ran the fastest was actually the smallest one, Mingming Xiong. When Su Feng saw this scene, he felt infinite pleasure in his heart. Scumbag, in a little while, you'll be single again. Happy or not, surprised or not. Xiong Mingming ran to Su Feng and looked at him lovingly. She didn't know why, but she, who originally only had eyes for brother Xiongxi, suddenly felt that Su Feng, a human, was handsome and would be quite popular with giant pandas. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. When I looked at Xiongxi again, I didn't feel anything at all. The love and dependence we had in the past have disappeared without a trace. At that time, Xiong Mingming stayed away from Xiongxi. Xiongda and the others noticed something was wrong, but only Xiongxi was still staring at the meat in the pot and drooling. He was full, but still greedy. Just when Xiong Mingming couldn't suppress her inner love for Su Feng and wanted to get closer to him, Su Feng called them. Isn't this a coincidence? I give you a pillow just when you feel sleepy. So Xiong Mingming was the first to run to Su Feng. Who lie? Finally someone can empathize with me. I really didn't mean it. Su Feng didn't care about it, as there were many people who liked him. Let me introduce you. This is my eldest sister-in-law Chi Yu. This is my second sister-in-law Hu Mei. You can just call them eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law from now on. These 4 are my little brothers, Xiongda, Xiong'er, Xiongsan, and Xiongxi. This is Xiongxi's wife, Xiong Mingming. Before Su Feng finished speaking, Xiong Mingming retorted anxiously. No, I'm not Xiongxi's wife. I'm single. My name is Xiong Mingming. Xiong Mingming didn't dare to say that she was Su Feng's wife for fear of scaring Su Feng. She was also afraid that her elder and second sisters-in-law would not accept her. Anyway, there is a long way to go. As long as she can stay with Su Feng, it doesn't matter whether they have a formal relationship or not. Xiong Mingming is not that kind of pedantic woman. Otherwise, she would not be so deeply in love with the scumbag Xiongxi. What? You said that most women really like scumbag men. Am I fierce? I am definitely not a pedantic woman. I just like Su Feng, this good man. Chapter 178 Big Breakup Scene. Big Bear, Second Bear, Third Bear, and Fourth Bear all opened their eyes wide, unable to believe their ears. Especially Xiongxi. Although he is a scumbag, and although he treats Xiong Mingming badly, he really has never thought about divorcing Xiong Mingming. Haven't you seen that Big Bear, Second Bear, and Third Bear are all single bears and haven't found a partner yet? He's just a scumbag. He's not stupid. How many men have cried and begged for a wife who is so love-brained that they still can't get one? Apart from the eldest brother, look around, whether it's Big Bear and his friends or the eldest brother's children, who has a wife. I am a scorpion poop, unique one. Now that Xiong Mingming has forcefully announced that she is single, Xiongxi is in a difficult position. Mingming, what are you talking about? You are my wife. What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? Xiongxi put his hands on his hips and looked at Xiong Mingming fiercely, as if he was going to violence her if they had a disagreement. Xiong Mingming, who usually looks weak, showed some toughness this time. She glared back at Xiongxi without any fear. Xiongxi, I'm telling you, it's over between us. It's over, you know? I, Xiong Mingming, was blind to fall for a scumbag like you. From now on, I will sever all ties with you. These words are very powerful. Xiongxi's arrogance was immediately suppressed. If the hard approach doesn't work, try the soft approach. Xiongxi knelt down in front of Xiong Mingming. Mingming, I was wrong before. You can hit me or scold me, but please don't leave me. I can't live without you. I really can't live without you. After saying that, she fell to the ground and started crying. Su Feng stared in amazement at Xiongxi, who was lying on the ground crying bitterly. He finally understood why Xiongxi was the only one who could find a wife among the 4 brothers of the Xiong family. Isn't this the kind of man that women who suffer domestic violence talk about? He would beat me whenever he got angry. Every time I couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to leave him, he would kneel on the ground and cry and beg me. He begged me to forgive him, saying that he didn't mean it and that he just loved me too much. Although Su Feng never believed in such foolish words. But I can't help but feel that girls believe it. Girls are like this. They don't like to live a dull life. They like a life with ups and downs. Even if you are beaten to a bloody pulp, you will still move forward. If you meet the kind of woman who complains about life being boring every day, can't sit still at home, and likes to run out, then treat her with the same scumbag method. It will definitely work. As for why an introvert like Xiong Mingming would like a scumbag like Xiongxi, Su Feng didn't know. After all, he was not an emotional expert. He only knew that even if Xiongxi hit his head and died on the spot, Xiong Mingming would not change her mind. Sure enough, these tricks of Xiongxi could not cause the slightest fluctuation in Xiong Mingming's heart. Xiongxi, I've already told you that our fate has ended. Don't bother me anymore. Su Feng originally thought that Xiongxi would try another method to save the situation, but he didn't expect Xiongxi to use his legs to jump up. Xiong Mingming, this is what you said. Don't let me take care of the baby even after it's born. After saying that, Xiongxi ran to Su Kuan with his hands waving, licking his face, and said, Sister Kuaner, please give me another piece of meat. Su Kuan saw everything Xiongxi did just now. As a woman herself, she really looked down on Xiongxi's expression. Roll. Xiongxi was not discouraged and continued to plead. If there's no meat, just give me some soup. Big Bear, and Little Bear couldn't stand it anymore, so they went over, each holding an arm, and pulled Little Bear away. Su Feng and Chi Yu watched this farce from beginning to end, with 1,000 horses running through their hearts. Su Feng suddenly thought of an obscure point of knowledge. Giant pandas are solitary creatures. They do not live with other members of the same tribe or with the opposite sex. Giant pandas will only look for the opposite sex when they are in estrus. They will separate after she becomes pregnant. The female giant panda will leave while pregnant and take care of herself, give birth by herself, and take care of the newborn panda by herself. Once the giant pandas have learned survival skills, the mother pandas will drive their children away. It can be said that giant pandas are relatively ruthless and cruel. The reason why Xiong Mingming was so attached to Xiongxi before was probably due to a genetic mutation. As for Xiongxi's scumbag attribute, Su Feng didn't know where it came from. Anyway, As a giant panda, he still has that irresponsible nature in his bones. This is good. Even if the child is not his, Xiongxi probably won't care. If they are really that infatuated, they will inevitably become enemies after the child is born. Sufinka still remembers Wang Cai's face as if he wanted to bite him to death. Wang Cai, I haven't forgotten it either. This matter is not over yet. The hatred of having my wife taken away from me will never be forgotten. After sending Xiongxi away, Xiong Mingming suddenly felt a pain in her stomach. She was still a simple giant panda. This was her first pregnancy, and she had no experience at all. She thought it was a normal reaction. Boss, I feel like I'm about to give birth. If you don't want this child, I'll hold it back. If you can't even hold back your poop, how can you hold back your child? Su Feng was afraid that she would do something stupid, so he quickly comforted her. Ming Ming, the child is innocent. Don't be upset. Xiong Mingming was very pleased to hear this. Since the eldest brother doesn't dislike this child, I feel relieved. A good man is indeed a good man. He deserves to be the one taking over. Little did people know that the reason why Su Feng was willing to take over was simply because the child was originally his. Qiyu is now very experienced. Seeing that Xiong Mingming is about to give birth, she drinks the milk in the cup without saying anything else, and directly picks up Xiong Mingming and goes back to the car. Hubby, save my apple for me. When Hu Mei saw Qiyu leaving, she hurried to follow. We are all women, so naturally we should help each other. Su Feng was waiting anxiously outside the ward. No, Su Feng was sitting in a chair and eating an apple comfortably. Just when an apple was about to be finished, a childish voice suddenly came from the carriage. Noodles. I want noodles. It seems that she gave birth. I just don't know why this child can speak English as soon as he is born. Su Feng handed the apple core to Su Kuan. This thing should also contain energy. I can put it into the pot as a spice when stewing meat later. Arriving at the door of the carriage, Su Feng leaned in to look. I saw a giant panda only about 30 or 40 centimeters tall, standing in the car with a big belly. Qiyu was helping Xiong Mingming wipe her body, while Hu Mei was frantically looking for a blanket. Dad, the newborn giant panda saw Su Feng and jumped into his arms excitedly. Su Feng touched his big head happily. Not bad, really good. Although this child doesn't look like him at all, Su Feng is still very happy. Happier than any other child before him. Chapter 179, Divide and Divide Again. Su Feng has been an orphan since childhood. He didn't go to an orphanage, so he had to wander around and suffered bullying. Once he learned from a conversation between two children that there is an animal in the world called the giant panda. Giant pandas are national treasures and are loved by people all over the country. Not only the dragon country, but even foreigners love them to death. At that time, Su Feng's biggest wish was that he could one day become a giant panda so that everyone would like him. He will no longer see people's disgusted looks, nor will he be bullied. Unfortunately, dreams are just dreams after all. How can a person turn into a giant panda? Su Feng had to settle for the second best and wanted to raise a giant panda. In this way, he might be able to benefit from the giant pandas, and when people like giant pandas, they can share some of their love with him. Even if you don't like it, it's okay if you don't hate it. Unfortunately, giant pandas are national treasures and private individuals are not allowed to keep them. Even if they are allowed, they cannot afford it. Who would have thought that this wish would finally come true today? I have a giant panda at home. How cool would it be to tell everyone about it? Su Feng held the newborn giant panda in his arms, looking left and right, unable to see enough. Su Kuan said to Su Hei, who was lying beside him, in a sour tone. Little Blackie, Daddy wasn't this happy when you were born. Su Heibai glanced at her and said unhappily, I heard from Brother Qing that when you were just born, your whole family disliked you and Brother Qing even had a fight with you. Su Kuan immediately got furious when he heard this. Little Blackie, you're looking for death. Chicken, you're so beautiful. I'm going to kill you. For a moment, there was chaos again. Su Feng didn't know why the two of them always liked to get together and always quarreled and fought. Hu Mei came out with a small blanket and handed it to Su Feng. Su Feng wrapped the giant panda with a blanket. In fact, it's okay not to wrap it, because his children are not afraid of cold or heat. But the sense of ceremony cannot be missed. Kuiner, stop making trouble and go cook for your brother Abeo. Since it is a national treasure, it must be called Su Bao. Su Feng hopes that when Su Bao grows up, he can tell everyone in a domineering manner. After 12 o'clock on this planet, I have the final say. Why does he have the final say after 12 o'clock? Of course, it is because Su Feng is already asleep at this time. When Su Feng is awake, it is Su Feng who has the final say. When Su Feng is asleep, it is naturally his son who has the final say. Is there anything wrong with this statement? Not at all. When Su Kuan heard that he had to cook, he immediately stopped playing with Su Hei. The word cooking is like a switch that can control Su Kuan at any time. The four of Xiongda squatted together, not understanding why the child of Xiong Mengmeng and Xiong Si had the surname Su for some unknown reason. They didn't dare to ask. Xiong Sin couldn't help it, so he used his shoulders to support Xiong Si, who was squatting beside him. Aren't you going to say anything? Xiong Si thought about it and decided that he should say something. He stood up, bent down, and came to Su Feng, looking at Su Bao and Su Feng's arms. Su Bao also stared at the dark circles under his eyes caused by staying up late, looking at the uncle in front of him who looked a bit like him, but whom he didn't know at all. Xiongda was extremely anxious at this time. He glared at Xiong Sin fiercely. You son of a bitch, you're already causing trouble after just having a good meal. What if the boss gets angry and kicks us out? No matter how anxious he was, there was nothing he could do because Xiong Si had already started talking. The child is so cute. Boss, there's a new baby in the family, so shouldn't we have a full moon celebration or something? I don't have high expectations, I just don't want any alcohol, just a piece of meat. Upon hearing this, Xiongda and the other two fell down together. Su Feng was also amused. This Xiong Si is really flexible. Well, he is actually heartless and only cares about eating. Kuiner, get some meat for Xiong Si. Since Su Feng had given the order, Su Kuan naturally would not refuse. She took a piece of meat out of the pot and threw it to Xiong Si. Xiong Si did a somersault and caught the piece of meat in midair. He didn't go back to Xiongda and the others. He found a deserted place and started to eat the meat. Seeing this, Xiongda and the other two couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Although we are not born of the same mother and have different fathers, we have been brothers for so long. You, a bastard, are too disloyal. You're so far away. Are you afraid that we will steal your meat? Su Bao looked at Xiong Si wolfing down his food and couldn't help but sigh. Dad, that uncle is so humorous. Su Feng chuckled and didn't respond. Although Xiong Si is a bit of a scumbag, he hasn't done anything good either. Since the eldest brother doesn't talk about the second brother, let's just settle the matter. Just like Xiong Si, even if he really had a child, he wouldn't care. Su Kuan then brought meat porridge and fed Su Bao enthusiastically. Xiong Mingming was watching from the side and didn't think it was inappropriate at all. It turns out that habits deep in our bones are not so easy to change. Giant pandas, who like to live alone, are not that family-oriented. Although Xiong Mingming doesn't care about her family, she is now a love-brained person. When Su Bao was born, she only took one look at him, and then all her attention was focused on Su Feng. Xiong Si was already very full, and now he stuffed another piece of meat into his stomach, making his stomach almost burst. Mingming, come here and let me lean on you. Xiong Si felt uncomfortable lying on the ground. He used to sleep with his head resting on Xiong Mingming's legs. Upon hearing this, Xiong Mingming glanced at Xiong Si with disgust and ignored him. Xiongda and the other two looked at Xiong Si as if he were a fool. Well, Xiong Si has actually always been a little stupid. But Xiongda and the others didn't expect that Xiong Si could be so stupid. Xiong Mingming is obviously the boss's woman. Can't you see that? Besides, didn't you two just break up? You're done with each other. How dare you ask someone to come close to you? Xiong Si shouted for a long time, but when he saw that Xiong Mingming didn't come over, he became a little angry. Xiong Mingming, if you don't come over here, I'll break up with you. Xiong Mingming immediately looked at him with shining eyes. This is what we said. Let's make a deal. I won't go over. You break up with me. Okay, we have broken up. Don't bother me anymore. No, we broke up a while ago. I'm single now. Please don't bother me. Xiong Si finally realized something was wrong. He jumped up and looked at Xiong Mingming in surprise, whose temperament had changed drastically, and said in disbelief, Are you really going to break up with me? Xiong Mingming nodded firmly. Yes, to be exact, we have broken up twice. But we even have a child. Who has a child with you? How come I don't know? Xiong Si was really anxious now. He could give up the child, but you couldn't say no. That day, on that dark and windy night, you said you were cold and asked me to hold you while you slept. And then, shut up. Xiong Mingming shouted loudly, interrupting Xiong Si's words. There was no dark and windy night, no cold, no hugging while sleeping, and no aftermath. It's all your illusion. Your brain is crazy, and you are hallucinating. Chapter 180. New car arrived. Don't you look at yourself? Have you ever respected me? You order me around every day. Have you ever cared about my feelings? I am with you not for money or sex, but just like having a warm home and someone who understands me by my side. You can't even meet such a small request. Not only can you not do it, you also order me around. I'm pregnant, and you still want me to give you my only piece of meat. You are not full, so you lay on the ground motionless. Let me go find some bamboo for you to eat. I brought back some bamboo, but you said it was too hard to chew, and asked me to find something tenderer. In the end, you ate all the tender bamboo I found, leaving nothing for me. Xiong Mingming was full of resentment after waking up. She herself didn't understand why she had fallen in love with a giant panda like Xiongxi. Big bear, which one of them is not better than him? Everyone listened to Xiong Mingming's accusations, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Xiongxi revealed two words: scumbag. The three brothers, Big Bear, Second Bear, and Third Bear, not only did not feel sorry for Fourth Bear, but instead seemed to be gloating over his misfortune. There are 4 brothers, but he is the only one who has a wife. The other 3 have been dissatisfied for a long time. Su Feng felt that things were getting out of control, so he quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Okay, Mingming, stop talking. Why bring up the past? Xiong Mingming instantly changed to a loving and submissive look. Okay, boss, I'll do as you say. Su Feng looked at Xiongxi again. Don't be sad, Xiongxi. Women will only slow down your eating speed. Following me and eating meat every day is no better than anything else, don't you think? Xiongxi recalled the aroma of the meat and nodded in agreement. Boss, you're right. What's the point of women? Meat is still delicious. He finally understood that Xiong Mingming was determined to break up with him this time. Then let's break up. Who's afraid of who? Su Feng clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Everyone, listen up. Xiongxi and Xiong Mingming have broken up peacefully from now on. This matter has passed, and no one should mention it again. You, Xiongxi, are not worthy enough to try to snatch a woman from me, Su Feng. Okay, that's bullshit. How could Su Feng possibly marry a giant panda? Name, Su Feng. Gender, male. Hobbies, girls. 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 Important things should be said 3 times. This matter is over. The happiest person was Xiong Mingming. She was finally free and no longer had to serve the scumbag. The second happiest person was Xiongxi, because he would have meat to eat every meal from now on. The third happiest ones were Big Bear, Second Bear, and Third Bear. Not only would they have meat for every meal, but they wouldn't have to watch Fourth Bear and Cute Bear show off their affection anymore. The fourth happiest person was naturally Su Feng. He was not happy because there was a female giant panda who loved him. He was happy because he had a giant panda's son. Everyone, find something to do. Remember not to go too far. Su Feng gave some instructions and took Chiyu and Su Bao back to the car. When he got in the car, Su Feng took out his cell phone and found an old martial arts movie from Blue Star decades ago. Abayo, let me show you a movie. Su Bao was just born and was curious about everything. He took the phone and went to watch a movie in the carriage. Xiaoyu, how did things go today? It was not until this time that Su Feng had time to ask Chiyu about his situation today. Chiyu snuggled up to him, drawing circles on his chest with her index finger. Everything went smoothly and successfully. Miao Miao and Ayuan both have ID cards now. Not only do they have ID cards, but the 3 of them are also exotic beast hunters. They can now appear openly in the future. Su Feng was also very happy to hear this. His child, Su Feng, was finally going to step out from behind the scenes and step onto the stage. Although not all children can walk around the world openly. Take your time, don't rush. Sooner or later, the Su family army will become a force that cannot be ignored on Blue Star, and anyone who touches it will die. Where's the car we ordered? Has it been delivered? The only thing left now is the customized car. As long as the car is obtained, the Su family will usher in a new chapter. Not yet. The Exotic Beast Association said it will be delivered tomorrow. Tomorrow? That's not too late. That night, Humei left Su Feng to Chiyu. Su Feng madly improved Chiyu's strength. After drinking 4 or 5 bottles of nutrient solution, Chiyu's strength was greatly enhanced. Su Feng, the nutrient solution supplier, was completely exhausted. The next day, Chiyu and Humei, who felt sorry for him, left all their grandchildren's eggs to him. After eating 2 grandson eggs, drinking a cup of Huahua milk, and having another grandson fruit, Su Feng finally came back to life. The production of Huahua milk is not very high, only 2 cups a day. Su Feng drank a cup and the children shared one. However, the poisonous milk was all preserved. Su Feng tried it and found that the poisonous milk would not spoil as long as it was kept in the refrigerator. After dinner, Chiyu went to the city to find the Exotic Beast Association to get the car. By noon, the car Su Feng had been longing for finally appeared in front of him. The appearance is very inconspicuous, just a gray rectangular iron box. It is about 20 meters long, 3 meters wide, and nearly 5 meters high. The car is bulletproof, missile-proof. Even the tires are. Looking at the big guy in front of him, Su Feng got in impatiently. The interior of the car is not luxurious, but rather simple. The front is the driver's cab, and the back is the living area. The living area only has a small kitchen, a large refrigerator, and not much else. What stands out is the emptiness. Not to mention the children we have now. Even if we have a few more, we can easily accommodate them. The cab is also very simple, with only 2 seats and the most basic things. It seems simple, but it is actually not simple at all. The car is electric and can be charged by itself or by solar energy. The roof is fully covered with bulletproof solar panels, and under normal circumstances, no additional charging is required. The driving system is also very simple, just like an automatic transmission car. The most amazing thing is that it has an automatic driving function. It's not some half-baked autonomous driving, but a truly intelligent one, with driving skills comparable to those of an experienced driver with 100 years of driving experience. And he is very obedient. Once you have set your goal, when you need to make a sudden turn, just tell the center console. Turn right into that small road ahead and find a deserted spot. I want to get out of the car and have a cigarette. Intelligent driving can perfectly execute your instructions. In addition, this car can not only travel on land, but also go into water. The maximum speed on land can reach 240 kilometers per hour, and in water, its speed is comparable to that of a yacht. This is not the speed limit of this car, but it is set at this speed for safety reasons. Just think about it, a huge thing weighing dozens of tons, running on the road at a speed of 240. If there is a traffic jam ahead and the brakes are not applied in time, the parking lot will be destroyed by a tornado. After seeing it, Su Feng could only come up with 2 words to describe this car. That's awesome, really awesome. Chapter 181, All Good Things Must Come to an End. If this car were placed in the world of The Walking Dead, the protagonist would not need to find a shelter, they could just drive around with the car. So, even if you have the halo of the protagonist, if you are not invincible at the beginning, how can you fight against the state machine? Unless every child has the same strength as Su Appa's parents. But it will be soon. Strange beasts are starting to appear in groups. Isn't this a good opportunity to improve my strength? Husband, are we going to separate? In the RV, Chi-Yu hugged Su Feng's waist, buried her head in his chest, and greedily smelled his scent. Su Feng patted her shoulder and comforted her. Parting is for a better reunion. Don't be sad. Chi-Yu nodded and held Su Feng for a few more minutes before coming out of his arms. Hubby, a short pain is worse than a long one. Let's leave early. Su Feng took Chi-Yu out of the car. Gather. 10 seconds later, everyone gathered in the open space in front of the car. Su Feng jumped onto the roof of the RV. Missiles can be defended, so standing there alone won't cause any trouble. Those whose car hoods were damaged by steps on them should reflect on this. Sometimes I even look back at myself. After all these years, has my salary increased? Have I worked hard? Why can't I even afford a missile-proof car? Everyone in the Su family, today is a big day. The strength we've accumulated over such a long time will be put to the test starting today. Today, we are about to set sail. Su Qinggong, Su Miao Miao, and Su Yuan. The 3 of you will follow your Aunt Chi-Yu and go to the East China Sea together. There is only one goal, to kill as many strange beasts as possible, obtain their inner core, and improve your strength. The rest of you will follow me and go to Southwest Province. Our goal is the same, to kill the strange beasts, obtain their inner elixirs, and improve our strength. I have only 2 requests of you. First, all actions must be carried out under command. Second, those who are afraid to move forward will be removed from the team. These 2 points are actually meant for the 4 giant pandas. Su Feng's children are all very obedient. Even if Su Feng asks them to line up and die, they will not refuse. It's different for Xiongda and the others. These 4 joined the team temporarily, and their fighting ability is not very good. Su Feng actually didn't expect them to have any combat effectiveness. He was just afraid that they would cause trouble. Especially Xiongxi, this guy is a bit weird. Su Feng didn't know how to describe him, lazy and gluttonous, a scumbag, a spineless man. If it weren't for the fact that he was a national treasure, and a national treasure who could speak and had intelligence, Su Feng would never have taken him in. Anyway, at this moment, everyone is in a good spirit. Everyone patted their chests loudly. Okay, say goodbye to each other. The distribution of property has been completed. Su Feng drove a new car and brought a large group of people with him. The previous box trucks and off-road vehicles were given to Chi-Yu and the other 4. Originally, Su Feng wanted to sell the containerized goods, but he had developed an attachment to them after driving them for so long. Moreover, this car has been with them through thick and thin and has done a lot of work. Now it is about to end its life. Su Feng thought of driving to the East China Sea and then finding an opportunity to throw it into the black hole. This is called a grand funeral. Well, actually what Su Feng wanted was to install a camera on the car, then throw the car into a black hole to see what was on the other side of the black hole. Why let Su Qinggong throw it? Because he can flash. Carry the car and flash to the entrance of the black hole, throw it in, and then flash out. Why throw a car in instead of just throwing a camera in? The main consideration is that the camera is too light and the car is heavy, so it should be easier to get in. Another reason is that Su Qinggong has a lot of ideas in his mind, and he has a place to put them. This was just Su Feng's flash of inspiration, and whether it would succeed or not was not particularly important. As they were about to part, the children seemed to have endless things to say. Su Kuan remained silent as he handed the exotic beast meat he had prepared early in the morning piece by piece to Su Qinggong. Sister Kuaner, don't you usually like to talk? Why are you so silent now? It would have been fine if Su Qinggong hadn't said anything, but after he said that, Su Kuan couldn't hold it back any longer and tears started to flow down his face. I feel so bad. I don't know how long it will take for you to leave. Who will cook for you in the future? Su Qinggong also felt very uncomfortable. In the past, the whole family lived together. It was lively and happy. Sister Kuaner, please stop crying. Daddy once said that separation is for a better reunion. I will work hard to become stronger, and when we meet again, I will treat you to the inner elixir of the exotic beast. Su Kuan wiped his tears and spoke in a sobbing voice. I'll even cook for you then. Yeah, Sister Kuaner's cooking is the best. On the other side, Su Ruru stood on Su Miao Miao's hand, constantly giving her instructions. Meow meow, you are what I am most worried about. You have always been aloof and quiet since you were little, and you only listen to your father. For some time to come, your father will not be by your side. You must not act like a spoiled child and must listen more to your aunt and your younger brother Qinggong. If you have any ideas in your mind, don't keep them to yourself. Communicate them to everyone as soon as possible. Also, be careful about safety. Sister knows that you have a natural affinity for exotic animals. You must not be careless just because you have this ability. If you encounter a powerful monster that is not affected by your ability, it would be very dangerous. I don't want to see you get hurt. As they were about to part, Su Miao Miao also showed her true feelings, which was rare. Sister Ruru, I can't bear to leave you. The second person Su Miao Miao saw when she opened her eyes was Su Ruru. As an older sister, Su Ruru had always cared about her. Even though she was usually aloof, she felt a pang of sadness at this moment. Su Yuan became a bit careless and heartless. It was a rare occasion for him not to carry his big bone stick, but to hug his brothers and sisters one by one. Brother Qing, wait for my good news. When I become awesome, I'll make you something delicious. Brother Xiaohei, I'm going out to explore the world, hee. Xiaoxian, you're too prickly. Sister Huahua, let's not hug each other anymore. Daddy said that men and women shouldn't be too close. Brother Dao, please don't hug me. I'm afraid you'll cut me. An hour later, Su Feng saw that the children were still nagging endlessly. Okay, we'll see each other again soon. There's no need to be so reluctant. If you don't leave now, you won't have time. We are all people of the world. Why are we so fussy? This is why Su Feng wants to train the children. Without someone who can take charge, when there are more children in the future, they can't just be a mess. There must be a leader. Su Feng wants to train this group of children to be commanders. Especially Su Qinggong and Su Hei. These two children have the strongest leadership qualities. Both of them are the type who don't talk much, but are very organized in their work. As for Su Jiao, we need to take a closer look. After all, it is really worrying that Su Kuan could trick the beast's inner elixir away. Chapter 182, Don't Keep Idle People. After a burst of noise, everyone gathered. Su Qinggong drove the box truck himself, while Qiyu drove the off-road vehicle with Su Miao Miao and Su Yuan. Everyone else got into new cars. The exotic beast meat is now placed in Su Guo's tree hole. Su Feng has already tested it and found that the exotic beast meat placed in the Su fruit tree cave will slowly turn into bacon, which has a unique flavor. Su Guo's tree holes can also automatically classify things. There is a separate space for fruits used to make wine, and there is also a separate space for meat, so they won't be mixed together. Su Feng honked the horn a few times and drove away first. If you keep hesitating, you really won't be able to leave. Qiyu started the car only after Su Feng's new car completely disappeared. Su Qinggong drove closely behind her. Su Feng headed south, while Qiyu and the others headed southeast. The Su family officially separated. Well, it's not that pitiful actually. Su Feng was driving the automatic driving car at the moment, and he was holding his mobile phone and making a video call with Su Miao Miao. This is the benefit of progress. In the past, letters and transportation were slow, and people could only love one person in their lifetime. Nowadays, with developed transportation and communications, you can love many people in your lifetime. How advanced is it? It's so advanced that even if we're not together, we can still video chat anytime and anywhere. Fa de Su Jiao hurried on his journey, and it would only take a few hours to get from the southwest to the East China Sea. Su Feng was chatting with Chi Yu casually when the smart assistant in the car suddenly spoke. A strange beast has been spotted 10 kilometers ahead. Should we take emergency shelter? Risk avoidance. What kind of risk is this? You have to do it. Take the initiative to look for strange beasts. Okay, we expect to encounter a strange beast in 10 minutes. Please prepare for battle. Although this smart assistant doesn't have its own thoughts like those in science fiction movies, it is really useful. Su Feng tried to ask the smart assistant, "Can you analyze the level of the alien beast?" Turns out this function actually exists. Analyzing the level of the beast, please wait. 10 seconds later. Based on the damage already caused by the alien beast, its current level is tentatively determined to be village level. Not only that, real-time images appeared on the screen. A thin, hunched figure with a pair of pointed ears appeared on the screen, holding a bloody bone stick. The smart assistant also provides commentary. 5 minutes ago, a strange beast ambushed a farmer while he was working in the fields. It's now heading towards the village. If the beast isn't dealt with within 20 minutes, the villagers will face two outcomes. First, scatter and flee. There is only one alien beast, and it has not been found to have the ability to kill a large number of people, so most of the villagers will not be in danger. Second, they will attack all at once. The monsters are tentatively positioned at the village level. The villagers are armed with weapons. In a multi-on-one situation, the monsters are no match. However, this requires the villagers to be extremely united. Smart, so smart. It's a pity that such a smart thing is out of reach for those who need it, and those who can afford it don't need it. If the villagers had this thing, they could spot the strange beasts at the first moment and then retreat calmly. Wait for the country to eliminate the strange beasts and then come back. But now this thing is with Su Feng, and Su Feng doesn't need it at all. He didn't let Su Jiao out, otherwise Su Jiao would be the first to know where the strange beasts were and could even get rid of them immediately. Originally Su Feng was quite interested, but when he heard that it was just a village-level monster, he immediately became bored. He could kill such a strange beast with just one kick. There was no point at all. Su Feng originally wanted to ask Su Jiao to get rid of the strange beast. Then he thought again, it can't be wasted. This exotic beast can be used to train the giant panda quartet. As for Xiong Mengmeng, as Su Feng's woman, she generally doesn't need to fight. The car quickly blocked the strange beast. Xiongda, the four of you go down and take care of it. Su Feng and the children all got out of the car. Su Feng pointed to a strange beast 200 meters away that was rushing towards them holding a bone stick and said, "Big Bear, Second Bear, and Third Bear ran towards the strange beast without any hesitation. Only Xiongxi was hesitant. By the time he started to move, Xiongda and his three brothers had already run 5 meters away. Big Xiong, surround the beasts. Don't use any force. Leave the action to fourth Xiong." The less proactive Xiongxi was, the more Su Feng would not let him go. Xiongxi was stunned when he heard this. He turned his head to look at Su Feng, unable to believe how such cold and ruthless words could come out of his 36-degree mouth. "What are you looking at? Who told you not to be active? Look at Xiongda and the others, then look at you. Don't you feel ashamed?" "There is no shame, but the regret is real. If I had known it would be like this, it would have been like a dream." No, if he had known that running slowly would have such consequences, he would definitely run in front and leave the strange beast to Xiongda and the others to deal with. This beast isn't very powerful. If you can't handle it, then there's no point in having you. You'd better leave on your own. Gotham City doesn't keep idle people, and neither does Su Feng. Eat his food and drink his water. Not to mention having a fearless spirit of sacrifice, you must have the courage to face strange beasts. The beast on the opposite side was just a village-level monster and was no match for Xiongxi at all. It is no exaggeration to say that even if there was no mutated Xiongxi, it is hard to say who would die if they really fought to the death. With Xiongxi's current strength, killing the strange beast is a piece of cake. If Xiongxi really didn't even have this little courage, Su Feng really wouldn't want him. What kind of world is this? Now what's the point of raising a freeloader? Xiongxi was very unhappy. He had only eaten a few meals of meat, and he was already forced to work hard. At this time, the strange beast had already arrived in front of Xiongda and the others. Xiongda and the other two were very obedient. If Su Feng told them not to take action, they would not do it. The strange beast is not obedient. If you don't take action, then I will. The result was that Big Bear and his two companions were chased around by the strange beast like rabbits. "Xiongxi, if you don't do it now, don't follow me." Seeing that Xiongxi was still hesitating, Su Feng asked all the children to get in the car, and then waved to Xiongda and the other three. "Big Bear, get in the car, let's go." Xiongxi was overjoyed when he heard this and ran to the car door to get in. Su Feng stood at the car door and kicked it open. You are no longer one of ours. Xiongxi became anxious, and he used his unique skills again, kneeling down in front of Su Feng with a thud. Boss, you can't abandon me. You pick me up with your own hands. Xiongxi knelt on the ground, crying and snotting. This guy is absolutely amazing. He can be so arrogant when it comes to Xiong Mingming, and he can be so confident when it comes to Xiong Da and the others, but he becomes completely weak in the face of those who are stronger than him. As soon as there is even the slightest possibility of danger, he becomes a complete coward. Su Feng still said the same thing. I don't keep idlers. At this time, Xiongda and the other three also ran back. Chapter 183 Xiongxi escapes from the battlefield. As for the strange beast, Big Bear and Little Bear grabbed one of its arms and threw it dozens of meters away. Yes, this strange beast is really weak, but Xiongxi just doesn't dare to take action. Xiongda really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Old 4, that strange beast won't pay any attention to you. Just go and kill it, and that'll be the end of it. Xiongxi, who was kneeling on the ground, glanced at the strange beast that was drooling and roaring as it pounced on him again. Brother, it's too fierce, I don't dare. Big Bear sighed and asked 2 bears and 3 bears to get in the car. It was not until today that he truly saw through the true nature of his 4th brother. Before he encountered danger, this guy talked a lot and acted like he was very awesome. Once something really happened, I didn't expect him to be so cowardly. The key point is that the strange beast is really weak. It's like a 1-month-old puppy barking at an adult. The puppy could be killed with just a kick, but adults were scared to the point of peeing their pants just because the puppy looked so fierce. How cowardly must this person be? Xiongda was the last one to get on the bus. He looked at Xiongxi, who was still kneeling on the ground. 4th brother, life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are determined by heaven. Our brotherhood is over. After Xiongda finished speaking, he closed the car door with his own hands. I saw the car door closed and the car started. Xiongxi realized that Su Feng was serious this time. He stood up suddenly and started running after the car, taking pictures of the car body while running. Boss, please don't abandon me. I will listen to you. I will listen to you. After shouting for a long time, Su Feng didn't show up, so Xiongxi started shouting Xiongda again. Brother, I'm the 4th child, your biological brother. You can't do this to me. Big Bear ignored him. Xiongxi started calling Xiong Mingming again. Mingming, please don't leave. I can't live without you. How can I live without you? Still no response. Well, it was mainly because the car's sound insulation was too good, and the people in the car didn't hear him shouting at all. If you want to hear the sounds outside the car, you must turn on the radio. Su Feng deliberately did not turn it on. Everyone looked through the car window at Xiongxi, who was following behind the car, and they all felt a little sorry for him. Before anyone could speak up to plead for him, Su Feng spoke first. Actually, I don't want to abandon Xiongxi. If he dares to kill that strange beast now, I'll let him get in the car immediately. In order to give Xiongxi a chance, Su Feng deliberately drove very slowly, so slowly that with the speed of the alien beast, he could easily catch up with them. The 3 brothers Xiongda clenched their fists and cheered for Xiongxi in a low voice. Old 4, you must do your best. At this moment, the strange beast chased after them and was less than 10 meters away from Xiongxi. Xiongxi turned his head and saw the strange beast behind him. He wanted to turn back and fight the beast. But when he saw the ferocious face of the strange beast and the bone stick that was stained with blood and its original color could not be seen, Xiongxi became scared again. Xiongxi didn't have time to think more. He just took off and ran away. The strange beast chased to the side of the car and was obviously attracted by the larger car. It gave up on Xiongxi and raised its bone stick to hit the RV. This action made Su Feng very sad. The car is the man's second wife, and this wife is newly bought. Su Feng just came in, and someone has already touched her. How can this be tolerated? Su Feng didn't say hello to anyone. He opened the door and got out of the car. He rushed to the strange beast in 3 or 2 steps and kicked it hard on the head. Su Feng's strengthened body was no match for a small village-level monster. The strange beast's head was like a ripe watermelon and was kicked to pieces by Su Feng. Red, white, black, and blue were sprayed everywhere. Ah, my car! Su Feng wailed, took off his shirt, and rushed over to start wiping the car. After wiping for 10 minutes, Su Feng finally cleaned the car. Xiongxi had already disappeared by this time. Su Feng called Su Jiao in heaven. Where did Xiongxi go? Su Jiao was flying high in the sky, and he could see every move on the ground clearly. Xiongxi ran north and has already run more than 10 kilometers. Su Feng cursed in his heart. He really couldn't understand why Xiongxi was so cowardly. Su Feng got in the car and told Xiongda, Xiong Er and Xiong San about the situation. Needless to say, Xiong Mingming doesn't care about Xiong Si's life or death at all now. Big Bear lowered his head and sighed. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. Let him walk his own path in the future. Xiongda didn't expect that Xiong Si could be so cowardly. It's okay to be a coward, but why are you running? Your brother is still in the car. How can you run away without hesitation? Don't you care about the life and death of your brother and ex-wife at all? Xiongda is now very disappointed with Xiong Si. This emotion is very complicated, with worry on one side and disappointment on the other. Su Feng comforted. Don't worry too much. I think he's running in the direction of your hometown. We've only been gone for a short time. At his speed, he'll be back at the giant panda breeding base in no time. Upon hearing this, Xiongda finally raised his head. Boss, are you sure the fourth one has returned home? Su Feng took out his cell phone and opened the map for Xiongda to see. The direction Xiong Si ran was the direction of your hometown. Big Bear visibly relaxed. It's better to go back. It's cheap there, and not many people go there. There's a lot of bamboo in the mountains, and there are all kinds of small animals. He won't starve. Su Feng also instructed Su Jiao to follow Xiong Si in the sky to make sure he got home safely. More than an hour later, Su Jiao came back to report the situation. Xiong Si rushed all the way home. I saw him hide in the building where we found him. I even checked around the area, and it was very safe. After listening to Su Jiao's report, Xiongda came to Su Feng and said sincerely, "Thank you, boss." Su Feng waved his hand. "We're all family. There's no need to say such things. Let's get on the road." The RV continued to drive southwest. After returning home, Xiong Si ran straight to his room, lay on the bed, and covered his head with a quilt. He didn't even know how he got home. He now has only one thought in his mind. Why do you force me? Why do you force me? It took a long time for the fear in Xiong Si's heart to dissipate. Sitting up and wrapping the quilt around himself, Xiong Si began to stare blankly at the familiar room. The past events replayed in his mind like a movie. The memory before gaining wisdom is already very vague, but the memory after acquiring it is extremely clear. At that time, the 5 giant pandas had just gained wisdom. The staff here were also cleaned up. This giant panda breeding base has become their paradise. They play and fight here every day, and when they are hungry they eat bamboo and food stored in the warehouse. Those days were really happy. Chapter 184 Highway Robbery. Later, their activity area became smaller and smaller, and their food became less and less, but they were still happy. Until that day, that man appeared. Xiong Si now thinks that the man did it on purpose. He first subdued his 5 pandas by force, and then forced them to become his subordinates. Later, he used some unknown means to steal his wife, Xiong Mingming, away. In the end, he even wanted to commit suicide. It's all his fault. It's all his fault. Xiong Mingming deserves to die too. I treated her so well, yet she betrayed me. And Big Bear, Second Bear, Third Bear, and the others, for a bite of food, they ignored their brotherhood and watched me die. I'm not scared. I just don't want to die in such an unclear way. Thinking of this, Xiong Si burst into tears. He didn't understand why his life was so miserable. He just wants to be quiet and have enough food to eat every day. Is this request too much? With resentment towards everyone, Xiong Si sat from dawn to dusk and from dusk to dawn. In the end, we came to the conclusion that Su Feng and the others deserved to die, including Xiongda and Xiong Mingming. After figuring all this out, Xiong Si lay down on the bed, covered his head with the quilt, and began to sleep. Su Feng, who was on his way at this time, never thought that Xiong Si would hate him so much. He clearly said that if you don't dare to kill the strange beasts, you can leave. Just leave. Why hold a grudge against yourself? Xiongda didn't expect that his brother actually wanted him to die at this moment. He was even thinking about turning back to see Xiong Si. It's different with a new car. I can sleep without having to delay my journey. Once the automatic driving mode is turned on, you can go to sleep peacefully. There will definitely not be any car accidents, let alone vehicles catching fire. After crossing mountains and rivers, Su Feng and his team arrived in Southwest Province as quickly as possible. The strange beasts encountered on the road were not very powerful. Su Jiao discovered them and dealt with them at the first time. The further south you go, the harder the road becomes. The main reason is that Su Feng did not choose to take the highway. He took a small road. This car was custom-made by Qiyu. If someone found out that Qiyu was in the East China Sea, but the car appeared in the southwest, it would definitely arouse suspicion. So if possible, Su Feng would still cover it up. Anyway, he was not in a particular hurry to travel. Moreover, he grew up in the Central Plains and had never seen the southwestern mountainous areas. He took this opportunity to see it for himself. As soon as he entered Southwest Province, Su Feng encountered a scene that left him dumbfounded. On the winding mountain road, he actually encountered a robbery. Although strange beasts are rampant in the world today, social order has not collapsed. Highway robbery is too much. The key point is, among this group of highway robbers, there is not a single awakened person. They are all ordinary people. A group of ordinary people dressed in rags. Su Feng was very puzzled. Don't these people know that there are such things as awakened people? Aren't they afraid that the person they rob might just be an awakened person? Su Feng was very curious about what these people were thinking, so he didn't rush over directly, but chose to get off the car alone. What do you guys mean by this? The middle-aged man in the lead held a dagger in his hand and stared at Su Feng viciously. What do you mean, robbery? Can't you see? I know you guys are planning to rob. What I mean is, how dare you rob in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid of law enforcement? The middle-aged man in the lead sneered at Su Feng's words. Law enforcers, how could they possibly come to this godforsaken place? Su Feng took out his cell phone and looked at it. There was a signal. Blue Star's technology is quite advanced, so full signal coverage is not a problem. He didn't waste any time and directly called the law enforcement officer. Hello, this is the law enforcement team. Hello, I encountered a highway robbery. Highway robbery? Please tell me your exact location and then find a place to hide. We will send someone over right away. Isn't this quite proactive? Why are these people on the opposite side so confident? The robbers on the opposite side also heard the conversation between Su Feng and the law enforcers. Instead of getting anxious, they all looked like they were enjoying the show. Su Feng reported the address. The other party obviously hesitated. You mean, you're on a winding mountain road and you've been robbed, right? Yes. When will you send someone over? The person on the other side hesitated again. We suggest you drive straight ahead. As long as you drive fast enough, the robbers won't be able to catch up with you. If that doesn't work, just give them the money you have with you. They only want money and don't want to hurt anyone. Su Feng was dumbfounded. He suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Sister, I was robbed on the highway. Can't you send a few people over here? I'm sorry, we're really short-staffed. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone. Su Feng was completely speechless. Where did his good attitude at the beginning go? Just after hearing an address, his attitude changed 180 degrees? Why? Why on earth is this happening? The middle-aged man in the lead on the opposite side said with a smile. Don't you understand? Su Feng nodded. He really didn't understand. It's actually very simple. This place is too remote, and strange beasts have appeared several times. Everyone who can move away has done so. Those of us who are unwilling to move away have to live on. Once, a car overturned here, and a car full of daily necessities spilled all over the ground. We looted those supplies at that time. The truck driver also called the police like you did. The law enforcement officer immediately said that he would send someone over. I was terrified at the time, afraid that I would be arrested by law enforcement officers. And guess what? The middle-aged man looked at Su Feng, waiting for him to guess. What a fucking bad taste. I can't guess. The middle-aged man laughed and said, the law enforcers encountered strange beasts on their way here and were completely wiped out. The law enforcement officers who came to support later also suffered heavy losses. Although the strange beast was later destroyed by the awakened, the law enforcers never dared to come here again. This place is too remote. If you encounter any strange beasts, you can only hope for the best. So, no law enforcers will come. You'd better hand over your belongings. Don't worry, we only rob you of your property and won't hurt anyone. Su Feng was speechless, and at the same time felt a little sad. Maybe this is why poor and remote places produce unruly people. What if I don't want to? What are you going to do? The middle-aged man showed the dagger in his hand. Then you have to ask it if it agrees. Su Feng didn't plan to bother with them anymore. They were just a bunch of thieves. Su Feng only needs to make a slight move, and these people will immediately know how many eyes the Horse King has. Just as he was about to take action, something strange happened. Chapter 185: The Side Effects of Beast Powder. The middle-aged man who was leading the opposite party suddenly showed a look of pain, and then his whole body began to twitch wildly, as if he had been electrocuted. An unconscious gurgling sound came from his mouth. Oh no, the boss is addicted. What should I do? I've already sucked up the last bit of beast powder. Before the man finished speaking, his expression froze, and he began to twitch. This thing seems to be contagious. There were 5 robbers in total, and 4 of them were like this. Only the person standing at the back was fine. Su Feng walked forward curiously. At this time, the 4 people were already lying on the ground, twisting their bodies wildly. What's going on with them? The last man was a young man in his early 20s. He had no weapon in his hand, but was just smoking a cigarette. What's going on? I'm addicted. Beast fans, have you heard of this? Su Feng nodded. He had actually heard of this thing. They say it's addictive, but they never said this is what it's like when you're addicted. This is too scary. Just as Su Feng was stunned, the middle-aged man in the lead suddenly let out a wail. Su Feng looked down and saw that his forehead was covered in blood. The young man's voice sounded at the right time. Once you become addicted to animal powder, you have to take it every once in a while. If you don't take it in time, you will become like this. Until all the blood vessels in the body burst. The poisonous blood corrodes the whole person. The young man seemed afraid that Su Feng would not believe him, so he walked to the middle-aged man and squatted down. He picked up the dagger he dropped and casually scratched the middle-aged man with it. Blood flowed out instantly. Su Feng could see clearly that the blood flowing out of the wound was bubbling like boiling water. And it is indeed corrosive. It was originally a very narrow cut, but after a few seconds it was corroded into a big hole. So poisonous. Does anyone really smoke this thing? Su Feng really couldn't understand the thoughts of this kind of people. The young man scoffed. Those who don't smoke are a minority in the entire Southwest province. How about you have a bite too? The young man handed the cigarette in his hand to Su Feng. Su Feng immediately smelled a strange smell. How can I describe the smell? It's both fragrant and stinky. It's a bit like a loser watching a gorgeous woman poop. The poop is disgusting and smelly, but the woman's butt is really amazing. If nothing unexpected happens, the cigarettes smoked by young people are mixed with some animal powder. Su Feng waved his hand and said, I'll forget it. Let's get back to this thing. What's so magical about it? The young man looked up at the sky with a longing look. After a long time, he spoke. When I smoke like this, I don't feel anything too much. It's just an indescribable comfort. Look at the four of them. They're all in such a mess. Normally, I'd piss myself seeing them, but now, I don't feel scared at all. Su Feng glanced at the four people on the ground. The four of them were like drinking sulfuric acid in large gulps, causing the entire person to be corroded from the inside out. That scene was really disgusting. If Su Feng hadn't seen many big scenes, he would have vomited. The young man continued. If you smoke too much of this stuff, you'll feel like you're on a high. That feeling is indescribable. Let me tell you this, it's 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times more enjoyable than having sex with a woman. It's a shame it's too expensive, and I only experienced it once. Su Feng understood. This thing is just like steroids. A little bit can help build muscle, but too much can be fatal. Okay, this analogy is inappropriate. It's actually just drug abuse, except that the drug comes from another world. One last question. All four of them died. So why are you okay? The young man looked at the cigarette, but in his hand. They are so stupid. They only know how to seek temporary pleasure. I'm different. I'm a smart person and I know the difference between a very satisfying meal and a very satisfying one. We use the money we got from robbery to buy animal powder. The eldest gets the most, and the rest are divided equally. They all smoked like crazy, but I only smoked a little each time and secretly saved the rest. Well, he is indeed a smart man. I just don't know why smart people would touch this stuff. What are your plans next? The young man laughed at himself. Of course I'll continue robbing and buying animal powder. After all, I don't want to die yet. Su Feng suddenly had an idea and thought of a possibility. Since the young man in front of me has been taking that animal powder and is not dead yet, will he die if he eats the meat of the exotic beast? Once this idea came up, it could no longer be suppressed. Su Feng is not short of exotic beast meat now. What he cares about is the exotic beast's inner elixir. This young man is a local and has connections with animal powder dealers, so he can definitely act as a guide. You can also be a cannon fodder at critical moments. Su Feng decided to do it. If you were an awakened one, would it be easier to get beast powder? Are you an awakened one? The young man looked at Su Feng in surprise. Su Feng didn't say much, just kicked the ground. A footprint was left directly on the road. The young man suddenly understood. No wonder you weren't scared at all when you saw the robbers. It turns out we are the idiots. He took the last cigarette from the pack. Let me finish this last one. Su Feng snatched the lighter from his hand. Who said I wanted to kill you? I'm ready to cooperate with you. This is the last one. If the young man dies of addiction before he finds the beast powder, who will I cooperate with? Su Feng stretched out his hand and handed him the lighter. My name is Su Feng. The young man subconsciously took the lighter and said, My name is Duan Wushuang. Damn, who is the protagonist between us? Why does your name sound more like the protagonist? Su Feng was a little unconvinced. Stupid author, can't you come up with a name? I curse you to be hard 24 times a day, 1 hour each time. Duan Wushuang didn't know what Su Feng was thinking. He just wanted to know what the cooperation Su Feng was talking about was. Was it a highway robbery? If you want to rob, I recommend burglary. Highway robbery depends too much on luck. Sometimes you may not be able to wait for a car for a whole day. Home robbery is much faster, and every burglary is a sure win. Besides, you are an awakened one, So ordinary law enforcers wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Robbery? Do you know what you are talking about? Do you know who is standing in front of you? I am the patriarch of the Su family. Do I need to rob? What a loser. Actually, this cannot be blamed on Duan Wushuang. Whether in ancient times or modern times, no matter how strong an individual is, there are only 3 paths to take. First, hide your identity and be an ordinary person. Second, rob and plunder and become a hero. Third, learn literary and martial arts and sell them to the emperor's family. Su Feng is obviously not an official. Then all that's left is robbery. You can't just take me into seclusion. Chapter 186. Please call me a mad scientist. Su Feng looked at the ragged Duan Wushuang in front of him and began to understand him a little. An ordinary person and a drug addict at that. What great ambitions could he have? Have you ever thought about becoming an awakened person? Duan Wushuang was stunned. I've thought about it, even dreamed about it, but I just haven't woken up. Duan Wushuang felt that what Su Feng said was bullshit. Every single person in this world wanted to be an awakened person. But if you want to become an awakened one, it depends on whether you have the fate. Maybe I have a way to make you an awakened one. Su Feng's words were like a devil whispering in his ear, and Duan Wushuang couldn't help but shudder. As we all know, awakening depends on fate. Su Feng said that he can change his fate, but you can tell with your ass that it is definitely not a good method. Beast powder dealers also claim that the beast powder they sell can make a person as powerful as an awakened being. It's just fucking bullshit. Taking animal powder can indeed improve one's strength. However, this kind of strength improvement is very limited. At most, it can allow a person who can deadlift 100 kilograms to increase it to 200 kilograms. But it is time limited, and the effect of the beast powder will be restored after it wears off. More effects come from psychological effects. In this regard, the effect of animal powder is very powerful. After taking animal powder, you will feel fearless. Except for myself, everyone else in this world is trash. The kind of trash that can be destroyed in the snap of a finger. However, Duan Wushuang does not want such an improvement in strength. The reason why he started taking animal powder was because he was harmed by someone. Someone poured animal powder into a cigarette and then gave it to him to smoke. Why did he survive while the others died? In addition to being smart, it was also because he had a strong willpower and had always intentionally controlled himself and smoked in moderation. If the method Su Feng suggested was to let him consume more animal powder, then he would definitely not agree. If he had to trade longevity for strength, he would definitely choose longevity. The main reason is that the improvement in strength is also very limited. Su Feng knew from his expression that he must have had some wrong thoughts. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to inhale that beast powder. Let me be clear with you, the corpses of strange beasts are poisonous. You know that, right? Duan Wushuang nodded. He had indeed heard of it. The government often publicizes that if they see strange animals, they should stay away from them, even if it is a corpse. The corpses of strange beasts are indeed poisonous, but you have inhaled the beast powder, and the poison is already in your body. Have you ever heard of fighting fire with fire? Duan Wushuang shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of this statement. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard it. I'm telling you now. Anyway, you're going to die sooner or later if you take the beast powder. Without it, you'll die. If you take too much, you'll die too. Why not try my method? In Duan Wushuang's opinion, Su Feng's words were a bit heartbreaking. What do you mean you will die sooner or later? You talk as if you will never die. As for Su Feng's method of fighting poison with poison, Duan Wushuang didn't know whether it was true or not. Duan Wushuang was very conflicted. On the one hand, he really wanted to break free from the control of the beast fans, but on the other hand, he was afraid that Su Feng would cheat him. After all, it is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Living one more day is worse than dying now. But why would Su Feng cheat him? It doesn't make sense. Su Feng is an awakened person, and if he wants to kill me, he can just raise his hand. Why are you willing to help me? In Duan Wushuang's opinion, Su Feng had no reason to betray him. So what was his reason for helping him? Su Feng had already thought of the answer. I'm more curious about furry fans. To be honest, I'm actually a mad scientist. You can tell by my bald head. I have been dedicated to studying how to make the corpses of exotic animals available to humans. Beast fans gave me new ideas. So I need more beast powder now. You are a local and have used animal powder, so it is easier for you to come into contact with those people. So I need you. Su Feng gave a thumbs up to his own mechanism in his heart. It takes a genius to come up with such a perfect reason in such a short time. Duan Wushuang looked at Su Feng's big bald head. Su Xiaodao's knife skills are really good, and he shaves very cleanly. Then look at the RV of unknown brand parked not far behind Su Feng. Duan Wushuang finally chose to believe Su Feng. He's not an idiot either. The boss and the others are all dead, and it is very difficult for him, an ordinary person, to get money. If he didn't get the money, or the animal powder, before he finished smoking the last spiked cigarette, he would be doomed. As long as he survives in Su Feng's hands, he can get as much beast powder as he wants in the future. I'm willing to give it a try. By the way, are you from the Beast Soul sect? You still know about the Beast Soul cult? Su Feng was a little surprised. Is the Beast Soul cult so high profile? Even an ordinary person knows them. I know it very well. The person who sold me the beast powder is from the Beast Soul sect. That's not right. If you were a member of the Beast Soul cult, would you still need to buy beast powder through me? Are you from the Exotic Beast Association? But it shouldn't be difficult for the people from the Exotic Beast Association to get animal fans. I didn't expect that Duan Wushuang was so smart. Su Feng interrupted him. If he continued, he wouldn't know what he would think of him. Don't guess. I'm neither from the Beast Soul cult nor the Exotic Beast Association. I'm just a social idler, and my hobby is doing various research. I see. As an awakened person, he is also a geek, so it is understandable that he doesn't like to join any faction. Professor Su, when do we start? Will this experiment be painful for you? Su Feng was very satisfied with the title of Professor Su, and he said with a smile, Don't worry, it's not painful at all. Not only is it not painful, it's quite enjoyable. You stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon. After saying this, Su Feng turned around and ran back to the car to get the exotic beast meat for Duan Wushuang. Fortunately, there is no Zhu Ziqing on Blue Star, otherwise Duan Wushuang would have scolded Su Feng. Back in the car, Su Feng asked Su Kuan for a piece of uneaten exotic beast meat. It's not big, just over half a pound. He returned to Duan Wushuang with the exotic beast meat. This is the exotic beast meat I worked so hard to obtain. If you eat it, you can fight poison with poison. Duan Wushuang took the exotic beast meat doubtfully, his heart full of hesitation. Looking at the piece of exotic beast meat in his hand that looked very much like braised beef, Duan Wushuang gritted his teeth, picked it up, and started to chew it. This is also a ruthless person. Once he makes a decision, he will not regret it. Su Feng just stood there quietly, watching Duan Wushuang eat all the more than half a pound of exotic beast meat. You know what? This exotic beast meat is quite delicious. Duan Wushuang is indeed very generous, and even has the mood to comment. Well, how do you feel? I just felt really hot and a burning sensation in my stomach, but it was bearable. Chapter 187. Be bold. Wait a little longer and see the results later. Su Feng did not let Duan Wushuang get in the car. The two of them stood on the side of the road, waiting silently. There are too many secrets in the car, and Duan Wushuang is not one of them, so it is impossible to let him get in the car. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the silent Duan Wushuang suddenly exclaimed, I feel a surge of energy flowing through my stomach and into my limbs. It's obvious that the young man has been to school, and he can even use idioms. As Duan Wushuang spoke, his muscles swelled visibly. Less than 10 minutes had passed. Duan Wushuang, who had some animal meat before, turned into a strong young man with strong and well-proportioned muscles. My body is full of strength right now. Duan Wushuang looked at his hands, his heart filled with disbelief. If he had known that eating exotic beast meat could improve his strength, he would have eaten it long ago. Well, even if he knew, he didn't have the conditions to get the exotic beast meat. Professor Su, let me test my current strength. Su Feng nodded. That was good. He didn't lose his mind after eating the exotic beast meat. He doesn't become arrogant because of his increased strength. He is a very good tool. After getting Su Feng's consent, Duan Wushuang started running directly on the winding mountain road. That speed is comparable to Bolt. Duan Wushuang didn't run too far. He ran a few hundred meters up the mountain, felt his speed, and then ran back. After coming back, Duan Wushuang didn't bother to say anything and punched a tree on the side of the road. The tree trunk, as thick as a bowl, broke with a sound. This feeling is really great. Duan Wushuang returned to Su Feng and bowed to him respectfully. Professor Su, thank you for not only not killing me, but also giving me strength. Professor Su, if you have any instructions in the future, please feel free to tell me. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. What I mean is, if you can't do it, you can just refuse it. As expected, he is not one of us and is not loyal enough. But it doesn't matter. I'm just a tool and don't need to be loyal. Let's go. Let's get some money first. How to make money when you have the ability? The answer is simple. Find a local rich man and rob him. For the first operation, the target must be chosen carefully. It's not good to be too rich, because they might have powerful bodyguards. It's not good to be too poor. You won't be able to rob much money and you will get into trouble. Living in a busy area is also not a good option, as it is too close to the law enforcement office and it is not easy to escape. Think about the place closest to us and see if there is a good target. When it comes to robbery, Su Feng can also talk about it very clearly. Anyone can rob as long as they are not afraid. Even new students know that when they want to rob someone, they just wait outside the school at the best place to jump over the wall. Those who jump over the wall late at night are all going to the internet cafe and have at least $5 on them. He jumped down and grabbed one by one, and he was always right. Not only can they grab money, but they can also study well. By the way, how did you get here? We came here on motorcycles. There were 5 people in total, riding 3 motorcycles. Duan Wushuang picked out a motorcycle, and Su Feng threw the remaining 2 directly onto the roof. When we sell it in town, we can earn another income. No matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. Duan Wushuang led the way on a motorcycle, and Su Feng followed behind in a car, and they soon arrived in the town. Duan Wushuang found a motorcycle repair shop with ease. Isn't this Sang Biao's car? Look at what a crappy nickname this is. If you don't die, who will? Sang Biao is dead. The owner of the motorcycle repair shop didn't say anything else and bought the 2 motorcycles at a low price. These days, no one's death is surprising. Professor Su, should we go buy animal powder first, or do something important first? It's a bit rude to say it's robbery in public. Su Feng pondered for a moment and said, how strong is that beast fan? He's just an ordinary guy, a small boss in charge of distribution. After Duan Wushuang finished speaking, he looked at Su Feng in horror. Professor Su, you don't want to? Yes, that's what I thought. Since I'm going to buy beast powder with the money anyway, why not just rob the ones selling it? This is what Su Feng thought of on the way. It is much easier to rob others than to rob ordinary people, especially when you are powerful. Duan Wushuang obviously hasn't changed his mindset yet. No, that person is backed by the Beast Soul cult. With my current strength, I dare not go against the Beast Soul cult. How could the Beast Soul cult go all over the world looking for you just because of a little karami? Besides, if you do it cleanly, who would know it was you? Your current strength has already surpassed the scope of ordinary people. They will only think that it was done by the awakened. Who would think it was you? It made so damn much sense that Duan Wushuang had no way to refute it. Who is the criminal after all? Why do you think it's more thoughtful than mine? Duan Wushuang was persuaded by Su Feng. Come. To increase the success rate of the operation, I have a piece of exotic beast meat here. You should eat it quickly. Su Feng gave Duan Wushuang another piece of exotic beast meat, which he really had no shortage of now. It's a bit dry. How about we go find a place to have a drink? Duan Wushuang had just experienced a lot of ups and downs in his life today, and he wanted to go for a drink now. The main reason is that it is really hard to swallow the meat of exotic animals. If you don't believe me, just get more than half a pound of braised beef with soy sauce, add nothing else, and try eating it directly. Okay, it's almost time for dinner. Su Feng found a place to park the car, and then gave a few instructions to the people in the car, asking them to stay in the car and find Su Kuan if they were hungry. The 2 found a small restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and got a few bottles of wine. This place is next to Maotai province, so naturally we drink white wine. Duan Wushuang borrowed a kitchen knife from the boss, sliced the exotic beast meat, and asked the boss to prepare a dipping sauce. Professor Su, this exotic beast meat is really delicious. When it comes to eating, we have to be human. Dip the dish in the sauce and the taste will be different. Duan Wushuang ate the meat of exotic beasts and drank Matai Prince liquor. The chatterbox also opened up. Professor Su, you don't know that I was also cheated. My parents died when I was a teenager. They weren't killed by monsters, but in an accident while working. For 2 lives, the boss paid 20,000 yuan in compensation. I was still a minor at that time, so I asked my uncle to keep the 20,000 yuan. In the end, this bastard didn't give it to me. I have no parents, so I started to hang out in society. It's also bad luck that the people I know are not good people, and I got addicted to animal powder. This fucked up world. Su Feng picked up the wine glass and drank a glass silently. This world is fucked up. The original world is also fucked. In the final analysis, it's not the society's fault. It's just that they were born poorly. Who among those who were born with a silver spoon in their mouth would complain about the world? Chapter 188, Black Eats Black. Duan Wushuang drank a bottle of white wine, originally wanting to take the opportunity to get drunk and vent his anger. As a result, not only did he not get drunk, but his drug addiction was aroused. Duan Wushuang lit his last cigarette the moment he sensed something was wrong. Professor Su, isn't it said that you can fight poison with poison? Why is my drug addiction coming back faster? In the past, 1 cigarette a day was enough for me. Duan Wushuang was very scared at this time. This was different from what Su Feng said. Su Feng was not surprised. He had just made up the story that the meat of exotic beasts could be used to fight poison. Comfort should be given when it is necessary. Don't get excited yet. Are you okay after eating the exotic beast meat? Not only are you okay, but your strength has also increased. Duan Wushuang nodded while smoking. My strength has indeed increased, but my drug addiction hasn't been cured. Su Feng told the truth. Actually, my guess is that exotic beast meat can fight poison with poison, but there is another possibility. Exotic beast meat cannot help you quit your drug addiction, but it can transform the toxins you inhale into strength. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why you, an ordinary person, ate the meat of a strange beast but didn't die. Duan Wushuang's face was gloomy and uncertain. Su Feng had indeed lied to him, saying something about fighting poison with poison, but in reality that was not the case at all. However, after eating the meat of the strange beast, he not only did not die, but instead gained powerful strength. Professor Su probably didn't lie to me. I just didn't eat enough exotic beast meat. Duan Wushuang could only comfort himself in this way. Comfort is comfort, but there is a problem that needs to be solved urgently. He has no more fans. He smoked one cigarette in the afternoon and felt the urge to smoke again by dinner time. According to this pattern, he would feel the urge to smoke again before midnight. Professor Su, let's do as you say. When should we take action? Su Feng shook his head and said, It's not us, it's you. I'm only responsible for the mental work. Su Feng would never do it himself. Duan Wushuang was choked, but he didn't dare to express any dissatisfaction. He couldn't figure out Su Feng's strength. He also didn't know whether his current strength would disappear if there was no exotic beast meat in the future. It's just robbery. It's not something I haven't done before. Duan Wushuang's eyes gradually became firm. Professor Su, what do you think I should do? Duan Wushuang only has experience in highway robbery, but he has no experience in robbing other gangs. It's simple. Just tell the truth. You guys pulled off the robbery, but the other guys got addicted to drugs and died. You got all the money. Now you want to convert it all into beast powder. By the way, how much does this beast powder cost? Su Feng really knows nothing about these things. 500 yuan per gram. It's not as expensive as gold, so it's not so bad. Duan Wushuang could tell what Su Feng was thinking from his expression. It used to be much more expensive than this. I don't know what happened on the border recently, but the price of animal powder has been driven down. Su Feng looked a little strange when he heard this. Can the price of this thing be brought down? Combined with the news about black holes I have seen before, it is really possible. Just say you have 100,000 yuan and want to convert it all into animal powder. You also said he's just one of many people responsible for distribution, so 100,000 yuan shouldn't be a small business. That must be a lot. He used to sell us 3 or 5 grams. For the sake of his own life, Duan Wushuang stopped drinking. He finished the meat of the exotic beast in a few bites, and then looked at Su Feng eagerly. Professor Su, how about we get down to business first? Okay, let's get down to business. In Su Feng's opinion, the food in this small restaurant was a little lacking. The main problem is the ingredients. Take the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, for example. What kind of eggs are used? They don't taste good at all. Duan Wushuang paid the bill and took Su Feng back to his residence. This is an urban village with all kinds of people. Duan Wushuang lives with Seng Biao and others. You can imagine what the living environment is like. Anyway, Su Feng had no place to stay. It's a bit messy, Professor Su, please don't mind. Su Feng kicked the mineral water bottles filled with yellow liquid on the ground far away. It's okay. Let's get down to business first. Call that animal powder dealer now and arrange a deal with him. It's best to go to a remote place. Duan Wushuang nodded, took out his cell phone, and called the pollinator. Brother Chong, I'm Xiao Duan. Which Xiao Duan? The Xiao Duan who hangs out with Brother Sang Biao. I have an impression, right? Here's the thing. We've made a big deal and want to buy 100,000 tons of goods. Do you think we can trade now? Okay, I get it. Duan Wushuang hung up the phone quickly. Professor Su, it's done. The transaction will be completed in an unfinished building in the east of the city in an hour. Let's go and check it out first. If you want to rob other thieves, you naturally have to scout the area in advance. Su Feng was driving the car, and Duan Wushuang was still riding the motorcycle, and the two soon arrived at the unfinished building. Su Feng discovered a problem on the way. This RV obtained from the Exotic Beast Association is indeed awesome, but it is too eye-catching. Especially in a small county town like this where 3 provinces meet, the rate of people turning back to look at you is really high. Su Feng felt that he needed to prepare another car. It is better to avoid taking this RV into the city if possible. Let's think about this later. Right now, we have important things to do. Su Feng parked the car far away and told the children not to walk around. He followed Duan Wushuang to the unfinished building. This unfinished building is completely rotten. The area within 2 kilometers around it is wasteland and overgrown with weeds. It is obviously a good place to do bad things. Professor Su, what do you think I should do? Duan Wushuang and Sang Biao had done a lot of highway robbery, but he was just a little karami who waved flags and shouted slogans, and basically never fought with anyone. I have had a few fights with other thugs. He really has no experience in such a technically demanding job as robbing other gangs. The consequence of inexperience is that you feel guilty, very guilty. Su Feng pondered for a moment and said, "This is actually very simple. Didn't you say that the beast powder dealer is just an ordinary person? You are no longer the same person you were before. There is no need to be afraid of an ordinary person like him. Even if there are a few more people, they are all here to deliver food to you. You just need to pay attention to whether they have awakened once. If you clearly feel that there is someone who poses a great threat to you, the kind that would make your hair stand on end if he stares at you, then you should just trade with him honestly. If not, then take advantage of the transaction and kill everyone immediately with lightning speed." At the end, Su Feng added another sentence. It's very simple. Just listening to Su Feng say this, Duan Wushuang also felt it was quite simple. Anyway, just take advantage of the situation and beat them up. Chapter 189. Are you also a thief? Duan Wushuang was visibly less nervous. Professor Su, after hearing what you said, I feel much better. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of this matter properly. Su Feng nodded with satisfaction. This is what a good subordinate is. What kind of subordinate is a good subordinate? Don't ask so many questions, just be obedient and do whatever you are told to do. Wait here, we'll meet up at the car later. After Su Feng finished his instructions, he jumped into the bushes nearby that were more than a meter tall. Fuck, who's pooping here? Su Feng wanted to show off, but as luck would have it, he stepped on a pile of shit when he landed. To make sure, Su Feng rubbed it again. Yes, it is definitely shit. That kind of dense, slippery, soft and rotten feeling on the feet is definitely shit. And it's most likely human feces. Dog feces is usually harder than this. Of course, a dog with diarrhea is softer than this. Su Feng rubbed the shit off the soles of his feet on the grass for a long time before he finally cleaned it off. It's that strong stench that just won't go away. Su Feng wanted to take off his shoes and throw them away, but he was afraid of stepping on more shit. Who knows how much shit is hidden around here? If you want to know, you can go there yourself. Anyway, Su Feng is not interested in this. Su Feng didn't walk far. He went around the back of the unfinished building and jumped directly onto the roof of the unfinished building, which was more than 10 stories high. From here, you can see the situation below at a glance. Su Feng found a clean place to sit down, took out his cell phone, and started watching the young lady dance. With the invasion of strange beasts, economic downturn, and employment difficulties, more and more young ladies have entered the live streaming industry. Perhaps in order to prevent people from feeling too depressed, the government has relaxed regulations. The short videos and live broadcasts here are fine as long as you don't expose any 3 points. The scale of the novel is also very explosive. You can write whatever you can think of. In the past, there was no way to cause any trouble. But now the government not only has advanced thermal weapons and professional soldiers, but also a large number of awakened people with superhuman powers. It is not afraid at all that ordinary people can cause any trouble. You only dare to write Gao Wu, but I am Gao Wu himself, so what can you do? Su Feng originally just wanted to take a quick look, but ended up watching it for more than half an hour. You really can't blame him for this. It's just that those young ladies are too attractive. The scale itself is large, and the fitness effect in this world is particularly good. As long as you dare to practice, your figure will really improve. So those young ladies, those who understand will understand. Su Feng was watching the young lady dancing when suddenly the sound of a car roared in the distance. It's finally here. Su Feng reluctantly turned his eyes away from the phone screen. Before that, he did not forget to follow the young lady, if for no other reason than to avoid getting lost next time. Putting away his phone, Su Feng lay on the roof and looked down. I saw a slightly shabby pickup truck driving along the path towards the unfinished building. Duan Wushuang, who was sitting on the ground downstairs smoking out of boredom, heard the sound, stood up, and walked to the open space in front of the unfinished building. I smoke ordinary cigarettes, mainly to kill time. The pickup truck drove until it was only 5 meters away from Duan Wushuang before stopping. The high beam made Duan Wushuang subconsciously turn his head. In order not to arouse suspicion from the people in the pickup truck, Duan Wushuang did not move and just let the light shine on him. Anyway, I will take revenge soon, so just bear with it for now. The pickup truck stopped for more than 10 seconds before the driver switched the high beam to low beam. The doors on both sides of the pickup truck opened at the same time, and 2 men, one fat and one thin, got out from the passenger seat respectively. Ha 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 ha, it really is Xiao Duan. The fat man came to Duan Wushuang with a hearty laugh and patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Duan, where's your boss? Duan Wushuang had already simulated these questions in his mind, so he answered them without any stuttering. We robbed 2 girls today. The boss and the others are watching them, trying to see if they can squeeze some more money out of them. The fat man nodded. I see. It seems you guys really have made a fortune. Before he could finish his words, the thin man who was a few steps behind him suddenly pulled out a pistol from his pocket and fired 2 shots at Duan Wushuang. Duan Wushuang was confused, and Su Feng, who was hiding on the roof of the unfinished building, was also confused. Duan Wushuang was shot in the abdomen and fell to the ground holding his stomach, with blood flowing out from between his fingers. He looked at the fat man in disbelief. Brother Chong, why? The fat man bent down and looked at him with a smile. Do you think that just because I'm called Sha Chong, I'm really stupid? Sang Biao and the others are already dead. How dare you lie to me? What? Are you afraid that I will rob you? So that's why you deliberately told me that Sang Biao was still alive, right? You are really good at judging people. I, your brother Chong, really am here to rob you. Duan Wushuang finally understood now. I want to rob other thieves, and the guy on the other side also wants to rob other thieves. Both sides have the same idea. Duan Wushuang wanted to rob the robbers because his strength has increased, and he is no longer afraid of an ordinary person like Sha Chong. Sha Chong wanted to rob his fellow thieves because he knew that Sang Biao and his gang were already dead. The source of this information must have been the owner of the motorcycle repair shop. No one else knew that Sang Biao was dead except him. After confirming that Duan Wushuang was the only one here, Sha Chong's men took decisive action. He didn't think that Duan Wushuang wanted to rob his fellow thieves. After all, he was just a little karami and didn't have the courage to do that. He just coveted the 100,000 yuan. Sha Chong's men also came over at this time. The 2 of them simply squatted in front of Duan Wushuang. Boss, this little bastard is really stupid. He dares to come here with money to trade alone. Sha Chong chuckled. That's because I, your boss, have a good reputation. In the underworld, reputation is the most important thing. Duan Wushuang looked at his smiling fat face and felt like punching him to pieces. Credibility, damn it, credibility. What you call credibility is giving your clients 2 shots as soon as you meet them, right? He thought so and did so. Sha Chong and his thin subordinate were squatting in front of Duan Wushuang, only about half a meter away from him. They were both waiting for Duan Wushuang to die so that they could touch the corpse. Duan Wushuang endured the severe pain in his abdomen, mobilized all his strength, stretched out his arms, and pressed his hands on the left and right cheeks of Sha Chong and Shozi respectively. Before the 2 could react, he exerted force with both arms and slapped them hard in the middle. The 2 men's heads collided rapidly under the force. Then, under the action of force, it is directly squeezed and deformed. Duan Wushuang was still not satisfied and continued to exert force. Sha Chong had a relatively large head, and he was the first one who couldn't bear the force of the squeezing. His 2 eyeballs popped out, and he made unconscious horse sounds from his mouth. After a few seconds, Sha Chong's head had been compressed from a round eggplant into a long eggplant. The 2 eyeballs could no longer bear the pressure and were squeezed out of the eye sockets. If it weren't for the tissues at the back, the 2 eyeballs would have fallen to the ground and been stepped on as if they were light bulbs. Chapter 190 Professor Su, save me. Not long after their eyeballs fell out, Sha Chong and Shou Zi's heads were completely crushed by the powerful force. There will definitely be people here who wonder how it is possible for such a hard head to burst. The fact is, it will really burst. If you don't believe it, you can find a hydraulic press. The kind used in sword forging competitions. Then stick your head in and turn on the machine. If there is no hydraulic press, you can also find a heavy truck on the side of the road and put your head under the wheel while the driver is eating or going to the toilet. If you are lucky, you can see it. If you don't dare, then just live well. The red, white, black and yellow things in Sha Chong and Shou Zi's mind sprayed all over Duan Wushuang's face. Duan Wushuang didn't care whether it was clean or not at this time. He just lay down on the ground, gasping for breath. The moment he let go, the bodies of Sha Chong and Shou Zi fell forward, and their heads, which had been squeezed into meat patties, were deeply buried in Duan Wushuang's body. He was too close to the thin man just now, and both bullets hit his stomach. His intestines are probably rotten now. After eating the meat of the exotic beast, Duan Wushuang's strength has indeed been greatly enhanced, and it can be said that he has become inhuman. But he still couldn't withstand the gunfire at such a close distance. Duan Wushuang lay on the ground, holding his stomach with his hands, and shouted with his last bit of strength. Professor Su, save me. Su Feng would save him without him shouting. It would be too embarrassing for Su Feng if his newly recruited subordinate died on his first mission. Su Feng jumped down from the roof. and his feet made 2 pits on the ground. Duan Wushuang happened to be lying on the ground. He watched Su Feng jump from more than 10 floors, but nothing happened to him. The spark of hope was ignited again in Duan Wushuang's heart, which had been somewhat desperate. Professor Su is so capable, and he is also a scientist. He can definitely save himself. Su Feng did have a way. He just had to give Duan Wushuang some Huahua milk, and the problem would be solved. But can I give it to Duan Wushuang? Definitely not. Which old father would want to see his daughter's vagina being drunk by a yellow-haired guy? Xiao Duan, hold on, I'll save you right away. Huahua is not allowed to drink milk, but she still has to be saved. Su Feng suppressed his nausea and came to Sha Chong and began to search his body. Well, actually there is no need to search at all. Sha Chong carried a small shoulder bag with him, and all the things were in the bag. There was a pistol and 2 magazines in the bag. The rest was money and animal powder. The animal meal is packed in small plastic bags. Su Feng picked up a small bag of beast powder and asked Duan Wushuang, Xiao Duan, is this beast powder meant to be inhaled or eaten? Duan Wushuang said while enduring the severe pain. Suck, suck. Professor Su, forget about the beast fans and save me first. Su Feng squatted beside Duan Wushuang with the animal powder in his hand. I'm just saving you. This animal powder has the effect of paralyzing the nerves. Wash it off first so it doesn't hurt. Then I can remove the bullet and bandage your wound. What he said made so much sense that Duan Wushuang couldn't refute it. Well, all right then, Professor Su, please pour less. This stuff is very strong. Su Feng didn't have time to talk nonsense. He simply tore open the plastic bag and poured some of the animal powder into Duan Wushuang's nostrils. Duan Wushuang quickly took a deep breath and inhaled the animal powder into his nostrils. Hiss! In just 2 seconds, Duan Wushuang's expression changed. The pain from before was gone, replaced by excitement. Su Feng was so engrossed in watching that his hand shook and all the animal powder in the plastic bag spilled into Duan Wushuang's nostrils. Duan Wushuang accepted everything and absorbed it all. Okay, it's not his hand shaking. Su Feng did it on purpose. He wanted to see if Duan Wushuang's strength would increase faster if he absorbed more animal powder and then ate the exotic animal meat. Xiao Duan, how do you feel now? Professor Su, I feel great now. Haha, I'm flying. As Duan Wushuang said this, his hands were still scratching around restlessly, probably stroking the clouds in the sky. Su Feng took out his cell phone and called Su Kuan. How could he perform surgery? He even said to let Su Kuan do it. Half a minute later, the RV arrived at the unfinished building. The car door opened, and Su Kuan was the first to rush out. Dad, are you looking for me? Kuan, you're finally here. Hurry up, the time when we need you has come. Su Kuan came to Su Feng and looked at Duan Wushuang, who was dancing with joy out of curiosity. What's wrong with him? Duan Wushuang didn't know Su Kuan, but Su Kuan knew him. He's been shot. There are 2 bleeding holes. Please help take the bullet out. Su Feng was assigning tasks to Su Kuan, and Duan Wushuang also saw Su Kuan at this time. Is this the South Heaven Gate? You must be the Thunder God. People say that Lei Gong is a bird man, and it really is true. Su Kuan was unhappy. You are the bird person. Your whole family are bird people. I am a chicken person. Haha. Chicken man. That's the Lord of the Morning Sun. Where is the Jade Emperor? Old Jade Emperor, please come out quickly. I, Sun Quan, am going to cause havoc in the Heavenly Palace. The Emperor takes turns, and today it's my turn. Old Jade Emperor, you have been the Jade Emperor for so long, it is now my turn. Duan Wushuang looked at Su Feng again and said with a lustful look. Fairy Chang'e, I am Marshal Tianpeng. I have long admired you. Please let me kiss you. Su Feng really couldn't stand it anymore. What was going on? He slashed Duan Wushuang's neck with a knife. Duan Wushuang's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Here is a little piece of information to add. If you chop someone's neck with a knife, it will be useless if you chop it lightly, but it will easily turn them into a vegetable if you chop it too hard. It is best not to chop someone's neck. If you really want to kill someone, then kill Yang Jinyuan. It is said that she is about to collapse and can't sleep every day. Is there any kind-hearted person who can help her fall asleep? Su Kuan was also a little confused. She said that it was the first time she had seen such a crazy person. Okay, stop looking and take the bullet out. Oh. Su Kuan stretched out his long nails and inserted them directly into the bullet hole on Duan Wushuang's stomach. It only took him a few seconds to find and remove the bullet. Then he repeated the same procedure and took out the other bullet. The bullet was taken out, and Su Feng felt a little numb when he saw the 2 bleeding bullet holes on Duan Wushuang's stomach. How to stop the bleeding? I don't know why, but Duan Wushuang's blood is not corrosive, even though he also consumes animal powder. I guess it's only when you're addicted and don't inhale animal powder that your blood becomes corrosive. Now is not the time to study this. We have to help him stop the bleeding as soon as possible, otherwise he will die. Dad, let me do it. The one who spoke was Sugwa. She squatted beside Duan Wushuang, and the fingers of her left and right hands became thin and long at the same time, and then she inserted them into the 2 bullet holes respectively. His intestines seemed to be ruptured. Let me sew them up for him. Sugwa's fingertips were as thin as cow hair. Like a needle and thread, he sewed up Duan Wushuang's damaged intestines. Chapter 191. Understand the applause. The part of the finger used to sew the intestines broke off automatically and remained in Duan Wushuang's body. Sugwa used the same method to suture the wound on Duan Wushuang's stomach. You know what? The craftsmanship is quite good. Guogua, I didn't expect you to have this skill. Sugwa said proudly. That's because my fingers can be changed at will and can do many things. And the part of my finger that was left inside him didn't lose its vitality. If he ever betrays us, my fingers can suck him dry in an instant, and then he can come back to me. Awesome. It's like putting a poison in someone's body. Guogua is good, very good. It was almost 12 o'clock in the evening, and Duan Wushuang had not woken up yet. Su Feng tore off Sha Chang's short-sleeved shirt, bandaged Duan Wushuang simply, and then carried him into the unfinished building. He has done everything he should do. Whether Duan Wushuang can survive depends on his own luck. It's just that the intestines are slightly ruptured. If he can't survive it, he will be a useless person and will die. As for the bodies of Sha Chang and Shouzi, Sug would directly absorb them. Okay, let's sleep here tonight. The RV was very spacious, and the children just found a place to sleep. Suhei jumped onto the roof of the car and lay down, taking the initiative to take charge of keeping watch. Su Feng was tired after a busy day. He rested his head on Su Bao's legs and fell asleep soon. Su Bao was still very energetic. He leaned against the carriage and continued watching a martial arts movie on a tablet computer. This kid loves watching martial arts movies very much. From the time he was born until now, except for eating and taking a nap, he spends all his time watching martial arts movies. Su Feng had another dream, in which he came to a library. God have mercy on him. Su Feng doesn't like studying. His grades are not as good as Aubin's. I don't know why he had such a dream. Now that we are in the library, let's read for a while. Su Feng casually found a book on postpartum care for sows from the bookshelf, found an empty table, and started reading. He was watching intently when he heard footsteps, and then the sound of someone pulling a chair. Su Feng looked up and saw that there was a woman sitting opposite the table. This woman looks like a human at first glance, but not a human when you look closely. Su Feng couldn't describe what it looked like exactly. If I have to use one word to describe it, it would be a beast in human form. Not only that, the woman's face was covered in pus. Su Feng didn't take it seriously. After all, the library was not owned by his family. If he could come, others could come too. Su Feng took a glance and lowered his head to read again. This book on postpartum care for sows is quite interesting. It was the first time that Su Feng knew that there is such a profound knowledge involved in postpartum care for sows. As he read, Su Feng felt a little itchy at the base of his thigh. He reached out and scratched it, then continued reading. I don't know why, but Su Feng's perspective suddenly changed. Anyone who has ever had a dream knows that a person's perspective in a dream can be switched at any time. Su Feng was reading a book just now, but now his perspective has shifted to under the table. Across the table, I saw a hand covered in sores holding a mobile phone, with the camera facing me. Su Feng suddenly became angry. She actually dared to take a secret photo of her own crotch. This is definitely sexual harassment. Why are you filming me? The woman with pus on her face spoke righteously. I'm collecting evidence that you harassed me, and you actually shot me through the air. I'm going to sue you. Su Feng was speechless. Fuck you. My legs are itchy, can't I even scratch them? Besides, you spent 2 hours collecting evidence? You're not collecting evidence, you're just sexually harassing me. The woman with pus on her face was not afraid of Su Feng at all. Okay, let's seek justice from the school. I'm going to kill you. It's simply unreasonable. Then ask the school for justice. It's normal to dream about going to college. Su Feng and the woman with pus on her face found the school principal, vice principal, director, and other leaders. Anyway, everyone who has a position in the school is here. Before Su Feng could say anything, the woman with pus on her face complained first, narrating the whole incident with exaggerated details. The so-called exaggeration is to say that Su Feng's tickling was caused by a beating. He said that looking down at a book was like staring at her. Su Feng didn't understand either. What was so good about her face covered in pus? He originally thought that the school leaders would definitely be reasonable and would ignore this woman. Unexpectedly, after listening to the woman's description, the school leader did not give Su Feng a chance to refute and became furious. What's wrong with you, student? How could you do such obscene things in a sacred place like school? You must be expelled. As he was talking, the leader suddenly developed a lot of sores on his head, and pus was oozing from the soles of his feet. Sufeng quickly took a few steps back to prevent his shoes from being contaminated by pus. At this time, other leaders also spoke up. Expel him. He must be expelled. Why keep a student like this if not expelled? The girl with pus on her face gave Sufeng a smug smile. Hey, you probably don't know this, but all the school leaders are my oyster babas. I originally thought that you were quite handsome and had a big thing, so I wanted to give you a chance to sleep with me, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Not only will I fire you, I will also kill you. As soon as the word death came out of her mouth, the sores on her face suddenly exploded without warning, and pus spurted everywhere. Fortunately, Sufeng was very skilled, and he retreated more than 10 meters in an instant to avoid being sprayed by pus. The leaders raised their heads, closed their eyes, and let the pus spray onto their faces. Comfortable, so comfortable. It's delicious, so delicious, every drop is intoxicating. Not only does it taste delicious, I can also feel the power growing in me. This feeling is truly wonderful. Sufeng felt cold all over. What kind of dream was he having? Why do all these people in the dream have such ugly faces? Sufeng was too lazy to talk nonsense with these people, so he simply pulled down the school's flagpole and strung these people together like the human centipede. The woman with pus on her face was the first. Since the boss likes to be a bootlicker, then lick him to your heart's content. Sufeng inserted the flagpole back into its original position. Just as the flagpole was inserted, a loud thunderclap suddenly exploded in the dark sky. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck the flagpole. The one strung on the flagpole was roasted until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Well, it wasn't tender inside, it was just stinky meat. Especially that heart, it's so black. As soon as one flash of lightning ended, the second flash followed. A total of 9981 lightning bolts all struck the flagpole. Chapter 192. Fooling, and then fooling. After the lightning, it started raining again. I don't know why, but the clear rain water turned black after falling to the ground. The black water quickly flowed into the sewer. Half an hour later, the rain stopped. A rainbow suddenly appeared in the sky. Sufeng found that the originally gray world became particularly fresh at this moment. Fresh colors, clean air, and passers-by with smiles on their faces. This is what a good dream should be like. What a disgusting dream that was before. The sky cleared up and the dream ended. Sufeng opened his eyes and briefly recalled the dream he had just had. Although the beginning was quite disgusting, fortunately it had a happy ending in the end, so Sufeng could barely accept it. Dad, you're awake. Do you want me to cook for you? Since owning the RV, Su-kun finally has his own kitchen and no longer has to make a fire to cook in the wild. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Sufeng brushed his teeth and washed his face, then picked up the 2 eggs Su-kun had already washed and prepared to make an omelet. After 200 chapters, he finally remembered to wash them. The fried eggs were ready quickly, and Sufeng took out his 1L cup from the refrigerator and filled it with Hua milk. He and Su Hua have reached a tacit understanding that Hua milk will appear in the refrigerator every morning. Su Hua's current output is only 1L, which is just enough for Sufeng to drink. The children had each drunk a little flour milk before. They and Su Hua share the same origin, and after drinking a little Hua milk, they all became immune to Su Hua's poisonous milk. Since he already has immunity, all the Hua milk from now on will naturally belong to Sufeng. Sufeng ate 2 fried eggs and 1L of milk, then burped contentedly. Don't eat the grandson fruit. Save this for after dinner. Don't foreigners like to eat fruit after meals? Sufeng also wants to be fashionable for once. Speaking of after-meal fruit, Sufeng plans to go to the southeast after things in the southwest are finished. He had always been coveting the Dahongpo. After learning that there was also Dahongpo on Blue Star, but there were only a few mother trees, Sufeng felt that he needed to have a Dahongpo child. There are always some kind of magical tea in fairy tale novels. I guess my own Dahongpo child can also produce magical tea. At this time, Suhei suddenly came back. Dad, Duan Wushuang has woken up. I guess he will come to see you soon. Sufeng licked the remaining Hua milk at the corner of his mouth, pointed at the cups and plates on the table, and said to Su-kun, Kuan, wash the dishes. Su-kun nodded, and the meal on her side would be ready soon. With a kitchen, Su-kun is no longer limited to making braised meat. What she made this morning was barbecue. Well, you don't have to worry about being stuffy when eating barbecue early in the morning. Sufeng opened the door and got out of the car, and sure enough, he saw Duan Wushuang walking out of the unfinished building, holding his stomach. Xiao Duan, you look good. Duan Wushuang forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. He had a close call with death this time, so it would be a miracle if he looked better. Fortunately, I didn't die. Being alive is more important than anything else. Professor Su, thank you for saving my life. Su Feng nodded. If it weren't for him, Duan Wushuang would definitely be dead this time. By the way, this is what I got from Sha Chong and Skinny. Take them all. Su Feng handed Sha Chong's shoulder bag to Duan Wushuang. Only then did Duan Wushuang realize that the bodies of Sha Chong and Shozi were gone. No need to ask, it must have been dealt with by Su Feng. Duan Wushuang took the bag and opened it, and a smile from the heart finally appeared on his sad face. There were at least tens of thousands of dollars in the bag, as well as quite a few Beast fans, and most importantly, 2 guns. For ordinary people, guns are good things. Although Duan Wushuang is no longer an ordinary person, the gun can still cause fatal damage to him. Professor Su, do you have any exotic animal meat? Duan Wushuang felt a little embarrassed, but he had to ask. After what happened last night, he was completely awakened. Strength is the bottom line. Without strength, you can only be bullied by others. He clearly came here to trade, but when Sha Chong realized that he was outnumbered, he decided to kill him for money. The reason is that I am not strong enough. Sha Chong. Until I died, I thought I was here to rob other thieves, but I was just unlucky and was killed by you. Su Feng smiled and took out a large piece of exotic beast meat and handed it to Duan Wushuang. There's plenty of exotic beast meat. You can eat as much as you want. I'm just afraid you can't handle it. What should we do then? Duan Wushuang was very happy when he heard that he could eat as much as he wanted, but the next sentence made him not happy anymore. There are ways to increase your strength, but you can't use them. What's the difference between this and a stunning beauty standing in front of you without clothes, but you are tied up and can't move? Su Feng just wanted to make him anxious and stir up his emotions. Things that come easily will never be cherished. Besides, Su Feng still wants to use him for experiments, so he has to lead him by the nose. Don't worry, have you noticed that your wounds heal very quickly? Upon hearing this, Duan Wushuang untied the rag wrapped around the wound and carefully examined his wound. It does seem to be healing pretty quickly. Logically speaking, it has only been a few hours, and if it is just sutured casually, there will definitely be blood seeping out. But his wounds had already started to scab over. Professor Su, what's going on? Duan Wushuang's mood was complicated, with happiness and fear at the same time. He was no longer normal at this time, and this abnormality was beyond his cognition. He needed Su Feng to help him solve the problem. Su Feng was very happy when he saw the fish was hooked. What I said before about fighting poison with poison was indeed inaccurate. The exotic beast meat cannot detoxify the beast powder, but there is a wonderful reaction between the two, which actually enhances your strength. All-round enhancement, speed, strength, reaction, defense, and even healing ability. The distance was so close last night, and your abdomen was so vulnerable, the bullet should have passed through your body. But the truth is, it only ripped your intestines. The answer is obvious. The combination of exotic beast meat and beast powder can enhance strength. The more you eat, the stronger you will be. When your strength reaches a certain level, the side effects of the beast powder will naturally disappear. Okay, Su Feng is talking nonsense, but not completely nonsense. Ordinary people would definitely not feel good after eating the meat of exotic beasts, but Duan Wushuang was fine. This shows that the two toxins have indeed reached some kind of wonderful balance in his body. As for increasing strength, his children can increase their strength by eating the meat of exotic beasts, and this is even more so for Duan Wushuang, an ordinary person. It's just that other people can't resist the poison of the strange beast. Su Feng's words were well-reasoned, and Duan Wushuang had no choice but to believe them. So, Professor Su, you mean to let me eat it together? Take a sip of beast powder and a bite of exotic beast meat. That's up to you. Chapter 193. I want to jump around as soon as I have some strength. Anyway, I didn't tell you what to do, so if something really happens you can't blame me. The expression on Duan Wushuang's face changed again and again, and finally he decided to believe Su Feng. Anyway, he can't quit animal powder. He will die if he doesn't take it. He really wants to increase his strength, so what is there to hesitate about? Let's do it. It just so happened that Duan Wushuang was also hungry. He simply sat cross-legged on the ground, took a bite of the exotic beast meat, and then inhaled some beast powder. They coordinated their movements very well, just like ordinary people eating hamburgers and Coke. As he was eating, Duan Wushuang started to feel something. In a trance, he felt that he had turned into a strange beast, a powerful strange beast. His body was filled with energy, which was running around violently in his body, empowering every muscle of his. Duan Wushuang couldn't help but let out a long roar towards the sky. This feeling is really great. Su Feng watched from the side and did not interrupt him. In this way, Duan Wushuang repeated the same thing all day long. Eat exotic animal meat and absorb animal powder. He didn't inhale it all the time, and that little bit of animal powder was not enough for him to inhale. Every time he felt the energy in his body was about to explode, he would stop. The energy in his body will fill up into his body little by little. When the energy is evenly distributed to every part of the body, Duan Wushuang will subconsciously start eating the exotic beast meat and inhaling the beast powder again. The process of energy cleansing the body gave Duan Wushuang an indescribable sense of refreshment, which made him unable to stop. From Su Feng's perspective, it wasn't that beautiful. It felt like there was a big rat running around inside Duan Wushuang's body. The big rat moved around along Duan Wushuang's tendons, and wherever it went, a big lump would appear on Duan Wushuang's skin in that area. When it encounters areas with less muscle, the capillaries are broken and the skin there becomes red. It's not without benefits. The big rat keeps getting smaller as it moves around, while Duan Wushuang's muscles keep expanding. From morning to noon, from noon to evening. Duan Wushuang was originally only about 1.7 meters tall. After eating the meat of an exotic beast yesterday, his figure changed a little, but the change was not particularly big. At least you can't tell any difference when wearing clothes. It's different now. Duan Wushuang's clothes have long been torn. The whole body has become much larger, especially the muscles on the body, which are bulging and very exaggerated. These are not the most eye-catching things. The most amazing thing is that Duan Wushuang actually has dense scales growing on his body. Su Feng estimated that if this continued, this kid would eventually turn into a strange beast. Finally, all the animal powder was sucked up by Duan Wushuang. If Sha Chong, who is in the netherworld, knew about this, he would definitely exclaim that it was awesome. The amount he carried with him was enough for one person to smoke for several months. Duan Wushuang finished smoking all the drugs in one day, and the key point is that he didn't die from smoking himself, which is amazing. After absorbing the last bit of animal powder, Duan Wushuang took more than an hour to digest it before waking up. He had entered a mysterious state before, and only now was he completely awake. Looking at his palm, which had grown bigger, Duan Wushuang smiled with satisfaction. Su Feng was also very satisfied, and the experiment was considered a preliminary success. Professor Su, I feel great now, huh? Duan Wushuang stood up and tore off his tattered clothes. He just stood there naked in the open space, not feeling ashamed at all. Duan Wushuang suddenly exerted force and rushed towards Su Feng. Professor Su, please help me test my strength. Su Feng looked at Duan Wushuang, who was rushing towards him, and frowned slightly. This guy doesn't want to test his strength at all. He wants to test his own strength. If Su Feng cannot defeat Duan Wushuang now, then the status of the two will be reversed. Su Feng was not surprised, as he did not have any mental control methods to restrict Duan Wushuang. He has just gone through a wave of energy baptism and is full of confidence. It is normal for him to want to stand up and sing. What Su Feng has to do now is to make Duan Wushuang understand one thing. Even if his strength has increased, he is still just a little karami in front of Su Feng. It just so happened that Su Feng also wanted to test his current strength. He eats sundan eggs and drinks wawawalai every day, and has sundan fruit from time to time. He is no longer the same as before, but he does not have a clear understanding of his own strength. The main reason is that I never used my full strength. In just 1 or 2 breaths, Duan Wushuang rushed in front of Su Feng. Before he threw a punch, Su Feng stretched out a leg. At this moment, Su Feng was no longer panicked. In his opinion, Duan Wushuang's speed was several levels lower than his own. Su Feng kicked Duan Wushuang in the face. This time, I used about 80% of my strength. Su Feng clearly saw that when the soles of his feet came into close contact with Duan Wushuang's face, Duan Wushuang's entire face was flattened as if it had been hit head-on by a truck. Then Duan Wushuang flew back at a speed even faster than when he came. It flew all the way to the unfinished building and stopped only after hitting a load-bearing wall. Duan Wushuang was embedded in the load-bearing wall. Su Feng exerted a little force with his legs and jumped directly in front of Duan Wushuang. Fortunately, Duan Wushuang's chest was still rising and falling, indicating that he was not dead. Since he's not dead, there's no need to worry about him. Just let him hang on the wall and reflect on himself. Su Feng rubbed the blood off the soles of his shoes, went back to the car and video chatted with Chiyu. In the car, bored Hu Mei and the children were watching TV. I still watch martial arts movies. It was mainly Su Baoai who watched. He was the youngest, and everyone consciously gave way to him. Ah Bao, you watch martial arts movies every day. Have you learned any moves? Su Feng teased with a smile. He doesn't think Su Bao is really Kung Fu Panda. I'm currently learning the 18 dragons subduing palms. The 18th palm is so difficult. I've watched the movie several times, but I'm still not getting close. Su Feng thought Su Bao was just talking nonsense as a child and didn't take it seriously. Then do your best. After encouraging the child, Su Feng came to the driver's seat and called Chi Yu's cell phone. Chi Yu answered the phone quickly. The first thing that appeared on the screen was not Chi Yu, but the endless sea. Honey, guess where we are? Is there any need to guess? It's on the sea. I can't guess. Are you guys on the mountain? As a woman's husband, sometimes you have to learn to go along with the performance. Chi Yu's face appeared on the screen. You are so naive. We are at sea now. To be exact, we are on an aircraft carrier. On an aircraft carrier? Where are you going? Chi Yu explained. Hubby, it turns out that the black hole is not in the East China Sea. No, to be exact, the black hole is on an island in the East China Sea. It's that Bay Island. We are now sending an aircraft carrier to the Gulf Islands. It is said that most of the Bay Island is now the territory of strange beasts, and we are responsible for clearing them out. Chapter 194. No more pretending. Let's show our cards. I see. Su Feng knew about one island. It was an island under the jurisdiction of Long State. The island was quite big as a small province. Su Feng didn't know how many people lived on the island. What Su Feng knew more about was that the young ladies on the island all spoke in a sweet voice and were very generous. In addition, many people on the island want independence, thinking that since they have such a large island, they should establish a country of their own. Later, alien beasts invaded, and these people stopped talking about independence. They pestered Dragon Country Dad every day to ask for the most advanced weapons, strong soldiers, and powerful awakeners. There's no way. It's just an island. How powerful can it be? If they encounter powerful monsters, it's really possible that they will all be wiped out. These people deeply understand the principle of enjoying the shade under a big tree, and they will never talk about independence. Now there is a black hole on the island, and the mainland has to clean up the mess for them. If we really leave them alone, all the people on this island will die. Hubby, you don't know. The black hole on this island has always been under the control of the Exotic Beast Association. If any strange beast appears, it will be destroyed immediately. It turns out that there was a cult organization on the island that poisoned all the awakened people guarding the place. Then the black hole couldn't bear it anymore. These people are truly despicable. Well, this day was like something a religious zealot would do. These people have very strange psychology. They regard all mysterious and unseen creatures as their gods. The Beast Soul cult always wants to introduce exotic beasts. But Su Feng really didn't know why they didn't cause too much damage. The Beast Soul cult did not cause any major trouble, but an unknown cult on the Wan Island did. What does this mean? It means that the Beast Soul cult is quite weak. Su Feng warned. You must pay attention to your safety. If there is any problem, retreat immediately. Also, keep your distance from other awakened people. Don't let them use you as a tool, and be careful of people stabbing you in the back. Okay, I'm pretty successful now. What he said is pretty much the same as yours. The four of us are a small group now. We do everything together and don't have any contact with anyone else. That's fine. That's it for now. Tell me when you get there. Chi Yu is actually quite simple. Su Feng is not at ease if he really lets her lead the team. It would be much better if Su Qinggong can assist her. Besides, there is Su Miao Miao, a guy who doesn't want strangers to approach him. After hanging up the phone, Su Feng started to prepare dinner again. Hume has not yet learned to cook. Her main task now is to learn about the world with her children. As a result, she either watches movies or watches short videos every day. One day, she even came to ask Su Feng why he didn't give her the betrothal gift and hardware. She also asked Su Feng whether he had a house, how much savings he had, and why he didn't hand over his salary card. Su Feng was stunned at that time. Ask her where she learned these things. Hume held up her phone and said, "That's what it says on XHS. It is said that if a man loves a woman enough, he will not be stingy with the betrothal gifts and hardware items, and will prepare a wedding house and a car, and even hand over his salary card." When Su Feng was demoted, he uninstalled XHS for her. Those are all idiots. Don't watch them anymore. If you get led astray, I won't want you anymore. Seeing Su Feng's furious look, Hume didn't dare to ask why and just nodded and agreed. It's not that Su Feng didn't give any betrothal gifts. He gave a very generous amount. He gave all his treasures to Hu Lai and left Su Mai Sui as a hostage. This sincerity is not enough. Su Feng didn't know why. Even though the alien beasts were invading, there were still some idiots who were confused. Many female awakeners even clamor every day that they should let the monsters kill all the men on Blue Star. They said all men were bad and would pollute the environment of Blue Planet, including their fathers, grandfathers, and other male relatives. It's quite magical anyway. Su Feng was humming a little tune while cooking when there was a knock on the door. Professor Su, are you home? Su Feng looked up and saw Duan Wushuang standing at the door in a proper manner. I'm cooking, go play for a while. Upon hearing this, Duan Wushuang had no choice but to limp away. He had finished eating the exotic beast meat and absorbing the beast powder. He was not hungry now, so he had to sit and wait for Su Feng to finish his meal. More than an hour later, Su Feng got out of the car while chewing an apple. What do you want from me? When Duan Wushuang saw Su Feng get off the car, he jumped up and said with a dry laugh while rubbing his hands. Professor Su, I'm sorry for offending you before. I know you're very powerful, so I just wanted you to give me some advice. There's nothing else to it. Su Feng put the apple core into his mouth, chewed it into pieces, and swallowed it. This thing is also very nutritious. As for the poison, don't worry, there is Huahua milk to detoxify it. I know what you mean, and I don't care. It's understandable that I'm a little inflated after gaining such great strength. But I still have to remind you that you know nothing about my strength, so it's best to put away your little thoughts. Don't feel wronged. After all, we are in a relationship where we use each other. You used me to survive and gain great strength. As for me, I asked you to do something for me. We each got what we needed. If you feel you are strong enough, you can leave at any time. I will not stop you. Duan Wushuang looked at Su Feng in amazement, not understanding why he suddenly stopped pretending and revealed his cards. No, you just keep pretending, so that I can pretend to be confused and let things take their course. You continue to fool me, and I continue to follow you. What a harmonious and friendly relationship. There is a reason why Su Feng stopped pretending. The way to control subordinates is to use both kindness and strictness. Being always kind and friendly is not a good idea. Seeing that Duan Wushuang was a little at a loss, Su Feng softened his tone. Xiao Duan, you don't have to worry too much. I've told you that we are in a cooperative relationship. It's a win-win situation for both of us, don't you think? Duan Wushuang nodded woodenly. He felt that Su Feng was right. Professor Su, I will listen to you. Su Feng nodded with satisfaction. Come on, tell me about the current situation in Southwest Province first. Just tell me what you know. I was so busy fooling Duan Wushuang that I didn't have time to find out more information. Although this place is just on the edge of Southwest Province, Duan Wushuang only lives in this small county. But he is just a gangster after all, and he must have heard some bragging from others. Duan Wushuang tried hard to recall the various news he had heard before and put them together. Duan Wushuang used to be a small-time gangster and drug addict who just lived a life of idleness and waiting to die. He had no idea about current affairs and politics. But I have a clearer understanding of those shameful things. Chapter 195 Hole? What hole? To describe the current situation, it can be summed up in one word. Chaos. Very chaos. Although Southwest Province is far away from the capital, it is also located at the junction of 4 countries. In addition, it is mountainous and densely forested, which makes it easy for filth to hide. However, the government has always had strict control over Southwest Province, and the Monster Association has also sent many powerful awakeners to guard the Southwest. Things were fine in the past few years. Even the Beast Soul cult could only operate in secret. But since a few months ago, Southwest Province has inexplicably become chaotic. The reason why animal powder was expensive in the past was because it came from China. There are a large number of soldiers guarding the border between the 2 countries, making it difficult to transport goods. Therefore, Beast fans are only circulated among rich people. How can small-time hooligans like me and Seng Biao be qualified to come into contact with Beast fans? Just a few months ago, it was said that the border defense suddenly became very lax, and the Beast fans from the fraudulent country could almost enter the Southwest Province at will, not to mention being able to do so. It is precisely because the transportation cost is very low that the price of animal powder has been brought down. Moreover, the activities of the Beast Soul cult are becoming more and more frequent. But I heard a rumor before, I don't know if it's true or not. It is said that the Beast Soul cult is just a distributor of beast powder in Southwest Province, and just one of the distributors. The real drug lord is someone else, but I don't know who it is. Shit, it's really messy. Why is the Beast Soul cult so useless? They can't do anything, and they can't even sell Beast Soul fans. Su Feng felt that the Beast Soul cult was a bit like a makeshift group. It's even more of a makeshift troop than Wuda. What kind of strength does the Jia country have? It's not even worthy of carrying shoes for the Long country. It is indeed difficult to completely ban the flow of animal powder into Dragon country. After all, the Dragon country is so big, and there are some scum produced in the country. But if we want to stop the massive influx of animal fans, it is still possible. It was doing well before. Why is it suddenly failing now? Remove all impossibilities, and there is only one truth. Intentional. But why would they deliberately allow animal powder to flow into Southwest Province in large quantities? Even if you don't treat the people as human beings, but just as leaks, you can't cause such harm. Su Feng racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. Oh, I thought of one more thing. Duan Wushuang saw that Su Feng hadn't said anything and thought he was dissatisfied, so he racked his brains to recall what had just happened. What's going on? When I went to take a shower with Sang Biao, I met a guy who said he was from Ibi City. We were all very envious at that time, because it was the capital of Southwest Province and the most prosperous city in the entire province. We all thought that the man was here for business, but he said he wanted to go back to his hometown, which was in the neighboring province. At that time, Sang Biao asked him why he didn't hang out in Ibi City anymore. He said his boss disappeared inexplicably. They have a small gang, and it is said that there are about 30 to 50 core members. But in recent times, many core members have disappeared inexplicably. He didn't know where these people had gone, whether they had run away or were kidnapped by their enemies. He is quite timid, so he just thought about going back to his hometown to hide. Su Feng held his chin and continued to think. The gangster disappeared, eliminating all impossibilities. There is only one truth. Well, in Su Feng's opinion, there are many truths. It's possible that he was killed by someone. In the world of martial arts, either you chop me or I chop you. It's not surprising. Or he could just run away. It's not easy to survive in the underworld. Running away is a shameful thing, and it's impossible to publicize it. So sneaking away is a good strategy. Another possibility is that they were severely punished. But there was previously talk of chaos in Southwest Province and the government relaxing regulations. This is quite contradictory. Finally, there is another possibility. A Batman appeared in the city of Ibi. This man likes to be a hero and is very powerful. He secretly dealt with those gangsters. To find out what the real situation is, you have to go to Ibi City. Do you have anything else to add? Duan Wushuang shook his head, indicating that there were no more. He was just a gangster from a small county town and had very limited access to information. What he just said was actually enough for Su Feng to digest. After distilling this information, there are only 2 words left. There is something fishy. As for what the trick is, Su Feng has no idea for the time being. By the way, do you know where the black hole is? Su Feng actually forgot to ask such an important question just now. Isn't he said to be extremely smart? Why is his memory declining? Black hole, what black hole? Duan Wushuang had never heard of this word before, but he reacted immediately and the expression on his face instantly became obscene. Professor Su, I think you're talking about a black hole made of flesh. I know about that. There are a lot of red romance ones. Dream Paris is also okay. How about I take you there? Is this really okay? Although Duan Wushuang misunderstood, this move was actually a blessing in disguise. Ever since crossing into this world, Su Feng has been busy making a living and has not had a chance to enjoy himself. Why did he save 20,000 yuan by delivering express for 2 years? Those who understand will understand. What's wrong with that? As a man, it's just the thing in your pants. Why don't we go now? Duan Wushuang didn't know whether he was trying to please Su Feng or he wanted to go himself, so he kept encouraging him. Su Feng hesitated. He really hesitated. Although he already has several wives. Well, actually there are 2. The other 2 can only be viewed. If you use them, you will become the 3rd brother. But as the saying goes, a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a secret lover. There are many people who have wives who go out to buy tickets, or do it themselves. No, it shouldn't be said that it's too common. It should be said that almost every man has done this. Well, I don't really want to go to Red Romance. I just want to buy a motorcycle. I understand everything. Duan Wushuang smiled obscenely. Professor Su, Shaqiang has quite a bit of money in his bag. Let's spend it tonight. He has no awareness of saving money at all. No wonder he is so poor. The economy is in a downturn, so we need to save more money. These are not what Su Feng should worry about. He doesn't have to worry about money now. Whenever Chi Yu and the other 3 killed a strange beast, they would earn hundreds of thousands of dollars. Wait for me, we'll be leaving soon. Su Feng returned to the car and said to Hu Mei, watch the children at home and don't let them run around. If things don't go well, drive to the city in the south and we'll meet there. Husband, what are you going to do? Hu Mei took his hand and asked nervously. Su Feng patted the back of her hand. Nothing. I'm just going to the city to buy a motorcycle. I'll need it later. Hu Mei is not a particularly opinionated person, and she grew up in a dungeon, so she doesn't have much experience. She did whatever Su Feng said. Chapter 196, sir, please come in. Then you want to come back early? Okay, you know how to use a cell phone, so we can just call each other anytime. After Su Feng finished his instructions and was about to leave, Su Ruru came over again. Dad, I'm going with you. Ro, no need. Daddy won't be in danger this time. Su Ruru's little head shook like a rattle. No, Who knows when danger will come? I have to follow them all the time. Sometimes, being too responsible is not a good thing. Su Feng explained patiently. Ro, Daddy is really not in any danger. This is just a small county town. There are no powerful people here. Besides, Daddy will be back soon. Then why don't you want to take me with you, Dad? Ugh, that's a really good question. Should I tell Su Ruru that Dad is going to buy a ticket and it's not appropriate to take her with him? This is not a pleasant thing to say. Ro, look at that Duan Wushuang outside. He's Dad's little brother now, but he doesn't know our family's secret yet. If you come with me, it will be easy to be exposed. As for safety, you don't have to worry at all. Your dad is very powerful now, and with that big little brother, there can be no safety problems, right? Su Ruru was not convinced, but she didn't want to make Su Feng embarrassed, so she had to agree reluctantly. Su Feng can finally go out and play happily alone. This was the first time he went out alone since Su Qing came into his life. I'm going to have fun alone. I refuse your supervision. Su Feng sat in the passenger seat, humming happily. Professor Su, what song are you singing? It's quite nice. Su Feng said shamelessly. A song I wrote myself. The two of them were driving Sha Chang's car. It's the same old rule. Sell the car and spend the money. There was no conversation along the way, and Sha Chang drove the car directly to a used car shop. The license plate had naturally been removed, but the owner of the car shop could still tell the origin of the car at a glance. I dare not take this car. I can't afford to offend. Duan Wushuang glared and said with a hint of threat. Since I dare to sell the car to you, I have naturally cleaned up everything. If you fix the car, who would be able to tell what it was like originally? The owner of the car shop took a look at the 80% new off-road vehicle and squeezed out a number from between his teeth. 100,000. Duan Wushuang took 2 steps forward and stared at the boss. A new car costs 500,000 yuan, and it's 80% new, so you're giving me. Duan Wushuang is no longer the little chicken he used to be. He is now nearly 190 centimeters tall, and in the southwest where the average height is not that high, he will definitely attract a lot of attention. Coupled with his bulging muscles, he is still very intimidating. But money can only move people's hearts. Since the boss knew the origin of the car, he would naturally try his best to lower the price. Brother, if I replace it with an identical car, I'll buy it for 300,000 without hesitation. This one of yours is really hard to handle, and I'm taking the risk. As the biggest beast fan destroyer in this small county, Sha Chang is quite famous. If it was someone else's car, the boss would at most do some maintenance on it and then sell it immediately. But if it was this car, he would have to find a way to sell it to a farther place, and that's all cost. Another thing is that there are indeed risks. If you are tracked down by your boss, you will definitely be in trouble. I understand your difficulties. How about this, 200,000? No, 200,000 is too much, 150,000 at most. After some bargaining, Sha Chang's car was finally sold for 180,000 yuan. Come on, Professor Su, let's go buy a motorcycle. Having just received 180,000 yuan, plus the hundreds of thousands in Sha Chang's bag, Duan Wushuang felt that his back was straightened. It feels so good to be rich, just like increasing your strength. It makes you inexplicably excited. Doesn't it feel great to be rich? Duan Wushuang, whose thoughts were guessed, scratched his head embarrassedly. Was he too ignorant? Having money is only moderately enjoyable. Spending it without blinking an eye is the real enjoyment. Duan Wushuang's mouth opened into a zero shape. He thought that a powerful mad scientist like Su Feng would look down on vulgar things like money. The two came to the nearest motorcycle store. Well, people call it a motorcycle. Country bumpkins like Su Feng like to call it a motorcycle. Calling it a motorcycle is a courtesy. In the past, he always followed the older generation and called it meat-wrapped iron. In the past, Su Feng didn't dare to ride the ironclad meat horse. Although he was an orphan, he had food and drink and could occasionally ride a dragon. He would not joke with his life. It's different now. Even if he reaches 150 and then fails, there is no danger. Only those with strength have the capital to spend money recklessly. Those who spend money recklessly are idiots, or ghost fire boys. According to the custom in Su Feng's hometown, if a young person died in an accident, the body would not be brought into the house. Instead, it would be buried in a random hole. There would be no grave, and no one would burn paper. So it's better not to be a ghost fire boy. You will be unwelcome when you are alive, and even less so when you are dead. Boss, give me the best motorcycle you have. Duan Wushuang was still influenced by Su Feng. When the boss saw Duan Wushuang was dressed in rags and spoke so arrogantly, he immediately became too lazy to pay attention to him. If it were 10 years ago, we would definitely do it. Who wasn't a will-o'-the-wisp boy 10 years ago? Now, you are the one who opens the door to welcome guests. Why would you be so angry? That one over there is our treasure. It's not expensive at 28.8. Wrap it up for me. When the boss heard this, he really wanted to give him a helmet. Wrap it up. Are you going to take it apart and pack it into parts? Duan Wushuang also realized that he had said the wrong thing and took out his bank card from his bag. Swipe the card. Half an hour later, the motorcycle shop owner respectfully escorted Duan Wushuang and Su Feng out the door. Professor Su, you're right. Spending money feels so good. It's fun. Why are you hugging my waist? You're riding too fast. I'm scared. You're a grown man. What are you afraid of? If you hold my waist again, I'll kick you off. Duan Wushuang reluctantly withdrew his hands from Su Feng's waist. The two soon came to Hong romance again. Because of the invasion of alien beasts, everyone is living in fear. Plus, the economy is in recession, so they need an outlet to vent. The state has relaxed its supervision in this regard. Seeing the brand new and cool motorcycle, a woman dressed coolly and with heavy makeup on her face came over with a smile. Uncle, come and play. Su Feng casually took out 200 yuan from his pocket and stuffed it into the deep ravine. Call over here all the best girls you have. The crow's feet at the corners of the lesbian women's eyes have become deeper. Sir, please come in. The girl will be here soon. Su Feng pinched her plump buttocks, which felt good. Duan Wushuang originally thought that Su Feng had never been to such a place, but who knew that he was more skilled than him. Chapter 197, I played him to death. Hongling Mang is a bit like a KTV. The difference is that ordinary KTVs only have toilets, but here there is not only a toilet, but also another small door. Entering through the small door is a suite, some with 2 bedrooms, some with 3 bedrooms, and some with only 1 bedroom. What Su Feng and his friends wanted was a KTV with 2 bedrooms. If you are tired of singing, you can go directly to the bedroom to rest. While waiting for the young lady to come over, Su Feng instructed Duan Wushuang. We only have 2 hours. Sing and play for half an hour, do business for an hour and a half, and then go back. If you exceed the time limit, I won't wait for you. Duan Wushuang patted his chest and promised. Don't worry, Professor Su, we will definitely not exceed the time limit. An hour and a half is really too much for him. Half an hour is more than enough. Well, it was Su Feng's fault. He didn't take Duan Wushuang's feelings into consideration. He set the time according to his usual strength. The young ladies came over quickly. There were 4 of them in total, 2 each. Now that you have money, you should be a little willful. Su Feng stuffed a few hundred yuan into the madam's pocket, and the madam left with a smile. Don't forget to close the door. The 4 young ladies all wore little fabric, had broad minds, and had legs that were longer than Sha Chong's life. Professor Su, you choose first. Duan Wushuang can still distinguish between the big and small kings. Su Feng naturally chose 2 young and beautiful ones. After the young lady sat down, Su Feng took out a stack of brand new banknotes and slapped them on the coffee table. Give it to the 4 of you. If you behave well, there will be more later. The 4 young ladies originally felt a little forced to work, but when they saw the stack of red banknotes, they instantly perked up. The boss is so generous. The 4 young ladies divided the money and gave Su Feng a kiss on the face. Duan Wu's eyes, which were standing aside, almost popped out of their sockets. It turns out this is how rich people play. Drinking, singing, and touching. These routine operations are not interesting, so I won't go into details here. Half an hour is up. Su Feng stood up and took out 2 more stacks of banknotes from his pocket. 2 of us make a pile, divide the money, and get down to business. The 4 girls had never seen such a generous customer before. The standard here is 2,000 per hour, which includes the room fee. It's really rare to find someone as magnanimous as Su Feng. This is completely disrupting the market. Su Feng has a bad habit. If it is ill-gotten gains, he will feel it is hot to the touch and will spend it immediately. Have fun by yourself, but don't forget to leave after an hour and a half. Su Feng threw down a sentence and hugged the 2 young ladies to go to the bedroom. Well, what happens in the bedroom is rather monotonous, so I won't go into details here. An hour later, the 2 young ladies couldn't bear it anymore, and Su Feng had no choice. He was lying down to rest when there was a knock on the bedroom door. Duan Wushuang's anxious voice was heard outside the door. Professor Su, something bad has happened. Su Feng suddenly got an idea. How could something bad happen just by relaxing? Is it true that God is watching what we do? After quickly putting on his clothes, Su Feng opened the bedroom door and saw Duan Wushuang standing outside naked. That ugly little bug is so unbearable to look at. What's wrong? What happened? Someone's dead. When Duan Wushuang saw Su Feng, he finally found his backbone. What caused the death? Explain clearly. I didn't expect that I'm so powerful now. I think I played someone to death. Grass. Su Feng was speechless. What the hell was going on? If I'm dead, I'm dead. If I'm not dead, I'm not dead. What do you mean by as if? I don't know either. I just saw her foaming at the mouth. Su Feng took 2 or 3 steps and ran into the bedroom opposite. I saw a young lady lying on the bed meticulously, her body twitching constantly, and white foam at the corners of her mouth. The other young lady was also very meticulous, huddled in the corner of the bedroom, sobbing quietly. It was probably Duan Wushuang who threatened her, otherwise she would have run away long ago. Su Feng came to the bed and shouted to the little sister who was huddled in the corner. "Come and help." The young lady was so scared at this moment. When she heard Su Feng's voice, she walked over trembling. Su Feng first looked at the young lady on the bed to see if she had swallowed her tongue. Fortunately, she hadn't. Then he briefly taught the frightened young lady how to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Finally, he left 10,000 yuan. Then I asked the young lady who came out from the other bedroom to call 120. After doing all this, Su Feng took Duan Wushuang and ran away. "Professor Su, where are we going?" "Nonsense. If you don't run away, are you going to stay and celebrate the new year?" Su Feng was really impressed. He was just a gangster, but he had been doing it for so many years and still didn't figure it out. Just like that, Duan Wushuang followed Su Feng, shaking off the little bug, and ran out of Honglang. "Get in the car, start the engine, and it's done in one go." After riding a long way, Su Feng suddenly felt something pushing against him from behind. He subconsciously reached out and touched it. "Fucking Mugdi. Why the hell are you not wearing any clothes? Get out of here." In his life of more than 20 years, Su Feng was the only one who surpassed others. When had he ever been surpassed by anyone? It was so humiliating. Duan Wushuang knew he was in the wrong, so he got out of the car and ran behind him. Fortunately, he is now quite strong and can keep up. It just keeps swinging back and forth, which is really unpleasant. "Brother, is there a strange beast?" Someone on the side of the road saw Duan Wushuang running naked and asked curiously. When Duan Wushuang heard the sound, the man had already run dozens of meters away. The other one ran after him on the other road. He shouted behind him while chasing after him. "Ask your mother. There must be some strange beast out there. Otherwise, who would be so stupid as to run around naked? Is there no one on Blue Star who cares about them anymore?" When other passersby heard this, they thought it made sense. So why hesitate? Let's run. It's only around 8 or 9 in the evening, and there are still quite a few people on the road. In recent years, strange beasts have appeared from time to time, and everyone's nerves are on edge. Even those who have never seen a strange beast are always prepared to run away as soon as they encounter one. In this way, Duan Wushuang ran in front with his naked butt, followed by a group of people. They definitely couldn't keep up with Duan Wushuang's speed. But there are always new people joining. Su Feng and Duan Wushuang were fast enough and soon returned to the unfinished building, leaving the people behind them behind. "You're such a fucking troublemaker. We can't stay here anymore. Let's go straight to Hibi City." Su Feng acted decisively, tied the motorcycle to the RV, and prepared to move. As for Duan Wushuang, he continued to ride his broken motorcycle. "Professor Su, can you find me some clothes?" "No, just be naked. No one will see you anyway." Actually, there are. Su Feng has prepared a lot of clothes of various styles and sizes. After all, he has many children. But who made Duan Wushuang stand against him? Duan Wushuang had no choice but to continue to stay naked. The motorcycle was in front and the RV was behind, and the two vehicles were heading towards Hibi City. Chapter 198, Unlucky Star. You don't know until you try, and you'll be surprised when you try. The two men left the unfinished building area and came to the road. They were stunned when they saw the vehicles and pedestrians in front of them. "Professor Su, why are there so many people on the street so late at night?" Duan Wushuang asked Su Feng through the intercom. "How dare you ask? This is all your fault." On the way back, Su Feng noticed the crowd behind him. Not to mention Blue Star. Even in the past, if someone suddenly ran away on the road, it could trigger a chain reaction. In a place like Blue Star where nerves are always on edge, the current situation is not surprising at all. Fortunately, Su Feng acted promptly, and there was no traffic jam at the moment. If it was any later, there would definitely be a traffic jam. In a private car, a woman in her 30s sat in the passenger seat with a child in her arms. "Husband, where are we going at this hour of night?" "I don't know either. My friend called me and said there was a strange beast in the city and told us to run away quickly. How could I dare to hesitate? But we didn't see any strange beasts, and there was no warning on the phone." Her husband was also confused. "My friend said he saw a man on the road, running for his life without even bothering to put on his clothes. It must have been a strange beast." At this moment, Duan Wushuang happened to pass by on a motorcycle. "See, I told you there must be some strange beasts out there. There are so many of them that don't even bother to put on clothes." The woman looked at Duan Wushuang's departing back reluctantly and murmured to herself. "It's so big." "What's so big?" "No, nothing. I just mean the motorcycle is so big." You're talking nonsense. You're definitely not talking about a motorcycle. So good of you. I've fed you well, and even taken you with me when I ran away, and yet you think I'm too small. I didn't think you were small. I just said he was big. After the woman finished speaking, she realized that she seemed to have said something wrong. She quickly tried to find a way to make up for it. Actually, being too big isn't any good. Sometimes it's not only uncomfortable, but it can also be quite painful. Didn't you fucking say I was your first love? Yes. What's wrong? What's wrong? I'm your first love. How do you know it will hurt when you get older? Is it not okay for me to listen to what others say? Haha, do you think I believe it? Believe it or not. You stinky bitch, I'm going to beat you to death. What are you doing? How dare you hit me in front of the child? I want to divorce you. Divorce if you want. I'll take the child for a paternity test tomorrow. Are you serious? I was just kidding. How could I possibly divorce you? Why would I need a paternity test? Xiao Wu is definitely your child. The man's reaction scared the woman. Hubby, I was wrong, okay? It's all my fault. I apologize. Let's live a good life. Think about how happy we were before. The response to the woman is still haha. I've said it before, Duan Wushuang is a guy who has done a lot of harm to others. He is definitely a jinx, and no one who gets involved with him will have a good outcome. The parents are dead, Sang Biao and the others are dead, Sha Chong Shozi is dead, and the little sister's life and death is unknown. Streaking triggered a mass migration across the city. Just passing by can break up a loving couple. After more than half an hour, there were finally fewer cars on the road. Su Feng did not waste any more time and quickly headed towards Ribi City. In an unknown mountain in western Hunan, there is an unknown small villa. The living room of the villa was full of people at this time. Hey, Irwazi, can't we go somewhere else? This place is too small. That's right, there are 5 of us in total, and the living room is almost full. Li Ringgui shook his head helplessly. Second uncle, I've told you countless times that you should address me as the leader in formal situations. An old man who was about 60 years old, looked like a farmer and actually was a farmer, said impatiently. I know, master. That's enough. What else could Li Ringgui say? The elder is my second uncle, my real second uncle. Deputy Leader Lao Wang, who was smoking a cigarette, tapped the table with his index finger knuckles. Let's get down to business. I'm busy. The elder of the Beast Soul sect, Li Ringui's second uncle, said with disdain. What are you busy with? All you do every day is mess around with that little shit. Sooner or later you'll end up dying in a woman's belly. Jiang Minghua, the Beast Soul sect's saintess and Su Qinggong's mother, slammed the table. I'm still here. How can you say this in front of a young girl like me? How can you act like an elder? Elderly then remembered that Jiang Minghua was still in the room. Ahem, I won't say any more. You guys go ahead and say it. Jiang Minghua is his granddaughter. It is really not nice to say these things in front of his granddaughter. After Elderly finished speaking, he smiled awkwardly and closed his mouth. Li Ringgui didn't want to waste any more time talking to his second uncle. He cleared his throat and said with a serious expression, the situation in Southwest Province is completely out of control. What do you think we should do? Lao Wang leaned back in his chair and took out another cigarette, ready to light it. Jiang Minghua slashed the cigarette in his mouth with a knife. Old Wang smacked his lips and threw the cigarette, but on the ground. What else can I do? It was you who insisted on setting up this crappy beast soul cult in the first place, and now that there's this mess, it's naturally you who should deal with it. Li Ringgui immediately became unhappy when he heard this. You're talking without any worries, right? Without the Beast Soul sect, where would you get the money to pick up girls? And where would you get the inner core of the exotic beasts to enhance your strength? Besides, was it me who had to join the Beast Soul cult? It was the fucking higher-ups who forced me to do it. If I hadn't joined the Beast Soul cult, you would still be in jail. Lao Wang was speechless after being confronted. If he had such courage and eloquence back then, how could his wife have cheated on him and taken the initiative to seduce him? If his wife had not seduced him, the subsequent series of events would not have happened, and he would not have become a murderer. If he hadn't become a murderer, there would be no need for Li Ringgui to rescue him from prison. So, all of this is Li Ringgui's fault. But I can't beat him, so forget it, let him say whatever he wants. Lao Wang stared straight at the teacup on the table, his mind starting to go blank. Seeing him looking like he was about to die, Li Ringgui couldn't help but sigh again. I'm so tired. I'm so fucking tired. It's really tiring to work with a bunch of motley crew. Master, calm down. If you ask me, whether Southwest Province is in chaos or not, what does it have to do with us? Those people are not ours anyway. The Exotic Beast Association has already given us this year's money and exotic beast intercourse. How wonderful it would be for us to live peacefully in these mountains. The deacon and accountant of the Beast Soul sect, A plump middle-aged woman, who was also the girlfriend of the sect leader Li Ringgui, spoke. They have long hair, but little knowledge, and I don't want to get involved. But they are doing things under our name. So if something goes wrong, we have to take responsibility. Chapter 199 Family Workshop. The only one of the 5 who hadn't spoken spoke up. We still have to find out. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to report to that important person. This man is Li Rengui's childhood friend, and also the deacon of the Beast Soul sect. Deliver, what the hell? I suggest we just leave. Head west from here. Just so I can get a taste of foreign women. Lao Wang still looks as carefree as ever. Li Rengui looked at the other 4 people in the room and felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. One misstep can lead to eternal regret. Manhwa, go and see what's happening in the southwest. Okay. Jiang Manhwa gladly accepted the order. She is still young and doesn't want to hide in the deep mountains and forests every day. Mainly, she also wanted to escape from the Beast Soul sect, a small family workshop. There are only 5 people in the top management, all of them relatives. This is nothing more than a small family workshop. It's not shameful to have a small family workshop. What's shameful is that the 5 of them are just puppets. Yes, in name Li Ringui is the leader of the Beast Soul sect, and she is the saint. In fact, the 5 of them usually don't take charge of anything. There is a mysterious person who is in charge. That person is one of the top leaders of the Exotic Beast Association. I remember that he used force to threaten Li Ringui and forced him to establish the Beast Soul sect. As for the subsequent development of the Beast Soul sect, it was all done by people he sent elsewhere, and Li Ringui was just a puppet. The reason for choosing Li Ringui is very simple. Li Ringui is powerful but somewhat weak in character. The senior executive originally came to recruit Li Ringui to join the Exotic Beast Association. Li Ringui refused immediately. Before awakening, he was just an ordinary person, even worse than an ordinary person. Although he had great strength, he did not want to achieve great things, get promoted, or get rich. He just wanted to live the life of an ordinary person. So the top leaders of the Exotic Beast Association had an idea and set up the Beast Soul cult. Li Ringui was the leader in name only, but in reality, he was hiding in the mountains and living the life of an ordinary person. The higher-ups will also give him living expenses and inner elixirs of exotic beasts. In order to live a stable life, Li Ringui agreed. Then he recruited several people he knew who were quite capable into the Beast Soul sect. That is Jiang Manhwa and the other 4. It's not for power, but mainly because I can ask for more benefits from the top management of the Exotic Beast Association after recruiting people. The condition is that they have to do things when the top management needs them. So Su Feng felt that the Beast Soul sect was hopeless, and that was not unfair to Li Ringui at all. He is indeed a loser. Jiang Manhwa set off that day, heading southwest. Li Ringui is not a complete fool. He also paid attention to the movements of the Beast Soul cult. In case the higher-ups wanted to kill him, he could escape as soon as possible. There is a problem in the southwest right now, and he needs to understand the situation clearly. Once the top leaders have the idea of killing the Beast Soul sect and reaping the credit, Li Ringui will take his men away immediately. Su Feng naturally knew nothing about this, as he was almost reaching Hibi City. Professor Su, can we go find the beast fans first? Duan Wushuang hasn't taken animal powder for more than 20 hours. This made him feel uncomfortable all over. Do you know where to get beast powder? Have no idea. Okay, it still depends on me. Su Feng discovered that he had not just found a subordinate, but a living father who wanted him to do everything. Damn it, if we get into danger again, I'll definitely make him a cannon fodder. After parking the RV in the suburbs and giving Hu Mei and the children some instructions, Su Feng left on his motorcycle. This time I brought Su Ruru with me. Last time I didn't bring Su Ruru with me, and something went wrong. This time, Su Ruru insisted on following me. Anyway, this time they were going to do serious business, so Su Feng agreed. Su Feng first took Duan Wushuang to buy a set of clothes. He is still wearing stolen clothes, which don't fit him at all. Dressed in fancy clothes, the two came to the largest nightclub in Hibi City. Professor Su, it's only 4 in the afternoon. The nightclub is closed. If you want to relax, you have to wait until night. Relax, I'm here to do some stunts. We'll come here in the evening, and then you can find a way to contact the bulk cargo seller here and buy some goods first. You take a sip in person, and after confirming the quality, you can say that you need a large quantity of goods and ask him to introduce you to a better person. Then we can do a big deal. Ah, are you still robbing other thieves? It's okay if you don't cheat others, just buy it yourself. Duan Wushuang stopped talking. All his money was in the card, which was in the account of Red Romance. Well, Cali actually doesn't have much money left. The two of them wandered around Hibi City. Although it is the capital of southwestern province, it is unusually depressed. It was just past 4 in the afternoon, and there were very few people on the street. Occasionally, there are pedestrians, but they are all in a hurry. All of this smells abnormal. The two of them strolled to an urban village. This kind of place is usually a mixed crowd, making it particularly convenient for obtaining intelligence. As a result, not long after the two entered the urban village, they saw a man lying on the side of the road. Su Feng could tell from a distance that this man must have had a drug addiction and died on the side of the road. Even though this is a village in the city, the corpse is stinking and no one cares. Is this normal? Is this reasonable? You know, after the invasion of alien beasts, the government's control over the city has become stricter. A provincial capital city reminded Su Feng of the chaotic and deceitful country. If you didn't tell me this, who would have thought that this was Hibi City? Let's go to the law enforcement office. Su Feng stopped trying to gather information because he had more important things to do. Are we going to walk into a trap? Vote for your mother's head. Su Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he rode his motorcycle directly to the nearest law enforcement office according to the navigation. In broad daylight, the law enforcement office's doors were closed, and there wasn't even a law enforcement vehicle in the yard. Su Feng parked his motorcycle on the side of the road and observed for a long time. The law enforcement station was always quiet, with no signs of human activity at all. Jump in and take a look. Duan Wushuang waved his hands repeatedly. No, I don't want to. Law enforcement officers will really shoot. Su Feng slapped him on the head. Do you think there are any law enforcement officers in there? If you keep acting like a coward, get out. Duan Wushuang didn't want to leave, but he also felt that what Su Feng said made some sense. So he bravely jumped into the law enforcement office. 5 minutes later, Duan Wushuang ran back with a look of shock on his face. Professor Su, there's really no one here. It's a mess inside, like someone's been robbed. What's going on? Who dares to rob law enforcement officers? Su Feng shook his head solemnly. It's not robbery. The law enforcement officers should have withdrawn. If I'm not mistaken, the higher-ups have already given up on Hibi City. What do you mean? In other words, this place has become a lawless city. You can wander around here as you please without worrying about being caught. Chapter 200: The Abandoned City. While the two were talking, a strange beast appeared at the intersection not far from them. A werewolf walking upright. The werewolf was holding a human thigh in his hand and chewing on it as he walked. Blood dripped all the way. See? No one cares even when strange beasts appear. Duan Wushuang felt his legs go weak as he looked at the strange beast slowly approaching. He had never come into such close contact with a strange beast before. The werewolf was probably full, so when it saw Su Feng and Duan Wushuang, it did not attack immediately. Su Feng pointed at the werewolf and said, Xiao Duan, you two are about the same size, so you can be a good training ground. I'll leave it to you. Duan Wushuang resisted instinctively. Professor Su, please don't do that. I'm still far from there. Go up or go down, your choice. Xiao Duan, remember this. Men should never be afraid, and certainly not retreat, or you will accomplish nothing. After Su Feng finished speaking, he sat directly on the motorcycle and started eating snacks. Duan Wushuang's face didn't look very good. If you ask him to fight someone, he won't hesitate at all. We are all human beings, who is afraid of whom? But when it comes to fighting against strange beasts, that's a different story. The power of strange beasts has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. They are afraid of strange beasts, let alone fighting with humans. Xiao Duan, let me remind you, if you kill it and eat its meat, your strength will be further enhanced. If you are lucky and it contains an inner elixir, then you will become rich. After eating the inner elixir, you will no longer have to fear any person or beast. Duan Wushuang was indeed moved when he heard this. The reason why he is afraid now is that he feels that he is not strong enough. If it's really as good as Su Feng said, then it's not impossible to give it a try. Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Professor Su will definitely not watch me die. He still has some use for me. Duan Wushuang's psychological construction was very successful. He roared and rushed towards the werewolf. The werewolf on the opposite side saw someone actually coming to him on his own initiative, so he decisively threw away the half-eaten leg in his hand. Who wants to eat leftovers when there's fresh food? The werewolf let out a strange cry and rushed towards Duan Wushuang. Just as the two were about to have a passionate collision, the shameless Duan Wushuang actually pulled out a pistol. Then he emptied the magazine as quickly as possible. At such a close distance, all the bullets hit the werewolf, splashing blood. The werewolf roared in pain and increased its speed. Duan Wushuang threw away the pistol and kicked the werewolf in the chest. The werewolf's claws also grabbed Duan Wushuang's leg. Duan Wushuang wailed and stepped back. After retreating 5 or 6 meters, Duan Wushuang looked down. My pants are torn and my legs are also scratched. The werewolf's claw only scratched the skin on Duan Wushuang's leg. I'm fine, I'm fine. Ha ha ha. This was a huge deal, and Duan Wushuang's confidence was all back. He rushed towards the werewolf again. The man and the strange beast collided again. Duan Wushuang was just an ordinary person a few days ago. Although he was a small-time gangster, he didn't have much fighting experience. The few times that there were fights, it was always the majority bullying the minority and the thugs bullying the honest people. So he only knows how to use the turtle punch. I even forgot to use my legs. It was unclear whether the werewolf beast could not use its legs or it had forgotten. After they collided, they started to fight each other with punches and grabs. Fortunately, Duan Wushuang is much stronger than the werewolf in both attack and defense, especially the defense. Last time, Duan Wushuang was shot with 2 bloody holes. If he were to be shot now, the most he would get would be a scratch. Su Feng looked at the ugly battle not far away and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Duan Wushuang is obviously faster than the werewolf. You can just kick it over with one kick and then hit its head. Okay, you can hit me in the head with your fist, but at least protect your head when you do that. Su Feng clearly saw that the werewolf had scratched Duan Wushuang's face, leaving several bloody marks. Xiao Duan, finish this fight in 1 minute, or I'll leave first. Duan Wushuang became anxious when he heard this. The current situation in Yubi City is still unclear, and he doesn't dare to stay in this ghost place alone. Duan Wushuang got furious and started punching the werewolf, risking getting injured, to flatten the werewolf's head. Duan Wushuang was very excited. This was the first strange beast he killed alone. He dragged the werewolf's body to Zhang Lei to take credit. Professor Su, it's done. I'm about to fall asleep if you don't fix it. Hurry and check if there's any inner elixir in his head. Duan Wushuang didn't mind the dirtiness and simply reached his hand into the werewolf's head and started stirring it up. There is definitely no inner elixir. His strength is too weak. It is impossible for him to have an inner elixir. Professor Su, there's no such thing as an inner elixir of a strange beast. Duan Wushuang was extremely disappointed. Su Feng had said that the inner alchemy of the strange beast could increase his strength several times. If you don't have it, then forget it. This corpse will be enough for you to eat for a few days. Are you really going to eat it? Duan Wushuang looked at the werewolf's corpse, feeling a little conflicted. This guy can walk upright and looks like an unevolved person. It's not good to eat him directly. Eat it if you want. This guy is actually picky about food. He's happy just to have something to eat. Su Feng rode a motorcycle, while Duan Wushuang carried the werewolf's body on his shoulder and rode the motorcycle with one hand. Xiao Duan, your fighting style is too ugly. Can't you find the werewolf's weakness and kill it with one blow? Duan Wushuang asked doubtfully. Isn't the head its weak point? I've been attacking its head. Su Feng was speechless. Didn't you see the werewolves? 2 big bells? You kicked them to pieces. Even if they didn't die, they would have lost half of their fighting power. Have you ever heard of Copperhead, Irontail, and Tofu Waste? The wolf's head is the hardest part. If you keep hitting it at the hardest part, you'll get half the result with twice the effort. I see. By the way, Professor Su, did you use the wrong idiom? Doesn't getting twice the result with half the effort describe high efficiency? Su Feng staggered and almost followed in the footsteps of the ghost fire boy. It's terrible to be uneducated. Stop talking nonsense. Go back and hide the beast's corpse first. Then we'll come back and investigate. Do we still need to investigate? This place is clearly very strange. Let's just leave. If you're not afraid of your drug addiction kicking in and you exploding and dying, then just leave. Duan Wushuang had nothing to say. It was he who was addicted to drugs, not Su Feng. Although he hasn't relapsed into drug addiction yet, who knows when he will. Thinking of this, Duan Wushuang began to get anxious. Professor Su, let's hurry up. He doesn't want to die yet, especially now that he has powerful strength. He doesn't want to die even more. The two quickly left the city and returned to where Su Feng parked his car.